Family, who understands? My bald neighbor Saitama just smashed my door again. I crossed over to the world of One Punch Man and clung to his thigh. But after 3 years of training, it was all for nothing, and the system was under maintenance for 3 years. Now that the system has finally activated, the lottery is full of problems. I'm working hard on my training. This life is truly both exciting and funny. Family, who understands? I really appreciate it. That newly replaced security door of mine was smashed again by my bald neighbor. Let me tell you, at that moment, I heard a huge bang, and the entire door frame was deformed while the door panel cracked open like a broken cookie. Then, outside the door, that bald guy, wearing his unchanged pajamas and sporting a blank expression, said to me, "Oh, the door is broken again, sorry." I was so furious at that moment. I clenched my fists. Really, I was just one step away from pointing at his nose and scolding him. "Saitama, you old six. Do you have a grudge against my door? Since I moved here, how many doors have you destroyed for me? Hey, you might not believe it, but how did I end up with such a neighbor?" This story dates back 3 years. That day, I closed my eyes and opened them again, and bam, I directly crossed over to the world of One Punch Man, right in the most dangerous area of City Z. In this place, monsters come like they're dropping from the sky. But who was my neighbor? Saitama. At that time, he still had quite a bit of hair. My only thought was, cling to that thigh. I had to hold on to the thickest thigh in the universe. What happened next? I trained with him every day, running 10 kilometers, doing 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, and 100 squats. After 3 years, he lost all his hair and became invincible. As for me, aside from being a bit stronger, it was all for nothing. Pure, ineffective training. Just when I was about to completely give up, guess what? The system came. I was so excited I almost took off on the spot. But then the system said, "Sorry, buddy, there's a bug. I need to undergo maintenance for 3 years." At that moment, I was like Subway old man looking at his phone. JPG. Family, how did I spend those 3 years? I hardly stepped out the front door, and all my meals depended on Saitama feeding me. I was his personal chef, and he was my delivery guy. We were all about mutual support. I was just waiting to survive until today, to wait for the maintenance of this broken system to end. So, fast forward to now, I was preparing to welcome my golden finger, and that Saitama guy came knocking on my door again. Knock, knock, knock. I shouted through the door. No newspaper subscriptions, no milk, and definitely no rent money. Then outside came his emotionless voice. "It's me, Fang. Do you want to come over for hot pot tonight?" Of course, I wouldn't go. My golden finger was about to arrive. Who has time to eat your bland hot pot? I was just about to refuse when he added, "Don't be polite. Why don't you bring the ingredients over, and we can eat together?" Let me tell you, this guy's thinking about the food I make. Last time I made him a big goose stew, and he almost ate the pot too. I absolutely refused to open the door, and then he got impatient. An immense force erupted from him. And then came the huge noise you heard at the beginning, and my door was gone. All right, fine. The door is broken. What else can I do? I told him to go downstairs and bring me a new one. This guy is so skilled at it. After all the doors on my floor were destroyed by him a year ago. He huffed and puffed, brought the door upstairs, and then just walked into my house like it was his own, opened my fridge, took my soda, and urged me to cook. Let me tell you something funny. I was just about to make fish-flavored shredded pork when he picked up a carrot to munch on. I quickly stopped him. He put down the carrot and looked at me with confusion. I knew what he was thinking every time he eats fish-flavored shredded pork. He thinks there's fish in it and secretly watches me to see where I hide the fish. I really want to cry, dude. There's no wife cake in Sichuan cuisine. While we were eating, suddenly I heard a ding. In my head. It's here, it's here. My golden finger has arrived. DragonBall lottery system activated. Family. I've endured 3 years just to wait for this day. I couldn't hide my expression. I was grinning like a 200-pound child. Saitama immediately became alert. His eyes shifted from blank to serious, like he was interrogating a criminal. He suddenly asked me, "Fang, do you remember what happened when we first met?" I was taken aback for a moment, then quickly spilled all his embarrassing history. Of course I remember. That day, I fell from the sky and happened to land on you. You were feeling down because you couldn't find a job, and your hair started falling out from that day because you were trying to grow it back before I could finish. He turned pale, covered my mouth, and said with a muffled voice, "Okay, you are definitely Fang." Wow. Turns out he suspected I was swapped by a monster. I pushed his hand away, furious because he didn't hold back. Just as I was about to ask him what he meant, he went into eating mode, and in 3 seconds, he cleared my dish along with his hot pot, then ran off with his pot. He ran faster than anyone else, leaving me alone staring at empty plates, feeling lost in the wind. Damn it, Saitama, at least leave me something. Back in my room, I quickly locked the new door and rubbed my hands excitedly. System, open a newbie gift package. Ding. A series of prompts. Let me tell you, this wave is directly ahead. Pseudo Scion Bloodline. Senza Beans 10. Came House Training Manual. Came house martial arts uniform, and 200,000 yuan. A rush of heat spread throughout my body. I felt my muscles tighten significantly. I happily opened my personal panel to check battle power. 3. I was like, I couldn't even beat that farmer with a hunting rifle and a battle power of 5. System, are you messing with me? No, I can't keep slacking. I'll start training tomorrow. The next day, before dawn, I was woken up by the system alarm. I changed into the Kame House martial arts uniform and started jogging around all of City Z. Let me tell you, by the end, my legs felt like they weren't mine anymore, sore and heavy. I directly ate a senza bean, and crunch, the next second, all fatigue disappeared, fully revived. Truly the Dragon Ball cheat. After running, I had nothing to do, so I made a meat sandwich to disturb my neighbor Saitama. This guy was still sleeping. My knocking woke him up, and he initially looked unhappy, but when he saw the meat sandwich in my hand, his eyes lit up. Wow. Waking him from his dream, and then soothing him with food this back and forth, his emotional value skyrocketed. I earned 2,000 points in just one morning. So cool. After accumulating 1,000 emotional points, I couldn't wait to go home and draw. A giant roulette appeared in front of me, filled with treasures from Dragon Ball. I pressed the button. The roulette spun rapidly, and my heart was in my throat. Stop, stop, stop. My eyes were almost popping out. It was so close. Just 0.01 millimeters away from drawing flight technique. But guess what? The pointer slowly moved past and stopped at Bulma's underwear. At that moment, I wanted to uninstall this system. What use is this thing to me? Angered, I went out to train. I learned from Goku to plow the fields by hand. I turned over a patch of wasteland in the afternoon. My hands were all raw, my nails broken, and it hurt like hell. I had to eat a senza bean to recover. Then I went swimming in the sea, swimming while fearing being eaten by sea monsters. At night, I poked a hornet's nest to practice dodging and got stung all over my head. Family, who understands? I'm really trying so hard. Power rose to 10. I felt invincible. With a heavy turtle shell on my back, I was ready to conquer anything. I spent the day training hard, pushing my limits. The turtle shell really made a difference, adding extra weight and resistance to my workouts. I could feel my muscles growing stronger, my reflexes sharper. That evening, I decided to treat myself again. I devoured a mountain of ramen more than I could count. It was the perfect reward after a long day of training. As I lay in bed, I thought about all the possibilities ahead. With the new weapons and items I had, I was ready to face whatever challenges came my way. The next day, I woke up feeling refreshed and eager to continue my journey. After a quick breakfast, I headed out to train again, my spirits high and my determination unwavering. Nothing could stand in my way. When strength increases, it's different. Farming, swimming, practicing reactions, my speed is a huge improvement compared to yesterday. Yesterday, I was plowing the field with my bare hands, and my 2 hands looked like blood gourd. Today, at most, I just scraped a little skin, and barely any blood flowed. In the evening, I checked my panel, and my combat power had reached 16, stronger than the little Wukong when he first appeared. Unbelievable. Early one morning, I was sleeping soundly when there was a loud knock on the door. Fang, are you home? It was Saitama. Goodness. I had just come back from exercising and saw this guy with his fist raised, looking like he was about to break down my door. I quickly shouted, "Stop. Saitama, what are you doing? What's wrong with my door?" He turned around with an innocent face. "Oh, I was just checking if you were home." Once inside, I realized that today was the day we had agreed to go shopping at the new supermarket in City D. I was so focused on training that I completely forgot about this. I was in the kitchen making breakfast and called out to Saitama, who was already seated in the living room waiting for food. "Sorry, man. I've been a bit too into my training lately and forgot about our plans. We'll head out after breakfast." Saitama just responded with an as he was solely focused on food. However, during breakfast, he suddenly asked me, "Fang, do you want to be a hero?" A hero? No way. I knew clearly in my heart that he was just interested in it. As for me, I just wanted to steadily get stronger and live my life. Whoever wants to save the world can go ahead. I told him, I don't have any thoughts about being a hero. I just want to get stronger and live a stable life. After breakfast, we set off. But before going to the supermarket, I had to withdraw some money. Let me tell you, after being cooped up for 3 years, aside from working a few months when I first arrived, the rest of the money has basically been covered by Saitama. I owe him a fortune. Watching me withdraw a wad of cash from the ATM, Saitama's eyes widened. "Fang, how do you still have so much money after staying at home for 3 years?" I awkwardly made up a lie. I occasionally do some small tasks online to earn money. I forgot where I put my card. I just found it recently. "Here, I'll pay you back these 20,000 first." Hearing that money could be made online, Saitama got excited. He was practically starving for being a hero. He grabbed me and asked how to do it. I quickly diverted him. The tasks are all done, but I'll call you next time I have one." Let's go shopping first. Is that so? All right, he said, visibly disappointed. Ding. Noticing Saitama's disappointment. Emotional value 100. What? This works? I suddenly realized. On the way to the supermarket, I chatted with Saitama, trying every way to make his mood swing up and down. When we arrived in City D, I checked the back end, and wow, I had gained over 5,000 emotional value points. I almost jumped up on the spot. Let's work hard and aim for 10 consecutive draws tonight. After shopping, I started chatting again, and while Saitama's expression remained neutral, the system notification in my head just wouldn't stop. It was simply my source of happiness. When we got home that night, I put down the things, didn't even bother to cook, and directly opened the lottery interface. 10,000 emotional value points, 10 consecutive draws. Here we go. The pointer spun rapidly, and I didn't dare to blink. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a Senza Bean 1. Congratulations, host. You have drawn Scion Blood 1. Congratulations, host. You have drawn Son Goku's Chi Perception Secret Technique. Wow, it was a series of notifications, all good things. My luck was off the charts. I quickly selected the Chi Perception Secret Technique, and instantly, a bunch of methods for sensing Chi flooded into my mind. I tried it out, and hey, I could really feel Saitama's weak aura next door. Then, I absorbed the 2 drops of Scion Blood I had drawn. It felt like my body exploded with power, and I instantly became much stronger. I quickly opened my panel, Bloodline, Pseudo-Scion Bloodline 2, Combat Power, 18 not bad. I immediately decided that besides training, I had to chat with Saitama more every day. This guy was practically my walking money printer, maximizing emotional value. Wow, in the blink of an eye, a year passed. During this year, I practiced every day, and now my body was all muscle. The turtle shell on my back had increased to 200 kilograms. My combat power had skyrocketed to 3,200. The Scion bloodline had also evolved into a hybrid Scion, and in this world, I could basically walk sideways. One day, Saitama and I went to the supermarket again. On the way back, we staged a scene of speed and passion. I was flying in the sky, and he was running on the ground, both carrying several large bags. Fang, we hit the jackpot today. Saitama shouted from below. I was fuming. Stop talking nonsense. You promised to pay today, so why am I the one checking out again? Oh, don't sweat the small stuff. You guy, I told you. The supermarket was having a promotion, and Saitama insisted on dragging me along, saying he would treat me. But when it came time to pay, as soon as the cashier printed out his share, this guy zipped away like a shot, leaving me alone in the wind, only able to pay out of my own pocket. After paying, I used the sky dance technique to chase after him, cursing all the while. Stop right there, Saitama. Suddenly, I stopped in midair. I sensed something near home. We were over 100 kilometers away from City Z. But he had no idea about Chi perception and asked me blankly, what are you talking about? We're still far away. I placed my finger on my forehead, concentrated, and sensed it. Wow, our apartment in City Z was surrounded by a dense army of mosquitoes with a pretty strong aura in the middle. It was indeed Mosquito Girl. I thought to myself, the one fighting her must be Genos. I said to Saitama, there's a monster near our place. Should we go? Monster? Sure, let's go. All right. Whoever gets there first, the monster is theirs. Okay. As soon as I finished speaking, we both erupted at our maximum speed, rushing towards City Z. On the other side, on the battlefield, a voluptuous mosquito girl flew in the sky, crazily mocking a broken robot on the ground that only had its upper body left. Ah, garbage is just garbage. Looks like you can't do it anymore. Let me send you on your way. Genos on the ground was nearly done for. He had exhausted himself to deal with the swarm of mosquitoes, but was now incapacitated by the evolved Mosquito Girl. Damn, too careless. Genos' core was exposed, and it seemed he only had self-destruction left. Just as he was preparing to perish alongside Mosquito Girl, a yellow energy ball flew over with a whoosh from afar. Mosquito Girl's sixth sense went off, and she quickly looked up, hurriedly dodging. The energy ball flew between her and Genos, exploding into a beautiful firework in the air. In the next second, I descended from the sky, with Saitama following closely behind. Mosquito Girl looked at us, still laughing madly. Humph, so what if you have backup? You're still going to be killed by me. Saitama and I completely ignored her. According to our agreement, since I arrived first, this monster was mine. I pointed at Mosquito Girl, ready to strike a cool pose and deliver a classic line. Enchantress, do not harm others. Your opponent is me. Watch me. What the hell, Saitama, what are you doing? Does anyone understand? I hadn't even finished my sentence when bang. I was dumbfounded. Saitama dashed forward, raised his hand, and slapped, directly turning the pompous Mosquito Girl into a puddle of flesh, blood splattering all over the wall of a nearby building. Genos, with only one eye left, stared wide-eyed like a copper bell. I was furious and grabbed Saitama by the collar. Saitama, you better explain yourself. Otherwise, we must have a one-on-one today. Saitama still had a dazed expression and asked me, Explain? Explain what? What are you talking about? We agreed that whoever arrives first gets to strike. And I clearly arrived first. So why did you take action? Is this how it works? What do you think? Sorry, he scratched his bald head. I really hate mosquitoes. So I couldn't help but strike just now. Just then, I heard two chimes in my head. Ding. Detected Genos' shock at Saitama's strength. Emotion value 666. Ding. Detected Genos' shock at the host's strength. Emotion value 666. I suddenly remembered that Genos was lying nearby. I walked over and asked him, Hey, are you okay? Genos replied, I'm fine. May I ask, are you both from the Hero Association? Saitama looked confused. Hero Association? What's that? Genos gave us a brief explanation. And after we listened, we both shook our heads, indicating that we were not. I said I'm just an ordinary person, and Saitama is a homebody. Saitama picked up a shopping bag and wanted to leave. Fang, if he's fine, let's go back. That makes sense. I told Genos, if you're fine, we'll be leaving now. Please, wait a moment. Genos shouted from behind. My name is Genos. Please, you must tell me your names. Saitama. Fang. We both left without looking back. I want to ask you two for a favor. Genos shouted with all his might. Please, you must take me as your disciple. Not interested. I don't want to. We both replied in unison, our figures slowly disappearing into the sunset. The next morning, I made a big table of dishes because my appetite had increased, and Saitama, being an expert at mooching meals, was already sitting at the table waiting. As soon as I brought the food out, he had already started eating. We devoured the food like starving ghosts, and in an instant, the whole table of dishes was gone. Saitama burped. Fang, your cooking skills are getting better, but why has your appetite also grown so much? I gave him a glare. I've been exercising every day. Can it not grow? Just think about how you were back then. All right, we're done eating. Go wash the dishes. I told him. Whoosh. As soon as I finished speaking, Saitama dashed out the door, and his voice floated back from a distance. Sorry, I have something to do. I'm going home first. I looked at the doors swaying in the wind and cursed in my heart. That bastard got away again. The next morning, knock, knock, knock. Teacher Saitama, are you home? It's Genos. Wow, this kid really came knocking on my door. Saitama was annoyed by the noise and reluctantly opened the door. You really came. What was your name again? Teacher Saitama. My name is Genos, and I came specifically to ask you to be my master. By the way, isn't Teacher Fang home? Fang lives next door, and also, don't call me teacher, it sounds weird. Master Saitama. That's even weirder. Just call me by my name. Yes, Teacher Saitama. Saitama was completely out of options and could only let him in. As soon as Genos heard that Saitama was coming to my house, he immediately stood up and insisted on coming along. Saitama actually agreed, casually took a bag of beef hot pot base from the fridge, and brought Genos to knock on my door. I was at home playing the lottery game Genshin Impact when I suddenly sneezed and felt like something unfortunate was about to happen. Sure enough, there was a knock on the door. When I opened the door, I saw Saitama and Genos behind him, and I wanted to slam the door shut. Fang, what are you doing? Saitama held the door open with one hand. I'm playing a game today, not eating, you can go back. And Genos, I'm not taking you as a disciple. You can go back too. Don't. We came all this way, let us in. What game are you talking about? Can you eat it? Eat your sister. Hurry up and let go. We were stuck like this. I thought about how I had only just used this door for a year. If I broke it, I'd have to go to another empty house to take one apart. Too troublesome, so I could only let them in with a dark face. As soon as they entered, Saitama treated it like his own home, tossed the hot pot base into the kitchen, and then skillfully opened my fridge. Genos, what do you want to drink? Anything is fine, Teacher Saitama. Saitama took out 2 cans of soda, handed one to Genos, and they both sat down on my sofa. By the time I returned from turning off my computer and saw this scene, my blood pressure skyrocketed. Who is the owner of this house? Damn it. I took a deep breath and walked up to them. Genos, I said I'm not taking disciples. And, Saitama, could you have a little awareness as a guest? Saitama suddenly handed me a bottle of ice-cold cola. Fang, here you go. Ah, thanks. I instinctively took it and took a sip, suddenly realizing that this cola was from my fridge. What the hell am I thanking for? Saitama, you bastard. Genos looked at us and said thoughtfully, the relationship between the two teachers is really good. I almost spat the cola out. What are you thinking with that machine brain? Where did you see that our relationship is good? Teacher Fang, to be precise, my brain is still human. Genos explained, by the way. What parts did you two use for your modifications? Can you tell me? Saitama, lying on the sofa, lazily replied, "We didn't modify anything. We're just normal humans." What? Genos looked incredulous and pointed at Saitama's bald head. Then is the armor on Teacher Saitama's head the original skin color? Could it be that Teacher Saitama was bald when he was young? I couldn't help but burst out laughing, and then quickly covered my mouth. My mind suddenly exploded. Ding! Genos' words made Saitama lose his composure. Emotion value 9,999. Ding! Genos expressed surprise at Saitama's strength, but baldness. Emotion value 999. Holy crap! I hit the jackpot. These two chatted for less than a minute, and I directly earned over 10,000 emotion points. My gaze towards Genos instantly changed. This is no robot. This is simply my fortune god. Saitama, who had been poked at a sore spot, suddenly stood up and shouted at Genos. What if I'm bald? Does it concern you? Besides, what are you? Genos replied seriously. Do teachers want to hear my story? All right, then I'll tell you, my story is quite long. I tell you, as soon as this guy started talking, I wanted to slip away right then, but before I could even say a word, Fang, which is me, jumped in first. Hold on, buddy, I'm really not interested in your tragic childhood. Guess what? It was like he didn't hear me at all. He just kept going. 4 years ago, I was still a pure 15-year-old boy. Oh my goodness, once that floodgate opened, it was like an endless stream of words. Over 2 hours. Does anyone understand? A full 2 hours. This guy practically held a personal press conference. Saitama went from being excited at the start to having a deadpan face, and finally just laid back on the couch to watch TV. As for me, I'd already put on my headphones and started gaming. What's the point of waiting for this version if it doesn't rank up? In the end, I heard Genos still summarizing. For revenge, I must gain power. Saitama finally couldn't take it anymore, jumped up from the couch, pointed at his nose, and yelled, "Enough! Summarize your pathetic story in 20 words or less." I was in the middle of an intense team battle with my headphones on when suddenly, I heard a notification in my head. Saitama's anger level 1000. I quickly took off my headphones and turned to watch the drama unfold. I saw Genos looking troubled. Teacher, isn't 20 words a bit too few? Saitama's eyes were bloodshot. I think it's more than enough. At that moment, if it weren't in my house, I bet he would have already sent that chatterbox back 4 years with a single punch. Genos was also startled and quickly condensed his thoughts. In short, please teach me how to become stronger. Both teachers. I exchanged a glance with Saitama, our understanding reaching its peak, and we said in unison, "Not interested. I refuse." After saying that, one of us continued to watch TV while the other turned back to play games, leaving Genos alone, confused in the wind, with a face full of who am I? Where am I? Just when Genos was questioning his life, on the other side, in the lair of the Mosquito Girl, a place called Evolution House, there was chaos. Their leader, a doctor named Genos, was looking at a report. The Mosquito Girl is gone, just like that? Well, she was just a test subject. What about the battle data? One of his clone subordinates, who looked exactly like him, nodded and said, "The data shows she evolved to demon level, and then she was slapped to death by someone." A slap? The doctor was shocked. An S-class hero did that? No record of this person. Interesting, bring up the footage. On the big screen appeared me, Saitama, and the parts of Genos scattered on the ground. The clone pointed at Saitama. "It's this bald guy." The doctor adjusted his glasses. A glimmer of excitement flashing on the lenses. Interesting material. Immediately send someone to capture these two alive. In the afternoon at my house, the atmosphere changed dramatically. Saitama sat in front of the computer with a serious expression, earnestly instructing Genos. "Genos, the next mission is extremely difficult. Even I failed. Now, I entrust this hope to you." Genos was like he had been injected with adrenaline. "Yes. Teacher, I will ensure the mission is completed." I was cooking in the kitchen, thinking, what are these two up to? A master-apprentice ceremony? Then I heard Saitama shout, "All right, let's start drawing cards. Genos, go." I almost threw the spatula over. Goodness, they were just messing with my Genshin Impact account. How is that fair? I'm the host, I'm the one cooking. And you two guests are playing my game and pulling my cards? Where's the justice in that? Then I heard a commotion outside, like ghosts wailing. "Awesome, Genos. How'd you pull a gold?" "Teacher, as long as you do this, and then that." Genos was just teaching some arcane knowledge when he suddenly threw the controller. The detector on him went off. There was an energy reaction outside. I also felt it. A sinister aura. I put down a kitchen knife and walked outside. As soon as I opened the door, let me tell you, a huge mantis monster, wielding 2 big sickles, came crashing down on my house like an excavator. This bastard wants to make a skylight directly in my house. I could endure it. I gathered a key blast in my right hand and shot it out, and that mantis instantly turned to ashes. As a result, I seemed to hear a cracked sound coming from next door. I felt a jolt in my heart. Oh no, I overdid it. It seemed like I had blown a hole in Saitama's wall. The two other weirdos downstairs, a frog and a slug, were completely stunned. Mantis Man. Taken out in one move. Saitama and Genos rushed out, and Saitama immediately saw the big hole in his wall. His face darkened. Fang, what happened to my wall? In that split second, my survival instincts kicked in. I pointed at the two still dazed downstairs and shouted in anguish. Saitama, it was them. They destroyed your house. Genos was about to say, Sensei, leave it to me, but before he could finish, Saitama vanished from his spot in a flash. By the time we realized what happened, the two weirdos downstairs had turned into two puddles of mosaic. How dare they destroy someone else's house? Saitama was shaking with rage. I felt a jolt in my mind, emotional value 800. I was simply in awe of myself. However, while we were in chaos here, a good show was also unfolding on the other side of City Z. A woman in a green long dress was facing off against a metal lump. I recognized this woman, Hell Blowing Snow, a superpower user. With a wave of her small hand, a whirlwind swept through, hurling stones at her opponent. The move was called Hellstorm, which sounded quite impressive. And the result? Just a mere scratch. The metal lump withstood the storm without any issue. Its helmet was knocked off, revealing a gorilla-like head, and it mocked with a mechanical voice. Your attack is ineffective against me. Blowing Snow's face turned green. Her strongest ultimate move had merely tickled her opponent. Back to my side. I was admiring my masterpiece of shifting blame when I suddenly felt two familiar presences. One was Fubuki and the other. Wow. Her Tsunder little lowly sister also showed up. Genos foolishly asked, Sensei Fang, should we go help teacher Saitama? I waved my hand and said, don't worry. Those few rotten fish and shrimp downstairs aren't enough to make Saitama's teeth hurt. You stay here and guard the house. Don't let them tear down my place while I'm out. After saying that, I erupted in white light and flew directly towards Fubuki. By the time I arrived, Fubuki was struggling to pin down the armored gorilla with two large stones. The gorilla was turning red in the face, straining against the rocks. But they didn't budge at all. The situation was extremely awkward. I couldn't continue playing my part as it was supposed to cooperate with her. Fubuki was also confused. She knew that her move wasn't that powerful. I floated down leisurely from the sky and said, did your sister not teach you how to use your superpowers? Or are you too stupid to learn? Actually, I was just trying to tease her. I had secretly added some special effects to those two broken stones in the sky just now and welded them with my telekinesis. When Sushue looked up and saw me, her eyes lit up. The gorilla also spotted me, and its system alert sounded, beep, beep, beep. Target detected. Fang. This guy was quite bold. Just come back to the evolution home with us. But Sushue didn't care about it, excitedly looking at me and asking, excuse me, how do you fight using superpowers? Simple, just watch. I lightly flicked my finger, and the shattered stones on the ground shot out like bullets, instantly turning the gorilla's armor into fragments and beating it half to death. I left it with just enough breath. I still needed it to lead the way. Sushue was dumbfounded and asked me why I didn't kill it. I was about to explain and teach her a couple of tricks when I suddenly shouted at the sky. I say, you've had enough of watching. It's time to show yourself, little lowly. The next moment, an exasperated lowly voice came down from the sky. Mind your own business. And don't call me little lowly. The second-ranked S-Class hero of the Hero Association, the Trembling Tornado, has made her entrance. My mind keeps ringing, emotional value 3,000. When Tsukishiro saw her sister, she was stunned. Sister? What are you doing here? It turns out that Tsukishiro has always lived in the shadow of her genius sister, dreaming of surpassing her. Once, she got Tornado drunk and managed to get her to say that there is someone in this world who even the S-rank #1, Explosion, considers inferior. And that person is me. That's why she secretly came to City Z to find me today. Tornado completely ignored her and directly switched to lecture mode. I told you long ago, don't hang out with those useless people. It lowers your talent. I don't have time to listen to their sisterly affection. They want to take the half-dead gorilla and leave. Wait a minute. With all her courage, Blowing Snow deeply bowed to me in front of her sister. My name is Blowing Snow. Please take me as your disciple. Goodness. Is everyone starting to gather to become apprentices now? I asked her, what do you want to achieve by becoming an apprentice? She replied with determination. My goal is to catch up with my sister. I splashed a basin of cold water directly. It's impossible. Give up that thought. Your sister is a natural SSR, and you can at most be considered an SR. If you want to catch up to her, you'll have to be reborn. It's harsh, but it's the truth. Tornado wasn't happy. Hey, you jerk. Can't you say it more tactfully? I pulled out a ruler from the system space and waved it at her. Little lowly. Is your butt itchy again? Tornado instinctively covered her, but her face turning pale, clearly recalling some bad memories. A ding sounded in my head, and my emotional value shot up by 10,000. On the other side, the hope that had just ignited for blowing snow was extinguished by my words, her eyes turning red and tears welling up. Looking at her pitiful expression, I put the ruler away and sighed. All right, stop crying. Although you can't surpass your sister in talent, if it's just about getting stronger, I can help you. Blowing Snow's eyes suddenly lit up. Really? Of course. This time, Tornado exploded again. Bastard Fang Xian. Why didn't you say anything sooner? I rolled my eyes. I originally wanted to say, weren't you the one who interrupted me? You must be curious about how I got to know this hot-tempered little lowly, right? This story goes back to 6 months ago. At that time, I had just awakened my system for half a year, carrying a 200-kilogram turtle shell every day to train. As a result, there was someone named Explosion, the #1 S-rank hero in the Hero Association, who kept coming to find me like a stubborn gum, insisting on recruiting me as a hero. I'm so annoyed. He just sat down on the ground and threw a tantrum. If you don't agree today, I won't leave, and you'll still have to feed me. I was disgusted by him and could only agree to help him once. Without saying a word, he directly used his spatial ability to teleport me to City A. As soon as I arrived, I saw a tornado being beaten badly by a dragon-level monster. It was a tragic sight. I walked over from behind her and patted her. Little girl, leave this to me. You go wait over there. She exploded at that moment. Who are you? Get lost. Don't interfere with me. We were on the battlefield, cursing at each other like elementary school kids in front of the monster. Of course, I did it on purpose. The angrier she got, the louder the system notification sound in my head became, and my emotional value shot up, which felt absolutely amazing. As a result, the monster lost patience and threw a punch at us. Tornado got scared and quickly flew into the sky, hoping to save me in the process. But when she turned around, she saw that the monster had already been sent flying, while I was still in the posture of throwing a punch. The shocked expression on her little girl face was priceless. I flew next to her and said provocatively, "All right, you just stay put and don't cause any trouble." After saying that, I chased after that strange person and unleashed a Kamehameha, completely obliterating it. As soon as the explosion went off, let me tell you, that Sundra lowly next to me, named Tornado, was instantly petrified. Her eyes bulged out, probably unable to comprehend how the strange person she had been chasing for so long disappeared in just a second when it came to me. I finished my business here and thought it was time to go back to Z City, but then she suddenly swooped in and stopped me. Her expression was extremely serious. "Hey, who are you? Where did you come from?" I shrugged my shoulders and said, "Ordinary people passing by. The weirdo has been dealt with. Bye-bye, little sister." Wow, this really stirred up a hornet's nest. The words little sister made her explode on the spot, blocking my way and shouting, "I told you I'm an adult. Don't call me little sister. If you call me that again, I'll tear you into 8 pieces. Does anyone understand?" I just like this kind of thing. I cheekily pulled a lollipop out of my 4th-dimensional pocket and handed it to her, casually patting her head and saying dismissively, "Good girl, big brother's busy, let me through." Now she was staring at the candy in her hand, feeling the big hand on her head, and was almost steaming with rage. She slapped my hand away and threw the candy on the ground, activating her superpower. "You bastard, how dare you?" Seeing that she was really angry, I quickly waved my hands and said, Hey, stop it, I'm sorry, is that okay?" But this little girl was already too worked up to listen. "I won't accept it. Go to hell." As soon as she finished speaking, several telekinetic attacks came flying at my face. I dodged while saying, "Hey, enough already. If you keep this up, I'll really fight back." She was still stubborn. "Come on. You think I'm afraid of you? Fine, this is your own doing." I quickly sidestepped and appeared behind her, locking her in my arms with one hand. Then, let me tell you, I pulled a ruler out of the system warehouse. Just as she was about to struggle, she felt a sharp pain on her backside. Slap! It was crisp. As soon as I brought down the ruler, her little face turned bright red, and her voice was already choked with tears. "You bastard! You dare to hit me there! I'm gonna kill you." She struggled desperately in my arms. But could her strength match mine? Seeing her still cursing, I swung the ruler again. Whack! 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 While I was typing, I also voiced, "I make you disobedient. I make you throw tantrums. I make you fight with your brother. I make you scold me. It's all about on-site education." Just like that, the second-ranked S-class, Trembling Tornado, received her first beating in life, arranged by me. After a while, I saw that she had calmed down, so I let her go and said, let's leave it at that for today and be more polite when talking to others in the future. She covered her butt, her eyes red, glaring at me. Bastard. If you have guts, report your name. I laughed. My name is Fang, and I live in Z City. All right. Since you are from the Hero Association, remember to tell Explosion to settle my appearance fee. Explosion? Upon hearing that name, she was stunned, and she couldn't even be angry anymore. Is Explosion the one who sent you here? I rolled my eyes. Nonsense, if it weren't for that scoundrel screwing me over, I wouldn't have bothered to make this trip. She quickly asked, where's the Explosion? I said, that guy dropped me off in City A and then disappeared. Who knows where he went to have fun? All right, I really have to go now. Remember to remind him to send the money, otherwise when I see him next time, I'm definitely going to beat him up. After saying that, I flashed with a white light and flew straight back to City Z, leaving her all alone, confused and went. Let me tell you, ever since that day, this girl has been like a ghost, coming to find me in Z City whenever she has the chance. Every time she says she wants to take revenge, but in the end, she always ends up getting beaten by me, and then obediently takes the hits. As time went on, we got somewhat familiar with each other. However, it's strange that every time she comes over, my bald neighbor Saitama is conveniently not home. Time passed like this for about half a year, and now we're back to this scene. Just now, Fubuki was beaten by that big gorilla. Can Tornado, the ultimate sister complex, tolerate that? She floated up, radiating green light, and the killing intent made it feel like she was about to turn that armored gorilla into dust in the next second. I quickly wrapped my arms around her waist. Calm down, calm down. Girl, this guy is still useful to me. Let's spare his life for now. Useful? What use could he possibly have? Let go of me. I want to crush him into powder. No, I still need him to find the lair of the evolution house. If you kill him right away, where am I supposed to go? The tornado was still struggling. I don't care. I'm going to teach him a lesson first. I held her tightly. I hadn't even comforted her yet when that armored gorilla started to act recklessly on its own. I turned my head and shouted at him. Hey, take us to your headquarters, and I'll consider sparing you otherwise. As a result, this guy scoffed and spoke in a mechanical voice. Ding. Don't think that defeating me is something impressive. The Beast King, ranked second in the House of Evolution, will be here soon, and none of you will be able to escape. I advise you to surrender obediently, or when the Beast King arrives, you won't have it easy. I couldn't help but laugh at that moment. Even in this situation, he was still being stubborn. I opened up my aura completely, created a key blast in my hand, and grabbed his head. Listen here, Black Monkey, my patience is limited. I'll give you one more chance, or I'll let you experience what physical exorcism feels like. Got it? But he was still daydreaming. Ding. I'm not afraid of you. The Beast King is coming soon. The Beast King you mentioned, is it him? A bald guy, carrying a big eyeball with one hand, walked over, followed by a robot. Saitama and Genos had arrived. The armored gorilla glanced at the eyeball and tried to act tough. That's right, it's him. But the next second, he reacted and his tone instantly became humble. I'm sorry, I might have spoke a bit too loudly just now. I was wrong. I confess. Please spare my life. The speed of his change was incredible. Fubuki was stunned. Hey, aren't you a robot? How did you suddenly start talking? The gorilla awkwardly replied. Sorry. I'm not a robot. I was using a mechanical voice to look cool. Wow, this guy is just here playing cyber cosplay. Tornado looked at Saitama and Genos and asked me, who are these two? I said, the bald man is my neighbor, Saitama. The robot is his disciple, Genos. Neighbor? Strange. I've been to your house so many times. How come I've never seen him? Oh, every time you come over, he just happens to be out with something to do. I don't want to waste any more words. Looking at the armored gorilla, I said, all right, take us to your lair. As a result, this guy's theatrical tendencies kicked in again. Looking up at a 45-degree angle, he said in a very deep tone, my story? Well, that's a long one. Once upon a time, there was a genius named Kinos. As soon as I heard this, I thought it was off. Wasn't it just like what Genos said in the morning? After half an hour, I couldn't take it anymore and shot a key blast at his face. If what you say next can't be cut down to 50 words, I'll turn you to dust. Tornado exploded. Get out of the way, I'll handle this. The big gorilla was so scared he almost peed himself, speaking faster than a rapper. Sorry. In short, it's that Dr. Genos watched your video of fighting Mosquito Girl and is very interested in your bodies, especially that bald guy's body. So he sent us to bring you back for research. Why didn't you say that earlier? Didn't you ask me to clarify the background? I widened my eyes and said, what did you say? Never mind. It's nothing. I was just being talkative. I just released my chi and said to him, all right, lead the way. The three of us followed that cowardly gorilla straight to the lair of the evolution house. On the other side, at the headquarters of the evolution house, A doctor named Kinos was slamming his fists on the table, furious as he watched the life signals disappearing one by one on the surveillance screen. The elite team he had dispatched had been wiped out, except for the armored gorilla. A bunch of his clones were gathered there discussing, as if they were in a meeting. Finally, the doctor stood up, his expression resolute. Enough. I have decided to deploy the ultimate weapon of the evolution house, the Ashura rhinoceros beetle. As soon as he finished speaking, the base alarm went off. Alarm! Alarm! The target has appeared above the base. Kinos rushed to the control room and saw, to his surprise, that the four of us were standing on top of his building. He looked at the screen, still confident. Don't worry, my meticulously arranged 8-layer traps will be enough to deal with them. However, before he could finish his thought, there was a loud explosion. Janos immediately fired a burning cannon, flattening the entire 8 floors along with all the traps. In the monitoring room, Kinos and his clones stared at the ruins on the screen, their jaws nearly dropping to the floor. Immediately deactivate the control of the Ashura rhinoceros beetle. Dr. Kinos' voice was shaking. We went in through the big hole that Janos blasted open. Saitama was still there picking his nose and complaining, "This is so boring." It ended with just one shot. I said, "Don't rush. Generally speaking, the strong ones usually appear at the end." Before I could finish my sentence, I felt an overwhelming presence approaching at high speed. Something was coming. In an instant, a creature that looked like a giant beetle appeared in front of us, holding the barely alive Dr. Kinos. "Oh wow, we found a bald head and a pretty boy." The Ashura rhinoceros beetle grinned and then tossed the doctor aside, disappearing in an instant. Bang! Janos didn't even have time to react before he was slammed into the wall, completely wrecked. I exchanged glances with Saitama, and I thought to myself, why isn't this bald guy making a move since he's so close? Saitama was probably thinking, didn't you say you were coming? Why aren't you doing anything? Who understands what the family is going through? Janos, lying against the wall, must be feeling like he wants to die. That stag beetle struck successfully, completely disregarding us, grinning as he said, "All right, now it's your turn, pretty boy." As he spoke, his figure vanished again, aiming directly at me. He appeared behind me, just about to attack, when suddenly, it was as if he had been hit with the pause button. His movements froze. Then, just when we thought he was going to strike, he suddenly escaped back to his original spot at an even faster speed. I heard the system's prompt sound and laughed. Oh, quite perceptive, nose to run. At that moment, Ashura the rhinoceros beetle was drenched in cold sweat. Just as he was about to make a move, his sixth sense went off like crazy. His CPU felt like it was overheating, as if he could see himself dying without a complete corpse the next second he acted. He looked at me, then glanced at Saitama, and finally locked his target on the seemingly dull-headed bald guy. He tried to save face and shouted at me, Don't think I'm afraid of you. I just don't want to waste time on you. Bald guy, come with me." After saying that, he headed towards the combat room inside. Saitama looked at the hanging Genos on the wall. His face darkened. Damn, this guy actually turned Genos into a modern art piece. I'm going to beat him up. With that, he followed after. In the combat room, the two faced off. The rhinoceros beetle looked at Saitama with a mocking expression. "Bald guy, I can see you're strong." As soon as he finished speaking, he teleported behind Saitama. Just as he raised his fist, that damned sixth sense kicked in again. This time, the scene was even more terrifying, and he was scared back again, looking at us with horror. He completely broke down and shouted, "You two bastards! How did you get such strong power?" Saitama was taken aback for a moment and said, "You want to know? All right, I'll tell you." Genos was so excited to hear this. Just as Saitama was about to speak, I directly answered, "The secret to him getting stronger is that he has been exercising for 3 years. 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats every day, and then running 10 kilometers. Rain or shine, the price is that he lost his hair." Ding! The system prompt sounded again in a series. Genos immediately shouted, "Teacher Fang Xian, stop joking. This is just ordinary muscle training." But Saitama shrugged seriously. "He is not wrong. That is how I got stronger." At this point, Ashura the rhinoceros beetle completely exploded, feeling like he was being played, and a terrifying killing intent erupted from his whole body. "Damn it! How dare you toy with me?" Dr. Genus exclaimed. "Oh no, he is going to lose control. Since you won, tell me. Then forget it. Anyway, you can't be stronger than me. I'm very angry now, and I'm going to kill you all. Ashura mode, activate." The rhinoceros beetle's body began to swell, turning a purplish-black color. He pointed at Saitama and roared with a twisted face. "I'll kill you first, then go to the city to kill crazily. All the way until next Saturday." I tell you, when he said that this Saturday, it was ruined. Completely ruined. I watched in disbelief as Saitama, the bald guy who can knock out the universe with a single punch, completely froze. His CPU burned out on the spot, standing there motionless, his gaze blank. It wasn't because the stag beetle's aura was so strong, but because he remembered. Today, it's Saturday, the day of the supermarket's big sale. Bang! The stag beetle landed a solid punch on Saitama's face, but Saitama didn't even react. Little Jack was almost in tears beside me, grabbing my arm and asking, "Teacher Fang, has Saitama-sensei been scared silly? Let's go." I laughed at that moment and said, "Don't worry. What your teacher is thinking is much lamer than this." I thought I couldn't delay any longer. If I did, the supermarket would close. With a swoosh, I instantly appeared between the two of them, facing that big bug, and raised my hand to unleash a wave of energy. Let's go. In the next second, that so-called Azura master didn't even have time for a last word. I obliterated him. He vanished into thin air in a physical sense, not a trace left behind. Genos and that Dr. Kino were both left with their jaws almost on the ground. And guess what? This bald guy, Saitama, wasn't even mad that I stole his kill. He rushed over, grabbed my shoulder, and with an anxious expression, the first thing he said was, "Fang, did you bring your wallet?" What else can I say? I understand him too well. I patted my pocket. "I brought it. Let us go. If we don't hurry, the vegetables will be gone." Xiao Jin next to me was completely confused, his face written with "Who am I? Where am I?" I said to him irritably, "What else could it be? It's the supermarket discount day. Your teacher just burned out his CPU because of this. Hurry up, Saitama, clear the way." As soon as I finished speaking, there was a loud bang, and Saitama-sensei, in a hurry, directly opened a brand new door on the wall of the evolution house. We rushed out like a gust of wind, leaving Xiao Jie behind, questioning life while desperately chasing us with his flying device. As for Dr. Kinos, he was slumped on the ground, and I guess his worldview had completely collapsed. He must be thinking, what have I been doing with my life? Studying human evolution for so long, only to find out that in their eyes, it's even less important than rushing to the supermarket for a discounted cabbage. After we finished shopping and got home, with the air conditioning on, sipping on ice-cold cola, and lying on the sofa, I tell you, this is the life I want. Who understand the family? Just as I was getting comfortable, I thought about playing the new game I won in the afternoon lottery. But then my system, went dead again. I shouted for a long time with no response, probably sneaking off to upgrade again. This thing has a flaw. Every time it upgrades, it clears the emotional points I've worked hard to accumulate, like a gym trainer who runs away after signing you up. Luckily, I had the foresight this time and used them all up in advance, or I would have been in trouble. After waiting for more than an hour, the system finally came back to life, and sure enough, it had upgraded, even drawing a bunch of grand plans for me, like Majin Buu Infinite Cells, no side effects King Kai Fist, and so on. I couldn't be bothered to look and just told it to install the new game for me. Goodness, the name, GTA 6. This thing is a legendary masterpiece back in my hometown. Not even a trace of it until 2025, and here I am getting to play it. So I had to jump right in. Just when I was having a blast, I was still training. I was doing push-ups upside down with a 1,000-kilogram turtle shell on my back when I heard a loud knocking sound at the door. And Tornado's little ancestor's voice came from outside. "Fang, are you home? I'm coming in." Without waiting for me to speak, with a loud crash, she used her telekinesis to take off my front door as if unboxing a delivery, casually tossing it aside. She dragged her sister Fubuki in just like that. When Tornado saw my posture, she opened her mouth to mock. "What silly thing are you doing again?" I couldn't be bothered to argue with her, but her sister lit up the moment she heard I was training to get stronger. Tornado quickly intervened, saying my training method was too extreme. She had tried it once and almost got herself taken out in one morning. What were the two of them here for? It was just a follow-up on the promise I made to help Sue get stronger last time. Let me tell you, I've been so busy playing GTA these past few days that I completely forgot about it. I won't waste any time and directly pulled out a book titled Dumpling Superpower Training Manual from the system warehouse and threw it to Fubuki. She was so excited, hugging the manual and calling it her teacher. Tornado came over and asked if she could practice, and I said yes. But the effects wouldn't be as good as her sister's. After getting the manual, I thought they would leave, but then Fubuki suddenly said that in order to train better, she decided to move here from City A. As soon as I heard that, my mind went blank. Oh no, is this the rhythm of cohabitation? I immediately put on a facade of a righteous person and said sternly, "Oh, how can this be? A lonely man and a woman alone together. Although I am handsome and charming, I'm definitely not that kind of person." But let me tell you, while I was saying I didn't want it, my mouth was almost grinning all the way to my ears. As a result, Tornado exploded and roared at me like a little dinosaur. "What kind of beautiful thing are you thinking? You pervert. My sister is moving into the building across from you. Huh, is that so? This is a bit awkward. Tornado crossed her arms and added, and to prevent you from harassing my sister. Once I finish my current task, I will also move over to live here. I really can't believe it. I urged them to hurry up and put our door back so we could leave. I still need to train. As a result, Tornado directly played the blame game. You have to help my sister move the luggage upstairs first. Luggage? How much could there be? I walked to the door and looked downstairs, and I was completely shocked. There were several large trucks parked below, each one packed to the brim. I was stunned at that moment, pointing downstairs and asking her, "Are you sure this is moving? Or are you robbing them all?" Tornado confidently patted my shoulder and said, "You really don't understand women. Hurry up and help, or I'll keep bothering you all day and you won't be able to train." She also said that this trick was taught to her by Explosion and that it was the best way to deal with me. At that time, I cursed the ancestors of the bombers for 18 generations in my heart. A few days later, Saitama rushed to my house in a hurry. The news was on TV, reporting that a terrorist organization called the Peach Source Group had appeared in City F, all bald-headed people causing destruction everywhere. Saitama was furious, saying that these bastards were imitating his appearance to do bad things, seriously tarnishing the reputation of the bald-headed community, and had to go clean up the mess immediately. I was completely immersed in GTA at the time, so I had no time to pay attention to him. I nodded and said, "Yeah, it's an urgent situation. I support you, go ahead." Then I continued to control my character and speed through the game. That kid Genos has become smart now. Seeing that I was unresponsive, he leaned close to my ear and whispered, "Teacher Fang, I heard that all the games in F-City are now 20 off." I didn't even raise my eyelids. "So what?" "No," Genos emphasized, "not only are the games 20 off, but they also specially held a gaming competition today. The champion can not only get all the new games for free, but also a hefty cash prize." Bam! I suddenly stood up, down my drink in one gulp, and said with righteous indignation, "This matter is indeed very urgent. Saitama is my good friend and neighbor. How can I just sit back and watch those guys ruin his reputation? I'm definitely going to take care of this, and I'm heading out now. No yoke." Combining gaming and money, those two interests together means I have to go. I used my superpowers to take Saitama and Genos along, and conveniently picked up Fubuki, who had just stepped out. The four of us flew towards City F at lightning speed. What was originally a 5-hour journey, I completed in just 45 minutes. As soon as we landed, I immediately started deploying the plan. "All right, the T-Gen group is over there. Saitama, Genos, you guys go handle it. Fubuki and I will head to another battlefield. We regroup at 8 p.m. Let's go." After saying that, I grabbed the Still Days Fubuki and headed straight for the game store that Genos mentioned. Just as we left, Saitama spotted a huge banner at a supermarket entrance advertising a 30-off sale. His eyes instantly lit up, and he said to Genos, "Genos, there's another battle I must go to over there." And then he disappeared. Genos was left alone, looking bewildered in the wind. That scene was like a world-famous painting. The Joker is myself. Meanwhile, the T-Gen group had already been sliced up by a ninja named Sonic. Their leader, Hammerhead, realized he couldn't win and turned to run. But the direction he chose happened to lead straight to the game store where I was. I've gone crazy in the game store, easily winning matches and shopping like mad. I bought everything, including the sequel to Source Certain Void and Memories of Autumn. Just when I was happily stocking up, a hand slapped my shoulder. I instinctively dodged, and the person missed and directly asked, "Hey kid, have you seen a bald guy?" I turned around and saw a somewhat feminine-looking guy. He asked me about the bald head, and I instinctively thought of Saitama. The guy noticed I seemed to be pondering and assumed I knew him, so he continued to ask, "Do you know him?" "Of course I do," I said. "He has been my neighbor and friend for several years, coming to my house for meals every day." "Is that so?" The guy looked particularly happy after hearing that and asked, "So if you were kidnapped, would he come to rescue you?" I thought to myself, with my current combat power, who could possibly kidnap me? But considering Saitama's personality, having eaten so much of my food, he should come, right? So I nodded seriously. "I think he will come to save me." "Really? That's great." The person smiled so brightly, and in the next second, with a swift motion, a knife was pressed against my neck, and with a grin, he said, "Sorry, you are now being kidnapped by me." I felt a chill on my neck and turned around to see this guy's face clearly. Good grief, isn't this the Sonic the Hedgehog? The ultimate unlucky guy who later got smashed in an important part by Saitama in the original work. At that moment, I had just one thought in my mind. "No way, sir, you can get kidnapped like this?" At that time, I was living in Bungbu and thought to myself, I am too familiar with this guy's future storyline. I turned to him and looked at him sincerely. "Hey, can I ask you something?" Sonic was probably seeing such a calm hostage for the first time, paused for a moment, and actually responded, "What is it?" I cleared my throat and asked with a serious expression, "Are those 2 eggs? Well cooked?" Goodness, he was immediately stunned, his face full of confusion. Just during his moment of daze, I flicked my wrist, and his flimsy rope broke apart like it was made of paper. Let me tell you, I didn't even feel any restraint. By the time he realized what was happening, I was already standing up. When he saw the hostage had escaped, he panicked and charged my neck with a knife. But his so-called speed was nothing but slow motion in my eyes. I slightly tilted my body, and the tip of the knife brushed past my clothes. Impossible. His eyes widened like saucers. How can your speed be faster than mine? I couldn't help but laugh at that moment. Dude, with your sonic speed, I can't even hear a sound over here. He still wouldn't accept it, shouting, "I am a mighty Sonic." Then he turned into a black shadow and swooshed in with several slashes. As for me, I just dodged like I was taking a stroll, swaying left and right to avoid all his attacks. Ding. Wow. The system notification sound rang in my head. This guy just contributed 9,999 emotional points to me. He's practically a walking emotional package. Watching him spin around like a top endlessly, I got annoyed. When he slashed at me again, I simply extended 2 fingers and, with a snap, caught his blade. He was instantly frozen, managing to utter 2 words, "Nanny." With a slight exertion of my finger, there was a snap, and his proud steel knife broke into 2 pieces. I told you it wouldn't work, yet you insisted on fighting. Isn't that a bit too much? I sighed, feeling like I was educating a naughty child. Before he could recover from the shock of his broken knife, my fist was already on its way. The wind from my punch scared him so much that his face turned pale and he didn't dare to move. Of course, I wasn't going to kill him. Just an inch from his forehead, I transformed my punch into a finger and gently flicked it against his forehead. Huh! Just like that, Sonic flew back like a cannonball, crashing against the wall with a bang, then slid down weakly and fainted. I clapped my hands, done. I turned around and continued to shop in the game store. The staff and customers had already been scared away. After I finished grabbing the games, I placed the money on the counter and then headed out with my bags to find Fubuki. Meanwhile, on Saitama's side, things were also wrapped up. By the time Genos arrived at the supermarket, the hammerhead was already lying on the ground, smoking with a bump on its head. This guy Genos, let me tell you, his imagination skills are absolutely S-rank. As soon as he saw the scene, he immediately started his reading comprehension. So that it. Saitama-sensei had already predicted that the leader of the Tao Yuan group would be here. So he went straight for the jugular. Truly the teacher with foresight. I didn't see it at all. Saitama, holding a shopping bag, looked guilty and didn't understand what Genos was saying, urging him, "Stop talking. Quickly help me carry the stuff. Let us hurry and leave." He was afraid that if they didn't leave soon, they would be caught for not paying. Early the next morning, while I was still in a dream, Saitama pulled me up. He was sitting in my house with a serious expression, resting his chin on his hands, looking as if he was about to announce the end of the world. "Fang, I thought about it all night yesterday and found a huge problem." Hearing this, Genos immediately went on high alert, his expression serious as he analyzed. Even Saitama-sensei thought about it for a long time. Could it be that a monster has appeared that even the teacher cannot solve? I'm curious too. What troubles could a bald guy have? Guess what he said? "I've been a hero for 3 years, fought so many monsters, and yet I don't have a single fan. Not only am I broke, but my reputation has also been ruined by those cosplayers. This doesn't make sense." Saitama looked pained, feeling like the sky was falling down. I was like, the subway old man's phone. "JPG, is this it? Just for this little thing, you called me up?" I almost kicked him out. As a result, Genos seriously agreed. This is indeed a tricky problem. I looked at these 2 lively characters, my temples throbbing. Just as I was about to explode, the door opened, and Fubuki walked in. "Good morning, Teacher Fang." She greeted us all, but she completely overlooked Saitama, leaving him feeling quite wronged. After listening to Saitama's troubles, Fubuki pointed out the problem directly. "You think being a hero is just a hobby, so you've never registered with the Hero Association, right?" With one sentence, she awakened both Saitama and Genos. It turns out that being a hero requires proper registration. Saitama immediately got excited. "Fang, let's go register together." "No, Irafuza. I'm not interested in fame," Saitama replied. He then tried to persuade Genos. But Genos stood firm with his principles. "My character is that of a lone wolf who upholds justice." Saitama's eyes lit up. "As long as you come with me, I'll let Fang teach you a couple of moves. Character is dead, but people are alive. Teacher Saitama, let's set off." Genos' change of expression was astonishing. I was stunned at the time. Wait, why did this involve me? Just then, Fubuki casually said, wait a minute. You guys don't know that teacher Fang has actually registered a long time ago, right? What? X3 now, it was my turn to be confused. When did I register? How come I didn't know about it? Seeing my bewildered expression, Fubuki was also taken aback. Huh? Teacher, you don't even know? Then she started explaining, saying that not only had I registered, but I was also the most special S-rank number 0 of the Hero Association, codenamed Strongest Warrior. It was guaranteed by the top S-rank explosion hero and her sister, Tornado. After listening, I was completely stunned. You explosive guy, you tornado girl. You actually teamed up to give me a cyber work experience without even notifying me? Just wait, the day I get teleportation. I'll chase you down everywhere to blow you up. And that little girl Tornado, next time we meet, your butt better be open up like a flower. Wait a minute, I just realized, since I'm an S-class, why have I never received any missions? Fubuki couldn't explain it either and suggested I go directly to the association headquarters to ask. All right then, let us make a trip. When Saitama and Genos heard about it, they got even more excited and insisted on going with me to make a cool entrance. So, the four of us headed to the Hero Association headquarters in City A. Saitama's physical test was explosive. In 30 seconds of repeated side hops, he was so fast that only after images remained. In the 1,500-meter run, as soon as the examiner shouted start, he was already at the finish line. Every event shattered the Hero Association's historical records. A high-ranking official in the monitoring room saw me and was so shocked that he jumped up from his chair. My goodness, how did he come here? The people next to him, could they be his disciples? After the tests, the four of us were taken to a conference hall to listen to a newcomer-esque lecture. The lecturer was an A-class hero named Snake, who immediately tried to establish his authority by emphasizing that he was an A-class hero. What happened? Saitama was chewing gum, Genos was meditating with his eyes closed, Fubuki was touching up her makeup, and I had my feet up on the table, starting to play a game. That guy turned green with envy. He looked at the materials in his hand and found only Saitama-S and Genos-S files. Fubuki was a veteran employee, which meant I was definitely the loser who snuck in to become a hero, but failed the test. Found the target. He cleared his throat, jumped on the table to perform a set of snakebite fist moves, and then seriously said to me, young man, I understand your desire to become a hero, but you didn't pass the assessment, so you should go home and train for another 2 years. I didn't even raise my eyelids. Are you talking to me? He nodded. Oh, I said lightly, I just registered a bit earlier. Let me tell you, Snake's expression at that time was like he had swallowed a fly. Awkward enough to dig out a 3-bedroom apartment with his toes. Later, he went back to the office and complained to the leaders about our lack of manners, especially Saitama. Then the leader said quietly, Snake, that newcomer named Genos was directly rated S-class. That bald guy Saitama broke all the records in the association's physical tests. And their master is the one you just lectured, the gamer, the S-class rank 0, the strongest warrior, Fang. Snake's coffee cup clattered to the ground, and he was completely stunned. After leaving the association, we returned to City Z. 3 days passed just like that. Then this morning, while I was still sleeping, suddenly bang, thud, boom, 3 loud noises, and my door was kicked in, flying right at my face. Hey, Tornado, let us talk calmly, don't be impulsive. I hurriedly steadied a robot next to me dressed in a maid outfit while shouting. Tornado was glowing green, hovering in midair, her eyes filled with killing intent. And she asked me in a trembling, lowly voice, clarify, where did this woman come from? I was speechless at the time. Sister, could you at least look clearly before you enter? This all started 3 days ago. I returned from the association and won a maid robot in a lottery, equipped with artificial intelligence, capable of doing all household chores without needing to recharge. I named her Poo Poo and had her clean a house. However, last night, for some reason, the robot ended up on my bed after finishing the cleaning. To make matters worse, Tornado came to find me early this morning, and without needing to use her superpowers to sneak in, she walked in and saw me lying on the bed with a woman. Family, who understands? This misunderstanding escalated quickly. She didn't even realize it was a robot and blew up. The commotion was so loud that it attracted Saitama, Genos, and Fubuki. When Genos saw the scene, he started imagining. I get it. Teacher Fang personal conduct has become problematic, and he was caught red-handed by his wife. Fubuki nodded along. So, sister and teacher have this kind of relationship. Should I call him brother-in-law from now on? As soon as those words were said, both Tornado and I turned pale. I quickly used my superpower to pin Genos to the ground. Shut up, Tornado, blushing, shouted at Fubuki. What nonsense are you saying? Who cares about this pervert? I hurriedly explained. I said, little lowly, take a closer look. She is a robot. Tornado was taken aback for a moment, flew over and inspected carefully, and found that it was indeed made of metal. Her face flushed red instantly, and she awkwardly said in a low voice, how would I know this? I looked at her and couldn't help but feel both angry and amused. Come on, I'm such a clean and self-restrained person. What are you thinking? Can you please see clearly before you make a move next time? And what happened? We were like a renovation crew. One of us huffing and puffing to patch the wall while the other struggled to install the door. It was ridiculous. Just as this incident was settling down, Tornado, that little ancestor, came back with a vengeance, insisting on sparring with me to test my limits. Let me tell you, she dragged me to a deserted wasteland where no birds would poop, and there were Saitama, Fubuki, and Genos, each with their own little stool. No, each with their own sunshade, sitting there like VIPs watching a show. Tornado floated in the air, her little face taut. Fang, I know you're strong, but I'm not a pushover. Show me your full strength. Folks, who understands? I was thinking at that moment, if I unleash my full power, will there even be a show to watch? It would be over before it even began. I could only helplessly shrug. All right. Let us just consider this a live demonstration for your sister and Genos. But I promise I'll only use my superpowers just enough to make a point. But she wasn't having it, looking at me as if she wanted to see where my limits truly lay. I shook my head inside. My limits? I didn't even know where they were myself. Just as she finished speaking, without another word, she unleashed her ultimate move. With a thunderous boom, hundreds of massive rocks, like little mountains, instantly floated into the air and came crashing down on me. The scene looked like the apocalypse. I just quietly watched her performance, not moving an inch. When the first wave of probing failed, she became even more determined. I'm telling you, the absurdity began. The entire ground started to shake violently. She actually used telekinesis to flip the several kilometers of land beneath us upside down. That's right, I mean literally flipping the ground like a pancake, trying to bury me alive. This move was truly insane. Genos, who was watching from the side, almost dropped his jaw, and Fubuki had a serious expression. My sister is really going all out. But for me, it was just a drizzle. Just as she was crazily scanning with her psychic power, trying to confirm where I was buried, I'd already silently appeared behind her. With a simple afterimage and breath concealment, her psychic power couldn't lock onto me at all. I made a hand gesture with my right hand, gently resting it on her neck, and whispered in her ear, "Little lowly, the game is over." She suddenly turned her head back, looking completely stunned. I casually ruffled her green, curly hair. It felt pretty nice. Then I started my teaching session. You see, the biggest weakness of a superpower user is their brain. As long as this is attacked, you're instantly done for, got it? She couldn't take this in at all, her little face turning bright red as she struggled desperately in my grip. Let go. Don't touch my head. I won't grow tall. After finally breaking free, she tried to punch me, but ended up hitting herself, her little hand turning red in an instant. It hurt just to watch, and I added also, you fragile mages should never engage in close combat. Otherwise, it's just giving yourself away. After saying that, I couldn't be bothered to waste more time with her. I simply clamped her under my arm like a briefcase and swiftly flew in front of Saitama and the others. She was flailing under my arm, yelling, "You bastard, let me go." The scene was hilarious. Once we landed, I set her down and began to review with Fubuki and Genos. Did you all understand? When you encounter a superpower user in the future, don't hesitate. Seize the opportunity and strike at their head to defeat them in one move. Fubuki, eager to learn, raised her hand and asked, "Teacher, what if we don't have your strength?" I replied, "Then create the opportunity. Fast, accurate, and ruthless. Remember these 3 words." Just as I was getting into it, a resentful voice came from under my arm. "Are you done talking?" I looked down and realized, oh my gosh, I forgot. I was still pinching Tornado. Her little face was already red to the point of almost bleeding, in front of her sister and outsiders. Being pinched like this made her lose all her dignity as an S-ranked hero. I quickly let her down and scratched my head, saying, sorry, I accidentally forgot." She pouted and tidied her clothes, muttering under her breath, "This guy is definitely doing it on purpose." After this incident, Tornado initially wanted to stay a few more days, but the association called her back. Before leaving, she specifically instructed Fubuki to keep an eye on me and not let me associate with unsavory women. I thought, besides you 2 sisters, who else do I have around me? Life returned to normal. But just a couple of days later, something happened in City C. Fubuki has a group of B-ranked heroes under her, right? A bunch of them, dressed in suits, looking like a gang. There were more than 20 of them surrounding a C-ranked wanted criminal, and it was supposed to be a straightforward situation. But instead of capturing the criminal, they started having a tea party, discussing how much they missed Lady Fubuki, completely ignoring the criminal. The criminal, who also had a bad temper, got furious and pulled out a few Molotov cocktails, ready to fight back. Of course, he was swiftly subdued by 20B ranked heroes, who made him unable to take care of himself. Just as they were about to wrap things up, an alarm went off, and a ghost-level fan monster appeared. This was a big deal. The Fubuki group usually bullied low-level characters, but facing a ghost-level monster was like delivering food. In less than 10 minutes, all 20 of them were scattered on the ground, defeated by a single fan. Just when the leader was closing his eyes, waiting for the end, Fubuki descended from the sky. Her subordinates, as if they had been injected with adrenaline, instantly revived and cheered wildly from the sidelines. Fubuki was also full of confidence. After training with me for so long, she felt ready. Remembering my teachings, she decided to go all out from the start. Ultimate move, Hellstorm. I have to say, her move has improved significantly compared to before. The storm she conjured, filled with countless fragments of stone and debris, rushed forward with great momentum. And the result? That fan monster simply turned the propeller on its head to the maximum, and with a whoosh, it blew out an even fiercer hurricane that directly dispersed her Hellstorm. Goodness! It was as if the mage had encountered a magic-resistant unit. Her abilities were completely countered. At that moment, I was up in the sky, watching the show while holding onto the tornado. She was anxious and insisted on going down to help, but I held her back firmly. Don't rush. Have a bit of faith in your sister. This is her chance to grow. The blizzard on the ground was indeed calm. Her mind was racing, and she quickly found the key to breaking the deadlock. Since it was a fan monster, wouldn't its weakness be the blades? With that thought, she took a deep breath, braced against a strong wind, and charged forward, launching another Hellstorm. But this time, her target was not the monster itself, but the rapidly spinning blades above its head. The battle of superpowers is a battle of willpower. She forcefully resisted the other party's wind force with her telekinesis to twist those few blades. With a few crisp cracks, the blades broke upon impact. The monster instantly fell silent. The blizzard seized the opportunity, used her last bit of strength, and unleashed a hellstorm that completely knocked it down to the ground. I did it. She panted heavily, looking at her achievement with disbelief on her face. I descended from the sky with a tornado, just about to compliment her. Well done. But before I could finish my sentence, the defeated fan monster's wires began to wriggle, and surprisingly, it reattached its broken blades and stood up again. It even wanted to deliver a villainous resurrection speech. I might have to thank you. Now, I'm stronger. I was annoyed at the time, wondering where all that nonsense came from. I raised my hand and unleashed a key blast with a loud bang. That fan monster didn't even finish a complete line before being reduced to molecules, turning to dust. Regeneration ability? I wonder how you're going to recover now. I retracted my hand and said nonchalantly. The members of the Blizzard group had their jaws dropped, looking at me as if I were a deity. They were probably thinking, who is this guy? Even the S-Class second-ranked tornado was taken down by him under his arm. Could he be the legendary explosion? Just then, Saitama, that bald guy in a battle suit, arrived late, panting as he asked, why are you all here? I just saw a monster on TV. Where's the monster? I pointed to a small pile of ash on the ground and said, sorry, you're late. We've already dealt with it. Saitama had that expression, looking just like a subway old man checking his phone. Meanwhile, at the Hero Association headquarters, a high-level meeting was taking place. A group of bigwigs was listening to reports from various cities. City Q? The dog hero said there was nothing wrong. City Y? No abnormalities. The process was painfully dull. It wasn't until they discussed City Z that the atmosphere became tense. City Z, where we live, is a major disaster area for monster attacks. One executive said, we've already dispatched A-Class Heroes Golden Ball and Spring Mustache to investigate. The president waved his hand directly. Let them come back. There's no need to investigate the situation in City Z. Everyone was stunned. The president cleared his throat and began listing names. The S-Class Rank 0 hero lives there. The newly promoted S-Class Genos also lives there. That record-breaking Saitama also lives there. Oh, right, the S-Class Rank 2 Tornado just submitted an application to move to City Z, saying she wants to find that Rank 0 hero. To train? The entire conference room fell silent in a terrifying way. These high-level officials were probably thinking, with the combat power configuration in City Z, it's not just luxurious. It's simply outrageous. This isn't a monster disaster zone. This is clearly a monster forbidden zone. Meanwhile, the two A-Class heroes, Golden Ball and Spring Mustache, had just arrived in City Z. They were lucky enough to encounter a monster right away, a guy covered in seaweed. Let us call him Seaweed Man. The two quietly followed him. Golden Ball pulled out his specially made slingshot and whispered to his partner, "Be careful, this guy is not simple. I'll strike first." He drew back the slingshot, aimed at Seaweed Man, and confidently shouted, "Try my special memory gold bullet that can penetrate 20 centimeters of steel." With a whoosh, the gold bullet flew through the air. And what happened? Seaweed Man didn't even turn his head. He simply flicked the seaweed on his body, and with a snap, he sent that impressive gold bullet flying. Golden Ball was instantly dumbfounded, completely petrified. The attack he was so proud of was easily neutralized by a piece of seaweed. He felt he had received the greatest humiliation of his career. Just as he was questioning his life, Infinite Seaweed had turned around with a strange smile, and the countless seaweeds on his body surged toward the two like venomous snakes. Let me tell you, when that kelp monster turned around, the scene was incredible. Countless strips of kelp came rushing over like they were alive, a dark mass charging forward. Springbeard was so nimble, he dodged with a quick move. But poor my brother with the golden ball, just a second ago he was boasting about being able to penetrate a 20-centimeter steel plate, and the next second, his right foot got tangled up by the kelp that popped up from the ground, and then he was sent flying like his golden ball whoosh, crashing to the ground and fainting on the spot, instant KO. Wow. His teammate went down in a second, and Springbeard saw this and thought, "All right, it's my turn." His movements were so flashy, he pulled out a small handkerchief from his chest pocket, flicked it outward, and bam, it transformed into a shiny western sword like magic. The kelp monster didn't care about his showmanship. The kelp came attacking in waves, but Springbeard was truly skilled, moving like a monkey, his sword dancing swiftly, blocking all the attacks. The kelp monster was a bit impressed, saying, "Oh, you're a bit better than that shiny guy from before." But that was just a momentary compliment. The next second things got serious. Springbeard knew he couldn't drag it out, so he held back his big move and shouted, "Step into the storm of wrath." Let me tell you, the aura he exuded, the western sword in his hand instantly surged, poking forward like a spear, its power looking much more ferocious than the golden ball's bullets. And what happened? Whoosh, he missed. The kelp monster sidestepped and dodged, and Springbeard, overexerting himself, stumbled and nearly lost his balance, making the situation quite awkward. He felt a jolt in his heart, realizing that this creature was stronger than him. He couldn't win. He had to call for help. On the surface, he continued to chat casually with the kelp monster, but secretly pressed the communicator to send a distress signal to the Hero Association. But before he could chat for long, the kelp monster, not being foolish, saw right through him. Despicable human. His scheme exposed, Springbeard could only grit his teeth and engage in close combat, stalling for every second he could. They fought for a full half hour. Springbeard was exhausted, his clothes tattered, gasping for breath and lamenting. "I finally understand. Z City is truly a cursed place. Even if the housing prices were given away for free, nobody would want them, and just stepping outside you can encounter such strong monsters." After saying this, he rolled his eyes and collapsed to the ground, fainting. The kelp monster, having won, was quite self-absorbed, complaining. So boring, not even a scream to be heard. He thought that this lousy place had no one, he wouldn't get famous, so he had to go to the residential area to make a big splash. Just as he was about to set off, he suddenly heard two people talking behind him. "Fang, are we having hot pot tonight or any other dishes?" "No, we're having hot pot. What else do you want?" "Well, it seems so, but I feel like 4 people just eating hot pot is a bit monotonous." All right. When we get back, I'll make you some desserts. Is that okay?" Let me tell you, these two people are Fang and Chiyu, who just came back from grocery shopping. As they turned a corner, they were met with a sight. 3 parties staring at each other in disbelief. Lying on the ground were 2 A-grade heroes, and in front of them stood a seaweed monster. The seaweed monster even laughed. "Oh, before heading to the residential area, I can play a bit more." He truly didn't realize who he had encountered. As a result, Teacher Chiyu looked at the seaweed monster. His eyes suddenly brightened, and he slapped his thigh. "I remember now. We forgot to buy seaweed." After saying that, his dead fish eyes immediately locked onto the infinite seaweed. And Fang beside him also revealed the same expression. And then there was nothing more. According to the A-grade heroes who arrived later to provide support, by the time they got there, only the golden ball and spring mustache were lying down, along with a mess of seaweed leaves scattered all over the ground. That night at Fang's house, Chiyu, Genos, Fubuki, and Fang gathered around a hot pot singing songs. And there was an extra plate of cold seaweed salad on the table. Who understands family? This was truly a case of local sourcing. A few days later, Fang Xian's house was bustling. Tornado, that little ancestor, didn't know what got into her and actually moved over from City A, insisting on staying at Fang Xian's house instead of next to her sister Fubuki. Fang Xian obviously wasn't having it, but Tornado directly tore down doors, broke walls, and created chaos, physically moving in. Fang Xian was truly at his wit's end and had no choice but to let her stay. Can you believe it? In a small, shabby room, there were 3 S-grade heroes, 1 A-grade, and 1 B-grade bald man whose strength far exceeded that of S-grade. Genos was analyzing data on his laptop when he suddenly said, as expected of teacher Chiyu, he has quickly risen from the bottom of B-grade to 25th place. Chiyu, lounging on the sofa, glanced at him. Genos, why does it feel so strange to hear you, an S-grade hero, praise me like this? After saying that, he commanded the robot maid, Poo-poo, bring me a bottle of soda. After drinking the soda, Chiyu looked refreshed. Indeed, summer is all about enjoying air conditioning and cold soda at Fang Xian's house. Over there, Fubuki curiously asked Genos, Genos, has your ranking changed? Genos shook his head. I'm still the last among S-grade heroes. Chiyu patted his shoulder like an elder. Genos, even if you start at high point, you still need to work hard. But then Genos' next sentence directly broke Chiyu's defense. However, teacher, in the popularity ranking held by the public, I'm already ranked 6th. Puffed. Chiyu almost spat out his soda, and the can in his hand crumpled with a snap. What are you talking about? He dashed to the computer, looking at all the praises for Genos online. Prince Genos is not only handsome, but also an S-grade hero from the start. He is the perfect hero model. Although Prince Genos has a blank expression, he is so cool. Genos continued to recite these compliments expressionlessly, while Chiyu's face turned green from listening, feeling extremely frustrated inside. Damn it. Why aren't these praises for me? His nickname, Bald Caped Hero, was simply being publicly executed compared to Genos' Prince Genos. Just when Chiyu was questioning life. Ring, ring, ring. Genos' communicator rang. The Hero Association headquarters was calling for a gathering. He said goodbye to his teachers and left. Just as he stepped out, Tornado's phone started ringing incessantly. But that little ancestor was too engrossed in her game, finding it annoying, turned to glance at the phone, and with a bang, the phone was blown up by her telekinesis. All right, it's quiet now. Let us continue. Fang Xian looked at the ruined phone, his mouth twitching, not daring to make a sound, because this lady was already upset from losing in the game. On the other side, when Genos arrived at the Hero Association headquarters, he was stunned. The entire headquarters building looked like it had been emptied. Not a single person was in sight, except for an old man in a training outfit standing in the lobby. Strange, where did everyone go? Genos looked confused. The old man spoke. Everyone has already gone to take shelter. Shelter? What happened? A disaster rated as dragon level is about to descend. Upon hearing this, Genos thought, isn't this just right? As long as we defeat the monster, it will be fine, right? But the old man shook his head. No, that is impossible. Genos was even more confused. By the way, who are you? The old man smiled. I am Bang, the S-grade hero ranked 3rd, Silver Fawn. Upon hearing this, Genos quickly bowed. Bang waved his hand and directly dropped a bombshell. This dragon-level disaster is not a monster, but a massive meteorite that will crash into City Z in 30 minutes. Preliminary calculations suggest that the entire City Z will cease to exist. Genos exploded on the spot. Wait, you said the meteorite will land in City Z. He felt a jolt in his heart. Bad news. The teachers are still at Fang Xian's house, enjoying air conditioning and watching TV, completely unaware of this. Then why didn't I see any evacuation notice? Because it can only be detected 30 minutes prior. The headquarters probably just started sending out messages now. Genos was completely anxious. There wasn't enough time for the citizens to evacuate. He looked at Bang. What do you plan to do? Bang looked indifferent. My dojo is right here. I will not leave. After saying that, he assumed a stance and asked Genos if he was interested in learning his flowing rock smash fist. Genos had no time to listen to this, directly refusing and turning to run. At this moment, City Z was in complete chaos, with a mass exodus happening, and the roads were clogged. Genos, holding a rookie suitcase, was parkouring on top of the congested traffic, desperately trying to contact Fang Xian with his communicator. But strangely, he could not get through to Fang Xian. He had no idea that Fang Xian's phone had long been physically destroyed by Tornado, who was losing in the game. He then called Chiyu, but Chiyu was watching TV and didn't have his phone with him. Unable to reach his teacher, Genos could only grit his teeth and go in alone. He tossed the suitcase, which instantly transformed into a brand new set of armor on him. Just as he jumped onto a tall building, Preparing to unleash his ultimate move, a super cool mecha flew down from the sky and landed on a nearby rooftop. Genos recognized it. Wasn't he the S-grade hero ranked 6th, Metal Knight? He hurried over. Mr. Metal Knight, please lend me a hand. But the response was simply, I refuse. Genos was stunned. Why? Metal Knight calmly replied, I'm only here to test a new weapon. This meteorite just happens to be a perfect subject for experimentation. The experiment he mentioned was his remotely controlled robot. As they spoke, the sky darkened, and a massive meteorite, resembling the sun, had penetrated the atmosphere, descending with a destructive momentum. Metal Knight immediately activated all firepower. Get out of the way, rookie. Let me show you the power of my new weapon. Countless missiles shot toward the meteorite, creating a scene like rain. And the result? With a thunderous explosion, the dust settled, and the meteorite was completely unharmed, as if it had just been stung by a few mosquitoes, without even a scratch. Metal Knight was somewhat dissatisfied. TSK. It's much harder than I expected. The alarms on Genos' suit started counting down, with less than a minute remaining. He couldn't worry about that anymore. He didn't know when Bang had also followed him and was beside him offering encouragement. Don't think too much, just be casual and do it. Hearing this, Genos felt it made sense. He ripped open his shirt, revealing the machine core inside, channeling all energy into his brand new arm. Mr. Bang, get down, Genos shouted, with only one thought in mind, to dedicate all his energy to this attack. Full power, burning cannon. With a massive boom, a scorching shock wave slammed straight toward the meteorite, causing the rooftop beneath him to crack from the recoil. However, the meteorite continued on its path, completely unaffected. Damn it, it's useless, Genos shouted in despair. He was out of energy, collapsing to his knees, and the final countdown began. He said to Bang, Mr. Bang, hurry and escape. But Bang did not move. Instead, he assumed the stance for the water flow rock smash fist, his aura surging. I won't be leaving. Finally, let me show you the power of the water flow rock smash fist. Just as Bang was about to strike, a bald man in a brown superhero suit suddenly jumped onto the building. Old man, I'll leave it to you to take care of Genos. Bang was stunned. Who are you? A hero. Genos turned around and exclaimed in surprise, Saitama-sensei. Saitama looked up at the sky and shouted, Fang, are you sure that if I smash the meteorite, the rest is up to you? In the sky, Fang was floating there, accompanied by Tornado. He gave an okay gesture and replied loudly, That's right. Hurry up and take action. After dealing with this, I still need to go back to cook lunch. Genos looked at his two teachers descending from the sky, and the despair on his face instantly turned into confidence. As for how they arrived just in time, that story starts a few minutes earlier. At Fang house, he was playing video games with Tornado. Let me tell you, playing games with Tornado is pure torture. It took them 25 tries to clear a level, and Fang looked at her with disdain, like a pure gaming black hole. Just as he was about to go cook, he heard Saitama asking Fubuki, Is the dragon level disaster very serious? Fubuki was doing a whole science popularization when Saitama pointed at the TV and said, It just reported that a huge meteorite is heading towards City Z. The Hero Association has classified it as dragon level. Upon hearing this, Fang exclaimed, Damn, I was so focused on playing games that I completely forgot about this. Tornado also realized, no wonder the communicator had been ringing earlier. Fang made a quick decision. Saitama, quickly change your clothes. Tornado also flew up. On the way, Fang arranged the plan. Saitama, when the time comes, use all your strength to smash the meteorite, and I'll take care of the meteorite fragments. Tornado beside them was a bit dissatisfied. Why not me? I directly laid it all out for her, saying that since we both got involved, she could just be a spectator and cheer for us. This made the little tsundere extremely angry, but there was no time to waste. So the three of us quickly flew over to Genos. Let me tell you, when we arrived, the scene was truly spectacular. The old man Bongu on the ground was dumbfounded, his mouth agape, as if he could fit an egg in it, probably wondering in his mind, who are these two? The one flying in the sky. Oh my God, isn't that a tornado over there? Just when the old man's CPU was about to overheat, Saitama had already started. With a push of his legs, he shot up like a firecracker, zooming towards the massive meteor that blotted out the sun. A white trail was left behind in the sky. He let out a thunderous roar. You shall not fall into my city. In the next moment, his fist made intimate contact with the meteor. Boom! Family, who understands? That was earth-shattering. The meteor, which had been unscathed by missiles and lasers before, instantly shattered like a glass ball under Saitama's punch, cracking, and then exploding into a sky full of fireworks. The old man Bongu's jaw almost dislocated. One punch. Just one punch shattered it? My goodness. But those fragments. That's right, the problem arose. The meteor was destroyed, but thousands of burning stones were falling like dumplings. If they hit, City Z would turn into the surface of the moon. Bongu quickly positioned himself to protect Genos. Don't move, I'll handle it. Genos remained quite calm. It's fine, old man. These will be gone soon. Just as he finished speaking, it was my turn to step in. I hovered in midair, clasped my hands at my waist, and facing that meteor shower, I gathered my energy, shouting, Kamehameha. A bright blue energy beam shot out from my hands like a roaring dragon. The scene was simply too cool. Wherever the beam went, those meteor fragments didn't even have time to make a sound before evaporating into cosmic dust. By the time I finished my attack, the sky was clear. The sun was shining, as if the apocalyptic crisis moments ago had just been an illusion. The citizens of City Z, who hadn't managed to escape and were waiting with their eyes closed for death, were all dumbfounded. 1 second they thought they were doomed, and the next second they were saved, each of them feeling like they were in a dream. We slowly descended, and Genos hurried over. Master Fang, Master Saitama, thank you so much. As Tornado landed, she immediately saw Bang and shouted, Hey, old man Bang, you're here too. The old man chuckled, you girl. Can't you just call me properly? Tornado didn't care and directly confronted him. Since you're here, why don't you take action? This thing isn't difficult for you, right? Bang shrugged. I was just about to go, but you guys arrived, so I didn't have the chance to show off. Saying that, he looked at me and Saitama with curiosity. How should I address you two, young men? Fang, Saitama. Upon hearing this, the old man's eyes lit up, and he immediately demonstrated the starting stance for the flowing rock smash fist, launching into his promotional speech. I see that you two young men have remarkable physiques, truly a rare talent for martial arts. I have a set of unparalleled martial arts skills. Would you like to learn? Saitama and I said in unison, not interested. Don't want to. The old man immediately became emo. A few days later, the news came out. Goodness, it made me so angry. The host on TV was seriously spouting nonsense. Thanks to the joint efforts of S-Class heroes Silver Fang, Metal Knight, Devil Gao Gao, and B-Class hero Baldy Cape, the meteor crisis in City Z has been successfully resolved. I tell you, this official announcement attributes the credit for defeating the meteorite to the Metal Knight for weakening it first, allowing Saitama to smash it by chance. As for me, I became a mysterious person, and they couldn't even be bothered to give me a hero title. Genos was immediately unhappy. If the association had contacted the teachers from the beginning, the meteorite wouldn't have even entered the atmosphere. Saitama was more concerned about another matter. Wait, we made such a big fuss, did our ranks go up? Genos checked. Yes, my rank went from S-Class 17 to 16. Just one place? Saitama felt a bit disappointed. So, what about me? He asked eagerly. Saitama-sensei, you went from B-Class 97 to B-Class 1. Saitama jumped up, still B-Class? I was the one who smashed the meteorite. I couldn't help but laugh, patting him on the shoulder. All right, forget about the rankings. How about we go out for a meal tonight? As a result, Saitama insisted on treating us because he had a hot pot discount voucher from the neighboring city. Once I heard he was treating us, I had to go. So the three of us set out, passing through the ghost town like City Z, and arrived at the neighboring city. Wow, the hot pot restaurant had a line that rivaled the spring festival travel rush. The next day after we finished the hot pot, Genos was called away by the association for support, leaving just me and Saitama at home with nothing to do. We decided to go grocery shopping, and Saitama specifically chose items that were nearing expiration and on discount, claiming it was for being frugal. However, something happened on the way home. Suddenly, two muscle men jumped out from the side of the road, wearing tiger-striped tank tops, and blocked our way. One of them pointed at Saitama's nose and started yelling, Hey, you bald guy, what are you doing here? Saitama looked completely confused and even asked me, Do you know him? I said I don't know you. Then the muscular guy got even more excited. I'm talking to you, the bald one. Remember, I am a B-Class hero, Black Hole. Another one also introduced himself. I am a C-Class hero, Fierce Tiger. I realized at that moment that this is typical workplace bullying. These two couldn't stand that Saitama, a newcomer, had suddenly ranked first in B-Class. They were looking for trouble. They chimed in together, saying that Saitama was just a useless person riding on the coattails of S-Class heroes, with his skinny arms and legs, and not worthy of being a hero. They even said that the meteor incident was just because Saitama got lucky. I told you that was filthy talk. At that moment, I took out my phone and started recording, thinking this is precious material for 2025. These two kept getting more and more outrageous, and in the end, they even started spreading rumors in public, trying to tarnish Chiyu's reputation by putting all kinds of blame on him. I couldn't listen any longer and directly spoke up. Can you two pests just shut up? Aren't you just jealous that Saitama ranks higher than you? If you can't improve yourselves, you can only resort to these lowly tactics. I see you two will be like this for the rest of your lives. This hit them right where it hurt, and their faces turned red. The one called Vest Tiger even threatened me. Hey kid, watch your words. We are heroes. So be careful, or you might end up missing an arm or a leg. I laughed at that moment. Just you guys? That guy with the black vest was about to make a move right then and there, and his brother was introducing him on the side. My brother has a grip strength of 200 kilograms. You guys better be ready for some pain. I casually dropped the shopping bag in my hand to the ground, swung a fist at the two of them without any care. I didn't even touch them. Just the force of my punch blew them away like bowling balls, crashing into the wall and knocking them unconscious. I picked up my things and was about to leave when suddenly a strong voice came from behind. Hey, kid, do you think you can just walk away after hurting someone? I turned around and lo and behold, another guy in a tank top showed up, but this one was even bigger with muscles like rocks. It was obvious he was their leader. Sure enough, the two guys on the ground woke up and crawled over to hug his thigh, crying out, "Boss, you have to stand up for us." This big guy is the S-rank number 14, the tank top master. Let me tell you, this dude is all about protecting his own. Without asking any questions, he glared at me and said, "Kid, you hurt my people. You must pay the price." I couldn't be bothered to argue with him, so I just showed him the video recorded on my phone. You see for yourself, it was your little brother who started the trouble. Guess what? After watching it, he frowned, and then with a snap, he crushed my phone. Damn, my phone. He actually had the audacity to say, even if my little brother is at fault, it's not up to you to teach him a lesson. My little brother can only be educated by me. Family, who understands? My blood pressure was through the roof at that moment. Isn't this just pure muscle-headedness? I pointed my finger at his nose and yelled, "You're just a foolish guy who only talks about loyalty, with your little brothers acting recklessly as the boss. You at least bear half the responsibility." He got angry at my words and took a stance. "Who do you think you are, daring to judge me? Let me show you the power of an S-class hero." Back throw. With that, he charged at me like a human tank. I was getting angry and was about to let him know why the flowers are so red, but then Saitama, who had been spacing out next to me, finally moved. Let me tell you, that scene was incredible. Saitama casually extended his foot, like kicking a can on the side of the road, and with a swift motion, he struck the approaching tank top master. Then, that S-class hero flew backward at nearly 3 times the speed he came, crashing through several abandoned buildings, and finally disappeared into the horizon without a sound. The entire place fell silent. Saitama scratched his bald head in confusion and asked me, "Fang, who was that guy that rushed over just now trying to rob us?" My mouth twitched. That was the boss of those two, just now, called the Vest Saint, an S-class hero. S-class? Saitama was even more confused, on the same level as Genos and Tornado. But I feel, he's so weak. The two little minions beside him were nearly wide-eyed. They looked at Saitama as if they had seen a ghost, exchanged glances, and then scrambled to run away, not daring to look back. I looked at the backs of those two and asked Saitama, "Are we just letting them go?" Saitama rubbed his bald head and said, "Well, forget it. You've already taught them a lesson anyway." I sighed and walked over to pick up the corpse of my phone. Sigh, what a loss. I sacrificed my phone just to record some evidence. Saitama looked a bit embarrassed. "How about, I'll buy you a new one?" "Forget it. I needed a new one anyway, and money is no issue." I silently added in my heart, after all, the system lottery keeps giving me money, and I'm rolling in it now. Just a couple of days later, Saitama came looking for me again. It turned out he was watching TV and saw an advertisement for a seaside trip, saying there would be a beach volleyball competition in 2 days with a grand prize of 600,000. This guy's eyes turned green with envy, and he immediately ran over to try to convince me. As soon as I hear about going to the beach, my first reaction is bikini beauties, hee. Sounds good. But then I immediately see the weather forecast saying it's going to be 37 degrees tomorrow, and I instantly lose interest. No way, no way. Isn't it nicer to stay home in the air conditioning on such a hot day? I thought this matter was over, but then Genos, with his thick eyebrows and big eyes, betrayed me. He actually said seriously, "Teacher Fang, I agree with Teacher Saitama's suggestion. Proper relaxation is also a form of cultivation. I really feel like my CPU is about to overheat. When did I ever teach you this?" Saitama and Genos are singing in harmony, and I'm left with no choice but to place my last hope on Tornado. Just think about it, this little tsundere as flat as a runway. Would she be willing to go to a place like the beach and expose her weaknesses? I couldn't help but glance at her, sighing inwardly, wishing she were a bit bigger. As a result, the little girl was very sensitive and immediately noticed, her face turning red as she covered her chest. Hey, you pervert. You must be thinking something dirty. I thought to myself, great, now she definitely won't go. I never expected that she would suddenly change her tone. Let's go to the beach. I have no objections. Su Shui had wanted to go for a long time, so it was just right to take her along for some fun. Just like that, she directly made the plans for the two sisters. I was anxious at that moment, and I said, no, I don't think Koyuki will agree. Let's ask her anyway. I have to tell you, Tornado didn't even give me a chance to respond. She just made a phone call and threw it over. As soon as the hands-free was on, the cold voice of Blazara came through. Going to the beach? Sure, I just finished here and we'll head back tonight. Wow. Tornado raised an eyebrow at me while holding the phone, as if to say, what else do you have to say? What else can I say? Looking at these three pairs of eyes staring at me in unison, I was completely at a loss. I could only bite my back teeth and force out a smile that was uglier than crying. All right, let's go. It's just a 37-degree high temperature to the beach. Let's go. Saying this, my heart was galloping like 1,000 horses. I don't want to go. But then I thought, being able to see XuanGets in a swimsuit. That doesn't sound too bad. Then my gaze couldn't help but drift back to Longwan. Sigh. Family, who understands? We're both sisters. Why is the gap so big? One is turbulent waves, and the other, well, mainly focuses on companionship. So, the next morning, the five of us headed to Q City. However, we didn't go straight to the beach, but first turned into a swimsuit store. Let me tell you, Q City is something else. Because its guardian is that S-Class Police Dog Hero, and the names of stores all over the street have the words Police Dog Hero in them. The store we entered was called the Police Dog Hero Male Swimwear Store. As soon as I walked in, I was dumbfounded. Rows of dog-themed swim trunks hung everywhere. I immediately complained. What kind of special preference does the owner have? Do all the customers who come here to buy swim trunks have to first act like dogs? Gino's was very serious, explaining to me, Teacher, this might be because the police dog hero protects this city, so the citizens have a special admiration for him. Fine. You're right, but I definitely want to wear that. Luckily, I brought my own, bought for 20,000, just one word, cool. At that moment, Saitama, after picking for a long time, actually took a piece that looked exactly like the outfit of the police dog hero to the checkout. The owner's eyes lit up when he saw it. Oh, great taste, customer. This is our store's hot seller, a one replica of the police dog hero, priced at 100,000. Saitama was instantly petrified. What? 100,000? ISNT this just a dog outfit? Why is it so expensive? Oh no. The moment he said that, I felt a pang in my heart. The air in the entire store suddenly froze. In Q City, you can say anything, but you can't say anything bad about the police dog hero. The next second, all the customers and staff turned their gazes towards us, sharp like knives, and surrounded us step by step. As soon as I saw the situation, I realized that if this matter wasn't handled well today, not to mention going to the beach, it might even be difficult to leave this store. I quickly rushed over, grabbed a matching dog-headed swimming cap from the side, and slapped it on Saitama's shiny bald head. I put my arm around his shoulder and laughed. Just kidding. You really like this set, right? Saitama still wanted to argue. No, I don't. I slapped him on the back with a lot of force, so much that he almost swallowed the second half of his sentence. Check out, I shouted. And the hat too. Then I started praising loudly to the people around. Look at this hat with this swimsuit. It's just amazing. At first glance, I thought the police dog hero was here. You know what? This trick really worked. Those originally fierce people started to comment on Saitama's outfit after hearing me. Hey, you know what? It does look quite similar. This combination is pretty good. Boss, give me a set like this too. Just like that, I resolved the tense situation. I really am an ordinary yet talented PR genius. But Saitama wasn't happy. The veins on his forehead were bulging as he angrily asked me. Weird. They're clearly praising me. Why am I so mad? Well, obviously, they were complimenting the outfit looking like a dog. What does that have to do with you? At that moment, the boss came over with a camera, bouncing a bit. Excuse me, can I take a picture of you? I want to hang it in the store as a treasure. Wow. Can't get the real deal. So you sell for a knockoff, huh? Saitama wanted to refuse, but the boss went all out. Here's the deal. As long as you agree, you and your friend can pick any item in our store for free today. This outfit you're wearing is also free. Plus, I'll give you 350 off coupons for your next visit. Deal. Let me tell you, in front of the word free, Saitama's principles are as flexible as noodles. After snapping a few photos, the three of us each got a swimsuit for free. Who doesn't love taking advantage of things like this? After that, we went to find Tornado and Fubuki. The two girls were still changing, so we three waited at the door. Geno started again. Master Bang, Master Saitama. I gained a lot from this training. I exchanged glances with Saitama, both of us full of question marks. What did you gain, buddy? A free pair of swim trunks? Just then, a group of girls walked by, and one of them instantly recognized Genos, getting so excited she could barely speak. Why you? You are S-Class Genos? Genos coolly nodded. The girl screamed, and it was like poking a hornet's nest. Sisters, come quick. It's the real Genos. In an instant, a huge crowd of female fans surrounded Genos, leaving Saitama and me squished into a human background. Oh my god, he is even more handsome than in the photos. Mom, I met my idol. Please, Genos. Give me an autograph. Sign my back. Devil's Reborn, I want to have your babies. It was all just absurd. I don't really care. But the expression on Saitama's face next to me was like a scene of electronic heartbreak. He looked at Genos, surrounded by female fans and basking in their attention. And he turned completely gray, as if he could be blown away by a gust of wind. He left with a line, Fang, I'll wait for you guys at the beach, and walked away in a daze. I almost couldn't hold back my laughter at his desolate figure. Come on, brother, be strong. One day you'll have female fans too, right? Just as Saitama left, Tornado and Fubuki came out after changing their clothes. Fang, we're ready. As soon as I turned around, I told you my eyes went wide. Fubuki, in her white bikini, showcased her mature charm and perfect figure to the fullest. Family. That scene, wow, it was definitely a perfect score of 100. The whole beach lit up because of her. Then I shifted my gaze to Tornado. Well, she was wearing a light pink one-piece swimsuit. All right, let's leave it at that. Just as I was trying to pull my gaze back, Tornado's little radar went off. Hey, you just rated us in your mind, didn't you? And you thought of some really outrageous things, right? Especially about Fubuki. A woman's sixth sense is no joke. I quickly waved my hands. No, they all look good, But my disobedient eyes seemed to be glued to Fubuki, making her blush. Tornado exploded. You're still looking. You jerk. Saying that, her small body suddenly jumped up and kicked me right in the face. Bam! I was knocked down to the ground. She clapped her hands and looked at the surrounding Genos fan club, quite curious. Why are there so many people here? I got up from the ground. Genos fan meeting. As soon as I finished speaking, Tornado's face came close again, almost touching my nose, and said fiercely, If you dare to look at my sister with that kind of gaze again, I'll dig your eyeballs out. Hey, now I'm not happy. Are you being reasonable? When we get to the beach, there will be plenty of people looking at her. Are you going to dig out everyone's eyeballs? That's none of your business. Fine. I can't afford to mess with you. I agreed verbally, but in my heart, I was already scheming. Just because you don't let me look, do you think I won't? I'll secretly look. I don't believe you can keep staring at me the whole time. When we got to the beach, I saw Saitama drawing circles by himself, clearly still recovering from Genos' popularity shock. Just as we settled down, Tornado suggested playing watermelon smashing. Wow, I was actually looking forward to it, but the next second, they pressed me down and buried me in the sand, leaving only my head exposed. Tornado even thoughtfully put a blindfold on me. Wait a minute. I'm confused. Why am I being buried for watermelon smashing? Am I the watermelon? No one paid attention to me. Tornado pulled out a metal baseball bat with a clang from behind and, without a word, swung it at my head. Luckily, my head is hard enough, and she ended up with a numb hand from the impact. Then, the other four each grabbed a baseball bat, surrounded me, and started hitting my head like crazy. The scene was too brutal. It was almost unbearable to watch. After they were done having fun, Tornado put her hands on her hips, looking satisfied. Phew, what a fun and meaningful activity. Meaningful my foot. I crawled out of the sand, rubbing the big bump on my head, feeling completely speechless. Does anyone understand the feeling of being blindfolded and treated like a watermelon? Especially that guy Saitama. When others hit me, it was just a sound, but his swing really left a bump. Just as I was feeling gloomy, the broadcast for the beach volleyball competition started, with a grand prize of 600,000. Saitama and Genos instantly rushed over like they were on adrenaline. Fubuki asked if I was participating, and I waved my hand dismissively. Pisich a mere 600,000. I'm planning to. Before I could finish, the host shouted, just to add, if it's a couple team participating and they place in the top 3, we will also give away the complete set of Tomb Raider, certain shadow game, along with a 300,000 supermarket shopping cart. The complete set of Tomb Raider, certain shadow? I tell you, my DNA was activated at that moment. As a hardcore gamer, how could I resist? I had to participate. But the problem was, it had to be as a couple. I glanced over at Tornado and said, Tornado, let's sign up. Tornado's little face instantly turned red. Wow, what? Don't take it upon yourself. Who would want to pretend to be your couple and participate in the competition? Her voice got softer and softer, like a mosquito buzzing. At that moment, all I could think about was the game. I didn't care if she was tsundere or not. I directly switched to pleading mode. Please, Tornado. I really need your help right now. It seemed my words struck a chord with her. She panicked a bit, and finally, unable to withstand my hopeful gaze, she shyly agreed. Well, since you're so insistent, I guess I can reluctantly agree. Great. I immediately grabbed her and rushed to the registration area. Half an hour later, the competition began. The host, holding a loudspeaker, was wildly hyping up the atmosphere on the stage. Exciting news. This competition features the S-Class hero, the Devil Modifications, Genos, and the S-Class hero, the Shuddering Tornado. Our judge is the A-Class hero, Hell's Blizzard. Then he paused for a moment and, in a tone as if he had discovered a new continent, shouted, Wait a minute. I just received even more explosive news. Our Miss Tornado is participating this time with her boyfriend as a couple. The audience erupted. This news spread like a virus, shooting to the top of the trending topics in a second, with the title Who is Tornado's Boyfriend? Wow, things just got exciting. The prize money skyrocketed to 1 million, and the couple's reward shopping card was raised to 500,000. A bunch of heroes who were just watching the show also rushed to sign up, and the audience seats were packed, all there to watch the gossip unfold. In the first round, Saitama and Genos took the stage. The host lavished praise on Genos, and when it came to Saitama, he just mentioned him as the B-class hero, the bald cape guy. Saitama's face darkened. The match began, and he served. Watch this. A serious serve. Boom. With a loud bang, that volleyball shot like a cannonball, sending the two B-class heroes along with the ball flying into the sky, turning them into stars. A giant pit was left on the beach. The host wiped his cold sweat and announced their victory. Soon it was our turn. The host came again. Next up is the S-Class hero, Tornado, and her unknown boyfriend. I can't believe it. Wow, you're really going for a cyber stealth approach. Huh, did I just get expelled from humanity? Tornado is blushing the whole time, probably already imagining a world war in her mind. I took the ball and was ready to go for an instant win like Saitama. I tossed the ball up and slapped it down. The two heroes on the opposite side were just about to move when they suddenly found their bodies frozen, only able to watch as the volleyball bounced around in their court. A smooth victory. Then the host started commentating again. Although I don't know what's going on, I think it's mostly thanks to Miss Tornado's intervention, truly deserving of the second place in S-Class. The whole audience suddenly understood and nodded in agreement. Standing on the court, I felt exactly like Saitama did just now. Strange. Why does what this guy said make me so angry? While we were intensely playing volleyball, hundreds of kilometers away in the deep sea, the atmosphere was ominous. A group of oddly shaped sea people were holding a meeting. What? The vanguard was wiped out by a single human. In the darkness, a massive shadow opened its eyes, and its voice rumbled like thunder. Humans. It seems I must personally go take a look. This is their boss, the Deep Sea King. As soon as these simpletons of the deep sea heard their boss was going to take action, they instantly got excited, fantasizing about how to conquer the land and treat humans as livestock. Truly a frog at the bottom of a well, unaware of the vastness of the world. Meanwhile, on the beach of Q City, the finals began. The competing sides were me and Tornado against Saitama and Genos. Saitama was staring at me, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. Fang, even though you're my opponent, I won't hold back. That's 1 million on the line. I smiled and said, thinking you can win against me? It's not that easy. Just kidding, for my Tomb Raider shadow. No one stand a chance. One of the referees, Fubuki, looked at us with excitement. Genos had already started recording data. Only Tornado, watching the three of us like we were on a caffeine high, shook her head helplessly. The match began with Saitama serving. Watch this serious mode, seriously serving the volleyball. In that moment, I felt that what was flying towards me wasn't a volleyball, but a meteorite, with a world-destroying momentum. Even Tornado next to me was pressed down by that force, showing an expression of helplessness for the first time. Oh, quite strong, huh? I smirked. But to win against me, you need more than that. I charged towards that meteorite, firmly receiving the ball. Then with even greater force, I hit it back hard. Saitama was also taken aback and shouted angrily, damn it, watch my serious save. Boom. The clash of our powers shook the entire beach. It was at that moment that, on the coastline of City J, Deep Sea King and his army had quietly landed on the shore. A dozen deep-sea monsters were the first to step into the city. These guys came in like a demolition crew, smashing whatever they saw, stuffing people into their mouths, and laughing maniacally, claiming that the land belonged to their sea tribe. Goodness. Their arrogance made it seem like a mental health facility's team-building event had gone awry. The heroes of City J rushed over like crazy, and guess what? The first one to arrive was an A-class hero named Poison Sting. Let me tell you, when this guy first appeared, he was so cringe-worthy. He struck a pose that he thought was super cool, wielding a large bamboo shoot as a weapon, and shouted, "I am the 11th ranked A-class hero, Poison Sting, here to make my entrance." Can you believe it? This line was even written by him begging his fans for help. Those seafood monsters didn't care about that. They rushed him all at once, and Poison Sting had no choice but to grit his teeth and fight back. Meanwhile, what were Baldy and I doing? Playing volleyball in Q City. I tell you, the scene was absurd. It was supposed to be a two-person beach volleyball game, but Baldy and I ended up in a one-on-one showdown, with Genos and Tornado just there for moral support, unable to join in. We were really going all out for the prize. Baldy served seriously, and I countered with a Kamehameha, and he followed up with a series of serious jumps to return the ball. Back and forth we went, and before the finals were even over, we had lowered the entire beach by several meters, flooding the area with seawater. The organizers initially tried to renege, claiming the match was invalid. But after a friendly but intense stare from Baldy, Tornado, Genos, and me, they immediately changed their tune, declaring us co-champions and promising to award the prizes. Baldy took home $1 million in prize money and gave Genos $500,000. As for me, not only did I win $1 million, but I also got a 500,000 shopping card and a set of games. I handed all my prize money to Tornado since I didn't really need the cash. But the games were everything to me. Just as we were happily heading to the hotel, a loud alarm suddenly rang out across Q City. Alarm! A large number of Tiger-level Sea Monster Clan monsters have appeared in J City. Baldy recalled, "Oh, there were a few noisy guys on the beach this morning, claiming to be the vanguard of the Sea Monster Clan, and I punched one of them away." My heart sank. Wasn't that the wave of Deep Sea King? A demon-level disaster, and it had arrived so quickly. Genos, hearing that Baldy had encountered them this morning, immediately analyzed the situation, saying it indicated there was more than one batch of monsters. No kidding, do we need to analyze that? Tornado couldn't take it anymore. Just then, the communicators of Genos and Fubuki buzzed simultaneously, reporting that A-class hero Poison Sting was in a tough battle in J City and requesting support. The scene cut back to J City, and it was a total disaster. The TV was broadcasting Poison Sting's fight live. He was going toe-to-toe with a large group of Tiger-level monsters, already battered and bruised. But he was a real tough guy, injuries all over, and he managed to take down more than a dozen Tiger-level monsters. After the fight, leaning on that bamboo shoot, he struggled to maintain his bravado, saying, "You guys are nothing special." But that confidence lasted only 3 seconds. A massive figure silently appeared behind him. "Oh, you're pretty strong, huh? Let's see how you handle this punch." Poison Sting didn't even have time to react before he was sent flying dozens of meters, unconscious on the spot. The newcomer was none other than the Deep Sea King. This was bad news. The disaster level instantly soared from Tiger to Demon. Over in Q City, just as we received the news that Poison Sting had been taken down, Genos confirmed with the association that S-Class Hero Sexy Prisoner was already on the way. Tornado was quite confident, saying, "Don't worry, one S-Class hero can't possibly lose to a demon level." At that moment, I couldn't help but chuckle, "Sister, you really shouldn't say that." In the original story, he never managed to win. Sure enough, just a few minutes after the communication ended, it buzzed again, and the city alarms were upgraded. Urgent information. S-Class Hero Sexy Prisoner has been defeated. Nearby S-Class heroes are requested to provide immediate support. Tornado was stunned. What the heck? Sexy Prisoner went down that fast. Genos was anxious. "Teachers, something's wrong. We need to hurry and provide support." Baldy and I exchanged glances, nodded, and set off. A few minutes earlier in J City, A-Class hero Lightning Max was on a rooftop conducting reconnaissance, waiting for support, when the Deep Sea King appeared behind him like a ghost. Max delivered a lightning kick, but it was like scratching an itch to the Deep Sea King. Max instantly panicked, shouting about determining the victor, but thinking only about how to escape. In the end, he was punched through a building by the Deep Sea King, nearly dying on the spot. Just when the Deep Sea King was about to deal the finishing blow, there was a loud crash as S-Class Hero Sexy Prisoner descended from the sky, catching Max. To my surprise, when Sexy Prisoner landed, he had someone else with him, Sonic. It turned out that during Sexy Prisoner's escape from prison, he had brought Sonic along. Sexy Prisoner introduced himself dramatically to the Deep Sea King, explaining why he was imprisoned, because he couldn't control himself around handsome guys. He pointed at Poison Sting and Max on the ground and roared, "These two are my favorite men. How dare you hurt them? It's unforgivable." With that, he flexed his muscles, bursting through the sweater his boyfriend had knitted for him, and charged at the Deep Sea King. They exchanged punches back and forth, but while Sexy Prisoner was putting on a brave front, it was clear he was already bleeding from his nose. Sonic, watching from the side, thought to himself, "Is this all? I could probably take him on too." Seeing that normal attacks weren't working, Sexy Prisoner decided to unleash his ultimate move. He shouted, "Transform! Angel form!" I tell you, Sonic's expression at that moment was like seeing an old man take off his shoes on the subway. Suddenly, Sexy Prisoner's clothes burst off, transforming him into a totally ripped muscle man, striking an extremely eye-catching pose. He declared to the Deep Sea King, "Those who have seen my angel form either died or became my boyfriends." Sonic broke out in a cold sweat, with only one thought in his mind: "I need to get out of here." Sexy Prisoner unleashed a flurry of angel form attacks on the Deep Sea King, but it was like a light massage to him. The Deep Sea King lowered his blocking arm and smiled wickedly. "Is it over? Now it's my turn." And then came a one-sided beatdown. The Deep Sea King unleashed a combination of punches, deforming Sexy Prisoner's body, and with one final kick, sent him flying, unable to rise again. Just then, it started to rain lightly. Sonic, seeing the defeated Sexy Prisoner, felt a sense of relief wash over him. At least he didn't have to worry about his virginity anymore. He stepped forward to confront the Deep Sea King, and after exchanging a few verbal jabs, they went straight into battle. Sonic was incredibly fast, and the Deep Sea King couldn't even touch him. But then the Deep Sea King opened his mouth, and something resembling a long tongue shot out, nearly eviscerating Sonic. Relying on his speed, Sonic managed to break the Deep Sea King's tongue and taunted him for being too slow. But at that moment, the rain intensified, turning into a torrential downpour. I tell you, the Deep Sea King thrives in water. His size ballooned several times, and his strength and speed skyrocketed. Sonic was dumbfounded. Although he still had a slight speed advantage, his attacks were completely ineffective against the Deep Sea King. In a moment of carelessness, Sonic was caught, but he was clever enough to shed his prison outfit and escape naked, running for his life. Before leaving, he even shouted, "You wait for me. I'll go get my gear." The Deep Sea King smirked at Sonic's retreating naked figure and turned ahead towards the refuge. Meanwhile, Sonic, just having escaped from the Deep Sea King, was sprinting naked in the rain, muttering about getting his gear to return for revenge. Guess who he ran into? He ran into me. Baldy and I were racing to see who would reach J City first, and I was way ahead, using my breath, sensing to pinpoint the location and leaving them far behind. As soon as I landed, I saw a familiar naked man. "It's you, Egg Ninja." I recognized him at a glance. Sonic's face turned black. "It's Sonic the Hedgehog." "Bastard, I remember you. I'll definitely defeat you next time." After saying that, he disappeared in a flash. I didn't pay him any mind and directly chased after the aura of Deep Sea King. At this moment, Deep Sea King was already standing outside the largest shelter in J City, feeling the thousands of life forces inside, revealing an extremely twisted smile. "Hee, look what I found. So many fresh lives, all packed into this little box." As soon as I told you that, the guy transformed like he had been injected with adrenaline, instantly shifting from a frail appearance to a muscular form. This dude threw a punch, and with a loud bang, the concrete shelter's roof was pierced like it was made of paper. The people inside were scared out of their wits, screaming and running around. But where could they hide in such a small place? The Deep Sea King's enormous, grotesquely ugly fish head poked through the hole, grinning maniacally. I tell you, that scene was a nightmare for anyone with a fear of giant creatures. At that moment, a B-class hero, whose name I didn't catch, bravely stepped forward, trying to reason with the monster, saying that there were only ordinary people inside, and that killing them would be meaningless. Guess what happened next? The Deep Sea King chuckled and said it was indeed meaningless, and in the next second he slashed, and that hero was gone. Anyone who understands what I mean knows that the scene turned to mosaic instantly. This guy even licked his lips and said, "Oh, if you believe my words, you be too naive. I just love hearing the screams of you weaklings." Seriously, that villain's lines were top-notch. Then 2 more guys stood up in the crowd. One a B-class with a jetpack, and the other a C-class, plus that A-class hero who had taught us before, Snake, who had the snakebite fist. The 3 of them formed a low-budget version of a hero alliance, ready to stall for time. Snake knew full well that he was just there for shelter. He was essentially being pushed onto the stage, desperately ing all the S-class big shots, begging them to come and save them, just as the shelter was about to crumble. Our protagonist Fang was flying overhead. Suddenly, he heard a phone ringing below. He went down to check, and it was a communicator from the Hero Association. He picked it up, and lo and behold, the guy on the other end thought he was a rogue hero, panicking, saying that the monster was at the peak of the ghost level, and the C-class hero should run away. They had already organized a strike team. Fang Xian, however, casually asked, "Oh, so they're at the shelter now?" Then, with a decisive statement, he said, "I'll take care of that monster," and hung up amidst the other party's frantic cries for immediate evacuation. This move was all about confidence. The scene cuts back to the shelter, which was already a hellscape. One of the B and C-class heroes was severely injured, and one was dead, leaving only Snake struggling to hold on. Before long, he was sent flying by a punch from the Deep Sea King, crashing into the wall and losing consciousness. Everyone in the shelter was in despair, and the Deep Sea King opened his bloody maw, ready to feast. Just at that critical moment, I tell you, an invisible gust of wind from a punch whooshed in and sent the Deep Sea King flying out. Everyone was dumbfounded, watching a figure descend from the sky like a deity. The Deep Sea King got up from the ground, grimacing in pain, and roared, Who just hit me?" Fang Xian landed steadily and calmly said, "My name is Fang Xian, an ordinary person who specifically came to eliminate you." Meanwhile, at the Hero Association headquarters, chaos ensued. The head of the organization, Gauss, was nervously pulling at his beard. He vaguely remembered the name Fang Xian, but couldn't find it in the hero list. With no other option, he had to awkwardly contact his superior, a senator. Upon hearing the name Fang Xian, I tell you, the senator, who had been looking gloomy just a moment ago, jumped up from his chair. He spilled his coffee, excited as if he had won 5 million, and shouted, "Are you talking about Fang Xian? He wanted the scene?" Gauss was confused and said, "Yeah, he just hung up on me, saying he was going to handle it." The senator slammed his thigh and immediately opened a bottle of champagne. "Great. It's resolved. Cancel the strike team. Gauss, you need to organize all drones for a live broadcast right now. That Deep Sea King was in for a rude awakening, haha." Next came the heavyweight reveal, folks. It turned out Fang Xian was the legendary S-Class Zero position, codenamed the Strongest Warrior. The first-ranked Blaster and the second-ranked Tornado personally certified that his strength surpassed both of them. This guy didn't even know he had been registered as a hero, making him the Hero Association's hidden nuclear weapon, the kind that shouldn't be contacted until the world was about to explode. Gauss was stunned upon hearing this, realizing he had just ordered a deity to run away. Before he could process it, at the J-City shelter, with Fang Xian's arrival, the torrential rain that was pouring down miraculously began to lessen. Snake, using his last ounce of strength, shouted, "Mr. Fang Xian, please," before fainting gloriously. The Deep Sea King had no idea about any of this and continued to boast. "You think you can take me on, you powerless guy? I could crush you with a single finger." The people in the shelter were also skeptical. After all, even an A-class hero had fallen, and this guy looked like he wasn't even a fighter. I tell you, the system prompt in Fang Xian's head was about to burst. With despair emotion value 99999 and hope emotion value 99, this data comparison was just too real. The Deep Sea King roared and lunged forward, throwing a punch at Fang Xian's head. Everyone in the shelter closed their eyes, and what happened? With a muffled bang, the Deep Sea King's fist went straight through Fang Xian's body and hit the ground. Everyone was dumbfounded. What was going on? A ghost? But upon closer inspection, they saw that Fang Xian was slowly becoming translucent and disappearing. It was just an afterimage. The real Fang Xian had already slipped to the Deep Sea King's right side, arms crossed, mocking. "No way, sir, with that speed, you can't even tell the difference between an afterimage?" The Deep Sea King was stunned, wondering when he got in there. What followed was a one-sided beating. The Deep Sea King attacked like a madman, his fists raining down, but he couldn't even touch the hem of Fang Xian's clothes. Fang Xian, on the other hand, strolled around like he was walking in his backyard, elegantly dodging skills from time to time. The people in the shelter had their jaws on the ground. This wasn't a fight. It was pure dog walking. The Deep Sea King had completely lost his composure, roaring, "This is impossible. How could you dodge all my attacks?" Fang Xian's figure flickered, appearing behind him, and with a light kick to his back. With that one kick, the Deep Sea King flew out like a cannonball, creating a deep crater in the ground. He struggled to get up, eyes filled with disbelief. Impossible. A mere human's attack. Fang Xian was done playing around. He walked up to the Deep Sea King, looking down at him from above with eyes as cold as looking at garbage. "I already said, my name is Fang Xian, an ordinary person who specifically came to eliminate you." After saying that, he gathered a dazzling energy sphere in his palm and pressed it down. "No!" Boom! With a loud explosion, the Deep Sea King didn't even get to finish his last words before he evaporated on the spot. With his disappearance, the dark clouds dispersed. Sunlight flooded in, and the world became peaceful. The shelter fell silent for a few seconds before erupting into cheers like a tidal wave. "We're saved! We're saved!" Drones in the sky captured everything clearly and broadcasted it live worldwide. Not long after, Master Saitama arrived late, and upon seeing that the monster was gone, he stomped his feet in frustration. Shortly after, Tornado, Genos, and Fubuki all rushed over. Just then, a guy riding a bicycle rushed in, shouting, "C-Class hero. The Rogue Knight has arrived." Upon seeing the scene, then looking at Tornado and Genos, his eyes immediately lit up as he rushed over to shake hands. "Wow, it's the S-Class Devil Cyborg and Lord Tornado. You two took care of the monster, right? Amazing. Goodness, they treated Fang, Saitama, and Fubuki like air." Genos quickly explained, "No, it was my master, Fang, who dealt with the monster. Only then did the unlicensed knight look at Fang in a daze." Fang, too lazy to talk, took out the communicator from his pocket. "Bro, that's your stuff." After returning it to him, he left with his group, continuing their journey to Q City in style. A day later, while watching TV at the hotel, the news exploded. The video of Fang effortlessly defeating the Deep Sea King went viral online. Those keyboard warriors who previously criticized him for relying on Tornado did a complete 180, now praising him as a match made in heaven. Genos was frantically taking notes beside him, requesting Fang to teach him that afterimage punch. Tornado was rummaging through Fang suitcase for a game console, but instead, Fang pulled out a universal capsule, and with a snap, a high-end desktop computer appeared on the bed. Tornado was instantly captivated by the high technology, pestering Fang for the capsule, and he casually tossed her an entire box. After calming Tornado down, Fang directly booted up the computer. Genshin Impact start. Folks, I can only say that even the strong need to draw cards. This is quite reasonable, right? A few days later, everyone returned to Z City after their trip. On the way home, Genos started again, carrying 2 big bags of groceries while endlessly summarizing the trip, reciting it like a monk chanting scriptures, over and over, with each version being different. "I really can't take it." Saitama and Fang looked completely done, their expressions reflecting the mental state of contemporary youth, disillusioned with life. Fang had just stepped out to pick up a package and ended up stuck listening to it again. He couldn't help but complain to Saitama. "Why did you take him grocery shopping?" Just then, a clueless monster suddenly jumped out, crazily announcing itself. Saitama and Fang exchanged glances, their anger meter instantly filled. Saitama exploded. "Forget what it's called. Genos, beat him up. Let off some steam." Fang rolled up his sleeves. "I agree. Let me go first." Now it was perfect. Both of them had pent-up frustration with nowhere to vent. The poor monster had no idea it was about to become the punching bag for these 2 big shots. Let me tell you, that scene was incredibly brutal. I was on one side with teacher Saitama, and we unleashed a barrage of attacks on that monster. Ada. With 2 roars, our fists came down like raindrops. That poor guy probably didn't even have time to say his name before we turned him into a human punching bag, pounding him relentlessly until he was left gasping for breath. But that wasn't the end. We were fired up and had to finish it off with a big move to vent our frustration. Teacher Saitama immediately struck a pose, serious punch. I wasn't holding back either. I rubbed my hands together. Kamehameha. Goodness, that monster was first turned into molecular structure by teacher Saitama's punch. And then my energy wave followed up, sending it straight to cremation, leaving not even ashes behind. Let me tell you, with that kind of death, even the Deep Sea King from a few days ago would have to admit it was impressive. After finishing this, teacher Saitama and I exchanged glances, feeling great. Our thoughts aligned. Meanwhile, that kid Genos, who was watching the whole thing, looked like his electronic eyes were about to spark. Suddenly, he exclaimed with a look of realization, "I understand now. Thank you, teachers, for your guidance." At that moment, there was an elderly man on the subway, looking at his phone with a puzzled expression. "What did I point out to you? Didn't I just tell you to stop rambling?" And guess what he figured out? He said, "The reason the 2 teachers don't let the weirdos talk and just take action is to tell me that a true strong person should focus on the fight and not waste energy on nonsense." Right? I exchanged another glance with teacher Saitama, and I read 4 words from his eyes. Who is this guy? I was mentally complaining. Come on, you're overthinking it. I'm just annoyed by you and venting a bit. Such reading comprehension skills will be a pity not to take the civil service exam. Just as this guy was about to launch into a lengthy discourse, I quickly raised my hand to stop him. "Genos, did you forget what I just told you?" He was taken aback and immediately nodded. "Oh, right, I almost forgot. Thank you for the reminder, teacher Fang. Phew, finally some peace and quiet. The three of us returned home, each to our own rooms. The next few days were finally calm. The ancient king had awakened, but as soon as he came out, he was hit back home by a meteor thrown by the vacationing tornado, and Earth enjoyed a brief period of peace. One morning, after finishing my training, I was in a great mood, humming good luck as I entered the house. As soon as I opened the door, lo and behold, that little girl tornado was lying on my bed, her legs crossed higher than the sky, and my robotic servant was serving her tea. Seeing me so happy, she asked, Fang, did you find money? I once gave her a brain freeze. Wasn't that a bit petty? She was happier than finding money. Forget it. You wouldn't understand even if I told you. Today I'm in a good mood, and this chef is cooking personally, so order whatever you want. When Tornado heard this, her eyes lit up. She threw the magazine and sat up. Really? Then I won't hold back. I want sweet potato and syrup, mapo tofu, braised pork knuckle, braised fish, and a strawberry sundae. Hey, this little girl really thinks I'm a 5-star hotel. But who told me to be in a good mood today? I gave an okay hand gesture. No problem. Wait, I'll go ask Saitama, Genos, and your sister. Let's have a party at noon. After saying that, I went out. By the time I memorized the menu and bought the groceries back home, the kitchen was bustling with activity, while the four in the living room started gossiping. I heard Tornado say, "You guys think this guy took the wrong medicine? He was all grumpy in the morning. How come after going out for a bit, he's acting like he won the lottery?" Saitama pondered for a moment, then suddenly stood up, looking very serious. "Wait for me." Then, in the bewildered eyes of the three of us, he pushed open the kitchen door and went in. In less than 3 seconds, he came back out with a fresh punch mark on his forehead, calmly sat back on the sofa, and said, "Yeah, it's him, no problem. Family. Who understands this thought process?" Genos looked dumbfounded. "Saitama-sensei? What do you mean by that?" Saitama waved his hand. "It's nothing. Let's continue discussing." Genos guessed, "I think Fang-sensei must have bought a fun game." Saitama said, "No, it must be that he got supermarket coupons." Tornado directly dismissed these two baseless guesses. Just then, Fubuki, who had been silent, weakly spoke up. Could it be that Fang-sensei learned some techniques to enhance his superpowers? Hey, you can't say. She actually guessed a bit right. I did draw a new technique, but it's not a superpower. Rather, it's the injury-free version of the King Kai fist that could dramatically increase my overall strength. With my current body, I can at most achieve 5 times. Just thinking about the shock in the system's tone when it announced this reward this morning makes me want to laugh. After a while, all the dishes were ready. I shouted out, and the 4 of them rushed over to help serve the food. Looking at the table full of delicious dishes, Tornado was about to drool, grabbing a piece of braised fish and stuffing it into her mouth, her eyes squinting with happiness. After a feast, the plates on the table were cleaner than our faces. Tornado slumped on the sofa, rubbing her belly, and finally asked the question, "Fang, what good thing happened to you today? Come on, tell us." Looking at the 4 pairs of eager eyes, I decided not to keep them in suspense. "All right, I'll tell you, my strength has increased quite a bit." "Is that it?" Tornado looked disappointed. But Genos' electronic, I lit up instantly. "Fang-sensei, how did you improve?" I stretched out 5 fingers. "The overall strength has probably increased by about 5 times. Five times. Genos immediately malfunctioned, and then looked at me with a fervent expression. "Teacher Fang, can you demonstrate?" I was taken aback. How to show it? Should we find someone to fight? This suggestion was not bad. The Tornado, who loved to watch the excitement, jumped up and said, "I wanted to see you fight that ball guy for a long time, to see who is stronger." Goodness, now 3 pairs of eyes were staring at me and Saitama. It's not that I didn't want to fight, I was just considering whether the earth could withstand us going all out. In the end, Saitama-sensei spoke first, looking disdainful. "Can I refuse? Fighting is less interesting than reading manga at home." Genos got anxious. "Why not, sensei? Don't you want to know who is stronger?" Just as things were about to cool down, Genos suddenly had a bright idea and pulled out a thick stack of supermarket discount coupons from his pocket. He shook them and said with a face full of regret, "Ah, what a pity. I originally wanted to give these to Saitama-sensei after you two finished fighting, but now it seems they will just go to waste. I tell you, just a second ago, Saitama was completely indifferent, but the next moment his eyes suddenly shone with golden light. He snatched the discount coupon, cleared his throat, and said with righteous fervor, "Although it's quite boring, I think it's still worth practicing together for the sake of exercising." He emphasized the principle of "it smells good." He turned to me and asked, "Fang, what do you think?" "Sure," I nodded, "but before we start, let's wash the bowl first." So, in the afternoon, we all headed to a desolate desert where not even a bird would poop. I stood on one sand dune, facing Saitama from a distance. Tornado, blizzard, and Genos were like they were on a picnic, eating watermelon, while each had a space telescope to watch the match live. Fang, I'm ready, Saitama shouted. Got it. Just a light touch. As soon as I finished speaking, I was already moving. In an instant, I appeared behind Saitama and threw a punch. He reacted quickly, dodging to the side and delivering a whip kick. I was prepared and easily avoided it, then followed up with a multi-image punch with hundreds of me surrounding him. Shadow Kron technique? I can do that too, Saitama shouted, and then he began a series of back-and-forth jumps. I saw him move at a speed beyond comprehension, creating over 100 clones purely through speed, breaking all my afterimages one by one. I cursed pervert in my heart and immediately moved at high speed to create distance. The two of us engaged in a super high-speed chase across the desert, exchanging punches and kicks, with each collision stirring up terrifying sandstorms. The three spectators were already dumbfounded. Genos had his electronic eye zoomed in 50 times in slow motion, and all he could see was a mass of pixels, only hearing the sound of explosions. After a while of warm-up, I flew directly into the air, gathering energy blasts in both hands, executing a set of Prince's tactics aimed at the ground. Countless energy blasts rained down like a meteor shower, but Saitama stubbornly withstood the barrage, pushing off with his legs and charging at me like a cannonball. I casually charged up a key blast and shot it out, and guess what happened? He punched it away with one fist. With a loud bang, a massive pit was directly blown out beside us. We both fell to the ground, laughing. In Saitama's eyes, there was only fighting spirit. Fang, you are indeed strong. Now I'm going to get serious. So am I. Before the words left my mouth, he had already charged towards me. I instantly activated the Kaioken, my body glowing red, narrowly dodging his attack. The battle escalated once again. I flew directly to an altitude of 10,000 meters, activated the double Kaioken, and gathered energy in both hands. Kamehameha wave. I tell you, that blue energy pillar, as thick as a train, came crashing down with a destructive momentum. The entire sky turned dark, lightning flashed, and thunder roared like the apocalypse. On the ground, Saitama, watching this earth-shattering blow, was not afraid at all. Instead, he was even more excited, radiating a terrifying pressure. Awesome. It was just too awesome. He let out a roar, struck a pose, and shouted, "Watch this." Serious punch. He actually charged towards my Kamehameha. With a punch, he struck. In the next moment, my terrifying energy wave was forcefully deflected by his punch, like an uncontrollable comet shooting out into the sky and tearing a huge gash in the atmosphere. From the moon, Earth probably looked like it had been given a middle parting. I really can't believe it. The destructive power is just outrageous. Taking advantage of his momentary weakness, I placed my hands on my forehead. Solar fist. A blinding white light erupted instantly, catching Saitama off guard, and everything in front of me became a white blur. What a great opportunity. I dashed behind him and landed a solid punch on his back, directly smashing him from the sky into the sandy ground. With a loud boom, another pit formed in the ground. But before the dust could settle, Saitama brushed off the dirt and stood up, completely unharmed, and instead laughed even more maniacally. Good. So good. Fang, you really didn't let me down. Crazy. This guy is definitely a battle maniac. I was also fired up, took a deep breath, and directly maxed out the Kaioken, going to 5 times. My combat power skyrocketed in an instant. Come on, let's fight to the fullest, Saitama shouted as he charged forward again. The battle between the two of us had completely reached a fever pitch, the entire desert trembling and cracking under our fists and kicks. I unleashed another Gallic gun at him, but he just crossed his arms and took it head on. Aside from a little damage to his gloves, it was nothing. I am speechless. This is outrageous and simply unreasonable. We played from the afternoon until dusk, and it was only when the sun was about to set that I called it off. Why stop? Saitama said, still wanting to continue. I was panting, pointing around. Nonsense. Look at this place. If we keep going like this, the Earth will really be gone. Only then did he look around. The originally flat desert had now turned into a pockmarked lunar surface, a sight too terrible to behold. All right, let's stop here for today. He finally calmed down. I looked at the ruined landscape that the two of us had destroyed and thought that this mess couldn't be fixed without a dragon granting wishes. However, what we didn't know was that while we were fighting fiercely, a gigantic spaceship had already jumped through a wormhole and arrived near Earth from deep within the universe. On the throne of the spaceship sat a one-eyed cosmic overlord, Boros. He had spent 20 years crossing countless star systems to get here, driven by a prophecy that said there was a worthy opponent on Earth who could challenge him. His subordinates were still boasting. Lord Boros is invincible in the universe. What kind of expert could this remote planet possibly have? Alas, little brother, you have no idea that you are about to face two bosses from hell-level dungeons. One is named Saitama, a physical cheat. The other is named Fang, a magical cheat. They offer a luxurious package deal that comes with a welcome. Once you come, you can't leave guarantee. A global crisis quietly approached like this. But even if the sky were to fall, there would always be those who only care about their own little piece of land. Let me tell you, there's a peculiar character in the hero circle named Masked Sweetheart. He is the top A-class hero, and he is incredibly handsome. When he is not being a hero, he is a top idol with tons of fans. But he has a flaw. He has an ultimate face control. When he sees something ugly, he just crashes on the spot. And he is particularly ruthless towards monsters, aiming to eradicate them completely. One day, he was holding a wine glass and listening to his manager's report when he heard my brother Fang Xian's name. Oh, the rumored boyfriend of Tornado? He raised an eyebrow, and his expression practically screamed gold digger. If Tornado likes him, he must have some skills, but relying on a woman? Not worthy of my attention. Goodness, this guy is CPU almost overheated. The manager noticed his bad mood and quickly changed the topic. Well, the association is planning to promote a B-class hero named Saitama to A-class before he could finish. Masked Sweetheart's face darkened like the bottom of a pot. Do you think I'm just a gopher? Don't bother me with trivial promotions from B to A. Call me when it's A to S. The chubby manager was so scared that he started sweating and kept apologizing. Who understands the temperament of our top idol? Besides pampering him, what else can we do? Speaking of which, Saitama's promotion was purely accidental. Ever since he had that intense spar with Fang Xian last time, he felt like he was on fire, going out every day to grind and rack up achievements. As a result, he accidentally exceeded the KPI and fulfilled the promotion criteria. At that moment, Fang Xian was at home, sighing and pulling cards. Ever since he got the spirit bomb from his lucky draw, his pool seemed to be contaminated, filled with various types of underwear and useless guns. Even the sins of beans became rare items. Ding! Congratulations, the host has drawn a revolver. I was right beside him, listening to that mechanical voice, and Fang Xian's eyes were almost rolling to the sky. System, come out. Did you secretly adjust the probability after my last draw? Are you playing dirty with me? The system seemed a bit guilty. What does my bad luck have to do with you? I swear on my integrity. I definitely didn't tamper with anything. Fang Xian shot back. You're a system. Do you have integrity? What do you care about me? Draw or get lost. The system immediately broke down and started cursing. Draw, draw, draw. Is it wrong for me to draw? Fang Xian looked at the only remaining chance to draw, closed his eyes, steeled his heart, and clicked down. Ding! Congratulations, the host has drawn a gravity training room. Up to 250 times. A universal capsule appeared in the warehouse with a bang. Fang Xian was instantly revitalized, I'm telling you. I was just worrying about not having a place to train. This is like a pillow coming when you're sleepy. After saying that, he tucked the capsule away and rushed out to find a place to experiment, leaving the system there with a face full of question marks, frantically self-checking. Wait, what? I clearly set the probability to guarantee that the next 100 draws would definitely get underwear. Where did this gravity room come from? On the other side, I went to the bank with Saitama. In Z City, although there are as many weirdos as dumplings, the Hero Association branch area is still considered a safe zone. The only bank in all of Z City is located right across from the association. Saitama had just been promoted to a rank, his salary skyrocketed, and he happily wanted to deposit money. As for me, I was also going to check how much money I had left in my card. We took a number, and it wasn't long before it was my turn. I handed over my card. Miss, could you help me check my balance? The counter lady saw that I was a handsome guy and smiled sweetly. But when she glanced at the computer, her smile instantly escalated to fanaticism. Hello, sir. Your card balance is 130 million. Good heavens. The look in her eyes was as if she wanted to package herself and give it to me on the spot. Saitama next to me was almost wide-eyed. Fang Xian, you're so rich. I thought to myself, you see me at home every day, either training or playing games. Where'd I find work? This money seems to have come from nowhere. Stay low-key, stay low-key. I waved my hand at him and then told the girl at the counter, please help me withdraw 300,000 cash. After I finished my business, it was Chijin Poor Broku's turn. He eagerly handed over his card. The girl took the card, and her enthusiasm instantly cooled, returning to her professional fake smile. Sir, hello, your balance is 20 yuan. What? Chi was instantly petrified, starting to doubt his life. The girl added a dagger to the wound. Yes, sir, and your account hasn't had any transactions for a long time. That scene was heartbreaking for those who heard it and tearful for those who saw it. After a long pause, Chi finally pulled out a large bag of cash from a plastic bag. That was all his possessions, his salary, plus the remaining prize money from the last competition, totaling 360,000, which he deposited all at once. Just as I stepped out of the bank, I noticed a nearby stall selling Odin and was about to call Chi over for a meal. But when I turned around, the bank erupted. A group of robbers wearing goat jackets rushed out, and the leader, called Goat, was a Class A wanted criminal. To make matters worse, one of the henchmen was holding the money that the girl at the counter had been guarding, which was exactly the 360,000 that Chi Yu had just deposited. These robbers were so audacious, robbing right under the nose of the Hero Association, and they had taken all the hostages. At that moment, two clueless young men jumped out, calling themselves C-Class heroes Angry Superman and Fireman, trying to show off. What happened? They were knocked out with a single punch by Goat and flew out like two bowling balls, crashing into a lamppost and fainting on the spot. Bah! C-Class dares to meddle in my business? Goat spat, and with his henchmen, he jumped into a van and was about to flee. As soon as the gas was pressed, the van shot forward, but with a bang, it came to a sudden stop as if it had crashed into a wall. The driver was dumbfounded. Boss, the car. The car won't move. Goat leaned out to take a look, and, good heavens, Chi was standing right in front of the car, casually pressing down on the front of the vehicle with one hand. The tires were grinding against the ground, sparks flying, but it couldn't move an inch. Damn, we ran into a tough one. Brothers, get out of the car. Goat shouted, and all his men jumped out, surrounding Chi Yu. One of the henchmen arrogantly pointed a knife at Chi Yu's bald head. Kid, you'd better scram, or I'll split your head open. At that moment, another sharp-eyed one recognized him. Boss, he seems to be the newly promoted A-Class hero, bald-caped guy. The bank girl who had been taken hostage also saw her savior and shouted desperately. Sir, save me. They are robbers. You. The money you just deposited has also been stolen by them. For the first half of her sentence, Chi Yu remained expressionless. But upon hearing the latter half, his entire aura changed instantly. What? The money I just deposited was stolen. I tell you, at that moment, Saitama's fists were cracking, and his eyes were practically shooting out fire. You guys actually dared to steal my money. Unforgivable. I just finished paying the bill for the Odin when I saw this scene and almost burst out laughing. These robbers are really something. They're practically rushing into the gun's mouth. Of all the people to rob, they chose Saitama's money, and now there's going to be a good show. I stepped back, ready to watch the drama unfold. The Goat, although sensing the terrifying aura from Saitama, still mustered his courage and shouted, Brothers, don't be afraid. Yes, just a newly promoted A-Class hero, but I'm an old hand on the A-Class wanted list. Let's take him down. A group of little brothers shouted and charged forward. Then the iconic scene happened. A series of regular punches. All you could hear were the sounds of thuds, accompanied by the robbers' screams. They didn't even see Saitama's movements clearly before being sent flying like kites with their strings cut, weapons scattered all over the ground. The Goat was completely stunned. He wanted to take a hostage, but when he turned around, the hostage had already been rescued by me. As Saitama approached step by step, he waved his machete and shouted, You don't come any closer. I'm an A-Class wanted criminal. Before he could finish his sentence, with a bang, Saitama punched him into the sky, sending him far away, crashing to the ground without a sound. After taking care of these guys, Saitama dusted off his hands with a look of disdain. Robbers are as annoying as mosquitoes. By the time the Hero Association personnel arrived at the scene, we had already slipped away. When we got home, Saitama pushed the door open and saw an old man sitting on a sofa drinking tea, which startled him into thinking he had entered the wrong house. He apologized and stepped back outside, looking at the door number. No mistake, huh? He went back in, and Genos was pouring water for the old man. Master, you're back. Genos, who is this old man? Saitama asked, looking confused. The old man calmly put down his teacup. Calling me old man feels too distant, Saitama-kun. We've met before. Met before? Saitama scratched his bald head, genuinely having no recollection. Genos quickly introduced. Master, this is Mr. Bang, the third-ranked S-Class hero, Silver Fang. Bang? No impression. Mr. Bang felt a bit embarrassed, stood up, and demonstrated a set of punches fluidly, flowing rock-crushing fist. Now you remember, right? Nope. Bang staggered, nearly losing his balance. But being an old hand, he quickly regained his composure and revealed his true purpose. Forget it, Saitama-kun. Genos-kun, would you be interested in visiting my dojo? It turned out that, after the meteorite incident, He saw potential in us and wanted to take on disciples. Not interested, you can go back. Saitama waved his hand, directly sending him off. Seeing his plan falling apart, Bang closed his eyes and threw out a deadly bait. Really not going? I have 5 grade special beef there. In an instant, Saitama's eyes lit up like a 2,000-watt light bulb. He started dancing around, mumbling words no one could understand, but the meaning was clear. Let us go. We have to go. Genos was even more decisive, immediately taking out a notebook to jot down. I understand now, eating 5A beef is also part of becoming stronger. Wait for me, I'll go call Fang. Saying this, Saitama dashed out the door like a gust of wind to find me. Bang watched this scene and finally breathed a sigh of relief. So, under the lure of 5A grade beef, we set off in grand style to Bang's dojo. The dojo was on a mountaintop, and as soon as Saitama saw the long flight of steps, he excitedly shouted, "For the steak, let us go," and zoomed up. Genos saw this and thought, wow, the master is starting his training. He immediately activated his full power system and followed suit. Bang wanted to call them back, but before he could say anything, they were already gone. Sigh, the youth of today. He sighed and pointed to a very modern thing next to him. Let us go that way. There's an elevator straight to the top. The dojo isn't doing well, so we can only rely on tourism to earn some living expenses. By the time Bang and I leisurely rode the elevator to the top, we saw Genos calculating precisely, excluding the 5 seconds that the master took. I lost a total of 58. 7 seconds. It seems there is still a gap in speed. At that moment, a young man with orange hair came out of the dojo and blocked them. Hey, who are you? This is Master Bang's dojo. This person was Bang's only current disciple, Sharan. Genos honestly replied, we were invited by Mr. Bang to eat 5A grade special steak. Upon hearing this, Sharan was about to say that the master's steak wasn't for just anyone and that they needed to be tested first. But then Bang came out of the elevator and quickly stopped him. Sharan, stop. Don't be rude. These are my honored guests. Saitama got straight to the point upon seeing Bang. Old man, where's the steak you mentioned? The steak will be ready, but before we eat, I would like to demonstrate my flowing rock-crushing fist, Bang said, clearing his throat. At this moment, Tornado, who had also come along, rolled her eyes and bluntly commented, Old man, are you going to show off that flashy technique of yours again? Sharan, hearing someone dare to say his master's martial arts were flashy, was about to get angry, but upon seeing it was the second-ranked S-class Tornado, he instantly wilted. Bang sighed, but still began bragging to the curious Saitama. My fist technique, when perfected, can turn rivers upside down, and when mastered, can even destroy a mountain in an instant. Well, that sounds interesting, Saitama said seriously. Let us see it before the steak. Hearing this, Bang got excited and immediately instructed Sharan to prepare, wanted to show off his skills. In the dojo, Old Bang executed the flowing rock-crushing fist with great vigor. After finishing, he stood with his hands behind his back, smiling like a salesman. So how about it? Would you like to give it a try? With your talents, you'll learn it quickly. But Saitama directly shook his head, not interested. I shook my head too. I don't need it either. Genos also refused. It sounds great, but what I'm pursuing is not skill. Good guy, really tough to crack. Saitama looked at the nearby Kalanzi, a bit surprised. Your top disciple's strength doesn't seem that impressive. Just now, Genos exchanged a couple of moves with him and pinned him to the ground in 3 seconds. Bangu sighed and began to reminisce. Sigh, the dojo wasn't like this before. I once had a remarkably talented disciple named Hungry Wolf. In the end, he went mad and severely injured all the senior brothers. The other disciples were scared and all ran away. Later, I personally gave him a beating and expelled him from the dojo. Hearing this, Kalanzi became unconvinced and pointed at Saitama's nose, saying, You little brat, haven't you heard of the title Silver Fang? A martial arts master who can shatter giant rocks with one strike. I remember you. You're that newly promoted A-rank hero, right? Don't be so arrogant. Teacher Bangu can take you down with one hand. Bangu turned pale and quickly reprimanded him. Kalanzi, don't be rude. Saitama's strength is several times stronger than mine. Kalanzi was dumbfounded, looking incredulous. What? Teacher, are you joking? How could this guy be stronger than you? Old man, when are we having beef? Seeing that the others were not interested in his flowing stone fist, Bangu didn't want to push them. So he said, You guys wait here for a moment. I'll go prepare something for you. After saying that, Bangu was about to turn and leave, but at that moment, a man in a suit and glasses ran into the dojo. Silver Fang, I'm here from the Hero Association. The association has issued an emergency assembly order for S-rank heroes. Please come with me to the association headquarters. After saying this, the suited man turned to see Genos and Tornado, then happily said, "Over there are Mr. Genos and Miss Tornado, great. I didn't expect to meet you two here. This assembly requires all S-rank heroes to be present, so please come with me." Genos, upon hearing this, said seriously, "Is it a dragon-level disaster?" Tornado also rarely showed a serious expression. No. The presence of all S-rank heroes indicates that this disaster is very likely to be above dragon level. Fang thought, "All S-rank heroes, this is interesting. I'm very curious what would happen if Saitama and Dogman met." Saitama said, "When are we eating steak?" Bangu paused and said, "It seems we can only treat you to steak next time. Let's go to the Hero Association headquarters first. Kalanzi, you stay behind to watch the house." Genos looked at Saitama and Fang and asked, "Are the two teachers going together?" Seeing that steak might not be on the table, Saitama said, "Sure, since I'm free anyway, let's go take a look." Fang but wanted to see what would happen when Saitama and Dogman met. Also agreed, "Let's go together." Since there were too many of them, there was only one car, so the suited man let Bangu, Genos, and Tornado get in, while Fang Saitama, and Fubuki were told to find another way. After all, he was only here to invite S-rank heroes, and the three of them were optional. In response, Fang Saitama, and Fubuki expressed their frustration. So Fang could only use his psychic ability to take Saitama and Fubuki and fly towards the Hero Association headquarters. A city, Hero Association headquarters, a towering skyscraper stood in the city center, symbolizing the Hero Association. Since they flew, Fang Saitama, and Fubuki arrived here first. But due to the importance of today's meeting, the security measures at the Hero building were very strict, and the A-rank hero identities of Saitama and Fubuki could not grant them entry. So the three could only wait outside for Tornado, Bangu, and Genos. During the wait, several people walked into the Hero building one after another, as these individuals were all S-rank heroes. "Hey, do you two remember me?" A muscular man in a tank top walked over to Fang Saitama, and Fubuki. He was the S-rank hero ranked 14th, the tank top master, who had been kicked down by Saitama before and couldn't get back up. Saitama looked at the muscular man in front of him with confusion. "Huh? Who are you?" "He is the one who previously stood up for his little brother." "Oh, I think I have a bit of an impression." After helping Saitama recall, Fang asked, "Are you looking for us? You're not here to seek revenge, are you?" The tank top master chuckled foolishly and said, "No, I've already understood the situation from last time. It was my two little brothers' fault. After I went back, I gave them a good talking to. I'm here to apologize to you guys." Fang replied, "It's fine. This guy has already forgotten about it. By the way, are you here for the meeting too? But I remember this meeting only invited S-rank heroes. Why are you here?" The tank top master asked, puzzled. Saitama shook his head. "No, we're just here to see what's going on. Let's leave it at that. I need to hurry in, so I'll take my leave." The tank top master greeted the three and entered the building. After he entered, the three started to wait boringly again. At this moment, a person dressed in a dog costume approached them. He was the S-rank hero ranked 12th, Dogman. "Wow, he really looks a lot like Saitama. No wonder when I watched the manga and anime in my past life, some said Dogman was Saitama's alternate identity." Fang thought. From his appearance, Dogman seemed like Saitama in a dog costume, and since both had expressionless faces, it's believable that people would think they were from the same mother. Fang hurriedly tapped Saitama, who was in a daze beside him, and said, "Saitama, look quickly, there's someone who looks a lot like you." A dog. No, it should be a person dog. Also not right." Fubuki beside them said, "Teacher Fang what are you talking about? That's the S-rank hero ranked 12th, Dogman, but he does look a lot like Saitama." Someone looks a lot like me? Where?" Saitama turned to look immediately. "Isn't that just a dog?" Dogman, who was about to enter the hero building, also noticed Fang and the others, but he didn't pay much attention until his gaze landed on Saitama, and he froze because this person looked like him. Dogman quickly approached Saitama and circled around him, examining him closely. "Hey, you don't have to go so far in your admiration for me to deliberately get plastic surgery to look like me, do you?" Dogman asked Saitama. Upon hearing Dogman's words, Saitama was furious and retorted, "What do you mean by that? You're the one who is copying my face." Dogman was taken aback by Saitama's response. He clearly didn't expect Saitama to reply like that. He looked Saitama over carefully again and then shook his head. "Impossible. I debuted long before you. How could you say I copied your face?" Saitama was even more enraged at Dogman's words. Dogman looked at Saitama and said, "Your face does seem like it hasn't been altered." Saitama, "Of course." Dogman asked, "Then who are you? Why do you look so much like me?" Saitama replied seriously, My name is Saitama, and I am an A-rank hero. A-rank hero? No wonder I haven't heard of you. But your strength should be pretty good, right? After all, looking so much like me indicates we have some things in common, said Dogman. Upon hearing Dogman's words, Saitama swore that if this guy said one more word, he would punch his, no, handsome face with a serious punch. All right, I have other matters to attend to, so I'm leaving. After saying that, Dogman walked into the Hero Association building like a real dog. Saitama watched Dogman's departing figure, and the anger in his heart gradually subsided. He shook his head and turned to Fang Xian and Fubuki, saying, "What bad luck. Why am I encountering so many strange things today?" Fang Xian teased with a smile. "By the way, Saitama, do you really not have any twin brothers?" Saitama shook his head, no. Shortly after, a black sedan stopped in front of the three of them, and Tornado, Bang, and Genos got out of the car one after another. Seeing the three standing in front of the building, Genos asked curiously, "Teacher Fang Xian, Teacher Saitama, Junior Sister Fubuki, why are you just standing here and not going in? Are you waiting specifically for us?" Fubuki replied, "We're not allowed in because our ranks aren't high enough." Bang smiled and said, "That's not a problem, just follow me." Then the group entered the building. As soon as they entered, they saw a man dressed in vintage samurai attire, with 2 swords at his waist. This person was the S-rank hero ranked 4th, Atomic Samurai, Silver Fang. "I knew you'd come. Tornado also came with you." Atomic Samurai turned around upon hearing the noise behind him and greeted an old acquaintance. Bang immediately replied, "Long time no see, Atomic Samurai." As for Tornado, she still maintained her tsundere attitude and ignored Atomic Samurai. Atomic Samurai focused his gaze on Fang Xian and the others. That one is the cyborg Genos. The girl I remember is Tornado's sister. And the 2 unfamiliar guys are Bang's new disciples, right? Bang introduced to Atomic Samurai. "This is A-rank hero Saitama, a talent who will eventually become an S-rank hero. And the other one, Fang Xian, has talent that is no less than Saitama's, so I brought them in." Saitama looked at Atomic Samurai and extended his hand, saying, "Uncle is also a hero, so please take care of me in the future." Slap! Atomic Samurai swatted Saitama's hand away, saying, "I won't shake hands with you. I only shake hands with strong individuals I recognize. When you climb to my position, I'll greet you again. Also, I'm only 37 this year, not the age to be called uncle by others." Saitama asked in confusion, "But isn't 37 the age of an uncle?" Several people, the remaining S-rank heroes, are all here, just waiting for you guys. Please hurry and follow me. A staff member of the Hero Association ran over and said, "City, currently, the residents of this city are going about their usual business, either going to work or school, completely unaware of the disaster that is about to occur in their city today. Hero Association headquarters in the conference room, except for the S-rank hero ranked 1st, Blast, and the 6th-ranked Metal Knight. All other S-rank heroes were present. They sat around a large square table in the center of the room, with over a dozen people gathered. These individuals were S-rank 17th, a sexy prisoner who voluntarily entered prison due to his fondness for pushing down handsome men and lost to Deep Sea King during the last Sea People invasion. Currently thinking about how to confess to Genos. S-rank 16th, Genos, who was pondering what was happening. S-rank 15th, Metal Bat, holding a baseball, always thinking about going out for a one-on-one fight while worrying about his sister, who is learning the piano. S-rank 14th, the Vestige Master, who just apologized to Fang Xian and the others. S-rank 13th, Flashy Flash, who claims to be the fastest, coming from the same ninja village as Sonic. S-rank 12th, Dogman, who looks very much like Saitama, guarding City Q alone. S-rank 11th, Alloy Blacklight, who is muscular and belongs to the physical faction like the Vestige Master. S-rank 10th, Pig God, who looks somewhat foolish and loves to eat but possesses a sense of responsibility and camaraderie as a hero. S-rank 9th, Drive Knight, wrapped in a mechanical suit that can change into various shapes, also a cyborg like Genos. S-rank 8th, Zombie Man, who has strong regenerative abilities and can regenerate even if turned to dust after a while. S-rank 7th, known as the strongest man on Earth, King, who possesses the King engine. S-rank 6th, Absent. S-rank 5th, a genius child who looks like a kid but is actually a child, Child Emperor. S-rank 4th, Atomic Samurai, who won't shake hands with Saitama. S-rank 3rd, Silver Fang Bang, who is thinking about how to continue inviting Saitama and Fang Xian to his dojo after dealing with the disaster. S-rank 2nd, Tornado, the little lowly known as the ultimate weapon by the Hero Association. S-rank 1st, Absent. S-rank 0th, only known among the high ranks of the Hero Association, said to be the strongest warrior, Fang Xian. This time, The S-rank strength is indeed more complete than the last time the Hero Association distributed year-end bonuses. Besides these people, A-rank hero Fubuki and A-rank hero Saitama are sitting next to Tornado and Genos, while Fang Xian, although he is S-rank 0th, is still sitting on the other side of Tornado since his identity hasn't been exposed yet. The sexy prisoner looked at Saitama, sitting next to Genos, and curiously thought, strange. Who is that bald man sitting next to little Genos? Is he little Genos' little brother? Is there any tea? Saitama asked. Soon a staff member brought a cup of tea to Saitama. The sexy prisoner saw this and thought. As expected, he wants to pour tea for big brother Genos. Wait, why did he drink it himself? Saitama finished the tea in one gulp. Child Emperor looked at Fang Xian sitting next to Tornado and recalled seeing something about the two online before, so he curiously asked, Tornado, is that man next to you your boyfriend? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's attention shifted to them, except for Saitama. Tornado's face turned slightly red upon hearing this, but she still maintained her cool demeanor and said to Child Emperor, Little brat, if you want to get beaten up, just say so, I can accommodate you. In response to Tornado's intimidation, Child Emperor said, Aren't you also a little brat? Besides, if we fight, who gets beaten up is still uncertain. All right, then let's give it a try. After saying that, Tornado was about to make a move. Fang quickly stepped in to mediate. All right, we're not here to fight each other this time. After hearing this, Tornado angrily sat back down in her chair. The zombie man saw Tornado's appearance and said, Looking at you, it seems that this matter is mostly true. I didn't expect you, Tornado, to actually be talking about a boyfriend. What boyfriend? That's clearly just a rumor. And you, zombie man, have you had enough of living? After Tornado finished speaking, her gaze shifted to Fang Xianyuan, who was lost in thought, secretly cursing, It's all your fault, you despicable guy, making me look foolish here. At that moment, a man with a big nose and a suit walked in, glanced around, and found that everyone had arrived except for Explosion and Metal Knight. Huh, am I seeing things? He is here too. The big-nosed man was quite surprised to see Fang Xianyuan. He didn't expect the top S-rank hero to be absent. But the S-rank number 0 was present. He immediately felt relieved, thinking that with Fang Xianyuan here, there probably wouldn't be any accidents. He then took a seat at the center of the table and began to explain the situation. I am Shichi from the Hero Association, and I will be in charge of this briefing. Due to the urgent nature of the situation, I will get straight to the point. The purpose of gathering everyone here is solely to hope that you can protect the Earth. However, before I discuss this matter, I must inform you that due to the severity of this incident, even S-rank heroes could potentially lose their lives. So if anyone wishes to withdraw, you may leave the conference room now. Rest assured, the Hero Association will not revoke your S-rank hero title. He continued, On the contrary, once you hear the following content, you cannot leave. Until this matter is resolved, you will all be kept here under house arrest to prevent the leak of information and societal panic. Is that understood? After Shichi finished speaking, Metal Bat, with his legs crossed, said seriously, Hurry up and say it. I slipped out of my sister's important piano recital, so if it's not a big deal, I might just demolish this building. The great prophetess, Mrs. Zababawa, has passed away. What? That Mrs. Zababawa has died? Was she murdered? Shichi awkwardly replied, No, it's not like that. I heard that Mrs. Zababawa was doing a divination before she passed away. Perhaps the result was so shocking that she kept gasping for breath, and then she choked on a candy and died. After hearing this, Alloy Blacklight said, I understand. This big issue is that without Mrs. Zababawa's prophecies, we won't be able to foresee the impending disaster. But isn't your house arrest for half a year a bit exaggerated? Shichi replied, No, the focus of this meeting is the note left by Mrs. Zababawa before her death. Everyone, please take a look. Suddenly, a projector on the table displayed a note that read, Earth, not good. Earth, not good. Shichi pointed at the large characters projected on the screen, using an exaggerated expression to seriously address the S-rank heroes. This is the note left by Mrs. Zababawa before her death. Can everyone understand its meaning? Looking at these words, all the heroes fell into silence, without exception. The Child Emperor was the first to stand up, unable to contain himself. Hey, what is going on? You gathered us here, just for this? Saying this, he took down the lollipop in his hand, looking dissatisfied. I thought it would be something significant, but it's just this. So boring, I still need to go to tutoring class, so I'm leaving. While Shichi was talking with the Child Emperor, Saitama, sitting next to Genos, asked his recent sexy prisoner, Excuse me, who is Mrs. Zababawa? Is she a hero like us? Hearing Saitama's question, the sexy prisoner turned her head and said, What? You don't know who Mrs. Zababawa is? She occasionally appears on TV. TV? I've never seen it, Saitama pondered. The sexy prisoner, seeing that Saitama really didn't know, explained, Mrs. Zababawa is a prophetess and a great one at that. She can accurately predict the timing of earthquakes or monster attacks. Even without Mrs. Zababawa's prophecies, we have survived many crises. But we will still protect her and give her special treatment, because her predictions will come true 100 of the time. Riding on the momentum of the sexy prisoner explaining to Saitama, Shichi added, that's right. It's precisely because Mrs. Zababawa's predictions have a 100 accuracy rate that we must take them seriously. Before this, she has predicted several disasters, such as floods, dangerous biological monsters, earthquakes, and volcanic eruptions. Many lives have been lost in these disasters, but Mrs. Zababawa has never used the term not good. Bang! At this point, Shichi suddenly slammed his hand on the table and said in a heavy tone, this means that a disaster potentially worse than a major earthquake, flood, volcanic eruption, or even a monster of ghost or dragon level is about to happen, and it will happen within the next 6 months. Shichi's words once again plunged the conference room into silence, and the expressions on everyone's faces became serious rather than relaxed as before. However, there were 2 exceptions present, Fang Xianyuan and Saitama. After a pause, Police Dog Hero grasped the core issue and said, I understand. The gist is that we know a disaster will happen, and it will happen within the next 6 months, but no one knows the exact day. So we can't plan ahead. Shichi nodded, that's right. So please be prepared for battle at any time within these 6 months. On behalf of the powerless ordinary people, I want to say to all of you, we are counting on you. Shichi bowed deeply to everyone. At this moment, Saitama said, so the disaster will happen within 6 months, right? That means it could happen today, tomorrow, or the day after? Yes, that is indeed the case. But by the way, who are you? After answering the question, Shichi realized that he hadn't seen this bald man on the S-rank hero list. Saitama happily replied, good thing I came. By the way, I'm A-rank hero Saitama. Looking at the confidently smiling Saitama, Shichi was filled with confusion, thinking, how did an A-rank hero get into a meeting for S-rank heroes? What are the security personnel doing? Shichi then shook his head, not wanting to think about it anymore. He turned and walked over to Fang Xianyuan, extending his hand with a smile, saying, thank you very much for attending this meeting. If we encounter any disasters that they can't handle in the future, please lend a hand to help us resolve them. Seeing Shichi's attitude towards Fang Xianyuan, the S-rank heroes who didn't know Fang Xianyuan's true identity were all bewildered, thinking at the same time, who is this guy? What do you mean by enemies we can't handle? Asking him to step in. Just as everyone was puzzled, Shichi explained to the crowd, this is Mr. Fang Xianyuan, the strongest warrior ranked number 0 in S rank, acknowledged by Mr. Explosion as being stronger than him. What? S rank number 0? Everyone exclaimed in unison. Shichi nodded and continued. That's right, with Mr. Fang Xian joining us this time, I believe our chances of winning could be maximized. Upon hearing this, everyone except for Tornado, Genos, Saitama, and Fubuki all turned their gaze towards Fang Xian. Low profile. I'm just an ordinary person. Fang Xian waved his hand and said, not expecting his identity to be exposed like this. At this moment, Zombie Man noticed that Tornado's expression was quite calm among the heroes present. So he asked, Tornado, you seem to have known about this all along? Tornado proudly replied, of course, it was me and Blast who vouched for Fang Xian to join the Hero Association. Atomic Samurai questioned, but why didn't we S-Class heroes know about the S-Class rank 0? Shichi explained, because this matter is quite special. To prevent the enemies from knowing that the Hero Association still has a trump card, only we high-ranking officials, Mr. Blast, and Miss Tornado are aware of the rank 0 situation. A-Class Hero Snake stated, I knew about it a long time ago. The overall commander of the Sea People invasion. Gauss added, so did I. I saw the failures of Deep Sea King and Underground King in the sky. Since that's the case, I will rule the surface world. Kate, Igor, Falco, Hawk, watch closely. Next, you will witness the strongest attack. I, as the Sky King, unleash. The Sky King, resembling a Tengu, circled above City A with his 4 subordinates. As a flying-type monster, his mobility was clearly much better than that of Deep Sea King, Underground King, and Ancient King, and he also had long-range attack capabilities, making him a very tricky opponent. Although the Sky King's 4 subordinates appeared to be his lackeys, they were actually his children, and they all looked at the Sky King, beginning to flatter him. The boss's strongest attack? I'm really looking forward to it. I haven't seen it in a long time. Yeah, I remember the last time the whole city trembled under the boss's attack. That attack almost turned half the city into ruins. It was truly shocking. I estimate that under the boss's strike, all the ants in those buildings below will disappear. After all, the boss's attack is no joke. Listening to his children's flattery, the Sky King slightly raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a sinister smile. He took a deep breath, and then suddenly opened his mouth. An invisible energy began to gather in his mouth. Sky Cannon, the Sky King roared, and the invisible energy in his mouth instantly condensed into an energy cannon with destructive power, shooting straight toward the Hero Association headquarters building in the city center of A. Boom! At that moment, the entire city seemed to fall into silence, and the citizens looked up, seeing only that dazzling beam of light and 5 menacing figures in the sky. A huge explosion echoed, and the Hero Association's headquarters was engulfed in thick smoke. Ha ha! As long as these heroes disappear, then this world will belong to my Sky Clan. The Sky King looked at the thick smoke with great satisfaction. The explosion indeed caused significant tremors to the Hero Association headquarters, but after all, it was the headquarters. How could it be so easily destroyed? As the smoke dissipated, the entire Hero Association building was intact. The Sky King, who was laughing wildly in the sky, suddenly choked on his laughter. To ease the embarrassment, he said to his subordinates behind him, "It seems this building is indeed a bit tough. Let's attack together with a stronger strike. For the glory of the Sky Clan. Charge with me." After boosting his subordinates' morale, the Sky King immediately rushed down. However, after he finished speaking, he heard the screams of his subordinates. Dad, run. There's something above." The Sky King's 4 subordinates were torn apart and fell from the sky. At that moment, the Sky King also noticed the ground was shrouded in the shadow of an unknown object, followed by several unknown energy projectiles flying up from below, blowing him and the remains of his torn-apart subordinates into dust. Meanwhile, inside the Hero Association headquarters building, Fang was curiously rummaging through Child Emperor's backpack. He found various high-tech weapons hidden inside, which basically constituted all of Child Emperor's combat power. If he lost this backpack, Child Emperor would lose 99 of his fighting capability. As for Child Emperor, he was watching Fang with admiration, feeling that Fang had seen through his weakness at their first meeting. No wonder he is the S-Class rank 0. You can see through to this extent, truly impressive. Looking at Child Emperor's admiring gaze, Fang was puzzled and thought, what is this kid talking about? Just being curious about your backpack is called seeing through? He pondered for a moment and turned his gaze toward Tornado, thinking about how it would feel if Tornado wore this backpack. It should fit her very well. Seeing Fang staring at her, Tornado's keen sixth sense immediately detected a malicious interest in his gaze. So she asked, "Hey, Fang, why do I feel a sense of ill intent from your eyes? Are you thinking about something strange again?" "Not at all. You're overthinking it, haha." Fang awkwardly laughed, thinking, how is this girl so sensitive to my thoughts? However, at that moment, the entire Hero Association headquarters building suddenly shook. All the heroes in the conference room instantly tensed up. Metal Baseball pulled out a baseball from somewhere and asked the big-nosed Shi-Chi, who had just gathered information, "Hey, what was that tremor just now?" Shi-Chi used a projector to display the information he had just obtained and said, the attack on the headquarters building just now was done by these monsters. Preliminary disaster level detected is Demon. Child Emperor looked at the projected photo and said, "It seems it's a flying-type monster. It would be best if we send someone who can fly or can attack from a distance to engage." As one of the think tanks of the Hero Association, Child Emperor was quite familiar with such emergencies. So I propose that before we understand the enemy's specific situation, we should not send long-range attackers. It's best to send those who can fly to confront them. Saying this, Child Emperor turned his gaze towards Fang. The crowd then also looked towards Fang. As for why they didn't choose Tornado, who could also fly, it was because they were well aware of Tornado's strength, while the strength of this suddenly appearing S-Class rank 0 was still an unknown. So they wanted to take this opportunity to see Fang abilities and also to witness the strength of a man stronger than Blast. "Hey, why are you all looking at me? Although I can fly, isn't this right next to a tornado?" Fang thought as he looked at everyone's gaze. Genos also touched his chin and nodded, saying, "Well, indeed, if it were teacher Fang making a move, the opponent probably wouldn't even have a chance to fight back." "Wow, Genos, is this how you praise your teacher?" Fang replied, speechless. Tornado looked at Fang and said, "Fang, this matter is up to you." "All right, I'll take care of these birdmen." Seeing everyone's anticipation, Fang didn't say anything further. After confirming the location of the monster, he gathered several energy orbs in his hand and shot them out. Those energy orbs pierced through the building that even Sky King couldn't break, flying straight up. At the City Hero Association headquarters, in the conference room, Everyone watched in shock as Fang Xian unleashed an attack more powerful than a cannonball, directly penetrating a building that even Sky King couldn't break, and killed Sky King. They were all incredibly stunned. At that moment, the sound of the system collecting emotions echoed in Fang Xian's mind. Ding! Detecting Bongu's shock. Emotional value 10,000. Ding! Detecting Atomic Samurai's shock. Emotional value 10,000. Ding! Detecting Child Emperor's shock. Emotional value 10,000. Ding! Among those present, aside from Tornado, Fubuki, Genos, and Saitama, everyone else was shocked by the two energy orbs just now, without ads and with the fastest updates. To avoid losing content, please come and experience the ad-free reading app for free novels. The disciple of Atomic Samurai, ranked second among A-class heroes, Kian, crawled out from under the rubble above. I remember I came to a city with my master to wait for the meeting to end, and then I heard a loud explosion, and after that I passed out. What on earth happened here? Why has a city turned into ruins? After thinking for a moment, Kian looked up. What is that? A huge spaceship. Could it be that this guy is responsible for turning a city into ruins? However, at that moment, a monster with many heads suddenly appeared behind Kiai and swung its large hand at his head. Bang! The metal helmet in the monster's hand turned into a piece of iron, but Kiai had already dodged out of the way. He placed his hand on the hilt of his sword at his waist and confidently said to the monster, "You think such a heavy killing intent would go unnoticed by me?" After dodging the attack from the multi-headed monster, Kiai, though he had discarded his iron helmet, no longer resembled a mere supporting character, but transformed into a handsome guy with golden hair. One must say, clothes make the man, and this change in Kiai was indeed eye-catching, turning him from a background character into a supporting role that could last a couple more episodes. Are you the alien creature inside that gigantic spaceship up there? Did you destroy a city? Kiai glared angrily at the creature in front of him. As one of Atomic Samurai's disciples, his sense of justice made it impossible for him to accept that a city had turned into ruins. Not going to answer my question? That's fine, because you're about to pay the price for it. With that, Kiai drew the sword from his waist, and an overwhelming killing intent radiated from him, strong enough to intimidate some ordinary monsters. He then aimed at the monster in front of him, slightly leaned forward, and suddenly dashed out like a flash of lightning, the blade of his sword slicing through the air, creating a whistling sound, aiming straight for the monster's vital points. This was Kiai's ultimate technique called Iato Slash. Kiai had followed Atomic Samurai for many years, being the most talented and hardworking among the three disciples. Years of rigorous training and pursuit of the ultimate swordsmanship allowed him to develop his own unique understanding and skills in swordsmanship, and he had mastered the Iato Slash to perfection. Even when facing stronger enemies, as long as he had the will to fight, he could battle against them. After the attack, Kiai sheathed his sharp, long sword, and the monster's head, heart, and several vital parts were instantly cut through. Looking at the monster before him covered in blood, Kiai showed a confident expression. He understood that he had won this battle. Unfortunately, if the monster in front of him were an earthbound creature, the victor of this battle might truly have been Kiai. But this multi-headed monster was one of the top combatants of the Cosmic Dark Matter Pirate Group, Merozagaludo, classified as a dragon-level disaster. Its greatest feature was its infinite regeneration ability, meaning that unless one knew its weakness, no matter how many times Kiai attacked, he could never defeat it. Merozagaludo grinned, its multiple heads opening their mouths simultaneously, revealing sharp fangs. Its body regenerated at a visible speed, and the wounds just inflicted by Kiai had already disappeared. Kiai said, with a serious expression, "Damn, this is the first time I've encountered such a situation. Is this guy immortal? It seems this battle is far from over. What a combative creature. That last attack seemed pretty good. Its vigilance is also very strong. It was able to dodge our attack. Let's kill it." "I think that's a great suggestion. Hurry, kill it." Merozagaludo's 5 heads spoke entirely different things, as each head contained a different personality. This meant that the 5 heads not only looked terrifying but truly had different consciousnesses, and it could also split into 5 bodies, each with its own head and core, or combine into one body while keeping the heads and personalities separate, which is the current state. At this moment, after the 5 heads of Merozagaludo reached a consensus, its arms transformed into a massive hammer. Merozagaludo raised its hammer-like hand and heavily smashed it down towards Kiai's eyes narrowed. He understood that the power of this strike should not be underestimated. However, years of training and combat experience allowed him to react quickly. His figure flickered, but unfortunately, his left arm was about to be struck as he couldn't dodge in time. At that moment, an energy orb instantly blasted Merozagalludo away, saving Ki-An's arm, which was supposed to be severed by this strike according to the original story. Looking at the flying Merozagalludo, Ki-An wondered, what happened? Why did this monster suddenly get blasted away? Also, what was that yellow attack just now? The blasted Merozagalludo trembled as it stood up, revealing a huge wound on its body, with black smoke rising, looking quite miserable. Even though its regeneration ability was repairing its injured body, it was painfully slow. Roar! Who is it? Show yourself! Damn it! I didn't expect that this broken planet would still have such a powerful expert. After a while, Meluzagallu's body returned to its original state. He then turned his gaze towards the Ki temple, and one of the heads said, "First, let's take care of this human, and then we'll go find that guy who attacked us earlier." Okay, the other 4 heads replied in unison. Then Meluzagallu's body began to change, splitting into 5 bodies that slowly walked towards the Ki temple. Splitting. Damn it, I didn't expect this guy to have such a perverted ability. Ki temple watched as Meluzagallu got closer, pulling out his sword once again. I'll kill him. You go do something else. All right, I'll go destroy that building over there. I'll keep watch for the spaceship. Just as the situation grew dire, a flash of blade light swept through, and the 5 bodies of Meluzagallu, which had just split, were simultaneously severed. Ki, are you all right? Master, I'm Yufine. Seeing his master, the atomic samurai rushed over, and Ki temple instantly breathed a sigh of relief. All right, leave this guy to me. You should evacuate. After saying that, the atomic samurai focused all his attention on Meluzagallu. The one who had just launched the energy bomb was, of course, Fang, who was above the Hero Association building. Saitama looked at Fang and asked, Fang, what was that attack you just launched for? Fang replied, "Oh, I sensed someone was fighting a monster, so I shot an energy bomb to help him out. Enough about that. Let's get into that spaceship above." Okay, just as the two were about to enter the spaceship, the hatch at the bottom of the ship opened, revealing a figure standing at the door. On the ground in city, a Ki temple said, "Master, when I was fighting that guy, I found that ordinary slashes seemed to have little effect on him. However, when I was almost hit, a mysterious attack helped push him back, causing significant damage to that monster, even slowing down its regeneration. So I think it's best if we retreat and come back once we have a plan to deal with him." Although Ki temple felt relieved seeing his master, the atomic samurai arrived. He did not immediately evacuate, but shared what had happened during the battle and his suggestion. Despite Ki temple being young and not as strong as his master, the atomic samurai, he had high talent and was diligent, possessing a rare quality among young people: the ability to remain calm in any battle situation, assess the situation, and decide how to proceed based on his circumstances. Ki temple concluded that physical attacks were unlikely to harm Meluzagallu, which led him to voice his suggestion. However, whether to heed it or not was up to the atomic samurai. "The word retreat is not in my dictionary, Ki. You need to leave here immediately," the atomic samurai declared, adopting a fighting stance. Meluzagallu had already recovered from his injuries, roaring as he charged toward the atomic samurai and Ki temple. The 5 bodies launched simultaneous attacks, each displaying immense combat power. Facing Meluzagallu's fierce assault, the atomic samurai's eyes sharpened, and a powerful sword intent erupted from his body. Atomic slash! As the atomic samurai shouted, the sword in his hand transformed into a cold light, slashing across Meluzagallu at a speed that was hard to perceive with the naked eye. In an instant, a series of dense, cutting sounds filled the air, as if countless sword energies had erupted simultaneously. The atomic slash was the atomic samurai's ultimate technique, capable of shattering everything. Under this strike, Meluzagallu's body was reduced to numerous fragments. However, the cut pieces of Meluzagallu quickly reassembled, and this ability corresponded to his splitting ability, known as fusion, which was also Meluzagallu's ultimate form. This form fused all 5 heads, personalities, and bodies together, vastly surpassing the power and speed of the split state. The most obvious feature of this form was that the 5 heads merged into one, sporting 5 pairs of eyes. Moreover, the consciousness of the 5 heads also fused, though it still produced a slight echo. I didn't expect there to be a life form on this planet that could rival me. Very well. Come and try to resist our invasion. Meluzagallu grinned, exposing his sharp teeth. Everyone's attention was now focused on King, eager to see what this strongest man would do. "Sorry, I'm powerless to help with this," King said expressionlessly. "What? Even you can't do anything?" Alloy Blacklight was surprised to hear King's words. After all, if even the strongest man could do nothing. The situation was truly dire. The enemy is hovering in the air, and I have no ranged attack means. However, that mysterious flying object hasn't made any moves yet, so our best course of action is to find Metal Knight. King stated, and in fact, he was not lying. His attacks truly had no effect on the enemy, as he was just an ordinary person who liked action and romance games, with no powerful combat ability. The reason he was an S-class hero and held the title of the strongest man on Earth was due to his extraordinary luck, akin to winning a lottery of 10 million every time. In terms of luck, he could truly be called the strongest. No one could surpass him. What do you mean by that? It's so embarrassing. What kind of strongest man are you? Don't forget, a city has already been destroyed. Are we really going to wait for them to strike first? Damn it, I wonder where Fang has gone at a time like this. Forget it. I don't need you. I'll take care of those guys above by myself. Tornado, furious, spoke in a slender, lowly voice, showing no regard for anyone. Alloy Blacklight weakly interjected. Don't say that, little Tornado. If you anger King, you'll get killed. Genos clenched his mechanical arm and said, wait, I'll go too. I don't know if it will work, but I'll try to launch an attack from the ground. And I suspect the two teachers are also. Genos, didn't you hear what I just said? I said I don't need you. Tornado interrupted Genos, appearing irritable and dissatisfied, as if she were on her period. The alloy black light hurriedly said to Genos, calm down. Genos, I understand how you feel, but if you anger Tornado, you could get killed. Genos crossed his arms with a bitter expression, thinking, as expected, Teacher Fang was right. A woman like Tornado has a temper that's hard to predict. It seems that the only man in this world who can hold Tornado down is probably Teacher Fang. Speaking of which, the two teachers must have already arrived on the spaceship by now. Genos looked up at the spaceship in the sky. A few minutes earlier, just as Fang and Saitama were about to forcefully attack the interior of the spaceship, a hatch at the bottom of the spaceship opened. Coming out from inside was one of the top combatants of the Cosmic Dark Matter Pirate Group, the disaster-level monster Gloribas, who also had a dragon-level threat. Haha, intruders. It's quite a feat for you to make it here, but this is where it ends, as you cannot defeat me, Gloribas. Hearing this guy's words, Fang retorted, please. It seems like you are the intruders here. Stop wasting time. My acidic breath will completely dissolve the two of you, and then, bang, boom. Before Gloribas could finish speaking, Saitama punched his head off, while Fang blasted his body with a ki wave. This guy talks too much. Fang shrugged and turned to Saitama. Saitama, let's keep moving. Whoever finds the boss on this spaceship first gets to fight him. How about that? Sure, no problem. Saitama nodded in agreement. To prevent Saitama from stealing the kills again, Fang said, you better keep your promise this time, or you're not allowed to come to my house for a meal for a month. Fine, I got it, Saitama exclaimed before agreeing. The two then began rampaging through the spaceship, destroying many facilities along the way and taking down a large number of enemies. In the spaceship control room, one of the top combatants of the Cosmic Dark Matter Pirate Group, Galaganshu, was checking the situation inside the spaceship. Lord Galaganshu, the spaceship has been invaded by the indigenous people of Earth, and it is expected to crash to the ground in 15 seconds. After the crash, 85 of the basic facilities will fail. What should we do? Lord Galaganshu. Hearing the sudden report from his subordinate, Galaganshu looked confused. Just then, the control room door opened, and a man in full armor with only one eye walked in. Galaganshu, what happened? Hearing the voice, Galaganshu quickly turned around and said, I apologize, Lord Boros. Due to our negligence, 2 indigenous people from this planet have invaded. In just a few minutes, the facilities inside the spaceship have suffered severe damage. Although there are only 2 intruders, all the combat personnel I sent out have been defeated by them. It's fine. As long as the spaceship's power system hasn't been damaged, it won't crash, Boros said calmly. Galaganshu, go summon Gloribas and Maluzulu. The 3 of you go eliminate these 2 intruders. Galaganshu broke out in a cold sweat and said, Lord Boros, it seems that the spaceship's power system has encountered some problems, and Gloribas has already been killed. What? Upon hearing this, Boros's only eye widened in shock. Please don't be angry. I'll contact Maluzulu right away to team up and eliminate those 2 intruders. After saying that, Galaganshu quickly opened the communicator to contact Maluzulu. Meanwhile, Boros looked thoughtfully at the images of Fang and Saitama displayed on the large screen. On the ground, facing the attacks of 4 S-class heroes, Maluzulu, one of Boros's 3 major powers, was currently in a tough battle. However, it could be said that it was a one-sided beating. There was no way around it, as all 4 S-class heroes on the opposite side were tough opponents and quite capable fighters. How's my punch feel? The sexy prisoner said while fully nude. At this moment, Maluzagalu's body had several large holes punched into it by the sexy prisoner. After the battle with the Deep Sea King, although the sexy prisoner was defeated, he learned a lot, including the crucial technique of continuous punching. Additionally, after going back and training rigorously, he discovered that if he attacked with emotion, the power of his punches would increase. Thus, when the sexy prisoner attacked, just now, he thought of the boys who had been killed, and a sense of hatred arose in his heart, which made his punches even more powerful. Although this method was somewhat strange, the transformed power was undeniably strong. However, even though the sexy prisoner's attacks had become stronger, Maluzagalu possessed extremely powerful regenerative abilities, so while his body was being battered, it instantly healed back to normal. After all, as long as Maluzagalu's weak points weren't targeted, even Fang Xian's ki blast wouldn't be able to eliminate him directly, even though they were just ordinary ki blasts. Ki Temple immediately reminded, "Sexy prisoner, this isn't working. This monster's recovery ability is extremely abnormal." Although Ki Temple kindly reminded him, the sexy prisoner, as an S-class hero, didn't take it to heart. After Maluzagalu restored his form, he stood up and shouted, "You bastards, I'm going to turn you into specimens to keep in my room." Bang! But just as he finished speaking, a metal baseball bat smashed his head to pieces. Even with such an attack, Maluzagalu quickly returned to his original state. Damn, this bastard just restored himself again. I won't give up, here it comes. Saying that, the metal baseball bat spat in his palm like a delinquent, then gripped the bat tightly and continued to swing it towards Maluzagalu's head. The metal baseball bat's greatest skill wasn't here, but rather its fighting style that became more vigorous with each encounter. Bang! 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 The metal baseball bat swung the bat continuously, each hit landing solidly on Maluzagalu's head, even leaving marks from the bat due to the number of strikes. Unfortunately, it still couldn't take him down completely. Just as the metal baseball bat pulled back, Maluzagalu's battered head restored itself once more. Ha ha ha! Useless. Your attacks are just a waste of effort. Maluzagalu laughed maniacally, seemingly enjoying the sensation of being attacked by a group, but unable to be defeated. After reconstituting his body, he raised his hand and struck the metal baseball bat heavily. Although this punch was powerful, it was clearly lacking in speed, allowing the metal baseball bat to easily dodge with a leap and counterattack, smashing the attacking hand into a deformed shape. Although the previous attack had failed, Maluzagaru was not particularly angry, as this was one of his long-standing combat strategies, to wear down his opponent's stamina with his infinite regeneration ability. This way, not only could the opponent not defeat him, but their stamina would be exhausted from the constant attacks, and then it would be his time to counterattack. At that point, these people would be unable to even dodge his attacks, let alone fight back. After thinking this through, Maluzagaru continued to stand there and take hits. Meanwhile, on the sidelines, the A-rank hero Kai, and who should have retreated from the battle, was still standing there. Although this battle was beyond what a single A-rank hero could participate in, he maintained his greatest strength, a calm judgment of the battlefield situation. With his sharp observational skills, Kai noticed that Maluzagaru could not be defeated through simple physical attacks. Despite the 4 S-rank heroes currently attacking him in turn, it appeared they had an absolute advantage on the surface. But none of their attacks could inflict effective damage on the monster. In contrast, the monster, with its powerful recovery ability, would immediately return to its original state every time it was on the brink of collapse. If this continued, once their 4 S-rank heroes were exhausted, the monster would not hesitate to counterattack, and by then, everyone present would likely be in grave danger. Thinking of this, Kai took a deep breath and shouted out his proposal once again. "Mr. Bang, Master, and the other 2 S-rank heroes, listen to me. This guy seems not to be defeated by simple physical attacks. As you've seen, this monster's recovery ability is extremely strong, and mere physical attacks cannot inflict substantial damage on him. Therefore, we should consider retreating temporarily or trying other methods to find his weakness. Only then can we achieve victory. Otherwise, once this guy exhausts your stamina, all of us will be in danger." Kai quickly laid out the battlefield situation and direction, proposing the optimal solution. However, Maluzagaru, who was feeling pleased with himself, was startled upon hearing Kai's words. Because if they really followed this guy's advice, the risk of battle for him could skyrocket. After all, his invulnerability was not without weaknesses. The metal baseball swung his bat to hit Maluzagaru again and said, "Kid, you make a good point, but I refuse to retreat because I only know how to hit people with my baseball bat." The sexy prisoner, who was tightly gripping his fists, also directly rejected Kai's suggestion, saying, "You're right, but sorry, I won't retreat either because I only know how to punish enemies with my fists." Seeing that 3 of the 4 S-rank heroes had rejected his proposal, Kai-in had no choice but to place his last hope on his master, Atomic Samurai. Atomic Samurai swung his sword again, slicing Melizarudo into pieces, then turned to Kai-in and arrogantly said, Kai-in, there is nothing in this world that I cannot cut. So I reject your proposal as well. Seeing all 4 reject his proposal, Kai-in nearly fell into despair, thinking, damn it, I shouldn't have hoped they would accept my suggestion. Meanwhile, Melizarudo, who was being hit, secretly laughed to himself. Haha, although the strong on this planet are quite powerful, their brains must have been kicked by a donkey. To refuse such a good suggestion, it seems I am bound to win this battle. Inside the spaceship, the pirate group, personally led by the cosmic overlord Boros, posed virtually no threat in the universe. After all, aside from the overlord Boros, there were 3 top combat members on the ship, and generally, just these 3 top fighters could resolve a significant portion of issues. Over the years, they had invaded countless technologically advanced planets, and without exception, these planets had no resistance and were easily taken down. Most planets didn't even require Boros to take action, as the 3 top combat members could handle them. However, now, facing the invasion of 2 unknown low-level planetary natives, one of their top fighters, Glory Base, was killed in an instant. Even more frightening was that as the 2 continued to wreak havoc, the spaceship was on the verge of crashing onto this unknown planet. As the commander of the spaceship and one of the 3 top combat personnel, the universe's #1 psychokinetic user, Goryugenshu, was desperately trying to contact Melizarudo, who was being held back by the 4 S-rank heroes. Wait a minute, Lord Goryugenshu. It seems the situation has changed. After our testing, we found that the spaceship's power system has changed from dangerous to good, and the infrastructure has basically been restored, except for the parts being damaged by the invaders. It seems our spaceship won't crash after all. Listening to the latest information, Goryugenshu was even more confused. What is going on? It was about to crash. How did it suddenly get better? After a brief pause, he continued trying to contact Melizarudo. Meanwhile, Boros paid no attention to this report, as he was focused on the screens showing the other 2, Fang and Saitama. Interesting. Could the one prophesied to fight me be among those 2? As for why the spaceship, which was about to crash, suddenly recovered, let us shift our focus back to Fang and Saitama. After determining who would find the leader of the spaceship first and get to fight him, Fang and Saitama began to act separately. During his search, Saitama exhibited his tendency to get lost, wandering around inside the spaceship and accidentally causing a temporary short circuit in the power room. However, this short circuit only lasted a moment before automatically recovering. As for Fang, he used his aura perception to lock onto Boros's location and continuously fired energy blasts to advance. You might ask why Fang was firing energy blasts to move forward. Well, rather than taking a long, winding path, it was more efficient to create a direct route to the destination with energy blasts. Boom! This guy Saitama is really too simple-minded. He actually forgot that I could determine the enemy's location through aura perception. Given the current situation, I am far ahead of Saitama in reaching Boros. After breaking through another wall, Fang remarked as he crawled through the hole he had created. Fang, you actually made it up here already. A little girl appeared. It was Tornado. What is the situation now? Tornado asked. The leader of the spaceship should be right up ahead. I'll find him soon. As for Saitama, it seems he has already lost and is wandering around. Fang said. Tornado asked with some confusion. Why aren't you acting with Saitama? Fang replied. I made a bet with him that whoever finds the boss of this spaceship first would fight him. And I'm already way ahead thanks to my sensing ability. Tornado rubbed her forehead. I really can't stand your men's competitive spirit. Can't you just eliminate the opponent directly and be more secure? Above Fang a bald man was running aimlessly on a complex intersecting route, completely confused. The spaceship of Boros was too large, resulting in a labyrinth-like interior, and Saitama was just wandering around inside. Huh, where is this? It seems this door won't open. Is anyone there? We have a visitor. Saying this, Saitama approached a very sturdy-looking alloy door and gave a slight push. Crack! The sturdy door and the mechanical wall were suddenly pulled down by Saitama. Oh no, it's broken. I hope no one will make me pay for this. Saitama cautiously looked around, found no one, and quickly threw the pulled-down wall aside before nonchalantly leaving. Seeing Saitama act so casually, everyone must have realized that this wasn't the first time such a situation occurred. Thinking back to the door of Fang house. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Melizarudo, who was trying to exhaust the stamina of 4 S-class heroes by taking hits, suddenly heard the voice of Goryugenshu in his mind. Melizarudo, what are you doing? I'm in combat with the creatures of Earth. Forget about those guys for now. Get back to the spaceship immediately. There's an invasion. How could anyone invade the spaceship? Besides, ISNT Glory Base still there? Let him handle the intruder. Glory Base has already been killed by the intruder. You need to return to the spaceship right now. What? Glory Base has been taken down. I didn't expect these low-level planet creatures to be so capable. I want to go back too, but I'm being held up by these Earth creatures. What? There are creatures on Earth that can hold you back. Not exactly a tough battle, but can you concentrate the spaceship's firepower and eliminate these annoying flies I'm fighting? I don't have that kind of time, and using artillery is something low-level combat personnel do. But I can't return to the spaceship in my current situation. Fine, I'll notify the gunners. You be careful not to let your weaknesses be hit by the artillery fire later. Wait, come down to ground and help me eliminate these guys. It seems faster that way. Hey, is the call disconnected? It seems that guy is also in trouble. After their conversation ended, a metal baseball bat once again struck Maruzagallo's head. Bang! With one hit, Maruzagallo's head was smashed again, but thanks to his super recovery ability, he quickly returned to normal. Inside the spaceship, a warning blared. Intruder, I command you to stop your destructive actions immediately and leave the spaceship. The person being warned was Saitama, wearing a brown superhero outfit and a bald head. Strange, what is this sound? Saitama rubbed his ears, thinking he was hearing things, and after looking around, found no one there. Warning again, if you do not leave the spaceship, I will use all my combat power to surround and kill you. Saitama completely ignored the voice, walking and muttering. Strange, this voice went directly into my ear. Seeing Saitama disregard his threat, the voice, belonging to Goryugenshu, one of Boros's 3 elite fighters, became a bit angry and continued. If you take one more step forward, you're dead. Goryugenshu was in a bad mood because he had just been talking to Maruzagallo when he suddenly saw a bald head approaching the control room on the monitor. So he hurriedly ended the call. Saitama ignored the voice in his head, thinking it was just a hallucination. Hey, can you at least answer me? Otherwise, I look like a fool talking to the air. Seeing Saitama's silence, Goryugenshu felt extremely frustrated. After all, when someone could directly connect another person's brain with psychic power, it was maddening when the other party wouldn't respond. In the eyes of others, he looked like a lunatic talking to thin air. Did you hear me? Immediately exit the spaceship, or we will have to execute you. Hey, say something. If you're scared, then get out quickly. I might spare your life. Seeing Saitama still ignoring him, Goryugenshu became furious and intensified his threats. However, after Goryugenshu spoke, all he received was silence, which put immense pressure on him, especially since his boss Boros was right beside him. Hey, sorry, I was wrong earlier. I apologize for my inappropriate words. Please leave there quickly. Seeing that the other side was not afraid of his threats, Goryugenshu could only soften his tone. Hearing the apology, Saitama finally responded. I can't go back either. I'm lost and can't find the exit out of here. I see. Then follow my instructions and you can leave. First, turn right, then head to the staircase exit nearby. And finally, boom! Before Goryugenshu could finish his instructions, the communication was suddenly cut off, followed by a loud explosion. Hearing the explosion, Saitama said, that explosion seems to be to my left. Let me go check it out. After saying that, Saitama quickly walked toward the path on his right. Inside the control room, a large hole had been blown open in the floor, and from the hole emerged a man and a woman, Fang and Tornado. Goryugenshu looked at Fang and Tornado, feeling very confused. He knew of their existence, but he thought they were still a floor away from the control room. So he planned to trick Saitama away before dealing with them. He never expected they would break through the floor and fly up. Tornado brushed the dust off her clothes and looked at Boros and Goryugenshu, asking, which of these two is the boss of this spaceship? Fang pointed at Boros and said, based on the intensity of his aura, it's this guy. All right, let me take care of him. After hearing Fang words, Tornado immediately rolled up her sleeves, ready to attack Boros. Fang hugged Tornado and said, hey, little lowly, this guy is my opponent, so don't make a mess. With your strength, you're not a match for him, so just stand aside and watch. After calming Tornado down, Fang looked at Boros. Hey, how dare you cause destruction on our spaceship? Let me, the #1 telekinesis master in the universe, turn you into minced meat. As he spoke, Jalugenshup used his telekinesis to control a large amount of rubble and unleashed his ultimate move, the telekinetic stone wave, aimed at Fang and Tornado. Although Jaluggenshup's attack was powerful, it stopped just a few meters away from the two, as Tornado emitted a green glow that blocked the incoming attack. So you also attack with telekinesis. Since I can't hit that guy, I'll hit you instead. With that, Tornado flew forward. At this moment, Boros was carefully observing Fang Xian, as he sensed an extremely powerful aura flowing from him, far surpassing his own. Welcome to my spaceship. I didn't expect you to arrive here so quickly. Although Boros said this, he thought to himself, is he the representative of this planet? The energy within him is beyond my estimation. Boom! At that moment, another loud noise erupted, and the seemingly indestructible alloy door was smashed to pieces. As the fragments of the door fell, a bald man walked in. Boros looked over in disbelief. Unbelievable, the energy within this guy is dozens. No, hundreds or even thousands of times higher than that last guy. Saitama didn't immediately pay attention to Boros. Instead, he turned his gaze to Fang Xian. Fang Xian, I didn't expect you to be here so quickly. Fang Xian replied, according to our agreement, this guy is my opponent, and you are not allowed to interfere. Saitama scratched his head and said, if I don't make a move, then what am I supposed to do? To be honest, Saitama really wanted to intervene, but thinking about how Fang Xian didn't let him eat at his house for a month, he held back. Otherwise, with Saitama having broken through his limiter during the last fight with Fang Xian, he could have knocked Boros out with a single punch by now. Looking at the powerful Fang Xian and Saitama, Boros' armor erupted with an extremely strong aura, which was the powerful presence he had gained from battling across the universe. With this aura alone, Boros could make monsters below dragon level surrender directly, because in the face of this aura, those monsters couldn't even lift their heads. Unfortunately, this aura had no effect on Fang Xian and Saitama, who were both overpowered. Fang Xian watched Boros step forward and said, come on, let me be your opponent. A completely one-sided battle was about to begin. Oh, you two aren't planning to team up? Boros looked at Fang Xian and Saitama in surprise. He had expected them to join forces against him, but it seemed they planned to take him on one by one. However, this did not make Boros feel the slightest fear. He had faced various powerful opponents throughout his years of conquest in the universe and had never backed down. Fang Xian looked at Boros with a slight smile and said, no need, I can handle it alone. Saitama nodded and said, although I really want to intervene, considering Fang Xian might really not let me eat at his house for a month, you go ahead. Well then, let me see just how strong you are. Before the decisive battle, please introduce yourselves. I am Boros, the leader of the Cosmic Dark Matter Pirate Group, the ruler of the universe. Boros said excitedly. Fang Xian introduced himself plainly. My name is Fang Xian, an ordinary person from Earth. Seeing that both had introduced themselves, Saitama added, I'm doing this out of interest. But now I am a professional hero. Before Saitama could finish, Boros had already launched an attack at Fang Xian. After all, he was going to battle Fang Xian, and the bald guy was temporarily not his concern. Hey, can you two let me finish speaking? Don't ignore me. Jalugan Shup, who was engaged in a telekinetic battle with Tornado, remarked, now you understand why I was angry earlier, right? Fang Xian, is it? I will remember this name. So welcome to my spaceship. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure instantly vanished from the spot and reappeared right in front of Fang Xian, throwing a punch at his face. As he spoke, his aura erupted, causing the entire interior of the spaceship to tremble under his power. Facing Boros's sudden attack, Fang Xian showed no sign of panic on his face, as such attack speed was too slow in his eyes. He placed his hands behind his back, easily sidestepped to avoid Boros's attack, and simultaneously, his right hand shot out at an incredible speed, accurately grabbing Boros's wrist. A hint of surprise flashed in Boros's eyes. He didn't expect his attack to be resolved so easily by the opponent. However, he did not give up. His other hand clenched into a fist and struck towards Fang Xian again. Your attack speed is too slow. Fang Xian remained calm, and after saying that, he gently pulled Boros toward himself while raising his knee and slamming it hard into Boros's abdomen. Boom! The force of this strike was immense. Boros felt as if his organs were about to shatter, and he was sent flying back as if hit by a heavy hammer, with cracks appearing in the armor that limited his powers. Watching Boros being sent flying, Fang Xian shook his head and said, hey, your strength and speed seem a bit mismatched for the title of Universal Overlord. Impressive. Over the years, I have battled across the universe, and you're the only one who has injured me with a single blow. As he spoke, the armor that restricted Boros's powers began to peel away. Since you are the representative of this planet and its strongest, I will tell you something. The armor I wear is not for defense. Its purpose is solely to limit my excessively powerful strength. But just now, you punched and cracked my armor, and the restrictions on my abilities have disappeared. While explaining, Boros's body began to undergo noticeable changes. After the armor fell away, his azure blue skin was revealed, and a wave of energy surged around him. Boros had 3 battle forms. The first was the strength suppression state, wearing armor that restricted his powers, making him significantly weaker than in a normal state. The second was the normal state, which was evidently stronger than the strength suppression state, capable of dealing with most dragon-level monsters. The third was the energy release form, in which Boros had extremely powerful regenerative abilities, being able to instantly regenerate broken limbs, and with concentrated energy, he could easily heal fatal injuries. While both his strength and speed received a dramatic boost. In this state, he could also use devastating energy cannons. At this moment, Boros had completely transitioned from the strength suppression state to the normal state. At this moment, Fang still calmly looked at Boros in front of him and asked, "First, let's confirm, what is your purpose for coming to Earth? It can't just be to destroy a city, right? What for?" "Of course, it's for a prophecy." "Prophecy?" Fang was somewhat puzzled. Why was everything he encountered today related to prophecies? Soon, Boros provided an explanation. "That's right, it's a prophecy. Speaking of this matter, it's quite a long story." Boros, who was originally planning to launch an attack, had a nostalgic expression in his single large eye. After all, he had experienced numerous stories while battling across the universe over the years. Looking at Boros's demeanor, Fang for some reason, saw reflections of Genos and the armor gorilla in him, but he quickly shook his head in denial. After all, Boros was a cosmic overlord and couldn't possibly be as talkative as Genos and the armor gorilla. "I was born on a planet with a harsh living environment." Upon hearing Boros start talking about his birth, Fang instantly became speechless, thinking to himself, why do these guys love telling stories so much? And you're starting from birth? Please, if you want to finish that, how long will it take? So, Fang quickly interrupted Boros. "Wait, you don't need to talk about your birth. Just get to the point and talk about the prophecy. Don't mention anything else." Upon hearing this, Boros snapped back from his reminiscing mode and began to speak. "Before I heard the prophecy, I led my cosmic dark matter pirate group to battle across the universe, traversing various star domains and fighting against various masters. Unfortunately, none of those guys were my match. At that time, I was too strong, so no battle could pique my interest. Thus, I crafted a set of armor to limit my own strength. Even so, no one was my opponent, and I began to feel bored. But 20 years ago, on a certain planet, a fortune teller told me that in a remote solar system in the universe, there exists a planet called Earth, where I could find an opponent worthy of my full effort. So, in order to find an opponent that could make me enjoy a good fight, I chose to believe the fortune teller's words and spent a lot of time traveling to Earth. However, my subordinates thought that the fortune teller was just trying to trick us into leaving his planet, fabricating lies. I had some doubts too, but now I believe it. You're the one from the prophecy. So if you're my opponent, then my current state might not be enough. Then, let me tell you one more thing. If my body is in a normal state, I can enter a form of energy release. In this form, my strength will increase further." As he spoke, Boros's body began to change. Energy release. In an instant, Boros's body began to enlarge, and his bones visibly grew. Dark bone spikes sprouted from his back. More terrifyingly, due to the immense energy within him, glowing patterns appeared on the surface of his body, and a second eye on his chest opened due to the energy release form. "All right, now let's continue fighting." Boros's voice echoed within the ship, each word filled with battle intent. His body, in the energy release form, appeared even more imposing and powerful, like a fierce beast from the abyss, instilling fear in others. However, in the face of such a Boros, Fang remained calm. He looked at the opponent before him, showing no fear on his face, but instead revealing a hint of excitement in his smile. "Are you finally going to get serious? Good, now it's interesting." Saying this, Fang took his hands out from behind his back. At this point, Boros had completed the transformation into the energy release form. He felt the surging power within him and couldn't help but let out a long howl toward the sky, then charged at Fang. "Take this, Earthling!" Boros shouted, throwing a punch at Fang. This punch was even more powerful than before, as if it could pierce through the entire ship. However, in the face of this terrifying punch, Fang remained very calm. He simply extended his palm and effortlessly blocked this fierce attack. Feeling the force of the attack on his palm, Fang provocatively said, "The cosmic overlord is nothing more than this." In City A on the ground, Maluzagalu was hit in the head by a metal baseball bat after finishing his communication with Gyurgen. Although he quickly regenerated, the metal baseball discovered a small glass-like object hidden in Maluzagalu's head during his recovery. "What is this thing?" The metal baseball quickly snatched the black object resembling a glass ball just before Galu fully recovered. Looking at the object in his hand, the metal baseball said with confusion, "This is a glass ball. Strange, why would this guy have something like this in his head?" As Galu realized his core was missing after his head regenerated, he immediately flew into a rage. "Get it back." Seeing Galu so flustered, the metal baseball grinned maliciously. "Although I don't know what this thing is. It seems very important to you." As he spoke, the metal baseball tossed the core into the air and swung the baseball bat hard. Crack! With a sound, the glass-like core was directly shattered. At the same time the core shattered, Galu's recently restored head transformed into an unknown thick liquid. "Oh my! That's really disgusting. Is he dead?" The metal baseball looked at the scene before him, a joyful expression appearing on his face. "Hey, this guy has a glass ball-like object inside his body, and that's his weakness. Everyone, send him on his way." Oh ho! Instantly, the 4 S-Class heroes on the battlefield looked at Galu with the same gaze a butcher would have for pork. The atomic samurai wielded his dual swords and continuously slashed. "Ha! Well done. As long as I keep chopping until I hit the vital glass ball, it's fine. Damn it. For over 100 years, to think that a head living with us would die here on this low-level planet." After the metal baseball accidentally discovered Galu's weakness, the situation on the ground battlefield completely reversed. The core in Galu's head was his weakness for immortality. It could be said that without this weakness, even all the S-Class heroes together wouldn't be his match, unless they could inflict irreparable damage. Moreover, the current situation was even worse than expected, as not only had his weakness been discovered, but there were also some issues on the ship, causing the missiles meant to support him to remain inactive. Furthermore, even Glory Base, who was on par with him as one of the 3 high-level fighters, had long been killed. At this moment, under the siege of 4 S-Class heroes, he originally had 5 heads, but now only 1 remains. This means that as long as everyone destroys that last core in his head, he will die completely. Although the situation has become so dire, he still has to make some harsh remarks. "Damn it, you guys have completely enraged me. I will eliminate all of you." Galu shouted loudly. After spitting in his palm, the metal bat began to showcase his talent for trash talk. "You guys have already revealed your weakness. Yet you still dare to be so arrogant? It seems your head has lost its ability to judge after I hit it just now. No, I think it should be my atomic slash." The atomic samurai placed the back of his sword on his shoulder and casually said while chewing on a piece of grass, "Stop it. In my opinion, it should be the flowing rock smashing fist that played the main role," Bang said, demonstrating the stance of the flowing rock smashing fist. And then turned to the nearby Ko-ken and asked, "So, little Ko, are you interested in learning some martial arts techniques while training in swordsmanship? My flowing rock-smashing fist is essential for home travel and monster extermination." Upon hearing Bang trying to undermine him in broad daylight, the atomic samurai immediately condemned him. "Hey, Bang, I'm still here. Are you looking down on me? Ko is the one who will inherit my teachings and pursue the pinnacle of swordsmanship." Bang chuckled and said, "Don't be so rigid, atomic samurai. I think it's a good idea. Just think about it. When little Ko fights monsters in the future, if he loses his weapon, he can still use martial arts to deal with them. Isn't that good?" At this moment, the sexy prisoner also chimed in. "I think little Ko can come and learn with me for a while. I can not only train him, but also have some in-depth exchanges with him." Atomic Samurai, get lost. Ko-ken, listening to the discussion among the S-Class heroes, felt a black line form on his face and thought, "These guys not only completely ignore other suggestions, but also like to fight among themselves. These S-Class heroes are simply not suitable for team battles." And the sexy prisoner, "What do you mean by training with you and having in-depth exchanges?" At that moment, Metal Bat swung his baseball bat forcefully, interrupting the conversation of the few. "Hey, you 3, is this the time to be saying such things?" "Mr. Metal Bat." Ko-ken looked at Metal Bat excitedly, surprised that it was Metal Bat who considered team spirit at such a critical moment. One could say that if this were a normal novel, and Metal Bat were the protagonist, the current situation would be Metal Bat, the destined child, guiding his companions to resolve misunderstandings, eliminate disputes, and face strong enemies together under the sunset. Unfortunately, this is not a normal novel, and Metal Bat is not the protagonist. Metal Bat pointed at himself and said, "Come on, if it weren't for me discovering this guy's weakness in time, even if your attacks were powerful, they wouldn't have had any effect. So my attack was the crucial one." Upon hearing Metal Bat's words, Ko-ken immediately spat out a mouthful of old blood. Why did I have that little hope just now? These S-Class heroes have no idea what it means to consider the bigger picture. The sexy prisoner looked at Kaioken and waved with a smile. Little Kao, after the battle is over, would you be interested in having dinner with me at the prison I'm in? As he spoke, the sexy prisoner twisted his body after entering his angel state. He was now completely naked. Kaioken's eyes were about to explode. He regretted not listening to his master and retreating earlier. Just then, an astonishing force suddenly erupted from the spaceship in the sky. This overwhelming power sent shivers down the spines of all S-Class heroes on the ground, except for Maluzagalu, who only had one head left. Upon sensing that this power belonged to Boros, he excitedly said, Lord Boros has made his move. Great. Wait, could it be that Goryu Ganshu has been taken down? Otherwise, in this situation, it should be our 3 high-level fighters who take action. After thinking for a moment, Maluzagalu arrogantly said to the 4 S-Class heroes in front of him, even if you manage to defeat me, you will definitely die at the hands of the Cosmic Overlord. Lord Boros. Cosmic Overlord? Sorry, I don't know him. If he comes, I'll let him taste what my baseball bat feels like. What Overlord or not? My sword doesn't care about that. Metal Bat and Atomic Samurai said, knowing they weren't a match for the one with that overwhelming power, but at least they couldn't lose in terms of momentum. You guys sooner or later. Bang! Before Maluzagalu could finish his sentence, Bang had somehow appeared behind him and used the flowing rock-smashing fist to shatter his head, conveniently breaking the last core as well. As that core shattered, Maluzagalu's body instantly turned into a viscous, muddy substance. Looks like I'll be taking this monster's head, Bang said, hunched over, smiling, but exuding an aura of a martial arts master. All right, let's go over there and see what this guy said about the Cosmic Overlord. Inside the spaceship of the Cosmic Dark Matter Pirate Group, while Fang Xian was fighting Boros and Saitama was watching from the side. Tornado was currently engaged in a duel with Boros's last top fighter, the Cosmic Telekinesis Master Goryu Ganshu. Your telekinesis, as a little brat, is quite impressive. Over the years, I've fought alongside Lord Boros throughout the universe, and among all the opponents I've encountered, your telekinesis is the strongest, Goryu Ganshu said, a surprised and appreciative expression on his deep blue face, floating in the air surrounded by countless stones. The petite Tornado, although she looked like an 11 or 12-year-old girl, was actually 28 years old. She radiated a green glow and was also floating in the air, facing off against Goryu Ganshu. You stinky octopus are not bad either. Your telekinesis has reached this level. It seems you've fought a lot in the universe, Tornado said with a cold smile. Little brat, don't be too arrogant. Although your telekinesis is strong, you're still far from defeating me. I am the Cosmic Telekinesis Master, Goryu Ganshu. He snorted coldly, and then used his telekinesis to control a large number of stones to attack Tornado. Tornado stopped the flying stones with her telekinesis and angrily said, well, little brat, I'm already 28 years old, a bona fide adult. After saying that, Tornado clapped her hands together, and those stones that had been halted by her telekinesis instantly shot back towards Goryu Ganshu at a faster speed. Seeing this, Goryu Ganshu's face showed a moment of surprise, but he quickly regained his composure. He lightly waved his arm, and the stones that were originally flying towards him immediately changed trajectory, bypassing his body and crashing into other places. Not bad. Since that's the case, how about this? Gyugen Shopu focused his mental energy on Tornado, who, seeing his seriousness, thought he was about to unleash some powerful move, so she prepared for defense. However, after a while, nothing happened. Hey, are you just putting on a show? Tornado said with a puzzled expression. Gyugen Shopu revealed a sinister smile. Don't worry, you'll soon see what happens. Suddenly, an overwhelming force of gravity filled the room. Gravity control? I didn't expect this stinky octopus to have some tricks up his sleeve, but this won't work on me. Tornado scoffed contemptuously, her form unmoving. But the green light surrounding her became even more brilliant. The intense gravity seemed to have no effect on her, and she continued to hover steadily in the air, confronting Gyugen Shopu. Seeing this, Gyugen Shopu frowned slightly. He didn't expect Tornado to resist his gravity control so easily. This was one of his trump cards, which had rendered countless opponents helpless in the universe. However, this seemingly petite girl appeared unaffected. Looks like I underestimated you. In that case, let me show you my true power. Gyugen Shopu snorted coldly, his 2 blue tentacles dancing in succession, and the stones around it began to tremble violently. Telekinetic stone wave. Gyugen Shopu shouted, pushing his hands forward. The stones circling around him seemed to be pulled by some mysterious force, flying toward Tornado along the trajectory formed by his mental energy at an incredible speed. This time, The stones were not just simply smashing down on Tornado like before. Gyugen Xiaopu used telekinesis to eliminate air friction, sending the stones flying at sublight speed. The stones traced bizarre arcs in the air, shooting toward Tornado at a speed hard for the human eye to capture, as if they were about to tear apart the entire space. Faced with such a terrifying attack, even someone as powerful as Tornado had to take it seriously. She took a deep breath, and the green light around her instantly became even more dazzling. Then, Tornado waved her hands quickly, and her mental energy surged forth like a tide, forming solid mental barriers. The stones crashed against the barriers, producing deafening sounds. But they could not break through the defense. Seeing that Tornado had formed a barrier with her mental energy, Gyugen Xiaopu immediately changed his attack method. Just as the stones were about to hit Tornado's barrier, they suddenly exploded in mid-air, scattering shockwaves and debris in an attempt to breach Tornado's mental barriers from various angles. Gyugen Xiaopu sneered, waving his hands again as more stones began to gather and spin rapidly, forming powerful whirlwinds that rushed toward Tornado. Tornado furrowed her brow, realizing that this opponent was not easy to deal with. However, she did not back down. Instead, she urged her mental energy to make the barrier even stronger. At the same time, she began to gather mental energy, preparing to counterattack. Just as Gyugen Xiaopu's whirlwind was about to strike Tornado's barrier, she suddenly brought her hands together and then thrust them forward. A powerful wave of mental energy erupted from her hands, colliding head-on with Gyugen Xiaopu's whirlwind. The two powerful forces clashed violently in the air, producing a deafening roar. The entire interior of the spaceship seemed to tremble at that moment. Gyugen Xiaopu's expression changed dramatically. He didn't expect Tornado's mental energy to be so powerful, capable of countering his attack. He exerted all his strength to push his mental energy, attempting to suppress Tornado's wave of energy. However, Tornado did not give him much time to think. With a wave of her hands, the green light around her instantly converged, then surged toward Gyugen Xiaopu at an even faster speed. Gyugen Xiaopu was taken aback, realizing it was too late to dodge. He could only exert all his strength to form a more solid protective barrier in front of him. However, the force of that wave of mental energy was too powerful, instantly shattering his protective barrier. The residual force slammed into him. Gyugen Xiaopu screamed in agony, his body flying backward like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily against the wall. Blood gushed from his mouth, and his breath weakened instantly. Tornado coldly snorted. Is this the power of the so-called universe's #1 mental energy master? Truly disappointing. Well then, you can go die now. After speaking, Tornado made a motion as if wringing out a towel, and the mental energy swirling in the world began to rotate. The spinning mental energy twisted everything in space, and Gyugen Xiaopu's body was killed in the rotation and distortion. Thus, the 3 top-tier fighters of the Cosmic Dark Matter Pirate Group were wiped out. Currently, apart from Boros, only the low-level minions of the Cosmic Dark Matter Pirate Group remained. Cosmic Dark Matter Pirate Ship, due to the defeat of the 3 top-tier fighters Gyugen Xiaopu, Glorybus, and Maluzilu. The only remaining threat from the invading Cosmic Dark Matter Pirate Group was Boros. However, under Fang Xian's immense power, even Boros's threat could be disregarded. Because he was struck by Fang Xian's words, the Cosmic Overlord is nothing special, Boros was currently engaged in a fierce battle with Fang Xian. However, while it was described as fierce, it was actually just one-sided. Under Fang Xian's overwhelming strength, even a monster like Boros, who possessed strength above dragon level, couldn't gain any advantage. Boom! Boros's left arm was blown off by a blast from Fang Xian, and he was sent flying due to the explosion's massive force, crashing through several walls before finally stopping. Saitama looked at the buried Boros, and, scratching his bald head, asked in confusion, "Hey, Fang Xian, did you just take down this seemingly strong guy?" "No, I was suppressing my strength just now, so this level of attack isn't enough to kill him." As explained earlier, Boros possesses a powerful recovery ability when in energy burst form. As long as he concentrates his body's energy, he can restore his body. And even if he's left with just one arm, he won't truly die. Saitama still didn't understand. If that's the case, why didn't you use your full strength to defeat him earlier? Fang Xian smiled slightly. Fighting isn't just about winning. It's about enjoying the process. After all, occasionally enjoying bullying weaker opponents is quite nice. He's recovered so quickly. Fang Xian's sensing range was very large. Not only could he perceive the spaceship, but he could sense the entire Earth as well. Sure enough, The next moment, Boros stood up from the rubble, his left arm restored to its original state, and his aura even stronger than before. What a delightful attack. But this level of attack isn't enough to defeat me. Boros coldly stared at Fang, his voice filled with fighting spirit. Now it's my turn. As he spoke, the energy within Boros surged even further, and powerful energy lightning surrounded him due to the excessive energy. He suddenly stomped on the ground, and his figure vanished from a spot, reappearing right in front of Fang, throwing a heavy punch. He won't be able to dodge at this distance. Boros firmly believed that his punch would surely hit Fang. However, just as his fist was about to make contact, Fang figure vanished like a ghost from the spot. What? Boros was taken aback and quickly looked around, trying to find Fang trace. However, within his perception range, there was completely no sign of Fang. Impossible. He was clearly right here. A strong sense of unease surged in Boros's heart. He knew that he had completely fallen into Fang rhythm. No matter how he attacked, Fang could easily dodge and then launch a deadly counterattack. At that moment, a sudden sound of breaking wind rang out, and Boros instinctively raised his arm to block. With a loud bang, his arm was struck by a massive force, and he was sent flying like a cannonball. Boros crashed heavily against the wall, causing the entire spaceship to tremble. However, thanks to his recovery ability, Boros quickly got back on his feet. He adjusted his breathing rapidly, staring intently at the empty space ahead, trying to catch a glimpse of Fang again. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, Fang presence seemed to have completely vanished, making it impossible for him to lock onto his target. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared in Boros's line of sight. It was Fang, standing not far away, with a playful smile on his face. It seems you're ready to try again? Fang voice contained a hint of mockery. Boros gritted his teeth and said nothing. He knew he had been completely toyed with by Fang. However, he had no intention of giving up. He was the captain of the Cosmic Dark Matter Pirate Group, a cosmic overlord who had triumphed in various battles throughout the universe. So how could he possibly fail? With this in mind, Boros paused for a moment in his energy explosion state, and then once again unleashed the turbulent energy. Boros's energy explosion appeared to be a form, but in reality, it was quite similar to Fang King of Worlds' fist, allowing him to instantly enhance his strength far beyond his normal state. As the shocking energy once again surrounded Boros, his power surged to a terrifying level. It could be said that if Fang and Saitama were not on Earth, none of the other S-rank heroes, except for Explosion, would stand a chance against Boros. After finishing his energy boost, Boros fixed his gaze, took a deep breath, and disappeared from his spot once more. This time, his speed was faster than before, and his power was even greater. Just how powerful was he? Let's analyze it. It is known that Boros's strength in a normal state already reached dragon level, and in his energy explosion form, his power directly surpassed dragon level. Moreover, while in the energy explosion state, Boros gained explosive speed and power with each attack, which was calculated to be about a 300 increase. Additionally, Boros might become angry due to some stimulation, potentially increasing his power by another 150. This means that Boros's current strength reached 5 times that of his energy explosion state. At this level of power, Boros could easily obliterate a standard monster with dragon-level strength with each of his attacks. This is why it is said that aside from Fang and Saitama, only Explosion could contend with him. However, despite Boros's power having risen to such a terrifying extent, in Fang eyes, he seemed to have changed very little. Fang still maintained his composure and calmness, as if he had already anticipated Boros's attacks. Boros moved rapidly within the spaceship, each appearance accompanied by a powerful energy shockwave. His attacks were like a torrential storm, dense and fierce, as if he aimed to tear the entire spaceship apart. Nevertheless, no matter how Boros attacked, Fang was always able to dodge effortlessly. His figure flickered in and out of sight within the spaceship, like a ghostly presence. Whenever Boros's attack was about to touch him, he would always vanish in a strange manner, then reappear outside Boros's line of sight. As City suddenly turned into ruins, people in other districts began to panic. After all, City A was the strongest among them. Citizens, I'm sure you're all very concerned about the sudden turn of City A into ruins, but currently, our reporters dispatched to the scene have not yet sent back any news, and the drones seem to be experiencing some kind of interference. They automatically crash and lose all contact as soon as they approach City A, so we are unable to obtain any useful information at this time. Therefore, we can only directly contact the headquarters of the Hero Association in City A to find out what has happened. The TV station's host was using extremely exaggerated body language to express the sudden situation. Now, the world's focus was entirely on City A. After all, such a prosperous city suddenly turning into ruins must have involved some major incident, leading to a flood of rumors online. Some people who had long looked down on the Hero Association quickly began recruiting online trolls to launch a public opinion attack against the Hero Association, claiming that it no longer had the ability to protect citizens, which instantly made headlines. However, most of the public still recognized the Hero Association, as it had indeed eliminated many monsters and protected their safety since its establishment. Therefore, they did not think anything serious would happen in City A, especially since the headquarters of the Hero Association was still there. If even a place as secure as the Hero Association became unsafe, then would there be any safe place left on Earth? Thus, some citizens spontaneously began to counter the rumors spreading online. After a brief communication, the TV station's host finally managed to contact a relevant official from the Hero Association, namely the big-nosed Shichi from earlier. "Hello, citizens. I am an official of the Hero Association and one of the main leaders responsible for predicting dangerous events on Earth. I will now explain the situation in City A." As one of the senior officials of the Hero Association, Shichi naturally knew what to say and what not to say. He would never mention any dire predictions about Earth or that humanity might face a major crisis, as doing so would only cause panic and suspicion among the public, with no benefits whatsoever. However, they also could not treat the citizens as fools. Otherwise, once the public discovered the truth, the reputation of the Hero Association could drop to zero, potentially leading to the complete dissolution of the organization due to public pressure. The sudden situation in City A was caused by an attack from a dragon-level alien, and currently, City A has suffered devastating blows. According to calculations, the destruction rate of basic buildings in City A is as high as 99.7, and the casualty situation is even more severe and has not yet been fully tallied. City A is now completely paralyzed. However, the situation has been brought under control, and with the cooperation of S-rank heroes, we have already eliminated one dragon-level alien creature. I believe citizens watching the broadcast were all dumbfounded at that moment. In City A, the sky is drizzling lightly. A handsome guy holding an umbrella looks at the ruins of City A before him, revealing a look of confusion. Is this what they call control? What are those S-class heroes doing? The person is none other than Masked Sweetheart, who, upon hearing about the sudden events in City A, immediately canceled his work and rushed here. Boom! Suddenly, a loud noise came from not far away. Upon hearing it, Masked Sweetheart immediately turned to look. Is that where it is? After saying this, he threw away the umbrella and quickly ran towards the source of the sound. Inside the spaceship, two figures are flashing and battling at speeds beyond the naked eye. Bang bang bang. Boros quickly swung his fists. Seeing that none of his attacks could hit Fang Xian, Boros had no choice but to use his ultimate form, Meteor Burst form. This form converts the energy within him into propulsion, allowing him to achieve explosive speed and power that surpass biological limits, significantly increasing his destructive capability. Even if his body is shattered, he can instantly recover, but this form requires the consumption of life force to maintain. Boros had hardly used this form during his years of battles, as he didn't need to against most enemies. However, facing Fang Xian, this unfathomable opponent, Boros knew he had to go all out. As Boros's internal energy surged dramatically, his physique began to undergo astonishing changes. His muscles instantly bulged, and his body was enveloped in a layer of dazzling light, as if he were a meteor about to streak across the sky. His speed and power reached unimaginable heights at this moment. Fang Xian quietly watched Boros's transformation, showing no signs of surprise or tension, as if everything was within his expectations. Boros roared and instantly disappeared from his original spot, leaving only a brilliant light behind. In the next moment, he appeared right in front of Fang Xian, delivering a powerful punch aimed at his face. However, facing Boros's astonishing punch, Fang Xian merely raised his hand and accurately caught Boros's fist. At that moment, Boros's power seemed completely sealed, unable to move a muscle. Fang Xian smiled and said, "Hey, let me ask you something. After all these years of fighting in the universe, have you ever encountered someone named Frisia?" Boros, confused, replied, "Frisia? Never heard of him. Is he very powerful?" "Not really, just asking casually." After saying this, Fang Xian executed a shoulder throw, slamming Boros down to the ground. Once again knocked down, Boros remained undeterred. He opened the eye on his chest, which began to gather a powerful energy. "Betting everything I have, I'll release all my energy. I refuse to believe I can't take you down like this. Oh, this move seems quite similar to yours, Fang. Saitama, who had been watching without participating, finally showed some interest upon seeing Boros use this technique. At that moment, Boros leaped into the air, unleashing his strongest attack. The star-crushing roar cannon, capable of destroying the earth, shot out from the eye on Boros's chest. The shockwave of this energy illuminated the entire battlefield, and the clouds that had been drizzling above dispersed due to the attack. Earth TCH, this time I'm not worried at all because I have 2 big shots backing me up. Let's see whether you plan to dodge my attack. Let the earth bear this damage, or stand still and get hit. Boros roared, his star-crushing roar cannon intensifying even more. Is this your last resort? It's indeed impressive. It even makes me feel a slight sense of threat. Fang said, digging in his ear, his face still calm. Come on, with your relaxed demeanor. How can you say you feel a hint of threat? After that, Fang formed a flower-shaped gesture with his hands, placing them at his waist as energy continuously gathered into his palms, gradually forming a small blue energy ball. Kamehameha, Fang shouted, pushing his hands forward. The blue energy ball between his palms instantly transformed into a blue energy wave, surging towards Boros's star-crushing roar cannon. Is it a star? The Vest Saint humorously remarked. I say, Vest, can you be a bit more reliable? How could a star shine this brightly? Besides, how could there be stars during the day? I'm just trying to lighten the atmosphere since it seemed too tense. How about it? Did anyone feel a bit more motivated? Despite the Vest Saint's unique way of lightening the mood, no one responded, not even to criticize him. Seeing no one respond, the Vest Saint awkwardly scratched his nose and looked back up at the light point in the sky. Speaking of which, what exactly is that light point? The Child Emperor took out a special computer from his backpack and began to scan the energy wave in the sky. Everyone, I suggest we temporarily set aside attacking the spaceship and evacuate from here. Looking at the powerful energy in the sky, Silver Fang's sharp features were covered in cold sweat. This immense energy gave him a heart-stopping feeling. That's why he proposed a strategic retreat. Even the usually proud atomic samurai sheathed his dual swords and said, indeed, if that energy wave in the sky strikes down, everyone here might completely vanish. As all the S-Class heroes decided to prepare for evacuation, the Child Emperor's voice suddenly rang out. I'm very sorry to inform everyone, including myself, that we might not have time to evacuate. Upon hearing this, the group who had just agreed to retreat all stopped in their tracks. The shining flashy Flash, who had run several hundred meters away, noticed everyone standing still and turned back. The Child Emperor continued, while you were discussing the evacuation, I detected the energy level of that force in the sky and found that it actually reached a level capable of destroying the Earth. 30,000 energy units. 29,000 is Fang Xian. 1,000 is Boros. In other words, there wasn't a single place on Earth that could evade this energy wave. Listening to the Child Emperor's words, the face of Metal Knight showed disbelief. It's important to note that among these S-Class heroes, the strongest, Tornado, only unleashed an energy value of 570, while others range from 350 to 450. The energy required to destroy a city is merely 260, meaning Tornado's strongest attack could completely obliterate 2 cities. But compared to the current energy, it was utterly insignificant, because the energy in the sky had directly reached 30,000. Under such devastating energy, Metal Knight couldn't even dare to imagine. The Child Emperor looked at everyone's expressions and continued, besides this, I regret to inform everyone that, to be precise, this energy should be above 30,000, as my equipment can only detect up to 30,000. However, just 5 seconds ago, this energy level has already exceeded what I can detect, and it is clearly still increasing. The Child Emperor's words made everyone show a look of despair. But at that moment, the sexy prisoner suddenly thought of something and said, why don't we retreat to the Hero Association's headquarters? After all, the headquarters withstood the attack from the aliens just now. But even there, it can only withstand attacks with an energy intensity of up to 1/300. A destructive blow like this that can destroy a planet is simply a fantasy. The Child Emperor's words echoed again, and everyone fell silent. Is there really no way out? The sexy prisoner asked. Everyone remained silent, and at this moment, facing such a situation, they couldn't help but think of Madame Shibaba's words. Earth, not good. Boros's collapsing star-roaring cannon was completely suppressed in less than a second when it collided with Fang Xian's Kamehameha. He widened his eyes, his face full of disbelief. He thought his move was invincible, but this man before him easily countered his attack. The light gradually dissipated, revealing Boros's shocked face and Fang Xian's calm figure. After suppressing the collapsing star roaring cannon, the Kamehameha did not stop but continued to attack Boros. Boros reacted quickly, dodging this deadly attack just in time. The Kamehameha did not stop because of Boros's evasion, but continued to shoot upwards until it destroyed an unknown planet before stopping. That unknown planet. How could this happen to me? Who did I offend? Just when all the S-Class heroes thought Earth was doomed, they saw that the powerful energy wave in the sky was not crashing down, but flying upwards towards higher altitudes. No ads, fastest updates. To avoid losing content during the transfer, please come and experience the ad-free reading app, AI free novel app. As long as Fang Xian learns the flowing rock smash fist technique, the reputation of the flowing rock smash fist will soon be established. Huh, look, why is the spaceship starting to fall? The vest-wearing tiger shouted at the sky, and the others looked up. Not good, retreat quickly. Inside the spaceship, after seeing Boros dodge his attack, Fang Xian instantly appeared in front of Boros and launched a series of combos. Bang, 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 bang. Boros, due to continuous overuse of his explosive form, had severely depleted his vitality. At this moment, he couldn't even dodge a simple attack and could only passively take Fang Xian's punches. Thud! Fang Xian delivered a knee strike, sending Boros flying, crashing heavily to the bottom of the spaceship. Because of the immense force, Boros crashed in several places before finally stopping. Coincidentally, during the collision, Boros damaged the spaceship's power unit, causing the spaceship to start shaking and plummeting. After being hit by a series of attacks from Fang Xian, Boros now lay at the bottom of the spaceship like a deflated ball, his entire body resembling a piece of charcoal, having lost almost all signs of life. Sure enough, just as prophesied, your strength is truly incredible. With his vitality nearing zero, Boros could only speak with great difficulty, saying in a fragmented manner, I can feel it. You haven't even used all your strength. I might not be your match at all. Ha. Although I have failed, at least in the end, I forced you to use other techniques, so I can die without regrets. Boros's voice grew weaker, but his eyes remained fixed on Fang Xian, as if he wanted to deeply imprint the figure of this human powerhouse in his pupils. Cough, cough. Also, I want to ask you one thing. After I die, please throw my body into the universe. That would be the best resting place for me. After saying this, the life of the cosmic overlord Boros came to an end. Fang Xian looked at Boros's body, shook his head, and said, You risked your life to make a point about the difference between us, didn't you? If you hadn't come to Earth as an invader, perhaps we could have been good friends. Then Fang Xian controlled his power and shot a wave of energy, sending Boros's body into space. At that moment, Tornado approached Fang Xian and said, Fang Xian, we should leave quickly. The spaceship seems to have some problems and is starting to fall. Fang Xian replied, Got it. Let's go. The two flew out of the spaceship, and as for Saitama, rest assured, this guy's strength is beyond your imagination. A mere spaceship explosion probably won't harm him at all. Saitama remarked, Why do I feel a bit superfluous? Although that was the case, Saitama wasn't a fool. He jumped out of the spaceship. After exiting the spaceship, Fang Xian did not immediately return to the ground, but went to the bottom of the spaceship, catching the falling ship and gently placing it on the ground. At the top of the Hero Association building in City A, explain to me why City A has turned out like this, Metal Bat. I hope you have a convincing reason. After everything was over, Masked Sweetheart finally arrived here, just in time. He sat on a large rock with his arms crossed, questioning Metal Bat in a tone that was authoritative, showing no concern for the fact that Metal Bat had just been in a battle. But who is Metal Bat? He is a hot-blooded youth, excluding his sister complex, whose biggest trait is his bad temper. He doesn't tolerate anyone except his sister, especially when confronted by someone like Masked Sweetheart with such an arrogant tone. To be honest, if it weren't for his sister being a fan of this guy, he would have probably hit him with a bat already. Oh, isn't that Masked Sweetheart? What are you doing here? And mind your tone. Don't forget, you're just an A-class hero, not qualified to question me. An S-class, Metal Bat said, looking up with a bad attitude and a provocation in his tone. In short, he had a look of impatience, as if to say, Why should I listen to you? Masked Sweetheart replied, I was filming a TV series in a nearby city when I heard a huge roar and tremor, thinking something must have happened. So I came to check it out, only to find that city has been destroyed. No, Masked Sweetheart, have you become a coward? The normal plot shouldn't be that Metal Bat ignores your question and stares at you, and you respond, What are you worried about? What do you want? Are you going to take another look? Just try it. Then, in a heated exchange, did you two end up fighting? Instead of continuing the conversation with Metal Bat, which makes you look insignificant, you should use the dialogue above to make the plot more exciting. When Metal Bat saw that masked sweetheart answered his question first, he assumed the other party had backed down, so he disdainfully explained. Aliens attacked here with a huge spaceship. In city, it was bombarded, turning into this wreck. However, we've already resolved the issue here. What? You say it's resolved? Masked sweetheart responded, spreading his arms and continuing. You call this disaster resolved? Can this situation be considered victory? I feel utterly disappointed in you. He pointed at the devastated city, eh? Metal Bat was enraged by Masked Sweetheart's words, his eyes wide, staring at him as if to say, if you're looking for trouble, I don't mind fighting you. Hey, are you looking for a fight? What did you say? Say it again if you have the guts. You haven't done anything. Yet you have the audacity to question others with that high and mighty attitude. How shameless are you? Metal Bat's voice was filled with anger and dissatisfaction. He couldn't accept this seemingly calm guy's accusations against him. I may have arrived a bit late due to work, but how did you, as S-Class heroes, protect the city? Masked Sweetheart continued to cling to the city's destruction. Atomic Samurai stepped forward, a blade of grass in his mouth, and said, we were having a meeting inside the building and couldn't pay attention to what was happening outside, but we were out within 10 seconds after the enemy attacked, only to find the entire city already destroyed. So what? Do you think that excuse will spare you from media condemnation? Masked Sweetheart maintained his attitude against Atomic Samurai's explanation. You, stop pretending to be so righteous. We did our best, and if it weren't for Lord Fang Xian, you'd probably be dead by now. And still here saying these things, Metal Bat angrily chimed in against Masked Sweetheart. Fang Xian? Dead? What does that mean? Masked Sweetheart asked, puzzled. He had a vague impression of the name, Fang Xian. Wasn't he just Tornado's boyfriend? How did that relate to him being alive or dead? Metal Bat replied, it's literally what it means. You must have seen that energy in the sky just now. Let me tell you, if it weren't for Lord Fang Xian, you'd probably have reported to King Yama by now. After saying this, Metal Bat couldn't help but wonder, why did I just mention King Yama? Nearby, a sexy prisoner, bare-skinned, also asked, Little Masked, why are you being so aggressive? Which side are you on? Facing the sexy prisoner's question, Masked Sweetheart waved his hand, declaring his stance. Of course, I'm on the side of justice. After saying this, he slid down from the boulder and continued speaking to everyone. You S-Class heroes are so incompetent that you confuse me a lot. So I suggest you guys retire. Hey, I advise you to take back what you just said, or I don't care if you're an idol. I'll still knock you flying. After hearing Masked Sweetheart's words, Metal Bat could no longer hold back. He shoved his hand in his pockets and approached Masked Sweetheart with a swagger typical of a punk. Humph, you could try. Do you know why I haven't been promoted to S-Class? It's because I don't want weak, useless fish like you to rise to S-Class. That's why I've been guarding the top of A-Class instead. Masked Sweetheart showed no fear of Metal Bat and continued speaking. Metal Bat was completely enraged by Masked Sweetheart's words. He clenched his fists, ready to give the other party a lesson. Boom, boom. Just as both sides were at a standoff, a voice drew everyone's attention. And the newcomer was none other than Metal Knight, ranked 6th in S-Class. Masked Sweetheart looked at Metal Knight and said, Metal Knight, you only just arrived now. Metal Knight ignored Masked Sweetheart and approached the spaceship, exclaiming, is this the true face of the unknown flying reaction? Amazing. Genos walked over to Metal Knight and asked, Metal Knight, what are you doing here? The battle here is over, Metal Knight replied. I'm naturally here for peace, Genos. I'm going to recover this spaceship. We need more powerful weapons. Masked Sweetheart sneered. What good is a powerful weapon if you waste it like this? At that moment, Metal Bat was already very dissatisfied with Masked Sweetheart. Just wait. I'll have a good time with you later. Hey, I saved this spaceship. There's no way I'm giving it to you. Just as Metal Knight was about to take action to recover it, Fang Xian's voice came through, followed by him and Tornado using an iron chain to tie up some remaining aliens from the spaceship and throw them to the ground. Having encountered Fang Xian during the previous meteor incident, Metal Knight said, I know your strength is formidable, but this spaceship isn't of much use to you, so let me recover it. After all, I'm a master of weapons. In my hands, this spaceship can achieve its maximum value. Fang Xian took out a universal capsule from his pocket and threw it at the spaceship, then collected the spaceship inside. Who said it's useless to me? I want to travel through the universe. This spaceship is just perfect. What was that thing you just used that could fit such a large spaceship inside? Metal Knight immediately inquired after seeing the universal capsule Fang Xian produced. Fang Xian replied, it's just a capsule, nothing special. Tornado pointed at the remaining aliens, tightly bound, and said, "All right, enough about the spaceship and capsule. What do we deal with these guys?" Fang Xian said, "Let's leave it to the relevant personnel of the Hero Association." Seeing Fang Xian, Masked Sweetheart approached and said, "Hey kid, you're the one who went viral online recently as Tornado's boyfriend, right? By the way, why are you here?" As he spoke, he looked at Tornado beside Fang Xian and continued, "I see. It must be Tornado who brought you here. Although you are Tornado's boyfriend, I still advise you to stay away from dangerous places like this. After all, a pretty boy like you will only bring us more trouble." Upon hearing this, Tornado immediately rebutted in her sharp, girlish voice, "Hey, watch your words. Be careful, I teach you a lesson." Seeing Tornado like this, Masked Sweetheart said, "Why are you so anxious? I'm just speaking the truth." Genos then said, "Masked Sweetheart, Fang Xian is ranked 0 in S-Class. How could he possibly cause trouble here?" "What? Ranked 0 in S-Class? Is there even a rank 0 in S-Class?" Masked Sweetheart was taken aback and puzzled. "Yes, Fang Xian is indeed the S-Class hero ranked 0. The speaker is Bongu, who approached Fang Xian and once again posed in the stance of the flowing water-crushing rock fist, asking, "Fang Xian, I think if you could learn my flowing water-crushing rock fist, your strength would be even greater. So, how about considering it?" Fang Xian smiled and politely declined, saying, "I'm really not interested, old man. You should find someone else." After hearing Bongu's words, Masked Sweetheart came to Fang Xian's front and said in a proud tone, "Kid, although I don't know what your S-Class rank 0 is about, I still intend to verify your strength." Upon hearing Masked Sweetheart's words, the others showed expressions of surprise, thinking, "Wow, who gave Masked Sweetheart the courage to challenge Fang Xian? Was it Liang Jingru?" Liang Jingru replied, "I won't take the blame for this." "No problem. I'm always ready," Fang Xian directly agreed. The crowd then dispersed. Although Metal Knight really wanted that spaceship, after witnessing Fang Xian's strength, he ultimately gave up. As for Saitama, sorry, he jumped too hard and went straight into space, and is currently descending rapidly. That night, several people returned to City Z, and at Tornado's suggestion, everyone gathered at Fang Xian's home for a victory dinner, which Fang Xian naturally cooked. Since Saitama didn't fight with Boros, he turned his regret into appetite and ended up eating over 20 bowls of rice. A week later, on this day, City completely disappeared from the map. To avoid causing panic among the citizens, all the senior officials of the Hero Association unanimously decided to permanently seal off the alien invasion incident led by Boros, making it top secret. As for the external report, it stated that there were large amounts of unstable energy underground in City A, which accumulated over a long time, eventually leading to a massive explosion, forcing the entire city to be relocated. Although some citizens expressed doubts about this explanation, and the public opinion continued to suggest that the matter was not simple, there was no substantial evidence, so it quickly quieted down. However, it must be said that some media outlets indeed had some capabilities, apart from this incident. They reported that the chief responsible person, Big Nose Shi-Chi, had spent the previous night there, even detailing the color of his underwear. Fortunately, with the passage of time and the Hero Association's deliberate concealment, the heat of this matter quickly faded. After that, the headquarters of the Hero Association was once again reinforced, becoming a veritable fortress. To test the impact testing, they even specially invited Fang Xian. Everything returned to normal once again, except for Fang Xian. In the unmanned area of City Z, at Fang Xian's home. What is this? The story of his strongest warrior Fang Xian and his little wife Tornado has 7 versions? What the hell? Fang Xian sat at his computer desk, looking at the magazine in his hand with a speechless expression. The media nowadays really has no shame. Fang Xian couldn't help but sigh, casually tossing the magazine aside. As for why this thing appeared, it was because the high-ranking officials of the Hero Association wanted to divert attention from City A and completely blew up his rank as S-Class 0. Coupled with the recent uproar over the boyfriend-friend incident with Tornado, this led to even more hype. Some unscrupulous media outlets fully utilized their storytelling skills to attract attention, willing to write almost anything for the sake of gaining popularity. They wrote whatever the citizens liked to read, keeping up with current events. Now, it has been confirmed online that Fang Xian and Tornado are in a romantic relationship. As this matter gradually fermented, a few days ago, Tornado, blushing, blew off the roof of Fang Xian's building, and recently, that little lowly directly moved into Fubuki's room. The roof that was blown off. Who do I complain to about this? Fang Xian really had no interest in these boring gossip stories. He was more concerned about how to improve his strength. Fang Xian looked up at the bright blue sky and then directly got up to find Saitama for practice. Ever since their last training match, Fang Xian realized that fighting against Saitama greatly improved his strength, and he was also becoming more proficient in some combat techniques. Since the end of the Boros invasion incident, Fang Xian and the others' lives returned to normal, because Fang Xian's identity as the S-Class hero ranked 0 became increasingly popular. And with his appearance not losing to those male idols, many variety shows sent him invitations. Of course, the offered prices were sky high, but Fang Xian had no interest in that money. After all, he had a system, and he had enough money. Just as Fang Xian was about to decline, a director from show somehow learned that Fang Xian liked playing games and that his apartment's roof was open air. So he hurriedly proposed that as long as Fang Xian participated in the show, they would not only pay him 50 million yuan, but also gift him 5 sets of limited edition games and repair the roof of his apartment for free. Initially, when he heard about the 50 million yuan, Fang Xian was still uninterested, but upon hearing about the 10 games, especially limited editions, and the promise to fix the roof that Tornado had damaged, he immediately agreed. Thus, he participated in the 2-week variety show. In the sweltering summer in City Z, at Fang Xian's home, Saitama, Genos, Tornado, and Fubuki were sitting on the sofa, with the coffee table in front filled with various snacks and sodas. However, their eyes were fixed on the television screen, looking like they were about to watch a big movie. In front of the TV, Fang Xian shook the disc in his hand and uncertainly asked, "Are you sure you want to watch this?" This disc was an unedited preview of Fang Xian's participation in the variety show Idol Hero, with some content not intended for television broadcast. Tornado urged in her lowly voice, "Hurry up, stop dawdling." Saitama and Fubuki looked at Fang Xian with eager expressions. Genos said, "Teacher Fang Xian, we are all looking forward to it." Then Genos took out a notebook and a pen, sat up straight, and continued, "I am ready to learn relevant knowledge from teacher Fang Xian." Fang Xian, who was putting the DVD in, heard Genos' words and was speechless, thinking, what is there to learn from this? Who would have thought you would participate in such a show? The speaker was Tornado. As the only S-Class and the strongest female hero, she had also received many invitations from various TV shows and variety programs, but had rejected them all. Participating in these shows would require wearing specific costumes, and knowing Tornado's personality, if she wore those costumes, the TV station would likely be torn apart by her. After Fang Xian placed the disc properly, he picked up the remote and said, "First of all, the interactions between me and some female stars that appear on screen are for the sake of the show's effect and should not be taken seriously, especially you, Tornado. No anger allowed. I just had the roof repaired not long ago. If you blow it off again, I will spank you. Come on, I'm an adult. How could I not know this is just a show? Stop talking nonsense and play it already." Tornado still crossed her arms and said proudly. But if Fang Xian had been a bit more attentive, he would have noticed that her ear tips were slightly flushed at that moment. Seeing this, Fang Xian stopped talking nonsense and directly pressed the play button. The television then began to display images for the playback effect. The production team had made the beginning resemble the snowy screen of an old-fashioned television. After the snowy screen ended, the official content began. The first thing that caught the eye was a light show, followed by the background music starting as the camera switched between the hero contestant area, the live audience, and the central stage, creating a tense yet enthusiastic atmosphere. Soon after, the female host walked onto the stage with a radiant smile. This host had an outstanding figure and a very nice appearance, and since it was summer, she was dressed in a very cool outfit that attracted the attention of many men. Welcome everyone to the recording site of Idol Heroes. I'm your host, Xiaori. Xiaori introduced herself in her sweet voice. Of course, Xiaori was definitely a stage name, just like the titles of the heroes, such as Fang Xian's Strongest Warrior, Tornado's Ultimate Weapon, Genos' Devil Mod, and Saitama's Bald Cape Hero, etc. Alright, I believe everyone is eager, so let's get started. According to tradition, we will invite 10 contestants, 5 of whom are our idol artists, and the other 5 are professional heroes. Just as everyone was intently watching the television program, Saitama spoke up. Strange. Fang Xian, why is there no advertisement for your show? Saitama's question left everyone momentarily stunned, and they realized that since the program started, there had indeed been no advertisements or sponsorship information. It's important to note that in this era without financial backing, no program lasts long, let alone inviting idols and professional heroes. Fang Xian explained, "This is a preview version. The advertisements probably couldn't be added in post-production." "Oh, I see." After everyone heard the explanation, they turned their attention back to the television. The host Xiaori, after a lengthy introduction, finally got to the main topic. Next, let's welcome the 5 female idol artists to the stage. As Xiao Ri's words fell, the stage lights instantly focused on the entrance. The 5 female idol artists walked onto the stage in turn, dressed in fashionable outfits and sporting exquisite makeup, exuding confidence and charm. The audience screamed and waved their light sticks, cheering for the idols. Then, host Xiao Ri began introducing the 5 female idol artists. They were Ozawa Nami, Sakurai Yuka, Miyazaki Saori, Hirano Yuri, and Morikawa Miki. Each idol had unique talents and charms, attracting a large number of fans. Amid the audience's enthusiastic cheers, the 5 idols completed their self-introductions and talent showcases. Their graceful dance moves, melodious singing, and charming smiles brought the atmosphere to a climax. Following that, host Xiao Ri said, "Thank you to the 5 beautiful ladies for their talent showcase. Now, let's invite the 5 professional heroes we have invited for this episode. Please welcome the first one, who is also the only one we have invited since the show started, and the highest-ranked S-Class Strongest Warrior, Mr. Fang Xian." The stage lights changed again, focusing on the entrance. Fang Xian walked in front, smiling and greeting the audience. When the audience saw that the professional hero for this episode was the recently revealed S-Class Rank 0 Strongest Warrior Fang Xian, they felt like they were dreaming, especially since the highest-ranked guest so far had only been A-Class Rank 1 Masked Sweetheart in the first episode, and thereafter, it had been mostly A-Class or B-Class heroes. At that moment, the program on the television continued, but Tornado had already turned her gaze to Fang Xian beside her, with a very frightening expression. It was simply because the 5 female idol artists who had just appeared had very hot figures and were also very good-looking. Fang Xian naturally sensed Tornado's gaze and hurriedly explained, "Tornado, calm down. It was just an introduction segment, and you're already like this. What will you do later?" Before he could finish, Tornado suddenly stood up, hands on her hips, and said fiercely, "Stop it, with your perverted and lecherous self. You must have been staring backstage with your eyes wide open, and your brain imagining countless dirty pictures, right?" Fang Xian quickly replied, calm down. You can doubt my curiosity about beautiful women, but you can't doubt my character. I only appreciate them, nothing else." Genos interjected at this point. "What aspect does the appreciation you mentioned refer to, teacher Fang Xian?" Hearing Genos's question, Tornado turned her gaze to Fang Xian as well, wanted to see how he would explain himself. Fang Xian looked at Genos's serious note-taking expression and felt as if he had put on that green dinosaur costume again. He then lifted Genos with one hand, fanning him while saying, "I told you to keep your mouth shut." After thinking seriously for a moment, Fang Xian said, "Appreciation naturally refers to the professional talents and charms they display on stage. For example, their singing, dancing, performance skills, and the effort and sweat they put in to become idols. These are all worth appreciating and learning from." He paused and continued, "Of course, I also admit that their appearance is indeed very attractive, but that is not my main focus. To me, a person's inner qualities and talents are the most important." After hearing Fang Xian's explanation, although Tornado still had a stern expression, her gaze was no longer so frightening. She huffed and then sat back down on the sofa, continuing to watch television. Seeing that he had temporarily appeased Tornado, Fang Xian let out a sigh of relief. After listening, Genos, while jotting down what Fang Xian had just said, spoke. "I see. Teacher Fang Xian is indeed a master. Even participating in a variety show can encompass such profound meanings. It seems my training is still not thorough enough." Fang Xian looked at Genos with a speechless expression, and at that moment, he really wanted to give Genos a beating, not for any particular reason, just because he wanted to. The television program continued to play, and shortly after Fang Xian's appearance, cheers erupted from the audience. "Fang Xian, look here. I'm your loyal fan. Ah, Fang Xian, I want to marry you and have your children." In an instant, the scene descended into chaos. Fang Xian smiled and waved to the audience before walking onto the stage. His appearance caused a wave of enthusiastic cheers, especially the deafening screams from the female audience, as there were not many people as handsome and capable as Fang Xian. Even the female idol artists who had just appeared couldn't help but look at Fang Xian through the backstage monitor. Due to the audience's attention being completely drawn to Fang Xian, the 4 heroes who appeared afterward felt a bit awkward, as no one was paying attention to them. However, they didn't mind much, as being able to participate in the same show as the S-rank hero rank number 0 was a rare opportunity. The host saw that everyone's focus was on Fang Xian, so he hurriedly introduced the heroes who came on stage. The second to appear was the A-rank hero, ranked 29th. Golden Ball, who wielded a special slingshot weapon and could shoot shape-memory golden bullets that could penetrate 20-centimeter iron plates. Golden Ball walked onto the stage in his hip-hop style outfit, looking cool. The third to appear was A-rank hero ranked 20th, Lightning Max, who specialized in leg techniques and had a powerful finishing move, the lightning flying kick followed by a spinning kick. Lightning Max also wore a standard tank top and shorts, complemented by a golden hairstyle reminiscent of Astro Boy. The fourth to appear was A-rank hero ranked 10th, Poison Sting, who loved using his gun bamboo shoot and single-handedly took down several sea people during the last sea invasion incident. The fifth to appear was A-rank hero ranked 39th, Snake, who was a master of the snakebite fist. As the host introduced them, all 5 professional heroes took to the stage, while the 5 idol artists who had just exited also came back on stage. At this point, the variety show officially began. The host, holding a small card, announced, "All right, we are officially starting today's program. First, the first challenge, the hero faces the beauty. In this round, our 5 heroes will interact one-on-one with 5 beautiful idols. Each hero must complete a challenge from their partner, and if successful, they will receive special rewards prepared by our program team." The host, with a big smile, revealed the rules of the first round of the game. The audience cheered, eagerly anticipating the interactions between the heroes and the beauties. The 5 heroes and 5 idols were paired off by drawing lots, and Fang Xian's partner was the most popular idol among the 5, Ozawa Nami. Ozawa Nami walked up to Fang Xian, smiling and extending her hand. "Mr. Fang Xian, nice to meet you." Fang Xian politely shook her hand. "Miss Nami, likewise. Nice to meet you." Their interaction caused the audience to scream excitedly, with many declaring that the pair was perfect together. Hearing the comments on TV about how well Fang Xian and Ozawa Nami matched, Tornado, who was lounging on the sofa, looked at Fang Xian with an increasingly cold expression. Since Fang Xian had been observing Tornado's expression since earlier, and noticing her expression had worsened, he quickly handed her the orange he had peeled earlier. "Do you want to eat an orange? It's very sweet." Tornado glared at Fang Xian, snatching the orange from his hand, and coldly huffed. "Don't think this will make me forgive you." But she couldn't help but take a bite of the orange, the sweet and sour taste melting in her mouth, slightly softening her expression. Fang Xian sighed helplessly as he watched the ongoing content on TV. Sigh, if I had known, I wouldn't have shown off by participating in a variety show. The program on TV continued, perhaps intentionally by the production team. The challenges faced by the other 4 pairs were generally smooth, but for Fang Xian, it became very strange. The production team prepared a special challenge for Fang Xian and Ozawa Nami, an imitation show. Considering Fang Xian's identity and his rising popularity, the team wanted to create a buzz with a romantic challenge, hoping that when the show aired, viewers would be thrilled to see the intimate interactions between Fang Xian and Ozawa Nami, which would likely make the program a hit. The host held up a card that read a romantic encounter between heroes and idols, then explained, "In this segment, Mr. Fang Xian and Miss Ozawa Nami will need to imitate a romantic love story, allowing the audience present and those watching at home to feel the chemistry and sparks between you." After hearing the host's words, Fang Xian thought, "Damn, what a lame variety show. Why is there such an outdated segment? And why is a love story?" At this moment, Fang Xian really wanted to leave the scene. Although he enjoyed admiring beautiful women, it was merely admiration with no other intentions. But now this was happening directly in front of him. If it weren't for the money, the games, and the roof repairs, he would have wanted to leave immediately. However, while Fang Xian thought this, Ozawa Nami beside him showed a very interested expression. After all, in this era of frequent monster appearances, money and power were not the greatest chips. The key was strength. Otherwise, no matter how rich or powerful you were, a strong dragon-level monster could appear at any time and take your head off. Therefore, these powerful professional heroes were the best choices for idol artists like her. The stronger the hero, the higher the value. Moreover, the man in front of her was the strongest among S-rank heroes, and compared to the other oddly shaped S heroes, Fang Xian's looks were still quite appealing. If she could establish a connection with Fang Xian here, it would definitely be a win-win situation. So, Ozawa Nami planned to fully cooperate during the performance later, hoping that Fang Xian would develop some fondness for her. Tornado, who had just calmed down, once again darkened her expression upon seeing this, and the door seemed to start shaking, as if it were about to be ripped off. Genos looked on with anticipation for the upcoming performance. Saitama, on the other hand, calmly munched on snacks, showing no interest in any of this. As for Fubuki, upon seeing her sister's dark expression, she quietly shifted her seat closer to Saitama. Fang Xian looked at Ozawa Nami's eager eyes. his mind racing to find a way to complete this challenge without being rude or letting the other party take advantage of him. After thinking it over, he quickly came up with a solution. Not so much a solution as a person, and that person was the little lowly Tornado. Since he and Tornado had previously pretended to be a couple, and it had gone viral online, rather than take on a new burden, he might as well use the old one as a shield for this challenge. Why not? With a plan in mind, Fang Xian spoke up. Although I would love to perform this romantic act with Miss Ozawa Nami, it's a bit difficult. After all, if Tornado sees this scene, I'm afraid I won't have a good outcome, and she might get angry with me again. This was the art of speaking. He neither directly stated his relationship with Tornado nor denied it, instead hinting at a special connection between him and Tornado, making Ozawa Nami less likely to have any thoughts during the performance, killing two birds with one stone. Sure enough, after hearing Fang Xian's words, Ozawa Nami felt a bit disappointed, but understood Tornado's strength and status, naturally not daring to compete with such a woman for a man. So she had to give up that plan. As for their relationship, well, he never explicitly mentioned it, so let them guess. In front of the television, Fang Xian deliberately glanced at the side where Tornado was sitting. Sure enough, Tornado's previously darkened face brightened up upon hearing Fang Xian's words and even turned slightly red. The creaking sound of the door had also disappeared at that moment. The host, Xiao Ri, had a knowing expression and then said, "I see, don't worry. This is just a very ordinary performance. I believe Miss Tornado won't say anything." Tornado, who was watching the television, snatched the remote control from Fang Xian's hand, pressed the pause button, and pointed at Fang Xian with her flushed face, stammering, What are you talking about up there? If you want to perform with that little Zay Na Mei, just go ahead. Why drag me into this?" Looking at Tornado's red face, Fang Xian innocently replied, "I didn't say anything. I just wanted to prevent that little Zay Na Mei from taking advantage of me during the performance later. Besides, saying it like this adds a bit more effect to the show." It must be said that this tactic was indeed very effective. After all, Fang Xian had told a few people before watching that everything in the show was just for effect and should not be taken seriously. If you take it seriously, then I can also say it's for effect. Hey, you can't pick a single flaw. Indeed, Tornado, who initially wanted to have a small outburst, found herself unable to say anything after hearing Fang Xian's words. So, after glaring at Fang Xian, she continued to lie on the sofa and watch television. The program continued, and although the little incident just now made the atmosphere a bit subtle, the host quickly brought the topic back to the upcoming imitation show with rich experience. All right, dear audience, let's look forward to the wonderful performance of Mr. Fang Xian and Miss Zay Na Mei, the host said with a big smile. As the host's voice fell, the music began to play, and Fang Xian and Zay Na Mei started their performance. Although Zay Na Mei felt a bit down after hearing Tornado, she was not willing to give up so easily. "I won't give up like this. I must make you fall at my feet," was Zay Na Mei's heartfelt thought as she looked at Fang Xian before the performance began. Then, with the accompaniment of background music, the two completed this imitation show challenge. Although Zay Na Mei occasionally leaned close to Fang Xian with Tornado as a shield, it didn't go too far. After their performance ended, this segment also came to a close. The host, Xiao Ri, spoke cutely to the camera. "Thank you to Mr. Fang Xian and Miss Zay for their performance. Now, let's move on to the next segment, an outdoor program where everyone will imitate." As soon as the host finished speaking, the screen shifted to the next outdoor venue. Host Xiao Ri also changed into another outfit and said in a cute tone, "Welcome back to the Idol Hero Live show. Let's continue with this challenge." The rules for this imitation segment required 5 female idols to vote on the talent projects that would appear on the big screen without any communication to choose one for our 5 professional heroes to perform. Here, our heroes did not know what talents their partners would choose for them, so let's look forward to it. Of course, for fairness, the heroes would also perform simultaneously after their partners made their selections. All right, let's invite the 5 female idols to the stage. After briefly reading the rules, host Xiao Ri announced the start of this round of talent performances based on the instructions from the director in her earpiece. The 5 female idols walked onto the stage built by the production team in turn, standing on one side of the stage facing the big screen, holding a voting device. Host Xiao Ri stood in the center of the stage, smiling at the 5 female idols, and said, "Okay, several talent projects will appear on the big screen. Please discuss among yourselves and use the voting devices to cast your votes." Soon, the big screen displayed several talent projects such as singing, dancing, and, playing billiards? It seems there was a strange project mixed in. The 5 girls began to discuss the talents shown on the big screen and quickly started voting. After the voting ended, the camera returned to the big screen, which displayed a magic performance. Seeing the result on the big screen, host Xiao re-smiled and said, "It seems our female idols are very interested in magic performances. So, what kind of magic will it be? Will the heroes be able to challenge successfully? Let's take a look at the big screen. A magic performance? I didn't expect them to choose this. What kind of magic performance would the production team select? It would probably be something with cards or cups." In the background, the heroes started discussing what kind of magic they would perform after hearing the host's words. Fang Xian's thoughts were similar to the others. After all, it's just to show how amazing a magic trick could they come up with. The big screen began to gradually display the content. Magic, the hopeless escape. Game rules. First, use a chain with an iron ball to secure the hands. Then use a rope and chain to help bind the hands. And finally lock them in a specially designed iron box, which must be wrapped in several circles of red-hot iron chains to prevent the person inside from escaping. The participant must escape within 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, the entire iron box will be lifted to a height of 60 meters by a crane and then dropped into boiling lava, ultimately crushed by a steamroller. Upon seeing these rules, the heroes backstage were stunned. They looked at each other, momentarily speechless. This so-called magic performance was far from the card tricks or cup tricks they had imagined. It was simply a life-and-death challenge. Fang Xian looked at the rules displayed on the screen and thought, "What the heck, production team? How much do you hate this iron box to come up with such a twisted magic trick? And isn't this just a show? Does it need to be this bloody? Besides, this kind of magic should require professionals to perform, right?" At this moment, host Xiao re-spoke again, of course. Because the danger level of this magic is too high and the consequences of failure are severe if the heroes lack confidence in completing it. There's a safety button inside the box. As long as it is pressed, this segment will be terminated, and naturally, it will be considered a failure. After this rule was announced, everyone except Fang Xian breathed a sigh of relief. After all, as heroes, even if they couldn't escape the cage, they could still press the safety button. As for Fang Xian, with his current combat power of tens of thousands, there was nothing on earth that could restrain him. Since the magic performance had to be done together, Fang Xian and the other 4 came to the center of the venue. The first to perform was DragonBall. As the first hero to take the stage, a confident expression naturally appeared on his face. After taking the microphone, DragonBall said to the camera, "Dear audience, I, DragonBall, am full of confidence for today's challenge. I enjoy magic in my spare time, so I'm quite skilled at escape tricks." Next came Lightning Max, DragonBall, Nyx, and Fang Xian. After a few meaningless remarks, the magic show officially began. The host, Xiao Ri, said, "Since the heroes are ready, let's have the staff bind their hands and feet." After the staff secure the bindings, the host continued, "All right, now let the heroes enter the box." Due to the heavy chains on their feet, DragonBall and Lightning Max accidentally fell while walking towards the box. Seeing this, the host provided a rather fitting commentary. "Mr. DragonBall has fallen. Is he all right? It seems our props are indeed of good quality." Once DragonBall stood up and entered the metal box, the host said, "Now, let's have the staff wrap the box with the heated iron chains." Just as the staff approached to close the iron door of the box, DragonBall suddenly noticed something wrong with the chains on his hands and hurriedly told the staff wait. However, before he could finish, the staff closed the door and proceeded to tightly wrap the box with the heated chains. "All right, the box is now completely locked. Let's see if DragonBall can escape within 5 minutes." The countdown begins. After Xiao Ri finished speaking, a countdown timer appeared on the large screen. At this moment, the camera focused on the top of the locked box, where a red button labeled Safety was visible. Bang, bang, bang. Inside the locked box, DragonBall continuously made knocking sounds during the 5 minutes. Looking at the footage, Shue said with a puzzled expression, "Teacher Fang Xian, is this really okay? I feel like I saw Mr. DragonBall say wait before he was locked in." Next to her, Saitama also rarely noticed the issue. Moreover, the camera just cut to the top of the box, and I think I saw that the safety button for giving up was installed backward outside, making it impossible to give up. In fact, Fang Xian had also noticed this problem when he was on site, but after sensing with his aura, he realized that DragonBall had already escaped from the box. The knocking sounds inside were pre-recorded with a tape recorder. As for how he managed to escape, it was because there was a hidden door inside the box, and the chains binding everyone's hands and feet were made of material that only looked like iron. In fact, they could be easily broken free from with a little effort. So it must be said that DragonBall had some talent for performance. His earlier fall was incredibly realistic. Fang Xian explained, "Don't worry, there's a hidden door in this magic trick, and the chains binding your hands and feet are made of special materials that have no binding strength. so escaping from inside is quite easy. Although Fang Xian noticed this. He didn't exit through the hidden door, but instead punched a large hole in the top of the box and flew out. After hearing Fang Xian's words, everyone instantly lost their earlier tension. On television, Fang Xian and the others completed their performance in turn. The host, Xiao Ri, continued. Thank you to the 5 heroes for performing this thrilling magic show. Indeed, it was thrilling, especially Golden Ball segment, which fully showcased his talent for performance. It can be said that it's a pity for him to be a hero. If he became an actor, he would definitely be more famous than he is now. After pausing for a few seconds to ease the atmosphere, Xiao Ri began the next segment. Now, let's continue with the next program, which is a relatively relaxed Q&A session. After Xiao Ri finished speaking, the large screen changed to display various questions. The questions shown on this screen were inquiries from internet users directed at the heroes. Of course, we can't have you answer all the questions. We will select a few. The first question came from C-Class Hero, Battery Man. His question was, Dear heroes, I am currently a C-Class hero. Every day, besides engaging in heroic activities, I just handle trivial matters in life. I feel lost about my future. So I hope you heroes can give me some advice to make my heroic career more interesting. After reading Battery Man's question, Ho Xiao Ri also shared his thoughts. It seems C-Class Hero Battery Man is caught in the common confusion that all new heroes face. So let's have our professional heroes here answer his doubts. After that, Xiao Ri turned to Golden Ball and said, Let's continue with the magic performance moment. Mr. Golden Ball, please answer this question. The camera then shifted to Golden Ball. Facing the camera, Golden Ball adjusted his clothes and smiled, saying, Battery Man, I understand your confusion. Every hero faces this kind of issue at the beginning, not knowing what to do or how to make their career more interesting. I have deep experience with this problem because although I am now an A-class hero, I came from your position. First, I hope you don't give up. Keep going, even if you're just a C-class hero. Although you may feel unremarkable now, this is a process that most of us have to face. You must understand that being a hero is not just about fighting criminals and protecting citizens. It is also a responsibility, a mission. Therefore, you should always maintain a love and respect for this profession. My advice is to focus on doing your current tasks well. That is enough. As his words fell, the audience erupted into scattered applause. Despite Golden Ball's sound reasoning, it was just some internet platitudes. The audience, having been on the internet for years, had read countless articles of this kind and had become numb to them, so it didn't elicit much response. At this moment, Fang Xian, hearing Golden Ball's words, looked astonished and said, Wow, is this still the funny Golden Ball? After Golden Ball finished speaking, host Xiao Ri picked up the microphone and said, As expected of A-class hero Golden Ball, his understanding of being a hero is profound. Now let's hear the suggestions from fellow A-class hero Lightning Max. The scene shifted to Lightning Max. My suggestion is to work hard and become stronger. Compared to Golden Ball's motivational speech, Lightning Max's words were barely understood by the audience. Following him, Poison Sting and Snake also shared their suggestions. Finally, the focus turned to Fang Xian, the only S-class hero present. And everyone was curious about what good advice he would provide. Actually, everything was still normal at this point, but Fang Xian's next words made everyone feel quite pretentious. Regarding this issue, I'm sorry, but I might not be able to offer any suggestions because ever since I found out I was a hero, I've been S-class. The atmosphere at the scene suddenly became a bit awkward, and the host Xiao Ri didn't expect Fang Xian to give such an answer. He quickly tried to smooth things over, saying, Haha, it seems Mr. Fang Xian is truly gifted. He was born as an S-class hero, something we all envy. Laughter came from the audience, but most people still felt a bit speechless. Meanwhile, the battery man in front of the TV was even more confused. He initially hoped to find some inspiration from these hero suggestions, but it seemed that he and genius heroes like Fang Xian were not from the same world at all. You're still as arrogant as ever. Seeing Fang Xian casually say on TV that he knew he was an S-class hero, Tornado couldn't help but chuckle. Fang Xian spread his hands innocently and retorted, What do you mean I'm showing off? I'm just speaking the truth. I'm actually very humble. Really, just keep watching. At this moment, the footage on the TV continued to play. After the host Xiao Ri cleverly eased the awkward atmosphere, the camera cut back to Fang Xian. He continued, Although I don't have any suggestions, I can share my own feelings. Being a hero is inherently a very high-risk profession. The higher the rank, the more dangerous the disasters and enemies you have to deal with. So wanting to become a hero is a troublesome matter. I suggest that the hero who raised this question just forget about it. Fang Xian was expressing his true feelings because being a hero was indeed very troublesome, with too many factors to consider. Just in terms of salary, if the rank is higher, it's manageable, but if it's lower, ensuring a livelihood becomes a big problem. The best example is Saitama. In the original story, this guy became a hero for fun for so long and had no money. Even joining the Hero Association only made him a C-class hero, and he still had no money. After saying all this, Fang Xian's intention was to discourage others from becoming heroes, but he didn't expect that his words would be interpreted differently by the audience present. I see. I understand, Mr. Fang Xian's point now. You mean that to become a hero, you need enough awareness and courage, because being a hero is no joke. You may face life-threatening situations at any time. Secondly, you need sufficient strength and wisdom because the enemies and disasters you face are very powerful and cunning. Finally, you need enough patience and perseverance because the growth and progress of a hero require time and effort. Am I right, Mr. Fang Xian? Ho Xiaori, as if possessed by Genos, stared with bright eyes and instantly understood the meaning behind Fang Xian's earlier words. The audience erupted into applause. Looking at the female host in front of him, who showed admiration in her eyes, Fang Xian hesitated and nodded. But in reality, Fang Xian's inner thoughts were quite different. What the heck, that's not what I meant. I just find being a hero bothersome. Also, why do you like to interpret others' meanings on your own? Just like that guy Genos? You two really match. Speaking of Genos, he was currently writing furiously on the coffee table. Saitama watched Genos, quickly jotting down notes with curiosity. Hey Genos, what are you writing? Teacher Saitama, what Mr. Fang Xian said on TV just now make a lot of sense. Being a hero requires enough awareness, courage, strength, wisdom, patience, and perseverance. This statement is not only cool, but also meaningful. I've learned a lot from it. Fubuki then said, Genos, can I borrow your notes for a few days? I want to copy them. No problem. I'll lend it to you once I finish this notebook. Fang Xian, watching the three discuss, felt quite speechless. Hey, that was clearly not what I said. It was that female host who said it. And Genos, what did you even understand? Tornado then poked Fang Xian. Fang Xian turned his head, looking at Tornado, puzzled. What's up, little girl? Tornado showed a strange smile, then pointed at the TV. At this point, the QA session had ended, and it was time for the next segment. Fang Xian and Xiao Zhe Na Mei began walking through the streets to a romantic background music, and the way they interacted truly resembled that of a couple. Oh, this. I already said, these interactions are just for the show, you. Huh? Hiss. Feeling pain in his waist, Fang Xian gasped. This little girl was really ruthless. After pinching Fang Xian, Tornado snorted coldly and then proudly lay back on the sofa, turning her head away like a child and ignoring Fang Xian. Fang Xian helplessly rubbed his pinched waist, looking at the angry Tornado, regretting once again why he had to show off about participating in this variety show. As for why this scene occurred, it goes back to the day Fang Xian participated in this unfortunate idol hero program. After all, the conditions the production team offered him were not so easily earned. After the QA session ended, host Xiao Ri continued with the microphone. Next is the last segment of our program, titled Heroes and Idols in Your Life. Our heroes and idols will pretend to be a couple and spend a refreshing afternoon in a normal city. So what interesting things will happen in between? Let's wait and see. Xiao Ri still spoke to the camera in her sweet voice, though her impressive figure was somewhat inappropriate. Such a fiery body had nothing to do with sweetness. As host Xiao Ri's words fell, the TV screen switched to the streets of the city, where Fang Xian and Xiao Zena Mei had already changed into normal clothes. Xiao Zena Mei smiled at Fang Xian and said, Well then, Mr. Fang Xian, I hope to learn a lot from you this afternoon. After changing, Xiao Zena Mei wore a casual dress and a sun hat, but even so, her beautiful appearance was hard to hide. Fang Xian looked at Xiao Zena Mei in front of him with a very disdainful and troublesome expression. This was because, despite her disguise, her irresistibly beautiful aura still drew jealous glances from many men on the street. So, Mr. Fang Xian, where do you plan to go first? When Xiao Zena Mei asked this, she had already made some plans in her mind because, in her impression, men usually said they wanted to go to the movies, parks, amusement parks, or high-end restaurants. So no matter what Fang Xian said later, she was prepared. I see there's a game store up ahead. Let's go there. Fang Xian pointed to a nearby game store. This sudden action left Xiao Zena Mei stunned, as all her prepared responses turned to bubbles. What did he just say? Game? Store? Upon hearing Fang Xian's words, Ozawa Naomi was momentarily stunned, clearly not expecting Fang Xian to suggest going to a game store. The audience watching the two through hidden cameras also didn't react at first. Seriously, bro, you're spending the afternoon with such a beautiful girl pretending to be a couple, and you choose to go to a game store? What are you thinking? Look at the other groups. They either take their partners to amusement parks, fancy restaurants, At the very least, the cinema. Why'd you pick a game store? What a shame. If it were me, I would definitely take Miss Naomi to some fun places. Some male viewers with LSP tendencies began to discuss animatedly upon seeing the content on the big screen. The host, Xiaori, also showed a somewhat surprised expression, clearly not expecting Fang Xian to make such a choice. However, she quickly regained her professional smile and said to the camera, "Haha, it seems Mr. Fang Xian is really a gaming enthusiast. He even thinks about games at time like this. But then again, this side of Fang Xian feels more genuine and relatable." The reason Fang Xian said he wanted to go to a game store was entirely intentional, aimed at preventing Ozawa Naomi from getting too close to him during the afternoon. After all, walking on the street with a beautiful girl pretending to be a couple is incredibly eye-catching, especially with someone as stunning as Ozawa Naomi. Thus, Fang Xian deliberately portrayed himself as a socially inept, game-obsessed otaku. However, he clearly underestimated Ozawa Naomi's adaptability. Although she was surprised at first, she quickly regained her composure and smiled as she accepted Fang Xian's proposal. "Sure, Mr. Fang Xian, although I've never been to a game store, I'm quite curious about what attracts you to this place." Saying this, she took the initiative to link her arm with Fang Xian's, appearing very intimate. Fang Xian immediately felt a chill run down his spine. He didn't expect Ozawa Naomi to cooperate so well. However, he didn't show it and merely nodded lightly before leading Ozawa Naomi to the game store. An hour later, Fang Xian emerged from the game store, having gained quite a bit. He was happy because he bought many newly released games, all of which were in genres he liked. The only trouble was that Ozawa Naomi was still not giving up on her pursuit of him. It doesn't make sense. How can a beauty like me be less appealing than games? This is impossible. Following Fang Xian out, Ozawa Naomi's mind was racing, and she quickly came up with an explanation. "I know, someone as high caliber as Fang Xian must feel embarrassed to say it outright. He's really not being straightforward. Fine, let me say it for him." Just as Fang Xian was still immersed in his newly bought games, Ozawa Naomi spoke up. "I wonder if Mr. Fang Xian has time to accompany me next? There's a commercial plaza over there, with a cinema and a game center. Ever since I debuted as an idol, I've been very busy with work, so I haven't been to this place in a long time." After saying this, Ozawa Naomi thought to herself, "I've made my intentions quite clear. Mr. Fang Xian should understand what I mean. As long as he agrees, I can take him to the cinema or the game center and then find an opportunity to get closer. Although the game center is nice too. Watching a movie first would definitely create some great memories." Just as Ozawa Naomi was about to suggest going to the cinema, Fang Xian spoke first. "In that case, let us go to the game center." The two then headed to the game center together, and after spending the afternoon playing games, the TV content soon came to an end. Although Fang Xian filmed for 2 weeks, the version he had was an unedited early release, and the post-production team only edited out 1 episode, so it was quite short. After turning off the TV, Fang Xian swore that this was probably his first and last time participating in a variety show. It wouldn't be impossible for him to participate again, but that would only happen if his roof was blown off by a tornado again, or if an incredibly fun game came out. Otherwise, he wouldn't go back to the show. After all, Tornado was really angry about this. If you ask how he knew, it's because Fang Xian's mind was currently filled with the system's alert sounds. Ding! Detected that Tornado is very angry, seeing the host pretending to be a couple with a beautiful girl for the afternoon. Emotional value, 9,999. Ding! Detected that Tornado is extremely furious, seeing the host and the beautiful girl linking arms. Emotional value, 99,999. After watching the show, Tornado received a message from the Hero Association about a monster sighting, so after hanging up the phone, she stormed out. Fang Xian looked at Tornado's dark expression and silently recited a mantra for the unfortunate monster about to face her wrath. Afternoon. Lying sideways in Fang Xian's home enjoying the air conditioning, Saitama suddenly put down the newspaper he was reading, looked at Fang Xian with boredom, and asked, "Fang Xian, do you have any plans for the afternoon?" Now that he has become an A-class hero, Saitama no longer needs to complete a fixed number of tasks every week like in the original story, so he has plenty of free time. If this had been the old Fang Xian, he would have directly complained, saying that if Saitama was bored, he should go home instead of lounging around from morning until now, mooching off him without leaving. But unfortunately, Fang Xian now needed Saitama to practice with him to improve his strength, so he couldn't just send him away. Plans? I don't have any. How about you accompany me to continue training? Saitama immediately rejected. Next time, I've been training with you every day lately. It's getting a bit boring. Oh, I see. Then how about going here? Saying this, Fang Xian pointed to an advertisement on the computer screen. C-City Family Mart is having a big sale, with all items at 20 off. Saitama, who was originally bored, became serious upon seeing the advertisement on the computer. 20% off, all items at 20% off. Saitama kept repeating to himself, then suddenly stood up and said to Fang Xian with a serious expression, "This event sounds great. Let us go check it out." After speaking, he turned to Genos and said, "Genos, you should come along too. This is a very important trial." Genos, who was reviewing his morning notes, put down his notebook and stood up saying, "Understood, Saitama-sensei, Fang Xian-sensei." The reason Fang Xian brought up this advertisement was that he happened to need to go to the supermarket to buy ingredients. After all, given Tornado's demeanor in the morning, she probably wouldn't be in a good mood for the next few days. So he planned to buy some ingredients to cook something delicious to cheer her up. Without further ado, the three quickly gathered their money, dressed up, and headed towards C-City. In C-City, even in the scorching afternoon, the city was bustling with people coming and going. On the street, girls are dressed coolly due to the hot weather, with various summer outfits like short skirts, shorts, and tank tops creating a beautiful view. Help! Suddenly, a series of screams from girls echoed on the originally crowded street. A tall figure over 2 meters high, completely wrapped up, stripped off his clothes, revealing his monstrous appearance. Ha ha ha! Here comes the lizard-tongued monster, who transformed due to his excessive love for reptiles. "You women, come and give me children." What surprised everyone was that this monster not only made an appearance, but also introduced himself. Regardless, this long-tongued monster, with the strength of a wolf level, immediately extended his 5-meter-long tongue covered with an unknown slime, targeting the girls dressed revealingly on the street. "Don't run, little girls. I just want to lick you first, and then have you bear my children." Ignoring the men behind him trying to subdue him, the long-tongued monster immediately chased after a girl in revealing attire ahead. With this guy's appearance, how could those girls not run? Although he was only wolf level, his strength surpassed that of ordinary people, and several big men couldn't subdue him. Instead, they were thrown away. The long-tongued monster continued to chase his target, as if this chaos was his carnival. Hey, what is going on with this guy? 5 big men couldn't stop him? Could it be that he is a monster? He is a monster. Everyone run. These people didn't realize what was happening for so long, and only then did they start to panic and flee. I have to say, are you people blind? Normal people don't have such long tongues. Even if there really is one. Didn't that guy introduce himself when he appeared? He is a lizard-tongued monster because he loves reptiles too much. Where did your ears go? At this moment, it was the happiest time in the life of the long-tongued monster, for he not only transformed into a lizard-like monster, but was surrounded by many beautiful women. And he could soon have them. "Ha, pretty girls, don't think of running, I'll lick you." Slap. The long-tongued monster's tongue knocked over the item in the hands of the bald man in a trio passing by and stepped on it several times. Then, the scene froze at that moment. Yes, these 3 people were Fang Xian, Saitama, and Genos, who had come out to buy things. They were originally preparing to return to Z-City after shopping, but suddenly heard someone yelling for help, so they came over. The long-tongued monster was stunned. He originally thought his sudden attack would scare the bald man away, but unexpectedly, the other party just looked down at the knocked-over item. However, the long-tongued monster didn't care and continued to walk towards the woman not far away, completely unaware of the killing intent hidden in the air around him. "Hey, you brat, you knocked over my teacher's things without even saying sorry and want to leave?" Genos immediately stepped forward, blocking the long-tongued monster's path. "The things I just bought." "Genos, step aside, I want to beat this guy up." Serious punch. Genos raised his head and saw Saitama's entire body erupting with blood-red aura. Then that fist the size of a sandbag came swinging towards the long-tongued monster. Fang Xian saw Genos was motionless and immediately pulled him aside. Boom! With a loud bang, a huge deep pit appeared on the ground. Fang Xian, Saitama, and Genos had also left. According to reports from the Hero Association, they discovered an unknown object and a long tongue from the deep pit. After leaving there, Saitama, Fang Xian, and Genos headed back to the supermarket. "That guy is too despicable, causing all the things I bought with great difficulty to be wasted." Saitama was angrily walking down the street, venting about what had just happened. The items that fell to the ground were what Saitama had carefully selected in a discount supermarket, spending half a month's salary. He never expected that shortly after coming out, a long-tongued guy would knock them over. "All right, Saitama, you don't need to be too angry. Just come to my place for dinner tonight. Besides, we could buy another batch later." Fang Xian comforted Saitama while carrying the items. Don't be fooled by Saitama's usual indifferent attitude. He is very particular about shopping. But those items cost me half a month's salary. Stop whining, I'll cover this one. Oh, is that so? Okay. Upon hearing Fang would pay, Saitama, who had just been filled with indignation, immediately returned to normal, his mood changing so fast it was unrecognizable from his previous anger. Seeing Saitama's rapid change, Fang was speechless. Genos, meanwhile, pondered, realizing, I understand now, Saitama-sensei was teaching me how to confuse the enemy through performance. Just as the three were on their way back to the supermarket, Fang, with his extraordinary hearing, suddenly heard an advertisement from a nearby game store. Love development game. Heartbeat edition of the Three Sisters, now available. Experience sweet moments with three sisters of different personalities and feel the different heartbeat of love. Come by and start a wonderful love journey with your goddess. Although it was a limited edition, Fang focus was not on this game, but on the next one. Additionally, today, My X-Life Daily with Lowly Classmate, adult version, is also launching. Upon hearing the second game, Fang eyes immediately lit up. I didn't expect to see this game here. What a pleasant surprise. Such a meaningful game, I must buy it. But now there's a problem. How to get rid of these two annoying guys next to me? Fang stopped and began to think of a way to send the two away. What reason should I use to get them to leave? How about saying I have a stomach ache and need to go to the restroom? No, that reason is a bit too cliché. They probably wouldn't believe me even if I said it. What other good reasons are there? Seeing Fang suddenly stop, Genos asked with concern. Fang sensei, why'd you stop? Is something wrong? Just as Fang was about to use the stomach ache excuse to send the two away, a loud crash suddenly echoed from the building to their right as a robot swaggered through and smashed the floors, charging forward. Upon seeing this robot, Fang immediately thought, it's like someone sending a pillow when I want to sleep. Then Fang pointed at the robot and said to Genos, go ahead. I feel that robot is very suitable as your trial opponent. No ads, fastest updates. To avoid losing content while transferring, please experience the ad-free reading app Adu free novel app. In City C on the street. Strange, the intelligence said that man would definitely appear here today. But where is he? Hey, stop. A tall robot rushed wildly across the road, followed by a small robot. Damn, I didn't expect this guy to look heavy. But his speed is surprisingly fast. For a moment, I couldn't catch up. Sure enough, when it comes to speed, I'm still not as good as Teacher Fang and Teacher Saitama. No, I should say I'm inferior to them in every aspect. The one who was chasing at high speed was Genos, who was sent by Fang. He was chasing the robot ahead while distractedly thinking about his own issues. That guy turned again. I have to stop him at the next intersection or many innocent citizens will get hurt. Watch me, Genos' second stage acceleration. Boom! Genos' body filled with golden energy and the jet system on his back turned cyan, making his speed even faster. Inside the game store, after Fang bought the game he wanted, he started wandering around the store again. The action-adventure, horror, single-player masterpiece Crisis of Lost 2 looked pretty good, so he bought it. The romance simulation text game, My Overbearing Female CEO, looked interesting, but unfortunately, it was a text-based game, so I forget it. Although Fang loved playing games, he preferred action or adventure games. He really couldn't muster any interest in text-based games like this. After wandering around, Fang returned to the section selling My Daily Life with Lowly Classmate, adult version. Looking at the promotional cover of the game, he couldn't help but want to go home and play it quickly. However, when he saw the Lowly on the cover that looked 89 similar to Tornado, he couldn't help but laugh. He thought to himself, the Lowly on the cover of this game looks exactly like Tornado. If she finds out, she'll probably blow up. Then, after picking a few more games, Fang walked towards the checkout counter to pay. In front of him was a man wearing a trench coat, hat, and mask, making it hard to see his face. When it was the man's turn to check out, Fang took a glance and noticed that the man bought even more games than he did. And at the top was My Overbearing Female CEO, a text-based romance game that Fang didn't like. Fang thought, looks like a LSP otaku who would actually like this kind of game. What bad taste. Come on, you can't say that. Didn't you also buy My Daily Life with Lowly Classmate, adult version, and put in the system warehouse? Produce. It's much more adult than My Overbearing Female CEO. You have a nerve to criticize him. Soon, the man in front of Fang finished checking out. When it was Fang turn, the cashier politely told him after checking the games he purchased, I'm sorry, sir, but one of the games you bought has an age restriction. According to regulations, you need to present relevant identification. Fang Xian was slightly taken aback, but quickly realized. He remembered that there was indeed a notice at the store entrance when he came in, but he didn't pay attention at the time. Fortunately, Fang Xian often carried his residence permit, so he immediately took it out and handed it to the cashier. After the cashier took Fang Xian's residence permit and looked at the photo, she didn't worry about recognizing him since the photo was from a few years ago. As for the name, isn't it possible to have the same name? After carefully verifying Fang Xian's residence permit, the cashier smiled and returned the document to him, saying, "Your identification has been verified, Mr. Fang Xian. Your total is 78,203 yuan. After paying, Fang Xian picked up the bag and prepared to leave. "Thank you for your visit." The cashier, watching Fang Xian about to leave, still hadn't realized and wondered in her heart. Fang Xian, strange. Why does that name sound so familiar? It seems like I've heard it somewhere. At that moment, the store's TV began playing a preview for the latest season of Idol Heroes. Hello, everyone. The latest season of Idol Heroes is about to premiere. This time, we not only invited 5 super popular female idol artists, but also 5 heroes. Among them, we've invited one of the peak heroes in the hero community. I wonder if anyone can guess who it is. Let me give you a hint. This hero has recently appeared in the media for the first time. I hope everyone can tune in on time. After watching the preview on TV, a person in line behind commented, "TCH, this crappy show, making it sound so mysterious. Did you really invite the S-Class Rank 0 strongest warrior Fang Xian?" Fang Xian? The cashier suddenly remembered something upon hearing that name. She hurriedly looked towards the store entrance, but at that moment, Fang Xian's figure had already disappeared at the end of the street. Could it really be him? Fang Xian. Could that customer really be the S-Class Rank 0 Lord Fang Xian? The cashier's heart was filled with doubt and shock. But then she shook her head and said, "Impossible. Impossible. How can an amazing hero like Fang Xian come to buy such a game? It must just be a coincidence." Meanwhile, the Fang Xian, who the cashier thought wouldn't buy such games, was now walking on the street with his games. "I bought it. The premium romance simulation game, my overbearing female CEO. Phew. I'm so looking forward to it. I need to hurry home to play it." Hearing a voice, Fang Xian looked up and found that the speaker was the man who had just been in line in front of him, wearing a trench coat, hat, and mask. He was now excitedly holding my overbearing female CEO and talking. The feeling of wanting to hurry, yet wanting to take it slow, was truly irresistible. Forget it. I should hurry home. Taking a deep breath, the man put the game back in a plastic bag and was about to leave. Hearing the man's words, Fang Xian said, "Friend, please wait. After hearing what you just said, I realize you're also knowledgeable about games. Especially the feeling of getting the game you desire is even stronger. You're the first person I've recognized in this regard. Let's be friends. May I ask how you're called?" Upon hearing Fang Xian's words, the man also looked over. That scar? You are the S-Class hero ranked 7th at the S-Class meeting, King. You are the strongest warrior Fang Xian? Both of them recognized each other and felt a bit awkward at that moment. At this distance, catching up to this guy shouldn't be a problem. Genos watched as the distance between himself and the robot ahead grew shorter and immediately activated his detection system to analyze the robot. Beep, beep, beep. Detected an extremely high energy response from the robot ahead, level above Tiger. Looking at the detected values, Genos was somewhat surprised. The preliminary assessment indicated that this guy's performance was actually better than the robot modified by the genius scientist, Genus, from before. It seems I must be careful in this battle. I absolutely cannot embarrass my 2 teachers. With that thought, Genos' tone and expression began to grow increasingly serious. The 2 turned down another street, and Genos seized the opportunity to accelerate once more, using an elegant maneuver to arrive in front of the robot. The tall robot stopped when it saw Genos. "I remember you. You're the Devil's Cyborg Genos, ranked 16th among S-Class heroes. Unfortunately, I'm not targeting you this time. Otherwise, I'd really like to fight you and see whose skills are superior." After scanning Genos' data, the tall robot said this and was about to leave. Seeing this guy was about to walk away, Genos quickly darted forward, extending his mechanical arm to block him and asking, "Wait, who are you?" "I am a robot manufactured by the organization, designated as G4. Hurry up and move aside. My target this time is not you." G4 looked down on Genos, holding a large metal sword and speaking disdainfully, believing himself to be stronger than Genos. This guy seems to be another AI-driven robot. What organization did he just mention? Could it be related to the one that destroyed my home? If that's the case, even if this guy is not the trial target given to me by teacher Fang Xian, I must take him down. Genos' gaze was resolute. He would not let G4 leave so easily. The secrets hidden within this robot might be the clues he had been searching for so long. "No matter who your target is, you have to get past me first today," Genos said coldly, activating his combat mode. His mechanical body began to emit a low, buzzing sound, signaling that he was ready to attack. It seems you don't intend to step aside. That's fine. Let me take you down before I kill King. As soon as he finished speaking, G4 raised the metal sword high, its blade gleaming coldly, as if it intended to cleave Genos in two. He moved, launching himself at Genos with tremendous force. The sword aimed directly at Genos's vital points. Clang! Crack! In an instant, a metallic sound rang out, followed by the sound of something breaking. Facing G4's attack, Genos opened up his full power, gripping tightly with his mechanical arm, and then punched the metal sword, shattering it. Compared to the helplessness I felt back then, I had become much stronger now. Recalling the feeling of powerlessness when facing Boros's spaceship, Genos's gaze towards G4 became even more determined. For some reason, background music began to play around them. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be Genos's battle theme. In Genos's battle theme, no one could defeat him, unless they were Saitama or Fang. I absolutely cannot disappoint teacher Fang Xian's expectations. I must defeat this guy. Energy gathering, full power output. As he spoke, Genos's energy core began to continuously supply energy to the rest of his body, and his internal power circulation system was now operating at its peak, outputting maximum power. Genos flashed and appeared above G4's head, delivering a punch downwards. Useless, even though we're both robots. The parts and systems on me are far more advanced than yours. Your attacks will never hit me. Boom! To G4's surprise, he hadn't finished speaking when Genos's mechanical fist came flying towards his head. That's right, it was flying. Genos's mechanical fist separated from his arm, blasting forth white steam, and landed directly on G4's head. Good opportunity. Let's keep the momentum going. Watch this. Burning cannon. The mechanical fist immediately returned to Genos's arm as he quickly began to charge up, launching another burning cannon at G4. The power of the burning cannon was not to be underestimated. Accompanied by intense heat, it knocked G4 down to the ground with a single strike. You bastard. Using underhanded tactics and attacking first. I'm angry now. Today I'm going to twist your head off and use it as my second energy core. This was the emotional system specially set up for G4 by its designer. However, a robot like this cannot be compared to a human. That previous statement likely meant that he wanted to twist off Genos's head and use it as a chamber pot. I have to criticize G4's designer here. Why not design G4 with some powerful weapons instead of this useless feature? Although this system was of little use, G4 suddenly opened a hatch behind him, and a huge rocket launcher extended out. The next moment, the rocket launcher on G4's back fired up, and G4, gripping a fist the size of a sandbag, swung it towards Genos with the added thrust. Boom! The sound of a massive metal collision echoed once again, as Genos also relied on the thrust from his own jetpack to collide with G4. However, due to the size difference, Genos barely managed to block G4's attack. Looking at the cracked ground beneath him, Genos understood that he could not continue to clash directly with G4. Although his strength was formidable, the size difference put him at a disadvantage in such direct confrontations. He needed to find G4's weakness to effectively defeat him. With this in mind, Genos quickly retreated to create some distance from G4, thinking, this guy is indeed difficult to deal with. It seems I must come up with some strategies. Just as Genos was rapidly calculating countermeasures in his mind, G4's attacks came one after another. Damn it! Cursing under his breath, Genos hurriedly jumped and dodged. Inside the supermarket, Saitama was currently carefully selecting ingredients. This potato doesn't look that good. I'll pass. With that, Saitama placed the potato back and turned to look at the discounted sushi nearby. In City C, while Genos and G4 were engaged in an intense battle, Fang Xian, who had coincidentally encountered King, was safely brought to King's residence at the latter's invitation. It turned out that King lived in a very ordinary apartment in City C. Please come in. After King unlocked the security door with his key, he said to Fang Xian, sorry, since I live alone, my place might be a bit messy. As King pushed the door open, Fang Xian followed him inside. Although King had given a warning in advance, Fang Xian was still slightly taken aback by the scene inside the room. The room was filled with game discs, comic books, and various snack wrappers, and a few pieces of clothing were casually thrown on the sofa. The whole room did look a bit messy, but it was in line with the lifestyle of a single otaku. However, it was in stark contrast to Fang Xian's home, as he was a person who loved cleanliness. Even during the 3 years without a system, his home was kept very clean, and now he had a maid robot named Poo Poo to help him clean every day. So his home had rarely been dirty or messy. Ahem, please ignore this. King chuckled awkwardly, quickly walked over to pick up the clothes on the sofa, and cleared a spot for sitting. Please sit down, Mr. Fang Xian. Although it was a bit messy, Fang Xian didn't mind at all and sat down, saying to King, who was tidying up the room, King, don't worry about cleaning right now. Come over and try out the game you just bought. Although their unexpected meeting was a bit awkward throughout their conversation, Fang Xian discovered that King really understood games very well. Some of the games he bought were of types that Fang Xian liked to play, so they quickly became good friends. After hearing Fang Xian's words, King stopped what he was doing, turned on the PS5, and connected it to the TV. By the way, Fang Xian, what type of games do you like to play? Once the PS5 was connected, King held the purchase game disc and asked Fang Xian, who was knowledgeable about games, sitting beside him. I actually like to try various types, but recently I've been playing some open-world RPG games, and I find them very interesting. Fang Xian replied, oh, so you like open-world games with a high degree of freedom. They really are interesting. I like them too, not just for exploring the map, but also for the curiosity about the unknown. Indeed, King's understanding of games was comparable to Fang Xian's. Just this level of understanding could easily overshadow Saitama and Tornado, who had no talent for games at all. After hearing King's words, Fang Xian asked, King, what games do you like? Upon hearing Fang Xian's question, King was taken aback for a moment, and then his scarred face suddenly turned a bit shy. Well, it's a bit embarrassing to say, but I like dating simulation games. King rubbed his nose and said shyly, I'm a loyal fan of dating simulation games. My favorite part is the shyness when trying to win over girls in these games, King said excitedly, but Fang Xian, who didn't know much about such games, didn't understand. I'm curious, what's so fun about a game that has only a few pictures, paired with free effects and a few lines of text? Upon hearing Fang Xian's description, King showed a shocked expression. If that's how you describe dating simulation games, does that mean you've never played one before, Fang Xian? Fang Xian shook his head and said, I've never played one. That's not okay, Fang Xian. If you've never played a dating simulation game, you'll never experience the charm of such games. At that moment, King, who was just an ordinary person and probably weaker than the character with a power level of 5 at DragonBall, suddenly exuded a momentum that even Fang Xian found moving when the topic turned to games. He quickly took out a game disc and put it into the PS5, saying, if that's the case, then you should try this newly released game, My Overbearing Female CEO. This game just came out, but I was really looking forward to it during the pre-sale because the female character Naomi in this game is voiced by the current popular idol, Ozawa Nami. It's rumored that even the character model was made based on her. Ozawa Nami? What? Fang Xian, you don't know the most famous idol right now? Seeing Fang Xian's expression, King assumed he didn't know Ozawa Nami and was surprised by his ignorance. But little did he know, Fang Xian was just a bit surprised because he had just finished recording a variety show with Ozawa Nami not long ago. After hesitating for a moment, Fang Xian took out his phone and showed King the selfie of Ozawa Nami from last time. Is this the person you're talking about? Yes, that's her. So you know her, Fang Xian. It seems that you're a fan of Nami-chan, just like me. But is this picture the latest one? Why haven't I seen it before? Is it new news? As he spoke, King took out his phone to check and confirm. I'm not unaware of this woman. I'm way too aware of her. Dude, I just finished recording a show with her, and your idol actually seems to be interested in me. Of course, Fang Xian couldn't tell King this and kept it to himself. After looking at his phone for a while, King continued. In any case, Fang Xian, this game is a rare gem and very fun. I dare say you'll feel like the idol goddess is surrounding you while you play. King was still enthusiastically recommending the game to Fang Xian. So, you definitely have to play it at least once. After emphasizing this several times, the game finally entered the loading screen. Look how exciting the opening animation of My Overbearing Female CEO is. It's really captivating, especially Nami-chan's mature voice. It's just perfect. Listening to the familiar voice in the game, Fang Xian covered his face and said, well, as long as you're happy. Fang Xian, who originally had some resistance to such text-based dating simulation games, completely lost interest upon hearing that it was Ozawa Nami's voice. At that moment, he regretted getting to know King, as he had thought this guy would like adventure-type games just like him. In Sea City, at King's home, Fang Xian. It's time to name our male protagonist. After watching the opening animation, King operated the game controller to reach the naming stage of My Overbearing Female CEO. How should we name it? How about using your name directly? No, I refuse. Fang Xian said emphatically. He didn't want to use his name to pursue other women in the game, especially since this character was modeled after someone he knew. How about just using your real name? After all, this is your game. Use my real name? I'm a bit shy about that. I'm already 29. Seeing that King was still reluctant, Fang continued. How about calling it Saitama? Are you talking about me? Isn't that name a bit? Wait, was that just now something you said, Fang? No, it was this guy who said it. Fang shook his head and then pointed at the window, saying. King turned his head and saw a bald man climbing in through his window, holding a plastic bag filled with many things. Who is this guy? How did he end up in my house? Seeing King's question, Saitama replied, I'm Saitama. I just finished shopping at the supermarket next door and saw Fang go upstairs with you. So I followed to confirm it was Fang. The window to your house was open, so I climbed it directly. It looks like it really is Fang. Saitama placed the 2 large plastic bags he was holding on the ground and found a place to sit down. Hearing Saitama's words, King was dumbfounded. He looked at the bald man sitting on the sofa and thought, why is this guy so nonchalant? You should know that I live on the 25th floor. How did he climb up here? By the way, don't you know who I am? Looking at the expressionless Saitama in front of him, King had a strange sense of familiarity, as if he had seen this guy somewhere before, and then pointed at himself and asked Saitama. The reason King felt this way was that Saitama was also present at the last emergency meeting of the S-Class heroes. But since Saitama was only an A-Class hero, he naturally didn't attract attention. Moreover, Saitama wasn't wearing his standard beige superhero costume today. Instead, he wore a plaid casual outfit, so King didn't recognize him. Upon hearing King's question, Saitama asked expressionlessly, Who are you? What? You don't even know my name? Wait, I remember this guy, seems to be. Originally surprised that Saitama didn't know him, King suddenly remembered where he had seen Saitama before. This guy seems to be the A-Class hero who appeared at the last S-Class hero meeting, but last time he seemed to be in a beige superhero outfit, sitting next to Genos and drinking tea. Saitama ignored King's question and skillfully sat next to King, showing no awareness of being a guest. And this guy was also uninvited. You also like to play games like Fang. It's just that the games you like are of this type. Looking at the TV screen connected to the PS5, which displayed a beautiful lady's naming scene, Saitama revealed a look of understanding. Brother, hurry up and name me, come and conquer me. The lady in the game echoed the name-choosing line in a very charming voice. Normally, King would have enjoyed this, but now with a stranger sitting next to him, he felt very uncomfortable. Don't look. Unlike Saitama and Fang, who shared a common interest in games, this guy was completely the type who only had a fleeting interest in games and often casually revealed things he knew. In other words, playing a dating simulation game in front of Saitama was like public execution for King. However, Saitama didn't notice King's awkward expression at all and continued to pick up another mecha game box that had fallen on the ground, seriously asking, What game is this? It seems more interesting than the games Fang usually plays. The mecha game box featured a man and 4 women, and there was an action game tag on it. Hey, don't casually take other people's things. King hurriedly grabbed the game box from Saitama's hand and said seriously, This action, no. This mecha game is something I prepared in advance to deal with any robots I might encounter later. Is it that boring of a game? No, it's not. Fang, listening to King's explanation, shook his head and thought, this guy is really good at making up lies. It's obviously an adult game. Yet he said it was prepared to deal with enemies. I'm really impressed. Not only Fang, but even King, who just said that, felt a little guilty, as the latter part of his statement was something any normal person wouldn't believe. At this moment, King still appeared calm on the surface, but inside he felt like he was about to die socially. He thought this guy must have discovered that he, as an S-Class hero, enjoyed playing such games. But King clearly overestimated Saitama's intelligence. Saitama nodded and said, I see. Okay, then let us play this game first. Saitama pointed at the game currently on the TV. Nanny? This guy actually believed what I just said? King looked at Saitama in shock, who believed him. Saitama had no interest in King's hobbies. He just wanted to know if the game was fun. Although he didn't understand what was going on with the guy in front of him, it didn't stop King from going along with it. He handed another controller to Saitama and said, Then let us play together. This game requires 3 people and can switch between different games. At this moment, the beautiful lady on the TV repeated her prompt. Brother, hurry up and name me, come and conquer me. Usually, King's favorite idol's voice now sounded to him like a death knell. Curious, Saitama continued to ask, Is this game also an action type like the previous one? No, it is. Too embarrassed. King closed his eyes and just kept lying. There was no choice. Compared to the previous game, King had to sacrifice his image to protect his secret. Sorry. Na mei-chan, but I have no choice. After silently thinking this, King immediately threw the box labeled my overbearing female CEO out the window. Curious about the game, Saitama saw King throw out the box labeled my overbearing female CEO and asked curiously, "By the way, why did you throw that thing away?" Looking at the box he had thrown out, King forced himself to suppress his bleeding heart and said, "Out of readiness for battle, what I need is an action game." I thought this game was also an action game, but I didn't expect it to be a dating game. Damn, I bought the wrong one, Saitama asked in confusion. Then my overbearing female, CEO, isn't an action game? Hearing Saitama's words, King thought, damn, I was seen through after all. Here, I have to say, never lie. Otherwise, you'll need to tell more lies to maintain the initial lie. Aha, I thought this game was called Lightning Strike. What a scam. Fang Xian looked at King's guilty expression and insincere actions and thought, can you be any more fake? However, Fang Xian felt a bit confused about King's current situation. Isn't it just a fondness for dating simulation games? What is so embarrassing about that? As long as it doesn't affect others, what is wrong with liking it privately? So, Fang Xian planned to help this newly met game friend face himself more honestly. He patted King on the back and said, I say, King, didn't you just say you like nurturing romance games? How come you suddenly don't like them anymore? That must be a misunderstanding, Fang Xian, you must have heard it wrong. I think what I meant to say is that I like action-adventure games. King never expected that Fang Xian, who had been silent, would speak up at this moment, so he quickly waved his hand to deny it. Seeing that King still refused to admit it, Fang Xian had no choice but to take out his smartphone and play back their previous conversation. To be honest, I like nurturing romance games. I'm a loyal fan of nurturing romance games, and what I love most is the shyness when trying to woo girls in these games. Hearing his own voice from the phone, King wanted to find a hole to hide in because it was too embarrassing. Just a second ago, he claimed to have bought the wrong game, and in the next second, Fang Xian exposed him. At this point, Fang Xian pressed the pause button and said, Look, King, I didn't misremember. You clearly said it just now. King, I think you should be more honest. It's just that you like nurturing romance games. It's not a big deal. Besides, I'm someone who loves games the most, so I know what it feels like for someone who truly loves games. All right, come on, let us play and show me your skills. Also, King, you're already 29 years old. Stop crying. It's too disgusting. Seeing King wanting to hug him and cry, Fang Xian immediately refused. Half an hour later, why did I fail the quest again? Saitama looked at the screen, showing that he failed to woo the female protagonist with confusion, while Fang Xian was speechless looking at Saitama, who was such a hopeless case. He and King's revival attempts had all been used up by Saitama, meaning they had to restart the game. King was also shocked looking at Saitama. He never expected that there would be someone in this world with such poor gaming skills. Saitama looked innocently at Fang Xian and King and said, Why are you looking at me? Do you have any revives left? Help me out. Fang Xian, with a dark face, was about to say something when suddenly they heard a broadcast announcement. Citizens in a certain district of City C, please pay attention. A huge mech monster has appeared in City C, and its disaster level is classified as Demon level. Currently, the S-Class 16th ranked Devil Cyborg is fighting it. Citizens nearby should immediately evacuate to a shelter. The alarms from the Hero Association scattered throughout City C instantly rang out. After all, the disaster level of a demon-level monster is not to be taken lightly. Just think of the Deep Sea King, who was a tough guy that even defeated S-Class heroes like the Sensual Prisoner. Therefore, when the alarm sounded, the citizens closest to the monster immediately dropped what they were doing and ran towards the shelters. However, Fang Xian and Saitama, who were at King's house, heard the alarm but didn't care at all. After all, their home was in City Z, where such alarm sounds went off almost every day. Later, Fang Xian found the sound too noisy and dismantled all the alarms in their area. They would occasionally take out some monsters when they went out, but he didn't know what the disaster levels of those monsters were because they usually defeated them in an instant. Yet King, who was ranked 7th in S-Class, but was actually an ordinary person, felt a bit anxious upon hearing the alarm. The location mentioned in the alarm was not far from his home, but upon hearing that Genos was fighting the monster, he felt relieved again. Genos? A monster? Oh no, I actually forgot about this. After hearing the alarm, Fang Xian recalled that he had set up a trial task for Genos to distract him. However, with Genos' strength, he should not need to worry, so he thought to continue playing the game and would help out if anything really happened. After thinking about it, Fang Xian shifted his focus back to the game. Saitama said, Fang Xian, aren't we going to help Genos? Fang Xuan de play, no ruse. Let us play the game first. I think with Genos' strength, he should have no problem dealing with that monster. Even if something really goes wrong, we can deal with it when it happens. Saitama agreed, and after hearing Fang Xian's words, he also returned his attention to the game. Genos thought to himself, having you two as my teachers is truly a blessing. King looked at Fang Xian and Saitama beside him, who were both calm, and he forced himself to calm down as well. After all, the strongest S-class hero was here. If anything really went wrong, he should be very safe. The three of them restarted the game as if the alarm had never sounded. Meanwhile, Genos was currently engaged in a fierce battle with the robot G4 from the organization. You are an S-class hero. Can't you do anything other than dodge? Do you dare to confront me head-on? The gigantic G4, although possessing some advantages in size and performance, with every punch or kick having tremendous destructive power, clearly lacks speed. On the other hand, Genos, bolstered by various new technologies from Dr. Casino, had significantly improved in speed and attack, but his defense was still noticeably weak. Do you think I'm a fool? Genos said while dodging G4's attacks. On the streets of a certain district in City C, Genos skillfully dodged G4's attacks. Although Genos' technology had improved greatly after Dr. Casino's modifications, one thing could never be compensated for: defense. If he encountered a monster with extremely strong attacks and couldn't defend himself, he would likely lose an arm or a leg. However, the speed boost from the power system equipped on Genos temporarily made up for this weakness. Genos realized this and began to utilize his speed advantage to dart around G4, attacking at times and dodging at others. G4's attacks were powerful but very slow, allowing Genos to cleverly evade them each time, which made him a bit annoyed. Damn it. Slippery like a mechanical spiral tube. This phrase roughly means slippery like an eel. I have to say, what is the point of this trash-talking system? In the next moment, in order to defeat G4, Genos deliberately left a gap, pretending to be unable to dodge, and was punched into the air by G4. Good opportunity. If I'm in the air, this guy will definitely not be able to dodge my attack. Seeing this, G4 fell for the trap, mistakenly judging that Genos in mid-air couldn't move. He immediately activated the jet system on his back and unleashed a full-force attack towards Genos. But just as he was about to hit Genos, Genos suddenly accelerated and dodged his attack. Overload, speed boost, output boost. Through a brief overload, almost every sophisticated robot can enhance its current strength. Genos' body drew an arc in the air, skillfully avoiding G4's attack, and then, using the power of his jet device, instantly arrived behind G4, grabbing its mechanical arm. As he leaped down from the air to the ground, Genos had already grasped G4 by the neck. Overload burning cannon. Genos' right hand tightly gripped G4's neck, and in an instant, his entire body lit up with golden energy. Immediately after, a superheated energy burst forth from his hand, striking G4's body. Boom! A huge explosion echoed, the high temperature distorting the surrounding air, and at the center of the explosion, G4, after enduring this attack, appeared extremely battered, showing no resemblance to the imposing robot it had been moments ago. All that remained was a dark mass and armor that was faintly melting. Yet even in this state, G4 was still struggling. Watching G4 still fighting, Genos began to ramble for some reason. Can you still stand? That's impossible. My burning cannon has already melted your structure from the inside, so you should no longer be able to move. Although your massive body gives you strong defense and attack, it also weakens your agility, which has harmed you. How is this possible? Just as Genos was still talking nonsense, his detection system suddenly relayed information, indicating that there was still an extremely high energy presence within the struggling G4 on the ground. This meant that his previous attack had not caused much impact. It had merely damaged its appearance. After all, his detection system could not possibly malfunction, but under his attack, this massive robot should have been unable to continue moving. So where had the problem arisen? Thinking of this, Genos fully activated his early warning system, carefully guarding against any potential danger. The high energy detected had not dissipated, so Genos dared not be careless. After retreating to a safe location, he began to closely observe the fallen G4, staring at the seemingly battered G4 on the ground. Genos was filled with confusion and vigilance. His eyes scanned the area like a scanner, meticulously searching for any possible clues to uncover the mystery. Beep, beep. Suddenly, the detection system emitted a series of alerts, and his gaze fixed on a slightly glowing armor plate on G4's chest. Although that armor plate was char black, it still emitted an unusual energy fluctuation. In the next moment, the armor plate opened, and a small robot jumped out from inside. Operator? No, this should be the main body. Genos identified this small robot as the main body because he detected the massive energy from it. indicating that the large mech was merely a decoy. This small robot was the primary entity. As the small robot crawled out, it immediately began to transform. Its head, arms, and knee joints flipped upwards, quickly expanding and reconfiguring into a more compact and agile robot form. You say my massive body has harmed me. Then let me see what your nimble form can do. Laser launch. Suddenly, a mechanical laser launcher protruded from its chest, continuously aiming at Genos and firing lasers. Fortunately, Genos had already activated his early warning system, allowing him to evade the onslaught of lasers in time. The laser beams carved dazzling lines in the air, and Genos, relying on his agile form and excellent reflexes, darted through the lasers to avoid them. He knew he had to quickly find a flaw in his opponent to end this battle. However, the small robot's laser firing speed was incredibly fast, leaving Genos with almost no opportunity to counterattack. Moreover, its small and agile form made it difficult to hit. Genos continuously dodged the lasers while also contemplating countermeasures. He understood that he could not remain passive in evasion. He needed to find a way to attack the small robot. Thus, he began to attempt to disrupt his opponent's rhythm with his own attacks. He moved rapidly, sometimes charging towards the small robot, and sometimes retreating, trying to lure it into revealing a flaw. However, the small robot's reaction speed was also very quick. It always managed to adjust its position and firing angle in time, preventing Genos from landing an attack. For a moment, Genos found himself in a rather dangerous situation. Meanwhile, back at King's Place, Fang and Saitama were also encountering a situation. The alarm that had just echoed through City C rang out once more. Emergency evacuation notice. A giant monster bird has suddenly appeared over City C. Disaster level, demon grade. All citizens of City C, please immediately proceed to the nearest shelter. Repeat. All citizens of City C, please immediately proceed to the nearest shelter. The citizens who had just heard about the giant mechanical monster were now in a panic upon hearing the news of the giant monster bird's attack. After all, City C was not City Z. Why was there suddenly such a frequent outbreak of monsters today? And to make matters worse, there were two. King's house. Why is this game so hard to play? Women are really strange. Why does she get angry every time I make a choice? After using up all his lives along with Fang and King's lives, Saitama could only sit on the sofa and watch the other two play. Fang hearing this, couldn't help but say, what's so hard about it? Come on, this is easy mode. Don't think I don't know. The reason you keep failing is that you want to go through all the options using your lives without even looking at the choices presented to you. At that moment, the alarm in City C rang out again. Strange, why is there an alarm again? There are really a lot of monsters here. I've figured out. The reason I've been failing is because of those monsters constantly appearing. After failing repeatedly, Saitama was filled with pent-up frustration with no way to release it. Just as another monster alarm sounded. There's nothing I can do. This monster is just unlucky today for not checking the calendar before going out. All right, leave this monster to me. Saitama stood up, gritting his teeth while speaking and clenching his fists, his eyes wide open, looking just like a villain. While playing the game, Fang sensed something flying rapidly toward them. So he opened the window he had just closed and gathered a key blast in his hand. Fang what are you doing? Saitama looked at Fang actions, puzzled, as he could only see things with his eyes, lacking the ability to sense energy like Fang He could probably see things better than a girl spotting a handbag she wanted. Fang smiled and said, a strange person has come. I plan to give this guy a little surprise. You only play the game for a bit. Just then, outside the window appeared a giant bird over 100 meters long, with wings as hard as steel and a beak as tough as an eagle's, filled with sharp fangs. Its wings spread wide, blocking out the sky. The enormous bird flapped its wings with tremendous force, rapidly charging towards King's house. Sitting on the ground, playing a game, King saw the bird through the window and, due to his excellent eyesight, could even see the sharp fangs in its mouth. The sudden appearance of this scene left the S-rank hero, ranked 7th, frozen in shock, staring blankly as the monstrous bird approached. No way. This must be a joke. In this situation, even if King had the speed of Bolt, he couldn't escape. The giant bird was about to collide with the building, and King, terrified, tightly shut his eyes, preparing to face death. There was no way out. Although King was ranked 7th among S-class heroes, he knew better than anyone how inflated that ranking was. His real strength was probably not even that of a C-class hero. It's over. It seems my game of pretending to be an S-class hero is coming to an end. Just as King thought he was about to die, he realized that after a while, he hadn't felt any pain. He slowly opened his eyes, incredulously looking at his house, which was perfectly intact, while that giant bird was being held back by Fang with just one finger, unable to move forward even an inch. As for why Fang decided to use his finger instead of dispatching the bird quickly, it was simply because he found it boring to eliminate the creature immediately. He wanted to play with it a bit, especially after spending quite some time on a romantic text-based game. Damn, Saitama. You just took over my position and not only killed my character, but also put King's character in danger, Fang said, holding his finger against the giant bird's beak. Turning his head in surprise to look at Saitama. I saw him close his eyes and thought he was done playing, so I just helped out, Saitama explained. But the next second, Saitama suddenly caught a whiff of a urine smell. Huh? Where's that smell coming from? The smell was naturally from King. Upon seeing the giant bird about to crash into his building, had already been scared into losing control of his bladder. At that moment, he looked pale, trembling all over, as if he had just come back from the brink of death. Saitama looked at King and said, King, why are your pants wet? Hearing this, King awkwardly replied, that's because I accidentally knocked over my cup. Yes, that's it. The water spilled all over my pants. I have something to take care of, Saitama. You go ahead and play for a bit. With that, King stood up calmly and walked towards the bedroom. Although King's explanation was forced, Saitama believed him, as the guy didn't have many brain cells to begin with. Meanwhile, Fang began to play with the giant bird. He flew out of the window and then let it go. The giant bird was freed, spreading its wings and soaring high into the sky, looking disdainfully at Fang, thinking that what had just happened must have been an accident. How could it be caught by such a weak human? However, that confidence was quickly shattered. Fang figure flickered and reappeared next to it, gently reaching out to grab one of its wings. The giant bird screamed in terror, struggling desperately. But no matter how hard it tried, it couldn't break free from Fang grip. Fang smiled at it, as if looking at a mischievous child. With a light wave of his hand, he flung the giant bird away, and it traced a long arc in the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Just that simple strike nearly sent the giant bird to its demise. If it weren't for its ghost-level strength, it would probably be dead by now. The giant bird lay on the ground, gasping for breath, as if it could die at any moment. Fang flying in the air, looked at the giant bird's state and couldn't help but say, wow. Are you here to extort me? I just use a little bit of strength. And you're like this? The giant bird thought, damn you. That was a little bit. Hello everyone, my hero name is King, ranked 7th among S-class heroes, known as the strongest man on Earth. Although I'm called the strongest, in reality, I'm not strong at all. The title of King was a misunderstanding from the start. I can swear that since the first time I accidentally passed by a scene where a monster was defeated, I never imagined that I would end up impersonating the real hero who should have been called King. This misunderstanding began with a ghost-level mantis monster. I was merely present at that time and place. The second time was when I was chased by a ghost-level multi-headed dog. The third time by a dragon-level monster called Vaccine Man, the fourth by a dragon-level monster called Ancient Dinosaur, and the fifth time was. Each of these 5 times, I just happened to be at the scene. I was always a victim, merely trying to escape, while an unnamed hero would defeat those monsters. But for some reason, after each monster was dealt with, that hero would disappear, and I, escaping, was mistaken for the one who defeated the monsters. Because of this, I inexplicably became a hero, and since the monsters I dealt with were of relatively high levels, the Hero Association headquarters ranked me as the 7th S-class hero. But in fact, I've hardly ever fought in my life, let alone against such terrifying monsters. Those who have always misunderstood me as strong never gave me a chance to explain, believing I saved them, and even spontaneously formed a fan club for me, bestowing upon me the title of the strongest hero, King. The reason for this name was to signify that I am the strongest man among human heroes. But I really am just an ordinary otaku. If you say I look fierce, I'm sorry. I just look fierce, but am actually a reserved uncle who enjoys romantic simulation games. I am an S-class hero King, composed of many small lies. Not the true hero who defeated the monsters. Now, I want to tell the truth to the 2 people in front of me. After taking a shower and changing into a new pair of pants, King came out and revealed his secret to Fang and Saitama, who were still playing games. As for the giant bird from earlier, it had already been sent to meet its end. Saitama stroked his chin and pondered. The monsters you mentioned seem to be the ones I defeated before. If that's the case, then the credit for those monsters I defeated is all on your head. Upon hearing Saitama's words, King recalled the reason for the scar over his eye. Once, when King was escaping from a monster, he accidentally got his eye injured by the creature. Just when he thought he was about to be killed, a voice came through. Hey, calm down. That monster has already been taken care of by me. Is your eye all right? The wound doesn't seem too deep. Try slowly opening your eyes. Hearing the voice, King gradually opened his eyes and saw a young man with black hair in a school uniform standing in front of him. The young man's face was covered in blood, but it was unclear whether it was his own or the monster's. King looked at the young man and asked, "Who are you?" The young man smiled slightly and replied, "Me? I'm someone who wants to become a hero out of interest. If a super powerful hero appears in the future, it will probably be me." "You seem to be seriously injured," King said to the young man. The young man laughed and said, "This little injury doesn't mean anything for a future great hero. Today, I took down a big guy." "Oh, so you're the one who saved me back then," King said. "I'm sorry." He looked at Saitama and remembered the time when Saitama still had hair. While playing a game, Saitama said, "Is it fun to lie like this and live in constant fear while pretending to be a hero?" King replied, "Not really." Saitama continued, "Forget it. This matter has nothing to do with me, and I don't plan to blame you." King responded, "It's not that it has nothing to do with you. After all, I forcibly took credit for defeating the monster from you. It's not about the credit. You are already recognized as the strongest hero. So, King, do you plan to continue lying, or will you stop being a hero?" Saitama asked expressionlessly. King said, "I'm sorry, I don't have the courage to make a decision, and I don't know what the best choice is." Saitama looked at the imposing man before him, who seemed like a weak sheep at that moment, and suggested, "Can't you just get stronger? As long as you get stronger, you can become the real king, and then all your problems will be solved." "Huh, that seems impossible. Even if an ordinary person trains to death, they probably couldn't defeat a demon-level monster, let alone a dragon-level one." Fang interjected, "You can't say that too definitively. Look at Saitama and me. Didn't we gain powerful strength through various training? Especially Saitama. This guy trained for 3 years, transforming from a lively black-haired youth into a blank-faced bald man. Although he lost something during this process, he gained a lot." Saitama thought to himself, "Although Fang is right, why does it sound a bit strange to me?" King, hearing Fang words, asked, "Is that true?" "Of course it's true." "All right, it's getting late. I still have to go home and cook. We'll head back now. Goodbye, King." After saying this, Fang picked up the game bag he had bought and flew out of the window. Seeing Fang fly out, Saitama quickly grabbed the 2 large bags of ingredients he had bought and jumped out of the window as well. Why not just walk out the door? King thought to himself as he fell into deep thought after the 2 left. Outside King's house, Fang and Saitama walked down the streets of City C. Fang, "What are we having for dinner tonight? We'll see when we get back. After all, we bought so many ingredients. By the way, Fang, where's the stuff you bought this morning? It seems like you only have the game bag in your hands." "I put the stuff in a universal capsule." "Speaking of which, Fang, don't you feel like you forgot something?" "Forgot what?" "It seems like there were 3 of us when we came out." "Genos. I can't believe I forgot about Genos while being so engrossed in the game." Just then, a voice came from not far away. Fang and Saitama exchanged glances and walked over. In City C, Genos was in an increasingly intense battle with the G4 small body robot. After shedding its heavy mech shell, G4's body shrank, but its firepower increased several levels. The dense lasers shot from its chest almost completely suppressed Genos, leaving him unable to do anything but evade. "It seems you're not as agile as you claim to be. Be careful. My next round of attacks is coming." Although the small robot didn't inherit the previous nonsense system, it had its own unique sarcastic system. After saying this, its chest once again erupted with lasers, aiming to sweep Genos. "Accelerate." Genos' power system began to operate rapidly again, and at that moment his speed peaked. However, facing the dense lasers coming towards him, even with his speed and agility, some lasers still grazed him. The mere grazes caused the high temperatures of the lasers to melt part of Genos' armor. Damn it! Overload acceleration. Buzzing. Puffed. Genos expelled a large amount of white gas, and relying on a brief overload, his speed increased significantly again. He leapt high, dodging the pursuing lasers. Fortunately, the small robot didn't have an automatic tracking function. Otherwise, Genos would have been defeated long ago. Yet even so, Genos was still suppressed. Before he could catch his breath, the small robot's next round of attacks followed closely. Dense lasers left deep scorch marks wherever they struck. With no other option, Genos could only quickly dodge behind a tall building, using it to block all the lasers. To deal with this troublesome opponent, he first needed to resolve the troublesome mechanism. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to complete this trial. There must be some way. Now temporarily safe, Genos' mind raced to find a solution. Suddenly he saw 2 fire extinguishers in front of him and had an idea. The small robot had already detected Genos' location using its energy detection device. Do you think hiding is useful? Don't waste your effort. Just accept your fate, or you'll suffer even more. As it spoke, the small robot's chest began to gather a massive amount of energy. Seeing Genos hiding, the small robot planned to concentrate all its energy in its chest and use lasers to directly eliminate Genos. Self-righteous fool, goodbye. The energy in the small robot's chest reached a critical point, and a laser beam, thicker than any previous one, erupted, shooting straight towards the building where Genos was hiding. Boom! With a loud bang, the building where Genos was hiding was directly dissolved by the laser shot from the small robot. However, strangely enough, an explosion occurred, and a large amount of dust scattered into the air. Ha ha! I said I'm here to kill King today, but you brought this upon yourself. Don't blame me. Before he could finish, the detection system suddenly picked up Genos' energy response, indicating that Genos was clearly not in the previous position. Energy deception technology? I underestimated him a bit. Where did this guy's main body go? The small G4's eyes quickly scanned the surroundings, trying to find Genos' figure. But at that moment, Genos' voice suddenly came from behind the small G4. During battle, don't rely too much on your eyes or detection devices. After all, the enemy might have methods you don't know about to evade. This is what Master Fang taught me. Fang, you're talking about that S-Class rank 0 strongest warrior? That's right. While responding to the small G4, Genos threw another fire extinguisher in his hand. Before the fire extinguisher could hit the small G4, it was shattered by a laser. So what if you're Fang Xian's disciple? Your attacks are completely useless against me. But before he could finish speaking, the small G4 was slapped in the face. The second fire extinguisher Genos threw was actually a foam extinguisher, and in an instant, countless foams covered the small G4. Genos continued, Master Fang Xian also taught me to make good use of my surroundings to turn the tide of battle. You think this can interfere with my special laser launcher? Too ridiculous. The small G4, now covered in foam, said angrily. No ads, the fastest updates. To avoid losing content during transfers, please experience the ad-free reading app Heidu free novel app. The small G4 said with a puzzled expression. Genos explained, water vapor will cause your laser to undergo diffuse reflection, so your prediction system will be misled. In other words, your laser has no effect on me right now. Then, background music played again. An energy-filled light appeared on Genos' body as he said to G4, the trial is over. The fact proves that I am stronger than you. Boom! After a loud noise, the small G4 was directly turned into a pile of scrap metal, and Genos won the battle. Not long after Genos successfully defeated the small G4 robot, Fang Xian and Saitama arrived. After confirming that Genos was fine, Fang Xian and Saitama prepared to return to Z City. However, Genos indicated that he had other matters to attend to and would not return with the two of them. He then carried the scrapped small G4 robot on his shoulder and left first. Night in Z City, Fang Xian's home. Fang Xian, what do you think Genos took that strange robot's head for? And his injuries shouldn't be serious, right? Saitama, who often came to Fang Xian's house for a free meal, was now leisurely lying on the soft sofa in the living room, watching Fang Xian busy in the kitchen. Fang Xian, while skillfully stir-frying the dishes in the pot, replied uncertainly, I'm not sure what he's up to, but his injuries shouldn't be too serious, probably. Fang Xian really wasn't certain about Genos' injuries. After all, Genos was a devilishly modified human, and he couldn't determine the severity of his injuries through his aura. However, seeing that Genos was a bit battered but still able to walk normally, he felt it shouldn't be too serious. Master, so that's how this dish is made. In the kitchen stood a maid robot named Poo Poo, who was seriously watching Fang Xian's cooking actions, learning his culinary skills. This request came from Tornado, as sometimes Fang Xian would be late making dinner due to training, so she asked Poo Poo to stand by and learn while Fang Xian cooked. That way, when Fang Xian wasn't around one day, she could have Poo Poo cook for her. What? You ask why Tornado doesn't learn to cook herself? There's no way. After all, Tornado is a level 9 living disability, and aside from her powerful superpowers, her other life skills are almost zero. Teaching her to cook is like climbing to the sky. So, she could only let Poo Poo learn. Fang Xian glanced at Poo Poo and said, Poo Poo, you must remember that controlling the heat when stir-frying is very important. Different dishes require different heat levels, and you'll need to explore that slowly. Also, I add sugar here to enhance the flavor. And make sure not to put the cut meat directly into the hot oil, because all meat has a fishy smell, which comes from the blood. After cutting the meat, don't fry it directly. Put it in clean water, mix it well, soak for 20 minutes to remove the blood, and then you can get rid of the fishy smell. Poo Poo, what are you writing? Huh, this. I'm recording the stir-frying method and precautions that Master just taught me. While answering Fang Xian, Poo Poo handed her notebook to him. Seeing the familiar way Poo Poo records, Fang Xian guessed who she learned it from, but couldn't help asking, "Who taught you this method?" Poo Poo innocently replied, "Genos. When I was doing housework before, I often saw him writing down Master's words in a notebook, so I learned to do the same. I found it really convenient." Hearing Poo Poo's words, Fang Xian was speechless. "Wait, you're an intelligent robot. Don't you have a storage function? Why use such a primitive method? And it's one thing to record, but why also write down my casual remarks with tone markers and my expressions? What's the use of that?" Looking at the content Poo Poo recorded, Fang Xian felt a bit helpless. Poo Poo, when you're taking notes, just focus on the key points. It's unnecessary to include tone markers and expressions. Why? I see Genos does it this way. Ring, ring, ring. The phone at Fang Xian's house rang, and Saitama, who was lying on the sofa watching TV, shouted to the kitchen, "Fang Xian, there's a call." However, Fang Xian, busy cooking and guiding Poo Poo on how to take notes, didn't have time to answer. He said, "I don't have time right now, Saitama. Can you answer it for me?" Saitama got up and answered the phone. "Hello, is this Mr. Fang Xian?" The moment Saitama picked up the phone, he heard a sweet female voice greet him from the other end. "I'm not Fang Xian. What do you want?" Saitama's response left the caller stunned, and the person on the line was none other than the national idol level artist, Ozawa Nami, who had previously appeared on a show with Fang Xian. Last time during the recording, Ozawa Nami hadn't gotten Fang Xian's phone number, but due to her impressive background, she somehow found Fang Xian's home phone number and called. Upon hearing it wasn't Fang Xian, Ozawa Nami frowned. "May I ask your name?" "Me? I am Saitama." "Saitama?" Before making the call, Ozawa Naomi had done a lot of homework on Fang Xian. She was well aware of the network of relationships around him, and she had also investigated information about Saitama. Saitama, an A-class hero ranked 40th, was known as the Caped Baldy. According to the higher-ups at the Hero Association, he was a hero with very high potential, and he was also one of Fang Xian's few neighbors and good friends, as well as one of Fang Xian's disciples, making him highly valuable for connections. Based on her investigation, this person was quite financially struggling, and in daily life he liked to read comics, daydream, and eat. In an instant, countless pieces of information about Saitama flashed through Ozawa Naomi's mind, and she quickly organized a battle plan in her heart. She planned to reveal her identity, believing that he would surely be eager to agree to whatever she proposed afterward. Why? After all, she was a super perfect national idol level artist. "Is that A-class hero Saitama? I've heard your name for a long time, and I never expected to be able to talk to you. It's such an honor." Ozawa Naomi said this because she thought that being remembered by her would surely excite him, making him think she was a fan and ask who she was. Unfortunately, Ozawa Naomi overestimated Saitama's cognitive abilities. Saitama simply replied, "Yes, what do you need?" Hearing Saitama's bland response, Ozawa Naomi was momentarily taken aback. After all, according to her expectations, Saitama should be curious in asking who she was. There was no other choice. Since it was like this, she could only take the initiative. Although it might skip many important steps, as long as the outcome achieved her expected goal, it would be fine. "You're Saitama, right?" "I'm the artist, Ozawa Naomi." "Uh-huh. I am Saitama. You've already said that twice." Ozawa Naomi was dumbfounded, thinking, what's going on? Are there really people in this world who don't know me? Fang Xian could be excused, but now there's another one? Thinking of this, Ozawa Naomi asked in confusion, "Don't you know me?" Saitama was somewhat familiar with the name Ozawa Naomi. It seemed he had heard it recently, but couldn't recall. At that moment, he glanced at Fang Xian, and then remembered the variety show he watched in the morning. It seemed that the woman who recorded the show with Fang Xian was also named Ozawa Naomi. "Oh, I remember now." Upon hearing Saitama's words, Ozawa Naomi nodded, a smug expression appearing on her face, thinking, this is more like it. How could an A-class bottom hero not know me? "You are the woman who participated in the variety show with Fang Xian, right?" Just as Fang Xian said, "Your name is quite strange." Ozawa Naomi was once again speechless. She felt that this man could not be dealt with using common sense. So she immediately began to implement her second plan. I had a friend who received your help before, so she entrusted me to contact you. If I can reach you, I must tell her that she wants to thank you in person." Although this matter was entirely made up by Ozawa Naomi, that wasn't the key point. The key was that as long as she said it, this matter would certainly exist. As for what means would be used, that was beyond knowledge. "I see. No need to be polite. After all, I'm a professional hero, and these things are what I should do." Before Saitama could finish his sentence, Ozawa Naomi continued, "To repay the life-saving grace please make sure to honor us when the time comes. If others heard Ozawa Naomi's tone and words, they would probably agree without a second thought. After all, a national-level goddess inviting you to dinner with such a humble attitude. How could you refuse? But is Saitama a normal person? Such tactics had no effect on him at all. I said, no need to mind, I really. Seeing Saitama was about to refuse again, Ozawa Naomi immediately seized on Saitama's weakness, saying, my friend runs a high-end restaurant, so she wants to treat you to a super luxurious meal, and you're also welcome to bring friends along. Upon hearing the words, free luxurious meal, Saitama's dull eyes lit up. Well, okay then. Saitama agreed directly. Just having a meal shouldn't be a problem. After writing down the address and time for the meal, Saitama lay back down on the sofa and resumed watching TV. In an unknown laboratory, Genos had just thrown a small robot he was carrying onto the ground, and in front of him was an old man. This is Genos. Where did you get this? The old man with a bowl haircut in front of Genos was actually Dr. Kusuno, who had performed multiple modifications on Genos. Every time Genos was injured, she would help repair him. Dr. Kusuno looked at the robot Genos had brought back, and as someone who had researched robots for many years, she immediately recognized that this seemingly unremarkable robot possessed technology that was by no means inferior to her own. Genos replied, Dr. Kusuno, this is a robot that calls itself G4. Not only does this guy have astonishing artificial intelligence, but he also has unimaginable firepower configuration. Even though it's already scrapped now, I want you to install any usable parts from it onto me. That way, I might become even stronger. Genos looked at the scars on his body and clenched his mechanical fist. I see. All right, I understand. Then we can upgrade you while we repair you. After hearing Genos' words, Dr. Kusuno wanted to continue advising Genos not to get lost on the path of power, but she didn't say it out loud. After all, she had advised Genos countless times over the years, and none of it had worked, so she simply went along with Genos' suggestion. Then Dr. Kusuno began the countless upgrades of Genos. Lying on the massive research apparatus, Genos looked at several large robotic arms, small robotic arms, and a few mini robotic arms that were replacing parts on him. The energy core is undamaged. The energy supply system is normal. Output ratio is normal. Dr. Kusuno sat in a chair, using the large screen to monitor various data about Genos' current body. Body composition device damaged. Damage rate 41. Need to repair limbs and torso parts. Power system damaged due to continuous overload. Damage rate 62. Need to repair and optimize the power output system. Dr. Kusuno stared at the colorful data on the screen, while the robotic arms around Genos quickly replaced the parts on him. At this moment, Dr. Kusuno looked at Genos lying on the research bed and said, Genos, although the purpose of your modification was for justice, you shouldn't go too far. Luckily, your core system wasn't damaged this time. Otherwise, you would be in danger. Dr. Kusuno spoke to Genos like a parent, earnestly advising him. Genos said seriously, I can't help it, Dr. Kusuno. The enemy is too powerful. If we don't act carefully, it won't work at all. Dr. Kusuno, with a knowing expression, replied to Genos, I knew you would say that. I won't say much more, but Genos, don't push yourself too hard. After hearing Dr. Kusuno's words, Genos said, Dr. Kusuno, I understand what you're saying, but when I truly realized my own weakness, I found that if I can't fight with all my strength and risk my life to become stronger, then I have no right to call myself a devil who embodies justice. Moreover, only in this way can I complete the trial task given to me by teacher Fang. I often hear you mention those two teachers of yours. If I have the chance next time, I really want to meet them and see what kind of people can make you follow them so devotedly. Doctor, both of my teachers are very powerful people. In this world, I don't think there is anyone who can match them, nor will there be any existence stronger than them. Lying on the research bed, Genos spoke with admiration for Fang and Saitama. Describing them like this, they must be truly outstanding individuals. Indeed, both teachers are the strongest and most outstanding heroes. Genos, are you sure that a bald-headed Saitama, who has lost count of how many nerves he has and can't distinguish between serious and light situations, and Fang, who likes to stay at home playing games and teasing Lolis, are the most outstanding heroes in your eyes? As time passed, Genos' repair work gradually came to an end. All right, Genos, your repairs are complete. For now, just wait here for a bit. I will start analyzing the robot you brought back to see if there's anything I can incorporate into you. Please, Doctor, I must become stronger no matter what. Looking at Genos, Dr. Kusuno smiled confidently. Don't worry, I have been in research for decades, and I have never feared anyone. After that, Dr. Kusuno took little G4 into another laboratory. At Fang home, Fang Xian had already prepared all the dishes and set them on the dining table. However, the table only had Fang Xian and Saitama. Genos was not there due to upgrades. Fubuki was absent because she had to handle the Fubuki group, and Tornado was also away on a mission. Saitama mentioned that he had received a call from Ozawa Nami, inviting them to dinner. So, are you going with me the day after tomorrow? Fang Xian felt happy for Saitama after hearing this. After all, Saitama's hero journey had been quite challenging, and even when he saved people, no one thanked him due to his lack of fame. But now this guy actually has fans. Although Saitama often comes to his house for meals, plays games poorly, and occasionally brings him some trouble. Fang Xian suddenly felt like he wanted to give Saitama a good beating. In any case, as one of Fang Xian's few friends and training partners, Fang Xian was genuinely happy for Saitama. So he agreed to go with Saitama the day after tomorrow. After finishing dinner, Saitama went home, while Fang Xian lay on the sofa and the robot servant was washing the dishes in the kitchen. It seemed they could bring a few more people along. So Fang Xian decided to call Tornado, Fubuki, and Genos. Saying this, Fang Xian directly dialed Tornado's phone number. "Hello, is this little Loli?" After the call connected, Fang Xian stated his intention directly. "Do you have time the day after tomorrow?" "Yes, why? Do you need something?" "Of course it's a good thing." "What good thing?" "I'm inviting you to dinner." "Invite me to dinner? Isn't this too sudden?" "What do you mean too sudden? What are you talking about?" Fang Xian was momentarily confused by Tornado's response. "So, will you come the day after tomorrow?" "I'll come." "All right, got it. See you the day after tomorrow." After hearing that Tornado would come, Fang Xian hung up the phone and immediately called Fubuki. At this moment, Tornado's face turned very red after hearing Fang Xian's invitation. After all, it was the first time a boy had asked her out for dinner. Why did I agree so quickly? This definitely looks like a date invitation, right? Could it be that Fang Xian wants to confess to me, and I just agreed like this? Doesn't that make me seem cheap? Tornado. I'm not saying you, but you might be overthinking it a bit. 2 days later, at the entrance of a high-end restaurant named Yashin in City B, a few people were standing there. Wow, this hotel is really impressive. Looking at the entrance of the 6-star high-end restaurant named Yashin, Saitama exclaimed in amazement. "I bet it's even more spectacular inside. Genos, let's go in." After saying that, Saitama swaggered into the restaurant. "Understood, teacher Saitama." The newly upgraded Genos returned last night. After changing to the G4 machine parts, Genos not only had improved performance, but also obtained a brand new mode, G4 mode, under Dr. Casino's research, which significantly enhanced Genos' strength. Hearing Saitama's words, Genos hurriedly followed him in. As for Fang Xian, he was curiously looking at Tornado. The girl was wearing a white split dress today, with delicate little shoes on her feet, a hairpin with lace on her head, and she had even put on light makeup, looking very beautiful. It must be said that this little Loli looks great when dressed up, like a porcelain doll that people want to cherish. It's just a pity that if this little Loli could grow a bit taller, she would completely look like a mature lady. At this moment, Tornado had her head down, arms crossed, stomping her little feet impatiently. Fang Xian looked at Tornado and said, "We should go in, little Loli. By the way, your outfit is quite unusual today. Since I met you, this is the first time I've seen you wear a white split dress." Not only Fang Xian, but even Fubuki was a bit surprised by her sister's appearance today. In her impression, her sister had never worn anything other than black split dresses and had never worn makeup. Tornado ignored Fang Xian and continued to look unhappy, stomping her feet with her head down, looking just like a little potato. Fang Xian was confused by Tornado's behavior. After all, this girl had seemed very happy when they set off this morning. How did she suddenly turn into this? Finally, Tornado slightly lifted her head, but her blushing face looked at Fang Xian with a somewhat clever gaze, making Fang Xian, whose battle power was nearly reaching 100,000, shiver a bit. "Fang Xian, you bastard. Why didn't you explain things clearly when you called me yesterday? I didn't know so many people were coming to dinner. If I had known there would be so many people today, I wouldn't have changed into this outfit." I thought Fang Xian was calling her out for a date, so she dressed up specially, taking off the black high-slit dress she always wore and putting on this white dress. But when she got downstairs, she found that Genos, Fubuki, and Saitama had also come along. It was completely different from what she imagined, and it was so embarrassing, especially in front of her sister. How would she face people in the future? Seeing that Tornado's expression was a bit off, Fang Xian, with a man's unique sixth sense, prepared to make a quick exit. Genos and Saitama are walking quite fast. I'll go catch up with them. Tornado, you and Fubuki should hurry inside too. After saying that, Fang Xian quickly walked toward the restaurant. This guy really knows how to escape quickly. After snorting coldly, Tornado followed Fubuki inside. Inside the restaurant, the lighting was soft, the environment elegant, and accompanied by gentle piano music. The atmosphere felt both quiet and upscale. Saitama walked in front, curiously looking around the restaurant. Suddenly, Saitama bumped into a middle-aged man with a fat head and big ears, who looked like a businessman, accompanied by a rather attractive woman. "Hey, can't you watch where you're going?" Saw the... Saitama apologized, but since it was just a minor incident, he didn't pay much attention and continued walking inside. After the middle-aged man stood up, he saw Saitama wearing a very cheap plaid short-sleeve shirt, clearly not someone wealthy, which was perfect for him to show off in front of his newly acquainted girlfriend. "You stop right there, kid. Do you know who I am?" "No, you blind kid. Let me tell you, I'm the general manager of EIO Company. Do you think you can just apologize with a single sentence after bumping into me?" This fat-headed middle-aged man was very confident, because EIO Company was one of the subsidiaries of the four major financial groups, the Didifa Group. His uncle was a minor director in the Didifa Group, which allowed him to hold the position of general manager at EIO Company. Ever since he got this position, he often played pranks on people like Saitama, who seemed poor and pathetic. "Kid, if you kneel down and apologize now, I might forgive you. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving this restaurant today." Saitama looked at the middle-aged man in confusion and asked, "What are you talking about? What? You dare to mess with me? Just wait." Saying this, the fat-headed middle-aged man called over the restaurant manager and security personnel, believing that someone like this poor kid shouldn't even be able to afford to eat in such a high-end place and must have snuck in. "Manager, I seriously suspect that this guy is a suspicious person. For the safety of noble people like us dining here, get rid of this suspicious individual." Just then, Genos walked in from behind. "Teacher Saitama, you really walk fast." Before the fat-headed middle-aged man could recognize Genos, his female companion recognized him first. "He is the devil-modifying human, Genos. I can't believe I saw him here today." The fat-headed middle-aged man felt a surge of jealousy as he saw his newly acquainted girlfriend looking at Genos with admiration. He hated such pretty boys. The reason for his hatred was that they made him feel inferior. So what if you're an S-class hero? There are no monsters here, and we certainly don't welcome you poor folks." "Teacher Saitama, who is this guy?" "I don't know." "Hey, didn't I just say I'm the general manager of EIO Company?" "Who? Me? Who are you?" The middle-aged man was furious when he realized that Saitama didn't remember his name at all. Inside the restaurant, the middle-aged man looked down at Saitama and Genos arrogantly. To him, even S-class heroes couldn't be compared to him since he was wealthy. This place is indeed nice." Fang, Tornado, and Fubuki then walked in one after the other. "Oh, Saitama, Genos, why haven't you two left? Were you waiting for me? The universe has opened its eyes. You, Saitama, actually have a day when you wait for me." Fang joked as he walked over to Saitama and Genos. The previously arrogant middle-aged man widened his eyes in shock upon seeing Fang. This person is... He looked at Fang in disbelief, because even someone like him had heard of Fang's reputation, the strongest S-class warrior who had recently repelled aliens. Moreover, judging from Fang's tone towards the seemingly poor bald man, it seemed their relationship was quite good. What was going on with this bald guy? One Genos was understandable, but how could even an S-class hero like Fang know him? The fat-headed man felt a bit surprised by Saitama, but he quickly calmed down. After all, so what if he was the strongest S-class hero? He wasn't a monster, so there was no need to be afraid. Due to Tornado wearing makeup today and not dressed in her usual black slit dress, the middle-aged man didn't recognize her. But his attention was not on Tornado. Rather, it was on Fubuki. Looking at Fubuki's impressive figure, the middle-aged man smiled broadly, completely ignoring his newly acquainted girlfriend beside him, and reached out to Fubuki, saying, "Hello, miss. I'm the general manager of EIO Company. May I have the honor of dining with you and engaging in some deeper conversation?" Fubuki felt a bit disgusted by the suddenly approaching middle-aged man. Tornado, seeing this fat and greasy middle-aged man daring to flirt with her sister, was furious and wanted to tear him apart. Fubuki coldly replied, "Get lost. I'm not familiar with you. Stay away from me." The middle-aged man was taken aback by Fubuki's indifferent response. He clearly didn't expect this seemingly gentle and graceful beauty to reject him so directly. His pride was somewhat hurt, but he still tried to maintain a smile, attempting to pressure Fubuki with his status and identity. He couldn't believe that any woman wouldn't like a wealthy man. "Miss, you might not know who I am. I'm the general manager of EIO Company. If you wish, I can let you live the best life in this city. Otherwise..." The middle-aged man spoke triumphantly, as if he had everything under control. Seeing this person's appearance, Tornado immediately got angry and pointed at him, scolding, "You dead fat pig, get up. Dare to have designs on my sister. Be careful, I'll tear you apart." The middle-aged man, hearing the little girl call out Sister Fubuki, was momentarily confused, but he still said, "Oh, I didn't notice before. Didn't he expect you to be quite pretty as well? Good, I could take both you sisters." Tornado's inner volcano erupted completely. She vowed that if she didn't teach this dead fat pig a lesson today, she wouldn't be called Tornado anymore. At this moment, the middle-aged man was completely unaware of Tornado's murderous intent and instead looked at Saitama with a mocking expression, saying, "Why are you still here? Manager, hurry up and throw this guy out." The manager, who had just checked Saitama's identity, smiled and nodded at the middle-aged man, then said, "I'm very sorry, mister. Saitama is our supreme VIP member at Ayashin. Please do not speak disrespectfully, otherwise I'll have to revoke your silver membership for deliberately causing trouble." Upon hearing that this pauper's membership level was 6 levels higher than his own silver membership, the middle-aged man was somewhat dumbfounded. "Hey, are you kidding? How could this guy possibly be a supreme member?" The middle-aged man still found it hard to believe. The manager, however, continued to smile and said, "We are not mistaken. This gentleman is indeed our supreme member. We have confirmed it." Indeed, in order to facilitate actions, Nezumi Koz had added Saitama's name to the supreme member list. After all, this restaurant was one of her family's properties, so she could do as she pleased. The atmosphere became very awkward. At this moment, the door of a private room was opened, and a woman walked out. "Mr. Fang Xian, we meet again." Looking at the strikingly beautiful woman approaching, Fang Xian's face was filled with pain. Yes, pain because Tornado had somehow come to stand behind him. Pinching the flesh at his waist with her small hand and smiling, the meaning was clear. This woman was Nezumi Koz, who had previously filmed a show with Fang Xian. As for the middle-aged man with the fat head and big ears, not only was his heart already cold, but he was also as good as dead. After seeing Nezumi Koz come out to greet the group, he knew he was finished. Even if his uncle came forward, it wouldn't save him. Because someone who could make Nezumi Koz treat them so politely was definitely not someone he could provoke. Thinking about how he had previously wanted to kick this bald guy out, he felt a wave of fear, and at the same time, he was relieved that this bald guy Henti lowered himself to his level, otherwise he would really be finished today. Thus, he lost any desire to stay and hurriedly left with the woman beside him. But for some reason, shortly after this guy had just left, a strong gust of fist wind swept through, and then the middle-aged man was directly sent flying. You might think it ended there, but no. Then another wave of evil wind swept through, tearing the man apart. The woman who witnessed this scene stood there dumbfounded, staring at the pieces of the man in silence. Not knowing how long it had passed, a sharp, piercing scream echoed through the street. Of course, no one would know who did it, as no one saw who attacked or who acted. After all, inside the restaurant, Fang Xian had just swatted a mosquito and killed it with one punch, while Tornado had released the grip on Fang Xian and gently waved her hand. So, if you have money, don't be willful, because you never know if the person standing in front of you is someone more powerful than you, and there might be several of them. After the middle-aged man met his end, Fang Xian and the others were led to a super luxurious private room by Nezumi Koz. The luxury of this private room was no less than the extravagant decor outside, and there were dedicated servants to attend to them. After bringing Fang Xian and the others into the private room, Nezumi Koz gave a signal to the 2 servants at the door, and they closed the door to the room. Once everyone was seated, Nezumi Koz spoke up. "The main course is being prepared. It will be served shortly, but before that, I'd like my friend to thank Mr. Saitama for saving her. As the saying goes, one must go all out in a performance. Otherwise, how can you continue to push forward with your plans?" And such a small matter was incredibly easy for her. At this moment, the door to the private room was pushed open again, and a strikingly beautiful woman walked in. This woman was actually Nezumi Koz's personal bodyguard, Lily, who possessed strength comparable to an A-class hero. However, at this moment, she was just a delicate woman, not acting as a bodyguard, as this was the role her boss had arranged for her. Lily quickly walked up to Saitama, happily saying, "You are the hero Saitama, who saved me before. Thank you so much." Lily could easily be an actress, reciting the words Nezumi Koz had prepared for her. Saitama, seeing this, replied with confusion, "Although I don't remember you well, really, no need to be so polite. After all, I'm a professional hero, and these things are what I should do." Soon after Lily, who was pretending to be a victim, finished thanking Saitama, the high-end dishes were brought in one by the servants. "Mr. Fang Xian, last time I wanted to add your phone number, but you refused. Can I add it now?" Nezumi Koz said, glancing at Tornado. After all, she thought Fang Xian didn't tea at her last time because of Tornado. Maybe, probably, no thanks. Fang Xian was very clear about Nezumi Ko's implication. Meanwhile, Tornado, sitting next to Fang Xian, was glaring angrily at the woman who was throwing flirtatious glances at him. To be honest, when Tornado saw Nezumi Ko's, she felt a sense of defeat for the first time because not only was the other party beautiful, but she was also tall, and her chest was significantly larger than hers. Tornado looked down and thought to herself, so what if she's a bit bigger? What's there to be proud of? Then Tornado could only transform her anger into appetite and began devouring all the high-end dishes that had just been placed on the table, directed at that detestable woman. Nezumi Ko's noticed Tornado's expression and couldn't help but smile secretly. So what if you're the only S-class female hero? No matter how strong you are in the end, you're just a woman. For men, a woman's appearance and figure are often more important than strength. Although you possess great power in this regard, you are far inferior to me. She thought this but did not show it. Instead, she maintained an elegant and appropriate smile while watching Tornado demolish the food on the table. So delicious. No wonder it's high-end cuisine. It's comparable to the meals Fang Xian makes, Saitama commented while eating heartily. Fang Xian's eating style was no better than Saitama's, due to his Scion bloodline. His appetite was terrifyingly strong, and he was practically wolfing down every bite. Compared to these two, the others were relatively more elegant in their eating. Just as everything was very calm, the door to the private room was opened once again, and a group of people dressed in chef uniforms walked in. Watching the chefs, Ozawa Nami furrowed her brows and asked, "Didn't I say earlier today? The serving can be done by the waiters. You just need to focus on cooking in the kitchen. Why did you all come in here?" Saitama waved his hand and replied, "It doesn't matter, as long as the dishes are being served. By the way, where are the dishes? Why did you come in empty-handed?" "Ha, Miss Ozawa Nami, we've finally waited for this great opportunity as the Chef Bandits. We are S-Class wanted criminals, the Chef Bandits, and I am their leader, a 7-star head chef. Now I must inform you, Miss Ozawa Nami, that you have been kidnapped by us." At this moment, Lily, Ozawa Nami's personal bodyguard, stopped pretending and immediately stepped in front of Ozawa Nami, ready for battle, revealing the background of their opponents. The S-Class wanted criminals. The Chef Bandits are composed of robbers who are chefs from various cities, specifically targeting wealthy patrons in high-end hotels. They can easily defeat multiple A-class heroes, making them a dangerous gang of robbers. After saying this, Lily thought, damn, I can't handle these guys alone. While Lily was nervously thinking about how to fight, the others remained indifferent, each doing their own thing. Seeing Lily so tense, Ozawa Nami patted her back and then looked toward Saitama. Lily felt strange that her young lady remained so calm in the face of such dangerous kidnappers, but quickly understood upon seeing Saitama and the others. There were 3 S-Class heroes present. Why should she, an A-Class bodyguard, worry? It should be the kidnappers who should be worried. So, she thought for a moment, sat back down, and reverted to her weak female appearance. The Chef Bandits, seeing that everyone was unresponsive and instead focused on enjoying the high-end cuisine on the table, found it hard to watch. "Hey, we came to kidnap you, and you're just ignoring us?" The 7-star head chef, as the leader, couldn't believe it and shouted at them. They were a notorious gang of robbers, and in the past, the wealthy victims they kidnapped would be terrified. But today, they suffered a complete failure. This dish is really delicious. Could you please make me a few more servings?" Saitama said, handing an empty plate to one of the gang members. The gang member, after taking the plate, responded almost unconsciously, "Sure, please wait a moment. I'll go make you another serving." After saying that, the gang member intended to leave to cook. The leader watched this entire scene unfold. Bang! The leader clenched his fist and hit the gang member on the head, scolding, "What are you doing? We came to kidnap them, not to cook. Do you even know how to make these dishes? These are all my exclusive recipes." Saitama then said, "So these dishes were made by you?" "That's right, what's wrong?" "Nothing, I just wanted to say it tastes great." As he spoke, Saitama gave the leader a thumbs up. The 7-star head chef, feeling embarrassed, touched his nose and said, "Is that so? As long as the customer is happy." After saying this, the S-Class wanted criminal 7-star chef froze, and the gang member who was just hit also stood there in shock. "Huh, wait, I'm here to rob, damn it. I got too used to cooking." The leader finally realized that his main profession was a robber, not a chef. Thinking of this, the 7-star chef, leader of the Chef Bandits, glared at Ozawa Nami and said, "Miss Nami, you are now kidnapped by our Chef Bandits. If you don't want to get hurt, you should obediently meet our demands." "Not a chance," Ozawa Nami retorted fiercely. After all, she had 3 S-Class heroes on her side, so why should she be afraid? Since Miss Nami is not cooperating, Don't blame me for being polite. Watch my spoon bind. With that, the 7-star leader pulled out a spoon from behind and charged towards Ozawa Nami. At that moment, Lily, the bodyguard, once again rushed to the front of Nami. But with only A-class strength, she could not possibly be a match for the S-class wanted criminal and was knocked away with just one encounter. Just as she was about to crash onto the dining table, Saitama quickly pulled the table back and kicked out his chair. Thanks to Saitama's mysterious maneuver, Lily landed perfectly in Saitama's arms. Luckily, Saitama was quick. Otherwise, crashing onto the table would have been troublesome, especially since the dishes were extremely delicious. Falling into Saitama's arms, Lily felt the need to complain, "Hey, what do you mean by this? Am I not worth more than a table full of food?" Confident in her appearance and figure, Lily felt quite indignant. "Hey, we're eating here. Can you not bother us?" Saitama, just having eaten a chicken leg, waved his hand, and the S-class wanted criminal, the 7-star chef, was sent flying by the gust from his hand, spitting blood and collapsing to the ground, unable to rise again. How is this possible? He was taken down with just one hit. The other gang members were dumbfounded. They never expected their S-class wanted leader to be defeated so easily. At that moment, someone finally recognized the group of people eating at the table. That woman seems to be A-class hero Hellish Blazara. Look, isn't that S-class hero Devil Modifications? That one seems to be the second-ranked S-class ultimate weapon, Tornado. Wow, this person is the top-ranked S-class warrior, Saitama. Seeing Saitama and the others, the chef bandits were already scared out of their wits. No wonder their leader was defeated in an instant. It turned out to be because of this person. Saitama wondered, "Strange, why aren't they mentioning me?" Due to this sudden interruption, Ozawa Nami's previously prepared plan was entirely foiled. Meanwhile, after finishing their meal, Saitama and the others took a ride back to City Z. The next day, the Hero Association announced that all S-class wanted criminals of the chef bandits had been captured. This news made the wealthy very happy, as they had been robbed by the chef bandits many times. Subsequently, the Hero Association received a large amount of funding. At the Hero Association headquarters in City A, ever since Boros and his subordinates leveled the entire city, even during the subsequent cleanup, the Hero Association could not restore the area to its original appearance. Instead, it was decided at a higher level to incorporate all of City A into the Hero Association headquarters jurisdiction. Under the reinforcement of the Metal Knight and the detection of Fang, the headquarters of the Hero Association has now become a truly safe fortress. At this moment, important officials of the Hero Association are holding a significant meeting in a conference room, which concerns the fate of the Earth. Everyone, if we say that the great prophecy left by Mrs. Sababawa before her death refers to the disaster of aliens destroying City A, then there may be some problems with the prophecy. But have you ever thought about what if this prophecy does not refer to that event? What if Mrs. Sababawa did not foresee the emergence of Mr. Fang? The questioning voice of the president of the Hero Association reverberated in the ears of the members. Indeed, this is a possibility, and we cannot be careless. After all, the validity of Mrs. Sababawa's prophecy is within 6 months. Therefore, in response to this possibility, we must act with caution. The head of the Earth Prophecy Countermeasure Group also agreed with the president's words. He was not flattering, but rather cautious given the life and death situation of the Earth. Moreover, everyone, I don't know if you have noticed, but after this event, although the number of monsters above the ghost level has decreased, the occurrences of wolf level and tiger level monsters have increased dozens of times compared to previous years, excluding the frequent monster appearances in City Z. At this rate, even if our heroes from the Hero Association are powerful, they will be exhausted and ultimately unable to cope. Note that this is the result of all other S-level heroes being deployed except for Mr. Fang, which means our current manpower is seriously insufficient. The people in the conference room fell silent because they knew this was no joke. I suggest we request support from martial artists in various places. We have already contacted them, but the total number of martial artists across the country is limited and cannot resolve the urgent situation. In response to this official's proposal, the president also made a reply. If that's the case, then why don't we gather the forces of everyone, regardless of good or evil, to bring together those wanted criminals, prisoners, and top assassins to face this disaster together? I believe they should understand the gravity of the situation concerning the survival of humanity and even the Earth. Another official then put forward his suggestion, but as soon as he spoke, he was immediately opposed by others. Are you kidding? If we accept these people, what will the Hero Association become? And can you guarantee that these guys will follow our orders? No, I think this might be the best solution for now. The president of the Hero Association interrupted the rebuttal, continuing, As long as we don't make this matter public, we can also address the unstable factors. But, President, there's no, but we only need to agree to those who are willing to follow orders. The president of the Hero Association said with a gloomy expression, since everyone has no objections, let us decide on this matter. Shichi, you will be responsible for this. Yes, the meeting is adjourned. Thus, under the strong attitude of the president of the Hero Association, this matter was directly finalized. I have more classes tomorrow, so I'll take a day off. I apologize to everyone here. I'm really very sorry. Bang, bang, bang. In a certain dojo, various sounds of strikes echoed continuously. TCH, I didn't expect you to be so weak yet still dare to teach others here. Let us all go together. I don't want to waste time on you useless ones. Let me see how powerful you really are. A young man with white hair arrogantly looked at the crowd and said. The disciples studying martial arts here looked at the white-haired young man with incredulous expressions. Just now, they were having their normal evening class when suddenly this man appeared out of nowhere, challenging their master as soon as he entered the dojo. In the previous sparring, this guy had taken down their master with just one move, and it seemed he hadn't even exerted much effort. What? Are you all too scared to make a move? Humph, what a bunch of cowards. Since that's the case, I want to hold back. Let you guys experience what true martial arts really are. Flowing water, shattering rock fist. After saying this, the white-haired young man used a move identical to that of Bangu. And in terms of technique application, he was not inferior to Bangu at all. Under the exquisite martial arts skills, the punches of this white-haired young man flowed like clouds in water, appearing unpredictable. It was clear that this young man was a master of the flowing water, shattering rock fist. Although he was not quite at Bangu's level, he was not far off, and with the passage of time, this young man's strength would surely surpass Bangu in the future. This person is the hungry wolf mentioned by Bangu, who possesses an extremely high martial arts talent, but was expelled from the sect for injuring many of his peers. With his terrifying talent in martial arts, he regarded these so-called martial arts geniuses before him as mere jokes. You all dared to come here. I suppose you're confident that we want to keep you here, right? After saying this, Shichi carefully observed the reactions of the audience. Seeing that their expressions were quite normal, he continued. All right, then let me tell you the purpose of calling everyone here. Please take a look at the materials you received before entering. Wait a minute. Just as Shichi was about to explain further, a voice of doubt emerged from the crowd. I want to ask, why isn't the recently hot topic S-level hero, Fang here among the heroes? Fang? He is the existence ranked 0 in S-level. I do not have the authority to command him. If you don't have anything else, I will continue. Shichi looked at the person who spoke with a strange expression and then intended to continue explaining the purpose of this meeting. All right, next. Wait, why do you have so many questions? The A-level hero Qing Yan, wearing a lab coat, looked at the man in black tights and unusual accessories with an unfriendly expression after hearing him interrupt continuously. This person was Sonic, who had been defeated by Fang earlier. He asked about Fang because after being defeated by him, he had been training hard to defeat Fang. Sonic ignored Qing Yan's words and turned his gaze back to Shichi. You are an official of the Hero Association, right? So does Fang live here? As soon as these words came out, the group of bounty criminals, prisoners, assassins, and some crazy scientists underground began to discuss among themselves. Fang, did I hear that right? This kid just said Fang, the one who is claimed to be the strongest warrior ranked at S-level 0. Although this name is indeed very imposing, why do I always feel like he's just a name without substance? The group of rogues from the underworld loves to boast about their strength. After all, nothing is more satisfying than trash-talking those with big names. But I wonder, if Fang were really standing here, what kind of expressions would they have? Watching the crowd below being led off-topic by Sonic's remarks, the big-nosed Shichi hurriedly interjected. Mr. Fang is currently not at the Hero Association headquarters, and I'm sorry, but I do not have the authority to disclose his address. Unexpectedly, all the information collected about Fang in recent days turned out to be wrong. After thinking for a moment, Sonic turned to leave. Since Fang isn't here, then I have no business here. As a ninja, being cool is his trademark. No matter when, being cool is the way to go. Even if the information he gathered earlier was all incorrect, it didn't matter. And this is the ninja creed. Hey, where are you going? The meeting isn't over yet. Are you just going to leave? Qing Yan looked angrily at Sonic, who had just ignored him. Although he wasn't an S-level hero, he was still an upper A-level hero. So he wasn't one to be easily dismissed, especially not by someone so arrogant. A person like this, since he has come, shouldn't leave. He should be sent straight to prison. That's what Qing Yan wanted to do right now. Hearing Qing Yan's words, Sonic, who was walking towards the door, stopped in his tracks. He turned his head to glance at Qingyan, revealed Sonic's trademark smile, and then instantly disappeared from the spot. Such speed, did this guy just escape? Watching Sonic vanish in front of him, Qingyan was also somewhat surprised, as he had completely failed to catch Sonic's movements, only catching a fleeting shadow before he disappeared. Just as Qingyan was still in shock, Sonic's figure reappeared at the original spot, but this time he had something extra in his hand. It was some papers inscribed with information. Recently, disasters rated above Tiger level have been occurring with unprecedented frequency, with this month's incidents being dozens of times the average data from the past 3 years. The Great Prophet, Madame Sababawa, left behind a great prophecy before her death. Heroes are exhausted and overwhelmed. Therefore, to respond to this disaster, the Hero Association has decided to consolidate all combat power on Earth, regardless of good or evil. As long as they are humans on Earth, even prisoners, bounty criminals, and assassins must provide support. Well, I guess that's about it for the content of this meeting. Sonic read aloud the information he held in his hands and then casually scattered the papers into the air. Crash! The papers fluttered like white doves in the air and slowly floated down to the ground. When did that guy steal the information that hadn't been distributed yet? Looking at the empty box that was supposed to hold the documents on his right side, Shichi's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Sonic below. Although this meeting was about the dangers facing Earth, I still refuse. Because I hate playing games with heroes like you the most, it makes me sick. Sonic's refusal stemmed from the fact that just thinking about heroes involuntarily reminded him of Fang figure. The memory of being completely unable to fight back against this guy made him feel uncomfortable, and he didn't even know why. So, I've already finished saying what you need to say next. Can I leave now? Farewell. After showing off, Sonic's figure also directly vanished from the spot, leaving the 3 A-level heroes present to watch him leave helplessly. After all, the only ones capable of stopping him were Fang and Saitama. Otherwise, only the flashy Liu Haidama could intervene. But the problem was that none of these 3 were present. However, the heroes on site didn't care about Sonic's departure because they had more important matters to address, which was to ask Shichi what Sonic had just said. Qingyan's face turned red with anger as he turned to Shichi on stage and shouted, "Hey Shichi, was what that guy just said true? Is seeking help from these rogues the Hero Association's decision?" At this point, Qingyan felt somewhat ridiculous about his previous actions. To protect what was most important to him, he became a hero, and now he was actually going to fight alongside the people he hated the most. What a joke. Qingyan would rather die in battle or exhaustion than fight alongside such people. After all, how could one know if these guys would suddenly turn against him in battle? The other 2 heroes were also very resistant to this. That's right. Humanity needs to unite now. Otherwise, we won't survive this crisis. To avoid losing content, download. Please come and experience the ad-free reading app Edu free novel app. To be honest, I also don't want to acknowledge these murderers and arsonists. But we've reached a point where we have no choice. Although these people are unreliable, there are indeed many in the underworld whose fighting power is comparable to that of heroes. We won't let you work for free. As long as you're willing to fight against the monsters, the Hero Association will provide corresponding rewards. After explaining to Qingyan, Big-Nosed Shichi continued speaking to the group of gangsters below. Let's just forget it. Doing this is just wasting money. These guys are completely unreliable. Once danger arises, they will definitely be the first to run. A-level hero heavy tank Danglecloth crossed his arms and calmly expressed his opinion. To be honest, he really looked down on these rogues. Hey, big bearded uncle, you better be careful with what you say. A killer with strange tattoos also drew his dagger in front of Danglecloth's abdomen. When it comes to killing, I have far more experience than you. Would you like to experience it? Bang! Before this extra thug could finish his sentence, Danglecloth punched him, knocking him unconscious immediately. You see, these guys are no use at all. But the scale of the disaster that will happen next. Just as Shichi was about to say something, he was suddenly interrupted by a voice. Hey. After I read this information just now, I was thinking, this information is incredibly accurate. It's really very accurate. Amazing. Who is this great prophet who knows that an unprecedented divine-level disaster is about to arrive? A white-haired youth was currently holding a piece of information, reading it out loud. Just as the hungry wolf was about to make its debut, something happened at Fang place. In Z City, at Fang home, despite the frequent appearances of wolf-level and tiger-level monsters in the outside world, Fang, as an S-class hero, remained very calm because he had a peaceful heart. To pass the time, Fang planned to play a newly acquired luxurious virtual reality game with Tornado, Saitama, Genos, and Fubuki. This game was indeed obtained through the system's lottery page. All right, everyone, please put on the virtual devices, Fang said to the others. How do you use this thing? Saitama asked, looking confused at the helmet-like, fully immersive gaming device in his hands. Just put it on your head, Fang replied. Once Saitama put it on, the others followed suit. And after pressing the switch, a dazzling light flashed before their eyes. Where are we going? Saitama asked in confusion. Fang explained. This is a technology that deceives the brain through special means. In reality, we are still in my living room. After a brief explanation, Fang went over the game rules. Moments later, Saitama said, I understand, so basically whoever runs out of their in-game currency first will be out. Right? Fang was pleasantly surprised and patted Saitama on the shoulder. That's right. I didn't expect you to understand the rules after visiting King's Place. That's quite rare. I have one more question. Is there a respawn mechanism in this game? No. Oh, after the white light faded, everyone arrived at the game's interface. The game has officially started. Please draw your identity cards. The game's prompt sounded, and countless large cards appeared before everyone, spinning rapidly. After a minute, the identity cards stopped spinning. The positions of the group changed, and Fang found himself standing next to Tornado, with a huge identity card in front of them. Identity card, couple card, effect. Both will act together until divorced. The game currency held by both belongs to community property. Rewards and penalties are doubled. Holders, Fang Tornado. Huh, how come it's a couple's identity? Tornado exclaimed, her face turning red as she stared wide-eyed at the identity card in front of her. Then shot a questioning look at Fang Fang was momentarily taken aback by Tornado's gaze. He had originally thought they would each draw different identity cards, but unexpectedly. Cough. What are your identity cards? He asked, abruptly changing the topic, though it felt awkward. Soon, the identity card dissipated, and a light surrounded Fang and Tornado. Thanks to the virtual reality technology, the characters within could undergo transformations. After a series of changes, Fang was dressed in a handsome suit and wore a ring on his ring finger. Tornado underwent the most drastic transformation. Her height gradually increased from that of a lowly to a tall, graceful girl, then to a curvaceous and charming mature woman. Her long hair cascaded down like a waterfall, slightly curled at her waist, shimmering with luster. The originally black split dress turned into a magnificent white wedding gown, the hem gently swaying like a light cloud. A ring also appeared on her ring finger, complementing the one on Fang hand. Her face displayed a mix of surprise and shyness, with her bright eyes sparkling with a different light. Standing together, they were a perfect match. Wah, what is happening? Tornado's voice trembled, clearly shocked by the sudden change before her. Seeing Tornado's dramatic transformation, Fang couldn't help but be surprised. He didn't expect this little lowly to be so beautiful, easily outshining several streets compared to other girls. But he quickly regained his composure and said, this is a game mechanism. Since our identity is that of a couple, the game naturally won't let you remain in a lowly form. So it used technology to restore you to a normally developed state. Tornado, upon hearing this, became excited. Then does that mean, in reality, I will also become like this? Fang shook his head. This is just a game. After you exit the game, you'll still look the same as before. As expected, Tornado's excitement dimmed after hearing Fang explanation. All right, don't be sad. Let's check out the other identity cards. Fang comforted her. Then, the other players' identity cards appeared one after another, and Fang read them out loud. Identity card. Hero. Effect. Whenever a player suffers a penalty. If the hero is not in the penalty period, they can proactively step in to take the penalty instead and earn 20 of the current game currency as a reward. Holder. Saitama. Although heroes are strong, they also need a certain economic foundation for assurance. As soon as Fang finished reading, the card disappeared, and a light surrounded Saitama, who then donned a superhero costume, but not the earthy toned one. It was a standard red underwear with a $sign printed on the chest. Nice. That imprint is not an S, but the $sign. Fang internally mocked. Is Saitama going to be called the reward hero? Identity card. Lover. Effect. You can choose a couple in the game. Whenever the other receives a reward, you will also receive the same reward. Conversely, if the other suffers a penalty, you will also face a penalty, but neither rewards nor penalties will be doubled. Holder. Fubuki. Fubuki's deep green dress transformed into a thin dark veil, making her voluptuous figure subtly visible. Tornado, seeing her sister Fubuki's identity card as a lover, revealed a hint of unusualness in her emerald eyes, then glanced at Fang Noticing that his attention was solely on the cards, that hint of unusualness quickly vanished. After reading Fubuki's identity card, Fang Xian turned to read Genos' identity card. Identity card. Bystander. Effect. Whenever an event occurs in the game, such as guests at a wedding, neighbors arguing, or bystanders when a hero saves someone, you must be present and bring a melon. Just being present will earn you rewards. Otherwise, you'll face penalties. Holur, Genos. Although being a bystander is just that. You could just watch. As the identity cards vanished, a beam of light shone down on Genos, and the originally handsome Genos instantly transformed into a casual bystander wearing a simple t-shirt, baggy shorts, flip-flops, and holding a gigantic watermelon. He also wore a straw hat, looking very down-to-earth. Although everyone had undergone significant changes, it had to be said that the biggest transformation was that of Tornado. Fang Xian looked at Tornado's long legs and thought to himself, so white. Once everyone's identity cards were confirmed, the game officially began. At the Hero Association headquarters, the words of the white-haired youth drew the attention of everyone present. A-class Hero Magic Hand sighed at the youth's manic demeanor, saying, "Another madman has appeared? It seems that those living in the dark corners of society aren't quite sane." The white-haired youth stepped forward, shaking his finger and saying, No, you might not have understood what I just said, because I am the so-called impending god-level disaster. The white-haired youth placed his left hand on his waist and looked up at the heroes on the platform. Shichi observed the youth below and wondered, "It seems a strange person has arrived." At that moment, someone in the audience shouted, "Hey kid, do you dare to say your name?" "I am Hungry Wolf. Having yearned to become a monster, I have destroyed countless dojos so far." After saying this, Hungry Wolf scanned the crowd and sneered, "Aha, it seems there are plenty of bait here. Perhaps there will be some decent opponents. So, for the sake of the bait that can stimulate my strength, let's all come together. Let's determine who is the strongest right here." Hungry Wolf looked at the dark forces present and the 3 A-class heroes on the platform with uncontainable excitement, viewing them all as fodder for his growth. Upon hearing Hungry Wolf's arrogant remarks, the crowd expressed their anger. Who is this kid to speak to us like that? How dare he disregard my S-class wanted criminal status? It seems necessary to teach this kid a lesson about how to speak. In an instant, the crowd began to converge on Hungry Wolf's position. "Hey, stop it. We didn't gather you all here for such a boring thing. You, Hungry Wolf, can leave now." Shichi on the platform also appeared to completely disregard Hungry Wolf. After all, someone as unknown as Hungry Wolf wasn't worth his attention. Boring? For the sake of Earth, haha. Not bad. Are you speaking from a self-righteous standpoint? Ugh, that's really disgusting. Acting deliberately repulsive, Hungry Wolf waved his hand with a look of disdain. "All right, I've decided, since you guys consider yourselves the righteous side, then I can only choose evil. That makes us enemies. I've decided to punish you guys. This will be a grand feast of slaughter." As Hungry Wolf spoke, the mocking expression on his face turned ferocious, his eyes revealing a strong, killing intent. "TCH, a battle maniac, huh?" Shichi looked at Hungry Wolf's transformation and said disdainfully. He then turned to the 3 A-class heroes and said, "Sorry guys, you might have a job to do. Kick this guy out." "At your service," replied Magic Hand, who, like a gentleman, took out his weapon, a magic staff, and pointed it at Hungry Wolf. "Oh, the hero is going to strike first. Hee, interesting. Let me see your skills." Hungry Wolf waved at A-class hero Magic Hand, showing no regard for him in his actions or words. "You underestimate me." Seeing Hungry Wolf's demeanor, Magic Hand became very angry. This was the first time he had been looked down upon in his life, and he decided to teach this white-haired youth a lesson. He then charged forward with his magic staff. However, just 10 seconds later, Magic Hand was caught by the neck with one hand by Hungry Wolf. "It seems you're even weaker than I imagined." After saying this, Hungry Wolf tossed the unconscious Magic Hand to the ground like trash. Magic Hand. Seeing Magic Hand down, fellow A-class heroes Qing Yin and Heavy Tank rushed to save him. As a muscle-bound hero, Heavy Tank charged forward, directly facing Hungry Wolf, and threw a right hook at Hungry Wolf's head. Ultimate move, Battle Tank Cannon Punch. Boom! Although the punch was powerful enough to shatter the hard ground, it unfortunately missed Hungry Wolf. What a disappointment. It seems you're only at this level. With his martial arts expertise, Hungry Wolf had an overwhelming advantage against strength-type heroes. As he spoke, Hungry Wolf countered with a punch, and Heavy Tank's left hand, which was trying to block, was deformed, bending at a terrifying angle. It was clear that his left hand was ruined. If you don't have the strength, don't play the hero game. After saying this, Hungry Wolf added another punch, directly sending Heavy Tank flying. Heavy Tank landed at Qing Yan's feet. In just a few seconds, 2 of the 3 A-class heroes present had been taken down. This scene thrilled the onlookers from the Dark Forces, who cheered and clapped. Ha ha! Well done, kid. You knocked that A-class hero down. Keep it up. There's still one A-class hero left. Knock him down too. Upon hearing their words, Hungry Wolf turned his head and said, "What are you useless people talking about? You'll be killed by me soon, and you're still so happy. Your comprehension skills are really lacking." Hearing Hungry Wolf's words, those who had just been cheering suddenly changed their expressions, each of them wishing they could rush up and eliminate Hungry Wolf. Looking at their expressions, Hungry Wolf shouted even more arrogantly, "So unconvinced? Good. I'll give you useless people a chance. Come at me all together. I want to fight you all. Come at me all together. I want to fight you all." Hungry Wolf's arrogant declaration made everyone present furious. They never expected that this seemingly young guy would dare to be so arrogant. "What did you say, you little brat? Is something wrong with your head? What good is this to you? And what have we done to deserve being killed by you? Besides, you seem to be on our side too, right?" In an instant, the members of the gang pulled out their weapons, cursing at Hungry Wolf. Listening to the noisy crowd around him, Hungry Wolf extended his index finger, pointing at everyone and saying, "Wrong. It seems you don't understand what a monster is at all. Listen, heroes are always late, while monsters always strike first, because monsters can appear out of nowhere without any reason. As for the distinctions of this side and that side, that's a big mistake because you are humans, and I'm a monster." Upon hearing the wolf's words, Shichi began to sense that something was off, and cold sweat started to bead on his forehead. A human actually claims to be a monster. How utterly foolish. However, you are indeed no longer human. You are scum. I, A-class rank 6 Qing Yin, will burn you to ashes. At this moment, Qing Yin stepped forward, crossed his hands, and, after a moment, aimed the palm of his right hand at the wolf, unleashing a surge of green flames that rushed toward the wolf. Whoosh! Boom! The massive green flames engulfed the area occupied by the wolf. Just when Qing Yin thought his flames would take out the wolf, he suddenly realized that he had lost feeling in his right hand, followed by a sharp pain spreading through his right arm, as blood splattered onto his face. Qing Yin came to his senses and saw that his right arm was now gushing blood. His right hand had been severed by this guy in front of him at some unknown point. How disappointing. I thought you could really control fire, but it turns out to be nothing but a pathetic trick. As the wolf spoke, he held up Qing Yin's right hand and pulled out the flame thrower hidden in his sleeve, tossing it to the ground. After discovering Qing Yin's little secret, the wolf still wore an indifferent expression. After discarding Qing Yin's hand, he delivered a punch that sent Qing Yin crashing into the wall, sliding down to the floor. No ads. Fastest updates. To avoid losing content while transferring, please experience the ad-free reading app, AI-Do free novel app. In order to resolve the dire prophecy for Earth, I have gathered many personnel from outside the associations here, but things are getting a bit out of control. Headquarters, please send the heroes residing at headquarters to come immediately. And also the medical team, hurry. The 3 A-class heroes I brought have all been defeated. After hearing Shichi's plea for help, the heroes at headquarters quickly contacted the remaining heroes and medical team to rush to the multi-purpose hall on the 7th floor of the central tower. Meanwhile, as Shichi was calling for support, the wolf turned his gaze toward the rest of the crowd, a murderous intent evident in his eyes. "All right, it's your turn now. Next, let me show you what a monster is." Saying this, the wolf charged into the crowd. Damn, just because he defeated 3 A-class heroes, he dares to act so arrogantly. "You bastard, I won't say anything, and you still get cocky. Everyone, let's go together and beat him up. Let this guy feel the harshness of society." Meanwhile, Sonic, who had left the multi-purpose hall on the 7th floor of the central tower, was walking outside. Boom! Suddenly, sound of various strikes and wails echoed from the floors behind him. Sonic turned around in confusion and said, "What's going on? Aren't they having a meeting? Why is it so noisy? Could it be a riot? Never mind. It has nothing to do with me." With that, Sonic continued walking and quickly left the headquarters of the Hero Association, back in a multi-purpose hall on the 7th floor of the headquarters. Just a few seconds later, the previously noisy meeting scene was now silent except for the sounds of strikes. The previously arrogant members of the underworld were now sprawled on the ground, each one severely injured. The big-nosed Shichi, who was in charge of the meeting, was now sitting on the ground, paralyzed with fear at the sight before him, when suddenly, a person flew toward him. Bang! That person crashed into the wall beside Shichi and then slid down, lifeless. In the entire meeting hall, aside from Shichi, only the wolf remained awake, having done everything. The wolf looked at the now panicked Shichi and grinned, saying, "All right, the monster wolf's thrilling debut performance ends here. Today is just a declaration of war. If I were to face a few S-class heroes here now, it might be a bit challenging for me, so let's skip that. However, within 6 months, I will become even stronger than I am now, and I will return here, but next time I will come through the front door. Before that, I will travel around to enhance my strength. I hope you can let that so-called strongest man, king, fight me, or that recent strongest warrior, Fang. Alright, I'm off now. Goodbye, Mr. Scared to Death. As the wolf spoke, he swaggered out through the door, and our Shichi, at this moment, was already terrified, crouching on the ground with his hands on his head, drenched in sweat. After a long while, Shichi finally came to his senses from the extreme terror. Trembling, he picked up the fallen communicator from the ground and called out with a sobbing voice, "Support. Hurry, come support. I need a medical team here." And quickly notify the S-class heroes. With Shichi's call, the entire headquarters of the Hero Association began to get busy. The medical team rushed to the multi-purpose hall to treat the injured. At the same time, some S-class heroes received notifications and started heading to the headquarters. However, the wolf had already vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, far away at the A-City Hero Association headquarters, the wolf had already revealed his prowess, while Fang and the others were still playing games. Z-City, Fang home. Fang, you bastard. Why do you always make me have babies? Tornado shouted at Fang in a shy voice. This was because for some reason, Fang luck in this game was absurdly good, so out of thousands of identities, he ended up becoming married to Tornado, with Fubuki as their lover. Although this sounds a bit ridiculous, everything is logical. So, we see Tornado in a virtual wedding dress, and Fang walking further down this path in the game. Ding! A new event card is triggered. Congratulations to the newlywed couple Fang and Tornado for holding a wedding. Other members have sent gifts totaling 100,000. Ding! A new event card is triggered. Congratulations to the newlywed couple Fang and Tornado for having their first daughter after marriage. Other members have sent congratulations totaling 100,000. Ding! A new event card is triggered. Congratulations to the couple Fang and Tornado for having their second daughter after marriage. Other members have sent congratulations totaling 100,000. Ding! A new event card is triggered. Congratulations to the couple Fang and Tornado for having their third daughter after marriage. Other members have sent congratulations totaling 100,000. For some reason, each time it was a lovely little girl. Why are there no mischievous boys? This makes it hard for him to vent his anger. It seems the point of complaint isn't here. Fang looked at the event card in his hand and couldn't help but complain, "What the hell? Why'd I always draw this card? Are all of these cards about having children?" After triggering the same event 3 times in a row, Fang was speechless. According to the rules of this game, there are millions of event cards, 1,000 times the number of identity cards, including various reward or punishment event cards that people encounter in normal life. Reward cards include things like winning the lottery, getting married and having children, receiving bonuses, etc., while punishment cards might involve drunk driving, paying fines, going to jail, etc. However, the probability of triggering the event of having a child 3 times in a row is incredibly small, at 1 in a million, basically an impossible event. Yet, this happened to Fang resulting in Tornado having 3 children shortly after the game started. Although it was just a game, Tornado still blushed and felt quite shy. Due to the earlier marriage and the continuous occurrence of childbirth events, Saitama, Genos, and Fubuki collectively lost 300,000 yuan. However, because of the characteristics of the couple card, this amount doubled to 800,000 yuan. But Fubuki, being in the lover S identity card position, was not affected at all. Instead, she gained some rewards. Genos also remained unaffected due to his spectator card, except for Saitama. "Hey, Fang why are you and Tornado always having children?" Saitama, usually calm, said seriously. Currently, no one was facing any punishment, making Saitama's identity card practically useless. Moreover, due to the continuous outflow of money, his initial 1 million yuan was now in jeopardy. Fubuki looked at Fang and Tornado, then said, "Teacher, if you keep having children so frequently, my sister's body might not be able to handle it." Fubuki's words left Fang and Tornado stunned for a while. "Fubuki, what are you talking about? This is just a game." Tornado stammered, her face red. Since Fubuki became Fang apprentice, perhaps due to Fang influence, the relationship between the sisters had improved gradually. Previously, Fubuki was solely focused on closing the gap with her unreachable sister, trying various methods, and eventually forming the Fubuki group thinking that since she couldn't catch up alone, she would gather companions. Yet, even so, the distance between her and Tornado remained vast. It wasn't until she became Fang Xian's apprentice that this thought began to fade. As after moving to City Z, she saw the amazing people around her teacher, whether it was the incredibly powerful Saitama or the formidable Genos. That does sound a bit far-fetched. Alright, the fact is that Fubuki was defeated by reality, as she was the weakest among this group. Whether it was her senior S-Class hero Genos, her sister S-Class hero Tornado, or her master S-Class hero Fang Xian, everyone was S-Class, while she was just a pitiful, weak, and helpless A-Class hero. But isn't Saitama also an A-Class hero? Please, even though Saitama is only an A-Class hero, he possesses strength that surpasses S-Class heroes. Looking at all the geniuses in front of her, the concerns that Fubuki had long harbored began to fade, and all she wanted now was to become stronger. As for goals, she decided to let them go. Fubuki said, "I know this is just a game, but even so, I'm still not prepared to be an ant." Upon hearing this, Tornado's face turned a deeper shade of red, although she felt shy. She still showed a hint of maternal tenderness in her eyes when she looked at the 3 virtual babies she had given birth to. Just then, Fang Xian was about to say something when he felt a sudden pain in his waist. Ouch! Wait, Tornado, why are you pinching me? In reality, Tornado had come to Fang Xian's side and twisted his waist hard. A new event card was triggered. Congratulations to Fang Xian and Tornado, the newlywed couple, for having their 14th girl after getting married. Other members send their congratulations, totaling 100,000 yuan. It was detected that Hero Saitama could not pay the gift money and was eliminated from the game. That's right, Fang Xian had drawn the childbirth event card once again. This was the 14th time he had drawn this card. In addition, he had also drawn 9 times for the wealthy patron card and 12 times for the girl offering herself in gratitude event card, among others. In short, there were many variations, but they all revolved around romantic entanglements. Tornado, standing beside him, was also unable to escape the implications of pregnancy due to Fang Xian's luck. Meanwhile, Saitama was still plagued by misfortune, losing all his in-game currency in the quickest manner and being eliminated for failing to pay Fang Xian's gift money. Although this might have been tough on Saitama, at least it ended the game. Once Saitama exited the game, he stared blankly at the ceiling, unable to understand why he had lost. When Tornado exited the game, she looked at Fang Xian with a mixture of anger and shyness, as he had made her give birth to 14 children in the game while also drawing the wealthy patron cards. Fang Xian, feeling the awkward atmosphere, could only say, "What an interesting game. So, what should we have for dinner tonight?" Although the topic shift was a bit forced, it was better than not shifting at all. Sure enough, upon hearing about dinner, everyone's thoughts immediately shifted to what to eat that evening, completely disregarding the earlier game. In a dark and damp box, several masked men in black robes gathered together. They were among the few remaining ninjas. After all, ninjas have their own methods for gathering intelligence. Even though the once famous ninja village that trained assassins had been destroyed, it did not affect these information gatherers. People in the black market referred to them as information brokers. As long as one was willing to pay enough, there was no information they couldn't obtain. Our familiar Sonic the Hedgehog often gathered intelligence here. Nanny, are you saying that the information Sonic obtained from us before was not entirely accurate? This is bad. The speaker was the one who had sold the information to Sonic. He listened to the reports from below and learned that Sonic had not found the strongest warrior at the Hero Association's headquarters. Although the special meeting at the headquarters was indeed real. But what good is that? Suddenly, a shadow flashed by, and before the men could react, the one who sold the information to Sonic was seen floating in midair. Could this person be a superpower user? Of course not. He was simply being choked by Sonic, who had come looking for him due to the incorrect information. Looking at Sonic in front of him, the man's face was full of fear, trembling continuously. Sonic, please. You might not believe it, but it was all a misunderstanding. We've been working together for so long. You know my information can't possibly be wrong. Clang. After Sonic pulled out the gleaming knife from behind him and pressed it against the person's neck, he felt the coldness of the blade and the imminent threat of death. The man in the black robe quickly changed his tone, saying, "Of course, because there's a lot of information, I might occasionally make a tiny mistake. Just a little bit." Whoosh. Sonic still didn't say anything. He simply swung the knife that was pressed against the man's neck. Then, the tattered pieces of clothing flew into the air and fell to the ground, revealing the appearance of the man in the black robe, who turned out to be a middle-aged man with a bit of a paunch. Seeing Sonic's anger due to his information error, the information dealer was sweating profusely because, in this line of business, he was very familiar with Sonic the Hedgehog. Sonic, the last piece of information did have some issues, but I have obtained new information. The address of that hero named Fang is definitely correct this time. For just 10 million yen, slip of the tongue. I'll give it to you for free as compensation for the previous mistake. The information dealer, who originally intended to say he would sell the information for 10 million yen, immediately backed down upon seeing Sonic once again placing the knife at his neck. Seeing that this guy was somewhat perceptive, Sonic released him. Although the middle-aged man looked a bit overweight, being a ninja, he was still agile and dropped to the ground from a height. The information dealer hurriedly presented the newly obtained information with both hands. This is the address of Fang. He lives in the most dangerous place, City Z, where monsters frequently appear, and he resides in a no-man's land. After receiving the address, Sonic took a look and warned, "Listen carefully. If I don't meet Fang this time, then next time we meet, it won't just be clothes that get shredded." Hearing Sonic's threatening words, the information dealer couldn't help but shiver. "Next time, I'll chop off your pants too." All right. No one could keep up with Sonic the Hedgehog's unique thought process. After finishing his words, Sonic instantly disappeared from the spot. So suave. Very suave. Sonic left just like that, even though the other party was the information dealer who had deceived him not long ago. Because being a ninja means being suave. A few days later, at Saitama's house, Genos, who was washing dishes in the kitchen, was discussing the hero association with Saitama, who was lying on the sofa after just finishing his meal. You ask why Saitama isn't at Fang house mooching off food? Because Fang recently won a teleportation ability in the lottery, so he's not on Earth right now. At this moment, he's using his aura sense to hunt down Bomb, making him repay the money he owes, and also arranging for him and Tornado to attend the hero conference without their knowledge. Although Tornado was also involved in this matter, Bomb was the mastermind. As for Tornado and Fubuki, before Fang left, he specifically assigned them a special training task, and the two sisters were currently undergoing special training on a deserted island. Saitama-sensei, Fang-sensei left training tasks for Fubuki-senpai and Tornado-sensei before leaving. "It seems I must do something too. Why not train in the same way they do?" Saitama replied without looking back. As he was playing a game on the computer, he moved from Fang house. The game on the computer was Genshin Impact. Unfortunately, Saitama-sensei, the training Fang sensei left is specifically for superpowers, which might not be effective for me. Did Fang say that to you? No, that's my own insight. So Genos, just because Fang didn't leave you any special training tasks doesn't mean you can't do other things. I understand now. As expected of Saitama-sensei. Why didn't I think of that? Although it's unclear what Genos suddenly thought of, it was evident that he misunderstood Saitama's meaning. Suddenly, Genos stopped washing the dishes. Something is approaching us at high speed. The speed was such that aside from Saitama-sensei and Fang sensei, no one else could achieve it. It seemed to be a monster. While washing the dishes, Genos detected an unknown organism with high-speed reactions through his newly upgraded early warning system. Looking at Saitama, who was busy playing games, he nodded and said, "Since Fang sensei is not here and Saitama-sensei is busy, I'll take care of this monster. I've been wanting to test my newly upgraded performance." With that, Genos put down the dish he was holding, untied the apron around his waist, and walked out the door. After stepping outside, he detected the presence of the high-speed, unknown organism that had already arrived at their location. "Come out. I know you're here." Hearing Genos' calm words, Sonic leaped down from the sky. At this moment, Saitama, who was playing the game, saw the screen change from a perfectly fine game to a restart interface. "Oh no, I deleted the game save from the computer I borrowed from Fang. Shouldn't be a problem, right? Fang shouldn't be mad at me." As he spoke, Saitama's confidence began to waver. He quickly created a new character and started playing, hoping to reach the progress of the save he just deleted before Fang returned. In City Z, outside of no man's land, Genos looked at Sonic, who had fallen from the sky, and calmly asked, "Who are you? What brings you here?" Using a tone that hinted at restraint, Sonic replied, "Call Fang out. My intel shows he is here." "Oh, so you're an acquaintance of Fang sensei." "Acquaintance? No, I'm that guy's enemy. Kid, hurry up and call Fang out. You're not my target." Looking at Genos in front of him, Sonic spoke disdainfully. "How dare you claim to be the teacher's enemy? Truly shameless. Get lost." Buzzing. While speaking, Genos raised his hand, and his internal power system quickly started to operate, rapidly entering G4 form. In this form, Genos' speed and explosive power saw significant enhancement. "Let me tell you, if you take one more step forward, I'll eliminate you." Genos pointed the core firepower device at Sonic, saying with disbelief, Hearing this guy's words about his appearance, Genos was also quite angry and began to gather energy for the incineration cannon. You scrap metal dare to say my hair looks like a dog's tail? Damn it. It looks like I need to teach you a lesson today. With that, Sonic took out a few shurikens from his waist. I am worthless scrap metal. How despicable. You pathetic guy. How dare you speak about me? Soon, the two of them started exchanging harsh words like elementary school students, but neither of them made a move. If you can fight, then stop the chatter and just do it. Why waste so many words? It seems today I will have to burn you to ashes. You pathetic guy. Good. That's exactly what I intend to do. I must first deal with you, this worthless scrap metal. Clearly, the two did not reach an agreement, so they planned to fight to resolve the issue. Buzz. All systems in Genos quickly began to activate, the pale golden power core igniting, unleashing his full capabilities. Power fully loaded. In G4 form, with power fully loaded, Genos' strength, attack, defense, speed, and agility were all significantly enhanced. Genos was the first to charge at Sonic. Whoosh! Although Genos' speed had greatly increased, unfortunately, in terms of speed, Sonic still had the upper hand and easily dodged Genos' attack in an instant. You think your slow attack can hit me? How naive. Oh, is that so? Watch my acceleration. Still too slow. I'm speeding up. Sai still very slow. In the explosive air, the speeds of both sides had reached a point where they were invisible to the naked eye. One could only hear Sonic constantly mocking Genos for being slow, and Genos continuously trying to accelerate. Beep beep beep. As Genos' detection system spotted Sonic's figure, he immediately raised his right hand and unleashed an energy cannon that had been gathered in advance. Burning cannon. The energy of the burning cannon coalesced into a beam of light, heading straight for Sonic's figure. However, Sonic's figure was illusory, and he dodged at incredible speed. The beam struck the ground, instantly exploding and sending dust flying everywhere. Too slow, an attack with your speed, even if it were 100 times faster. Couldn't hit me. Sonic's figure landed on a large tree, continuing to show off, completely unaware that the hem of his outfit had been charred black by Genos' previous burning cannon. Your 3 tricks are done. Now it's my turn. Look at this. Ninja Secret Technique, Exploding Shuriken, Dragon Strike Formation. After saying the flashy name, Sonic threw 3 flaming shurikens from his hand. Boom, boom, boom. 3 explosive sounds rang out as Genos used his mechanical arm to swat all 3 shurikens to the ground. At the same time, Genos sarcastically remarked, "Too weak. An attack like yours wouldn't hurt me even if it were 100 times stronger." Why does that sound so familiar? Didn't Sonic just say something similar? One could only say these two were really like elementary school students. However, Genos did not notice that his clothes were in tatters, clearly unable to fully defend against the previous attack. Sonic looked at Genos and said, "Humph, you sure talk tough, even though smoke is coming from you. You still dare to make big claims. I'm fine. Why don't you come and try it yourself?" Genos provocatively looked at Sonic. Hearing this, a sharp light flashed in Sonic's eyes. His figure flickered and disappeared from the spot, charging towards Genos at incredible speed. Then let me show you my true power. Ninja's secret technique, Demon Slayer Flash. Saying this, Sonic jumped high and kicked at Genos. Although this attack looked quite ordinary, the name of the ninja's skill had to be flashy. Unfortunately, what awaited Sonic was Genos' prepared consecutive iron fists. Genos' 2 mechanical fists rained down on Sonic like a storm. Still too slow. Your attack is still of no use to me. Like a madman, Sonic continuously dodged Genos' iron fists, clearly overpowering him in speed. Superload, overclock overload, super acceleration. Genos was waiting for this opportunity, instantly activating 3 super modes, driving the core's power to several times its overload, resulting in a speed that surpassed limits. Genos, suddenly accelerating, darted through the air like a lightning bolt, instantly breaking through Sonic's speed limits and closing in on him. This situation exceeded Sonic's expectations. After narrowly dodging Genos' extremely dangerous punch, Genos' second attack circled around to his back. Damn, why is this guy specifically attacking from behind? Is he trying to tell me his speed is above mine? Sonic watched Genos' movements, feeling puzzled. No, I will not accept that anyone's speed is above mine. Seeing Genos' speed was so fast, Sonic's pride couldn't take it. But Genos only wanted to remove the hair tie that looked like a tail from Sonic. Look, didn't I take this tail-like hair tie from you? Very good, kid. You're the first one to completely infuriate me. At this point, Sonic decided not to play around anymore, as he could not tolerate this kind of thing. In the next second, he directly used his ultimate move. Ultimate technique, Foreshadow's Burial. Immediately, Genos saw Sonic's speed split into 4 afterimages. What's going on? Does this guy have superpowers too? Genos, witnessing this scene, was a bit surprised as he discovered through his detection system that among the 4 figures in front of him, only one had a life energy signature. Although there was only one life energy response, he could see the detection effects of 4 individuals. A scene that made Genos feel somewhat familiar. Is this the afterimage fist? But isn't this technique only supposed to be used by teacher Fang? Why can this guy use it too? Looking at the 4 Sonics before him, Genos was also a bit dumbfounded. What's wrong? Are you feeling incredulous? Someone like you, worthless scrap metal, must have never seen such a powerful and flashy ultimate move. Seeing Genos' expression, Sonic said with great pride, "Hey, you little thief. Where did you learn the afterimage fist that only teacher Fang can do?" Hearing Genos' question, Sonic, who was just about to launch an attack, was taken aback, then shouted, "What afterimage fist from Fang? This is my hard-earned ninja secret technique, ultimate foreshadows burial." Nonsense. I've seen teacher Fang use the afterimage fist more than once. I get it. You must be a thief. What thief? You scrap metal. I'll say it again. This is my hard-earned ninja secret technique, ultimate foreshadows burial, not some nonsense afterimage fist. In an instant, the two started exchanging insults again, just like before, like elementary school students. After exchanging insults for a while, Sonic was thoroughly enraged. He no longer held back and launched simultaneous attacks on Genos with 4 afterimages. At this moment, Sonic's speed had reached its peak, even surpassing the speed that Genos could unleash to suppress him under overload conditions. Even with the upgraded warning system set to the maximum, Genos could only barely estimate Sonic's attack trajectories. Perfectly defending against Sonic's attacks in such a situation was nearly impossible. Bang! As expected, even with all his might in defense, Genos could not completely block the attacks coming from all directions, and in no time, he was kicked away by Sonic. "It seems that you're just a piece of junk with a tough mouth and nothing else," Sonic said disdainfully, looking at Genos, who was knocked down on the ground. Genos hurriedly stood up and thought to himself, "In terms of speed, I'm no match for him, but that doesn't mean I can't handle this situation. Ever since I equipped the G4 parts on top of my original capabilities, my core energy has increased several times. If I unleash my burning cannon with all my strength from this distance, it will definitely surpass 100 meters. In this range, no matter how many afterimages that guy has, they will definitely be consumed." Just as Genos was preparing to unleash his attack, the sound of a door opening interrupted their battle. "Genos, what's going on? Why is it so noisy outside?" Saitama pushed the door open and walked out, looking puzzled at the fighting Genos and Sonic. "Who is he? Your friend?" Saitama asked, pointing at Sonic. Genos immediately replied, "Saitama-sensei, this guy is not my friend. He came to cause trouble for teacher Fang. Fang? He hasn't been home recently. Why don't you come back in a couple of days?" "Not home?" "Yes." Hearing Saitama's words, Sonic couldn't help but ask, "Then who are you?" Saitama pointed to himself and replied, "Me? I'm Saitama, Fang neighbor, and I'm also a hero." "Neighbor? So you have a good relationship with Fang?" Sonic completely ignored the second half of Saitama's statement and only caught the first part. Saitama replied without hesitation, "My relationship with Fang is indeed very good. What's wrong with that?" After hearing this, Sonic revealed his signature smile and quickly moved behind Saitama, drawing his sword and saying, "In that case, I'll trouble you to be my hostage until Fang returns." Sonic was very confident at this moment. After all, Genos, whom he called junk, was not his opponent, and this bald guy in front of him looked foolish and seemed like an easy target. He planned to capture these two and have Fang come rescue them. This scene feels very familiar. Hostage? No way. I have other things to do. That is not up to you. You're so annoying. It looks like I have to take this seriously. What? Do you think you could be my opponent? All right, since that's the case, I'll give you this chance. After hearing Saitama's words, Sonic smiled and put his weapon down, then quickly moved to the other side. Saitama said, with a serious expression, "Bring it on. With someone as arrogant as you, I can finish you off in 3 moves." As soon as he finished speaking, Sonic jumped and kicked towards Saitama. Watching Sonic's kick come at him, Saitama remained unfazed, slowly raising his fist, and then Sonic's groin collided directly with Saitama's fist. Ah! 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 With one hit, a mask of pain appeared on Sonic's face, and he fell to the ground, rolling around as if in great pain. Sorry, I didn't mean to. I wanted to go easy, but your speed was too fast, and you collided. I'm Sonic the Hedgehog, capable of both assassination and bodyguard work. However, I won't be taking any jobs recently, and won't be looking for Fang either. And, do you dare to tell me your name? Didn't I just say it? Stop wasting time. I can't forget that. Fine. My name is Saitama. Saitama, you wait for me. The next time we meet will be your death date. I, Sonic the Hedgehog, will defeat you with my strongest ninjutsu, and then take down that Fang guy too. After finishing his words while shaking his thighs, Sonic immediately disappeared from the scene to recuperate. In City E, in a narrow alley on the street, Garu was mockingly looking at the A-class hero he had knocked down, the Vestige Vegetarian. Oh dear, is that all you can do? From the awkward posture and staggering body of the Vestige Vegetarian, it was clear that he was in very bad shape. Damn it, who are you? I'm an A-class hero. Why are you attacking me? The Vestige Vegetarian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and asked in confusion. What, even you, an A-class hero, don't know? It seems the Hero Association really didn't take my previous warning seriously. Forget it. Let me waste some time introducing myself. I am the Hero Hunter, a villain specializing in hunting heroes. My name is Garu. As for why I attacked you, there is no special reason. It's just that I happened to run into you while passing by, so I had to hunt you down. It's your bad luck for not taking another road. However, Garu said with a look of disdain, just happened to run into my bad luck. Oof, you little brat, what did you say? As an A-class hero, the Vestige Vegetarian could not accept being mocked by a nobody like Garu. Ignoring his injuries, he charged forward with all his strength. But unfortunately, his opponent was Garu, who had a high talent in martial arts, so such brute force attacks had no effect on him at all. Garu slightly sidestepped and easily dodged the Vestige Vegetarian's charge, then delivered a swift spinning kick that struck heavily at the latter's waist. After that, he kicked out again, instantly sending the opponent flying, causing the Vestige Vegetarian to have a close encounter with the wall, accompanied by a crisp breaking sound. After being hit twice in succession by Garu, the Vestige Vegetarian clearly couldn't get up anymore. Lying on the ground, his gaze towards Garu turned icy. If looks could kill, he would have killed Garu countless times already, but now he could only drop some harsh words like some urban villain. Huff, huff. Remember this, the shame of today, I will repay it double in the future. Without letting the Vest Vegetarian finish speaking. Perhaps the Hungry Wolf was a bit annoyed, so he stepped forward and kicked the Vest Vegetarian unconscious. Please, if your strength is this weak, don't try to talk tough. Okay. After saying that, the Hungry Wolf turned and walked towards the dim alley. However, I was looking forward to a battle with a monster-level hero. That way, I would definitely learn a lot. As the Hungry Wolf's vest walked further and further under the sunlight, the strongest aspect of the Hungry Wolf is not his strength, but his terrifying learning ability and extraordinary talent. Every time he experiences intense battles, he can learn the opponent's strongest techniques to make up for his own shortcomings. After all, One Punch Man 2 has another name, the Legend of the Hungry Wolf. In City Z, on the greenest mountain within the dojo of S-Class hero Bang, the sound of strikes echoed, but it soon came to an end. What's wrong? Can't you get up anymore? Bang looked sternly at the fallen Kalans, who was bleeding from his nose and covered in wounds. Hey Kalans, what have you been doing in my dojo for the past 6 months? I remember you said that, as my disciple, you must practice hard, but you look nothing like someone who has been diligent in training. It seems that you will never be able to learn my techniques. You have no talent for martial arts. Today, I will expel you from the dojo, and you must never come back here. After Kalans left, Bang sat alone in the empty space, lost in thought. After a while, an old man who looked even older than Bang approached. This was Bang's brother, Bong Pu. Unlike Bang, who had a thick mane of white hair, Bong Pu was nearly bald. According to the setting in One Punch Man, the less hair one has, the stronger they are. So there's no need to say who is stronger between Bang and Bong Pu. Of course, this setting excludes Fang Xian. Did you call me here about your disciple? Bong Pu sat down beside Bang and asked. Bang nodded, and Bong Pu then asked, have you handled the matters around you? Looking at his brother, Bong Pu couldn't help but sigh at how fast time flies. In the blink of an eye, 50 years had passed. It wasn't long ago that the two of them had just debuted in the martial arts world, full of vigor. Back then, Bong Pu still had hair, and Bang was also very young and energetic. At that time, one learned the flowing rock punch, while the other learned the whirlwind cutting iron fist. Although neither had mastered their respective martial arts, as brothers, they worked together and had few rivals in the martial arts community. In just a few years, they were recognized as the genius twin stars of the martial arts world. Who would have thought that 50 years later, one of the former genius twin stars became bald, while the other became a lonely old man? Bong Pu could only sigh that time waits for no one. Hearing his brother's question, Bang replied, I've already dealt with it, brother. My disciple Kalans was just driven away by me under some pretext. Although his martial arts talent is indeed lacking, he is still my disciple. and I did this to protect him. Now, like you, I'm also a lonely man. No, I'm not like you. I still have hundreds of disciples in my dojo. Before I came here, I said goodbye to each one of them. To highlight the difference from Bang, Bangpu hurriedly explained his situation. As expected of my beloved brother, upon hearing that I had something to do, you came without hesitation. Hearing his brother's praise, Bangpu was quite pleased and said pridefully, of course, but it's not entirely for you. It's also to eliminate a threat to the martial arts community. If we continue to let that guy run wild, he will probably soon come to attack my dojo. So without further ado, let us set off. The two then prepared to depart. By the way, brother, be careful this time. I still don't know how much stronger my disciple has become. I understand, after all, he was once your designated successor. Hearing Bangpu's words, Bang's sharp gaze became murky. A few days later, City E. It was a night of a full moon. The unlicensed knight was patrolling on his bicycle when suddenly a white-haired youth blocked his path. Hey, you're a hero, right? I want to hunt you. The person speaking was none other than the Hungry Wolf, who had recently beaten up the A-class hero, the Vest Vegetarian. I'm the C-class hero, the unlicensed knight. By the way, what do you mean by hunting? Looking at the suddenly appearing white-haired man, the unlicensed knight's mind couldn't grasp the situation. This guy doesn't seem to be my supporter. The Hungry Wolf raised his hand and said, in order for me to fully become a monster, I need you to be my food. Then the Hungry Wolf grinned gruesomely. I have a feeling that the more heroes I defeat, the stronger I will become as a monster. But just as the Hungry Wolf was about to make a move, a voice from behind interrupted him. Boss, it's this kid. Under the moonlight, several muscular men wearing vests walked over from the street behind the Hungry Wolf. Leading them was the Vest Vegetarian, who had just been beaten up by the Hungry Wolf a few days ago. At this moment, he was all wrapped in bandages, raising his casted right hand and pointing at the Hungry Wolf. Hey, thanks for taking care of my little brother. Bang. Before the Vest Vegetarian could finish his sentence, the Hungry Wolf punched him in the face, causing blood to spurt from his nose again, and several of his front teeth were knocked out as he fell to the ground. Here to take revenge, are you? Vest Vegetarian, you barely escaped last time, and now you can't wait to die again. You really are an adorable idiot. The Hungry Wolf's fist made a creaking sound. Then he looked at the other muscular men and said, since that's the case, don't think your muscle-bound friend will live to go back. With that, his fist transformed into claws, and he lunged at those muscular men. With a bang, the Hungry Wolf was sent flying backward, blood flowing from his nose. He flipped in the air and landed on the ground, sliding back for several meters. He looked up in shock at the person who had just punched him and said, what is going on? The attacker was S-class hero, the Vest Master. Seeing the Hungry Wolf hit his little brother in front of him, he couldn't hold back and immediately retaliated. Thank you for taking care of my little brother, the Vest Master said with a gloomy expression. Upon realizing that the newcomer was an S-class hero, the Hungry Wolf shouted excitedly. Haha, I didn't expect to catch a big fish. I'm so happy. It's simply exhilarating. Let's see the power of an S-class hero. Hearing the words of the Hungry Wolf, the Vest Master took the first action. He tensed his muscles and then slammed his fist onto the ground. Vest block. In the next moment, the ground beneath their feet instantly shattered, causing the Hungry Wolf to stagger. Seizing the opportunity, the Vest Master quickly charged forward and elbowed the Hungry Wolf into the air, where he fell to the ground. Here it comes, the boss's ultimate move, Vest block, shaking the earth to restrict the opponent, delivering a fatal blow. As expected of the Vest Master, countless monsters have fallen to this move. After taking such a heavy blow from a boss, this guy must be done for. The group of Vest lackeys behind the Vest Master immediately started to flatter him after he attacked the Hungry Wolf. But before they could celebrate for a few seconds, the Hungry Wolf stood up in front of them, and apart from a little nosebleed, he seemed fine. Impressive, that hit was indeed good, as expected of an S-class hero. But if it's only at this level, it's far from enough. After wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, the Hungry Wolf turned his gaze toward the Vest Master and said, you think I came here by chance? It's because I already noticed you all. So I specifically waited for you here. At this moment, the Vest Master couldn't help but feel a sense of heaviness in his gaze towards the Hungry Wolf. Did he unconsciously hold back because he considered him a human? No, wait, is this guy even human? Looking at the Hungry Wolf's appearance under the moonlight, he resembled a prehistoric beast that devours everything. The wounded Hungry Wolf grinned menacingly, as if he had encountered something that excited him. Then suddenly, the Hungry Wolf charged towards the Vest Master with the speed of a monkey. Impossible. I clearly have the advantage in strength. Why would this guy take the initiative to attack me? But before the Vest Master could contemplate this, The hungry wolf had already reached in front of him and was ready to attack. Watching the hungry wolf's incredibly rapid and frenzied assault, the vest master quickly dodged. And suddenly, he seized upon an opening in the hungry wolf's attack and countered with a punch. Vest punch. Although the name of this move sounds basic, its power is not to be underestimated, as a single punch sent the hungry wolf flying. However, even though it seemed like the vest master had the upper hand now, his expression showed no signs of relaxation. After being knocked back, the hungry wolf stumbled a distance before stopping, leaving a long mark on the ground with his feet. Ugh. I didn't expect to get hit again. The hungry wolf, struck by the vest punch, spat out a mouthful of blood, and a wound appeared on his forehead, blood flowing down to his brow, giving him an indescribably eerie feeling. It was evident that this blow dealt significant damage to the hungry wolf. After all, the vest master is an S-class hero, and his attacks are no joke. This feeling is incredible. Is this the power of an S-class hero? However, let's end here for today, because I have already seen through your movements. When someone is bleeding from their mouth but still spouting nonsense, that person is either an idiot or truly capable. It's clear the hungry wolf does not belong to the former category, so he must be the latter. This guy is undoubtedly human, but his aura is too reminiscent of the monsters I've encountered before. If for some reason, my intuition tells me that if I don't eliminate him now, it will lead to endless troubles. Looking at the blood-soaked hungry wolf, the vest master felt a heavy sense of urgency in his heart, and he tensed all his muscles once again, preparing to deliver the final blow to the hungry wolf. Hey kid, this is the final blow. The vest master clenched his fist and approached the hungry wolf, throwing a punch at him. Wait, bang! The lawless knight suddenly appeared in front of the hungry wolf, and the vest master's punch landed squarely on the lawless knight's face. What are you doing? Why are you getting in my way? The vest master asked in confusion as he watched the lawless knight being knocked back by his punch. The lawless knight, getting back up from the ground with blood on his mouth and nose, said, Don't you feel ashamed? Hearing the lawless knight's words, the vest master was taken aback. What do you mean by that? The lawless knight continued. As an S-class hero, to use such vicious means against a small-time thug. And now that the outcome is already clear, he has sustained serious injuries and can no longer move, yet you still want to kill him? Don't you feel ashamed? Seeing the lawless knight dare to evaluate their boss like this, the group of vest lackeys started to retort. Hey kid, what are you talking about? He was the one who attacked the hero first. It's his fault. Are you an idiot? Don't meddle in our business. We have to show him our power today. The vest master thought for a moment, then turned to his lackeys and said, Shut up. He's right. I didn't wear this vest so snugly just for everyone. Seeing that his words had persuaded the vest master, the lawless knight let out a sigh of relief, then looked at the hungry wolf and said, Hey you, I hope after receiving this lesson, you will never come out to harm others again. The hungry wolf, bending over with blood still flowing from his nose, said, I understand. Then he turned and staggered away. I'm leaving. It was my fault. I shouldn't have used violence. Just when everyone thought the hungry wolf would turn back, unexpectedly, he suddenly turned his head and snarled. Just kidding. I'm still going to kill you all. That won't change. Humph. I knew a dog can't change its ways. All I can sense from you is evil. It seems I must eliminate you here before you become a huge obstacle. The vest master's fist was now less than a centimeter away from the hungry wolf. Bang! Bang! Two collision sounds echoed as the hungry wolf took a punch from the vest master, while the vest master also received a punch from the hungry wolf. I didn't expect to have to use this move in the end. After retreating several meters, the hungry wolf steadied himself and adopted the stance for the flowing rock-crushing fist. After steadying himself, the vest master looked at the hungry wolf stance and felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity, as if he had seen this move somewhere before. That feeling is Silver Fang. So that's it. It seems that guy has cultivated an incredible monster. The bloodied vest master finally recalled where he had seen this stance. It was from his fellow S-class hero, Silver Fang Bonku. The move the hungry wolf was using was indeed Silver Fang's unique martial art, flowing rock-crushing fist. A powerful fist technique as flexible as flowing water, capable of shattering rocks. At this moment, the hungry wolf beckoned with his hand, his eyes slightly provocative, and said, Let's start over. The vest master wiped away the blood from his nose and shouted, All right, since you want to start over, I'll accompany you to the end. With that, the vest master charged at the hungry wolf. At this point, neither side could back down anymore. The vest master lunged directly at the hungry wolf. However, despite his immense strength and speed, he posed little threat to the hungry wolf, who was proficient in the flowing rock smash fist. The previous beating had already made the hungry wolf memorize the Vest Master's attack patterns. Whoosh! Just as the Vest Master's fist was about to land on the hungry wolf's face, the hungry wolf sidestepped, having seen through the opponent's movements, and immediately countered with a full set of the flowing rock smash fist, hitting the Vest Master hard. After finishing the combo, the hungry wolf followed up with an elbow strike, sending the already heavily injured Vest Master flying. Thud! The Vest Master crashed heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Boss! Seeing their leader, the Vest Master, knocked down by the hungry wolf, the group of Vest disciples rushed over. They were now targeted by the hungry wolf's beast-like gaze. After all, the power of a complete set of flowing rock smash fist was no joke. Just as the disciples were in a panic, the Vest Master stood up again. Good kid, I didn't expect you to push me to this extent, the Vest Master said in a deep voice. But don't think that this will win you over. The hungry wolf looked at the Vest Master and laughed. What's wrong? Are you still trying to act tough? Your attack methods have all been seen through by me. Right now, you pose no challenge to me at all. The Vest Master gritted his teeth, knowing the hungry wolf was right. His attack patterns had indeed been exposed, and he had deeply felt the hungry wolf's terrifying strength during their earlier encounter. But as an S-class hero, he could not allow himself to back down in this situation. Hey, don't look down on people, hungry wolf. The Vest Master gathered all his strength, clenched his fists, and prepared to unleash his final Vest punch. Determined to settle this once and for all, seeing the charging Vest Master, the hungry wolf's gaze was filled with disdain. As the powerful punch came at him, he merely sidestepped, perfectly avoiding the attack, and then countered with a heavy punch aimed at the Vest Master's face. Bang! After taking the full brunt of this punch, the Vest Master fell to the ground once again, blood flowing from his wounds, and this time he did not get up. I told you, all your attacks have been seen through. You came here to die, truly overestimating yourself. After saying this, the hungry wolf looked at the group of Vest disciples and said, All right, now it's time to clean up the trash. Hearing this, the disciples were furious at being referred to as trash. How dare he call us trash? They exclaimed. Even if this guy is strong, he's just one person, right? And he just fought with the boss. He probably doesn't have much strength left. Brothers, let's go together and show him what we've got. Just as Collision, the unlicensed knight, rode his bike straight at the hungry wolf. But the hungry wolf merely jumped, pressing his head down to the ground, then looked at the group of Vest disciples and said, What are you waiting for? Come at me. Upon hearing the hungry wolf's words, the disciples rushed forward, but within 5 seconds, they were all beaten black and blue, lying on the ground. TC, it took you 5 seconds, even with the flowing rock smash fist. Looks like my garbage cleaning time has been delayed quite a bit, the hungry wolf said casually, looking at the beaten disciples on the ground. But at that moment, a confident voice came from behind him. Finally found you, traitor of the flowing rock smash fist. Today, I'm going to clear the way for Teacher Bongu. Flowing rock smash fist. The person who arrived was Kalanzi, who had been sent away by Bongu that morning under some pretext. Upon hearing the voice, the hungry wolf turned to see Kalanzi leaping high in a training outfit from Bongu's dojo, and he smiled, kicking out to send the poorly executed flowing rock smash fist-wielding Kalanzi crashing to the ground. I didn't expect there were still disciples in that dojo. How curious. Unfortunately, your strength is too weak. How dare you come looking for me and talk about clearing the way? It's simply ridiculous. You should have Bongu come personally, the hungry wolf added, and the flowing rock smash fist is not used like that. After saying this, the hungry wolf performed a set of flowing rock smash fist techniques aimed at the fallen Kalanzi, but with noticeably less force than when he attacked the Vest Master and his disciples. Bang, bang, bang. After executing the flowing rock smash fist, the hungry wolf glanced at the beaten Kalanzi on the ground before turning to leave, but not before leaving him with one last remark. Kid, remember this. This is the true flowing rock smash fist, not the flashy moves you just used. Don't tarnish its name again. With that, the hungry wolf slowly disappeared into the darkness of the night. The next morning, upon receiving intelligence from the Hero Association, Bongu and his brother Bongpu, both martial arts masters, arrived on the scene to find only the fallen Vest disciples and the already awakened Vest Master. As for Kalanzi, the only conscious one among the fallen, he was probably too tired and had passed out on the ground, bruised and battered. What a tragedy. We arrived a step too late, Bongpu said, looking at the scene before him with a sigh. Not just a step too late, it was a whole night, all right? During this time, the hungry wolf has probably long since run off to find new targets to strike. Bongu, it seems the hungry wolf's strength has surpassed our expectations. Don't you think? Bongpu called out, noticing his brother was silent. But Bongu was instead looking at Kalanzi, who was knocked out on the ground. This little brat, always trying to act tough. It must be said that although Kalanzi was among the worst in martial arts talent among the disciples taught by Bongu, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he completely did not understand martial arts. After all, in a year he followed Bongu. He had learned nothing even when he was the only disciple. However, in other aspects, Kalanzi was Bongu's favorite type of disciple, as he excelled in caring for the dojo and maintaining its cleanliness. And he was also a strong advocate for punishing the strong and aiding the weak. It's just a pity that his talent was truly lacking. Currently, Kalanzi barely reached the level of a B-class hero. Bongu stepped forward and asked, "Is this kid one of your disciples?" Although it seems that his strength is not impressive. Just the fact that he dared to take action against the hungry wolf makes him stronger than most disciples in my dojo. He can be considered a promising talent, albeit a bit impulsive. With proper guidance, he might become an example of late bloomers. Touching his goat beard, Bongu commented as well. Bongu did not refute Bongu's remarks. Instead, he nodded in agreement. Clap. Then, Bongu slapped the sleeping Kalanzi, who was out cold awake. At this point, Bongu truly recognized this dull, yet persevering disciple. Stop sleeping. If you want to sleep, go back to the dojo. Feeling the stinging pain on his face, Kalanzi woke up from his sweet dream and, upon opening his eyes, saw Bongu standing right in front of him. Ignoring his bodily pain, he immediately performed a salute. Master Bongu. Ouch, that hurts. Although the hungry wolf held back, after all, it was a complete set of flowing rock fist techniques, and, under normal circumstances, Kalanzi would have likely been knocked out by a single punch. So, Kalanzi, go to the hospital to treat your injuries first, then head back to the dojo. I have some matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving. Yes, Master Bongu. Hearing that he could return to the dojo, Kalanzi's face was filled with excitement as he hurriedly replied. With the defeat of the S-class hero, the vestige by the hero hunter, the name of the hungry wolf had truly become renowned. After treating his wounds at the hospital, Kalanzi did not follow Bongu's advice to return to the dojo. Instead, he arrived at the no-man's land of Z City, his body wrapped in bandages. Looking at the warning sign that read no entry, Kalanzi swallowed hard and mustered all his courage to step inside. Because during last night's battle, or rather, what could hardly be called a battle, Kalanzi realized that with his current strength, he could not help his master. But that did not mean there was no one who could help. The reason he came here was to find Fang, and Saitama. He knew how powerful these two were, but to gain their help, he first had to traverse the extremely dangerous no-man's land. Since I can't defeat you, I'll have to find two overpowered guys to take you on. But it must be said that Kalanzi was indeed quite lucky. He happened to run into Genos, who was here to take out the trash. Hey Genos, long time no see. Upon seeing Genos, Kalanzi immediately greeted him. Genos, noticing Kalanzi all wrapped up in bandages, immediately raised his right hand and began to gather energy. Are you a monster? You're unlucky to meet me. Watch my burning. Seeing Genos getting serious, Kalanzi hurriedly explained, Wait, hold on, I'm Kalanzi. Beep, beep, beep. Detection complete, only 17 similarity. Your monster disguise skills are too poor. Prepare 2D. Maximum output of burning cannon. Hearing this, Kalanzi instinctively closed his eyes, thinking to himself that he was probably done for. Just when Kalanzi thought he was about to meet his end, he heard Genos' unique cold humor. So, how was my acting just now? My newly upgraded detection system has a brand new biometric recognition system, so I recognized you long ago. By the way, Kalanzi, what's with the bandages on your face? Are you okay? Upon hearing that Genos was just joking, Kalanzi breathed a sigh of relief and thought to himself, that's really not funny. I almost thought I was done for. Kalanzi pointed at the bandages on his body and said, Do you think I look fine like this? And please don't make jokes like that in the future. You almost scared me to death. Oh, sorry about that. By the way, what brings you here? Genos apologized and asked, I'm here to find Lord Fang. Is he home? Master Fang? He just got back the day before yesterday. He's at home now. Follow me. After saying that, Genos led Kalanzi to their apartment. With S-class hero Genos leading the way, Kalanzi felt at ease and quickly arrived safely at the apartment where everyone lived. At Fang's home, he had just returned from another planet where he went to find Explosion using his newly acquired teleportation skill. Currently, he was at home reading comics, while Tornado was lounging on the sofa, swinging her little feet as she read. Since Fang was back, it meant there was food to eat, so Saitama was naturally there as well. Fang had found Explosion on an unknown planet and was about to give him a beating, but unexpectedly, Explosion was incredibly fast at escaping. Perhaps he knew Fang Xian was looking for him to take him to the Hero Association. So he directly opened a spatial portal and quickly ran away. Seeing Explosion escape, Fang Xian didn't waste any words. After sensing Explosion's aura again, he used teleportation once more. Thus, the two engaged in a unique chase through the universe. Of course, Fang Xian eventually caught Explosion, gave him a good beating, and then chatted with him for a bit before returning to Earth. The scene returns to the present, where Fang Xian looked at Kalanzi, who was bandaged up like a mummy, and suppressed a laugh as he took a magic bean from the system's space and tossed it to him. "Eat this." Kalanzi fumbled to catch the magic bean Fang Xian tossed and asked in confusion, "What is this? Why are you giving me a bean?" Fang Xian explained, "Eat this, and your injuries will heal." Kalanzi remained skeptical about Fang Xian's words. He had never seen anyone heal injuries just by eating a bean. After all, if such a thing existed, what would hospitals be for? But considering that the man in front of him was the strongest among S-class heroes, Kalanzi chose to trust him and ate the bean. The next second, Kalanzi, who had just been bruised and battered, instantly returned to normal. "Is this really it?" Kalanzi looked at his body in disbelief. Seeing Kalanzi recover, Fang Xian asked, "So, what happened that made you come find me?" "Mr. Fang Xian, I came here to ask for your help in dealing with that traitor from Master Bongu." Meanwhile, as Kalanzi sought Fang Xian's help in Z City, the name of the Hungry Wolf spread throughout the streets and alleys. After the S-class hero, the Vestige, and his gang were hunted down, the infamous Hungry Wolf, who specialized in hunting heroes, became widely known through major media coverage and became a topic of conversation among people during mealtime. "Hey, did you hear? The Vestige seems to have been defeated by someone calling himself the Hero Hunter." "Really? But the Vestige is an S-class hero." "Of course it's true. This made the news. So it must be real. I can't believe it. Even an S-class hero can be defeated by such an unknown character." Not only that, I heard that even the group of minions under Vest Saint were beaten to a pulp and sent to the hospital. Among them, whether A, B, or C-class, none escaped the clutches of that villain. "What? That guy doesn't even spare C-class heroes." A C-class hero showed a frightened expression upon hearing this. At this moment, another C-class hero beside him comforted him, saying, "All right, don't scare yourself. This hero hunter is also human, as long as he is not a monster. Even we C-class heroes have a chance to defeat him." "What are you joking about? The opponent has even defeated S-class heroes. With the likes of us C-class heroes, he probably wouldn't even bother to look at us." "Exactly, you can't even deal with a tiger-level disaster, let alone someone who has beaten that guy." "I'm not bragging. I tell you, I have ancestral martial arts. Let me demonstrate. If the opponent's fist comes from my left, I'll dodge to the right." This bragging C-class hero began to demonstrate his family martial arts to the other two C-class heroes. "Oh, is your martial arts really that impressive?" A white-haired youth curiously approached the three from behind and asked. Suddenly, a fourth figure appeared, and the bragging hero, still immersed in his own world, subconsciously replied, "Of course, my Turtle Four Directions fist is no joke. If that hero hunter appears before me, just watch how I make him roll over in defeat." "Ah, he is here. Hungry Wolf." The bragging hero was about to continue boasting about how powerful his martial arts were. But when he saw the face of the person behind him, his voice trembled in fear. The other two were also looking at Hungry Wolf with terror. Hungry Wolf still bore the wounds from his fight with Vest Saint. After all, the opponent's attacks had indeed hit him hard, so there was no way he was unscathed. Hungry Wolf grinned and said, "I've been listening to you for a while. You seem pretty strong, so I have a question for you. If an attack comes from behind you, how would you defend?" Hungry Wolf calmly looked at the three in front of him, and although he was just looking, the three were already scared to the point of losing control. Then, several screams echoed down the street. Oh my God." In the uninhabited area of City Z, Fang Xian and the others were also listening to Kalanzi detail his injuries and the reasons for coming here, the process, and the developments. "So, the Hungry Wolf you mentioned is the one reported in the morning news as the so-called hunting hero?" After listening to Kalanzi's account, Saitama caught the keywords in Kalanzi's statements, while he directly ignored the rest. "And this guy has defeated an S-class hero? If that's the case, he'll be looking for me soon, right?" "Yes, it must be like that," Saitama said very confidently, according to his understanding of the script. After Hungry Wolf finishes challenging all the S-class heroes, he will come to him for a life-and-death battle. One can only say that the script Saitama imagined is indeed beautiful. Although his hero level has risen to A-class compared to the original work, this guy is only at the end of A-class, and his title is not as prominent as other A-class heroes. According to the target selection rules of Hungry Wolf's hunting hero, Saitama is completely outside his range. After all, in Hungry Wolf's view, the A-class hero bald cape guy is just a weakling with a name that's hard to listen to. After hearing Saitama's words, Cha Lanzi warned him seriously. Hey, you must not underestimate Hungry Wolf. Although this guy is a traitor to the sect, Master Bongu has said that this guy is the strongest martial art genius he has ever seen, and he has already mastered the flowing rock-crushing fist to a significant level. This is a conclusion I personally came to after enduring a complete set of flowing rock-crushing fist techniques from him. His momentum and the fluidity of his moves are not at all inferior to Master Bongu. Although Saitama is an A-class hero, Cha Lanzi does not believe he can defeat Hungry Wolf. Wait a minute, you just said you took a full set of flowing rock-crushing fists from Hungry Wolf. That doesn't make sense. With your strength, you should have been knocked unconscious by one punch. Fang Xian also noticed the loophole in Cha Lanzi's words. Hey, what do you mean by with my strength? I would be knocked unconscious by one punch. Is my strength that poor? After Cha Lanzi finished speaking, he looked at the others with dissatisfaction. Genos, Saitama, Fang Xian, Tornado, and Fubuki all nodded in unison and said, Yeah, you're weak. Don't underestimate me, okay? I am the chief disciple of the flowing rock-crushing fist and the only direct disciple of the current S-class ranked 3rd silver Fang Bongu, Cha Lanzi. Seeing that the five had such a poor evaluation of him, Cha Lanzi stood up excitedly to introduce himself. Genos said, Didn't you just say that Hungry Wolf is also a disciple of Silver Fang? How can you be the only one? Upon hearing Genos' words, Cha Lanzi immediately retorted, Didn't I say? That guy's a traitor, got it? Understand? Moreover, that guy's extremely powerful, especially martial arts. Watching Cha Lanzi grow more excited as he spoke, Fang Xian also responded, All right, I got it. You're right. Come on, you're not even listening. Meanwhile, Saitama, after hearing the word martial arts from Cha Lanzi again, asked, What do you mean by martial arts? Regarding Saitama's question, Cha Lanzi was instantly at a loss for words. By the way, when you came to our dojo last time, the teacher demonstrated the flowing rock-crushing fist for you. And you still don't know what martial arts techniques are? Listening to Cha Lanzi, Saitama solemnly said, Hey, that's not the same thing. Our dojo, Master Bongu, doesn't he do things for this kind of reason? Cha Lanzi pointed at the bald Saitama and said, Can this dim-witted guy really do it? You know, even S-class heroes. Before Cha Lanzi could finish, Fang Xian said, Don't worry, Saitama's strength is no weaker than mine. Then, as the only direct disciple of Silver Fang Bongu, Cha Lanzi began to explain martial arts techniques in the simplest terms so that everyone could understand. Why use simple terms? Because Saitama wouldn't understand those martial arts professional terms at all. If the physical qualities and strengths of two people are similar, then the one who knows martial arts will almost certainly defeat the one who doesn't. That is, the one who doesn't know martial arts will completely lose. And sometimes martial arts can even enable the weak to defeat the strong. Cha Lanzi tried his best to explain the effectiveness of martial arts so that Saitama could understand. Kalanzi is lucky because Saitama recently wanted to find a martial arts expert to fight, apart from Fang Xian. So he showed a bit of interest in the martial arts tournament he mentioned. In the dark underground world of City Z, although it is pitch black, it is a paradise for monsters, the Monster Association. As the name suggests, almost all members living here are monsters, and unlike the human world, the monster world only abides by one truth: the strong are the boss. There are no laws, no rules, and money and power are not valued. Everything is decided by strength. The new plan is like this: who doesn't understand? A huge, fat monster with only one eye looked at the cadres of the Monster Association in front of him and asked, We understand, but I have a question. Why should we do as you say? Said the black sperm. Indeed, the one who just explained the plan is the strategist of the Monster Association, Dajiong Yen, who is second only to the leader, Dashi. This guy has abilities similar to that of clairvoyance and can control gravity with telekinesis. The one who just countered Dajiong Yen was a dark and slimy creature, looking quite disgusting and not very tall, but speaking with a very arrogant tone. Dajiong Yen looked at the one questioning him, but had no rebuttal. Only calmly said, Black sperm, this is not my decision. It is the decision of the Monster King, Dashi. If you have any objections, you can go talk to His Majesty Dashi. Upon hearing Dajiong Yen mentioned Shi, Black sperm showed a look of trepidation and fell silent. So, does anyone else have objections? If not, let us proceed with the plan. Remember, don't do anything unnecessary. The purpose of this operation is just to make humans understand our existence and to choke the vital lifeline of the Hero Association. Also, be aware that you must act secretly during this operation, especially in the unmanned areas above us. When passing through there, keep a low profile, and do not let those two inside notice you, or the consequences will be unimaginable. Hearing Da Jiongyan's words, the monsters executing this plan were quite puzzled. The previously dissatisfied Black Sperm asked, Da Jiongyan, what do you mean by this? Z City is our monster association's territory. Why should we act low-key in our own backyard? I don't want to either, but there are two humans in that place that we currently cannot provoke. Over the past few years, I have sent several batches of monsters to test their strength, but without exception, those monsters were killed without even enduring a single move from them. Therefore, to ensure the success of this operation and to avoid unnecessary trouble, we must avoid attracting the attention of those two. Their strength is beyond what we can imagine. Black Sperm frowned, unconvinced. But we're the Monster Association. How could any human be stronger than us? Da Jiongyan, are you overestimating them? Da Jiongyan glanced at Black Sperm and coldly replied, if you don't believe it, feel free to try. But I must warn you, if you attract the attention of those two due to your carelessness, not only will you die a miserable death, but it will also bring great disaster to the entire Monster Association. No ads, fastest updates. To avoid losing content, please download, experience an ad-free reading app. Adu free novel app. Hearing this, Saitama raised his hand and asked, can I interrupt? Who is the Vest Monarch? That's the one who was beaten the worst in the news reports. The one who was knocked down and knocked out by you with a kick when he stood up for his little brother and later apologized to us. Do you remember now, Saitama? Fang Xian explained. Indeed, after Fang Xian said this, Saitama clapped his hands and suddenly realized, oh, so it's that guy. Kalanzi looked at Saitama in front of him and couldn't help but complain. Come on, no matter how you put it, the Vest Monarch is still an S-class hero. Can't you remember others' hero names properly? After Saitama remembered who the Vest Monarch was, Kalanzi further asked, now, how did the Hungry Wolf defeat the Vest Monarch? Who has better physical qualities than him? That's right, it's just as you think. Did the Vest Monarch underperform? No. I think it should be that the Hungry Wolf overperformed. Hearing Fang Xian and Saitama's responses, Kalanzi, who had just explained that the reason the Vest Monarch lost to the Hungry Wolf in their battle was due to the Hungry Wolf's martial arts skills, was quite frustrated. He felt like he was talking to two aliens. Hey, it's obviously not the case. Were you two even listening to me? Can your brains follow my topic? It's martial arts techniques. Hey, Kalanzi felt like his head was about to explode, thinking that these two guys must be doing it on purpose. Although a bit angry, considering that he needed something from them, Kalanzi took a deep breath to calm down and continued, through martial arts techniques. The kind of unstructured attacks like those of the Vest Monarch are easily defeated in front of the Hungry Wolf. In a fight, he might gain some initial advantage, but once the fight drags on, the opponent will quickly discover his flaws. Moreover, a martial arts genius like the Hungry Wolf only needs to see the Vest Monarch's attack style, wants to completely see through it. So this is why, in the later stages of their fight, neither the Vest Monarch's normal attacks nor punches or grapples were effective against the Hungry Wolf. In other words, the Hungry Wolf is different from those monsters who only rely on brute force. He knows how to use the least amount of force to defeat his opponent, especially when facing a human hero. Listening to Kalanzi's words, Fang Xian was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect this seemingly talentless Kalanzi in martial arts to have such insights. After all, he was also a practitioner of Turtle Sage martial arts and could naturally understand what the other party was talking about. Meanwhile, Saitama listened to Kalanzi's explanation and became a bit interested in martial arts. Hey, Kalanzi, from what you're saying, martial arts techniques seem quite impressive. My name is Kalanzi. Didn't you just call me by my name a moment ago? And martial arts are definitely very powerful. As he spoke, Kalanzi became even more excited. So if I want to experience martial arts techniques, do you have any connections? If you say that, you really asked the right person. After answering Saitama's question, Kalanzi, who had been completely healed by the Senza beans, immediately jumped up, assuming the starting stance of the flowing rock-breaking fist, ready to demonstrate to Saitama. Now, let me, the only disciple of Teacher Bongu, the current martial arts master, Kalanzi, show you the charm of martial arts techniques. Looking at the eager Kalanzi, Saitama, who had just become interested, instantly lost interest. Hey, what does that expression of yours mean? Kalanzi looked at Saitama's disbelieving expression and once again became excited. Saitama turned his gaze to Fang Xian and said, Fang Xian, it seems like you always use martial arts when we fight. Could you teach me? Fang Xian nodded and replied, no problem. Let's go outside. After saying that, Fang Xian grabbed Saitama and Lanzi and performed an instantaneous transfer. In the wilderness, this was a place where Fang Xian often practiced. At this moment, Fang Xian, Saitama, and Lanzi stood here. Lanzi looked at Fang Xian and thought to himself, although you are the strongest warrior, so what? I'm talking about martial arts, do you understand? Being the strongest warrior is impressive, but can you blow up the earth? Despite these thoughts, the more he considered it, the more he felt that Fang Xian was indeed quite remarkable. Fang Xian looked at Saitama and asked, by the way, Saitama, do you want to see the kind of martial arts? Saitama thought for a moment and said, how about you demonstrate the flowing fist that Lanzi just mentioned? It's the flowing rock-smashing fist. Upon hearing Saitama's words, Lanzi interjected, although Mr. Fang Xian is the strongest S-rank hero, if you want to see the flowing rock-smashing fist, I suggest you go find my teacher, Bungu. After all, he is a figure who has reached the pinnacle of martial arts. But isn't it a bit troublesome to bother an old man? Saitama rejected Lanzi's suggestion, as he regarded Bungu as just an elderly man, and the titles others held, like martial arts masters or Silver Fang, were merely accolades that came after the old man. Hey, what do you mean by that? Teacher Bungu is a master in the martial arts world, okay? For someone like you, a novice in martial arts, it's best to start from the most basic stances, then incorporate techniques like floor sweeping during training, and later practice the paths of boxing, advancing to the speed of floor sweeping. Listening to Lanzi, Saitama complained, why does your training method always involve floor sweeping? Besides, even if you train like that, aren't you still a rookie? Even though your strength is a bit stronger than mine. Could you not call me a rookie? I've been studying with Teacher Bungu for a long time, okay? Saitama ignored Lanzi and continued to ask Fang Xian, can you demonstrate that flowing fist? Sure, that's not difficult. Saying this, Fang Xian began to warm up. This fist technique was not hard for Fang Xian. After watching Bungu's demonstration the last time at the dojo, he had already learned it. Upon hearing Fang Xian say that the flowing rock-smashing fist was not difficult, Lanzi excitedly exclaimed, what do you mean not difficult? Hey, this is the flowing rock-smashing fist, okay? Can you show some respect? But before he could finish, Fang Xian, after warming up, assumed the starting posture of the flowing rock-smashing fist and immediately began to execute the moves. Watching Fang Xian perform the flowing rock-smashing fist, Lanzi was shocked to the core. How is this possible? His eyes widened in disbelief. The flowing rock-smashing fist executed by Fang Xian, in terms of speed, strength, and rhythm, completely surpassed anyone he had ever seen, including the traitorous Hungry Wolf and his teacher Bungu. Every movement was as smooth as flowing water, containing the power to shatter rocks, seemingly gentle yet hiding deadly intent. Lanzi felt that all his previous pride and self-satisfaction were completely shattered in that moment. After Fang Xian finished the last move of the flowing rock-smashing fist, Lanzi's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. Seeing that Fang Xian had finished the flowing rock-smashing fist, Lanzi hurried over and asked, How did you learn the flowing rock-smashing fist? Fang Xian replied nonchalantly, last time I was invited by Mr. Bungu to the dojo for beef. He demonstrated it once, and then I learned it. Was it really that hard? After hearing Fang Xian's words, Lanzi felt as if 2 atomic bombs had exploded in his heart, shocked beyond belief. In an unknown park, a watermelon-headed little boy was sitting alone, as usual, flipping through his favorite hero roster. The reason he was alone was that his appearance resembled that of a couch potato, so he was completely disregarded by other kids, leading him to develop a habit of praying for heroes to come after being bullied. Today was no different. After being bullied by a group of kids, he came to this park and took out his favorite hero roster. However, today was somewhat different because a young man with white hair was sitting next to the boy. Uncle, this person is the S-rank hero king, known as the strongest man. And look, Uncle, this is the current strongest hero in the hero world, ranked 0 in S-rank Fang Xian. The little boy pointed at Fang Xian's picture in the roster, happily telling the white-haired young man, oh, so this guy is the strongest among the S-ranks. Got it. And hey kid, I'm not an uncle. Huh, you're not? But your hair is all white. Hearing the young man's words, the little boy looked surprised, as he thought only older people had white hair. This is my natural white hair. Forget it. You're just a little brat. You wouldn't understand. This white-haired young man was none other than Hungry Wolf, who had recently defeated the Vestige Elder. His injuries had all healed, but after a series of battles, Hungry Wolf realized he needed to gather some intelligence on heroes. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to find strong heroes. Recently, he had only been encountering rookie heroes, and he couldn't get stronger that way. Then the little boy continued to introduce Fang Xian to Hungry Wolf. Mr. Fang Xian's strength has reportedly been recognized unanimously by other S-rank heroes. He even defeated the alien leader during the recent alien invasion incident, saving the Earth. TSH, so according to you, I should thank him? Hearing the little boy's words, Hungry Wolf clearly showed some disdain, as he hated the title of Great Hero, saving the world. Uncle, Mr. Fang Xian is very low-key and has never boasted about this. To this, Hungry Wolf remained unimpressed. This is A-rank hero Kian. His teacher is the 4th-ranked S-rank hero, Atomic Samurai. Kian was originally ranked 2nd in A-rank. But because he was injured in the recent battle with extraterrestrial beings, he can only rank 3rd now. This person is A-rank hero Raijin Genji. He often patrols near my home. Uncle, look, I even have his autograph. An autograph? I want one too. Hungry Wolf echoed the little boy's words. But what did he want the autograph for? Hey, can I borrow this book for a few days? Huh? No. Uncle, this book is very important to me. Leaning on a park bench, Hungry Wolf was chatting with the little boy, completely lacking the demeanor of a hero hunter, looking more like a street thug teasing a child. Can I borrow it, even for a bit? So stingy. Wait, is this information about monsters? Hungry Wolf noticed some illustrations of monsters in a roster, and then asked, well, these are all records of the unresolved matters of those strange people. Quite terrifying. The Hungry Wolf took the roster from the little boy's hands and said, isn't it cool to take a photo? Don't you think it's awesome? The little boy, hearing the Hungry Wolf's words, looked at him with a puzzled expression and said, huh? Uncle, your interest is really twisted. After that, the Hungry Wolf flipped through the roster again and handed it back to the little boy, standing up and saying, all right, kid, it's time to go home. It's getting late and night is coming. Is there a problem at night? The Hungry Wolf replied without looking back. Night is for adults. As he spoke, the Hungry Wolf recalled the information he had seen in the hero roster and thought to himself, if what this little brat has on the roster is correct, the A-rank hero DragonBall is probably showing off his hip-hop talent at the KTV right now. That's right. The Hungry Wolf had set his sights on the A-rank hero DragonBall. The little boy then went home, and the Hungry Wolf cracked his wrist and said, next, it's hunting time. In City Z, at Fang Xian's home, Fang Xian had just used teleportation to send Kalanzi back to Bongu's dojo and return home. At that moment, he was sitting on the sofa with Saitama, looking at the contestant ticket that Kalanzi had given him for the martial arts tournament. Since the registration period for the martial arts tournament had already passed, Kalanzi had no choice but to give his contestant ticket to Saitama. However, the ticket had Kalanzi's name on it, and he was also registered online as Kalanzi, which put Saitama in a bit of a dilemma. Genos was beside them, busily taking important notes. Indeed, this was something that couldn't be taken lightly. By the way, Fang Xian, do you have any way to make me look like Kalanzi temporarily? Saitama asked Fang Xian seriously. Fang Xian looked at Saitama's bald head, then thought about Kalanzi's thick hair, and shook his head, saying, I can't help with that. Kalanzi is not only mediocre in strength, but also completely unremarkable in appearance. Wait, unremarkable in appearance, I know what to do. With that, Fang Xian had a good idea. Saitama curiously asked, what good idea? Fang Xian replied, you just need a wig that matches Kalanzi's hair color to solve this problem. A wig? Oh, that makes sense, Fang Xian. Saitama clapped his hands, acknowledging Fang Xian's words. Indeed, as long as Saitama wore a wig that matched Kalanzi's hair color and paired it with his expressionless face, no one would probably care about other details. After all, the focus of the martial arts tournament is martial arts, not appearance. Fang Xian, with your handsome looks, just walking down the street and doing something casually would probably attract a lot of attention. But for me, I would be the kind of character that others wouldn't pay any attention to at all. Indeed, in this aspect, you can't compare to me. Listening to Saitama, Fang Xian felt something was off, but also thought it made sense. After Saitama decided to wear a wig to participate in the martial arts tournament in place of Kalanzi, he dragged Fang Xian out to buy a wig. As for Genos, he still needed to take notes, so he stayed behind. At night, inside a KTV, yo, check it out, I am A-rank hero DragonBall. I don't play ball every night. I love to pull my slingshot ball, yo. Who is singing? Something seems off. Forget it. After finishing an impromptu and brilliant rap, DragonBall sat back in his seat, took a sip of his drink, and looked contentedly at the lines he had come up with on stage today. The words he came up with today were really good. Just then, a young man with white hair walked over and countered DragonBall's words. Is it good? I think it's really terrible. The speaker was the Hungry Wolf, and DragonBall's gaze towards him changed noticeably. But he didn't speak and just continued to listen to the Hungry Wolf. Unexpectedly, he actually encountered A-rank hero DragonBall here. Come out. I have something to discuss with you. After hearing the Hungry Wolf's words, Golden Ball simply picked up the microphone and said, "Sure, but I want to sing a song first." Unfortunately, the hungry wolf clearly didn't want to listen. With a swift motion, the hungry wolf slashed, and the microphone in Golden Ball's hand was cut in half. After a flash of lightning and sparks, the microphone ended its brief life. Hey, vandalizing public property requires double compensation. Golden Ball looked at the hungry wolf and continued. The hungry wolf, growing impatient with Golden Ball's chatter, said, "If you keep talking so much, I don't mind fighting you right here." At that moment, a female server who was about to step forward to mention the compensation saw the atmosphere getting tense and hesitated to approach, only looking at Golden Ball and saying, "Mr. Golden Ball, what do you think about this?" Golden Ball calmly replied to the female server, "Don't worry, I'll help you get the compensation." Then he turned to the hungry wolf and said, "Let's go to the parking lot nearby. It's relatively quiet there, and it's more convenient to talk." Golden Ball and the hungry wolf walked a few minutes before arriving at a small alley. Golden Ball pointed at the alley ahead and said, "Cross through this alley, and you'll reach the parking lot." Seeing Golden Ball's calm expression, the hungry wolf assumed this guy was bold because of his skills and didn't suspect anything, taking the lead into the alley. After all, listening to Golden Ball's rap all the way here nearly drove him crazy. He thought he must hit this kid a few more times just to vent his frustration. The hungry wolf was thinking as he entered the alley, while Golden Ball followed behind and continued talking. "By the way, are you my hip-hop fan? If so, don't cause trouble for the staff, okay? Just pay up. Idiot, can't you tell why I'm looking for you in this situation? You're such a fool." The hungry wolf answered dismissively, looking at Golden Ball with disdain. "All right, I almost forgot. Sometimes there are a few overconfident punks who come to test their strength against me, right? But let's forget about that, because those guys always end up getting taught a harsh lesson by me. Of course, don't think I look like this. I'm actually quite popular with women." It was then that the hungry wolf realized that the Golden Ball in front of him was a complete chatterbox. They had only walked a short distance, and the other party had been talking nonstop. However, one thing the hungry wolf did not expect was that Golden Ball's acting skills were very good. Walking in front, the hungry wolf, with his keen martial arts training over the years, instantly sensed an imminent threat. In a critical moment, the hungry wolf instinctively turned his head to the left. Swish! A sharp stream of air passed by, and a metal bullet grazed the hungry wolf's cheek at almost zero distance, causing blood to seep from the wound. The hungry wolf looked back at Golden Ball in disbelief. "TSK, what a pity. I thought this strike would at least seriously injure you, if not kill you, thus taking away your combat ability." After putting down the specially made metal slingshot, the Golden Ball said with a face full of regret, "No ads, the fastest updates. To avoid losing content during transfer, please come and experience the ad-free reading app, Love Reading Free Novels." As for how he was able to see through the opponent's attack, which exceeded the speed of a bullet in such a dim place, it was simple. He just needed to predict the opponent's movements when they raised their hands. From now on, the hungry wolf began to take things seriously and would not be as careless as before. Looking at the now serious hungry wolf, the Golden Ball couldn't help but swallow hard, and once again pulled back the specially made slingshot, preparing to launch another attack. In the bustling street of the city, with people coming and going, in the absence of any disasters, everything seemed so prosperous, with shop windows filled with a dazzling array of goods, attracting passersby to stop and take a look. The street food stalls emitted enticing aromas, making one drool. People gathered in groups of 3 or 5 chatting or immersed in the hustle and bustle of the city alone. Whoosh! Suddenly, a bald man and a young man appeared on the street. No ads, the fastest updates. To avoid losing content during transfer, please come and experience the ad-free reading app, Love Reading Free Novels. Due to the hungry wolf's learning ability and exceptional physical fitness, his attacks had no effect. He also knew that he couldn't go on like this, or he would certainly be defeated like the vest-wearing sage. So he decided to use his special move, which was a memory metal bullet that could penetrate a 20-centimeter iron plate. After fully pulling back the slingshot in his hand and loading the memory metal bullet, he aimed at the hungry wolf. The outcome was decided. It was over. Whoosh! Accompanied by the Golden Ball's firm shout, the memory metal bullet shot out like an arrow from a bow, cutting through the air with a sharp, piercing sound. Under the dim light of the alley, the metal bullet gleamed coldly as it rushed towards the hungry wolf. But unexpectedly, the memory metal bullet, which the Golden Ball was proud of for being able to penetrate 25 centimeters of steel, was swatted away by the hungry wolf with a single hand. How is this possible? To easily knock away my memory metal bullet that can penetrate 25 centimeters. The golden ball was quite flustered at this moment and instantly fired off the remaining memory metal bullets. Flowing water, rock, crushing fist. The hungry wolf looked at the incoming attack and used the flowing water rock crushing fist. Soon, all the golden ball's attacks were swatted away. The hungry wolf looked at the golden ball and said, "What you said just now is indeed correct. The outcome is decided. It should be over." After saying that, the hungry wolf charged the golden ball, settling both new and old scores. As for what the old grudge was, it naturally referred to the grudge from being disturbed by the golden ball in the KTV. But just then, a white handkerchief was thrown out. Upon seeing the handkerchief, the hungry wolf also stopped in his tracks and quickly took a few steps back. "I arrived at the store at the agreed time, but you were not there. I thought you forgot about our drinking appointment." A bearded man stood in front of the golden ball, and the hungry wolf recognized the man's appearance from the information he had seen in the little boy's manual. Is this the A-class hero, Spring Mustache, who is almost inseparable from the A-class hero? You seem to know quite well. You must be the rumored hero hunter recently, right? Congratulations, you got it right. As a reward, I will destroy you along with that guy next to you. Spring Mustache tossed the handkerchief up and then transformed it into a sharp rapier. After gripping the rapier, Spring Mustache lunged at the hungry wolf. Swish, swish, swish. Spring Mustache's rapier drew several cold glimmers in the air, just as the sword was thrust forward. The hungry wolf used the flowing water rock crushing fist to counter all of it, with the sound of fists meeting swords ringing out crisply. To be honest, in terms of swordplay, Spring Mustache was indeed quite good. Although he hadn't reached the level of Atomic Samurai, he was also among the best sword users today. After a bout, Spring Mustache and the hungry wolf separated, and then the two began to flatter each other. No wonder you were able to defeat the S-class hero. Vest hero, it seems you really have some skills. Don't worry, you and that funny guy will soon be knocked down by me, just like that guy. It seemed that this was not just mutual flattery. Spring Mustache, this guy's leg was just hit by my attack. He should not be very mobile now. Let's go together. The golden ball hurriedly shared his information with Spring Mustache. I see, I understand. Although taking advantage of the situation lacks gentlemanly demeanor. There's no need to be gentlemanly with someone like you. With that, Spring Mustache raised the sword in his hand. But now there was a small problem. The surrounding environment was very unfriendly to him, so he was thinking quickly. This place is too narrow. It is very unfriendly for me, who is good at using a rapier. Many of my moves will likely be difficult to execute. But that doesn't mean I don't have a chance. Being good at thinking is Spring Mustache's second most powerful weapon after swordplay. However, as a battle genius, the hungry wolf clearly also sensed this. Looking at the sword marks on the surrounding walls, the hungry wolf taunted. It seems that the terrain here is very unfavorable for you. Spring Mustache pointed the upright rapier at the hungry wolf and said, "So what? I'm already confident that I can defeat you." After saying that, Spring Mustache swung the rapier again and charged forward. Due to the narrow terrain, his attack could only be thrust forward. The hungry wolf, who had just accidentally been hit on the left foot by the golden ball, could have used agile footwork to dodge the attack, but now he could only awkwardly try to evade. Slashing. Although the hungry wolf moved quickly, he was still grazed by the tip of Spring Mustache's sword, blood seeping out from the cut. Good reaction, but just good enough. Seeing his attack succeed, Spring Mustache revealed a triumphant smile. Looking at the retreating hungry wolf, Spring Mustache naturally did not intend to give up this great opportunity, and the rapier in his hand pursued at that moment. The surrounding walls were once again marked by the sword. The fierce attack from Spring Mustache caught the hungry wolf by surprise. Strange, even to defeat me, he shouldn't be using this level of attack, unless he is doing this on purpose. I see. Then as you wish, I will satisfy you. In an instant, the hungry wolf's face revealed an expression of having mastered everything. He had completely figured out what the opponent wanted to do. Immediately, the hungry wolf pretended to be cornered and jumped up. Seeing his plan succeed, Spring Mustache also retracted his rapier and then calmly aimed at the place where the hungry wolf would land, saying, "It seems you have fallen into my trap. All right, the outcome of this battle is decided. Take this. Stiples explosion wave." The spring-bearded man took half a step forward, simultaneously extending the fencing sword in his hand, enhancing its penetration and attack range. In his view, the injured hungry wolf leg was currently suspended in midair, unable to exert force, and the outcome was already very clear. The opponent would definitely be hit by his step without explosion attack. And indeed, as the spring-bearded man anticipated, the hungry wolf was pierced by the fencing sword in his hand under the spring-bearded man's gaze. With a SZZ, The hungry wolf's hand was pierced by the fencing sword, blood instantly staining the sword. But even so, the hungry wolf did not stop. He smiled knowingly, seizing the opportunity, and with a descending momentum, struck the spring-bearded man away, rendering him unconscious. "Oomph, do you think I fell into your trap?" "No, you were too naive. The one who fell into the trap is you. As a hero, all your moves, tricks, and attack characteristics have been recorded in the heroic register. Once I learned that your ultimate move is a long-range attack like Step without explosion, it wasn't hard to guess your intentions." As the hungry wolf spoke, he calmly pulled out the sword that had pierced his palm, not even furrowing his brow. "It seems I can handle characters skilled in swordsmanship now. This guy is just like you, Golden Ball, too full of himself." Watching his good brother being knocked down, the Golden Ball, who had been idle on the side, could only find some verbal ground to stand on. After all, if it weren't for the spring-bearded man's timely arrival, he would probably be the one lying on the ground now. "Don't get too cocky. Someone will take care of you." Hearing Golden Ball's words, the hungry wolf became somewhat excited and replied, "If what you say is true, I will keep getting stronger until I defeat all the heroes. If you don't want to keep feeling so proud, then come and defeat me. I look forward to the arrival of someone who can defeat me. But I'm very clear now that person will not be you, Golden Ball." As the hungry wolf stepped closer, Golden Ball felt a bit breathless, knowing he was no match for the hungry wolf. When the hungry wolf stood in front of Golden Ball, he raised his fist and said, "Remember to tell the others about me. I will defeat every hero in your hero association." Bang! After saying that, the hungry wolf punched Golden Ball in the face, and then his fists rained down like a storm on Golden Ball's face. After all, this kid had been quite annoying to him before. Thus, A-class hero Golden Ball and A-class hero Spring-Bearded Man were once again defeated by the enemy in a combined confrontation. After knocking Golden Ball unconscious, the hungry wolf finally stopped, kicked Golden Ball away, and leisurely walked out of the alley. A few minutes before the hungry wolf defeated Golden Ball and the Spring-Bearded Man, Fang had awkwardly escaped from that indecent barbershop, drenched in cold sweat. Damn it, I never expected that I, a proud scion, would be driven to this extent by a group of women. Fang adjusted his nearly torn clothes, feeling a bit scared. Luckily, he had run away quickly. If he had stayed any longer, even tempered steel would eventually turn soft. This was no barbershop. It was clearly a brothel. Fang plan to find a wig at the barbershop had failed. On the brightly lit street, a short, greasy middle-aged man was boasting to the two attractive girls beside him, who had impressive figures and good looks, looking like high-class socialites. How to say it? Men always care about face, so it's inevitable that they exaggerate in front of girls to show off their abilities. Hey, the Hero Association must be very profitable, right? The tall girl on the left, with golden hair, tied up, holding a black handbag and wearing bright red lipstick, asked the greasy man. Although this greasy man was useless, he was good at talking, especially in public places like this, knowing what to say and what not to say. How can you say that about the Hero Association? We, the Hero Association, uphold the belief of executing justice, and all our funding comes from various foundations and public support. We also invest all our funds into executing or maintaining justice. However, maintaining peace is very costly. It's almost not enough to spend. So how can you say we are profitable? The greasy man gestured with his fingers, indicating that all of this was for the sake of peace. The golden-haired girl nodded as if she understood, then raised her expensive-looking handbag and asked, "So, buying me this handbag is also for peace?" "Of course." The other girl in a black gauze dress, also a high-class socialite, asked, "So, your frequent visits to our place are also for peace?" "Yes, it's all for peace." The greasy man said this without blushing or feeling guilty at all. It's worth noting that the store the girl in the black gauze dress mentioned was not an ordinary place. Spending a night there could cost hundreds of thousands. So, even in bright places, there will be several parasites who twist the truth to satisfy their own needs. Even the Hero Association, which is supposed to uphold justice, is no exception. At this moment, the greasy man patted his beer belly and said earnestly, "As a staff member of the Hero Association, spending time with you is a necessary expense. After all, people like us, standing on the front lines against evil, need to release stress and relax appropriately to ensure we have enough energy to face the disasters that may happen at any time." Relaxation? Huh. By that logic, you should come to my place to relax every day. The two socialites naturally wouldn't miss out on this big spender. Although he wasn't good looking, he was rich. That's for sure, definitely. The greasy man looked at the two beauties in front of him, feeling a stir in his heart, wanting to do something else. "Oh, I just thought of something. I'm quite familiar with A-class hero Mask's sweetheart. Next time, I'll bring him along." The girl in the black gauze dress visibly became excited upon hearing this, covering her mouth and saying, "Really? I'm a huge fan of his." But the other girl with golden hair showed little interest and said flatly, "Compared to a handsome guy like him, I actually prefer someone like Mr. Fang. After all, the strongest warrior sounds very reassuring. I can't take it anymore. Just thinking about it makes me weak in the knees." The greasy man was clearly skilled at socializing, smiling as he boasted, "What a coincidence. I'm also friends with Fang, and we have a very good relationship. Next time, I'll bring you to meet him." Although Fang's identity was only recently revealed, his strength and achievements have spread online. With his powerful abilities, especially among the female demographic, Fang's popularity is on par with that of handsome idols. After all, a sense of security is what women need the most. The greasy uncle also planned to take advantage of Fang's name to enjoy himself, as boasting isn't illegal. Sure enough, when the greasy uncle mentioned he knew Fang, the blonde girl immediately lit up and said, "Really? I'm a huge fan of Master Fang." The greasy uncle smiled and said, "Of course, but if you want me to invite them both, it could be quite troublesome. If you could kiss me right now, I might consider it." Upon hearing the greasy uncle's words, the two girls hesitated. They were just the type of girls who engaged in social interactions, relying on their outstanding figures and looks, and were the kind that only sold their talents, not themselves. Of course, if the customer was someone truly exceptional, like a super strong S-class hero like Fang, it wouldn't be impossible for other things to happen. But now, they were faced with a greasy uncle, which made them hesitant. Should they kiss or not? Is what you said true? Just as the girl in the black tulle skirt hesitated, the blonde girl, who was a fan of Fang, clearly wavered. Seeing that the previously unresponsive blonde girl was about to be won over, the greasy uncle was ready to press his advantage. However, before he could speak, another voice answered for him. "Of course it's true. Right, old friend?" Upon hearing the voice, the greasy uncle turned his head, and when he saw the person behind him, his eyes widened, and his whole body began to tremble. "Why, you are Mr. Fang." The two girls exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the person behind them. It was indeed Fang, who was looking for a wig and was about to ask a passerby where to find one when he suddenly overheard the conversation and heard his name mentioned. Out of curiosity, he approached to listen and found that this greasy man was boasting under the guise of being his friend. The middle-aged man, who was looking at Fang, was nearly scared to death, as he was an employee of the Hero Association and certainly recognized Fang. Subsequently, as the two girls were surprised, Fang raised his hand and the greasy, overweight uncle was lifted off the ground, soaring into the sky, aiming to be shoulder to shoulder with the moon. Then Fang used telekinesis to make him rapidly fall back down. Although the screams were getting closer, Fang didn't turn around to look at the man who claimed to be his old friend. Instead, he continued to use telekinesis to throw him back up just before he was about to hit the ground. Fang calmly explained to the two girls, who were gaping, "Don't worry, this is just a daily routine between me and an old friend." Fang whispered like a demon, while the middle-aged, greasy uncle was nearly wetting himself from the endless cycle of free-falling. "I'm so sorry, Master Fang." I shouldn't have used your name to deceive people." I was wrong. Please let me go." On the bustling street, screams echoed from the air. The screams continued on the street. After countless rounds of free-fall, the greasy uncle had regained a feeling of youthfulness, though saying youthful might not be quite right, as this uncle was not only cold-hearted but also had cold blood, and, on top of that, there was an unknown liquid that had escaped from his pants due to fear. Besides all this, the wig that was covering his bald spot had also fallen off. When Fang thought it was enough, he allowed the greasy uncle to fall from safe height, dispersing his superpower, ensuring he wouldn't die but would definitely feel pain. Fang's actions could be considered quite righteous, as he not only helped the already corrupted, greasy uncle realize his shortcomings in upholding justice, but also allowed him to experience a feeling of passion that he had never felt in the first half of his life, all while helping the two girls who almost went astray. After contemplating, Fang felt there was nothing particularly wrong with it. Of course, upon seeing that the greasy uncle had deeply recognized his mistakes, Fang let him go. However, before the greasy man left, Fang still asked where he bought his wig. After defeating the A-class heroes Spring, Mustache, and Golden Ball, the Hungry Wolf, after simply tending to his wounds, was very excited as he walked down the street. After all, he had defeated 2 A-class heroes at once and learned some combat knowledge, which he considered progress, so the Hungry Wolf was naturally happy. Soon he stopped at a place that sold wigs and looked at his injured hand, saying, "All right, next I need to heal this wound, and then I can challenge an S-class hero. Haha, just wait. Heroes, I will become stronger. Although he had injuries on his hands, the hungry wolf still carelessly clenched his fists, his eyes filled with confidence in his strength. Whether it was the already well-practiced flowing fragmentary rock fist or his excellent combat talent and terrifying learning ability, they all accelerated the hungry wolf's growth like a chemical reagent. As long as he continued to fight strong enemies like this, there was no doubt that the hungry wolf would become an extremely terrifying individual. I, hungry wolf, will definitely become the strongest monster, he shouted like a typical delusional teenager. However, just as the hungry wolf was immersed in his own world, a voice came from behind him. Found you. Upon hearing the voice, the highly alert hungry wolf sensed the person speaking behind him. But what terrified him was that the person had approached him silently and managed to do so without being detected. After all, he hadn't felt any signs of being followed before. This meant that the person behind him was definitely stronger than him. Is it a pursuer? With that, the hungry wolf turned to look, and upon seeing the man's appearance, his eyes widened in shock because this man was none other than Fang, the strongest warrior ranked 0 in the S-class hero roster that he had seen earlier that afternoon. The hungry wolf's thoughts raced. He never expected that the Hero Association would act so decisively and send the strongest hero to capture him. At that moment, the hungry wolf felt like he was playing a game of cards, where he just played a 3 and the opponent played a king bomb. Looking at Fang, the hungry wolf thought to himself, I'm definitely not a match for this guy. No, I must quickly escape from here. After a quick assessment, the hungry wolf reached a conclusion. Although he said that, how could he escape in front of this strongest warrior? Just as the hungry wolf was on high alert, staring at Fang, simply walked past him without even giving him a glance. The reason was simple. Fang didn't recognize the hungry wolf. He didn't know that the white-haired young man beside him was the hero hunter. Although Kalanzi had mentioned the hungry wolf to him before, he hadn't provided any visuals. If you were to ask, wasn't he broadcasted on TV? Sorry, Fang didn't like watching the news. So he walked straight into the wig shop. Phew. Luckily, this guy didn't recognize me. Seeing Fang walk directly into the wig shop, the hungry wolf let out a long sigh of relief. Looking at Fang back, the hungry wolf was lost in thought for a moment, and his battle instincts clearly told him that if he had acted just now, he would definitely have been taken down. Just wait, Fang, I will become stronger, and then I will challenge you and defeat you. Looking at Fang entering the wig shop, the hungry wolf silently vowed. But at that moment, a voice came from behind him. Ah, found it. The hungry wolf quickly noticed the person behind him, feeling quite strange about how someone always seemed to sneak up behind him today. When he saw that the person was a blank-faced bald man, the hungry wolf searched his memory and realized that this guy was the A-rank hero. The bottom of the barrel, whom he had seen on the roster of little boys in the afternoon, apparently called Bald Cape Hero. So it turns out to be the bottom of the A-rank heroes. It seems I can still take down an A-rank hero before leaving here. Thinking of this, the hungry wolf looked at the bald man and asked, You are the A-rank hero Bald Cape Hero, right? Yes. Saitama responded expressionlessly upon hearing his hero name called out. After hearing Saitama's words, the hungry wolf laughed loudly. Ah, ha, this is hilarious. A guy like you actually dares to chase me down. Looking at the continuously laughing hungry wolf, Saitama asked in confusion, Are you my fan? What do you mean by that? Although I, the hungry wolf, have not yet become the strongest monster, I am not someone that you, a plain-faced bald man, can catch. If you think you can take advantage of my injury to catch me and make a name for yourself, then you are dead wrong. I am a hungry wolf. After saying this, the hungry wolf took a quick step forward and executed the water-flowing rock fist with a hand chop aimed at Saitama's neck. Thinking that a small character like Saitama would be bedridden for at least 10 days to half a month if hit by his attack. But unfortunately, while his thoughts were full, reality was very cruel. The hungry wolf's attack shattered the ground beneath Saitama's feet, but Saitama himself remained unharmed. Hey, who the hell are you? Are you a punk looking for trouble? Or a guy trying to provoke me? Do you want to intimidate me? Well, I'm not afraid of that. Bang! Saitama countered with a hand chop to the hungry wolf's neck, and this seemingly ordinary hand chop directly knocked the hungry wolf to the ground, causing him to black out instantly. Just before his eyes went dark, he saw the bald man entering the wig shop just like Fang had done, and he was curious about what kind of mysterious place the wig shop was, why two powerful guys had gone inside. When the morning sun shone on the hungry wolf's face, he opened his somewhat bleary eyes and found that he was actually sleeping in a garbage heap, with flies buzzing around him. Buzzing. The hungry wolf waved his hand to drive away the flies crawling on him and struggled to stand up. Looking around at his environment, The hungry wolf was puzzled. Strange. Why am I in a place like this? I clearly remember last night. After defeating the A-rank heroes Golden Ball and Spring Beard, I was walking down the street, and then I encountered. The hungry wolf struggled to recall what happened last night, but when he thought of the crucial moment, his head started to throb painfully. No, I still can't remember. Damn it, what happened last night? Why am I so seriously injured? At this moment, apart from the pain in his head, the hungry wolf also felt a sharp pain in his shoulder, but he was a super tough guy. Even after taking such a hit from Saitama, he managed to remain silent. Regardless of what happened to the hungry wolf, Fang and Saitama successfully dealt with Kalanzi's and Saitama's biggest difference last night: hair. After putting on the brown wig, Saitama became even more ordinary. You could say the previous bald look was at least somewhat distinctive, but now he looked just like a background character. Thus, the two of them arrived at the martial arts competition venue early in the morning to register. Although the ticket given by Kalanzi was an invitation ticket for competitors, they still needed to register on-site, as the organizers needed to verify how many competitors had arrived to facilitate the arrangement of the matches. At the registration site, Fang and Saitama appeared out of thin air at the event. They then approached the registration desk, where Saitama handed the competitor ticket given by Kalanzi to the staff. After receiving the ticket, the staff began to ask, "Name?" "Saitama." Saitama answered without thinking, completely forgetting that he was currently impersonating Kalanzi. Sure enough, upon hearing Saitama's name, the staff's face showed obvious confusion, as the name he mentioned did not match the name on the competitor ticket at all. "Saitama? Strange. Why is the name on your registration ticket Kalanzi?" My name is Saitama. This guy is Kalanzi. He just called me." Seeing that the situation was a bit off, Fang quickly intervened to clarify. Although this sounded a bit strange, Saitama was Kalanzi, Fang was Saitama, so who was Kalanzi? Fortunately, the staff just frowned slightly and did not ask further. The staff compared the photo on the document with the wig-wearing Saitama and found them to be equally ordinary. So it should be fine. Can't you be a bit more serious while working? It's just a wig, and you can't recognize him? All right. Last question. May I ask, Mr. Kalanzi, what martial art style do you practice? Water flow. Just as Saitama was about to say water-flowing rock fist, Fang hurriedly stopped him, as if Saitama revealed the water-flowing rock fist, it would expose them in the upcoming match, and the championship prize would fly away. So the two turned around and whispered to concoct a name, which they then reported to the staff. Upon hearing the name Saitama reported, the staff said in confusion, "Mr. Kalanzi, are you sure your boxing style is chicken flying egg hitting fist?" Due to the oddness of this name, the staff had to confirm, and after receiving Saitama's nod of confirmation, the staff registered the information into the computer and then bowed to Saitama. "That's all, Mr. Kalanzi. I wish you good fortune in the competition." After completing the registration, Fang and Saitama left the place, as the competition wouldn't start for another 3 days. The staff watched Saitama leave and thought to himself, what kind of martial art is chicken flying egg hitting? It sounds ridiculous. He shook his head, dismissing these thoughts, and returned to the registration work. Meanwhile, Fang and Saitama leisurely left the registration office and began to wander around the venue of the martial arts tournament. "Fang, what do you think of the chicken flying egg hitting martial art I made up? Does it sound too fake?" Saitama asked with some concern. "Don't worry, they won't understand it. As long as you don't make any mistakes during the competition, you should be able to fool them," Fang replied casually. He then used instant transmission to take Saitama back to City Z. It must be said that ever since Fang learned instant transmission, it has made traveling much more convenient. In City Z, at Fang home, hey, Fang, let's go fishing. Looking at Tornado's delicate appearance as she looked at him, her little hand patting her arm, Fang who had just returned from signing up with Saitama and was playing a game, put down his game console on the table. Since the martial arts tournament wouldn't start for another 3 days, they basically had nothing significant to do during this time. Overall, even though Fang identity was now exposed, he was still a very laid-back person. This guy neither had the idea of upholding justice like other heroes nor the ambition to unify the earth. He only wanted to cook, play games, tease Tornado, and practice martial arts, enjoying each day peacefully. Of course, occasionally facing off against strong opponents was also a good choice. After all, money could be drawn from the system, and ever since Tornado moved into his house, he hadn't worried about emotional value. As for training, he had Saitama as a sparring partner, and he felt that this was quite good. So, when he heard Tornado suddenly want to go fishing, he curiously asked, "Huh? Why do you suddenly want to go fishing?" Immediately, Tornado took out a flyer she found on the way home after completing a mission that morning. Look, this is the flyer I picked up while doing my task today, Tornado said, handing the flyer to Fang Xian. Fang Xian took the flyer and saw bold letters printed on it. Super fat fish awaiting to be caught. Come fish with friends. The flyer also included a photo of a fisherman with a bountiful catch, looking quite tempting. Seeing the delicious fish printed on the flyer, Fang Xian agreed with Tornado's suggestion. Since they had nothing to do anyway, it wouldn't be a bad thing to go have some fun. After contacting Genos, Saitama, and Fubuki, the group set off fully armed and in high spirits. However, Fang Xian didn't notice that the flyer Tornado brought back was actually dated 6 months ago. The situation at that place was quite different now. In City K, at a certain natural park, due to the frequent appearances of monsters lately. This large theme park, which completely mimicked natural ecology, had become a place that few dare to visit. Within the park's forest and deepwater lake, there are traces of monsters. Since no one had been here for a long time, it had become a home for monsters, with many having their own territories. As time passed, the number of monsters living in the park increased. The park was originally designed to follow an ecological model, leading to extremely complex terrain, which made it incredibly difficult for the Hero Association to distribute forces to eliminate the monsters residing there. Even when they sought help from headquarters, the response was that they wouldn't waste limited hero resources on such matters. Therefore, City K also urged citizens not to go to this park. Over time, it became an ungoverned territory for monsters. If anyone accidentally trespassed into their territory, death would be the only outcome, with no second chances. But what these monsters didn't know was that their good days were about to end today, as several unexpected guests had arrived at the park, and each one was more powerful than the last. With a swoosh, Fang Xian, along with Saitama and the others, appeared in the park. Wow, teacher, the air here is really nice. Fubuki, who was wearing casual clothes for the first time in a while, said after closing her eyes and taking a breath of the fresh air in the park. Beep, beep, beep. Just as they arrived, Genos used his warning system to detect a large number of unknown energy signals in the area and quickly locked onto the positions of these creatures. Teacher Fang Xian. Teacher Saitama. My warning system has detected a large number of unknown creatures hiding in the shadows and observing us. Should I eliminate them all? Genos said seriously, his energy core glowing as he directly entered G4 mode. Hearing Genos, Saitama patted him on the shoulder and said, Don't be so tense. We're just here to fish. Fang Xian also added, That's right, don't be too wound up. It's great to relax sometimes. After hearing both teachers, Genos exited G4 mode and said, Since both teachers said so, as long as they don't intentionally come to cause trouble, I'll let them off for today. Then, Saitama eagerly took off his cheap short-sleeve shirt, revealing his 8-pack abs, and looked at Fang Xian, saying, Fang Xian, let's see who can catch the bigger fish today. Fang Xian also got into the spirit, removing his short sleeves to show off his perfect muscle lines and said, Let's compete then. I won't lose. Tornado, watching the two enthusiastic men, covered her forehead and complained, Why take off your clothes just to fish? It doesn't seem to help catch more fish. It must be said that after hanging out with Fang Xian for a long time, people would unconsciously be influenced by him, becoming more sarcastic. Even the previously aloof and super Tsundere Tornado was no exception. Fang Xian took a small stool, opened the box he had, and took out a fishing rod. This rod was not ordinary. It was a carbon fiber fishing rod Fang Xian specially bought for this fishing trip, so he was sure he could catch a big fish this time. Saitama's fishing rod was quite ordinary in comparison. Then the two sat by the lake, baited their hooks, and cast their lines, waiting for the fish to bite. Tornado, on the other hand, was different. She laid out a large bag of items, including a sun umbrella, a luxury lounge chair, high-end sunscreen, sunglasses, etc., since she was here specifically for a vacation. After setting up the sun umbrella and arranging the lounge chair, Tornado lay back, put on her sunglasses, and began to enjoy her leisurely time. Genos remained alert, watching the surroundings, while Fubuki lay beside her sister. In contrast, Fang Xian and Saitama's joy was very simple. They each enjoyed their own way of competing in this fishing contest. Hey, Saitama, your fishing skills aren't that great, are they? How come you haven't caught a single fish? Fang Xian, who are you to say that? You haven't caught anything either. Wait, I'm about to catch a big fish. Me too. The two were boasting and mocking each other's empty fish baskets, but neither of them was any better off. What they didn't know was that there were no fish in this lake at all. 2 hours later, Saitama and Fang Xian were still fishing on the platform. But until now, they were still empty-handed, which made them both feel a bit insecure. Fang Xian looked at his empty fish basket, the eerily calm water surface, and the fishing rod that showed no signs of life, unsure of what to say. The only comfort was that Saitama beside him was having the same experience. His fish basket was also empty, not even a fry. When you realize you're having a rough time, look around at the people next to you. You might find that everyone is in the same boat. At this point, the competition, which had little hope from the start, had lost all suspense, as both Fang and Saitama were still at a total of 0 fish caught. However, at this moment, they were still unaware that there were no fish in the lake. Tornado, lying on a lounge chair and eating an ice cream of unknown origin, looked at the two still fishing and said helplessly, "Are these two idiots?" Fubuki, hearing her sister's words, asked in confusion, "Sister, why do you say that about teacher Fang and Saitama?" Tornado didn't answer, but pointed with her small hand at a nearby sign that read in large letters, "No fish in the lake. Fishing is futile." This. Fubuki was momentarily speechless after seeing the words on the sign. She then looked at Saitama and Fang who were still fishing, and could only say, "It's okay if they don't catch anything, as long as they are happy." Tornado replied, "I really don't know how they can miss such big words." Saitama was still sitting on the platform, his fishing rod completely still, as if time had frozen. His face bore that signature blank expression, completely oblivious to anything happening around him. Meanwhile, Fang was fishing while silently calculating various possibilities in his mind, trying to figure out why he couldn't catch any fish. Strange, could it be that the bait isn't tasty? Or was my fishing posture wrong? Otherwise, there's no way I can't catch even one. Fang pondered. Although his fishing skills weren't great, they shouldn't be this bad. The current situation left him feeling puzzled. He looked around, trying to find the crux of the problem. Just then, the fishing rod suddenly started to move, and Fang, shedding his previous dejection, shouted excitedly, "Fish, fish, I caught a fish." Fang was happier at this moment than when he had drawn the king punch or instant transmission. Beep, beep, beep. The warning system on Genos, who was on guard nearby, suddenly went off, alerting him to a high-energy creature approaching. Genos glanced at the excited Saitama and Fang nodded, and said, "You two teachers have your own battle. I'll 1T disturb you. I should be able to handle the nearby creatures alone." With that thought, Genos quietly left. As for Tornado and Fubuki, they looked at the excited two in confusion, as the sign clearly stated there were no fish. What were they catching? Saitama glanced at Fang and then at his own fishing rod, thinking to himself, "Since Fang has caught one, I should be close too." Fang pulled hard, and with a tremendous force pulling back, he knew he had won this competition. Saitama, the outcome is decided. As Fang pulled the fishing rod out of the water, everyone's attention was drawn to his movements, all eyes on him. Under the watchful gaze, a gigantic, deep-sea creature bit onto the fishing rod and was pulled up. Looking at what he had caught, which was not a fish but a monster, Fang heart raced with countless thoughts of frustration. The deep-sea creature, after releasing its grip, stood up from the water. "How dare humans come here to fish? You all look very delicious. If I eat you, I will certainly recover faster." Fang stared at the creature and asked, "What are you? And where's my fish? Did you eat it?" "I'm not a thing." Before the creature could finish, Fang interrupted, "You're not a thing?" "I'm a thing." No, I'm not a thing." "Am I a thing or not?" The creature was momentarily at a loss for words, seeming not very good at communicating with humans. It widened its eyes and glared at Fang. "Damn human, I am the general of the Deep Sea Tribe and the only survivor. Now, I am the new king of the Deep Sea Tribe, Deep Sea King. How about it, human? Aren't you scared to hear my name? But no need to be afraid, because I will soon eat you, ha ha ha." This deep-sea creature had survived because it had a sudden stomach issue during the previous invasion of the deep-sea tribe. But unfortunately for it, it had encountered Fang who had defeated the previous deep-sea king. At that moment, Fang expression turned cold. "Damn it, I caught such a thing while fishing, wasting a bait." "Turtle School Spirit Bomb," Fang shouted, and a blue energy blast shot into the sky. Boom! With a loud explosion, the last surviving deep-sea creature turned to dust. When others are fishing, don't randomly eat their bait. After dealing with the creature, Fang returned to his seat, looking a bit dejected as he stared at the lake surface. Just then, Genos, having dealt with the surrounding creatures, returned covered in blood and asked Fang who looked downcast, "Saitama-sensei, what happened to teacher Fang?" "He was so happy when I left just now." "Nothing much. He just caught something that isn't a fish," Saitama replied expressionlessly. "Something that isn't a fish? What is that?" Genos pondered in confusion. Noticing the blood on Genos, Saitama asked, "By the way, Genos, what's with the blood on you?" Genos glanced and said, "It's nothing, I just eliminated some nearby monsters. A quick wash will do." After hearing Genos' words, Saitama nodded and continued to focus on fishing. Once Genos confirmed that there were no more dangers around, he found a spot, set up a stool, and began fishing as well. Meanwhile, Tornado and Fubuki under the sunshade shook their heads helplessly, thinking, "Can't you just look at the sign? There are no fish here. Are you fishing for loneliness?" In City A, at the Hero Association headquarters, an urgent meeting was once again convened. This time, not only were the previous executive members present, but also the permanent council members and senior leaders. The reason for the meeting was that this matter was extremely urgent, because last night, one of the financial backers behind the Hero Association, Gabuto, was attacked by a mob. At the time of the incident, the bodyguards protecting Gabuto completely vanished from the world without any resistance. Naturally, after the incident, this news spread, and the remaining high-ranking officials, upon hearing about it, assumed that the next targets of the mob would be themselves. So they called the Hero Association for help overnight. Upon hearing this news, the president of the Hero Association immediately convened an emergency meeting. After all, if the safety of these major financial backers could not be guaranteed, the Hero Association would likely face significant difficulties in its upcoming actions, not only lacking financial support, but also facing unfavorable public opinion. Additionally, recently, the emergence of the hero hunter, Hungry Wolf, who not only defeated multiple A-class heroes, but also managed to defeat the S-class hero, Vestige, has made a significant impact on the Hero Association's reputation. Such achievements cannot be underestimated, especially since this guy specializes in hunting heroes. Therefore, it was only natural that this issue became the second major topic of discussion, and to facilitate the discussion on the first important topic, everyone treated Hungry Wolf as a hypothetical enemy to address the protection of those financial backers. Right now, two members were fiercely debating this issue. No, with the strength of A-class heroes, it probably isn't enough to protect these wealthy individuals. If one isn't enough, we can send multiple. Don't forget, this self-proclaimed hero hunter has a record of taking on multiple A-class heroes. Are you sure this is feasible? Hungry Wolf is just a stand-in for our discussion. The strength of those mobs probably isn't as formidable as him. This matter cannot be taken lightly. Don't forget our current situation is not good. If we lose the support of these financial groups at such a critical juncture, the Hero Association will likely fall apart. If multiple A-class heroes aren't enough, then what should we do? Are we going to send S-class heroes to protect these rich people? Upon hearing this, the previously skeptical member fell silent, contemplating the statement. At that moment, a slightly plump member stood up. "Good idea. I propose we contact S-class heroes to act as bodyguards for the financial backers." Hearing this proposal, the previously hesitant member stood up and said, "This proposal is feasible, but the dispatched S-class heroes must be among the top 10. Otherwise, there won't be much security. After all, the opponent is someone who has defeated S-class Vestige." After listening, everyone nodded in agreement. Indeed, the most reliable ones are still the top 10 S-class heroes. However, a very serious problem now lay before them. Another member raised the question, "So, who should we send?" It should be noted that S-class heroes are not just any ordinary individuals, and this time it must be someone ranked in the top 10. However, most of these S-class heroes are often unpredictable and sometimes even go against the association. The conference room fell into silence as they genuinely could not think of who to send. Finally, the president of the Hero Association broke the silence. "Let's try contacting them one by one." Starting from the lowest rank, they first contacted the 10th ranked S-class hero, Pig God. However, after the call was connected, no matter what they said, the only sound on the other end was someone eating. With no other responses, after a moment of silence, the call was hung up, and everyone exchanged glances, silently concluding that this guy seemed unreliable. Forget it. Let's contact the next one. Subsequently, the group of members directly contacted the 7th-ranked S-class hero, King. As for why they skipped the 9th-ranked Drive Knight and the 8th-ranked Zombie Man, it was because Drive Knight always appeared and disappeared like the wind, while Zombie Man, apart from having nearly infinite regeneration and an array of weapons, had little combat power. Not long after, King's call was connected, and one member explained the bodyguard situation to him. "Huh, bodyguard? No way, I'm really busy right now. I just dealt with one and am about to face the final boss." After saying that, King hung up the phone without hesitation and focused on controlling the character on the TV towards the boss's location. Indeed, as expected of Mr. King, always fighting monsters in unknown corners, the member sincerely admired King's dedication. Due to the inability to reach Metal Knight, they turned their attention to the 5th-ranked Child Emperor. "What? You want me to protect those guys? Come on, I just skipped my tutoring class to take your call. Can you not contact me for such trivial matters? All right. Gotta go, my mom is calling me. After complaining, Child Emperor hung up the phone. After hearing Child Emperor's words, the members thought, whose matters are trivial, huh? At this moment, the members really wanted to call Child Emperor's mother and tell her where he was, ensuring he had a complete childhood. But no one dared to make that call, as she was a genuine S-class hero, and if she retaliated, it would be hard to stop, especially since she was a child. After being thwarted, they turned their attention to the 4th-ranked Atomic Samurai, but unfortunately, Atomic Samurai was currently undergoing trials in the Sword Saint Association and was in seclusion. The 3rd-ranked Bang was also busy dealing with his disciple, Hungry Wolf, and was unreachable. Thus, the members went back and forth, only to find that none of the top 10 heroes were suitable for the task. You might ask why they didn't contact Tornado. That suggestion was unanimously skipped by everyone, because if Tornado were to handle this, it was uncertain who would end up dead. As for Bomb, they also skipped him since he wasn't on Earth at the moment. How about we try contacting Mr. Fang? I heard he recently participated in a variety show, so he should be easy to talk to. Also, I heard Miss Ozawa Nami from the Didowa Consortium is quite interested in him. It was unclear who proposed this bad idea, but even more absurdly, after hearing the suggestion, everyone nodded in agreement, indicating they could give it a try. K-City, in a natural park, Fang and Saitama had been fishing for quite a while, only to find that no matter what they did, they couldn't catch anything, which deeply impacted the 2 strongest individuals on Earth. Meanwhile, Genos, who was also fishing, was not affected because he had already read the sign indicating there were no fish before coming. However, he was fishing because Fang and Saitama were doing so, thinking it must be a form of training. Ultimately, it was Fubuki who couldn't stand it anymore and walked over to inform the 2 that there were no fish in the lake. Upon seeing Fang and Saitama's embarrassed expressions after learning there were no fish, Tornado laughed heartily. Watching Tornado laugh, Fang and Saitama silently decided that they would never fish again. But a few people can't just sit here and bask in the sun, right? Although there aren't any fish to catch in this lake, that doesn't stop Fang and the others from buying fish. So Fang used his teleportation ability to go to the fish market, bought several large fish and other seafood, and then returned to the park, preparing for a sumptuous barbecue seafood feast. Naturally, Fang was in charge of the barbecue, while Tornado and Saitama watched eagerly from the side. However, at that moment, Fang phone suddenly rang, but since he was busy with the barbecue, he asked Saitama to answer it. When Saitama picked up Fang phone, he saw that the caller ID showed the Hero Association headquarters. It turned out to be a message from the Hero Association headquarters. Saying this, Saitama answered the video call. Thus, on the other end of the line, under the eager anticipation of a group of council members, the video connected. But what appeared in front of them was an extremely ordinary bald head. For a moment, the scene was a bit awkward, seeing that it wasn't Fang. The council members intended to hang up, but after confirming the phone number was correct, they asked, Mr. Fang, why did you suddenly go bald? I'm not Fang, I'm Saitama. Fang is over there cooking. Hearing this, the council members were quite surprised. Although Saitama was now an A-class hero, he was among the least famous of the A-class heroes. Moreover, the people on the call were high-ranking officials from the Hero Association who usually contacted S-class heroes. At the very least, those A-class heroes who were more prominent. So when they saw the S-class ranked 0, Fang cooking on the side, they were curious about the identity of this bald man. At this moment, Genos also leaned over to ask, Saitama-sensei, is there something the Hero Association needs? I don't know. They haven't said anything yet, Saitama replied calmly. Tornado, showing that she was very familiar with the council members, said, just hang up the phone. Don't bother with those guys. They're just bored people who only know how to ask others for help with trivial matters. The originally puzzled council members were stunned when they saw Genos and Tornado. Why was this guy so close to so many S-class heroes? Was the world too crazy, or were they hallucinating? Everyone racked their brains, but couldn't figure it out, only looking at each other in confusion. Seeing that these people remained silent, Saitama hung up the call because the grilled fish was ready and he wanted to eat. At the Hero Association headquarters, after thorough discussions, the Hero Association finalized how to protect their wealthy benefactor. Seeing that the top 10 S-class heroes were unreliable, they had to settle for finding those lower-ranked S-class heroes. However, even so, those S-class heroes refused or had other reasons. In the end, they found the lower-ranked hot-blooded delinquent, Metal Bat, to act as the bodyguard for these people. As for Fang, he naturally declined. When they called for the second time, it was Fang who answered. In the video call, Fang Xian firmly refused the invitation for himself and Genos. After all, who would waste their leisure time protecting the wealthy? So, it was left to their old friend Metal Bat to take on this troublesome task. However, while the protector was decided, the protected Koizumi Nami was not pleased. Upon hearing that the protector was not Fang Xian, she directly chose not to go out because, in her view, no one else could ensure her safety except Fang Xian. So, Metal Bat became the bodyguard for the other wealthy father and son. Of course, the council members wouldn't directly tell Metal Bat this, otherwise, he might refuse upon hearing it. So they just told Metal Bat that there was a very urgent task, and, as for the other details, he would know when he arrived. Our poor Metal Bat was thus tricked by these guys. Upon hearing it was an urgent task, he thought it was some powerful monster that needed his help, but when he arrived at the destination, he found it was a bodyguard job. In a stretched luxury car, Metal Bat, impatiently holding his baseball bat in the passenger seat, listened to the wealthy father and son talking about the life of the rich. "Dad, I want to go eat conveyor belt sushi today." The little boy with a sausage-shaped mouth asked his big sausage-shaped mouth dad. As one of the largest conglomerates, their lifestyle was beyond our imagination. They would never go to places where the average spending was less than $5 million. So the big sausage-shaped dad asked his son in confusion, "Conveyor belt sushi? What is that? Is it a fancy sushi restaurant? I've never heard of it." The little sausage-shaped mouth looked out the window and explained, "Today at school I heard a few classmates discussing conveyor belt sushi, and I thought it sounded interesting. So I wanted to try it. I don't know much else. Those ordinary people's hobbies? That must be very cheap. It definitely can't be anything good. But since you want to eat it, let's give it a try," said the big sausage-shaped dad. "If it's good, we'll just buy the restaurant and have conveyor belt sushi every day." "Really? Thank you, Dad." This upper-class conversation made Metal Bat in the passenger seat very impatient because his sister loved conveyor belt sushi. If he had known this was the task, he would never have come. Those guys dared to trick him. How despicable. It seems that next time, he must clarify the task details before accepting it. Having to protect these two guys was simply too annoying. At this moment, hearing the sausage-shaped wealthy man talk about the conveyor belt sushi that his sister liked, Metal Bat couldn't hold back any longer. If there was something Metal Bat liked, it was needless to say, as an ultimate siscon, his favorite was naturally his sister. So, if Metal Bat hated something, it would be whatever his sister hated, or any bad remarks about his sister or her favorite things. "Hey, you can't say that. Conveyor belt sushi is really delicious." Metal Bat interrupted the conversation of the sausage-shaped father and son like a poor person. The sausage-shaped wealthy man was taken aback for a moment upon hearing Metal Bat's words, then asked in return, "From the looks of you, you must know where to find conveyor belt sushi, right? Can you introduce it to me and my son? After all, we've never been to a place like that, which is only for ordinary people." The sausage-shaped wealthy man's expression didn't change much despite Metal Bat's sudden interruption. Although Metal Bat was a bodyguard, he was still an S-class hero. Looking at the person he was supposed to protect, Metal Bat felt a surge of nameless anger rising within him. At that moment, he really wanted to hit this guy in the face with a baseball bat he was holding. However, since it was a protected target, the Metal Bat, though very annoyed, forced himself to suppress it. Moreover, since the other party asked, he actually had a recommended conveyor belt sushi restaurant. This sushi place was one that his sister loved to eat at, so he often went there as well. "Well then, let's go to Little Bear Sushi." Just turn at the next intersection. The Metal Bat began to point the way, and after seeing the nod from the sausage mouth in the rearview mirror, the driver started heading towards Little Bear Sushi. Meanwhile, in a certain forest, there was a small cabin, which is a place the hungry wolf had temporarily found to recuperate after waking up last time. The walls inside the cabin were covered with various hero photos, and these photos were categorized by the hero's ranks. The hungry wolf had divided them into different sizes. For example, powerful heroes had larger photos, while less impressive ones had smaller photos. Naturally, the most powerful hero was placed in the center, while the less impressive ones were placed on the ground, and those he had defeated were replaced with black and white photos. Anyone who did not know the identity of the hungry wolf would surely think he was a devoted admirer of heroes upon seeing the photos in the cabin. After all, who would have a leisure to collect so many hero photos? The central photo was, of course, of Fang Xian. The hungry wolf clenched his bandaged hand and marked a large X in red on the black and white photos of the A-class hero Golden Ball and Spring Mustache on another wall. All the heroes he had previously defeated also bore red XS, and the remaining heroes, whether A-class or S-class, were his next hunting targets. Although the hungry wolf had suffered memory loss due to Fang Xian's headbutt, he had gradually recalled the events of that day over the past few days. He remembered having seen Fang Xian and being knocked unconscious by Saitama's chop. But he was unaware of being thrown into a garbage heap by Fang Xian since he had been in a coma at that time. On the wall, filled with A-class hero photos, the centerpiece was a photo of Saitama. The Hungry Wolf later discovered through investigation that the big-headed person who had attacked him that day was actually the bottom-ranked A-class hero, Bald Cape. However, the Hungry Wolf found it puzzling that an A-class underachiever could remain unscathed after taking a hit from him and then knock him out with a single blow. He had defeated several A-class heroes before, and none had managed to knock him out, not even the S-class hero Vestige. Of course, the Hungry Wolf was not focused on Saitama at the moment. His gaze shifted to the wall of S-class heroes. It cannot be Fang Xian. As the Hungry Wolf was not foolish, he had a certain understanding of his own strength, and seeking out Fang Xian would undoubtedly be seeking death. So, if it was neither Saitama nor Fang Xian who was the Hungry Wolf's target, he turned his attention to the photo of the metal bat, revealing a look of finding his prey. This guy's ranking was not high, and he was in S-class, just right for me to practice and accelerate my growth. That's right. The metal bat, who was sent to be a bodyguard by those from the Hero Association, was now being targeted by the Hungry Wolf. In the Monster Association of Z City, the advisor with the big eyes, the Jiongyan, was using his superpower to supervise the monsters who had taken their places. In addition, he had specifically flown to an apartment in a no-man's land to check on Fang Xian's home. After discovering there was no activity, he let out a sigh of relief. Not far from Da Jiongyan, the Monster King, Da Shi, was quietly listening to his report. Your Excellency, Da Shi, the monsters for this operation have reached the expected location. The Centipede Elder and its subordinates have gone to find our first target of the plan. The Second Steps hero has gone to the martial arts competition to find those martial artists, and Meow Meow has gone to the prison where criminals are held. The various monsters hidden in the city for the third step of the plan are also ready and can attack the human world at any time. Unlike the Puppet King in the eyes of many monsters, Da Shi possessed abilities that completely surpassed ordinary strength and understanding. As someone currently possessing strength beyond that of dragon-level monsters, Da Shi was very confident in his power. Of course, on this basis of confidence, he aimed to eliminate 2 individuals. However, the last person who was confident in his strength was Boros, who traveled a great distance to Earth. Compared to Da Shi, Boros was indeed a bit stronger, and his entrance was also more impressive, but his ending was very tragic. Boros had now turned to dust. As for Fang Xian and the others, after enjoying a barbecue seafood feast, they tidied up the surroundings and prepared to leave for Z City. However, before they left, several monsters appeared in front of them out of nowhere. As for the fate of these monsters, it goes without saying. Under the might of 3 S-class and 2 A-class heroes, they met a very miserable end. Z City, no man's land, Saitama's home. Today was the day the martial arts competition began. As Saitama was helping Sharenko participate in the competition, he got up early and put on that wig. Then Saitama went to Fang Xian's house because Fang Xian was going to accompany Saitama to the competition site. With Fang Xian's instant teleportation, the two arrived at the martial arts competition venue in the blink of an eye. Saitama, the martial arts competition is about to start. Are you ready? In the athlete's rest area, Fang Xian asked Saitama, who was wearing the wig. This martial arts competition was very similar to the Dragon Clan's World Martial Arts Tournament because it was a system recognized by the national martial arts community. Therefore, many martial arts experts came to participate in each edition of the competition. Of course, Fang Xian's identity here was as Saitama's advisor, which allowed him to enter the athlete's rest area. Fang Xian answered Saitama seriously. At this moment, these two incredibly terrifying existences capable of easily defeating dragon-level or even god-level monsters were seriously discussing the strength of a group of weaklings who did not even possess dragon-level strength. Just then, someone knocked on the door of the athlete's resting room. Subsequently, a big guy with an indescribable appearance walked in. This person was Sharenko's senior brother, the top disciple of the Flowing Rock Fist faction, Bug. If one were to judge solely by his appearance, Bug definitely belonged to that kind of very villainous character. After all, he was a big guy with a standard villain face. If you said he wasn't a villain, probably no one would believe it. Hey, long time no see. Sharenko, how's your martial arts training going? To be honest, I was very surprised to see your name on the contestant list. I didn't expect you would participate in the competition. Regarding the issue with the Bug, Saitama, pretending to be Kalanzi, naturally did not respond, as he was afraid that if he spoke, he might reveal a flaw, which would be troublesome. Seeing that his junior brother remained silent, the Bug said, Hey, I'm greeting you, Kalanzi junior brother. The Bug leaned in closer with his somewhat nearsighted eyes and mocked him a bit. Honestly, Teacher Bongu actually chose a clearly useless guy like you as the chief disciple of the flowing water fragmentary rock fist. It seems this technique is about to go extinct. By the way, Kalanzi, how about coming to my bug dojo and becoming my first disciple? I assure you, this is the real deal, not your current identity. Fang Xian and Saitama, listening to this chatterbox, felt a bit flustered because there was no Kalanzi here, just a bald impersonator. Moreover, it was clear that this guy recognized Kalanzi. Although the two of them currently didn't know why the other didn't recognize them, they believed that given time, they would surely be exposed. In an instant, Fang Xian and Saitama exchanged glances, mutually understanding each other's thoughts, deciding to first deal with this annoying guy and then talk. So, Saitama, pretending to be Kalanzi, stretched lazily and said, Yeah, I really need to prepare well. Although Saitama's answer was off topic, the bug thought he was doing it on purpose to mock him. Immediately, the bug became very angry and shouted at Saitama, pretending to be Kalanzi, Damn it, I didn't expect you, Kalanzi, to dare ignore me like this. Alright, let me defeat you fair and square on the competition stage. I hope you want cry then. Also, although you only need to win one match to fight me, based on what I know about you, that is probably going to be very difficult. Chicken, flying, egg, hitting fist? What a joke, I don't remember the flowing water fragmentary rock fist having such a branch. After mocking for a while, the bug began to explain his purpose for participating in this competition. By the way, do you know why I'm participating in this martial arts tournament? There are two reasons. First, winning the championship of the martial arts tournament is the fastest way for a martial artist to make a name for themselves, and I'm no exception. If I want my unique bug-style fist to become famous, then this is undoubtedly the best way. The other reason is related to that incident at the martial arts tournament 6 months ago. I heard that the championship was taken by a guy wearing a mask who called himself a werewolf, and he won without any suspense. However, after the tournament ended, staff found the real werewolf unconscious in his lounge, meaning that an inexplicable substitute won that match. The bug seemed determined to say everything he had to say, as he might not have another chance to appear after this. Fang Xian and Saitama, seeing the bug so passionate, could only agree from the side. Is that so? I didn't expect something like that to happen. I can't believe someone would impersonate another to compete. That's just terrible. While they echoed, they also prayed not to be discovered, as this example referred to them. After the bug finished talking about his situation, he changed the topic and continued. If I had to say, Kalanzi, your method of not revealing your identity and instead falsely claiming a martial art also falls into a gray area and might be investigated by the authorities. Hearing this, cold sweat immediately broke out on Saitama's forehead. If impersonating a contestant in the competition was the case, wouldn't the situation be even more serious? Of course, if discovered, not only would they be declared losers, but they would also have their qualifications to participate in the martial arts tournament revoked, which is a very serious matter. After all, similar incidents had happened before, so the authorities would definitely be on high alert. After the bug, with his arms crossed, finished speaking, he noticed that the face of the impersonating Kalanzi, Saitama, looked a bit off. Huh, Kalanzi, why does your face suddenly look so bad? And why are you sweating so much? Could it be that you also? Upon hearing this, even Saitama and Fang Xian, who remained calm in front of dragon-level monsters, tightened their nerves. Could it be that this guy has discovered that I, Saitama, am impersonating him? The same thought appeared in both of their minds. What should we do? At this moment, Fang Xian and Saitama closed their eyes, silently praying for a miracle. In fact, Fang Xian and Saitama didn't need to worry at all, because the bug's thought process was not much different from Genos, at a level that was completely incomprehensible to others. In other words, the direction the bug was thinking was completely wrong. Just when the bug, who had been pretending to be serious, suddenly smiled and said, You thought of that despicable guy after hearing this, right? Huh, what? After hearing the bug's words, Fang Xian and Saitama looked puzzled, as they completely did not understand what the bug meant. However, not being discovered for impersonating Kalanzi to compete was a good thing. In summary, although they didn't understand, they decided to agree for the sake of continuing the disguise. Yeah, you're right. That's exactly what I was thinking. Saitama quickly agreed. When you don't understand what the other person is saying, instead of trying to change the topic or remaining silent, it's better to agree like this. It's highly unlikely to go wrong. Sure enough, after receiving Saitama's agreement, the bug continued with his speech, clarifying what he hadn't explained before. The only despicable martial artist who would do this and has that kind of strength is that guy. Moreover, after watching the footage of that martial arts tournament, I noticed the way he threw punches and the martial arts routines, which confirmed my suspicions. There's absolutely no mistake. Only he would hide his identity to do such a thing. Counting the time since he was expelled from the flowing water fragmentary rock fist. It coincides perfectly with a martial arts tournament, so it has to be him. Hungry Wolf. The bug, with his arms crossed, said this with great certainty, as he was the one who suffered the worst from Hungry Wolf as the chief disciple. He remembered Hungry Wolf's moves very clearly. Hungry Wolf? That name sounds so familiar. I feel like I've heard it somewhere. Hearing the name from the bug, Fang and Saitama felt like they had heard it before. Wait, I remember that Kalanzi guy asked them to assist Old Man Bongu in defeating that traitor from the sect, and it seems he was called Hungry Wolf. The two realized this belatedly. Hey, you have to remember the promises you make to others. You can't just remember half and forget the other half. He might be an interesting opponent. He could be a strong opponent like Fang Xian. Similar thoughts once again appeared in both of their minds. Both wanted to fight someone other than each other. However, the current strength of the Hungry Wolf may be slightly weaker than yours. After all, a few days ago, the Hungry Wolf was knocked out by you, suffered memory loss, and was thrown into a garbage heap. At this moment, the bug is still talking about his own matters. Well, this is my second purpose for coming to the martial arts tournament. I want to treat all the contestants as if they were the Hungry Wolf. After I defeat them, I will believe in myself, and I will never lose confidence again. The bug was deeply affected by his previous encounter with the Hungry Wolf, so he places great importance on confidence. Then the bug patted the shoulder of Saitama, who was disguised as Kalanzi, and said, "Speaking of which, it's quite right for you to conceal the martial art style you learned, as it shows that you have a good understanding of your own strength. Knowing that you would embarrass yourself, you chose not to reveal the flowing rock-shattering fist, and instead made up some nonsense about a chicken flying egg punch. As the saying goes, a pillow for a sleepy head, which applies to someone like the bug. Just right." Fang Xian and Saitama hadn't figured out how to explain to those familiar with Kalanzi, yet the bug provided them with a perfect excuse in one sentence. If there were more people like the bug in the world, most problems could be solved. Unexpectedly, you have now grown to the point of participating in a martial arts tournament of this level, but don't get too complacent. After all, I am your senior. Haha. Fang Xian and Saitama's patience was nearly exhausted by the bug, as they never expected this guy to be such a chatterbox, simply a super talker. If it weren't for the Hungry Wolf, I would probably still be the top disciple of the flowing rock-shattering fist. By the way, I remember when the Hungry Wolf attacked the dojo, you avoided disaster because you were slacking off. I must say, you were quite lucky. The bug continued to look at the disguised Kalanzi and spoke. Fang Xian and Saitama thought to themselves, "Kalanzi, how terrible was your previous image? This story is quite long. Back then As familiar words echoed, unbearable memories began for Fang Xian and Saitama. Sorry to interrupt you. Can you summarize it in 20 words or less?" Fang Xian raised his hand to signal, and at that moment, the endlessly chattering bug finally noticed that there was another person here. Huh? Who are you? When did you come in? The feeling of being ignored for the first time brewed in Fang Xian's heart, and it felt somewhat subtle. How to say it? It had been almost half an hour since the bug entered, yet he still hadn't noticed Fang Xian, seemingly aware of his rudeness. The bug apologetically scratched his head and said, "Sorry, I am severely nearsighted, and since I'll be fighting next, I didn't bring my glasses. I truly apologize. I am Kalanzi's advisor. Sorry, I am severely nearsighted, and since I'll be fighting next, I didn't bring my glasses. I truly apologize." The bug laughed it off. Fang Xian wasn't angry. He just wondered if it was really okay for someone who is severely nearsighted to participate in a martial arts tournament. If you can't even see the person when you go on stage, let alone the martial arts techniques. After laughing, the bug summarized his words. If I had to summarize it in 20 words, I could barely manage. The Hungry Wolf suddenly attacked all disciples, including me. And after being dealt with by Master Bongu, he was expelled from the sect. It seems I went over 20 words, but it should be fine. No ads, fastest updates. To avoid losing content during the transfer, please come experience the ad-free reading app AI Do Free Novel app. Saitama took off his wig and fanned it while saying, "If we could meet someone powerful in this competition, it would definitely be a super interesting thing, right, Fang Xian?" Fang Xian, indifferent, replied, "What is interesting about this kind of competition? It doesn't matter at all. By the way, I just checked the reward for this competition. Besides the prize money, there's also a brand new fighting game." Huh? Fighting game? Are you sure? Hearing about the game, Fang Xian immediately perked up. Saitama nodded. That's right. After confirming, Fang Xian immediately got motivated. Is it still possible to sign up? I want to compete too. That won't work. The registration time has passed. How about I knock someone out and replace him in the competition? But isn't that against the rules? Well, in that case, it's up to you, Saitama. For that brand new fighting game, you must win the championship. Fang replied to Saitama very seriously. To him, competitions or championships were extremely boring matters, unrelated to him. Even if Earth faced the danger of destruction, the game was more important. Meanwhile, on the other side, the metal bat, responsible for protecting the sausage-mouthed father and son, encountered unprecedented trouble. As we all know, the metal bat, as an S-class hero, is a very hot-blooded delinquent. Even when facing dragon-level monsters, he wouldn't show any panic, because he would use the bat in his hand to teach the monsters how to behave. However, this very metal bat has a fatal weakness. He is a super siscon. Outside the store, the metal bat hurriedly answered his sister's call. The metal bat looked flustered because his sister called him. Hey, sis, it's your brother. What is up with your call? Huh? You're asking why I didn't attend your violin recital? No, I didn't forget. The reason I didn't go is that I took on an emergency mission from the Hero Association. Yes, that's right. Okay, I'll bring you a gift when I get back. What gift? What do you want? You want to know what I'm doing? Didn't I just say? I'm on a mission. You want to know where I am? I'm at the little bear sushi place we always eat. As a man whose brain doesn't turn quickly, the metal bat blurted out where he currently was without thinking. Obviously, this statement caused some unavoidable misunderstandings, and coupled with the metal bat's clumsiness, the more he explained, the more complicated it became. Sis, this is really a misunderstanding. Don't cry. I'm really on a mission. Coming here was just a coincidence. I didn't come here to secretly eat, just as the metal bat wanted to explain further. His sister on the other end of the line hung up without giving him more chance to explain. Now, the only piece of pure land in the metal bat's heart was facing a deadly test. For the metal bat, offending his sister was nearly the worst thing that could happen. Without exception, the younger sister abruptly hung up the phone, and he hurriedly called back. But all he heard was that the user you dialed is powered off. Damn it, why did this girl turn off her phone? After multiple attempts, he stared at his phone that couldn't reach his sister, his face filled with despair. Damn it, I swear if I receive another garbage mission from the Hero Association, I'll just crash my head into a wall. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Just as he finished making his vow, the small bear sushi restaurant they were in suddenly shook violently. After feeling the intense tremor, he realized the source of the disturbance was right where the pair he was supposed to protect, the sausage-mouthed father and son, were eating sushi. He quickly rushed back into the small bear sushi restaurant. Could it be the hungry wolf? You're unlucky, kid. I'm in a really bad mood right now, so I'll take it out on you. He gripped the baseball bat tightly, looking more menacing than a villain. Soon, he burst into the sushi restaurant, loudly asking the sausage-mouthed father and son, what happened? Is it the hungry wolf? I am the monster, Centipede Jr. This little guy seems to be one of the people our association wants us to take. Upon seeing the giant centipede locking onto the little sausage mouth, he spat and said, looks like you're not the hungry wolf. Whatever, it doesn't matter who you are. Your luck just happens to be terrible today. Speaking of which, it was obvious this guy wasn't the hungry wolf. However, the appearance of a monster that self-destructs right after showing up was indeed strange. After saying that, he swung the baseball bat and charged at Centipede Jr. Please no. Just as he reached Centipede Jr., he suddenly ran back to pick up the jacket he had taken off earlier due to the heat. I just don't know why. Fine. No matter who you are, it can only be said that your luck is bad today. Spitting into his hands, he struck his signature pose and swung the baseball bat again at Centipede Jr. Despite Centipede Jr.'s large size, his actual strength was only that of a tiger-level monster, and he had no reputation to speak of. His perception ability was also quite poor. As he watched the baseball bat swing towards him, he didn't T-dodge and charge head-on. After all, to Centipede Jr., the guy in front of him was just someone with a baseball bat, posing no real threat. But just seconds after his overconfidence, to his astonishment, his rock-hard shell was smashed to bits by the baseball bat. Damn it, I didn't expect you to be this strong, to injure me in one hit. But you don't think you're on top of the world, do you? According to the usual script, Centipede Jr. would typically say something like you're only a bit stronger than me, when in fact there are many stronger than him. Bang. Unfortunately, Metal Bat wasn't too interested in listening to others' nonsense and swung his bat, crushing Centipede Jr.'s head, finally silencing the bug in front of him. Why do you talk so much? I know I'm not the strongest. I've understood that long ago. As he spoke, Metal Bat recalled Fang's figure. Since that time, I've known I'm not the strongest. Centipede Jr. never imagined that Metal Bat would follow the script. According to his expectations, Metal Bat should think he was the strongest and then get slapped in the face. After Centipede Jr. died, the captured sausage-mouthed boy was also rescued. Wow. As expected of S-Class hero Metal Bat, he took down that giant centipede with one hit. The sausage-mouth father, Big Sausage Mouth, looked at Metal Bat, who saved his son, and praised him, taking out his phone to snap a few pictures of Centipede Jr.'s corpse. But at that moment, another tremor shook the ground, much worse than before. Then, from the hole where Centipede Jr. had emerged, another monster appeared, even larger than Centipede Jr. Centipede action. Taking advantage of Metal Bat having just repelled the tentacles of the Overlord Stenchflower, Centipede Sr. quickly swung his tail, significantly enhancing his attack with his massive body. Just after Metal Bat had dealt with the Overlord Stenchflower, he was caught off guard and hit solidly. However, Metal Bat was tough enough. Knowing he would be hit, he chose to withstand the opponent's attack with his sturdy body and then raised his bat to counterattack. According to Metal Bat, a real man never retreats. With his reckless fighting style, the ambushing Centipede Sr. was successfully repelled, but his attack had indeed left Metal Bat injured. Impressive to handle our two demon-level monsters with such ease. As expected of an S-Class hero, you're not that easy to deal with. On the battlefield, Centipede Sr., temporarily in the lead, patted his numerous pairs of hands or feet while speaking. Metal Bat raised his baseball bat and questioned Centipede Sr. What is your purpose? Why did you capture that father and son? Hee. If you went against us, I'll tell you. But unfortunately, you 1T get the chance. You started moving slower. Ha ha. That's right, this is my killing aura. Overlord Stenchflower also stepped forward to deliver a villain's monologue. After collaborating with Centipede Sr. for many years, they had a perfect synergy every time they showed off in front of enemies. It was always Centipede Sr. who said the first half, and then he would say the second half, emphasizing one word, awesome. Once Overlord Stenchflower finished, the sausage-mouthed father and son immediately fell asleep, and Metal Bat's mind began to blur. My hypnosis fragrance is starting to take effect. Very good. Seeing Metal Bat was about to collapse, Centipede Sr. charged forward and attacked, landing a punch on Metal Bat's face, followed by a centipede tail whip that sent him crashing into a car. Overlord Stenchflower continued to release his hypnosis fragrance. Affected by the hypnosis fragrance, Metal Bat, who was knocked back, could only struggle to rise from the ground. Centipede Sr., naturally wooden, missed this opportunity, rushing forward and swinging his tentacles at Metal Bat relentlessly. Boom! Bang! Bang! Ha ha! What does it matter to be a prestigious S-Class hero? Right now, they are utterly powerless. Centipede Senpai laughed wildly while attacking. Before long, the metal baseball bat was left battered and bleeding. Just when Centipede Senpai thought he was about to win, the metal baseball bat suddenly tightened its grip on the bat and swung it at its own head. Bang! This hit directly incapacitated both Centipede Senpai, who was attacking, and the Overlord Stenchflower, who was releasing the hypnotic fragrance. Hitting oneself, what kind of maneuver is this? Overlord Stenchflower widened his eyes in confusion. The metal baseball bat didn't stop, continuing to knock its own forehead. After a moment of daze, Centipede Senpai launched another attack. Useless die. Just as Centipede Senpai was about to end the battle, unexpectedly, as his tentacle approached the metal baseball bat, it suddenly swung the bat and struck the incoming tentacle. Blood flowed from the massive tentacle of Centipede Senpai, and the severed tentacle was lodged into the wall nearby. How is this possible? This guy has actually woken up, and his strength is even greater than before. No, it can't be. How did he break my hypnosis so easily? What on earth is happening? In the midst of Centipede Senpai and Overlord Stenchflower's astonishment, the fully awakened metal baseball bat, bleeding from the head, said, "As long as there's south enough drive, most things can be resolved. By the way, you hit me quite a lot just now. But I'm very gentle." After saying that, the metal baseball bat began to concentrate its momentum. Its greatest strength lies here. As long as it can build momentum, its attacks will become increasingly powerful. If it accumulates to a certain extent, it can even defeat dragon-level monsters. Of course, this also depends on the monsters. Powerful dragon-level monsters like Centipede Elder are still not a match. However, in any case, the two demon-level monsters in front of him, tied together, are no match for the metal baseball bat. "Look, you two scoundrels, watch me smash you to pieces with one bat." After saying this, the metal baseball bat jumped into the air, first striking Overlord Stenchflower, then hitting Centipede Senpai. Since Centipede Senpai had hit him quite a bit earlier, the metal baseball bat was particularly considerate, and after one hit, followed up with a dozen more, directly smashing him to bits. Just like that, the demon-level monsters, Centipede Senpai and Overlord Stenchflower, went to meet the King of Hell. Looking at the two guys he had defeated, the metal baseball bat suddenly realized he had forgotten to ask them why they had kidnapped the unconscious sausage-mouth father and son. Never mind, it's already over. It shouldn't matter. The metal baseball bat shook his head and stopped thinking about it. We're here to provide support. At that moment, the C-Class hero Mohican and his teammate, the B-Class hero Pineapple Man, rushed over quickly. They were patrolling nearby and immediately came over after receiving reports of monsters in the area. By the way, are you serious about a C-Class hero and a B-Class hero coming to support an S-Class hero? Are you sure you're not just causing trouble? It seems this isn't a tiger-level monster. Upon seeing the bodies of Centipede Senpai and Overlord Stenchflower, which had been smashed to pieces by the metal baseball bat, Mohican and Pineapple Man stopped in their tracks, exchanging glances. The intel they received clearly stated there was a tiger-level monster, which is why they came to provide support. But upon arriving, they realized such gigantic monsters could not possibly be tiger-level, and standing nearby was the S-Class hero metal baseball bat. For an S-Class hero to take action, at least it's demon level from start. Wow, no wonder he is an S-Class hero. He is so reliable. Pineapple Man sighed in relief and said. The metal baseball bat pointed to the side where the hypnotized sausage-mouthed father and son lay and said, "Take them to the hospital. I have some matters to attend to." After handing over the father and son to Mohican and Pineapple Man, the metal baseball bat picked up his bat again. The important matter on his mind was that his sister hadn't answered his calls. For a super siscon like the metal baseball bat, this was comparable to the end of the world. Sigh, what should I buy to apologize? A rabbit plushie? No, I already gave that gift last time. Just as the metal baseball bat was pondering what gift to give his sister to apologize, a massive crack appeared in the ground on the street. Mohican, who was carrying the unconscious sausage-mouth kid, also noticed this and hurriedly said, "Hey, why did the ground suddenly crack?" Under everyone's gaze, accompanied by intense movements, an even larger monster than the three previous ones emerged from the ground. This monster could be described as overshadowing the sky. It's not an exaggeration. Pineapple Man, who was carrying the sausage-mouth child, immediately recognized it upon seeing the monster. This guy is Centipede Elder. Hearing Pineapple Man's words, the metal baseball bat turned and asked, "What? You know this guy?" Pineapple Man replied in a panic, "Why yes, I've seen the data. It said that whenever this guy appears, he causes massive destruction and then disappears without a trace. Moreover, this monster is one of the special grade monsters that has yet to be eliminated. The disaster level of Centipede Elder is classified as Dragon level." Listening to Pineapple Man's words, the expression of the metal baseball bat began to grow serious. "Damn it, first I fought a Centipede Junior, then a Centipede Senpai, and now a Centipede Elder shows up. Did I stumble into a centipede nest today? That damn guy. I still need to buy a gift for my sister to apologize." The metal baseball bat thought to himself, gripping the baseball bat tightly. Although he felt somewhat dissatisfied, the opponent's disaster level had escalated from tiger level to dragon level, and even he had to take it seriously. At the same time, the martial arts tournament was also in full swing. Firecrackers were going off, and the place was packed with people, all there to watch the upcoming martial arts competition. Among the crowd, Genos was also mingling with the crowd, although Fang and Saitama didn't bring him directly. As their disciple, Genos naturally understood that he couldn't miss this kind of event. Genos sat in a corner, silently cheering for Saitama, who was about to take the stage. Once the atmosphere was right, the host took the microphone and walked onto the competition stage to begin the commentary. "Welcome, everyone, to our biennial martial arts tournament. Just like previous competitions, we have invited many martial artists from around the world to compete, striving for an exciting martial arts performance." The male host was energetically doing the commentary, but at this moment, the audience's attention was not on him, but on the contestants about to take the stage. In the following minutes, after the host explained a very standard set of opening remarks, the male host waved his hand and announced the official start of the competition. "Now, let us proceed to the first segment, and please welcome the martial arts contestants to the stage." The order of the contestants entering was arranged by the organizers based on everyone's previous records and strengths, from the weakest to the strongest, meaning the weakest contestant would come on stage first, followed by others in sequence, while the likes of Chalin and Baoshan, as seeded contestants, would naturally be the final ones to appear. The host called out the first name on the list. "Next, let us welcome contestant Kalanzi to the stage. Young contestant Kalanzi is also participating in our martial arts conference for the first time, and his best skill is the chicken flying egg punch. All right, let us welcome contestant Kalanzi." As the host's words fell, the audience's attention was immediately focused on the stage. However, after waiting for a long time, there was still no sign of Saitama. The atmosphere on stage suddenly became awkward, but it was in such situations that the host's ability to save the situation was revealed. He showed no signs of embarrassment and smiled, saying, "It seems our applause isn't enthusiastic enough. Let's give contestant Kalanzi another round of the warmest applause to bring him to the stage." As the audience's somewhat numb applause rang out again, Saitama, disguised as Kalanzi, still did not appear. The host on stage felt very awkward upon seeing this. It was the most absurd thing he had encountered in his hosting career. At this moment, the male host was somewhat inclined to question the relatives of the backstage planners responsible for this competition. Didn't they say the contestants were ready? Why is there a problem with the first contestant? Sitting in the audience, Genos looked at the still absent Saitama and thought to himself, strange? Why hasn't teacher Saitama come out yet? Furthermore, where is teacher Fang? As the competition was about to begin, where was our contestant Saitama? At that moment, Saitama and Fang were still in the contestants' lounge, and the two were currently playing a game in the lounge. Yes, you heard it right. They were playing a game. Fang said, "Are you cheating? Why can't my character unleash the ultimate move?" "That's a problem with your skills, Saitama." Then Fang casually asked, "By the way, what time is it now?" Saitama checked the time. "It's 12:10 p.m. "Huh, is it already 12? When does the competition start?" "At exactly 12 o'clock. Suddenly, the atmosphere became tense, and the two stopped playing the game, then looked at each other, realizing that something was wrong. It seemed the martial arts conference had already started. Saitama wondered aloud, "By the way, why hasn't anyone come find me? Don't they usually send someone to invite you?" At that moment, there was a knock on the door from the outside. "Hey, Kalanzi, what the hell are you doing? The competition has already started. Why are you still in the lounge?" "Wow, someone really came to invite me?" Fang said somewhat unexpectedly, and then to save time, he immediately grabbed Saitama and used instantaneous movement to teleport to the competition stage, then threw Saitama onto the competition platform. Thus, Saitama, disguised as Kalanzi, arrived at the stage in an unexpected manner. Seeing that Kalanzi had finally appeared, the host on stage and the audience below, who had been clapping for 10 minutes, looked at Saitama with anger, wishing they could rush up and beat him up. The host then continued to let the subsequent contestants enter one by one. After throwing Saitama onto the stage, Fang turned around and returned to the contestants' lounge, while the knock on the door continued outside. Fang went out again to inform the person outside that Kalanzi had reached the stage. After handling these matters, Fang sat back on the sofa and continued playing the game. City A, Hero Association headquarters currently, due to the incident in City S. This machine targeting monsters was once again activated. Report, City S is currently in a state of extreme chaos, having lost the city's basic capabilities and the dragon-level monster. Centipede Elder has reappeared. Compared to a few years ago, it seems his size has become even larger. An emergency response team member wearing glasses reported on the situation at the scene. "We have urgently dispatched several heroes of A rank and above for support, but so far, there's been no news." Another member reported. A bearded man in charge of the frontline command for this incident asked, "Have we contacted other S-rank heroes?" "We are trying to contact them, but considering the opponent, the Centipede Elder, due to his massive size, some S-rank heroes are helpless. We anticipate that the S-rank heroes capable of dealing with the Centipede Elder should only be Tornado, who has wide-range attacks and excels in superpowers, or Metal Knight, who has large-scale weaponry, as well as King. However, we currently cannot reach the three of them. No matter what, we must contact them quickly. I fear Metal Knight can't hold out much longer. We are still trying to reach Miss Tornado. We just got in touch with Mr. King, but it seems he is currently engaged in battle with a powerful enemy. As for Metal Knight, he has already set off." "All right, I understand. With Metal Knight providing support, it should be resolved." The bearded man sighed in relief upon hearing that Metal Knight had set off for support, but he relaxed a bit too early. As just 10 seconds after he sat down, the large screen in front of him suddenly turned completely red, alarms began to sound continuously, and support calls from various branches of the Hero Association flooded in. "What's going on? Why are there so many monsters appearing in various cities all of a sudden?" The bearded man stood up in panic from his chair. "Hey, what happened over there?" "What? You said you have a large number of monsters appearing." "Report to the team leader. There have been monster attack incidents of varying degrees in various locations, and the branches of the Hero Association in each city are requesting support due to insufficient manpower." "What on earth is going on? And why did large-scale monster attack incidents suddenly occur in major cities?" "The reason is simple. It is because the Monster Association's previously set plan has begun to be implemented." City W at this moment, a rank hero Heavy King was panting heavily as he faced the tiger-level monster, Gorilla Chief. Earlier in his battle with it, he found himself at a disadvantage. Not because the opponent was particularly strong, but because the opponent happened to be a monster that somewhat restrained strength-type heroes. Damn it. It's been over 10 minutes already. Why hasn't the support arrived? I can't just sit here and wait. It looks like I have to fight back. Just as Heavy King was looking serious, the gorilla chief across from him glanced at him disdainfully, then took out a cigarette from somewhere, lit it, and took a puff, saying, "Is this all you A-rank heroes can do? You are too weak. It seems my record will be adding another loss because of you." After saying this, the gorilla leader took a deep puff of smoke and assumed an attacking stance, brandishing a dagger as he charged at the Heavy King in front of him. In City D, like the Heavy King, the A-class hero Lightning Genji appeared extremely passive when facing the two monsters before him. Although both monsters had a disaster level of Tiger, specifically the Electric Catfish Man and the Plasma Dancer, the attribute disadvantage rendered Lightning Genji's moves completely ineffective, making him very passive in the battle. Seeing that they had the upper hand, the Electric Catfish Man smiled and said, "As expected, Lord Big Bright, I was right. As long as we find a right opponent, even weak monsters like us can defeat higher-ranked heroes. However, Lightning Genji, your luck is still quite good. At least you are facing us too. You should know that the monsters causing trouble in other cities are even stronger." The geisha-like Plasma Dancer also squinted her eyes at Lightning Genji. In City R, just as the Plasma Dancer said, the monsters causing trouble in other cities are indeed stronger. Want a free hug? A hedgehog monster covered in spikes was wreaking havoc in City R, but unfortunately for it, its good days were about to come to an end because the city's protector was none other than the top-ranked A-class hero, Sweetheart Mask. In City L, a woman dressed in revealing, tight, sexy leather, wielding a whip, was reprimanding the slave she controlled. In an instant, all sorts of monsters rushed out, rampaging through the city, and this was just a small portion of the Monster Association's strength. Even stronger top-tier forces were lurking in the shadows, waiting for their chance to strike. The Hero Association headquarters was also in an uproar, facing a simultaneous large-scale attack from monsters in all cities. To be honest, this was the first time they had encountered such a scene. Countless monsters, whether tiger, demon, or even city dragon level, had collectively appeared in major cities at the same time. If this wasn't premeditated or meticulously planned, not even a 3-year-old child would believe it. The most crucial issue was that the force capable of organizing such a massive monster uprising was definitely not to be underestimated. Yet the Hero Association had no information at all, not even a hint of it. Wasn't this a joke? It should be noted that the Hero Association had established branches in all major cities and monitored them daily. Yet despite this, how did the other party evade the Hero Association's surveillance and gather in other cities? Even if they truly managed to hide, these monsters were not human. They were beings that acted purely on their primal instincts of survival, attacking passersby indiscriminately. But now, these monsters could actually follow the orders of a certain organization, hiding in various cities, waiting for a command to launch a unified attack. It could be said that the energy contained within this organization was beyond their imagination. However, the current situation did not allow them to think about these issues. Instead, they had to figure out how to resolve the ongoing monster uprising. While all major cities were facing massive monster attacks, the martial arts tournament was still ongoing. Due to Saitama arriving late, some minor issues arose. So the organizers requested the host to reintroduce the contestants. This time, they placed the disguised Saitama, posing as T-Rance last. Ladies and gentlemen, although there was a slight mishap earlier, thanks to the efforts of our staff, the problem has been successfully resolved. Now, please allow me to announce once again that this martial arts tournament officially begins. Let's welcome the martial artists to the stage. The first contestant is the recently famous Ku Dao Lu Braids. This is Braids' first time participating in a tournament. Can he make it to the end of this martial arts tournament? Let's wait and see. Hearing his name called, the contestant named Braids stepped onto the stage. I finally have the qualification to participate. After introducing Braids, the host continued with the next contestant. The second contestant is a frequent top 4 participant in our martial arts tournament. His soft arms can push his opponents into a dead end from any angle and ultimately secure victory. He is the last A-class hero, Snakebite Fist Snek. Snek, participating in the martial arts tournament for the 6th time, walked onto the stage after hearing his name, thinking, "Must you add last?" All right. The next contestant is the very famous, beautiful martial artist Ling Ling. Her boxing style is a unique creation known as Ling Ling boxing, and it is said that when performed, it is as beautiful as she is. Next up is the recently popular Blast Fist, Baoken, and we are very eager to see his performance in the tournament. The above are all the contestants participating in this martial arts tournament, And now, we move on to the intense and exciting first round of battles. After the male host's words, all the contestants had been introduced. However, when it came to introducing the disguised Saitama, the host rushed through it, and only Genos in the audience gave a warm applause. Meanwhile, in the preparation area, the first-time contestant, Bug, was nervously trembling against the wall. Come on, I can do this. The reason was that he had previously imagined all the contestants as hungry wolves and thought that if he could defeat them one by one, it would be like defeating a hungry wolf, thus conquering his long-standing inner demons. Indeed, after imagining the contestants as hungry wolves, he suddenly realized that there were simply too many hungry wolves, and he wasn't sure if he could defeat them, which naturally led him to feel anxious. In summary, Bug was frightened into a nervous state by his own imagination. Hey, uncle, are you okay? Seeing Bug trembling so nervously, Saitama, disguised as T-Rance, expressed some concern since he was a friend of T-Rance. However, Bug clearly did not appreciate Saitama's concern and instead corrected Saitama about how to address him. Hey, T-Rance, don't call me uncle. Although I may look a bit older because I train outdoors every day, I'm only 1 year older than you. And I was the senior brother of the last tournament's Flowing Rock Fish champion. So in terms of seniority, I should be your senior brother, and you should call me senior brother. Saitama nodded, indicating he heard him, but whether he remembered it was another matter. Just as Saitama and Bug were chatting, a long-haired man wearing glasses approached and said to Saitama, "Hey, what's going on with you? Why have I never heard of your boxing style name? Are you a complete newcomer? Don't underestimate martial arts, or if you run into me later, I won't show any mercy." The long-haired man wearing glasses was very dissatisfied with Saitama because Saitama's tardiness had significantly shortened the host's introduction of them. Saitama, wearing an orange wig, looked at the long-haired man in front of him, then glanced at the nearby Bug, and after a clap, he clearly said, "Ah, so that's how it is, uncle. Did you hear that? This guy's talking about you." Come on, no matter how you look at it, it doesn't seem like he's talking about Bug. That unrecognized martial art must be something you and Fang made up, right? Wait, it seems like Bug's martial art, Bug-style fist, is also a relatively new name. And if we're just talking about names, Bug-style fist and chicken flying egg punch are about equal. Thinking this way, Saitama does have some point. What the hell? This guy is obviously not talking about me. Bug was also speaking to Saitama, who was disguised as Kalanzi. The long-haired man in glasses noticed the bow tied around Saitama's waist, so he continued to mock. Even the martial arts belt, which symbolizes the spirit of a martial artist, is tied so messily. Kid, this isn't a place where someone like you, who knows nothing, can come. Seeing that Saitama's belt was indeed not tied properly, Bug immediately bent down his large frame to retie Saitama's belt. How did you tie your belt like this? Really? Can't you do even this little thing properly? Although Bug's personality is that of a normal person who doesn't fit in, he's neither the fearless wolf-like character nor the worldly wise master like Bangu. However, Bug has the meticulous heart of threading a needle like Zhang Fei, paying special attention to details like helping his junior tie their belt. The long-haired man in glasses saw that Saitama, disguised as Kalanzi, even needed someone to help him tie his belt. So he adjusted his glasses and said, "This is a martial arts tournament, the pinnacle of all martial artist competitions, and definitely not a place for someone like you, who can't even tie a belt. If you want an invitation ticket, you must have some reputation in the martial arts world. Where did you get your ticket?" Faced with the long-haired man's question, Saitama felt a bit guilty. It seemed that his act of disguising as Kalanzi was about to be exposed. Seeing that Saitama didn't respond, the long-haired man became increasingly suspicious. Just as Saitama's identity as Kalanzi was about to be uncovered, the reliable Bug came to his rescue. After all, this guy is the only disciple of the flowing water-crushing rock fist, so being invited to the martial arts tournament is not a problem. Hearing Bug say this, the long-haired man in glasses had no choice but to back off, but as he left, he still mocked. "I didn't expect the flowing water-crushing rock fist to have fallen so low as to send such a weakling to participate in the competition." After hearing this, Bug immediately became furious. "What did you say? Try saying that again and see if I—" The long-haired man interrupted Bug. Indeed, Bangu is considered a top master in martial arts, but I don't know if his eyesight has gotten so bad that he would choose someone like you to be his disciple. How dare you say that? I want to— Hey, haven't you already stopped being a disciple of the flowing water-crushing rock fist? Why are you so concerned about it?" Seeing Bug so agitated, the long-haired man immediately pointed out Bug's soft spot. Indeed, he is no longer a disciple of the flowing water-crushing rock fist, so he really has no reason to worry about this matter. But Bug felt very unconvinced, so he turned his gaze to Saitama, who was disguised as Kalanzi. There was no other way. He could only rely on the seemingly weak Kalanzi now. After thinking for a while, Bug was waiting for Kalanzi to angrily retort against the other party. Unfortunately, the Kalanzi in front of him was actually Saitama in disguise, so he looked completely unconcerned. Hey, Kalanzi, you're the chief disciple of the flowing water-crushing rock fist now, right? In the face of such provocations, you should get angry. Me? Saitama pointed at himself with a confused expression and asked. Of course, besides you. Is there anyone else here who is a disciple of the flowing water-crushing rock fist? Bug also retorted. After thinking for a while about Bug's words, Saitama finally remembered that he was disguised as Kalanzi. He thought to himself, how would Kalanzi react in this situation? Knowing that guy, he would probably just sit there foolishly and drool with a smile. Yeah, it must be like that. Just as Saitama was about to act according to his thoughts, Bug said, Hey, what are you thinking? Make this guy apologize to you. Hearing this, Saitama looked at the long-haired glasses man seriously and asked, Hey, what was your name again? What? You really are bold. Didn't you seriously listen to my name during the contestant introduction? So remember it well. My name is Zax, and the martial art I've practiced is True Fierce Fist. That is also the one you will be facing first. Oh, Zax, if you could defeat me in the upcoming battle, I would be very happy. After Saitama finished speaking, he returned to his dazed expression. At that moment, Fang Xian's voice suddenly echoed in Saitama's mind. Saitama, can you hear me? Who? It's me, Fang Xian. Fang Xian? Why is your voice in my head? This is my telepathic ability. All right, let's not talk about that for now. I heard everything that just happened. Now, I want you to think about it. Do you remember the fighting game you played with King last time? The one where you used up all our revival chances. After sending Saitama to the competition stage, Fang Xian was preparing to play a game, but was worried about leaving Saitama alone on the stage since this guy is a bit dense. So he used telepathy to keep an eye on him, and he was fully aware of what had just happened. In order to stimulate Saitama's desire for victory, he thought of a way to provoke him. Also, remember the last time King wiped the floor with you using just 2 fingers? And when King closed his eyes, you couldn't even win? Just imagine this guy as the king who laughed maniacally after defeating you. At home, King sneezed, wondering when he had ever laughed maniacally after beating Saitama. He never had. Sure enough, after Saitama thought of these things, his already shiny bald head began to turn red. An angry emotion surged in his heart, and then it erupted. Noticing Saitama's change, Fang Xian said, That's right, Saitama. That's the feeling. Keep it up. However, just as Saitama's expression was changing, the long-haired Zax was still chattering. I came to participate in this competition to win. As long as I can break through myself, I will propose to my girlfriend. I even have the ring ready. While this guy was still standing there making a flag, an angry Saitama gently placed his hand on the nearby wall, and with a slight exertion, the originally solid wall was instantly covered in cracks. This scene left Kuru and Zax dumbfounded in place. It's worth noting that the venue for this competition was made of extremely strong reinforced concrete, as sturdy as a typical shelter. Are you kidding me? Zax's mind was racing with thoughts. After all, no matter how you think about it, your body shouldn't be harder than special reinforced concrete. What the hell is this guy? Saitama then asked Zax directly. Hey, are you good at video games? Although Zax didn't understand Saitama's question, he replied, Games? I probably am not very good, since I've never played before. Upon hearing that the other person had never played a game, Saitama said, You're lucky. Then, the red and steaming head returned to normal, and he walked off in another direction, leaving Zax and Kuru in a state of confusion and shock. In City El Crack, the crisp sound of a whip echoed as a provocatively dressed, curvaceous villainess was swinging her whip, sending several heroes who charged at her flying. This villainess was the Monster Princess Crossbow S, sent by the Monster Association to disrupt City L, with a disaster-level-reaching demon. The only remaining C-class hero, Helmet Bomb Guy, was diligently providing commentary. What a powerful monster, defeating several heroes in an instant. I thought a female monster would be weaker in combat, but I didn't expect her to be this strong. What a huge oversight. As a Monster Princess Crossbow S approached, Helmet Bomb Guy felt a bit scared. He hurriedly came to the side of his team's strongest fighter, B-class hero Dark Flame Dragon Swordmaster. Although this person was heavily afflicted with a Chinibu syndrome, he was considered a promising rookie. However, this so-called promising rookie, Dark Flame Dragon Swordmaster, had already been knocked out. Hey, Dark Flame Dragon Swordmaster, get up. Use your holy magic sword against this monster. Helmet Bomb Guy kept shaking the fallen Dark Flame Dragon Swordmaster. Try to wake him up, but unfortunately, this Dark Flame Dragon Swordmaster was not the protagonist, so there was no miraculous recovery. Crossbow S couldn't help but laugh at Helmet Bomb Guy's actions and said in a sultry voice, "Kid, don't waste your effort. Anyone hit by my special whip will be infected by the special substance attached to it and become my loving slave. Get up, my slaves. Show me your strength now. If you want to earn your master's love, you must fight for me endlessly, until death." As soon as those heroes who had fallen to the ground heard Crossbow S's words, they all stood up. The revived Dark Flame Dragon Sword Master immediately punched Helmet Bomb Guy, who had just tried to wake him up. Although this guy didn't have much strength against monsters, when it came to his own team, he was incredibly powerful, sending Helmet Bomb Guy flying 2 or 3 meters with a single punch. Seeing Dark Flame Dragon Sword Master's performance, Crossbow S said in a seductive voice, not bad, you're doing great. I'll take special care of you later." Following that, the other heroes who had been knocked down by Crossbow S also stood up one after another, all rushing towards Helmet Bomb Guy. "It's over. It seems my hero journey is about to end here." In despair, Helmet Bomb Guy closed his eyes. After all, as a C-class hero, he had only one move, which was to throw the bomb that looked like a helmet on his head. But he had already used that against Crossbow S. Boom! Just then, a person in black shoes kicked the controlled heroes flying towards Helmet Bomb Guy. Immediately after, a group of people rushed over. Why Haven T, I've been attacked yet? Helmet Bomb Guy slowly opened his eyes, and upon seeing the newcomers, he exclaimed, "Black shoes. Black suit, they are." Helmet Bomb Guy recognized who these people were, as there was only one organization in the entire Hero Association that dressed this way. A-class hero Fubuki's Fubuki Group. Seeing the sudden appearance of the Fubuki Group, Crossbow S, wearing some strange muzzle mask, showed no fear despite the numbers being on the opponent's side. Instead, she seemed quite excited. "The more people, the more excited I get. It seems I'll have even more loyal slaves." Saying that, Crossbow S didn't intend to waste more time talking. She directly swung her special whip towards the Fubuki Group. Anyone hit by this whip would likely be controlled and become Crossbow S's loyal servant. If she could gain so many slaves at once, it would surely be a lot of fun. Looking at the Fubuki Group, Crossbow S twisted her body inexplicably, her gaze chilling as she stared at everyone. Unfortunately, just as Crossbow S's whip was about to strike the Fubuki Group, it suddenly floated in the air, unable to advance a single inch. Top top! The sound of high heels echoed as Fubuki stepped out from behind the members of the Fubuki Group. After removing her extremely expensive green coat, she calmly looked at Crossbow S. She had received an urgent notification from the Hero Association and quickly contacted her Fubuki Group to come here for support, while her sister Tornado had gone to assist elsewhere. Upon hearing of numerous monster attacks across various cities, she was quite surprised, since City Z, which frequently experienced monster appearances, was still safe. Why were other cities attacked first? Fubuki looked at Crossbow S and said, "Demon-level monster, Crossbow S. Although your whip can control others, unfortunately, it's useless against my telekinesis. I don't even need to strain my mental power to handle you easily." Dressed in a blue-green, form-fitting long dress, Fubuki's astonishingly curvy figure was fully displayed. Even though Crossbow S was dressed provocatively in tight leather, she still fell slightly short compared to Fubuki. After all, unlike her little sister, even if 10 Fubukis combined, trained by Fang Yuan, they would still never be a match for Tornado and superpowers, but in terms of figure. Even 100 Tornadoes wouldn't compare to Fubuki, of course, excluding the version of Tornado that restored her original appearance in the game. Of course, those who like legal Lolas are excluded. Now, Chueshue is different from before. You should know that her apprenticeship with Fang Xian was not in vain. Since becoming his disciple, Chueshue has not only trained her superpowers, but also improved her physical strength. Although during this process, Fang Xian made her wear some rather strange training outfits, and even secretly took some commemorative photos. That's not important. What matters is that she has become stronger. Moreover, in terms of looks, Chueshue is definitely leagues ahead of No. S. With a cold expression, she said, "Well, if I could defeat a demon-level monster like this, it would be quite a good achievement. So, please surrender obediently, or things might get messy." Supporting her slender waist, Chueshue looked at No. S. However, No. S despises women like Chueshue. Even though her strength has greatly increased after transforming into a monster, and her figure has improved significantly, she has lost her previous stunning looks. After all, a monster is still a monster. There are no beautiful monsters. Therefore, at this moment, No. S finds Chueshue particularly displeasing. Seriously, why do I feel an irresistible urge to rip off your face and hang it on my collection shelf after seeing you? But wait, I might just take you down directly. Seriously, why do I feel an irresistible urge to rip off your face and hang it on my collection shelf after seeing you. But wait, I might just take you down directly. No, S spoke with a dangerously seductive tone. But our Chuexiue is not the kind of naive girl who hasn't seen the world. Don't forget who her circle is. Her master, who might be your brother-in-law, is Fang, the strongest S-class hero. Her sister is Tornado, the ultimate weapon of S-class heroes. Her senior brother is Genos, the devilish modified human of S-class heroes, and her friend is Saitama, who possesses strength surpassing S-class, but is currently rated as an A-class hero. So, she really doesn't take a mere demon-level monster to heart. After all, if she really can't handle it, anyone from her circle could easily wipe the floor with this demon-level monster. Something seems off. Why does it feel like Chuexiue is the one who has taken on the protagonist template? Chuexiue coldly glared at No. S. You can certainly try, but who will be lying on the ground by then is still uncertain. In an instant, the atmosphere on the battlefield became tense. No wonder some people say that wars between women are the most terrifying. Although this phrase might not be entirely suitable here. Who cares? In short, the battle between Chuexiue and No. S is about to begin. However, it's not just Chuexiue here. Monsters attacking other cities are also showcasing their abilities, and the Hero Association has mobilized immediately. Not only A-class heroes, but even S-class heroes have started to take action. However, since this monster attack was premeditated and planned, coupled with their numerical advantage, it has led to heroes being unable to attend to all cities at once. In City I, a gigantic octopus is climbing atop the tallest building. This giant octopus monster has 100 eyes on its body, which would definitely disgust anyone with a fear of clusters. This monster is the demon-level monster 100-eyed octopus sent by the Monster Association to attack City I. It enjoys eating the steel and concrete in buildings and can grow larger by consuming these materials, making it a relatively easy-to-sustain type of monster. Although its appearance is not very appealing. Soon, the 100-eyed octopus began to devour the entire building. Compared to the 100-eyed octopus, the A-class hero Death Gatling below seems very small. One must say that large creatures often have the advantage when facing smaller ones. Death Gatling, while holding his Gatling gun, is dodging and jumping under the attacks of the 100-eyed octopus' tentacles without any chance to fight back. After all, no matter how strong Death Gatling's attacks are, if he gets hit by the 100-eyed octopus, he would either die or suffer severe injuries. Damn it, is there really no blind spot or perspective this guy can't see? After dodging again, Death Gatling couldn't help but complain in his heart. Isn't that obvious? It has 100 eyes. How can you not see it? This isn't looking good. Death Gatling looked grimly at the formidable enemy before him. Not only here, but almost all the resident heroes in major cities have encountered attacks of varying degrees. These monsters are not only numerous, but also strong, and they specifically target the hero's characteristics, leading to many heroes being defeated. However, it's not all bad news. For instance, in battlefields where S-class heroes are involved, the situation usually becomes one-sided. After all, for S-class heroes, dealing with wolf-level monsters, tiger-level monsters, and demon-level monsters is relatively easy. Of course, some lower-tier S-class heroes might be an exception. On top of a certain building, two old men are watching an A-class hero battle a monster below. These two are Bang and Bomb, who have come to look for the hungry wolf. Bang, the A-class hero we are following, seems to have already been defeated, Bomb said while stretching his muscles after putting down his binoculars. Below, the A-class hero is being pinned to the ground and rubbed against by a monster with many tentacles. What? This isn't good at all. Hearing his brother Bomb's words, Bang also put down the rice ball he was eating. The reason they were following this A-class hero was that it was a bit difficult for the two old men to catch up with an active young man like Hungry Wolf. After some discussion, they decided to follow an A-class hero first, and once Hungry Wolf found this A-class hero, they would work together to take him down. However, they didn't expect that before Hungry Wolf could make a move, the A-class hero would already be pinned to the ground while Bang was just having a meal. In that case, I might as well lend a hand. Bang slowly stood up and walked downstairs, joining the battle as the third-ranked S-class hero. Let us turn the scene back to the martial arts tournament. After all the pre-match affairs were completed, the host took the microphone and announced loudly, "I'm sure the audience can't wait any longer. All right, the first match is about to begin. Please welcome the first match contestants, T. Lanzai, the chicken flying egg-hitting fist, against Zax, the true fierce fist." After the host finished speaking, the camera on the big screen shifted to the arena, and the commentator began to analyze the match. "Hello, everyone, I'm the commentator Blake." On the commentary table, a commentator with a pompadour started introducing the two competitors of the first match to the audience. It is said that Zack's girlfriend is also present today, and I've heard that if Zack can achieve a good result in this match, he will propose to his girlfriend who is here. The commentator's words piqued the interest of the audience present. After all, when it comes to gossip, no one can ever have enough. After hearing the commentator, Zack's girlfriend shyly lowered her head. Moreover, Zack had shown significant improvement in his skills recently, which wasn't good news for our completely inexperienced contestant, T-Lon-Z. Alright, without further ado, the match begins. The commentator briefly mentioned the Saitama impersonating T-Lon-Z with just one sentence, and it was only at the end of someone else's speech that it was brought up. Who knows if it was because Saitama was late earlier or if the impersonating Saitama was just too ordinary. In any case, who knows? On the fighting stage, Zack looked at the impersonating Saitama in front of him, feeling extremely anxious. Just a moment ago, this seemingly ordinary guy had merely rested his hand on the wall and, with a slight push, caused a large number of cracks to appear. He couldn't imagine what would happen to him if this guy threw a punch at him. But considering that he was in front of so many people, especially since his girlfriend was here, he absolutely couldn't back down. So he forced himself to remain calm and assumed his boxing stance. Although upon closer inspection, it was obvious that his whole body was slightly trembling. As for Saitama, aside from his indifferent expression, he was just as unremarkable. The audience in the stands was rooting for Zack, with no one cheering for Saitama. What? You ask about Genos? The Hero Association called him to assist nearby heroes against monsters, so he left first. Soon, the match began, but neither of them made the first move. Seeing his opponent not attacking, Zack took a deep breath, clenched his fists, and said, "I don't care how strong you are. I will defeat you and propose to Xiaoli." True fist. After saying that, Zack charged at the impersonating Saitama. Oh, they finally moved. Look, Zack made the first move. Great. Zack executed the true fist. Unexpectedly, as soon as the battle began, our Zack landed a fatal blow on the T-Lon-Z contestant. Isn't this just bullying the rookie T-Lon-Z? I wonder if T-Lon-Z can withstand this, but from the commentator's words, it's not hard to see that he is also biased towards Zack. Unfortunately, before he could finish, the next scene left him and the audience speechless. Zack was sent flying faster than he had executed his true fist, head first and feet in the air, creating sparks as he rubbed against the ground until he crashed into the wall and finally stopped, his body almost embedded in it. The medical team rushed over with a stretcher. Wow, incredible. The T-Lon-Z contestant managed to send Zack flying with just one punch. It seems Zack has lost consciousness and can no longer continue fighting. Could it be that T-Lon-Z has killed him with a single punch? Kill? Of course not. Saitama would apply appropriate force when fighting ordinary people, so Zack merely fainted and would recover in a week or two. Ladies and gentlemen, we just received news from the medical team that Zack merely fainted. It's surprising that less than 10 seconds into the match, a dramatic scene unfolded where the Zack we were rooting for was defeated by T-Lon-Z with a single punch. This is truly unexpected. The commentator was working hard to hype up the atmosphere. It seems Zack will no longer be able to propose to his girlfriend. His life plans may have taken a significant turn, and it looks like he'll need to replan once he wakes up. Alright, let us congratulate T-Lon-Z for winning this match and qualifying for the next round. The audience erupted in enthusiastic applause. Meanwhile, Saitama, looking at his fist, wondered, did I do something bad? At that moment, the commentator's voice appeared again. Oh, breaking news. Although Zack fell into a coma and couldn't propose, his girlfriend said she would marry him once he wakes up. It seems that Zack is both fortunate and unfortunate. Phew, that's good. After hearing the commentator's words, Saitama felt relieved and wiped away the non-existent cold sweat with his hand. Zack, even though I was defeated in one punch, I'll have a wife once I wake up? Ahahaha. Aren't you envious? In the resting area for contestants, a handsome young man with long black hair was also watching the battle that just occurred, and he was the man who had won the martial arts tournament 3 times in a row, also a C player in this competition, Water Dragon. Water Dragon is the type of martial arts genius who can easily master techniques that others might spend their whole lives trying to learn without success. From another perspective, Water Dragon is similar to Hungry Wolf. Both are arrogant types of geniuses. But the difference is that Water Dragon has a laid-back attitude, while Hungry Wolf is focused on pursuing ultimate power. Although that punch looked ordinary, there is no doubt that Zack's movement indicated he was not weak, yet he was knocked down in one punch. And that guy named T-Lon-Z seemed to handle it effortlessly. It looks like the opponent I might face in the finals will be this guy. Watching the impersonating T-Lon-Z, who is still in a daze on stage, Water Dragon, with his genius intuition, sensed that he had found his final opponent. As for the other seed player, Explosive Mountain, Water Dragon didn't take him seriously at all. Meanwhile, backstage, Fang, who was even more nervous than Saitama, was also paying attention to every move of Saitama on stage. His anxiety didn't stem from fearing Saitama would lose, but from worrying that Saitama's identity would be exposed. After all, the wig Saitama was wearing looked loose and seemed like it could fall off at any moment. If it gets exposed, all would be in vain. He actually rejected my suggestion to glue the wig to his head. How infuriating. What? Glue on your head? Are you a devil? It seems you're the most detestable one here. Just as the martial arts tournament was in full swing, Fang sensed many unusual presences nearby. He placed his finger on his forehead and expanded his perception to encompass the entire earth. Soon, he realized something was off. Why are there so many monster presences around? Although they aren't very strong. Wait, what S with this number? Forget it, it doesn't matter. If you dare to cause trouble under my nose, then I can only personally eliminate you. A glint of determination flashed in Fang eyes, and he used telepathy to inform Saitama that he had something to take care of, but would be back soon. Then, he disappeared backstage using instant teleportation. Weirdos, get ready to fight. Scion Fang is about to arrive on the battlefield, so prepare yourselves. Somewhere in the city, feel the fear, humans. A ghost-level monster with green skin laughed maniacally. Not far from this monster lay several defeated heroes. Hey, can you keep your voice down? You're too loud. Just as the monster was about to proceed with its next move, it suddenly noticed a human appearing out of nowhere in front of it. The monster instinctively took a few steps back and then looked seriously at the suddenly appearing human. Who are you? I am here to send you to hell. Fang, who had just teleported to this location, pointed at the monster and said, To hell? Kid, are you talking about yourself? The monster showed no fear in response to Fang words. After all, it was a ghost-level monster, and despite many people saying they would defeat it, they were all ultimately defeated by it. All right, I have other matters to attend to. If you want to defeat me, feel free to make your move. But the only outcome will be that you are defeated by me. Saying this, the monster made a provocative gesture towards Fang, implying that he should come and fight. Clearly, this monster was not aware of Fang identity, possibly because it often ignored news and television programs. Wow, this is the first time I've heard a monster ask me to fight. Naturally, Fang was willing to satisfy the monster's request. He conjured a ball of yellow light in his hand and threw it at the monster. The ball arced through the air and instantly struck the monster. Boom! With a loud bang, the previously arrogant monster was instantly reduced to ashes. You can't even withstand a single move from me. Yet you have the audacity to stand there and ask me to fight. Fang shook his head as he looked at the monster that had turned to ashes. After dealing with the monster, Fang teleported to the next location. Oh, let your face become part of my body. An ugly monster, holding 2 double knives, slowly approached a girl who had fallen to the ground. This monster was a ghost-level monster known as Face Patch. Its body was covered with various distorted human faces, all taken from people who had died in anger, cut off with the double knives in its hands, becoming new parts of its body. For Face Patch, a distorted female face was even more appealing, making the girl in front of its target. To obtain a distorted face, the plan was to first instill despair in the target, then kill them, and finally cut off their skin to acquire a perfect distorted face. Burning Cannon. Just as the girl was completely engulfed in despair, a searing attack interrupted Face Patch's attempt to cut the girl's face. And the newcomer was none other than Genos. After leaving the martial arts tournament venue, Genos began using his detection system to search for monster energy fluctuations. After eliminating a tiger-level monster, he detected ghost-level monster energy in this area and immediately rushed over. However, being a ghost-level monster, Face Patch was clearly not something Genos could deal with easily. When faced with Genos' Burning Cannon attack, Face Patch quickly raised its double knives to block the attack. Genos swiftly rescued the girl and placed her in a safe position. Upon facing each other, it seemed that Face Patch recognized Genos, possibly due to its habit of watching television. Yo, isn't this the famous S-Class hero, the demon cyborg Genos? Looks like I'm really lucky today. So Genos, could you please give me your skin? Face Patch lewdly licked one of its double knives and grinned cruelly. Hearing Face Patch's words, Genos responded in confusion. Give you my skin? What, do you think Genos is without a face? Genos, while I understand what you mean, it just feels a bit off, doesn't it? Face Patch paused for a moment, seemingly contemplating Genos' words, but quickly returned to reality and swung its knives directly at Genos' face. So fast, Genos instantly stepped back half a step to dodge the attack. But Face Patch was not willing to let up, pursuing Genos with a flurry of chaotic slashes. After all, if it could hit once, it would be worth it to hit twice. This can't go on. Just dodging will definitely lead to openings. I need to counterattack. After some thought, Genos used the powerful armor of his cyborg body to confront Face Patch's double knives head-on. Clang! The crisp sound of metal clashing echoed continuously. After the exchange, Genos' arms bore several cuts from Face Patch's knives, while Face Patch's blades showed no damage at all. How about that? Famous one. How was my swordsmanship? I think it was lacking. Just then, a voice came from the air, and both Genos and Face Patch looked up. Fang had somehow arrived in midair. Watching the two, "Teacher," Genos exclaimed happily upon seeing Fang. Fang landed on the ground. Unfortunately, Face Patch did not charge at Fang as he had hoped, but chose to quickly flee instead. The reason was simple. Face Patch was not like the previous green monster that ignored the news. It recognized Genos and Fang, as well as other S-Class heroes. Wow, it runs really fast, but that makes it less interesting. Saying this, Fang unleashed a Kamehameha wave, which shot directly at the fleeing Face Patch. Boom! With a loud bang, Face Patch was blasted to pieces, just like the previous green monster. "Genos, are you okay?" Fang turned to Genos after dealing with Face Patch. Genos shook his head. "I'm fine, Teacher Fang. By the way, weren't you at the martial arts tournament with Saitama? How did you end up here?" "I sensed a large number of monster presences, so I came to eliminate these monsters. As for the tournament site, it has nothing to do with me. After all, Saitama is the one participating in the competition on behalf of Sharenko." "Oh, all right, enough of that. Let's go. We'll clean up the monsters together next." "Yes." After saying this, Genos placed a hand on Fang shoulder, and the two instantly vanished. "Genos, go 3 o'clock. After eliminating Face Patch, Genos and Fang worked together, one responsible for teleporting and directing, the other for attacking, and their coordination was remarkably seamless. However, occasionally Genos would fail to finish off a monster, requiring Fang to deliver the finishing blow. "Leave it to me, Teacher Fang. Burning Cannon." Genos gathered energy, and his whole body began to glow. He raised his hand and aimed the assembled burning cannon at the monster to shoot. Boom! The scorching burning cannon not only caused a violent explosion, but also blasted the monster into dust. "Not bad, Genos. Your burning cannon has become significantly stronger," Fang said approvingly as he watched Genos' attack. Genos humbly replied, "Compared to Teacher Fang and Teacher Saitama's attacks, I'm still far behind." "Well, let's keep working hard." "All right, Genos, we need to move on," Fang said. "Yes, Teacher Fang." Then, the two headed to the next city attacked by monsters. "Ho ho ho, I am a bull demon monster. Who among you humans dares to defy me?" A bull-headed monster, classified as a tiger-level threat, boasted loudly as he looked at several unconscious C-rank heroes lying on the ground. "Idare." Upon hearing a voice, the bull demon turned to look. But before he could say anything, Genos had already dashed in front of him, his mechanical arm clenched into a fist. The modifications covering his fist began to reshape, and a large number of small nanodevices stored within Genos' body started to generate high-voltage electricity. High-voltage punch. Although the name of this move was quite plain, it was exceptionally effective. When that electrified punch hit the bull demon, the high voltage allowed the monster to experience the techniques of the Thunder God, making him reconsider his destructive habits. Didn't he need to pay for his actions? Clearly, Genos' high-voltage punch was not to be taken lightly. In just a short moment, the bull demon was charred on the outside and tender on the inside, almost resembling a roasted bull. One could even smell the aroma in the air. If some seasoning were added, it could probably be served as a meal. "Huh. Genos, when did you learn this move?" "It's quite impressive," Fang said. "Teacher Fang. I developed this move by utilizing the alternating current within my body and generating a high voltage through the facilities on my arm during the time you were away in space," Genos explained. "Great. Very well done. Let's continue to the next target," Fang encouraged. "Yes, Teacher Fang." With that, the master and disciple vanished from spot. "You guys are too easy to defeat. I just started and you fell down already. Is there anyone left? I want to take on 10. Like the previous bull demon, this multi-eyed monster was also a tiger-level threat, but his performance was slightly better as he had just defeated 2 B-rank heroes. However, before he could boast for long, a voice interrupted him. "I'm coming," Genos shouted as he kicked the multi-eyed monster to the ground and then mounted him. Mechanical 100 Refinements Punch. Genos' mechanical fists quickly rained down on the multi-eyed monster, and in just a few punches, the monster was defeated. Meanwhile, Fang was in midair, enjoying ice cream while watching Genos dominate the battle. A city, Hero Association headquarters. In the newly established Frontline Emergency Command Center, they were observing the situation in various cities through some undamaged cameras. Upon witnessing the immense strength of Fang and Genos, and their ability to teleport instantly from one city to another, they were left in shock. Mr. Fang and Mr. Genos are truly powerful, one of the staff remarked. Especially Mr. Fang. Although he rarely makes a move, he takes down elite monsters that are normally incredibly formidable. To him, they seem as fragile as paper, eliminated in an instant. Moreover, that super-fast teleportation ability seems to be related to him. The monsters unleashed in City C, including 20 wolf-level monsters, 16 tiger-level monsters, and 4 ghost-level monsters, had been reduced to just 1 tiger-level monster left standing. The reporter in the group conveyed this shocking news to the commander in charge of the Emergency Command Center. It seems City C should be fine now, but what about the other cities? The commander, sporting a beard, began to ponder as he looked at the disaster statistics of other cities displayed on the large screen. Although the danger in City C was about to be resolved, other cities were still in peril, and the heroes facing the monsters were at a disadvantage. In the blink of an eye, numerous S-rank heroes arrived at the battlefield, significantly changing the situation. At this moment, Fubuki and Nunchaku S were also about to engage in battle. Nunchaku S twisted her alluring figure and taunted Fubuki, saying, "You big-breasted, brainless woman, all you do is get played with and then discarded." However, judging by her own appearance, it seemed that Nunchaku S had insulted herself as well. Fubuki, unfazed, replied, "Say what you want. Do you really think you can defeat all of us by yourself?" After Fubuki spoke, her team members joined her, as they had a significant numerical advantage. However, sometimes having more people does not equate to stronger fighting power. In fact, a larger number can often become a burden. "Oh, are you planning to use a swarm tactic to defeat me? You underestimate me," Nunchaku S said, twisting her seductive steps as she swiftly swung the specially made whip in her hand, not giving Fubuki's team any time to react before the whip struck them. Crack, crack, crack. TCH, this is nothing. Everyone attack together, said Eyelash, the second in command of Fubuki's team. However, it was evident that when he said this, he lacked any conviction, as his eyes began to lose focus. After attacking the group, Nunchaku S looked at the members of Fubuki's team and seductively said, "I'm so scared. Come protect me." Following this, led by Eyelash, all the members of Fubuki's team lost consciousness, moving like zombies towards Nunchaku S. This was a complete surrender. Just a moment ago, these members of Fubuki's team were united, and the next moment, they all turned traitor. Seeing that she had controlled them all, Nunchaku S turned to Fubuki. "Now, I want to ask you the same question you asked me. Do you really think you could defeat all of us by yourself?" Fubuki, witnessing the sudden shift in the battle, could not help but become serious. Nunchaku S, pleased with Fubuki's expression, commanded the controlled members of Fubuki's team. "Go, my darlings. Teach this woman a good lesson." Under Nunchaku S's control, the members of Fubuki's team all rushed towards her. "Eyelash, wake up. Don't fall under the enemy's control so easily." As Blizzard dodged the attacks from the controlled members of the Blizzard group, she called out to everyone's consciousness. Beside her, Crossbow S listened to Blizzard's voice and couldn't help but smugly laugh. "It's useless. It's useless. The way you're calling out is really annoying. But even if you keep shouting, they won't listen to you, because they are now my loyal slaves, and they will only obey my commands. Now let me see what you choose to do. Will you attack your former companions, or will you be passively defeated by them?" He. Just thinking about this impending internal conflict makes me excited. It's so interesting. So, let me see how you will cut off your ties next. Go. Defeat this woman. After saying that, Crossbow S issued another command. Blizzard looked at the members of the controlled Blizzard group charging at her, feeling a mix of emotions. She had built the Blizzard group from scratch, and these people were her hard work, having fought alongside her through many battles. No matter what, she couldn't harm them. However, simply dodging wasn't a solution. Even though she had undergone physical training from Fang and her physical abilities had improved, if she kept this up, she would eventually be defeated due to exhaustion, putting her in a very precarious situation. Seeing Blizzard only dodging and not attacking, Crossbow S reminded her, "Oh, why don't you choose to resist? Let me kindly remind you, if you don't fight back, you will die." But the problem was that Crossbow S didn't know this. Crossbow S's whip swiftly struck toward Blizzard again. Unfortunately, the same scene replayed. Blizzard's telekinesis was no joke. Even while controlling many members of the Blizzard group, she could still use her powers to stop the whip, rendering it completely ineffective. Damn it, blocked again. Crossbow S huffed. In that case, how will you respond? Seeing that her attacks were ineffective against Blizzard, Crossbow S twisted her body and attacked the controlled members of the Blizzard group. Although these people were now her loyal slaves, they were still companions of the annoying woman in front of her. Moreover, Crossbow S knew that heroes often sacrifice themselves to protect their companions, so she wanted to see if Blizzard would do the same. As Crossbow S swung her whip again, Blizzard immediately prepared to counter with her telekinesis, only to realize that the target of the attack wasn't her. Oh no, this guy intends to. With no time to think, Blizzard quickly redirected her telekinesis to protect the target of Crossbow S's attack, which were the currently controlled members of the Blizzard group. However, this diversion allowed Crossbow S to seize Blizzard's opening. I've caught you. Crossbow S sneered. It seems you're just like the heroes I know. Since that's the case, let me make you my slave. At that moment, Blizzard, whose defenses were down, was struck heavily by Crossbow S's whip on her delicate back. The attack from a demon-level monster was not as weak as it appeared. Blizzard's back was instantly torn, leaving a blood-red whip mark on her previously flawless skin. Ugh, pained. Blizzard struggled to control her body and knelt on the ground. After retracting her whip, Crossbow S wore a mocking smile. You've been hit by me. Soon, you will become my slave. Don't worry, once you are my slave, you will obey me completely. However, she thought, let me consider how to use such a beautiful woman like you. Usually, she would use controlled beauties as bait to lure heroes, but she just heard them call her Blizzard. If she recalled correctly, she should be the sister of the ultimate weapon Tornado, who ranked second in S-Class. So, I'll use you as bait to draw out your sister Tornado. You shouldn't mind, right? For now, I'll let you live a little longer. The scantily dressed Crossbow S slowly approached Blizzard, placing her hand on her head. However, lost in her own thoughts, she didn't notice Blizzard quickly took a bean from her pants pocket and ate it. Instantly, her dazed consciousness became clear. The blood-red whip mark on her back disappeared, and the telekinesis and stamina she had just consumed were fully restored. In an instant, a strong aura radiated from Blizzard, shocking Crossbow S, who had been fantasizing about using Blizzard as bait to control Tornado, causing her to retreat repeatedly. How is this possible? You clearly got hit by my whip. But why are you still conscious? Crossbow S looked at Blizzard, who stood up again, radiating a green glow, her face displaying disbelief. It seemed her condition had returned to its peak. Crossbow S's expression became serious. She didn't understand why Blizzard not only wasn't controlled by her special whip, but also appeared to be in top condition. Blizzard, now standing again, breathed a sigh of relief and thought, phew, thank goodness for the magic bean that teacher Fang gave me, or I would have really fallen for this guy's trap. Indeed, the only thing in this world that could provide such strong recovery power and restore one's body to peak condition was the magic bean possessed by Fang. However, the magic bean had a flaw. It couldn't restore clothes. Now, aside from her slightly damaged clothing, everything else about Blizzard was perfectly fine. Feeling the situation, Blizzard smiled confidently, looking at Crossbow S with a renewed sense of control. All right, now it's your turn to receive my attacks, Blizzard said. Crossbow S smiled. Don't think just because you've used something to escape my control that you can be complacent. Let me tell you, since I was able to hit you once, I can hit you a second and a third time. I don't believe you can keep escaping my control. Blizzard confidently smiled and took out a small bag filled with nearly 100 magic beans. Suit yourself, I still have a bag of antidote. Seeing what Blizzard had, Crossbow S was instantly stunned. Isn't using medicine during battle considered cheating? I want to report you. As for why Blizzard had so many magic beans, it was naturally because Fang had given them to her. Fang had gifted countless magic beans to Tornado, Blizzard, and Genos, but as for Saitama, sorry. Did this guy need to use such things? For the Tornado naturally felt she had no use for it, so she gave her share to her sister Fubuki. As her senior, Genos thought he wouldn't need that much either, so he split his in half and gave it to Fubuki. Why does it feel like Fubuki is becoming more and more like the protagonist? Never mind. After putting the back in her pocket, Fubuki used the reverse elasticity of her psychokinesis to quickly approach the S-Class hero. Seeing Fubuki coming closer, S-Class felt happy instead of scared. After all, in a long-range battle, she might struggle against a psychic, but in close combat, she was confident she could make Fubuki cry. However, Fubuki was aware of this, so she prepared everything while rushing over. Suddenly, the psychokinetic energy Fubuki gathered soared, lifting cracked stones from the nearby ground, and once again, the technique combining storms and cracked stones appeared, which was Fubuki's ultimate move. Hellstorm, compared to the last time Fubuki used it against the fan monster. This move was clearly several times stronger. A massive storm rushed towards S-Class S position. Hellstorm. Fubuki unleashed her ultimate move at S-Class. Facing Fubuki's big move, S-Class had no way to dodge and could only take the full brunt of Fubuki's attack. When the storm subsided, S-Class was covered in injuries. Her hair a mess as she reappeared before Fubuki, and this move made her already revealing outfit even more exposed. After S-Class clumsily stood up, her gaze towards Fubuki turned venomous. I just wanted to turn you into my slave, but now I've changed my mind. I want to kill you. At the martial arts tournament site, no ads and the fastest updates. To avoid losing content during transitions, please experience the ad-free reading app for free novels. Finally, head, my hell hand blade will split your skull. All right, say goodbye to this world. With that, Bakuzen revealed an extremely sinister smile. Don't touch my head. Seeing that his wig was slightly askew, Saitama punched Bakuzen away. Bakuzen spun in the air for 108 circles before crashing headfirst into the ground, losing consciousness. Here, I can only say, deserved it, really deserved it. Why touch his hair if you had no business doing so? If you touch it, fine, but why mess it up? Saitama fixed the wig that Bakuzen had messed up, saying, "Oh no, I accidentally lost control again and messed up the match." Saitama's sudden punch ended the match, leaving the audience, who thought there would be a brutal and bloody fight, in complete silence. Outside the arena. Wow. After Saitama defeated Bakuzen, a chorus of incredulous voices erupted from the audience. They never expected that their favored seed contestant would be defeated in one punch by someone who looked ordinary and was participating for the first time. Below the stage, the previously tense Kurai looked up at Saitama, who was pretending to be Shirenko, with disbelief. Another seed contestant, Suiryu, seeing the situation, crossed his arms and laughed. Another one-punch knockout, good, I'll do the same in the next match. Other spectators were also buzzing with discussions. I mean, is this not a fixed match? How could Bakuzen be knocked down by this kid in one move? I lost a lot of money this time. What? Did you also bet on Bakuzen? Ignoring the discussions in the audience, Saitama fixed his wig and walked off the stage. Meanwhile, on Fang and Genos' side, after a chaotic battle in City C, the two finally arrived at the location of the last monster in City C. Oh, I didn't expect it to be two S-Class heroes. The speaker was a humanoid cockroach that looked like it was standing upright. It was the powerful demon-class monster, Awakened Cockroach. Even if you are S-Class heroes, so what? Just watch how I defeat you. After all, I am very strong. Confident in his strength, Awakened Cockroach kindly reminded Genos and Fang. Seeing the little cockroach so confident, Fang planned to test the opponent's strength. But just as he was about to make a move, Genos, with a serious expression, said to him, "Teacher Fang, can I handle this guy?" Fang looked at the little cockroach, then at Genos, thought for a moment, and concluded that this monster's strength was indeed not weak, making it a good opponent for Genos. All right, if you want to practice, I don't mind. With Fang approval, Genos turned his gaze toward Awakened Cockroach, reminding himself deep down, this time, I must not be negligent. This enemy deserves my full effort to defeat. Without hesitation, Genos' core began to operate at full power. Virum, a large amount of smoke sprayed from Genos' body, and golden light erupted as he entered G-Force state. Overload power output. Without any hesitation, Genos directly maxed out his power device, and in the next moment, his body turned into a golden afterimage, charging towards Awakened Cockroach. Seeing Genos rushing over, Awakened Cockroach calmly responded by stepping back slightly to dodge Genos' rapid attack, then raised his arm covered in cockroach armor to block Genos' punch. Bang! Burning cannon. Seeing that his punch was blocked, Genos immediately transformed his punch into a palm and unleashed the burning cannon at point-blank range. Awakened Cockroach bent backward to narrowly evade such a close-range attack. That was dangerously close. If I hadn't dodged just now, that attack would have seriously injured me. S-Class Hero Cyborg. When Awakened Cockroach said this, there was no sense of seriousness in his eyes towards Genos, as if he was still holding back. And even if that attack hit him, he probably wouldn't sustain much damage. Awakened Cockroach's words didn't provoke Genos, although the opponent had reserved strength. His previous attack was merely a test. Overload operation. The power device on Genos emitted a white glow, and the brief overload granted him a stronger boost in speed and power. At that moment, Genos' figure, with the increased speed, disappeared from the original spot again, moving at a speed that could no longer be captured by the naked eye. This is the S-Class hero, indeed impressive. Seeing Genos' movements, Awakened Cockroach also quickly charged forward. His physical skills were formidable, especially since he had 4 arms. Bang 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 bang. In G4 form, Genos clashed fiercely with Awakened Cockroach's cockroach armor and 4 fists. And for a moment, neither side could gain the upper hand. As the battle continued, Genos realized that the speed gained from system overload could not last long, and soon, the Awakened Cockroach gradually gained the upper hand. What's going on? A dignified S-class hero, and you can't hold on for long? Are you suffering from kidney deficiency? The Awakened Mantis mocked, then struck Genos back with a punch. Immediately, the Awakened Cockroach spread its wings and flew into the air, continuing to taunt. I still have plenty of strength left. After saying that, the Awakened Cockroach retreated at an incredible speed and angle. The Awakened Mantis began its sneaky tactics, clearly sensing that the devilish cyborg before it could not keep up with its speed. Since that was the case, it had absolute confidence in playing with its opponent's life using its speed. With that thought, the Awakened Cockroach scurried into the nooks and crannies, just like a regular cockroach, annoying, yet with a strong vitality. It quickly landed a punch on Genos before retreating into the shadows, waiting for Genos to expose another flaw. Although this tactic was quite sneaky, it was undeniably effective. After all, Genos could not keep up with its speed without overloading. Burning Cannon. Genos fired an attack into the shadow where the Awakened Cockroach had just retreated, but it had little effect. No, this guy is too fast. If this continues, I will undoubtedly lose. I need to think of a way. Seeing that his attacks had no effect, Genos pondered for a moment and then calmly stood his ground. Although I really don't want to use this move, I have no choice now. The Awakened Cockroach, hiding in a corner, heard Genos' words, and after confirming it was safe, peeked out to say, "Hey, do you have any other moves? Could it be a laser cannon? Or some kind of dense laser technique? Wait, why are you guessing all lasers? Are you afraid of lasers?" The Awakened Cockroach laughed and added, "Just to let you know, if you're just thinking about randomly attacking or using some wide-range attacks, that would be a waste of time, completely meaningless." Genos remained calm in response to the Awakened Cockroach's words. "I don't have such weapons, but I do have gear specifically designed to deal with fast-moving monsters like you. However, I didn't really want to use it." He continued, "However, there are always stronger opponents out there. Your speed is indeed above mine, and if I don't acknowledge that, I won't be able to defeat you." After saying this, a hatch opened at Genos' heel, releasing a large amount of a glue-like substance. Seeing Genos' serious demeanor, with no hint of joking, the Awakened Cockroach did not dare to be careless. After all, the other party was a genuine S-class hero. It immediately left the battlefield and went to a place it deemed extremely safe, saying to Genos, "Hey, the gear you mentioned, it wouldn't be something like a laser pest control device, would it?" After that, the Awakened Cockroach fell silent, then thought for a moment and said, "All right, let's call it day for now. After all, I've achieved a very good result, completely suppressing an S-class hero in speed. Goodbye, devilish cyborg. And don't think the attacks will end here. There will be stronger monsters coming for you." With that, the Awakened Cockroach ran away. For a moment, the area was very quiet. Although the Awakened Cockroach had escaped, Genos still did not exit battle mode. Just then, very close behind Genos, the voice of the Awakened Mantis suddenly rang out. "Ha, just like the intel said, you really are easy to let your guard down, devilish cyborg. So I'll say goodbye again, but this time it's you who should say goodbye to your head." The Awakened Mantis threw a punch at Genos' back. But just as its fist was about to hit Genos, it suddenly realized it could not advance no matter how hard it tried. How could this be? When did you do this? What is this stuff? Why can't my legs move? The Awakened Cockroach looked at the gooey substance that had stuck to its feet, bewildered. It had only touched it slightly, yet it was completely immobilized. Genos then turned his head and said, "I once fought with a ninja who, like you, was very good at speed, and his speed was much faster than yours. I lost that battle, and afterward, to win in our next encounter, I prepared this powerful adhesive specifically designed to counter speed. As long as you get stuck, even if just a little, you won't be able to break free." Genos' heel continued to spray the viscous glue, and holding his mechanical arm, he awkwardly said, "Although this move can restrain speed-type enemies if I use it, it means I admit that the opponent's speed is something I cannot handle, so I generally wouldn't use it." It turned out that Genos' earlier reluctance to use the glue stemmed from such an inconsequential reason. "Damn it, you despicable guy. If you have the ability, let me go, and let us have a fair fight," the Awakened Cockroach said in a panic, struggling its legs, but unable to escape the glue's restraint. Genos looked at it calmly and said, "I'm not an idiot. Battle itself is cruel. I didn't use any unethical means. You just underestimated me and didn't anticipate that I would prepare such a countermeasure. Take this burning cannon, with Genos' words. The cannon on his arm instantly lit up with a fiery glow, and then a powerful flame energy cannon shot toward the awakened cockroach. In an instant, the opponent was engulfed by the scorching energy of the burning cannon, and when the massive explosion subsided, only 2 legs remained on the ground. Damn it. He actually severed his own legs to escape, but he should have sustained fatal injuries, right? Genos said as he looked at the legs left behind by the awakened cockroach. Just then, a shadow came crashing down toward him high speed. Bang! The shadow slammed heavily into the ground, embedding its entire body into the earth. And that shadow was the awakened cockroach, which had just severed its legs to flee. Oof, trying to escape right under my nose. You really underestimate me, Fang said, with his fingertip resting on his forehead. It turned out that after the awakened cockroach had severed its legs to escape, Fang immediately used instant teleportation to catch up, then punched it back. Of course, he held back with that punch, so this guy didn't die, but he was left barely alive. Genos, you performed very well in that battle just now. After saying that, Fang turned to acknowledge Genos' performance in the recent fight. Not all. I'm still far from it. If it weren't for you, Teacher Fang, that guy might have really gotten away. Genos humbly replied. Fang smiled and said, Don't say that. You have greatly improved your combat skills and strategies compared to before. You just need to accumulate more combat experience. Yes, Teacher Fang. I will continue to work hard, replied Genos. Fang nodded, then used an energy ball to kill the awakened cockroach. Just as Fang was about to take Genos to the next location to eliminate the monsters, he suddenly sensed through his aura that Fubuki was fighting, and it seemed she was in a dangerous situation. After all, she was his disciple and also Tornado's sister. If she were to encounter any real danger, it would not be good. After thinking for a moment, he said to Genos beside him, Genos, you go back to the martial arts tournament first. I need to deal with some other matters. After saying that, Fang immediately used instant teleportation to leave. However, less than 5 minutes after Fang left, Genos, who was rushing back to the martial arts tournament site, suddenly sensed a powerful energy reaction. Something was approaching at high speed. This power is a dragon-level monster. The dragon-level monster that Genos sensed was actually the backbone of the Monster Association's executives. Haojia. In a way, New S was actually Haojia's savior, because if it weren't for New S putting Fubuki in a dangerous situation, prompting Fang to go to her aid, Haojia would probably have already been taught a lesson by Fang with his fists on his way to the martial arts tournament. However, the place Haojia was rushing to seemed even more dangerous than where Fang was, because there was a bald demon king, Saitama, participating in the tournament there. Just now, I only wanted to turn you into my slave, but now I've changed my mind. I want to kill you. After saying this, New S's eyes turned vicious, and she tightly gripped the specially made whip in her hand. Coincidentally, just as New S finished speaking, Fang arrived at the scene using instant teleportation. What kind of monster is this? As New S, who was fleeing quickly, turned to look at Fang harmless face. Her fear could no longer be suppressed and was infinitely magnified. At the same time, she finally realized that the title of the strongest warrior was indeed well-deserved. Wait, I was just warming up. Why did you run away? Fang couldn't help but complain as he watched New S run far away. Come on, your nonchalant attitude. Where you casually talk while making the enemy disappear, can you not instill fear in others? Fang was not having any of it. What disappearance? He had only used a tiny bit of power, who knew their strength was so weak that they couldn't withstand it. Fubuki, these guys really have nothing to do with me. It's mainly that their strength is too weak. I really didn't use much power just now. After explaining to Fubuki, Fang disappeared from the spot and chased after New S. Fubuki looked at her subordinates, who were lying on the ground, barely breathing, and sighed helplessly. She didn't know what to say for a moment. After all, she had some understanding of her teacher's strength, and this was indeed the result of him showing mercy. Otherwise, these people would have already turned into mush. At this moment, Fang also caught New S, who was fleeing like a chick, and threw her to the ground. Why you? As she looked at Fang who had caught her back, New S's eyes gradually filled with fear, and her speech began to stutter. Just when New S was in despair, thinking she was about to be finished off here, several minor monsters suddenly emerged from nowhere. Hey, look over there. Isn't that the monster princess, New S? These minor monsters looked at the members of Fubuki's group who were knocked down by Fang and the distressed New S, and clearly misunderstood the situation. Despicable humans. actually using a swarm tactic against the beautiful monster princess. We can't just sit back and watch. Let's create a hero saving the beauty scene. The leader, a horned monster, excitedly said, unable to tell what it was based on. However, a tail-bearing monster next to him corrected the horned monster, saying, "No problem. Big brother, but I need to correct what you just said. We are monsters, not heroes, so it should be monster saving beauty instead of hero saving beauty." The last one to speak was a monster with a pig nose and peculiar ears. Big brother, what the second brother said is right. And New S's figure could be considered outstanding among female monsters. If we save her later, she might even offer herself. That would be tempting. What the third brother said is indeed quite enticing. Big brother, I've told you many times, after we three brothers became swarm brothers. You shouldn't call us second brother and third brother. You should call us second younger brother and third younger brother. A big person doesn't care about small details. There's no need to mind these titles. This is all such nonsense. However, that said, the strength of the monster three brothers should not be underestimated. The horn monster, as the eldest brother, is a peak ghost-level monster. The second brother with a tail is a mid-upper ghost-level monster, while the third brother is slightly weaker. Only considered a younger brother among ghost-level monsters. If these three monsters teamed up, they would be formidable. Even a relatively strong S-class hero could easily face defeat. As the three monster brothers shouted, they rushed towards Fang, planning to give him a profound lesson while also showcasing their charm to New S. Seeing the three monster brothers charging over, New S thought to take advantage of the moment when Fang was fighting them to escape quickly. Princess Nusa, don't be afraid. We the monster three brothers are here. I am the leader of the monster three brothers, the horned corner monster. Boom! Before the horned corner monster could finish his sentence, a super thin ray pierced through his chest, and he fell to the ground, motionless. Although this guy was peak ghost level in strength, fortunately, Fang didn't use an energy ball or similar attack. Otherwise, he wouldn't have ended up with a whole corpse. Who is this? What is happening? Fubuki, are these three ugly guys also your subordinates? Teacher, these guys who look nothing like humans should definitely not be members of my Fubuki group, right? Listening to Fang words, Fubuki couldn't help but complain. Just kidding. I learned it from Genos. Fang awkwardly laughed, immediately shifting the blame to Genos, and then shot another energy ball to blow the horn corner monster to pieces. Indeed, blown to pieces. The horn corner monster's body exploded, blood splattering everywhere, with a few drops even splattering onto New S's face. Thus, the leader of the monster three brothers, the peak ghost-level horn corner monster, met his end. Big brother, the remaining two monsters, seeing their sworn big brother die so tragically, shouted loudly, "Damn humans, how dare you treat my elder brother this way? I will make you pay with your blood today." The speaker was the second brother of the monster trio, the tail monster, who immediately charged forward after finishing his words. As the saying goes, decisively reckless, which perfectly describes the tail monster. He hadn't run a few steps before his body was blasted into a pile of unrecognizable meat paste by a tremendous force. The only thing that was recognizable was that there was a tail in front of him, as next to the meat paste lay a severed tail. This strike was delivered by Fang, whose speed was incredibly fast. He had already reached the tail monster's side the moment the latter made his move, then punched him into meat paste. With a strength above the average ghost level, the tail monster was nothing in front of Fang. To be honest, even 100 of such monsters would not be a match for Fang. Ding! Detected extreme fear from the crossbow S. Emotional value, 999,999. Ding! Detected surprise and anger from the pig-nosed monster. Emotional value, 20,000. Upon hearing the system notification in his mind, Fang couldn't help but feel delighted, especially with the emotional value given by the crossbow S. He didn't expect that by eliminating two ghost-level monsters in succession, he would receive so much emotional value. Second brother, damn humans, you have killed my elder brother and second brother. Since the day the monster trio swore brotherhood, we vowed not to be born on the same day, but to die on the same day. Just wait and see as I kill you and then join my two brothers. Seeing this monster so loyal to his brothers, Fang was also moved, and thus decided to send this guy to reunite with his two brothers. Boom! A key blast was unleashed, directly blowing the pig-nosed monster to smithereens, leaving not even a trace of ash. In less than 3 minutes, all three ghost-level monsters were eliminated by Fang, leaving Crossbow S dumbfounded. To be honest, she hadn't even seen what had happened before the ghost-level monster trio was completely wiped out. Wiped out? How is this possible? Crossbow S clearly hadn't come to her senses after witnessing the scene. She knew a bit about the 3 ghost-level monsters, although they might have some issues. Their strength was undeniably ghost-level, especially in a combined effort. It was said that even a typical dragon-level monster would have to struggle for a while. Although they couldn't win, just making a dragon-level monster struggle was already impressive. Yet, such a monster trio was wiped out so easily. Thinking of this, Crossbow S began to tremble all over, and even the thought of escaping was extinguished in an instant. Unable to fight back or escape, all that was left was to survive. So, Crossbow S no longer sought anything else. As long as she could survive, that was enough. She immediately knelt on the ground and pleaded, "Wait, Master Fang Xian, I am willing to surrender to you and become your slave. Please let me live." As long as she could stay alive, she could accept anything, because only by living could she know what would happen next. After all, this guy couldn't possibly know what she was thinking. Crossbow S thought this way, believing that no matter how powerful Fang Xian was, he couldn't possibly know her thoughts. Although her treacherous surrender was a very good idea, other S-level heroes might actually let her go. But unfortunately, Fang Xian had the ability to read minds like Master Turtle, so as soon as Crossbow S said she would surrender, Fang Xian activated this ability to read her inner thoughts. As long as I can survive from you, then when you're not paying attention, I can escape back to the Monster Association and do whatever I want. This thought was quite good. Fang Xian calmly voiced Crossbow S' thoughts. Crossbow S was startled when she heard Fang Xian directly state her inner thoughts, looking at him in disbelief. Impossible. How could this guy have mind-reading abilities? He must have guessed. Yes, just trying to scare me. I must stay calm and not be intimidated by such childish play. Fang Xian once again articulated the thoughts in Crossbow S' mind, and at that moment, a storm surged within her. Because what Fang Xian had just said exactly matched her inner thoughts. To be able to guess such things, his luck was indeed incredible. This guy must have studied psychology. Anyway, no matter what, he couldn't possibly have mind-reading abilities. I need to clarify that I haven't studied psychology. Crossbow S looked at Fang Xian, momentarily unable to accept such a capability. How could there be such a person in this world? It was too unreasonable. Nevertheless, she still had some doubts and planned to further test Fang Xian. Let us try again. Think of something he absolutely couldn't know. Saying this, Fang Xian, who was using mind reading on Crossbow S, paused, then frowned and said, "Can you think of something else? I'm not interested in your menstrual cycle. By the way, do monsters even have menstrual cycles?" Listening to this, the nearby Fubuki was speechless, wondering what the hell that was a menstrual cycle. However, Crossbow S was indeed a tough one. She even revealed her menstrual cycle to test whether he could read minds. But then again, such private matters wouldn't be known or cared about by anyone else but her. At this point, she fully understood that Fang Xian truly possessed the ability to read minds. Your life or death means nothing to me. After all, eliminating you is just a matter of moving my hand. Therefore, your fate does not depend on me, but on Fubuki, Fang Xian calmly said to Crossbow S. Shifting the topic to Fubuki. In the matter of life and death, Crossbow S quickly reacted and immediately turned to kneel before Fubuki. "Miss Fubuki, I was blind not to recognize your greatness earlier. Please forgive me. I'm willing to submit to you." For monsters, the dignity humans cared about was truly unimportant. After all, she was no longer a normal human being in essence. So as long as she could survive, she could discard her dignity at any time. Spare you? That is not out of the question, but first, you need to answer some questions, and then I'll see if you're worth sparing. At this moment, Fubuki was embodying the wisdom of a goddess as she articulated her thoughts to Crossbow S. Meanwhile, Fang Xian gave Fubuki a thumbs up in his heart. "During our battle, I heard something very concerning from you, which is the Monster Association. Tell me everything you know about the Monster Association." Upon hearing Fubuki's question, Crossbow S didn't hesitate at all and directly revealed all the information she knew, as this was her only chance to survive. And she could not afford to lose it. However, since New S is not among the top-tier cadres of the Monster Association, she knows very little information. After listening to New S's account, Fang Xian also turned his gaze to Fubuki, then signaled with his eyes, "Fubuki, we have already learned all the information we wanted to know. This guy is no longer useful, so let's take her out." Fubuki received Fang Xian's signal and nodded slightly. To be honest, when Fang Xian, with a blank expression, said this, he really sounded like a supervillain from other novels, discarding a tool after using it up. New S, who originally thought she would survive after sharing the information, felt her heart sink upon hearing this. She closed her eyes, ready to quietly await her death. Faced with such a powerful enemy as Fang Xian, she couldn't even muster a hint of resistance. However, in her heart, she was thinking, indeed, there is not a single truthful word from a man's mouth. In my next life, I will never trust men again. Fang Xian naturally heard Nu S's inner thoughts, and his expression became somewhat awkward. However, to avoid revealing his act, he still pretended to raise his hand to prepare to kill Nu S. At this moment, Fubuki realized it was her turn to step in, so she immediately stopped Fang Xian and said, Fang Xian sensei, stop joking around. And, could you please stop looking at my junior? I'm quite embarrassed. Ahem, no, I was just enjoying the scenery. Fubuki shook her head in annoyance and turned her gaze to Nu S. To just let Nu S go is absolutely impossible because heroes and monsters have always been at odds, and moreover, this guy just severely injured the Fubuki team, which she valued as the 17th rank, right after the 16th rank, which is the precious handbag. Therefore, this matter could not simply be swept under the rug. The Fubuki team's 17th rank and the handbag at 16. Doesn't this ranking seem a bit high? Don't you have anything more important on your mind? Like raising a dog and pushing the Fubuki team down a bit? After thinking for a moment, Fubuki said seriously, we can't just let you go here. But if you're willing to become our informant, then we will spare you. In simple terms, we need you to infiltrate the Monster Association and provide us with information. And assist us when necessary. Good heavens, a spy war. You mean you want me to be your spy in a Monster Association? Nu S momentarily found it hard to believe what Fubuki was saying. Seeing that Nu S was somewhat reluctant, Fang Xian raised his hand and said, since you are unwilling, then I will eliminate you. Nu S quickly understood the situation and said, no, I am willing to become your informant in the Monster Association. But with my current strength, I probably can't even enter the core circle of the Monster Association. Compared to those monsters, my strength is still far behind. Nu S knelt on the ground, saying that in the Monster Association, strength is paramount. Aside from the special commander, the rest of the cadres in the Monster Association are all at the dragon level. She, a mere ghost-level monster, is insignificant in front of these big shots. Hearing this, Fubuki also felt it made sense, then looked at Fang Xian, who had been staring at her back. Fang Xian sensei, do you have any way to enhance her strength? Here, I want to defend Fang Xian. The reason he kept staring at Fubuki's back was not his fault. Fang Xian is not that kind of pervert who likes girls' backs. It was purely because the strap on Fubuki's flawless white back attracted his attention. Hearing Fubuki's words, Fang Xian withdrew his gaze. I really don't have a way. To enhance strength, one can only rely on training. There are no shortcuts. Then Fang Xian looked at Nu S and said, all right, being a ghost level is fine. You can return to the Monster Association for now. Remember to report any information you can gather to Fubuki, and don't think you can return safely to the Monster Association. I have memorized your scent, and as long as you dare to betray us, I guarantee no one will be able to save you. Listening to Fang Xian's threat, Nu S nodded quickly like a chick pecking rice. Rest assured, as long as I can spare my life, I guarantee I won't betray you. Having witnessed Fang Xian's terrifying strength, Nu S dared not have any other thoughts. Seeing that Nu S indeed had no other intentions, Fang Xian said, all right, you can leave now, but before you go, you might need to get a bit hurt. Why? Nu S asked, somewhat confused. Fang Xian explained, you're currently defeated by us. If you go back unscathed, won't the people in the Monster Association be suspicious? Getting hurt makes it more convincing. Nu S nodded upon hearing this. Indeed, if she returned without a scratch, it would definitely raise suspicions among the other members of the Monster Association. Fang Xian raised his palm, gathered a force, and then gently patted Nu S on the body. Nu S let out a light gasp as her body was sent flying, crashing into the wall, then slowly sliding down to the ground. Some minor wounds appeared on her body, making it look like she had gone through an intense battle. All right, this should be enough, Fang Xian said. Then Nu S struggled to get up from the ground and left. Watching Nu S's departing figure, Fubuki expressed her concern. Fang Xian sensei, is she really reliable? What if she betrays us? Fang Xian smiled. Don't worry, this girl is very afraid of death, so there's no need to worry about that. Moreover, even if she dares to betray us, I can just teleport and eliminate her directly. After all, aside from Saitama, I haven't encountered any opponents in this world. Hearing her teacher's rather arrogant statement, Fubuki nodded, but seeing Fang Xian's gaze fall on her back, she blushed and hurriedly picked up the previously removed super expensive green coat and draped it over herself. After the beautiful view disappeared, Fang Xian touched his nose and withdrew his gaze. All right, no matter what happened during this time, let's rewind a bit and focus on the main storyline battlefield, where the metal bat must confront the suddenly attacking Centipede Elder. The giant Centipede Elder has a very creepy face, and combined with its massive and hard shell, this significantly increases the difficulty for heroes to engage with it. However, even when facing such a troublesome opponent, Metal Bat felt no fear in his heart, as he was not only an S-class hero, but also because his momentum did not allow him to retreat. Metal Bat tightly gripped the baseball bat in his hands, his sharp gaze fixed on the giant Centipede Elder in front of him. He must hold this guy off to buy time for Pineapple Man and Mohican Head to retreat. It's coming. Watching the Centipede Elder charge at him rapidly, Metal Bat quickly reminded the two carrying the sausage-mouthed son, "Don't look back, just keep running forward." Then, "What about you, Metal Bat-san? If we don't run now, it will be too late. Don't worry about me, just right. I want to experience the strength of a dragon-level monster." Hearing the warning from the Metal Baseball Bat, the Pineapple Man and the Mohawk, who were carrying the sausage-faced father and son, immediately fled with all their might. As the saying goes, one man holds the pass. 10,000 men are unable to get through. The Metal Baseball Bat, wielding his bat, was not afraid at all as the Centipede Elder charged at him. Spitting out a mouthful of saliva, he swung his bat at the Centipede Elder, who was already right in front of him. Bang! A loud and crisp sound echoed. The Metal Baseball Bat felt as if he had struck something 10 times harder than steel, and his hand went numb. This guy's skin is really tough. The blow from the Metal Baseball Bat did not inflict any damage on the Centipede Elder's shell. The Centipede Elder grumbled in a deep voice, "Little bug, don't get in the way." With that, he swung his massive body, and a centipede leg larger than the Metal Baseball Bat kicked him aside, sending the Metal Baseball Bat crashing into a nearby building. The Metal Baseball Bat awkwardly stood up from the rubble, looking a bit disheveled. But he was not hurt in any significant way. After all, he was an S-class hero. If you want to know when a Metal Baseball Bat is at his strongest during a fight, it's when he has built up momentum to an astonishing degree. And what is that momentum? It's simply taking hits. As long as he endures enough heavy blows, his strength will increase. So as long as you don't take him down in one hit, he can keep standing. The Metal Baseball Bat looked at the bat in his hands. Reflecting on his previous attack, it seemed that at the last moment of impact, the Centipede Elder had deliberately avoided being struck in the face. In other words, this guy's weakness is that ugly face of his. Thinking he had figured out the Centipede Elder's weakness, the Metal Baseball Bat was ready to counterattack. Meanwhile, the B-class hero Pineapple Man and C-class hero Mohawk were desperately running away, carrying the sausage-faced father and son. Although their skills weren't impressive, their speed in escaping was quite remarkable. "Help! Run!" The Centipede Elder, having repelled the Metal Baseball Bat, did not pursue him to the end. As his mission was clear, it was that little sausage face. The Centipede Elder's massive body moved again, charging towards the Pineapple Man and Mohawk. What a great opportunity! The Metal Baseball Bat saw the Centipede Elder in motion and immediately leaped onto his back. After rolling a few times, he stood up, steadied himself, and quickly ran towards the head, where the Centipede Elder had that super creepy old face. Unfortunately for the Pineapple Man and Mohawk, who were being chased by the Centipede Elder, this was a story they could brag about for a lifetime. A dragon-level monster chasing after two B-class and C-class heroes was simply unprecedented. No one would believe it if they told it. At that critical moment, the Pineapple Man, running with all his might and perhaps having excellent vision, noticed something. While running, he pointed to the Centipede Elder's head and shouted to the Mohawk, "Hey Mohawk, look over there!" The Mohawk, perhaps because he wasn't very strong, couldn't see as clearly as the Pineapple Man. "I know that the Centipede Elder. Besides, I'm already running with all my strength. There's no need to urge me." "No, I'm talking about the S-class hero Metal Baseball Bat on the Centipede Elder's head." Just as they were talking, the Metal Baseball Bat successfully climbed onto the Centipede Elder's head. He gathered all his strength for a decisive blow, gripping the bat tightly in both hands, raising it high above his head, and shouted like those delinquent kids fighting, relying on a shout for momentum. "Huh, take this. Ultimate move. Metal Baseball Bat's full power strike." How should I put it? From the name of this move, it's clear that the Metal Baseball Bat's training might not be that great, as it lacks both momentum and flair. However, despite the name being quite cheesy, the power of this strike was anything but cheesy, as it was the full power strike gathered from all the momentum of the Metal Baseball Bat. Boom, boom, boom. The Metal Baseball Bat swung his bat continuously, striking the Centipede Elder's creepy old face, producing solid sounds. Under the full power strike of the Metal Baseball Bat, the Centipede Elder felt unbearable pain and immediately launched a counterattack. Damn it, Centipede's ultimate move, 100-legged great tumble. The moment the words left his mouth, the ground began to shake, a move from the dragon-level monster, Centipede Elder. And the power of this move could make everyone fleeing in the vicinity feel the oppression of a dragon-level monster. This destructive power was far beyond what an ordinary human could withstand. Of course, when I say ordinary human, I'm referring to normal people. Guys like Fang and Saitama, in a sense, can no longer be considered human. To put it simply, they are not human. As if either of them made a move, the Centipede Elder would have long been left as a broken corpse, then taken away by the two for drinks. And just as the metal baseball bat was gathering strength to smash the Centipede Elder's face, the Hero Association quickly issued an emergency notice to the people of the city. Emergency notice: a dragon-level monster disaster has occurred in the city. All citizens are to evacuate immediately to shelters in other districts. Please note, do not head to shelters in this city, as this disaster is rated dragon level, and even shelters cannot guarantee your safety. So evacuate the city as soon as possible. The deafening alarm echoed throughout the city. After all, the Centipede Elder was a standard dragon-level monster, and his strength was formidable. Having once escaped from the hands of a number 1 ranked S-Class hero, the Exploder. Wife run! The broadcast just announced a dragon-level monster. Wait, I haven't grabbed my cosmetics and designer handbag yet. Hold on a moment. Oh, what time is it now? How can you still care about these superficial things? What's the rush? What about the heroes? Did they lose? True. It seems like the broadcast didn't mention anything about the heroes being defeated. If that is the case, it means there's still time. I'll just grab my hidden stash of money first, then leave. The noisy crowd surged to escape the city, but in just a moment, the roads were filled with various cars. Some people, seeing they couldn't drive away, decisively abandoned their cars and ran away from the city. However, a white-haired youth was different from those fleeing. He swaggered straight towards the battlefield where the dragon-level disaster erupted. Looking at the fleeing crowd, he excitedly remarked, oh my, everyone seems to be celebrating upon hearing about the dragon-level monster, rushing to watch the fireworks show. The one approaching was the Hungry Wolf, who had previously been knocked unconscious by Saitama's chop and then hit on the head by Fang while he was still unconscious. Now, his target for hunting was the metal baseball bat, who was engaged in battle with the dragon-level monster, the Centipede Elder. At this moment, a fleeing middle-aged man passed by him and noticed that the young man wasn't escaping, but was instead walking towards the city. He hurriedly reminded him, young man, you're going the wrong way. There's a dragon-level monster causing destruction inside. Hurry and escape. After saying that, the man didn't bother with the Hungry Wolf and immediately fled outward. After all, he was a stranger, and in such a situation, it was already quite nice of him to stop and offer a kind reminder. However, the Hungry Wolf didn't care about the man's words and continued walking towards the city. Dragon-level monster? I wonder if the metal baseball bat can survive. If he doesn't make it, then wouldn't my trip be in vain? Thinking this, the Hungry Wolf quickened his pace. As a qualified hero hunter, how could he let his prey be taken away by another monster? So he immediately sped up, because the Centipede Elder was enormous. The Hungry Wolf soon saw the Centipede Elder in the air, causing chaos. Wow, is that the dragon-level monster, the Centipede Elder? It looks really powerful. The Hungry Wolf said to himself in awe. Just as he was marveling at the Centipede Elder's strength, suddenly an unknown object flew over from a distance. The Hungry Wolf, with his enhanced vision from years of martial arts training, quickly spotted the object and realized it was the metal baseball bat that had just been fighting the Centipede Elder. That thing is the metal baseball bat. How strange that it fell from the sky. The Hungry Wolf thought. Looking up at the Centipede Elder and then at the metal baseball bat, he roughly guessed what had happened. Did that guy drop him from a height? TSK. What a pity. At that distance and height, he's probably dead. It looks like my trip might be in vain. The Hungry Wolf thought the metal baseball bat might be dead because, in his view, it was unlikely to survive a fall from such a height and distance, especially after seeing the baseball bat's tattered clothes, which confirmed his suspicion. What a pity an S-Class hero actually got killed by a monster. Forget it. I'll go find my next hunting target. Just as the Hungry Wolf was about to leave, the metal baseball bat, which had fallen to the ground, stood up. Damn, that hurt. I need to get back to the battlefield quickly. The Hungry Wolf looked in surprise as the metal baseball bat was still alive and said, well, this is unexpected. Metal baseball bat, I didn't expect you to still be alive. Hearing the Hungry Wolf's voice, the metal baseball bat turned his head. Huh, what are you talking about? By the way, why are you still here? Didn't the announcement say to evacuate quickly? You should run for your life. Hearing the metal baseball bat's words, the Hungry Wolf showed a signature smile. After all, if the metal baseball bat was still alive, then he would need to look for other targets. I see, but compared to that ugly centipede, I might be more interested in you. What the hell? I'm not interested in men. Can we not say such unfunny jokes? Besides, metal baseball bat, did you get hit in the head by the centipede elder? How come you still haven't recognized that this guy in front of you is the Hungry Wolf? Seeing that the other party still hadn't recognized him, the Hungry Wolf smiled and said, I'm not interested in men either, but I'm quite interested in defeating you. So from now on, your opponent has changed, metal baseball bat. I don't know if you've heard of my name, but I am the Hungry Wolf, and now I'm going to hunt you. Upon hearing this, the metal baseball bat finally realized who the person in front of him was, the infamous hero hunter, the Hungry Wolf. Damn, it looks like I can't leave for a while. Saying this, the metal baseball bat tightly gripped his baseball bat. Meanwhile, on Fang Xian's side, after defeating the S-Class crossbow and capturing it as a spy, he used teleportation to leave, calculating that the martial arts tournament should be nearing its end, and he could still catch 2 matches if he hurried. Wait, teacher Fang Xian. Just as the snow girl was about to say something, Fang Xian had already left. Really, why does the teacher leave so quickly? I haven't finished my sentence yet, she muttered. She wanted Fang Xian to help her send her team members to a nearby hospital since almost all of her team, starting from the left protector eyelash, had been wiped out, and more than half of the members had bones broken by Fang Xian's palm wind, rolling their eyes and foaming at the mouth. As for the celestial beings, these guys couldn't eat them right now. So with a sigh, the snow girl chose to call for an ambulance. At the martial arts tournament site, before Fang Xian left, the matches were lively, but now it looked like a brutal battlefield. The tournament had turned into a ruined venue, with falling crowds everywhere and blood on the ground. Help! Is there anyone to save me? Anyone will do. Heroes, please, anyone come save me. The heart-wrenching cries for help came from Shui Long, a previously favored seed competitor in the martial arts tournament, but now he was covered in wounds, blood dripping from his head and mouth, looking utterly disheveled, far from the suave and handsome figure he had during the competition. Heroes, help! There's a monster! Shui Long's consciousness began to blur as he was in a near-death state, having no strength left. Near death. If this were Fang Xian, he would probably eat a celestial being and his combat power would soar, he thought. At this moment, standing before Shui Long was the demon-like Bao Shan, who was staring at him mockingly. Shui Long, you should have heard the hero's words just now. Now all the areas outside have been invaded by monsters. Humanity is finished. You, who missed the opportunity, have completely lost the qualification to compare with me. The transformed Bao Shan pointed outside, speaking arrogantly as if he had become a superior being after turning into a monster. Let me tell you, the heroes are too preoccupied to help. No one will come here. Naturally, no one will hear your cries for help. You can shout a couple more times. I look forward to watching you go from hope to despair. Ahaha! The words of the enormous Bao Shan struck deep into Shui Long's heart. Faced with the fear of death, this once arrogant martial arts genius finally understood what true terror was. I'm going to die here. No one will come to save me. There are many more like him outside. Humanity is finished. Even if I survive, it won't matter where I run. At this moment, Water Dragon was terrified to the extreme. He also realized some things. Despite his powerful talent, he lacked the heart to grow stronger. In the past, he lived only for freedom, which now seemed somewhat laughable. Because to live freely, one must first possess unmatched strength. Now, he finally understood what a hero truly is. It is the existence that brings light and hope to people when they fall into the abyss of darkness. Water Dragon looked at Lightning Max and Snakebite Punch Snake, who lay unconscious on the ground beside him. The transformed villain, Explosion Mountain, looked at Water Dragon with a cruel smile as he gazed hopefully at the 2 A-class heroes. Was there still any hope left? Well then, let me show you what true despair looks like. Saying this, Explosion Mountain lifted his large foot and forcefully aimed to stomp on Lightning Max and Snakebite Punch Snake. But unfortunately, no matter what happened next, he couldn't bring his foot down. What was going on? Why couldn't my body move? And what was this strange red light? Just as Explosion Mountain was puzzled about why his body wouldn't move and what the red light surrounding him was, a BGM suddenly rang out from somewhere on the scene. All are brave. The wound on your forehead, you're different than mistakes you've made. Who said only those standing in the light are heroes? When the BGM reached this line, Fang Xian's figure shone brightly like the lyrics, and upon closer inspection, he had a speaker strapped to his waist. Clearly the source of the music. I must say, this song is very fitting right now. Ahem, getting a bit off track. Let's return to the main topic. After pausing the speaker at his waist and putting it back in the warehouse, Fang Xian scanned the martial arts competition scene and said, So, can anyone tell me what exactly happened here? Upon hearing Fang Xian's voice, Water Dragon, who was covered in wounds and lying on the ground, exerted all his strength to lift his head and saw Fang Xian floating in the air. Fang Xian looked at the devastated martial arts competition scene and internally complained, "What the hell happened? I just stepped out for a little while, and this perfectly good competition turned into this? The key is, where's that guy Saitama? Why can't I see him?" In this situation, not seeing Saitama made Fang Xian very worried about his current state. Of course, this wasn't about worrying about Saitama's safety. After all, even if everyone died, that guy probably wouldn't. What he was mainly concerned about was whether Saitama had won the championship and what he would do with that limited edition game afterward. Hey, isn't your concern a bit misplaced? A normal person in this situation should be worried about whether anyone got hurt, right? Not seeing anyone else. Fang Xian could only ask the two remaining conscious individuals on the field, the transformed Explosion Mountain and the injured Water Dragon. Have you seen a bald guy, or a seemingly ordinary guy with orange hair? Fang Xian tried to think of adjectives to describe Saitama's image, but unfortunately, the only thing that could describe him was bald. No. By the way, are you a hero? Water Dragon looked at Fang Xian, who descended like a deity, and responded with an eager tone, as if the other party admitted to being a hero, he would be his last lifeline. I'm a hero. All right, let's move on to the second question. Who is the champion of this martial arts competition? Is it a contestant named T. Lanzi? Hearing that the other party was a hero, Water Dragon's eyes filled with hope, and he replied, "If we're talking about this time's champion, it's me." What? Fang Xian was somewhat speechless upon hearing Water Dragon's response, internally complaining, "What the hell? That Saitama guy is so unreliable, my game. Considering Saitama's strength, how could he not win a championship in such a competition?" The only answer Fang Xian could think of was that Saitama's disguise as T. Lanzi had been discovered. Otherwise, how could these small fries defeat this cheat? But that didn't matter anymore, because if he knew who the champion was, it would be easier to handle. Although this approach might be a bit unsavory, who cares? With that in mind, Fang Xian revealed a sinister smile, as it just so happened that no one was around. And he could. With a friendly smile, Fang Xian descended from the air, squatted in front of Water Dragon, and said, "Hey kid, how about we make a deal? I save your life, and you hand over the champion's reward to me. How about that?" Upon hearing Fang Xian's words, Water Dragon was very confused. Was this guy a serious hero? Was there a condition to saving people? Just as Fang Xian was making the deal, a voice came from afar. "Hey, Fang Xian, how can you do such a thing?" The speaker was Saitama. Upon hearing Saitama's words, Fang Xian retorted, "I'm not asking for money. I just want a game. Besides, this guy doesn't seem to be a game lover. So it's better to give it to me. And if it doesn't work out, I can just heal his injuries, and that counts as an equivalent exchange." Doing it this way does seem reasonable. Saitama thought seriously before responding. Meanwhile, Explosion Mountain, who was immobilized by Fang Xian's confinement ball, looked at the sudden appearance of this guy with great anger. Hey, can you two respect others and not ignore me? Explosion Mountain? Oh, almost forgot. There's you here. By the way, Saitama, where did you run off to earlier? I went back to put on a hero costume. Explosion Mountain, hey, can you two show me some respect? Do you believe I, Explosion Mountain, will beat you with my god-level 108 moves? Thus, at the ruined martial arts competition scene, Fang Xian prevented the transformed Explosion Mountain from wanting to slaughter Water Dragon and the other competitors, while listening to Saitama recount what had happened during his absence. At that time, I was experiencing martial arts, and when I got to the finals, Water Dragon knocked off my wig, and then I was exposed. After that, I left, then went home to wear a hero outfit and came back here, and then I found you were back on the scene. Stop, don't go on. Can you be a bit more organized when telling a story? What a mess. Listening to Saitama's description, Fang Xian was overwhelmed. This guy didn't say anything about what happened at the martial arts competition, but he did mention why he lost. It turned out the culprit was still Water Dragon. If that guy hadn't knocked off Saitama's wig, Saitama probably wouldn't have been exposed and wouldn't have lost. So thinking of this, Fang Xian's gaze towards Water Dragon changed. He pondered whether he should let this transformed guy take a beating for a while longer. After thinking for a moment, he decided to let it go. He then took out a magic bean from his pocket and fed it to the Water Dragon, asking him to explain what had happened earlier. After all, this Saitama guy was really hard to explain things to. Although Fang Xian could directly use his perception ability to understand, he really didn't want to, because that ability could see everything that had happened to the user before, including some private matters. "Eat this, and then tell me what happened before," Fang Xian said, tossing the magic bean to the Water Dragon. As for Baoshan, he remained motionless, still under control. After the Water Dragon swallowed the magic bean, He instantly recovered from his near-death state to normal. Even the teeth knocked out by Baoshan grew back. The water dragon felt his body and couldn't believe it for a moment. Just by eating an ordinary bean, all his injuries had healed. After getting up and moving his arms and legs, he realized there was no problem at all. Even some indescribable injuries had healed, which made him wonder if he was dreaming. Don't worry, your body has fully recovered. My magic beans can heal any injury except for normal death, Fang explained, noticing the water dragon's confusion. He then continued, all right, now you should tell me what exactly happened here, and also give me the game for the championship. Upon hearing this, a hint of fear flashed in the water dragon's eyes, as the powerful strength of the hero had left a deep impression on him. The feeling of being unable to fight back during the battle had made him feel hopeless, and he swore he would never forget it. Okay, I'll start from the martial arts tournament until the end. Taking a deep breath, the water dragon began to prepare to narrate. Wait a moment, at the beginning? I know, just start from the moment before it became like this. Fang interrupted the water dragon immediately. He didn't want to listen to a long-winded explanation. All right, then. The water dragon took another deep breath and began to describe everything that had just happened. Hey, how dare you treat me, your Lord Baoshan, like this? Just wait. When I get out, I will tear you apart. The one saying such words was the monsterized Baoshan, who was still under Fang control. I will first use my ghost-crying kick to break your limbs, then use the hell burial hand to pry open your head, and finally use dark killing technique to smash your brain. Woo-woo. Just as Baoshan was cursing vigorously, a sudden scream interrupted him, and he fell silent. Of course, this was done by Fang Xian. Fang Xian found Baoshan too annoying, so he quickly dashed forward and punched Baoshan in the mouth. After taking this punch, the sharp teeth of Baoshan in his monsterized state were directly shattered. Fang Xian then took out a roll of super sticky tape from his system space and wrapped it around Baoshan's mouth, preventing him from speaking. Although Fang Xian wasn't very interested in the monster issue, he would never be polite if these monsters committed heinous acts in any situation. However, he would never act against a hero who was defeated by a monster while doing righteous actions, unless it was someone he knew. In his view, it was completely normal for a battle to occur between the forces of justice and evil, and thus it was also normal for heroes to be defeated, as no one had a guaranteed chance of victory. But if a powerful person or hero attacked civilians, then Fang Xian would definitely teach him a lesson. After wrapping Baoshan's mouth, Fang Xian turned to the astonished water dragon and said, all right, this guy should no longer disturb us. Continue. The water dragon snapped back to reality and continued to recount what had just happened. The scene returned to the last match of the martial arts tournament. The final championship match, Water Dragon versus Saitama, disguised as Kalanzi. At this moment, the martial arts tournament venue was still the same as when Fang Xian left. The audience was enthusiastic, and cheers rose and fell. The host was also passionately narrating the event. Ladies and gentlemen, after a series of intense matches, we have finally arrived at the finals. The last two contestants of this martial arts tournament are both masters who easily defeated their opponents along the way. One is our defending champion and also the seed player, the Embody Fist, Water Dragon. Previously, Water Dragon won a match by taking out his opponent with a single kick. The other is the Dark Horse among the ultimate Dark Horse contestants, the Chicken Flying Egg Punch Kalanzi, who was the first to eliminate his opponent and win a match. Both are one-hit knockouts. Could it be that the two contestants were secretly competing from the beginning? It seems the showdown is really worth watching. Listening to the host's commentary, the audience below was also extremely excited. After all, there was nothing more thrilling than a Dark Horse contestant defeating a highly favored seed player. Now I announce, the finals of this martial arts tournament officially begins. As the host's voice fell, Water Dragon also performed a standard martial arts salute to Saitama, disguised as Kalanzi. Seeing Saitama not return the salute, Water Dragon naturally assumed that his opponent hadn't taken him seriously. Whoosh! A fierce gust of wind suddenly struck, and Water Dragon unhesitatingly swung a whip kick, swift and fierce like an iron whip. However, Saitama's reaction to Water Dragon's powerful attack was unexpected. He chose to protect his seemingly ordinary wig on his head first. How dangerous! Can this guy not see my moves? Water Dragon looked at Saitama, who was holding his head with both hands, contemplating. However, he quickly dismissed his thoughts. After all, he hadn't used his real skills yet. After taking off his martial arts uniform, Water Dragon said, I know you're strong, but I'm also very strong, so in a way, we could be considered like-minded. Let us have a serious match. What kind of logic is that? I don't know how strong you are, but Saitama is really extremely strong. After confidently finishing his speech, Water Dragon stepped back, and the arena beneath his feet cracked open. He then kicked straight towards Saitama's face. Swish! Whether it was because Water Dragon's kick was too heavy or due to a sudden gust of wind, Saitama's wig flew off again. Just as Water Dragon was about to hit Saitama's head at a distance of 0.5 meters, Saitama immediately tilted his body towards the edge of the arena and then pressed the flying wig back onto his head. The commentator, seeing that the two had paused, said, "They've stopped." Could it be that Water Dragon's attack speed was too fast, causing Kalanzi to be unable to see clearly? Saitama looked at Water Dragon and thought to himself, I didn't expect to reach the finals so quickly. I was planning to observe the martial arts properly. The wind pressure just now was really dangerous. Could it be that this guy is deliberately aiming for my wig? Facing Saitama, who was slightly clumsy yet skillfully dodging, Suiryu smiled and casually reminded him, "Hey kid, you should be able to see my attacks, right? My attacks are going to get faster from here on out, so you better be mentally prepared." The reason Suiryu kindly reminded him was that he didn't want this interesting battle to end so quickly. This was because Suiryu didn't know Saitama's strength. After all, Saitama could probably kill him 100,000 times with just a casual sneeze. Dark body fist / kick. As soon as Suiryu finished speaking, he immediately launched a fierce assault on Saitama. This time, his leg attacks were clearly much swifter than before. A series of flying kicks rushed towards Saitama like a sudden storm. Each strike left faint afterimages in the air due to its speed, as if multiple phantoms were attacking simultaneously. This rapid attack speed was even faster than the awakened cockroach from before. What's wrong? Aren't you good at finishing off your opponents with one punch? Why not use one punch to counterattack me? Let me feel the thrill too. While executing a series of flying kicks, Suiryu also attempted to provoke Saitama with words, hoping to get him into combat mode. These provocative words were not meaningless trash talk. They were a tactic Suiryu had designed based on years of competitive experience. As long as this guy, Kalanzi, used a punch to attack, he believed he had a way to defeat him. What Suiryu didn't know was that the last person who provoked Saitama like this was now 6 feet under. Hearing Suiryu's provocation, Saitama's fighting spirit was instantly ignited. He seemed eager to meet the other's expectations, clenched his fists, and in a flash, was about to charge at Suiryu to launch an attack. However, at that crucial moment, Saitama seemed to suddenly think of something. He immediately stopped and quickly retreated, putting several steps of distance between himself and Suiryu. That was close. I almost couldn't hold back just now, Saitama said, a few drops of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Indeed, Saitama had almost gone all out against Suiryu. If he hadn't reacted quickly, the scene would likely have been nothing but a puddle of meat. On the side, hearing Saitama's somewhat frightened words, Suiryu lowered his head in approval and said, "Indeed, you have some skill. You were able to predict my next move, the Dark Body Shock Tiger Fist." In Suiryu's view, the reason the other had stopped counterattacking was not that he couldn't beat him, but because he saw through his intentions. He believed that Saitama's martial arts foundation was definitely not inferior to his own. Well, what a perfect misunderstanding. One side was afraid of not being able to withstand the force and created distance, while the other thought the opponent had seen through his intentions and retreated. I can only say that Suiryu is really lucky. Kalanzi, with your skills, why haven't I heard your name in the martial arts world before? Suiryu asked the Saitama, disguised as Kalanzi. Upon hearing Suiryu's question, Saitama felt a bit flustered inside, as this was a question that Fang hadn't taught him how to answer. However, in order not to expose any flaws, he could only brace himself and respond. I go to my friends' places for meals every day, practice sparring, and then fight monsters and take walks. Listening to Saitama's words, Suiryu responded in surprise. Fight monsters? That's strange. Isn't that something only heroes do? Could it be that Kalanzi, you're also a hero? Oh no. Saitama quickly covered his mouth. After saying that, he remembered that his current identity was not Saitama, but Kalanzi. However, the words he just said had already been heard by the other party. So in order not to reveal his identity, he could only scratch the back of his head and laugh awkwardly. No, what I meant was, I want to become a hero, not that I already am one. I was just saying that, actually, I just spend every day doing nothing. Thinking of the Kalanzi image he could come up with, Saitama began to explain. At that moment, the real Kalanzi, who was sleeping in Bongu's dojo, couldn't help but sneeze. I advise you to be careful. You should definitely not try to be a hero. Why? Because being a hero is a profession with no future at all. Not only do you have to do a lot of meaningless things every day, but you also have to constantly be in dangerous situations. Moreover, most of those who consider themselves heroes are clearly not that strong, yet they claim to be righteous. Isn't that foolish? Suiryu shared his thoughts on the profession of being a hero with Saitama. Oh, are you angry? Of course. You can also take what I just said as some boring advice. After saying that, looking at the expressionless Saitama, Suiryu became serious again. After taking another step, he launched himself forward with unprecedented speed like a cannonball. This time he was genuinely going all out. Suiryu's attacks still carried an overwhelming wind pressure. Each time he attacked, he aimed for Saitama's vital points, meaning every attack would blow Saitama's wig. If an ordinary person were to take one of Suiryu's hits, they would likely be severely injured or worse. In order to protect his wig and not let anyone discover that he was an imposter participating in the match, Saitama had to dodge Suiryu's attacks. At that moment, Suiryu jumped up, bending his knee down to strike at Saitama's face. To protect his wig, Saitama had no choice but to take the knee strike directly. Boom! The battle between Suiryu and Saitama on stage was intense, while the audience below was discussing the two's fight. I can't believe that such a powerful Kalanzi has never participated in a competition before. Exactly. And although this guy's punches look ordinary, I don't know why, but the force behind them is absurd. Hearing these two people's words, the already defeated Bug also looked at the Saitama posing as Kalanzi on stage and thought, I still can't believe that kid is still standing. Could it be that he can really win the championship? As an A-rank hero, Snakebite Fist looked at the Saitama, disguised as Kalanzi, and felt a familiar sensation flash through his mind. By the way, that kid fighting with Suiryu, I feel like I've seen him somewhere before. Back to the ring. After Suiryu's knee strike hit Saitama, he did not stop. After landing on the ground, he immediately pushed off with his feet and took advantage of the momentum to grab Saitama's arms. He then followed up with an upward flying kick, which successfully knocked Saitama's wig off. Throughout the whole process, Saitama simply stood there quietly, without speaking, striking back, or dodging. Oh no, it's over. After taking such an attack from Suiryu, he must be seriously injured. His wig has been knocked off. As Kalanzi's senior brother, Bug watched with sweat pouring down, worried about Kalanzi. However, shouldn't a normal person be concerned about the fact that the wig had fallen off? Hey, your name is Suiryu, right? I also want to give you some advice. That is to say, in this world, you're not the only one living the life you want. Also, if your goal is pleasure, then I suggest you don't continue to get stronger. After saying this, Saitama's expression became serious, and he unleashed a punch. This time, he really threw it, but his fist only missed the water dragon. However, the pressure generated by Saitama's punch tore Water Dragon's remaining pants to shreds. Fortunately, Saitama held back his strength, or else it would have been a different story. The commentator, watching the two on the stage, provided real-time commentary. Oh, it seems some special situation has occurred on the stage. First, Tirazuko's hair was knocked off by Water Dragon, and then Water Dragon's pants exploded. Did something unusual happen? Saitama, having retracted his punch, patted his chest and said, "That was close, I almost forgot you're not a monster." Meanwhile, Water Dragon stood there dazed, as he was shocked by Saitama's punch. He clearly felt that if that punch had hit him, he would probably have died on the spot. So that was the reason you held back that punch earlier? Water Dragon felt a bit despondent, because since his birth, after training with his master until now, he had never felt such a sensation, whether it be from a monster or otherwise. The feeling of being overwhelmed. The commentator saw that both fighters had stopped moving, and in order to maintain the atmosphere, continued commentating. Did everyone see that? Tirazuko's controlled punch was truly powerful. Honestly, I've been a commentator for martial arts tournaments for many years, but this is the first time I've seen a punch create such a wind. The audience in the martial arts tournament was furious, as such a high-level battle was cancelled due to such a boring rule. Who wouldn't be angry? On the stage, Water Dragon, nearly naked from Saitama's attack, was contemplating life. If that punch had hit me, could I have endured it? No, I definitely can. As long as I give it my all, I can endure that punch. This last sentence seemed to give Water Dragon the courage to fight again. If he had truly been frightened by that punch, he would have likely been finished. Although Water Dragon's courage is commendable, to be honest, you really can't withstand that punch from 20 years of training. Although the match had ended, our battle has just begun. From now on, I will get serious. Water Dragon's muscular body gleamed like steel under the sunlight as he leaned forward into the starting position of the mysterious body fist. He then stepped forward, and his figure disappeared into the air. When he reappeared, he threw a heavy punch at Saitama's smooth head. Boom! Although the momentum of this punch was not as strong as Saitama's, it still created a massive wave of air. As for who you are, let's put that aside. I haven't shown you my true abilities yet. After saying that, Water Dragon struck down with a knife hand, splitting the stage in half with tremendous force. The audience was astonished by Water Dragon's strike. The commentator trembled and said that the stage is actually split in half. And of course, Saitama remained unscathed. Seeing that Saitama dodged his knife hand, Water Dragon stomped down hard with his left foot, lifting the half of the stage where Saitama stood. Saitama hurriedly pressed his back against the stage to prevent himself from sliding down. This scene left the previously shocked audience dumbfounded, while the judges below ran to safety. Now, I want to see how you dodge. Accepting victory under the name of a loser? Don't joke around. I have dignity too. Mysterious body fist, rising dragon leg. Water Dragon jumped into the air with a powerful upward strike, launching a fierce attack that seemed unstoppable. Facing Water Dragon's assault, Saitama remained in his dazed state, not dodging or defending, but solidly enduring the attack. After the kick, Water Dragon's assault did not stop there and continued with punches. Mysterious body, shocking tiger fist. I hit. E-heat, e-heat, e-heat. Water Dragon's punches became faster and stronger with each strike, as he knew that if he didn't do this, he would have no chance of defeating the bald man in front of him. Oh, it seems the battle is not over yet. This is so exciting. Water Dragon's series of strong attacks has completely suppressed T-Ranzuko for the time being. I wonder what kind of counterattack T-Ranzuko will make next. On the commentator's stage, the commentator watched the fierce battle with rising excitement, as he had been waiting for such a match for years. Hey, why are you so excited? The match is already over. One of the staff members nearby couldn't help but retort, then hurriedly called for the other staff to separate the two still fighting. Staff, hurry up and pull them apart. The match is over. Hearing this, the other staff looked at the stage that Water Dragon had split with a knife hand and the half of the stage that Water Dragon had stomped on, exchanging glances. What a joke. Any fool could see that this level of battle was clearly beyond their ability to stop. If they really went up to mediate, they would probably end up with broken bones. A day's salary is only a few $100. Why should we risk our lives? What are you waiting for? Hurry up and pull them apart. Even faced with repeated urgings, the relevant staff did not dare to step forward. What useless guys? I have to go up myself. Saying this, the urging staff member prepared to step onto the stage to stop Saitama and Water Dragon from fighting. Boom! But when Water Dragon unleashed another mysterious body fist that shattered the stage, the staff member immediately hesitated, swallowing hard before slowly saying, "Forget it. Let them fight for a while." The other staff members replied, "TCH, you're scared too? Or were you barking just now? Oh, this is such an exciting match. I didn't expect Water Dragon to give it his all one day. Honestly, I've commentated many of Water Dragon's matches, but I've never seen him so serious as he is today. It seems that although T-Ranzuko is prematurely balding, his strength should not be underestimated." The commentator was still excitedly narrating, while on the ring, Water Dragon's attacks had reached their peak. Water Dragon had pushed his ghostly body fist to the limit. But even so, he could still feel that defeating Saitama in front of him was an extremely challenging task. Watch closely, this is true martial arts. Ghostly body air dragon fist. With this technique, he rotated his body along with his fists and feet, executing continuous strikes without interruption. And he could even remain airborne throughout the combo, defying human limits. This attack could bring transformation to martial artists, and it was Water Dragon's ultimate secret move. Look out! Look out! Look out! As the uninterrupted strikes were aimed at Saitama, he still wore that expressionless face, allowing Water Dragon's seemingly flashy attacks to hit him. How is this possible? I've already used my ultimate move. Why does this guy still have that expression? Does my attack still have no effect on him? Looking at Saitama's nonchalant expression, Water Dragon would never have guessed that this bald man before him possessed terrifying strength. If before, Saitama felt like an insurmountable mountain to him, then now, that mountain seemed to be slowly leaning toward him, as if its majesty and height were being dissolved by some force. Damn it, I refuse to believe it. Watch this move. Ghostly body phoenix, rising fist. After stopping his rotation, Water Dragon jumped into the air and performed a somersault, then slammed his fist heavily in front of Saitama. Bang! The massive attack shattered the ground in front of Saitama, seemingly intending to showcase the power of this punch. Following that, Water Dragon's muscular right arm struck Saitama's abdomen with great force. Everyone in the arena heard the sound of this punch. Saitama graciously took 2 steps back, but this wasn't because he was pushed back by the hit. It was purely to show respect for Water Dragon's punch. The audience, witnessing this, exclaimed that the ticket was worth it, and everyone was cheering loudly, continuously rallying for Water Dragon and T-Lanzi. As for why it was T-Lanzi, it was because Saitama's identity had not been revealed, so everyone thought that the person standing on the ring was indeed T-Lanzi. Clearly, Water Dragon's previous ghostly body, rising wind fist, had not harmed Saitama. His opponent still had that expressionless face. At this moment, Saitama, having observed Water Dragon's earlier moves, had come to understand some martial arts. In other words, martial arts were simply cooler versions of regular attack techniques. Hearing Saitama's words, Water Dragon couldn't help but retort, "What kind of ridiculous understanding is this? After taking so many of my moves, you only grasp the most basic level? I understand what martial arts are now. You don't need to demonstrate anymore. Just go all out and attack me." Water Dragon exclaimed, "What are you talking about? I've been using all my strength since earlier, and now you say I'm demonstrating martial arts? Hey, don't think you're tough just because you can bully me like this." Saitama then struck a pose, saying, "All right, now I'll show you some martial arts." After saying that, Saitama began to spin around, performing a simple rotation with no special flair. However, to Water Dragon, this behavior felt like a provocation. "You really underestimate me." A furrow formed on Water Dragon's forehead, clearly infuriated. He suddenly pushed off the ground and charged at Saitama without hesitation. To him, a warrior could be killed but not humiliated. Even if he knew he might not be Saitama's match, he could not allow such blatant provocation. But coincidentally, just as Water Dragon got close to Saitama, he was met with Saitama's punch. Boom! Bang! With just a slight exertion, Saitama sent Water Dragon flying like a cannonball. As Water Dragon was launched, he happened to grab onto Saitama's belt, and with the howling winds, this powerful impact completely destroyed the already split arena. Water Dragon's body was smashed directly into the solid, reinforced concrete wall at the edge of the arena. Gripping Saitama's belt, Water Dragon fell into a daze, staring blankly at everything happening before him. I actually lost. For the first time in my life, I was completely defeated by someone, without any power to resist. Experiencing defeat for the first time, Water Dragon couldn't believe what had just happened. The commentator, looking at the situation in the arena where the outcome was already determined, regretfully announced, "Although Water Dragon has been defeated by T. Lanzi, since T. Lanzi was disqualified earlier, the championship of this tournament still belongs to Water Dragon." The audience, stunned for 10,000 years, reminded Saitama, "T. Lanzi belt." Hearing this, Saitama, who had just stopped spinning, looked down and realized his pants had fallen down. The referee, seeing the match had ended, went up to investigate Saitama wearing a wig. Seeing this, Saitama quickly pulled up his pants and fled. Meanwhile, Water Dragon was pulled out from the wall by several referees. Even when receiving the award, Water Dragon had not yet recovered from being defeated by Saitama. "All right, stop, I get it." Fang interrupted Water Dragon's memories. This kid's memory was incredibly good. He not only clearly remembered the moves he used at the time, but even the expressions of everyone were vivid in his mind. This guy was simply more outrageous than Genos. Listening to Fang made him want to punch him. "Is that all? What about the things that happened afterward?" Water Dragon asked Fang. "I can probably guess what happened next. It's just that a powerful monster shows up, and then some spineless people can't handle it and submit to the monster. Young man, learn from this. Watch how I clarify things. Focus on the key points, stick to the core, and don't mention irrelevant matters." After teaching Water Dragon how to articulate things, Fang turned to the immobilized Bao Shan. "All right, next. Let's ask this monster brother if he has anything to say." Fang snapped his fingers, and with a crisp sound, the red light surrounding Bao Shan instantly vanished. Bao Shan was finally able to move again. He quickly tore off the tape wrapped around his mouth, spitting out a mouthful of blood, along with a few teeth. Saitama looked at the monster Bao Shan and asked, "Who are you?" Hearing Saitama's question, Bao Shan, filled with rage, said, "What? You bastard. Have you forgotten me so quickly? During the match, you defeated me with some despicable means, but it's fine. Next, I'm going to make you pay a heavy price. You three come at me together. I want you to know the power of me." Bao Shan, tightly clenching his fists. The furious Bao Shan was just about to teach the three people in front of him a lesson when Fang interrupted him. "Wait a minute. Let's talk about your superior in the Monster Association first. Due to the current low strength of Du S, he couldn't access the core events of the Monster Association. So he could only ask the monster-turned Bao Shan in front of him. Who do you think you are? Don't think you're so clever for managing to restrict my movements just now. I won't fall for the same trick twice." Bao Shan responded angrily to Fang, as he couldn't easily forget the grudge of having his teeth shattered moments ago. Meanwhile, the recovering Water Dragon looked at the monsterized Bao Shan with a serious expression and said to Saitama and Fang, "Let's all attack together. This guy's strength is on a completely different level compared to before. Is he really that strong?" Fang looked at the monster-turned Bao Shan and felt that he didn't seem very powerful. "Benefactor, this guy is really not easy to deal with." Just as Water Dragon was about to explain how formidable Bao Shan was, Bao Shan took the initiative and launched a sneak attack. Kid, I'm going to avenge the grudge of having my teeth broken by you. Dark Hell Killing Technique, Upper Segment Eagle Claw Attack. The monsterized Bao Shan suddenly launched his sneak attack, swiftly approaching Fang Xian. But just as his hand was only 3 centimeters away from Fang Xian raised his fist. Bang! Bao Shan flew back like a shooting star, embedding himself into the wall. You don't seem that impressive either. I just casually threw a punch, and you couldn't take it. How do you talk so big? Fang Xian's punch hadn't used much strength at all. How? How is this possible? I've clearly become a monster. But why am I still so weak in front of this human? Bao Shan looked at the seemingly weaker guy in front of him with disbelief at his strength. At that moment, the words of the previous dragon-level monster, the Monster Association's cadre, echoed in his mind. If you want to immerse yourself in powerful strength at all times, then now is the time. Remember, there are always stronger people out there, whether in the Monster Association or the Hero Association. You're not the strongest part of those groups. At most, you can only reach an average level. If you miss this opportunity, you will remain in this state and soon. Back then, Bao Shan hadn't taken those words to heart because he was overly arrogant, believing he was invincible after consuming monster cells. But now, after encountering Fang Xian, Bao Shan finally understood the meaning of those words. In his current state, he was nothing in front of these real powerhouses. It seems you know nothing about the Monster Association. If that's the case, then forget it. Saying this, Fang Xian turned to Saitama and said, Saitama, give him a punch and send him on his way. Fang Xian casually said this, as he believed that someone without strength who could only boast didn't require him to take action personally. Huh? Benefactor, are you going to let him go? Water Dragon said anxiously. With someone like him, letting him go would be like releasing a tiger back to the mountains. Fang Xian replied in confusion. Huh? When did I say I was going to let him go? Didn't you just say you were going to send him on his way? Water Dragon was a bit dazed, thinking that Fang Xian meant to let Bao Shan leave. Right? Send him on his way. I mean, let Saitama end this guy with one punch. I never said to let him go. That's impossible, this guy's strength. Before Water Dragon could finish, Saitama had already thrown a punch, sending Bao Shan on his way. Seeing this scene, Water Dragon's eyes bulged out. He had previously exerted all his strength and couldn't harm Bao Shan. Yet this man before him had only used one punch to defeat him. At that moment, Bao Shan was left with only his legs, and the scene was too brutal, unsuitable for children to watch. Mr. Water Dragon, thank you for your patronage. The fee for saving your life is the limited edition game from the Martial Arts Tournament's champion prize, and my brother's fee for finishing off the monster is 100,000. No bargaining. Once everything was settled, Fang Xian smiled and extended his hand to Water Dragon to request his payment. Of course, if Water Dragon refused, that would be a different story. Coming back to his senses after the shock, Water Dragon nodded dully. Okay, I will pay you. After Saitama finished dealing with Bao Shan, he walked to Fang Xian's side and asked, So, Fang Xian, what are we going to do next? Are we going to find that guy you mentioned? That strong cadre named Haojia? Fang Xian, who had just received the payment from Water Dragon, looked at the game in his hand and said, Why look for that guy? I still want to go back and play games. By the way, here's 50,000 for you. Saying this, Fang Xian handed 50,000 to Saitama. At that moment, Fang Xian's phone suddenly rang. It was Tsukuyumi calling. Hello, Tsukuyumi, what's up? What happened? What? Du-S sent you a message saying that the devil modifiers were taken down by monsters? That's none of my business. If they were taken down, then so be it. Just as Fang Xian was speaking, he suddenly realized something. It seemed the devil modifier referred to Genos. No wonder he hadn't seen Genos around when he first arrived. It turned out he had been taken down. I really feel sorry for Genos. How did he end up with such an unreliable master who can't even remember his disciple's hero title? So the monster doing this is named Haojia. Huh? Alright, I got it. After hanging up, Fang Xian's expression changed, and Saitama asked what happened. I think I heard Genos' name. What's wrong with Genos? Fang Xian replied. Genos was taken down by that guy named Haojia. Daring to touch my disciple Fang Xian, it seems I need to have a good talk with that guy. What? Genos was taken down? Who did it? I'm going to. Following that, Fang Xian used instant transmission to leave the martial arts tournament venue with Saitama. At the same time, they had provoked 2 unapproachable individuals. Let's take 3 seconds to mourn for Haojia. On the other side, after Hungry Wolf encountered Metal Bat, a battle also broke out. Bang! Metal Bat smashed his baseball bat into the ground, creating a large pit. Meanwhile, Hungry Wolf agilely jumped aside, taunting, what's wrong? You can't keep up with my movements at all. Did your stamina run out after fighting the huge monster just now? How disappointing. I was looking forward to having a good match with you. but it seems that's completely unnecessary now. With his hands in his pockets, Hungry Wolf looked at Metal Bat with a provocative gaze. Listening to the words of the Hungry Wolf, the Metal Baseball Bat was extremely furious. As a rebellious youth, he hated being looked down upon, so without caring whether he could hit the Hungry Wolf or not, he swung the bat and struck. Shut up. Although the momentum of this strike was very strong, unfortunately, the attack was too straightforward. For martial arts genius like the Hungry Wolf, such a direct attack was simply insignificant. The Hungry Wolf deftly evaded the seemingly powerful strike with his unique footwork of the flowing rock-shattering fist, moving like flowing clouds and water, and immediately countered with a punch aimed at the metal baseball bat. Bang! This punch successfully hit the metal baseball bat in the face, causing his entire body to lean back. Fortunately, the metal baseball bat was still holding the bat, and after stabilizing himself, he once again swung with all his might towards the Hungry Wolf. Unfortunately, before the metal baseball bat could launch his attack, the Hungry Wolf had already retreated 10 meters away, creating distance between them. Looking at the bloodied metal baseball bat, the Hungry Wolf was also quite surprised. He had hunted many heroes, and generally, heroes like the S-rank hero Vestmaster he had defeated before would have already fallen after receiving such severe injuries. But the metal baseball bat was different. Even after sustaining heavy injuries, he could not only maintain his consciousness but also continue to fight. Let me guess. Is it the so-called sense of heroism that supports your consciousness? Let's talk. I just want to smash your head. In response to the Hungry Wolf's mockery, the metal baseball bat charged forward again with his bat raised, determined to give this kid a bloody lesson. Facing the metal baseball bat's fierce onslaught, the Hungry Wolf remained unfazed, lightly leaping to avoid the attack. Hey, if all you can do is attack blindly like this, you'll never hit me. The Hungry Wolf commented on the metal baseball bat's uncoordinated attacks. However, it was clear that the metal baseball bat was no longer listening to anyone. He just kept swinging his bat at the Hungry Wolf. Bang, bang, bang. After several consecutive misses, the metal baseball bat revealed a flaw, and the Hungry Wolf seized the opportunity to kick the metal baseball bat in the face. After taking this hit, the metal baseball bat's nose bled even more. Our fiery metal baseball bat was now in a super bad state, with blood pouring from his nose as if it were free. But the Hungry Wolf's kick did not crush him. Instead, it made his attack speed even faster. Swish, swish, swish. After dodging several attacks from the metal baseball bat, the Hungry Wolf noticed that this guy's speed seemed to have increased significantly compared to earlier. What's going on? His injuries are more severe, yet his speed and strength seem to be even faster and stronger than before. Nowhere to run. Watch me smash your skull. The furious metal baseball bat charged at the Hungry Wolf, swinging his bat faster and harder with each strike. The final swing shattered the pavement where the Hungry Wolf stood. As the Hungry Wolf quickly created distance, he sat on a fence, looking at the metal baseball bat with a puzzled expression. Hey, what's going on with you? Your body is clearly at its limit, but why can your attacks and speed still improve? The metal baseball bat's inhumane state exceeded the Hungry Wolf's understanding. What's going on? You asked me what's going on? It's all about momentum. Momentum? What the hell is that? Listening to the metal baseball bat's response, the Hungry Wolf completely couldn't comprehend what momentum was. What does it matter what momentum is? By the way, why are you just sitting there? Come on, hero hunter. Just as the metal baseball bat was about to continue provoking the Hungry Wolf, the Centipede Elder was still chasing after the Mohican and Pineapple Man in the distance. One must say, these two were quite impressive. They had been chased for so long by a dragon-level monster and still hadn't been caught. TCH, I'll let you go this time. I don't have time to waste with you. I still have to deal with that big bug. The metal baseball bat didn't regard the Hungry Wolf at all. His only goal now was the dragon-level monster, the Centipede Elder. Seeing himself being underestimated, the Hungry Wolf chuckled. Well, it seems I've been underestimated. All right, let me show you just how strong I, the Hungry Wolf, really am. With that, the Hungry Wolf jumped down from the fence. Then, with a powerful push from his right foot, he stomped down hard on the ground, sending a nearby manhole cover flying. He then kicked the manhole cover towards the metal baseball bat. Let me test your baseball skills first. As he spoke, the Hungry Wolf had already reached a nearby fire hydrant and kicked it towards the metal baseball bat as well. Facing the oncoming manhole cover and fire hydrant, the metal baseball bat swung twice to knock them away. But this was just the Hungry Wolf's feint, taking advantage of the metal baseball bat's brief openings. He charged directly at him. After all, close combat was the metal baseball bat's weakness, but it was the Hungry Wolf's strong suit. Hey, you big idiot. Where are you hitting? Even if I give you both hands, you still can't hit me. The Hungry Wolf taunted as he skillfully dodged while also counterattacking. But what the Hungry Wolf couldn't believe was that the metal baseball bat who had been taking hits, was getting faster and stronger. Could it be that this guy's so-called momentum is still stacking up? Watching the increasingly rapid attacks of the metal baseball bat, the Hungry Wolf's interest grew. This kind of battle was interesting. Come on, keep hitting me, haha. However, for someone like him who only relied on brute force, even if he could smash a hole in the earth, it wouldn't matter. He still couldn't hit me. Boom. After dodging another powerful strike from the metal baseball bat, the Hungry Wolf mercilessly mocked his opponent. The bloodied metal baseball bat tightened his grip on the bat, and his expression became more serious. After accumulating an unknown number of layers of momentum, the metal baseball bat reached a peak state, greatly enhancing his attack speed, power, and defense. Despite being bloodied and injured, his combat power had directly reached the top 5 among S-rank heroes. Bastard, your time is limited. Ultimate move. Oh, it seemed you're going to unleash some powerful move? I'm really looking forward to it. The Hungry Wolf maintained his usual cheeky demeanor, knowing that this inhuman guy was clearly much stronger than him in speed and power, but in terms of attacking technique, there was a vast difference. One was heaven, and the other was a little brother. The metal baseball bat gripped the bat tightly with both hands. His sharp gaze locked onto the very punchable Hungry Wolf. Then he swung the baseball bat and spun rapidly. Ultimate move. Savage Tornado. The motion of the metal bat became faster and faster, as if it had turned into a whirlwind in his hands, sweeping towards the Hungry Wolf with a thunderous force. Watching the whirlwind created by the spinning metal bat, the Hungry Wolf continued to mock. Isn't it just a baseball bat spinning around? How can you call that an ultimate move? It's really laughable. Although the Hungry Wolf said this, his body was honest, quickly retreating because this savage tornado, while seemingly lacking in technique, had considerable power. Faced with this move, it would have been a good choice for the Hungry Wolf to dodge, but he wanted to defeat all S-class heroes fair and square, so he wouldn't resort to that method. The Hungry Wolf took a few steps back, adopting the starting stance of the flowing water rock crushing fist. The spinning metal bat immediately recognized the stance. It was the starting stance of Bang's flowing water rock crushing fist. After all, he had seen Bang use this move before when fighting Melizvalu, one of Boros's subordinates. An attack from an amateur like you is hardly worth mentioning. Watch me, flowing water rock crushing fist. After saying this, the Hungry Wolf unleashed the fluid punches of his technique. While facing the savage tornado of the metal bat, the Hungry Wolf was able to accurately judge the attack points of the bat with each punch of the flowing water rock crushing fist, preparing his defensive stance in advance. After several exchanges, the spinning of the metal bat slowed down due to dizziness. A flaw appeared. The Hungry Wolf immediately noticed the opening in the metal bat's defense and swiftly delivered a powerful punch. Immediately afterward, the Hungry Wolf spat out blood and was sent flying. Huh, did he finally go down? Really, wasting so much time on such a simple-minded guy? A fool like you, who only knows how to use brute force, is just like the vestige master I defeated before. You will never win against me. The Hungry Wolf, for some reason, closed his eyes and declared his victory. But if only his hidden hands weren't so red and trembling, it would have been perfect, because the attack from the metal bat exceeded his expectations. Even using the flowing water rock crushing fist to disperse the force didn't weaken the bat's attack much. If he hadn't relied on his agility to dodge a few blows, he would have probably broken his hands by now. However, what the Hungry Wolf didn't expect was that the seemingly down metal bat stood up at that moment, quickly moving behind him, aiming to smash down on the Hungry Wolf's head. But just then, a girl's voice interrupted the metal bat. No, brother, violence is not allowed. A girl stood not far away, and she was the metal bat's most beloved sister. Hearing this, the Hungry Wolf quickly turned to look, a cold sweat forming on his forehead. He couldn't guarantee that he could escape unscathed from that blow. Without any hesitation, the Hungry Wolf used his fastest speed to dodge to the side. Boom! With a metal bat strike. The ground where the Hungry Wolf had just stood was smashed into a massive pit. This was undoubtedly the strongest strike the metal bat had ever delivered since debuting. The Hungry Wolf, having dodged to the side, looked at the huge pit with lingering fear, although he didn't want to admit it. He had to say that if that blow had hit him unprepared, he would have likely fallen to the ground. TCH, consider yourself lucky, the metal bat disdainfully said to the Hungry Wolf, and then all the momentum he had built up dissipated. As he had vowed never to use violence in front of his sister, the Hungry Wolf was puzzled, wondering why this guy suddenly stopped and didn't seize the opportunity to defeat him. Brother, who is this person, and what are you doing? The metal bat's sister asked, pointing at the Hungry Wolf. Sister? The Hungry Wolf looked bewildered at the brother-sister duo before him. Don't come over, XuanGets. I'm dealing with a very dangerous guy. Bang! Before the metal bat could finish explaining to his sister, The bewildered hungry wolf delivered a flying kick that sent the metal bat flying. Although I don't understand why you went easy on him, this is a battle, so I won't hold back. Just as the hungry wolf prepared to continue his attack, the metal bat's little sister fearlessly ran in front of her brother, spreading her arms and declaring, "Stop. It's over. My brother promised me he would never use violence in front of me, so this battle is over." The words from the metal bat's sister left the hungry wolf full of confusion. "What are you talking about? Why should I follow your private rules?" The hungry wolf asked a very valid question, but the metal bat's little sister refused to back down, firmly blocking his way. The hungry wolf couldn't attack a little girl. Otherwise, if word got out, his reputation would be tarnished. Looking at the determined gaze of the metal bat's sister, the hungry wolf waved his hand, saying, "Fine, fine, anyway. This thick-headed guy can't defeat me, so I'll let you go for now. I don't want to waste all my time on you." The hungry wolf had no idea that he had actually saved his own life, because if it weren't for the sudden appearance of the metal bat's sister, he would have probably been knocked out by now. After saying this, the hungry wolf turned to leave. "Consider yourself lucky this time. You saved your life. But next time you won't have such good luck." The metal bat, hearing the hungry wolf's words, retorted, "Hey, what do you mean by that? Don't act like you won." Just as the battle between the hungry wolf and the metal bat came to an end, two monsters stood on a nearby building, watching everything unfold. Is that guy really the human that Lord Big-Eyed values? Hero Hunter. He certainly doesn't seem ordinary. Clearly human, yet hunting heroes. With a little manipulation, he could become a good helper for us. After the hungry wolf left, the metal bat asked his sister, "XuanGets, how did you come here? It's so dangerous. If something happened to you, what would I do?" XuanGets placed her hands behind her back and said, "You said on the phone you were at the Little Bear Sushi restaurant, so I came over. Who would have thought that monsters would appear suddenly?" Boom, boom, boom. Not far away, the centipede elder continued to chase after the Mohican, and the pineapple man, realizing the situation, the metal bat raised his baseball bat again. "Oh no, I almost forgot. Those two and that father-son duo are very dangerous. I need to hurry over." Saying this, the metal bat dragged his already battered body towards the battlefield. "Huh, brother, you're already covered in injuries, and you're still going to fight? Wait, you can't go back into battle in your current condition. Let's go buy something instead." XuanGets hurriedly ran up and grabbed the metal bat with her small hands, trying to stop her brother from going to his death. "XuanGets, you go back first. After I finish dealing with this, I'll take you shopping." The metal bat completely ignored his sister's words. Seeing her brother still stubbornly insisting on his actions, XuanGets became speechless, then jumped up and punched the back of the metal bat's head. "You stubborn blockhead. Can't you just listen to me once?" It was unclear whether XuanGets' strength was too great or if the metal bat's body had reached its limit, but after that punch, the metal bat fell directly to the ground. After watching the metal bat fall, one of the two monsters from earlier immediately made a move, preparing to take out the metal bat. However, just as the mud monster revealed itself, Hungry Wolf punched it into pieces. I hate being watched by others. It turned out that Hungry Wolf had not gone far. He had already noticed someone observing him in the shadows. In a certain city, Fang also used the description of the long figure given by the crossbow S and the lingering aura from the martial arts competition to teleport with Saitama to the location where Hero was currently situated. "You are the monster hero, right?" Fang calmly asked as he floated in the air, looking at the giant monster with many eyes on its face. As a dragon-level executive in the Monster Association, although Hero's strength was not on par with the top-tier dragon-level monsters like Black Sperm and Pochi, he was not at the bottom either. This meant that Hero's strength was at least a significant presence in the Monster Association, possibly even stronger. Moreover, before becoming a monster, Hero was also a martial artist like Water Dragon and had been the champion of the first martial arts competition. However, due to excessive confidence in his strength when he was young, he challenged the Monster King, Great Snake, in the Monster Association. The result, of course, was that Hero was defeated, and Great Snake's immense power left a deep impression on him. The Monster Association took advantage of this thought and persuaded him to ingest monster cells, turning him into a monster. After becoming a dragon-level monster, Hero's strength saw a significant boost with power, speed, defense, and explosiveness that exceeded imagination, resulting in an almost perfect body. Of course, this was only relative. Compared to the strength above dragon level like Great Snake, he was still far from enough, not even worthy of carrying their shoes. After hearing the voice, Hero also focused his compound eyes on the suddenly appearing two people. Seeing Fang floating in the air, he became interested and crossed his arms, evaluating Fang. "You are the strongest warrior Fang, ranked S level 0. I didn't expect you to come here. Do you have business with me?" Hero was very interested in Fang, having heard news from the outside about how powerful the strongest warrior was while in the Monster Association. But upon seeing him today, he thought, isn't he just a guy with flying superpowers? His physical strength is quite average, not even reaching an excellent level. Fang Xian calmly replied, I'm here to ask you something. I have a disciple named Genos, the hero known as the Devil Cyborg. Is his injury your doing? Hero confidently crossed his arms and said, the Devil Cyborg? That robot? Yes, that's me. What's wrong is he's still not dead. That guy is your disciple? He's pretty weak. I guess you, as his master, aren't much better, Hero said disdainfully, although he had received a stern warning from the chief planner and commander of this operation. The big bright eye, regarding the S-level heroes that should never be provoked, namely, the 2nd-ranked Tornado, the 7th-ranked King, and the 0th-ranked Fang Xian. He still thought that Fang Xian was just a name without substance and felt very confident in his own strength, believing that apart from Great Snake, no one in this world could be his opponent. After hearing Hero's admission, Fang Xian nodded and then said, in that case, Mr. Hero, please end your own life. Hero looked at Fang Xian with a dumbfounded expression. What? Did this guy just tell me to kill myself? Why should I listen to you? Hero was not angry. Instead, he looked at Fang Xian with great interest and said, because if I make a move, the scene will be too gruesome. You might not even have a complete corpse left. If you end it yourself, at least you can leave a whole body. Ha ha ha, kid, are you joking? Let me tell you, Hero, will not just end my life like that. If you want to take my life, you have to do it yourself. Just right. I also want to see what you S-level heroes are made of. Hero struck a pose and made a provocative gesture at Fang Xian. Looks like I can't avoid making a move. In that case, I'll fulfill your wish. Saying this, Fang Xian rolled up his sleeves. However, just as Fang Xian was about to make a move, Hero called for a pause. Although you are very arrogant, I have decided to give you a chance. Saying this, Hero pulled out a handful of monster cells from his pocket and tossed them at the feet of Fang Xian and Saitama. Eat this, and you could become even stronger. Then leave the Hero Association and join us. Fang Xian looked at the monster cells on the ground and smiled. He didn't expect Hero to throw an olive branch to the heroes. It seemed that the previous guy who exploded the mountain had eaten this stuff, which is why he ended up looking like a monster. That's right, but that guy was a bit greedy and arrogant. Not only did he finish all the monster cells I prepared for all the martial artists, but he also wanted to fight me. After I taught him a lesson, he became much more obedient. It seems you've already met him. Yes, I did meet him, but that guy's now left with just 2 legs. 2 legs? What does that mean? Are you saying that guy was killed? After listening to Fang Xian, Hero thought for a moment and finally understood. Was it you who did it? Fang Xian waved his hand and pointed at Saitama, saying it was this guy. Hero shifted his gaze to Saitama and scrutinized him, then snorted coldly. Humph, with him, I could kill him 1,000 times with just 1 finger. All right, that guy's dead, so what? As long as you eat these cells and become one of us, I believe you will become much stronger than now. Fang Xian kicked the monster cells into the trash can and said, sorry, my stomach can't handle this garbage. It seems you are rejecting me. All right, let me teach you a lesson, you arrogant guy. As the words fell, Hao Jie charged forward first, throwing a punch. Bang! Then Hao Jie widened his eyes in disbelief and said, How is this possible? He saw Fang Xian extend a finger and block it effortlessly. It seems you're the one who doesn't know your own limits. Well, say goodbye to this world. After saying that, Fang Xian threw a punch, and half of Hao Jie's body was directly shattered. However, Fang Xian's attack did not stop there. He flung Hao Jie's body into the air and then executed a chi round slash. Crack! After a sound, Hao Jie's body was split in half, and then Fang Xian unleashed another energy blast, smashing him to pieces. Just like that, the once arrogant Hao Jie was gone in less than 3 seconds of fighting Fang Xian. In City I, a gigantic 100-eyed octopus had devoured an entire building. The heroes present were completely helpless against this scene. After consuming the building, the 100-eyed octopus swung its massive tentacles at the gathered heroes. After several exchanges, it became clear that no one could approach the vicinity of the 100-eyed octopus, and the surrounding city was affected, with large trams and buildings being crushed and destroyed. Hey, Equipment Warrior, are you okay? B-Class Hero Bone, wearing a skin-tight suit with a skeletal pattern, looked at the C-Class Hero Equipment Warrior, who was fully equipped. I'm fine, but it seems like my head is hurting a bit. Hurting? Please, your head is bleeding profusely. Bone pointed worriedly at Equipment Warrior's head. After all, a person's head bleeding continuously doesn't look like nothing serious. It seems we need to retreat. This monster is not something we can fight. Saying this, Bone picked up Equipment Warrior and ran toward a safe area. If they stayed here any longer, Equipment Warrior might bleed out. After hiding in a narrow corner where the hundred-eyed octopus couldn't see them, Bone stared blankly at the massive octopus. That guy is not only huge, but his stomach also seems special, as he has been consuming buildings made of reinforced concrete, and the more he eats, the stronger he becomes. On top of that, this guy has over 100 eyes, leaving basically no blind spots for attacks. Truly a troublesome creature. Perhaps no monster can be stronger than this one, Bone thought, clenching his fists tightly. If I can defeat this guy, then I might become an A-class hero, or even an S-class hero. Then I might become a respected hero. The more Bone thought about it, the more excited he became, as such opportunities are rare, and if he didn't seize this chance, he might never encounter it again. However, it must be said that while Bone's thoughts were good, it was clear that he did not recognize his own strength. After bandaging Equipment Warrior's head, Bone recklessly headed back toward the hundred-eyed octopus, which had just made them flee in panic. As Bone approached the hundred-eyed octopus, he happened to notice a milk delivery truck overturned by the roadside, and a smile appeared on his face. Why would Bone smile at the sight of milk? This brings us to Bone's special ability. Bone can enhance his strength by drinking milk, and it allows his bones to grow rapidly. This means that as long as he has enough milk, Bone can elevate his strength to an extraordinary level. Thump, thump, thump. After a frenzied drinking session, Bone emptied the entire truck of milk, even letting out a satisfied burp. Having consumed so much milk, my strength must have reached a terrifying level. Now let me teach this foul octopus a lesson. With that, Bone charged toward the hundred-eyed octopus. Boom. Just as the freshly bandaged Equipment Warrior looked on, Bone was knocked to the ground by a single strike from the octopus, his body becoming a broken mess. Sigh. Bone's courage is admirable, but he was just too careless. Death Gatling, who had been entangled with the hundred-eyed octopus earlier, suddenly appeared beside Equipment Warrior and said, "You shouldn't be here. It's dangerous." "Mr. Death Gatling, how did you end up here?" Equipment Warrior, who had been worried to the point of nearly having a heart attack, felt relieved upon seeing Death Gatling. "I was hiding under the rubble and sent a distress signal. The association has dispatched S-class heroes for support, and I came out upon hearing that," Death Gatling said calmly, as he was not particularly good at dealing with such large monsters. At that moment, a man radiating light arrived beside them. "Support has arrived," Death Gatling exclaimed in delight. The man who arrived with a glowing aura was none other than our S-class hero, the illustrious Luhaida Ant, Shining Flash. Shining Flash, a high-cold male god, completely ignored Death Gatling and Equipment Warrior, as they were of no help in this battle. He then walked toward the hundred-eyed octopus. Seeing this, Death Gatling shouted, "Hey, Flash, are you going to fight this monster alone?" Without turning his head, Flash replied, "Of course, you just need to watch from here." With that, a sudden gust of wind erupted as Flash unleashed unparalleled speed toward the hundred-eyed octopus. In the blink of an eye, Flash had already lunged at the hundred-eyed octopus with his sword. "Wow, so fast!" Death Gatling and Equipment Warrior exclaimed in unison upon witnessing Flash's actions. Flash's sword pierced one of the hundreds of eyes of the hundred-eyed octopus. Roar! Accompanied by the splattering blood, the hundred-eyed octopus let out a painful, tormented scream. Although the hundred-eyed octopus was massive, any creature feels intense pain when its eyes are stabbed. However, this attack was not the end. Flash pulled out his sword and immediately aimed for another eye. Without any hesitation, his hand moved swiftly, and the other eye of the hundred-eyed octopus was blinded, this time even faster than before. By the time the hundred-eyed octopus realized it needed to counterattack, Flash had already retreated far away. This incredible speed is the origin of Shining Flash's title. Besides speed, Luhaida Ant's strength is also exceptionally strong, making him one of the powerhouse heroes among the S-class. Thus, the hundred-eyed octopus, under the watch of Death Gatling and Equipment Warrior, writhed in impotent rage. In short, Shining Flash had blinded two of the hundred-eyed octopus's eyes, then quickly leaped into the air, raising his sword and thrusting it heavily into the center eye of the octopus's head. Stab! With a powerful strike, the hundred-eyed octopus once again erupted with blood. After doing all this, Flash Wallace landed on the ground in a cool pose. At that moment, Death Gatling and Gear Soldier were like little fans shouting, "So cool! So cool!" The two spoke in unison. Especially Gear Soldier, being a C-class hero, his strength was only slightly above that of an ordinary person, and that was with his gear on. But Flash Wallace in front of him was a genuine S-class hero. It was a rare sight to see an S-class hero in action, so he was very excited. However, for a man, being fast might not be a good thing. Although Wallace was cool and fast, that monster didn't seem to have fallen yet. While Gear Soldier envied Wallace's strength, His mind was still clearly observing the situation on the field. The hundred-eyed octopus, having been blinded in succession, had become extremely violent, its tentacles thrashing around and causing significant destruction to the surrounding buildings. Wasn't this counterproductive? It seemed the city was suffering even greater damage. Gear Soldier immediately shifted from being a fan to the role of a critic. "Stop complaining and come with me," Death Gatling said to the criticizing Gear Soldier, then charged forward with his Gatling gun in hand. Hot tot tot. Death Gatling pulled the trigger, causing the Gatling gun in his hands to spin rapidly, unleashing countless bullets that instantly formed a massive barrage aimed at the wounded eyes of the hundred-eyed octopus. Under the continuous fire from Death Gatling, the hundred-eyed octopus couldn't help but retract its tentacles in pain. Seeing this, Gear Soldier happily exclaimed, "It's working. No, I'm just sprinkling a little salt on its wounds. It won't cause any real harm, but can hold it back for a moment. This guy is now in a berserk state. We can only retreat for now." Death Gatling, not swayed by the temporary pain of the hundred-eyed octopus, remained rational. Facing a berserk enemy, retreat was undoubtedly the best choice, but Wallace didn't think so. After all, it had been said before that S-class heroes are troublesome. They hardly listen to others' advice. Gear Soldier, being an A-class hero, was well aware of this. Berserk? It seems I need to use my ultimate move. Just as Wallace was about to unleash some kind of special move, the berserk hundred-eyed octopus was suddenly pulled into the air by an unknown force. The hundred-eyed octopus seemed to sense some danger and quickly used the suckers on its tentacles to cling tightly to the ground, as if afraid of being swept into the air. But clearly, this was futile, as the force was too powerful for it to resist. Seeing the scene, Wallace retracted his ultimate move, because he was all too familiar with such techniques. Currently, only 2 people on this planet could achieve this level of power, and both of them were among the top S-class heroes. Gear Soldier, being a C-class hero, had never witnessed such a scene before. Seeing the hundred-eyed octopus being lifted into the air, he pointed and shouted in surprise, "The octopus is flying in the sky." Death Gatling shook his head helplessly at Gear Soldier's naive reaction. As an A-class hero, he naturally knew a little about the situation. He wondered which of the 2 would show up, the second-ranked one or the zero-ranked one. If it's the zero-ranked one, I have to get an autograph. While Death Gatling was thinking about getting an autograph, the hundred-eyed octopus had already been pulled into the air, and a petite figure radiating green light appeared below. It was Tornado, who had a very ordinary appearance. It had been a long time since Tornado made an appearance. After all, among the monsters in the Monster Association, apart from the Monster King Orochi, the rest were weaklings. If Tornado had appeared earlier, perhaps there wouldn't have been so many problems. Except for a few top monster executives, other monsters had no power to resist when facing Tornado. For instance, the hundred-eyed octopus, once pulled into the air by Tornado, saw her little hand squeeze, and a terrifying telekinetic force began to compress its body. Under the immense pressure, the organs of the hundred-eyed octopus instantly ruptured, and a large amount of blood flowed out from its eyes, followed by its eyes exploding one by one. In no time, the hundred-eyed octopus turned into a desiccated state. After squeezing out all the moisture and blood from the hundred-eyed octopus, Tornado waved her hand, hanging the now-dead creature aside. After killing the hundred-eyed octopus, Tornado looked down at the 3 below with a proud expression and coldly said, "Hey, you 3, don't cause trouble at a time like this, okay?" Death Gatling, Gear Soldier, and Wallace all responded in unison. What did we just do? Especially Wallace, who had come to provide support but was now being looked down upon. Tornado then landed on the ground and looked at the group, saying, "In a situation where we are short-handed, you guys are all just hiding here and playing?" Little Tornado was scolding the heroes, including Wallace. Embarrassed, Death Gatling explained, "We're just fighting that big octopus." The C-class hero beside him nodded in agreement. "Yeah, but it proved that when a woman is scolding you, you should never try to reason with her, especially someone like Tornado, because at that moment, they are the embodiment of reason itself." Before Death Gatling could finish, Tornado pointed fiercely at Wallace, whom she had some impression of, and said, "You're Flash Wallace, right? I remember you're an S-class hero. I won't say much about these lower-ranked heroes. After all, it's normal for them to be too weak to fight monsters. But you at least need to take action seriously at a time like this." The little girl directly criticized Wallace, even calling him by the wrong name. No wonder they say S-class heroes are all a bit crazy. Death Gatling, seeing Tornado like this, immediately shut his mouth. As for explaining, he didn't dare to say anything now, fearing that if he spoke another word, Tornado might crush him like the hundred-eyed octopus. Seeing Tornado's wrath directed at Wallace, Death Gatling quietly moved to a safer distance. After being lectured by Tornado for a while, Wallace finally couldn't take it anymore. We're both S-class heroes, just with your ranking a little higher than mine, but you can't just point at my nose and yell at me. Don't I have any dignity? He retorted, hey, it was you who came over and took out my prey without permission. Otherwise, I would have already used my ultimate move, and now you're blaming me? Please. It's clearly you who is in the way. Moreover, please remember my name. I am Flashy Flash. What the hell is Wallace? Hey, you little brat. Do you want a burger? A continuous output also caused an angry hashtag to appear on Flashy Flash's forehead. But that is not important. What matters is that after Flashy Flash said all this, the face of the equipped warrior beside him, who in T left in time, had already turned pale. Damn. Big brother, are you kidding me? It's fine that you're cursing this lady. After all, you're an S-class hero. But have you considered our feelings? If this crazy woman decides to make a move, we might really lose our lives. We're both young, and Haven T lived enough yet. Just as the equipped warrior was sweating and thinking about how many seconds he could still live, he suddenly noticed that the Death Gatling, who had been standing beside him with Flashy Flash, had somehow moved far away and was waving at him, seemingly wishing him good luck. The equipped warrior thought, so ungrateful. You actually ran away without telling me. What? Are you saying it's my fault for ruining your business? Hearing Flashy Flash's words, Tornado's voice also became cold and dangerous, seemingly questioning Flashy Flash, while a huge pressure swept over the entire area. Even the already distant Death Gatling could clearly feel this pressure. What? Do you think you're stronger than me? Oh, right. Your ranking is indeed higher than mine, but I'm not a soft persimmon. Flashy Flash said proudly. At this moment, the atmosphere was tense, and the equipped warrior felt it was even more dangerous here than when the octopus was present. Perhaps not wanting to be affected by their fight, the equipped warrior gathered great courage and shouted at the two. Hey, you two are arguing. Don't include me. Just then, a voice broke the tense battlefield. Hey, little lowly, it's pretty lively here. Did I miss something? Fang Xian appeared behind Tornado using instant teleportation, looking around with curiosity. Upon seeing Fang Xian arrive, Tornado turned her head and ignored Flashy Flash. The equipped warrior saw Fang Xian as a savior and rushed to him at his fastest speed, hugging his thigh. After all, hiding behind such a big shot, even if these two fought, he would have a slim chance of survival. Hey, what are you doing? Let go of my leg. I'm not interested in you. Fang Xian looked at the equipped warrior who suddenly hugged his thigh and tried to kick him away, but to his surprise, this guy was harder to shake off than a sticky plaster. Tornado came to Fang Xian and asked, Fang Xian, how did you end up here? Oh, there was a large-scale monster ride in various cities just now, and many S-class and A-class heroes, including the guy Genos, were defeated. I was a bit worried that you might have encountered some trouble, so I came to take a look. I have to say, Fang Xian's ability to fabricate stories on the spot was getting stronger and stronger, because he hadn't worried about the safety of Tornado, who was ranked second among S-class heroes from the very beginning. After all, it was already good that Tornado didn't take action to wipe out the monsters. It was those monsters who lived too long or went crazy to look for her. Was T that like looking for death by lighting a lantern in a toilet? So why did Fang Xian suddenly appear here? It was because after killing Hero, Fang Xian thought that since there were monster rides across the country, there must be some powerful monsters appearing among them. Thus, driven by curiosity, Fang Xian used instant teleportation to start visiting monsters nationwide. Just now, after locking onto a monster's aura, Fang Xian teleported over, only to find Tornado here, and her mood didn't seem too good. Fortunately, he had learned a set of methods to appease girls from a game related to Lolas he had bought earlier, and it really worked well. The originally furious Tornado, upon hearing Fang Xian's words, thought he was concerned about her, and her face instantly turned red as if it had been steamed. How are you, Tornado? Are you okay? Tornado stammered in response. I am fine. Those monsters could never be my match. Tornado's attitude toward Fang Xian shocked the equipped warrior and the Death Gatling, who had just walked over wanting Fang Xian's autograph, both of whom looked at Tornado in disbelief, wondering if the shy girl in front of them was the same proud little lowly who was ready to fight at the slightest disagreement just a moment ago. They thought, how can you have such a different attitude? It's ridiculous. By the way, what were you angry about just now? Who provoked you? Fang Xian asked in confusion. After hearing this, Tornado thought of Flashy Flash's words and felt anger rising again. She then said, it's those guys over there causing trouble, making me angry. Fang Xian's gaze also turned to Flashy Flash and the others. What do you mean I caused trouble? Fang Xian, your wife stole my prey without saying a word. I was about to unleash my ultimate move, but she suddenly made a move, making me hold back. Listening to Fang Xian and Tornado's conversation, Flashy Flash confirmed that the rumors circulating online about the two were indeed true. They were definitely a couple. However, neither Fang Xian nor Tornado noticed the title Flashy Flash used earlier. After all, one was curious about what had happened, and the other was very angry. After understanding the sequence of events, Fang Xian stood on Tornado's side. But as for the reason, you all understand. Fang Xian placed his hand on Flashy Flash's shoulder and said, "Sister Flash, Tornado is still a child. Why bother with her? Besides, the monsters have already been eliminated, right? Why care about such things?" After hearing Fang Xian's words, Flashy Flash swatted Fang Xian's hand away and said, "It's really surprising. I didn't expect the rumors online to be true. You two really are a couple. Forget it. Let us leave it at that. I'm leaving." After saying this, Flashy Flash left the scene. It was at this moment that Tornado realized. This guy just said, "I'm your wife." Fang Xian nodded. "What the hell? Who has your wife?" "That damn blonde. I'll definitely beat him up next time I see him," Tornado said, blushing. Meanwhile, Death Gatling, who was holding a notebook and pen looking for Fang Xian's autograph, stopped halfway. "What? My idol is actually married to Tornado." On the ground, the dog that had fallen said, "I mean, isn't anyone going to care about me?" By the way, after dealing with Hero, Fang Xian and Saitama separated. On his way home, Saitama used his fist to defeat many monsters. Of course, none of those monsters could withstand a single punch from Saitama. Whether it was monsters, heroes, or martial arts masters, it seemed that no one could exchange a few blows with me, except for Fang Xian. Saitama said, looking at the monsters that had fallen under his fists. At that moment, a bicycle passed by him, and the rider was dressed in a hat and mask, seemingly not wanting others to know his identity. Upon seeing Saitama, he greeted him. "Is that Mr. Saitama?" After speaking, the person took off his hat and mask, revealing himself to be King, an S-class hero. King had come out because his favorite manga was being released today, and he was preparing to buy it, but the store was closed due to the monster rampage. After a brief greeting, Saitama walked alongside King. Noticing Saitama looked troubled, King asked Saitama, "You seem to be in a bad mood. Is something wrong?" "It's nothing, just some worries," Saitama replied. "By the way, you're still young. It's too early to give up now. Don't give up on yourself, King. Even though I can't grow hair after becoming stronger, I've been following the progress of hair growth products, so you can focus on getting stronger." Saitama responded vaguely. Seeing Saitama steer the conversation towards himself, King quickly said, Wait, that's not what I meant. I'm asking why you're in a bad mood." "Oh, sorry. How should I put it?" "Well, I can't really explain this worry myself." Hearing that even someone as powerful as Saitama had worries shocked King. "I can't believe the mighty Mr. Saitama also has worries." "That's incredible." Saitama said, "It's precisely because I'm too strong that I have worries." King looked puzzled. "Isn't it good to be strong?" "Because I'm too strong. I have no interest in fighting anyone anymore. No move can inspire me. In other words, I can't become stronger anymore," Saitama said with a hint of disappointment. "Isn't it good to reach a peak state of strength?" King countered. "You can't understand, King. Once you reach a certain level of strength, you can no longer experience the joy of growth. Take your favorite game, for example. Once you train the character to the highest level, you'll find you could defeat all enemies without any effort. That's how I feel now. No matter how many monsters I defeat, I can no longer feel the sense of accomplishment and joy I had when I first defeated a monster." After hearing Saitama's seemingly arrogant remarks, King thought for a moment and said, "That's not true. Even if the main character's level reaches the highest, I can still continue to engage by collecting game items. And I can wait for the next version from the developers to increase the level cap. Plus, with game updates, more beautiful characters will appear, so I don't feel bored." "King, I'm not talking about games. I'm talking about reality. But it seems you used games as an example first." "Did I?" "Never mind, King, you wouldn't understand. Sometimes, I really envy your current state, where you can get fresh feelings from games every day. Ever since I became strong, I've forgotten the taste of defeat." "So, Mr. Saitama, does that mean you're very lonely because of your strength?" "Yes. There's a ballroom dancing class at the station in City Z. Would you like to go learn?" "Huh? Why would I want to go to a place like that? Aren't you lonely? You can make a few friends there." "Ballroom dancing? That sounds boring. Forget it. I won't go." Hearing Saitama refuse, King felt quite annoyed and said, "You say it's boring, but you're not willing to take any action. You want to seek excitement, but won't challenge yourself. I used to be like that too." "Saitama, listen to me. Life is not a journey with a finish line. If you want to see a new world, you have to explore it yourself. Mr. Saitama, you think you've arrived at your destination just because you've become stronger. No. I think this might be your starting point." Finding fulfillment in battle is a misunderstanding of the essence of being a hero. Only by helping others and contributing to society can one truly be a meaningful hero. For a moment, King turned into a philosopher, giving Saitama a motivational speech, though he was unaware that these words were things he had read in manga. After listening, Saitama nodded thoughtfully and said, "I never expected you, who always pretends to be a hero, would have such insights." "Impressive, King." King confidently lifted his head and said, "Of course. I thought long and hard to come to this conclusion." After a moment of contemplation, Saitama continued, "But why do I feel like this makes things even more boring? Since you find it boring, why not come to my house to play games? I just bought a really fun fighting game." Saying this, King took out the new game he just bought from his bicycle bag. Remembering how he was mercilessly beaten with just 2 fingers by King the last time he was at King's house, Saitama said, "Maybe it's better to skip it. My interest in games has already been extinguished from last time. Even if I lose in a game now, I don't feel resentment or anger because my emotions have become increasingly dulled. Is that so? Then this time, I'll fight you using just 2 fingers of one hand." "Really? Then it's a deal. This time, I will definitely defeat you." Upon hearing this, Saitama was instantly filled with motivation, and veins popped on his forehead. However, just as Saitama and King were chatting about games, a white-haired man walked towards them from a distance. It was the wolf, who had just fought with the metal bat. But now he looked ragged and seemed to have sustained serious injuries. "I was too careless. I didn't expect that guy to be so strong. I was too naive. Just being able to escape is already good luck for me." The wolf clutched his chest, staggering down the street as he recalled the battle that had just occurred. After leaving the metal bat, he had just prepared to find his next target when he was suddenly spotted by the dog police hero. However, due to the dog police hero's overwhelming strength, even when he used the flowing rock-shattering fist, he was easily countered, and after a series of battles, he was severely injured. But the wolf was not the type to give up after being defeated. Clenching his right hand, a smile appeared on his bloodied face. "This is so exciting. It seems I can still become stronger." Just then, he suddenly noticed Saitama and King walking towards him. Isn't that the strongest man ranked 7 among S-class heroes, and that bald guy next to him? Just seeing that face makes my neck ache." Forgetting about the bald guy for now, he thought, "It's rare to encounter King on the street. But I'm injured now. Should I approach them? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. My body can still move, and I don't feel any pain, perhaps because I just lost to someone, which made me even more excited, my whole body filled with energy. Since that's the case, let's go." The hungry wolf quickly brainstormed and then pushed off the ground with both feet. He then rushed toward King. On the way to King, the hungry wolf maximized his sensory perception to observe the posture King might change due to his attack. "Wake up, King." Facing the suddenly appearing hungry wolf, King, who was happily chatting with Saitama about games, didn't react at all. At that moment, Saitama suddenly kicked forward, sending the hungry wolf flying in a strange posture. Saitama looked at King and asked, "Do you know that person who just attacked you?" King shook his head, sweating. "I didn't see his face, but I probably don't know him." So annoying. In one day, not only do I have to participate in the competition, but I also have to deal with monsters and these little punks. Competition? Saitama, what competition are you participating in? A gaming competition? King curiously asked. Saitama replied, "It's not a gaming competition, it's a martial arts competition. Although those people looked very weak, I still didn't win the championship in the end." No ads. The fastest updates. To avoid losing content, please experience the ad-free reading app Edu free novel app. I see. By the way, King, did you receive a call from the Hero Association? Do you know what happened today? Why are there so many monsters? Although the association called me. I didn't talk for long because I had something to do, so I don't know what happened. However, I heard that there's a hero hunter recently hunting heroes everywhere, and a monster organization has been wreaking havoc on some wealthy people. Speaking of that hero hunting guy, I'm also very concerned. He reminded me a lot of when I first started being a hero. Like you? Yeah, he, like me, claims to be a hero and then acts alone. So I'm really looking forward to that guy's strength. I just don't know when he will hunt me." Saitama said expectantly. Upon hearing this, King also said, "I see. Then I wish you meet him soon." The two then walked off into the distance. And Saitama had no idea that he had already encountered the hero hunter, the hungry wolf, twice, and each time he was defeated with a single move. City A, Hero Association headquarters after the riot of the Monster Association ended. The officials of the Hero Association immediately began organizing a meeting to discuss the collective riot of monsters caused by this unknown organization. The president of the Hero Association projected the information sent by the driving knight and started explaining the meeting. "Everyone, The driving knight has sent important information regarding the riot caused by monsters. The name of this organization is the Monster Association. Although the specific purpose of the other party is unclear from the name of this organization, it is evident that they are clearly opposing our Hero Association. Additionally, this organization seems to have the ability to turn ordinary humans into monsters, as can be seen from some participants like Explosion Mountain in the martial arts tournament. And the leader of this organization is called Monster King, Orochi. The information sent by the driving knight indicates that the location of this organization is in City Z, the most dangerous city among all cities. After the president of the Hero Association finished discussing the information from the driving knight, the other officials also began to discuss. I see. No wonder the frequency of monsters appearing in that place is so high. If it's associated with this kind of monster organization, it makes sense. Yes, it's really quite tricky. I remember that S-Class heroes Fang, Tornado, and Genos seem to live in this city. Perhaps the only ones who can live there now are them. After all, their strength is no joke. By the way, what is the purpose of those monsters targeting important officials and wealthy people in this monster riot? Isn't it obvious? They definitely want to take them as hostages and use them to negotiate with us. If that's the case, then what are these monsters' motives? Money? Do monsters need money? Even if they do, they can rob directly. Why use such a slow method as kidnapping? Regardless of their motives, in principle, the Hero Association absolutely cannot tolerate the existence of such an evil organization and must list them as targets for elimination. But they currently have hostages. Perhaps they hope that we won't list them as targets for elimination, meaning they might want to obtain the same freedom to live as normal humans. If that's the case, then this monster riot can be understood. It seems they're demonstrating to us in advance. However, this might be a good opportunity. We can use this chance to try to gain their trust and then capture them all at once. Upon hearing this proposal, the officials nodded in agreement, indicating that it was a good idea. At this time, a female official said, "The monsters will definitely contact us. Although these monsters must be eradicated, we should still listen to what they have to say first. Moreover, since they have hostages, we must eliminate them before we can take action." The president stood up and said, "That's right, we absolutely cannot lose our sponsors. We must find a way to rescue them first." Buzz, buzz, buzz. Just as everyone was discussing, the door of the conference room slowly opened, and a person walked in. "President, the Monster Association has sent a message." The Monster Association has sent a message. The person was holding a spherical object and said to the officials. Big Nose Shichi asked, "What message?" In response to Shichi's question, the person did not answer but kept repeating. "The Monster Association has sent a message." "What message? Hurry up and say it. Why do you keep repeating that?" "Hey!" The officials shouted in unison. Suddenly, the person who had just walked in began to tremble all over, veins bulging on his face, and he started foaming at the mouth. Then, two black tentacles grew from his head, and with bloodshot eyes, he smiled ominously. The Monster Association has sent a message. This person was parasitized by a disaster-level tiger-class, strong parasitic creature from the Monster Association. The other officials, seeing this, hurriedly got up and stepped back. It seems this guy's been parasitized by something. Quickly, contact the heroes stationed at headquarters to come here. Yes, hello, this is... At this moment, a council member raised a gun and aimed it at the parasitized person and said, "Should I shoot?" Just as the others were talking about opening fire, Shichi spoke up. "Wait a minute, let's first hear what the news is." The person being parasitized was holding a spherical object that turned out to be an eye. "Nice to meet you all, esteemed members of the Hero Association. I am the advisor of the Monster Association and the commander of this monster uprising, Big Eye. I believe you should already know that some of your high-ranking officials' children are our guests here. Rest assured, as long as you can agree to my next request, I guarantee that they will be safe. What is your request?" "Our request is simple. We hope that in the future, the Hero Association will no longer take action against us monsters. Just because we are monsters, we should be suppressed, causing us to only live in the ruins of City Z, where we support each other and live cautiously without the luxury of life outside. We hope you can provide us monsters with a safe place to live. If you can agree to this request, we, the Monster Association, can guarantee that we will not attack ordinary humans and will not encroach on human life. Moreover, we will do our best to gather those who have not yet joined the Monster Association to achieve a society where humans and monsters coexist, thereby bridging the gap between humans and monsters." Big Eye spoke with a kind expression, but the cadres were not fools. How could they easily believe someone who had just instigated a monster uprising? If you truly want us to accept your terms, why are you still rampaging outside, doing things that provoke us? Just recently, one of our cadres has already been sacrificed, Big Eye replied. We just wanted to demonstrate a portion of the Monster Association's combat power, to help you understand that the proposal we put forward is not only beneficial to us, but also harmless to you. After all, you wouldn't want to live in constant fear of monster attacks, would you? Shichi said, Are you threatening us? No, no, no. I just hope you can seriously consider our proposal. I understand. I will agree that we won't take action against you anymore. So, please release the hostages, said a man with a scruffy face, thinking to himself, Humph, monsters in the ruins, enjoy your brief time. Soon, we will capture all of you. Bang! At that moment, the sound of gunfire suddenly rang out, and the cadre who had just agreed to Big Eye's terms was shot in the forehead. The person infected with the parasite raised a gun and laughed. Oops, I accidentally slipped my hand. Big Eye exclaimed, Hey, hey, hey. We are still negotiating with the assault parasite. Why did you suddenly open fire? The assault parasite replied, Sorry, I almost killed everyone by accident. I have to hold back. I must hold back. Shichi said, You never intended to negotiate with us from the start, did you? Everything just now was an act. Seeing he had been found out, Big Eye stopped pretending. That's right. Everything just now was a joke to mock you. How could humans and monsters coexist? All of that was just a script I came up with, ha ha. But what I didn't expect was that among you foolish people, someone actually agreed. The cadres were furious upon hearing Big Eye's words. What do you intend to do with the hostages? Have you harmed them? Of course not. They are living well in our monster association. The reason we took hostages was to prevent you cowards from escaping. Now, if you want to save those hostages, hurry and gather your strongest forces to rescue them from the monster association. By the way, I only give you 3 days. If you exceed 3 days, I will turn all those hostages into monsters, ha ha ha. Goodbye. With that, Big Eye's eyeball exploded, and when the assault parasite finished speaking, it revealed a strange smile, saying, Finally done talking? Then I can kill my prey at will. Just as the assault parasite raised its gun to attack the next person, a massive black muscular hand grabbed it and threw it away. The newcomer was the S-Class hero, Metal Knight. Was that guy an urgent matter? Metal Knight, wearing only a pair of shorts, looked at the crowd and asked, It's Metal Knight. Your arrival is truly timely. Entrusting the security work of the Hero Association to you was the right choice. At that moment, Shichi shouted loudly, Be careful. That guy is not dead. He is a parasite-type monster, and its main body will soon emerge. Kekekek. Discovered too late? I am about to parasitize the S-Class hero. The assault parasite had already climbed to Metal Knight's feet and jumped up, using its drill-like right hand to charge at Metal Knight's muscles. Watch out! Just as the cadres frantically reminded, the assault parasite's right hand had already made contact with Metal Knight's muscles. Boom! The sharp drill hand of the assault parasite collided with Metal Knight's strong muscles, producing a loud metallic clanging sound. Then, the assault parasite was directly bounced away. What? It can't invade. My drill hands are as hard as steel. This is impossible. Is this still flesh? Unwilling to give up, the assault parasite jumped on a Metal Knight's abdomen and drilled for a while, but it was utterly useless. Smack! Metal Knight clapped his hands forcefully, directly killing the assault parasite. What are you saying? How could steel be harder than a body that has been tempered through countless trials? After seeing the monster being eliminated, the other cadres began to engage in intense discussions about what had just happened. Due to the extremely severe nature of the previous incident, their battle lines were very unified. Damn it, those monsters are indeed insane. We can't let this go. We must take action against them. But we currently do not have detailed information about the enemy's numbers and base location. That's right, and the other side seems very confident, seemingly not afraid of us at all. Who cares if they are afraid or not? We must rescue the hostages first. Exactly. They dared to come to our headquarters to cause trouble and even kill someone in front of us. This is a blatant provocation, and we must show them what we are made of. However, since the other side dares to provoke us so boldly, there must be some trap waiting for us. If we go, should we send an S-Class hero? But who should we send? After speaking, Big Eye split off a small eyeball and flew out to the surface. At night in City Z, at Fang Xian's house, Genos was being repaired by Dr. Kasuno after being dismantled by a hero. Fubuki was at the hospital taking care of her subordinates, and Saitama was playing games at King's house. So tonight, only Fang Xian and Tornado were at home. Oh, and there was also the maid, Robot Poo Poo. At this moment, Fang Xian was in the kitchen preparing dinner, while Tornado was standing on the scale, looking at her weight with an incredulous expression. Suddenly, Tornado let out a sharp, lowly-like scream. This made Fang Xian, who was cooking in the kitchen, think something was wrong. So he hurried out to ask what's wrong. What happened? Tornado's face showed a level of fear that she had never displayed, even when facing monsters. But just as Fang Xian stepped out of the kitchen, He heard the system prompt in his mind. Ding. Detected tornadoes, panic. Emotion value 99,999. WH. Why is this happening? I actually gained so much weight. Tornado's eyes widened as she stared at the number on the scale, seemingly unable to believe her eyes. Gained weight. How much did you gain? Let me see. Hearing Tornado say she gained weight, Fang Xian was very curious and stepped forward to see the number on the scale. Why? You can't look? Tornado, quick as a flash, used her superpower to crush the scale into a pile of scrap metal and threw it away. Scale. TT, what did I do wrong? It can't be that bad, right? That seems to be a new scale you just bought. Fang Xian looked at Tornado, somewhat speechless. Tornado, however, appeared exceptionally agitated, as if her previous actions were not enough to vent her inner shock and unwillingness. Don't mention it again. How could I possibly gain weight? It's impossible. Indeed, even Tornado could not escape the sensitivity and concern girls have about their weight. Fang Xian tried to comfort her, saying, Tornado, don't worry too much about it. Besides, if you gain weight, then you gained weight. It's not that obvious. No, I have to diet. I want to lose weight, Tornado said angrily. Fang Xian shook his head and said, Then are you still going to eat dinner? I'm not eating. It's all because of the evil source you made that caused me to gain so much weight, Tornado said with a very strong attitude. Women are like this. They don't care about these things while eating, but afterward, they blame you for the weight gain. Fang Xian remained silent and turned back to the kitchen. But he said, Fine, suit yourself, but I made your favorite braised pork knuckle and egg tarts tonight. Since you're not eating, I guess I'll have to finish off these evil sources by myself. Hearing about the braised pork knuckle and egg tarts, Tornado's previous strong demeanor instantly diminished by half. Fang Xian, did you just say braised pork knuckle and egg tarts? Tornado's tone carried a hint of anticipation and reluctance. Fang Xian paused and said, Yes. Today's braised pork knuckle is particularly flavorful, and the egg tarts are freshly baked, fragrant, and delicious. Unfortunately, it looks like I can only enjoy them by myself tonight. Tornado's heart was undergoing a fierce struggle at this moment. Her favorite braised pork knuckle and egg tarts were right in front of her, but the number on the scale lingered in her mind. Tornado swallowed hard, tried to resist the temptation. No, I have to hold on. I can't let a moment of gluttony make me forget about gaining weight. But the next second, Tornado said, Forget it, I'll just eat a little. Just a little bit. It shouldn't be too big of a problem, right? In no time, Fang Xian brought all the dishes to the table. Looking at all her favorite dishes on the table, Tornado couldn't hold back and ended up eating 5 bowls of rice in a row, then lay back on the sofa. Satisfied, Tornado patted her slightly bulging stomach and thought, So delicious. As for losing weight, she had long forgotten about it. After Fang Xian finished tidying up the table, he lay back on the sofa and opened the lottery interface. Now Fang Xian needed to consume 10,000 emotion points for each lottery draw, which was quite high. However, the emotions he could collect from those around him and from fighting monsters were on the rise, so Fang Xian wasn't too worried. With the 999 emotion points provided by Tornado earlier, he now had over 210,000 emotion points, which allowed him to draw 21 times. Let's start the lottery. As Fang Xian's voice fell, the big wheel began to spin rapidly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing. Thank you for your patronage. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing a bag of sins of beans. 10. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing cash of 100,000 yuan. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing. Thank you for your patronage. After 10 consecutive draws, Fang Xian hadn't seen any good items, so he, not believing in evil, drew 10 more times. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing. Thank you for your patronage. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing. Thank you for your patronage. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing. Thank you for your patronage. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing. Thank you for your patronage. This time, it was even more outrageous, with 9 consecutive thank you for your patronage. Not to mention sins of beans, there was no cash either. Just when Fang Xian thought these 10 draws would all go to waste, the last one yielded a reward. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing a cyborg chip. Oh, a cyborg chip, this is the first time I've seen one. But it seems to be of no use to me, though it should be useful for Genos. I'll give it to him next time. After putting the chip back into the system warehouse, Fang Xian's gaze turned back to the lottery interface. After 20 draws, he had consumed 200,000 emotion points, leaving him with only 10,000, just enough for one more draw. After thinking for a moment, Fang Xian decided to take a gamble. What if he could draw something good this time? So Fang Xian consumed another 10,000 000 emotion points and spun the lottery wheel again. Dai San Lao Zun, Zay Empatho. Chi Tian de Shum. No matter who you are, please bestow your luck upon me. Fang Xian kept praying in his heart. He didn't know if the prayer really worked. But this time he really drew something good. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing the Super Saiyan transformation. Super Saiyan. Fang Xian was stunned. He could hardly believe his ears. But then he felt a brand new energy suddenly awakening within him. And this new energy was incredibly powerful. Since Tornado was lying nearby, Fang Xian didn't show too much joy, only a grin that was hard to suppress. Haha, what incredible luck. The rumors are true. Single draws really can yield miracles. Hey, Fang Xian, what are you so happy about? Why are you smiling so creepily? Hey, Fang Xian, what are you so happy about? Why are you smiling so creepily? Hearing Tornado's words, Fang Xian blinked and replied, Really? Do I look very happy? Tornado took out a mirror and reflected Fang Xian's smile, which was already overflowing. What do you think? So why are you so happy? Tornado continued to ask. Fang Xian said, No, I thought of something happy. Really? Of course. Seeing that Tornado did not believe him, Fang Xian stood up and said, Stop being paranoid. What do you want to eat? I'll go make it for you. Perhaps because he was too excited about being selected as a Super Saiyan, Fang Xian forgot that he had just finished eating. Tornado squinted and said, Come on. We just finished eating 5 minutes ago. How could you forget so quickly? Is that so? I was joking. How could I forget? Fang Xian smiled awkwardly. Tornado sighed, stood up, and said, Forget it. You can entertain yourself here. I'm going to take a shower and go to bed. Fang Xian, too happy, only heard Tornado say she was going to take a shower. So he followed her and said, Let's shower together, sure. Bang. The next second, Fang Xian's face was kicked away by a pair of small white feet, landing on the sofa. Tornado, looking angry, said, Fang Xian, if you don't eat your ears, you can donate them to the hospital. After saying that, Tornado went back to her room to change clothes and then entered the bathroom. Fang Xian jumped up from the sofa, returned to his room, and opened his computer. Since he had won a super good reward today, he planned to play a game to reward himself. Which one to play? I haven't played games for a long time. After thinking for a while, Fang Xian clicked on Genshin Impact. Fang Xian eagerly waited for the loading screen, but soon his expression froze. After entering the game, the beginner interface popped up. Thinking that he might have entered incorrectly or hadn't logged in for too long, he logged out and tried again. But no matter how many times he tried, the result was always the beginner interface. Why has my game turned into this? Where's my save? For a moment, Fang Xian's angry voice filled almost the entire Z City. Da Jiunya, who had just found out that the hero had died, was so scared by Fang Xian's roar that he immediately hid. As he had paid close attention to the few residents here, and was very familiar with Fang Xian's voice. What is going on? What's this guy going crazy about? Could it be that the hero sent by the Hero Association is this guy? No, I need to deploy quickly. After thinking, De Jiongyan's eyeball exploded in an instant. Just after taking a shower, Tornado heard Fang Xian's furious voice and walked into Fang Xian's bedroom with a confused expression, asking, Hey, why are you yelling so loudly? And what's up with your hair? Wasn't it black just now? Why are you glowing all over? Fang Xian's originally thick black hair was now standing up and had turned golden, radiating a golden, holy light, and his pupils had turned light green, looking extremely imposing. Seeing Tornado come in, Fang Xian hurried over and asked, Little lowly, where's my game save? Tornado was stunned and said, Game save? I don't know. What happened to your game save? Fang Xian said, I don't know which guy deleted all my hard-earned game saves, making me start over. This is a game I played for a long time. Tornado patted Fang Xian to comfort him, saying, Come on, it's just a game. You can play it again. Don't be upset. Fang Xian replied, Damn it, don't let me find out who you are, or I'll make you see what a Super Saiyan is. This shout made the entire Z City shake 3 times. Some strange people wandering the streets at night were startled by this voice. Z City King's house, the culprit who deleted Fang Xian's game save, Saitama, was currently comfortably leaning on the sofa at King's house, playing a game. Ashu, ashu, ashu. While playing, Saitama suddenly sneezed 3 times in a row. What is going on? Why am I sneezing all of a sudden? Saitama rubbed his nose and said inexplicably. King, sitting next to him, asked Saitama, Did you catch a cold? Why are you sneezing? Saitama waved his hand, saying, I don't know. I haven't been sick in a long time. Never mind that. Let us keep playing. King, weren't you quite arrogant before? But today is your day of doom. Take this. Continuous sweeping kick. E-sweep, e-sweep, e-sweep. This is the infinite combo I discovered by the time you break your guard. You'll already be trapped in the infinite combo. You're done. Take this, take this. Saitama, with a passionate expression, operated a game character with horns on the screen, frantically beating up the character chosen by King. For Saitama's infinite combo, King showed no sign of panic on his face. As for a gaming expert like him, such tactics were like childish play. King took a deep breath and then said fiercely, Saitama, you really don't understand. Your so-called infinite combo is completely meaningless. Saying this, King placed 2 fingers from one hand on the controller. Just as Saitama was controlling his character to prepare for another combo, King's character, a beautiful girl, moved. She first blew a kiss, then threw a punch, followed by a sweeping kick, and then a whip kick. Under King's barrage of operations, Saitama's character was instantly hit with 999 damage. Then, there was no more to say. Saitama was once again defeated without suspense. Trash game. Trash game. After losing again, Saitama could only say this. Then, he sat on the sofa in despair and said, how could that infinite combo not defeat her? No, next time I must win faster. After winning, King quickly walked over to comfort him, saying, sorry, Saitama. I got too excited and couldn't control myself. I'm just too childish. Saitama shrugged it off, saying, it's okay, maybe it's my technique issue. Next time, I will definitely defeat you. Kusuno's secret laboratory various robotic arms were selecting parts, performing repair work on a person lying on a machine bed. The person being repaired was Genos, who had been torn apart by the hero. Fortunately, the important parts had not suffered severe damage, allowing the repair work to proceed normally. In no time, under Dr. Kusuno's direction and operation, multiple robotic arms worked in coordination, and Genos was quickly fully repaired. Genos, how do you feel after the repair? Are your movements okay? Dr. Kusuno asked Genos. Genos stood up, shook his 2 mechanical arms, and said, no problem, thank you very much, Dr. Kusuno. Genos looked apologetic and said, I'm really sorry for keeping you up all night. Dr. Kusuno smiled and replied, it's nothing. A little less sleep is nothing compared to the crisis facing humanity. Also, Genos, when you encounter an unbeatable opponent, don't push yourself. If you lose, you lose. Only by staying alive is there hope. Seeing you in such a miserable state last night reminded me of my younger days, full of a sense of justice and fearlessness, rushing forward regardless of the dangers. But now I'm old, and after staying up all night, I'm tired. I need to get some sleep. Genos, you go complete your mission. And please, don't do anything reckless. After Dr. Kusuno left, Genos lowered his head and pondered his words. The next morning, as citizens in major cities were on their way to work, as usual, newspapers suddenly filled the streets. Extra. Extra. Major news, exclusive report. Citizens hurriedly picked up the newspapers fluttering in the air. What happened early this morning? The Monster Association? What kind of organization is this? So, the monster riot yesterday was indeed organized and disciplined? That's terrifying. I didn't expect there was such a dangerous organization lurking in our lives. Many children of officials from the Hero Association and business tycoons have been taken hostage. Not only that, it seems that one official has died. And the reason is that monsters invaded the Hero Association's headquarters. Is that true? That place is the Hero Association's headquarters. How could these monsters infiltrate it so easily? The report states, look here, to rescue the hostages, the Hero Association and the Monster Association are about to engage in direct conflict. In other words, a war is about to begin. The heroes should win, right? Who knows, they might lose. If the heroes lose, what will happen to us? For a moment, society became restless due to these suddenly appearing newspaper reports. In a hospital, S-Class hero Metalbat was watching the news report with his sister in the ward. Ladies and gentlemen, this morning, an organization claiming to be the Monster Association sent a crime declaration to the television station. And at around 8 a.m., a large number of newspapers suddenly appeared on the streets of every city. The gist of the content is that the Monster Association has kidnapped several children of officials from the Hero Association and numerous wealthy individuals as hostages. Metalbat's sister, Kanzaki, looked a bit scared as she watched the news on TV. Brother, what's going on? Metalbat took a bite of an apple and said, the Monster Association, huh? Let you be arrogant for a few more days. Soon, I'll smash all of you to pieces. Kanzaki replied, brother, you're not allowed to leave the hospital until your injuries are fully healed. Seeing his sister's serious expression, Metalbat could only reluctantly agree. In another ward, the members participating in the martial arts tournament were present. The bandaged Bug, with eyes wide open, looked at the content on the TV and said, it's turned into this? Those guys from the Monster Association are too despicable. Others were also discussing. Monsters, although I want to help. I can only stay here given my current situation. Monsters are too strong and terrifying. I was beaten to this state with just one punch. Meanwhile, the heroes were also not idle. As the intellectual representative among heroes, Child Emperor was currently on a call with Metal Knight. Metal Knight, what do you mean you're not participating in the battle? Do you know how dire the situation is? Child Emperor held a lollipop and looked at the snowy screen. It's you who hasn't seen the battlefield clearly, Child Emperor. Can't you see this is a trap? The Monster Association dares to provoke us so openly. They must have made meticulous preparations. Perhaps they've already assembled their forces, just waiting for us to take the bait. If we actually accept such an unfavorable battle, we might sacrifice countless heroes. Such behavior that reduces the strength of the Hero Association is utterly unreasonable. Only a fool would do that. The Metal Knight on the other side of the screen clearly pointed out the true situation behind this provocation. Child Emperor, clearly unconvinced, argued, "What you're saying isn't quite right. Many people have been taken hostage." Before Child Emperor could finish, Metal Knight interrupted. "Such thinking will only worsen the situation. We should first determine the enemy's base location, abandon the plan to rescue the hostages, and opt for bombardment attacks. I've already proposed this to the association, but those idiots rejected my suggestion. They prioritize how to rescue the hostages and what power they can gain. In that case, I won't participate in this operation." After saying that, Metal Knight hung up the call. Child Emperor looked at the dark screen and muttered, "Stubborn old man." Because the events of the morning happened too suddenly, the Hero Association was caught off guard. The president of the Hero Association received multiple calls from business tycoons early in the morning, each demanding that the hostages be rescued as soon as possible, or they would withdraw their support for the Hero Association. Therefore, the president could only promise that they would definitely rescue the kidnapped hostages. And due to the leak of information, the public was also very concerned about the matter. Thus, this operation must be carried out quickly, and it must be won. However, deciding which team to send to deal with the monsters left everyone in a dilemma, unsure of who to send. In City Z, the streets were filled with a large number of monsters. They were not from the Monster Association, but wild monsters scattered across other cities, commonly referred to as stragglers. After seeing the morning's newspapers and news, they gathered here, hoping to join the Monster Association. Is this the place? Don't get the location wrong. It can't be wrong. Although the Monster Association hasn't made its location public, we can guess it's in City Z, as this place exudes a unique aura that belongs only to monsters. Heard the news. The Monster Association has openly challenged the Hero Association. That's right. This is not just a message for humans, but a signal for us, as if telling us to join them. Let's go. Let's join the Monster Association and tear those annoying heroes to pieces. A large group of monsters marched down the street. But just as this group of monsters was passionately preparing to join the Monster Association, they suddenly noticed a bald head passing in front of them. The bald man was holding 2 large bags of garbage and wearing a dirt-colored superhero costume. Yes, this bald man was Saitama. It was surprising to see humans in this city. It was quite interesting. Come on, brothers, let's go take this guy down. Consider it a greeting for joining the Monster Association. After someone said this, the other monsters nodded in agreement, and then they all rushed towards Saitama. Little did they know what terrifying existence they were about to face. Due to the large number of monsters, the ground began to shake as they charged forward. Rumbling. Huh, why is the ground shaking? Is it an earthquake? Saitama said, looking puzzled as he felt the trembling surface. Suddenly, he noticed something charging at him from behind. Turning around, he saw a dense crowd of monsters rushing at him recklessly. With so many monsters, Saitama calmly set down the 2 large bags of garbage in his hands, then raised his right fist and threw a punch. Bang! After that, there was nothing more to see. The previously dense crowd of monsters was instantly annihilated, and each of their corpses looked quite ugly. Strange, why do I feel like there are more monsters today than usual? Are they all here for me? Just as Saitama was pondering this, he suddenly remembered that the garbage truck would be passing by soon. So he hurriedly picked up the 2 large bags of garbage from the ground and ran towards the outskirts of the lost City Z. In a dense jungle, a siege operation against the Hungry Wolf was also unfolding, composed of several A-class heroes. Inside a wooden house, the Hungry Wolf was wrapped in bandages, with a towel on his forehead. At this moment, the Hungry Wolf was not only injured all over, but had also caught a cold. Just then, a little boy slowly pushed open the wooden door and tiptoed inside. Who? Although the Hungry Wolf was in poor condition, his alertness remained high, so he sensed the boy's presence as soon as he entered the room. The Death Gatling said, "This is because in his current state, he can't move at all. That guy should be fast asleep inside. Today, let this hero hunter feel what it's like to be hunted by others." inside the wooden house in the forest. While chatting with the little boy, the hungry wolf also sensed a strong killing intent surrounding him. Surrounded, huh? He then looked at the little boy who was about to go outside and said, "Wait a minute, kid. Do you have your hero handbook with you? Can I borrow it?" Hearing the hungry wolf's words, the little boy replied, "I have it. But what do you need that for?" The hungry wolf replied, "I just need to use it suddenly." The little boy took out his treasured hero handbook from his pants and handed it to the hungry wolf. The hungry wolf flipped through the pages and asked, "Is this the latest version? The information about the heroes should be very accurate, right? Like combat techniques or habits." The little boy said, "Of course it's the latest version, and it has all the heroes in it. There are also many confidential messages from the Hero Association recorded inside." After hearing this, the hungry wolf went to the wall, extended his finger to make a hole, and began to carefully observe. "Let me see. Which guys are surrounding me this time?" For in front, A-Class number 8, Death Gatling. A-Class number 10, Venom Sting. A-Class number 27, Smiling Hero. B-Class number 8, Wild Siren. After recording all the heroes surrounding him, the hungry wolf turned to the back. TCH, only 2 people behind. A-Class number 36, Lock Scythe. B-Class number 43, Gun. Soon, the hungry wolf memorized all the heroes surrounding him from all directions. There were a total of 7 people here to surround him, consisting of 4 A-Class heroes and 3 B-Class heroes. Then, the hungry wolf began to formulate his battle plan according to the contents recorded in the handbook. Tot. But just then, a burst of gunfire suddenly erupted outside. Following that, the voice of Death Gatling came in. "Come out, Hero Hunter. You are now surrounded by us. I advise you to come out and surrender obediently, or don't blame us for beating you too badly later. After all, it's hard to hold out in a defenseless little house like this." Hearing the voice, the hungry wolf quickly flipped through the hero handbook, his brain racing to memorize the contents. TCH, no time left. I need to hurry. The little boy, frightened by the earlier gunfire, pointed outside and said, "Uncle, someone outside is calling for you. We should." The hungry wolf interrupted, "Don't disturb me. I'm concentrating. Just lie down on the ground and don't move." Under the aggressive siege outside, the hungry wolf quickly memorized all the information about the people listed in the hero handbook. He then tossed the handbook to the ground and said, "I got it. Don't shoot. I'm coming out now." Creak. The hungry wolf opened the wooden door and stepped outside. To his surprise, the renowned hero hunter turned out to be such a young man. The few who saw the hungry wolf for the first time were all somewhat surprised. After closing the door, the hungry wolf said, "Please don't shoot." Hearing the hungry wolf's words, everyone thought he was very scared. Venom Sting laughed and said, "What's wrong? Are you scared already? Ready to surrender?" The hungry wolf smiled slightly and said, "Scared? How could that be? I'm just worried that after I hunt you down, I won't have a bed to sleep comfortably on." "Hunt us? It seems you haven't figured out the current situation. It looks like we're the hunters here." Death Gatling stepped forward and then carefully observed the hungry wolf's current state, finding that he indeed looked very weak, just as he had seen while tracking him before. "Your complexion doesn't look good. It seems my guess was right. You really are weak." "I must say, Death Gatling knows how to talk. Next, we will capture you alive and take you back to the association, so you can reveal your criminal motives and whether you have any accomplices." Death Gatling aimed the Gatling gun at the hungry wolf. The hungry wolf laughed, as expected of a hero, "So kind not to kill me." Death Gatling continued, "Don't think you've escaped. While we won't kill you, we won't let you off easily either. You're just a self-righteous young man. And soon you'll regret calling yourself a monster, because we will make you pay a heavy price for your repentance." The hungry wolf's gaze suddenly turned sharp as he said, "Humph, the one who will pay a heavy price for repentance is you all, because next, I will make you regret coming to confront me in person." After saying that, the hungry wolf leaped up effortlessly and landed on the roof of the wooden house, looking down at the crowd below, with you all included. "The number of heroes I've hunted has reached 100, a very auspicious number, so I won't let you off easily." B-Class Hero Gun, drawing his 2 pistols, aimed at the hungry wolf and said while firing, "Your hunting journey ends here." Such ordinary firepower couldn't possibly harm the hungry wolf. His figure swiftly disappeared, reappearing on a large tree the next second. "Let the hunting begin with you." The hungry wolf rushed towards Gun. Just as he prepared to knock him down with a punch, a sharp spear suddenly came flying at him. Fortunately, the hungry wolf turned in midair, but still got his cheek grazed. That attack was made by A-Class hero Poison Sting. Seeing the hungry wolf dodge his attack, Poison Sting couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. Impressive to dodge my attack in such a situation while in midair. After the hungry wolf staggered to the side, he felt a bit of fear from that last strike. That was close, That blow nearly pierced my chest. Just as the hungry wolf was feeling apprehensive, a barrage of arrows suddenly rained down from above. The shooter was none other than B-class hero Archer. The hungry wolf seemed to know in advance. His figure darted swiftly to the side. Seeing the hungry wolf evade, Archer was quite surprised. How is this possible? My moves aren't that famous. Yet his reaction seems as if he knew in advance. What they didn't know was that the hungry wolf had memorized all their moves through the boy's hero manual. Death Gatling immediately shouted, "Everyone be careful. This guy might already know all our moves." The hungry wolf looked at the arrows on the ground and thought. If I remember correctly, those arrows seemed to be poison-tipped. Thankfully, I looked at the manual. Otherwise, I might have been hit by several arrows by now. Then the hungry wolf's gaze turned cold as he looked at everyone, as if a hunter was eyeing his prey. After a series of battles, the hungry wolf defeated the heroes that surrounded him. Although he achieved victory, he suffered serious injuries, with several poisoned arrows stuck in his back and all the bandages wrapped around him now stained red. "How dare you come to encircle me like this? Truly a bunch of fools who don't know when to quit." The hungry wolf coldly stared at the heroes who had been knocked down and lost consciousness. "Uncle, uncle!" The little boy in the wooden house came out holding the hero manual, looking at the blood-soaked hungry wolf in fear and trembling. The hungry wolf turned around and said, "You're still alive. Help. The little boy, seeing his favorite heroes all defeated by the hungry wolf, was terrified and hurriedly fled the scene. "Come on, I was just trying to greet him. Is it really necessary to be this scared? What a coward." After the hungry wolf finished speaking, he reached for the arrows stuck in his back. Puffed, puffed. The hungry wolf yanked the arrows out forcefully, blood gushing out. "No, I need to bandage myself first. But before that, I might need a drink of water." "Water?" The hungry wolf staggered towards the edge of the jungle. Just then, a pillar of fire descended from the sky. The hungry wolf quickly turned to look. A voice rang out from the fire pillar. I received a signal for assistance, so I rushed over. "You must be that hero hunter. I will eliminate you." The newcomer was Genos, clad in a brand new black jacket, pointing his palm cannon at the hungry wolf. "Signal for assistance?" The hungry wolf said in confusion. Suddenly recalling something, he turned to look at a B-class hero lying on the ground, noticing a small communicator in his hand. So the signal came from that person. Genos wasted no words. His drive system activated, and he charged towards the hungry wolf at high speed. Machine gun fist. Bang, bang, bang. Genos' iron fist struck the hungry wolf repeatedly. Due to the previous battle, the hungry wolf was severely injured and had almost no capacity to fight back, only passively enduring the blows. I need to find a way to minimize my movements. Bang! Before the hungry wolf could formulate a strategy, Genos' iron fist hit him in the face again. "No, I can't dodge this at all. I'll risk it." Water flow shattering rock fist, dragging his severely injured arms. The hungry wolf unleashed the water flow shattering rock fist once more. Seeing that the hungry wolf's move matched his own, Genos deliberately exposed a flaw. The next moment, the hungry wolf kicked Genos to the ground. The hungry wolf jumped into the air and pushed down with force. Die. With that, the hungry wolf's figure descended. But just then, Genos, lying on the ground, suddenly unleashed a column of fire. Thankfully, the hungry wolf dodged quickly. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to withstand that blow. After moving to a safe spot, the hungry wolf looked at Genos and said, "Bastard, you let me kick you down just to launch upwards." Genos stood straight up. Although covered in dust, he was unhurt. In an instant, he used his legs to execute the water flow shattering rock fist to evade the attack, focusing all his attention on avoiding danger, thus saving his life at the last moment. Not only that, but this guy was also waiting for a chance to counterattack. No wonder other heroes couldn't handle him. It turns out it's like this. Genos thought carefully as he scrutinized the hungry wolf. The hungry wolf was also carefully observing Genos. So strong. This guy not only possesses superhuman speed, but his strength is also on par with the Vestige Lord. Plus, his attitude when firing the high-heat cannon shows no hesitation, making him difficult for me to deal with. Damn, my vision is getting blurrier, and my leg is broken from that last hit. Genos noticed the hungry wolf's leg was injured. "Give up. Your leg is like this, and you can't escape." Just then, the hungry wolf suddenly adopted the combat style of the dog hero, moving swiftly. His movement style has changed again, moving on all fours. The next moment, the hungry wolf appeared behind Genos and used his injured hands to grab Genos' right arm. Handshake. After saying that, the hungry wolf tore off Genos' mechanical arm. I've always enjoyed dismantling precise machinery. Just as the hungry wolf was feeling pleased, the arm he had torn off opened its hand and grabbed his neck. He didn't expect that Genos' arm and hand were detachable. Once it grabbed the hungry wolf's neck, the mechanical hand fired energy, slamming him against a tree. And then the mechanical fist opened several small holes, shooting out tough ropes that bound the hungry wolf tightly to the tree. Seeing the hungry wolf still struggling, Genos said, "Stop wasting your effort. You can't break free." The world has now fallen into chaos. Due to the emergence of the Monster Association, society security has collapsed. So the Hero Association must stand united. People like you, insignificant individuals, should disappear. Saying this, Genos gathered a massive amount of energy in his palm, preparing to finish off Garu. "What? You dare to call me insignificant? Then I'll have to trouble you, Cyborg, to help me out. Once I take you down, I believe this world will fear me even more." With that, Garu forcefully kicked off the thick tree trunk, breaking it in half. At the same time, Genos completed his charge and fired a burning cannon. Boom! This strike directly destroyed the large tree behind Garu. Meanwhile, Garu broke free from his restraints. "What is the Monster Association? I am here to tell the world that no hero can defeat me. The strongest monster is me, Garu." Genos charged up for another burning cannon. Such a person does not exist. Goodbye. Just as Genos prepared to unleash another burning cannon, the ground behind him suddenly bulged. A large number of monsters emerged from within. "Everyone, cover the Hero Hunter's retreat." Understood. In an instant, a swarm of monsters rushed towards Genos. Seeing so many monsters, Genos had no choice but to deal with them first. Thud, thud, thud. Garu was also surprised to see so many monsters suddenly appear. What is going on? Just as Garu was confused by the sudden appearance of so many monsters, a flower with a human face approached him and said, "Hello, Hero Hunter. We are from the Monster Association. Our higher-ups admire you greatly, and upon realizing you were in danger, sent us to help you and bring you back to our association." Garu, panting heavily, disdainfully replied, "You guys again, I don't need your help. Get lost. That is not up to you to decide. After all, we were ordered to bring you back." Crack, crack, crack. While the two were talking, the monsters that had charged at Genos were all eliminated, and Genos quickly rushed over, slicing the monster flower in half with one strike. "Hero Hunter, I didn't expect you to be in cahoots with the Monster Association. It seems I cannot let you leave here today. I have learned from my failure yesterday that there are many enemies stronger than me in this world. So from now on, I will never let my guard down again. Moreover, I'm stronger today than I was yesterday. Although the monsters that emerged earlier have all been killed, more monsters continue to crawl out of the hole. Teacher Saitama told me to aim for high-ranking heroes to train my physique and gain stronger power. Teacher Fang told me to never underestimate my opponents in any battle and to treat every opponent seriously. Only then can I gain useful battle experience after the fight ends. Now I gradually understand the wisdom contained in what my two teachers said." "Saitama? Fang Xian?" Garu said with confusion. He knew about Fang Xian, but who was Saitama? Genos said, "Both of them are very strong heroes. I believe no monster in this world can match them. Take this burning cannon." Whoosh. Boom. Genos did not release the burning cannon because a figure suddenly dashed out from the jungle and kicked Garu away. The newcomer was the S-Class hero Silver Fang Bongu, who had been searching for Garu, along with his brother Bongpu. Genos looked at the newcomer with surprise. "Bongu, how did you suddenly appear here?" Bongu turned around and said, "Long time no see, Genos, but can you leave this to us?" At that moment, a large monster appeared behind Bongu, ready to ambush him. But Bongpu suddenly appeared behind Bongu and executed a whirlwind slash, tearing the monster to pieces. Even though Garu tried his best to counterattack, it was still futile. The perfect combination of offense and defense was evident. Although both sides used the same flowing rock-smashing fist, the power and proficiency were obvious. Bongu's strength completely crushed Garu. Genos watched the battle between the master and apprentice and commented. During the fight, Bongu delivered a knee strike to Garu's chin, then grabbed Garu's right ear and yanked it hard, spinning him 720 degrees in the air before kicking him away. Garu flew like a bullet, crashing through countless trees before finally hitting the ground. However, Bongu's attack did not end there. He quickly rushed forward and punched Garu in the chest. Fortunately, Garu crossed his arms in time to block the strike, but he was still in pain due to the severe injuries he had sustained earlier, causing his consciousness to blur. Just as Bongu prepared to use the flowing rock-smashing fist again, Garu suddenly retreated swiftly like a police dog. What a strange movement. I didn't expect you to learn such a technique. It's like you're a beast. Garu knew he was no match for Bongu, so he planned to capture the heroes he had previously knocked down as hostages and escape. As long as I catch this guy, I'll have a chance to escape. Just as Garu was about to grab the fallen Death Gatling, Bangu suddenly appeared, kicking Garu away. Fortunately, Garu landed near a meaty monster that held him back, preventing him from taking too much damage. But soon, Bongpu cleared all the monsters that crawled out, leaving only Garu. Alright, all the surrounding monsters have been cleared. Now, only Garu remains. Yes, I understand. Let us go. With that, the two launched their final attack on Garu, bearing the heavy attacks from Bangu and Bongpu. Garu recalled being bullied as a child. Reflecting on the unfair things he had encountered, Garu exploded with rage, suddenly unleashing a surge of power and dodging the combined punch from Bangu and Bongpu. He then slammed his fist into the ground, instantly shattering it. How could I possibly end here? Garu then pulled out a large tree as a weapon and swung it at Bangu, Bongpu, and Genos. Seeing Garu, who had been so badly injured, still able to unleash such power, astonished the three. Bongpu exclaimed, "How is that possible? With such a batter body, how can there still be such strength?" Bangu advised, "Hungry Wolf, give it up. If you keep struggling like this, you really will die." But Hungry Wolf could no longer hear these words. He was spinning rapidly around a large tree, as if he wanted to clear away all obstacles in his path to becoming the strongest monster. Spiral Burning Cannon. In response to Hungry Wolf's attack, Genos also countered, immediately gathering energy in his palm to unleash the burning cannon. Just as Genos' attack was about to hit Hungry Wolf, a bird-like monster suddenly appeared in the sky, shouting, "Elder Centipede, hurry up!" Upon hearing this, the ground began to shake, and soon the enormous Elder Centipede, who had previously battled with the metal baseball bat, emerged from beneath the wooden house. The Elder Centipede quickly broke through the ground, using its massive body to block Genos' burning cannon. Boom! A loud explosion echoed in the sky, but when the smoke cleared, the Elder Centipede's huge body showed no signs of injury. Staring at the suddenly appeared Elder Centipede, Genos exclaimed in astonishment, "What is that thing?" Due to the Elder Centipede's enormous size, it continued to climb upwards. The next moment, two large lanterns lit up in the sky, which were the Elder Centipede's eyes. Its form filled the entire forest. Bongpu in shock said, Is that still a living creature?" Bangu quickly reacted, looking at the heroes who had been knocked unconscious by Hungry Wolf, and said, "Oh no, we must protect those people." After saying that, he rushed over quickly. Seeing this, Genos and Bongpu immediately took action as well, with the three of them working quickly. All 7 unconscious heroes were rescued. After saving them, Genos looked at the Elder Centipede, his face filled with surprise. It seems to be quite a troublesome opponent. My Spiral Burning Cannon didn't have any effect at all. Meanwhile, the rescued Hungry Wolf also spotted the Elder Centipede in the air. It was the same centipede from before that fought the metal bat. Hungry Wolf then questioned the large bird that was holding him. "Hey, what are you guys trying to do? Why are you interfering in my business?" The bird replied to Hungry Wolf's question, "Leave this to Elder Centipede. He is a calamity that can devour everything." "You seem a bit unconvinced. I didn't expect you, a hero hunter, to be so naive. Every time you defeat an opponent, you don't kill them, but instead leave those guys as heroes." Hungry Wolf roared in anger. "Stop talking nonsense. This is my business. Let me down. Those guys are my prey. Let me go back, or I won't spare you, you bastard." The bird said, "Don't struggle. You should know very well that with your current strength and injuries, you are not a match for those 3 down there, especially since 2 of them are S-class heroes. So it's fine to leave it to Elder Centipede. After all, battles are relative. As our chief strategist Daejeonjian would say, among the S-class heroes who can fight Elder Centipede, there are only those 5. The superpowered battle dragon Tornado, the Metal Knight with numerous hidden weapons, the strongest Man-King, and 2 years ago, the S-class first demolitionist who made Elder Centipede struggle. Not to mention the recently exposed strongest warrior Fang. Elder Centipede, seeking revenge on the demolitionist who once wounded him, allied with the Monster Association to lure the demolitionist into battle again, which is why he appeared so urgently. Of course, while the 2 guys down below are also S-class heroes, unfortunately, they did not break through Elder Centipede's extremely formidable defense. Silver Fang is incredibly powerful in combat, but unfortunately, that is limited to martial arts. The performance of the Devil Cyborg is outstanding among all robots, but is not equipped with any large-scale weapons and cannot deliver heavy firepower. This is the cyborg's flaw. Thus, the final outcome of this battle will surely be their complete annihilation. Just as the bird was explaining the battlefield trend to Genos, the battle below was about to erupt. The Elder Centipede charged quickly towards Genos, Bangu, and Bongpu. Genos unleashed the burning cannon from both hands, continuously shooting at the Elder Centipede's head. But due to its hard shell, these attacks had no effect at all. Seeing his attacks were ineffective, Genos quickly retreated. However, the brothers Bangu and Bongpu combined their skills. Flowing water, whirlwind, roaring air, split punch. The next instant, their fist struck the Elder Centipede's head, and the tremendous power caused numerous cracks to appear on its hard shell. This was their technique for shattering high-intensity shells. Genos looked on in astonishment. But Bangu and Bongpu's attacks did not stop. They continued to strike the Elder Centipede's body, producing crackling sounds. Just as the two were seriously attacking, the Elder Centipede suddenly swept its tail, sending both of them flying. Yet the Elder Centipede's entire shell was also shattered. Damn it, I was careless. But at least our technique worked. The shockwave has spread throughout the Elder Centipede's body. This monster should soon be reduced to ashes. This big move can only be used once by us old men. Genos, thank you for your cover. Bangu said with a smile, thanking Genos. At that moment, the Elder Centipede's entire shell shattered and started falling off. But just then, a disgusting face suddenly emerged from the Elder Centipede's head, and under the gaze of the three, its size became even larger than before. This guy actually shed its skin, and its size is even bigger than before. Bongpu hurriedly said, we can't deal with him, and we still need to protect the unconscious heroes. What should we do, Bangu? Bangu thought, outside the forest is the city. If this guy runs into the city, it could cause massive casualties. Genos stepped forward and said, Bangu, I'll fight this guy. You guys take the injured away first. Bangu naturally disagreed with this proposal. No, Genos, I don't agree with you taking this guy on alone. Bongpu also said, that's right. Young man, since you know you can't win, don't force it. Genos recalled the words of Dr. Kusuno before he left. Genos, when you encounter an unbeatable opponent, do not push yourself. Losing is losing. Only by staying alive is there hope. But Genos clearly did not want to run away. He charged into the air and immediately switched to G4 form, continuously firing the burning cannon. No matter how he attacked, it had no effect. Seeing no results, Genos jumped into the air, revved up his power, and extended two sharp blades from his hands to slash at the face of the Centipede Elder. After a flurry of slashes, the Centipede Elder's face was marked with several scars. But just as Genos was fiercely attacking, the Centipede Elder's hand wrapped around him. He then brought Genos in front of him, preparing to cut him in half with his sharp horns. Just as Genos was about to be bisected, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the Centipede Elder, extending a finger to sever the Centipede Elder's sharp horn, and then tore apart the hand that was entangling Genos. Finally found you, Genos. Genos turned to see the figure clearly and exclaimed in surprise, Master Fang Xian. Fang Xian slowly landed on the ground and set Genos down. Genos asked in confusion, Master Fang Xian, did you come specifically to find me? Fang Xian nodded and said, yes, I indeed have something to discuss with you. And I also have something to give you. At this moment, Bongpu also stepped forward to greet, long time no see, young friend Fang Xian. Old man Bongpu, long time no see, Genos replied. I sense your presence here, just now. By the way, why aren't you at the dojo teaching Kalanzi during this time? Hearing this, Bongpu said, I came here for my previous disciple, Wolf. Bongpu then briefly recounted what had just happened. The Centipede Elder, seeing that the few people in front of him completely ignored him and instead started chatting, felt very angry. Although he recognized the identity of the newcomer, the strongest warrior ranked 0 among S-class heroes, Fang Xian. He only felt that the only one who could fight him was the one who had severely injured him 2 years ago, Blast. He looked down on everyone else, including Fang Xian, who was ranked 1 higher than Blast. The Centipede Elder immediately roared in anger, and the next moment, the 2 broken horns that Fang Xian had just snapped off grew back again. Fang Xian turned and said, all right, let's talk after I take care of this big bug. Saying that, Fang Xian walked towards the Centipede Elder. Bongpu hurriedly reminded, be careful, young friend. This monster has extremely high defense. Ordinary attacks may not work on him. Bongpu patted Bongpu's shoulder and said, don't worry, just leave it to young friend Fang Xian. Let's first get these fainted heroes out of here. Faced with the Centipede Elder, Fang Xian did not intend to waste too much time on him. Remembering that he had obtained the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan but had not practiced it yet, he decided to test it on this big bug. Without hesitation, the next moment, Fang Xian raised his energy, and suddenly a hurricane began to sweep around him. The originally clear sky darkened, and thunder rumbled from time to time. Fang Xian's hair stood up unconsciously, and his white aura turned golden. As a glimmer of gold flashed through his pupils, his aura surged violently, becoming chaotic. His hair turned golden, and his originally black pupils became light green. Beep, beep, beep. What? What is this? The energy erupted by Master Fang Xian reached an unimaginable level. Genos utilized a new detection system to analyze the transformed Super Saiyan Fang Xian, and the results left him in disbelief. Such a powerful aura. I didn't expect young friend Fang Xian's strength to have reached this level. Bangpu was also astonished, saying that although he could not sense the energy as a martial arts master, he could feel the aura. It's just a hair dye. Do you really think you could defeat me like this? The Centipede Elder looked at Fang Xian, now a Super Saiyan, still disdainful. Fang Xian did not respond. He merely coldly stared at the Centipede Elder. In the next moment, he flashed and charged towards the Centipede Elder at an almost untraceable speed. Boom! With a loud bang, Fang Xian's fist smashed into the Centipede Elder. The powerful punch force shot from the Centipede Elder's head all the way to its tail, then erupted out. Although the Centipede Elder had extremely high defense, this punch shattered its hard shell and massive body completely. This scene left Genos, Bangpu, and Bangpu all in shock, unable to speak. It was known that just moments ago, the three of them, even with all their attacks, could not break through the monster's astonishing defense. Yet Fang Xian managed to destroy the powerful defense of this monster with just one punch. Such strength was simply astonishing. After Fang Xian eliminated the Centipede Elder, not far away, a man with a scar on his face ran over holding a loudspeaker, followed by a bald man in a khaki superhero uniform. These two were King and Saitama. They came here because King received urgent intelligence similar to Genos. And although he initially did not plan to come since he learned that Genos had already rushed over, Saitama worried that Genos might run into trouble and insisted on tagging along with King. Upon arriving, King also saw Fang Xian, although his hair color had changed. He recognized him at a glance and greeted, "Mr. Fang Xian, long time no see. I didn't expect you to be here." Saitama, who followed King, immediately stepped out upon hearing Fang Xian was also here and scanned the area. Fang Xian is here? Where? Why can't I find him? After greeting King, Fang Xian noticed Saitama looking around but completely failed to notice him, feeling very speechless. Come on, Saitama, what are you looking at? I'm standing less than 5 meters away from you, and you still can't see me? If you can't use your eyes, you might as well donate them to the hospital. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Saitama immediately walked over and scrutinized Fang Xian closely, then asked in confusion, "Who are you?" Saitama, "I don't know any yellow-haired person." Saitama's question of "who are you?" left Fang Xian speechless. He then reverted to his normal state and asked, "How about now?" Saitama, seeing the familiar Fang Xian, said, "Huh? Fang Xian, what are you doing here? Why didn't I see you just now? By the way, where's that yellow-haired guy?" Fang Xian grabbed Saitama's clothes and shouted, "That yellow-haired guy was me. I've known you for so long, and I just changed my hair to yellow. How come you still can't recognize me? Look at King. I've only known him for a short time, yet he can recognize me." Saitama, being held by Fang Xian, smiled awkwardly. "Ah, that yellow-haired guy was you? I'm really sorry. I didn't expect you to change hair color." But then he asked, "By the way, why did your hair change color?" Fang Xian replied, "This is a new power I've recently cultivated. You wouldn't understand if I told you." After speaking, Fang Xian said to Genos, "By the way, Genos, come here for a moment. I want to ask you something. Do you know what's going on with that Genshin Impact game on my computer? Why did my game save disappear?" Hearing this, Saitama's expression suddenly changed. When Fang Xian asked about his game, Saitama's usually expressionless face showed a hint of guilt. He remembered that when Fang Xian went to the universe, he had moved his computer over, thinking he would play the game when he was bored, but accidentally overwrote the original save. However, that wasn't the key point. The key was that Genos happened to know he was the one who brought Fang Xian's computer to his house. Saitama awkwardly said, "I just remembered that the gas at home seems to be on, so I'll leave now." After saying that, Saitama intended to sneak away, but Fang Xian grabbed him. "It's fine. I checked your house when I came out, and your gas is turned off properly. Don't worry." Fang Xian turned to continue asking Genos, "So, Genos, do you know what is going on with the game on my computer?" Genos replied, "I don't know what is going on with your computer game, Fang Xian sensei." Hearing Genos' words, Saitama, who had just felt guilty, immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He then gave Genos a thumbs up and a trustworthy look, as if to say, "As expected of my good disciple, you didn't give me away," although the direction of his thumb was strange. However, Genos' next words made Saitama's heart, which had just thought it was in heaven, fall into hell. But you can ask Saitama Sensei about this. When you went to the universe to look for the explosion, Saitama Sensei took your computer to play for a while. Originally, Genos had forgotten that Saitama had taken Fang Xian's computer, but since Saitama's thumb was pointing at himself, it reminded Genos of the incident. Upon hearing that Saitama had taken his computer back to his house during the days he was in the universe, Fang Xian also hugged Saitama, his eyes sparkling with inquiry, asking, "So that's how it is? Tell me, old Saitama, what did you do to my game?" Saitama awkwardly smiled, rubbed his bald head, and said, "Well, during the days you were in the universe, I felt bored, so I moved your computer to my house, and then I clicked on the game you were playing. Everything was fine at first, but later I don't know what happened and I accidentally made it like this. By the way, you're not angry, are you?" "What?" "The strongest warrior also went, and even killed the Centipede Elder." "Yes, that's unbelievable. 2 years ago, the explosion only heavily injured the Centipede Elder, but I didn't expect Mr. Fang Xian to actually kill him. From a metal baseball bat in their last encounter, the Centipede Elder's strength is definitely stronger than 2 years ago." After Fang Xian bombarded Saitama for a while, he stopped because he thought he would need Saitama to test his Super Saiyan transformation, so the game issue was set aside for now. However, Fang Xian planned that in the days to come, no matter where he went, he would put the computer back in the system space to prevent Saitama from messing with his game. Then Fang Xian threw the chip he had drawn last time to Genos. "Fang Xian-sensei, what is this chip for?" Genos asked in confusion as he looked at the chip in his hand. Fang Xian replied, "This is a chip I accidentally obtained. I have no use for it, but I think it might be useful to you. You can give the chip to the person who has been helping you with repairs and upgrades, and see what they think." Genos put the chip back in his pocket. "Thank you, Fang Xian-sensei." Fang Xian waved his hand, indicating no need to be polite. Bangu, after chatting with Fang Xian for a while, left with Bangu. At this time, Saitama smelled a bad odor in the air and said, "Why is there a bad smell here?" King explained, "This should be the unique smell of centipede intestines." "Is that so? Well, it's fine since the matter has been resolved. Let us go to Fang Xian's house together. King, you should come too. Let's play another round of games." Saitama said. Fang Xian asked, "Why go to my house?" Saitama replied, "I don't have games at my house, but you do." "Oh, is that so?" Saying this, Fang Xian punched Saitama's smooth head. Bang! Saitama's forehead instantly showed a red fist mark. At this time, King said, "Can we make a stop at the clothing store?" Saitama, rubbing his forehead in confusion, asked, "Why?" King said seriously, I suddenly want to buy a new pair of pants." A few days after the Centipede Elder was defeated by Fang Xian, at the Hero Association headquarters in City A, in the conference room number 3, the officials responsible for the rescue operation of the hostages abducted by the Monster Association were sitting around a round table discussing. "It's really surprising. I didn't expect the Centipede Elder, who had extraordinary defensive power, to be easily defeated by Mr. Fang Xian. I can't believe how strong he is. But luckily, he is one of us. It's just a pity that the hero hunter escaped. I heard that even Silver Fang, who is fully responsible for this matter, failed." "Mr. Shichi, do you have any thoughts? If more heroes are hunted, our position will be dangerous. The influence of the Hero Association in society will further decrease." The big-nosed Shichi, who was pointed out, also had a serious expression, and after careful consideration, he said, "Everyone, Hungry Wolf is no longer human, but a monster. If he appears again, I hope the association can set him as a dragon-level disaster, and as soon as he appears, immediately gather heroes to eliminate him without holding back." Another Mediterranean senator said, "But practically speaking, Hungry Wolf is still human. Moreover, is there really anyone who can physically fight against S-class heroes?" Other senators echoed, "Isn't there a problem with the strategy?" Looking at the irresponsible attitude of his colleagues, Shichi also said seriously, "Silver Fang came into contact with Hungry Wolf but failed to eliminate him. This is something we did not anticipate. I have great confidence in Mr. Silver Fang's abilities and the fact that the S-class hero Vestige and Metal Bat, along with so many A-class heroes, were all defeated by Hungry Wolf not long ago. These points are enough to prove that Hungry Wolf definitely has the strength to contend with S-class heroes. However, he has already been heavily injured. I believe that when we have our decisive battle with the Monster Association, Hungry Wolf will definitely not be able to become their combat power, which is more favorable for us." The Mediterranean congressman continued, "Bring in Explosion. He has been holding the top S-rank position without taking any action, and apart from his hero codename, everything else is kept secret, which is quite baffling." Shichi said, "That's impossible. Explosion will only act according to his own will and will not follow the association's orders. In short, Explosion refuses to be bound by rules. And he doesn't like to draw attention, which is why his information is not public. I know everyone may have many opinions about this, but after discussion, We believe he deserves to be treated this way. However, I believe that when humanity needs help the most, explosion will definitely appear. Just then, the door of the conference room was suddenly kicked open. That must be the time. My son has been kidnapped. The previously protected sausage-lipped tycoon walked in. Upon seeing him, the association staff immediately stood up to greet him. Mr. Narinji, I completely understand your feelings, but please calm down. Before the staff could finish, Narinji interrupted. Calm down? How can I calm down when my son has been taken by those monsters? It has already been 24 hours. Why haven't you acted yet? Do you think I invested so much money into the Hero Association just for fun? I want the safety of my family to be guaranteed, but now look. Faced with Narinji's scolding, the staff had no arguments. After all, he was their benefactor. Narinji, I assure you that your son will be rescued safely. We are working hard to confirm the exact location, and we understand your inner pain, but to ensure a successful rescue, please be patient. Narinji looked at the speaker. Puzzled, who are you? The staff member with a mechanical eye introduced himself. I am the commander of this rescue operation. My name is Saitama. Rest assured, the battle plan has been drafted. And as soon as we confirm the location, we will set off immediately. What battle plan? It's too troublesome. I can solve this problem instantly if I go. Hasn't the location of the Monster Association been confirmed yet? A lowly voice rang out in the conference room, and the speaker was Tornado, who had been summoned, followed by S-Rank Hero Metal Knight and S-Rank Hero Pig God. Saitama said, Child Emperor is still confirming the location. It will probably take some time. Sitting in front of the computer, Child Emperor was determining the location of the Monster Association through positioning. Metal Knight said, by the way, why don't we accept Metal Knight's suggestion to cover City Z with firepower? That seems to be able to determine the location of the Monster Association faster. Upon hearing this, Tornado immediately exploded. Hey, you muscle brain guy, I live there, okay? Metal Knight scratched his head. Sorry, forgot. Tornado said, but don't worry with me in action. This operation can be resolved very easily. After all, those monsters are very afraid of me. Saitama said, please do not underestimate the opponents you will face. According to our understanding, their strength is very formidable. Tornado, looking annoyed, said, I know, I'm already tired of your high praise for the enemy. Did you call us over just to boost their morale and diminish our own? Saitama's mechanical eye suddenly projected an image, and the person in the image was S-Rank Hero Drive Knight. In fact, just yesterday, Drive Knight disregarded our attempts to stop him and went to City Z alone for investigation. But last night, the signal from his transmitter suddenly cut off. It can be said that Drive Knight may have encountered unforeseen circumstances. Hearing this, Metal Knight asked in confusion, why did Drive Knight go alone? Saitama replied, this is because he is overconfident in his own strength, which led to this result. Regardless, let us quickly gather everyone. Tornado still maintained her haughty demeanor. Saitama said seriously, the Monster Association has given us 3 days. We still have 2 days left. I believe we can safely rescue the hostages. Hostages? Are you talking about them? The next moment, Fang Xian's figure appeared in the conference room, along with Saitama and a group of children. These children were the ones previously kidnapped by the Monster Association as hostages. Wow, Dad. One child with a small sausage mouth ran out quickly, wiping his nose. Son, you scare me to death. Are you okay? Are you hurt? Narinji, who had just been furious with the association staff, hurriedly stepped forward to hug his son upon seeing him safely return. This was his family's only heir, and it had taken a long time to have this son. After waking up in the hospital and learning that his son had been kidnapped by monsters, he and T had an appetite for several days, waiting at the Hero Association headquarters, eating takeout while waiting for news about his son. Besides the little sausage mouth, many of the children were also the children of the Hero Association staff. The once serious atmosphere in the conference room instantly turned into that of a kindergarten after school, with parents holding their children while listening to them recount their experiences and the terrifying people they had encountered. However, this scene left the summoned heroes dumbfounded. What is going on? They had just prepared to set off, but now you're telling me the operation is complete? Tornado, looking confused, walked up to Fang Xian and asked, Hey, Fang Xian, what is going on? Where did you and Saitama find these kids? Fang Xian replied, Of course, it was in City Z, not far from our apartment underground. I'm not very good at taking care of kids, so I could only bring them here. By the way, what are you doing here? Do you have a mission? Tornado said, I was summoned here to participate in the hostage rescue operation. By the way, weren't you playing games with that king guy? How did you end up rescuing hostages? Then, Fang Xian began to recount what had happened before he came here. Time returned to the day after the centipede monster was eliminated. Fang Xian, Saitama, Genos, King, Bangu, and Bongpu were playing games at Saitama's house. As for why they weren't at Fang Xian's house, it was because Tornado thought they were too noisy and kicked them out to Saitama's house, where she enjoyed her solo life, attended by her maid robot. After being sent to Saitama's house by Tornado, Saitama, Fang Xian, and King started playing games, while Bongu and Bongpu lay on the sofa enjoying cupping therapy from Genos, since they were both older and needed rest. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. Genos got up to open the door. Fubuki, what are you doing here? Are you looking for Saitama-sensei? Fubuki asked. I'm here to find Fang Xian-sensei. My sister said he is here. Hearing that Fubuki was looking for him, Fang Xian also got up and responded, Fubuki, what do you need from me? Fubuki walked in and then saw King, who was playing a game, along with Bang and Bomb, who were cupping. King, why are you here? King replied, staring at the game screen. Saitama asked me to come play games. Fubuki was already used to the fact that so many S-class heroes were gathered around, and then she looked at Fang Xian and said, Fang Xian-sensei, an hour ago, S-class hero Dreadnought sent me a message saying that during the recent monster riot, the Monster Association took the opportunity to capture many children of the dignitaries as hostages. And she also said this was a trap, specifically to wait for the Hero Association to send people to walk into the net and then capture the heroes who went. Fang Xian said, so that is how it is. I was wondering how those underground guys could suddenly have the aura of humans. Huh? Fang Xian-sensei. Did you know this already? Fubuki was somewhat surprised. Yes, don't forget, I can sense auras. These things can't be hidden from me. Fang Xian answered while sitting back on the sofa to play games. Should we act first? No need. To be able to bind those children, the Monster Association must be fully prepared. So this time, only Saitama and I will go. Saitama, hearing this, asked, why do you have to take me? Fang Xian said, stop talking nonsense, you have to go. Fubuki said worriedly, is it just the teacher and Saitama going? Isn't that too dangerous? How about I go with you, Genos? And Silver Fang? Genos said, I might not be able to go for now because I need to find Dr. Kusuno. However, since he worked on repairing me all day and night yesterday without sleeping, he should still be resting, so I plan to go later. Bang also said, although my brother and I would love to help, yesterday's battle forced us to rest for a while. Bomb said, Sai, we can't pretend to be young anymore. Fubuki continued, then how about I call my sister to join you? Fang Xian waved his hand and said, forget it, this time we're going to rescue hostages. And the operation must be quiet. With that little girl's temper, she would probably cause a scene wherever we go, so it's better for just me and Saitama to go. What if I still don't want to go? Saitama said lazily. Seeing this, Fang Xian said, I remember that the hero hunter guru seems to have been rescued by the Monster Association. Among the A-class heroes, it seems you are the only one he hasn't hunted yet. Do you think he is discriminating against you, thinking you are too weak and not worth his effort? Clearly, Fang Xian's words had an effect, as Saitama's previously lazy expression instantly darkened. What you said seems to make some sense. Unforgivable. He has hunted all the A-class heroes, but hasn't come after me. This is simply unforgivable. Is it just because I'm the bald cape man? In that case, I'll go. I'll find this guy Geru and beat him up. After I finish, I'll just go sell some cabbage. Saying this, Saitama got up and changed into the freshly washed light brown hero uniform. Fang Xian also changed into a martial arts uniform, and after sensing the presence of those children, Fang Xian took Saitama and directly used instant teleportation to leave the room. Fubuki watched the two leave, worriedly saying, is it really okay? That place is very likely to be the headquarters. Genos said, don't worry, Fubuki-senpai. You know the combat power of the two teachers. I believe there is no one in this world who could defeat them. In City Z, on the 18th underground floor of the Monster Association, there was an extremely hidden prison. This was where the Monster Association held the capture hostages. There were many cell doors here, and each cell held the capture hostages. Whoosh! Fang Xian teleported with Saitama into the cell of Little Sausage Mouth. Little Sausage Mouth looked at the two who suddenly appeared in his cell, thinking they were bad guys, and fearfully stepped back. Have we arrived? Saitama said expressionlessly, looking at the dim and narrow surroundings. This should be it, as I came here through sensing. Fang Xian confirmed. Why you? Who are you? Little Sausage Mouth asked in fear. Fang Xian and Saitama turned their heads and saw Little Sausage Mouth. Fang Xian said, don't be afraid. We are here to rescue you. All the hostages are here, right? Hearing that the two were there to save him, Little Sausage Mouth relaxed a bit. Should be. By the way, are you heroes? Fang Xian replied, we are heroes. The voices from this side quickly alerted the 4 tiger-level guards outside, who immediately walked over. What happened? How'd they get in? It's impossible. There is no sound of fighting on the road here. Who cares how they got in? Just eat those three. I've been holding back for days. That's a good idea. Little Sausage Mouth looked at the four fierce-looking monsters outside the door and was suddenly frightened, shouting, We've been discovered. What do we do? Fang Xian turned to look and found that the four monsters outside were a three-eyed elephant, a voluptuous leopard woman, a crocodile holding an axe, and an armored monster. While Little Sausage Mouth was still fearfully shouting, Fang Xian felt annoyed and said, "Stop shouting, there are just a few little monsters. What's the big deal?" Saying this, Fang Xian walked towards the iron cell door. Seeing Fang Xian approaching, the four monsters also smiled sinisterly and said, "Oh, it's a handsome guy. His scent must be very nice. I want his legs. I want his hands. I want..." Bang! Before the last monster could finish, Fang Xian threw a punch that directly blasted the iron door off, creating a loud noise and sending shards flying, leaving the four monsters dumbfounded. Their previously sinister smiles froze on their faces as their eyes widened, especially when they saw Fang Xian step by step emerging from the deformed cell door. The invisible pressure made them feel terrified. The weak human in their eyes now emitted a beast-like aura, as if an awakened lion was slowly walking out of its territory. What do you want to do? The three-eyed elephant monster swallowed hard and asked with a slightly trembling voice. Fang Xian did not respond, only coldly stared at them. His gaze was like ice, deep and ruthless, revealing an undeniable power. With each step he took forward, the four monsters felt an increasing pressure, as if being crushed by a mountain, making it hard for them to breathe. Suddenly, Fang Xian's figure flashed and appeared in front of the three-eyed elephant monster in an instant. He grabbed the long trunk of the three-eyed elephant monster and delivered an elbow strike, causing the monster to lose all signs of life. Immediately after, Fang Xian quickly turned to the voluptuous leopard print female monster. She intended to take the opportunity to sneak attack, but Fang Xian nimbly dodged and countered with a heavy punch to her abdomen. The leopard print female monster bent over in pain, and Fang Xian took the chance to sweep her leg, knocking her to the ground, sending her to the afterlife with a burst of energy. Seeing this, the crocodile monster with an axe roared and charged at Fang Xian, swinging the axe. Fang Xian did not evade but stood his ground, letting the crocodile monster swing at him. Clang! The next moment, a metallic sound rang out, and the axe in the crocodile monster's hand snapped in two, while Fang Xian suffered only minor damage to his clothes. The crocodile monster stared in shock at the broken axe in his hands, then looked up at Fang Xian, fear filling his eyes. At that moment, an armor monster suddenly attempted to sneak up on Fang Xian from behind, but Fang Xian easily dodged and countered with a punch to its chest, instantly eliminating it. Then, Fang Xian's figure appeared behind the crocodile monster, kicking it to death. Just like that, in less than a minute, Fang Xian had wiped out all four monsters. "All right, let's go rescue the other hostages here," Fang Xian said, and he and Saitama walked toward the other cells, while Little Sausage finally recognized Fang Xian's identity. "I remember you were the S-Class hero Fang Xian, right? Seriously, why did it take you so long to come? Do you know how I've been these past 2 days?" Little Sausage began to complain. Fang Xian, not one to indulge such a brat, replied kindly, "Little friend, if you keep babbling, Big Brother will really leave you here to feed the monsters." Frightened by Fang Xian's words, Little Sausage quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, I was wrong." Just as the three turned a corner, they unexpectedly ran into a mech monster. "Intruders, are you heroes? I didn't expect you to act so quickly. No need to introduce yourselves, as I will soon eliminate you." The robot drew a katana from its waist and strolled toward Fang Xian and the others. "I am G5. It is an honor for you to die by my sword." Seeing G5's tall and formidable figure, Little Sausage was quite impressed. "Not bad. Hey, can you bring this robot back for me as a toy?" Fang Xian replied. "If you want to die, you can." Hearing this, Little Sausage quickly waved his hands and said, I was joking." Just as Fang Xian was about to gather energy to eliminate the robot, Saitama stepped forward and said, "Fang Xian, you already defeated 4 enemies. Let me handle this one." G5 looked at Saitama and said, "What? You ball gonna die first? Fine, I'll grant your wish." With that, G5 swung his katana at Saitama. Saitama clenched his fist and replied, Serious punch." With that, he threw a punch. As Saitama's serious punch was unleashed, the air seemed to tremble with the power of that punch, instantly becoming heavy. For the first time, fear appeared in G5's cold, mechanical eyes. It tried to evade, but Saitama's punch was simply too fast. It couldn't react in time. Bang! With a loud noise, G5 was directly hit by Saitama's fist. Its entire body deformed as if struck by a giant hammer, and it fell heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, G5 had turned into a pile of scrap metal, completely losing its combat ability. Little Sausage watched in awe, his mouth agape, clearly shocked by Saitama's power. All right, let's keep moving, Fang Xian said. Under the overwhelming power of Fang Xian and Saitama, even though there were many monsters along the way, they were all cleared out. Soon, one hostage after another was rescued. But just as they were about to rescue the next hostage, the bird monster that had previously saved the starving wolf blocked their path. The Hero Association really acts fast. I didn't expect you to spring into action after just one day. But what surprises me even more is how strange the rescue team the Hero Association sent is the top S-class hero paired with the bottom A-class. Fang Xian looked at the bird monster and said, "Oh, from your tone, are you one of the executives of the Monster Association?" The bird monster replied, "I didn't expect you to know so much about our organization. What, does the strongest warrior ranked 0 in S-class want to join our Monster Association? However, this is a defense position managed by the middle management. Although I am not an executive, the people around me all bow to me. In a sense, while I may not compare to those executives, they cannot fulfill my role. But to me, this Monster Association is merely a stepping stone, as I will eventually take the title of Monster King from Orochi, because I am the Phoenix Fireman. And when I realized I couldn't take off the bird-shaped puppet suit, I had already become a monster. The strongest warrior, prepare to be buried here, because next, I will use all my strength to obliterate you." Bird mouth. Bang. Before the Phoenix Fireman could finish naming his technique, Saitama's punch knocked him to the ground. Finally quiet. After all that talking, I didn't understand a word. Saitama shrugged, looking at the fallen Phoenix Fireman, finding such a talkative yet weak opponent quite boring. Then, Fang Xian and Saitama continued toward the next cell door. But just as the two left for a short while, the previously defeated Phoenix Fireman suddenly opened his eyes. Meanwhile, as Fang Xian was rescuing hostages, Big I was urgently arranging countermeasures. Did everyone remember the combat measures I just arranged? Remember, you must strictly follow my plan this time, and do not act on your own. The Tiger level and Ghost level monsters naturally dared not say much about Big Eye's arrangements, but the Dragon level executives were not so easy to deal with. Each of them was extraordinarily powerful and proud, and while they nodded in agreement to Big Eye's orders on the surface, they couldn't help but have some complaints in their hearts. The most dissatisfied with this plan was naturally Black Sperm. Hey, Big Eye. Isn't your plan a bit too flattering to those heroes, especially that one who encounters the S-class ranked 0, Fang Xian? Don't engage with him. Lure him to D-class instead? The Crossbow S is just a Ghost level. What qualifications does she have to ask us, the Dragon level, to cooperate with her? A guy like that, I can easily defeat with my Black Sperm. After Black Sperm finished speaking, the other Dragon level monsters began to echo him. Big Eye, your plan really puts too much emphasis on those heroes. Well, have we Dragon-level monsters ever needed to fear them? The Wandering Emperor, a Dragon-level monster, snorted coldly. Big Eye smiled slightly and did not get angry, saying, "Everyone, I understand your doubts and dissatisfaction. But please believe me, this plan has been carefully considered. Fang Xian's strength is not as simple as you think. Especially Fang Xian, as far as I know, his strength has surpassed what we understand as a conventional S-class hero. Moreover, Big Eye paused and continued, the purpose of our plan is not to have you confront Fang Xian directly, but to use our advantages to lure them into a trap. You know about the abilities of Crossbow S. Her control ability is among the best among us. As long as Fang Xian falls into her hands, the Hero Association will lose one of its strongest warriors, while we will gain a super powerful teammate. Although this plan is very good, unfortunately, what Big Eye does not know is that the most crucial part of his plan, Crossbow S, has already been seduced by Fang Xian earlier. Although Black Sperm was still somewhat dissatisfied, he did not continue to refute. He knew that although he was powerful, it did not mean he could ignore all enemies. All right, since you are so confident, then we will follow your plan, Black Sperm finally said. Big Eye nodded, thanking everyone for their understanding and support, believing that as long as we unite, this plan will definitely succeed. Although the Dragon-level monsters still had some objections to Big Eye's plan, under Black Sperm's example, everyone chose to comply. The plan began to be implemented step by step, with each monster entering a state of preparation according to their assigned roles and positions. However, just as Big Eye was readying everything, Fang Xian and Saitama had already rescued all the capture hostages. All right, now that everyone has been rescued, let's prepare to leave. Everyone, hold hands and listen to me. But at that moment, a burst of fire suddenly rushed over. Do you think it's over just like that? Big, I was right. After overcoming death in hell, one could be reborn and gain powerful strength. The person who arrived was the ghost-level monster Phoenix Fireman, who had just been killed by Saitama and reborn. But now he should be called Reincarnated Phoenix Fireman, and his level had reached Dragon level. Who are you? Saitama did not recognize the reborn Phoenix Fireman at all. Did you not recognize me? No worries. Soon I will make you remember my name. Phoenix Pursuit. Boom! Before Phoenix Fireman could finish his move, Fang unleashed a Kamehameha wave, instantly engulfing Phoenix Fireman. The powerful shockwave made the surrounding air tremble. Although Phoenix Fireman had already become a dragon-level monster and could become an officer in the Monster Association, in front of Fang and Saitama, even if he were reborn 100 times, he would not be their opponent. After the Kamehameha wave disappeared, Phoenix Fireman also vanished, this time not being reborn, but turning to ashes. Reborn? Gaining powerful strength? Sounding grand, I thought would be impressive, but this is it. After dealing with the reborn Phoenix Fireman, Fang used instant transmission to bring the rescued children to the Hero Association headquarters. Back to the present. Little Sausage's father, Nalinji, was smiling at Fang saying, "Thank you very much, Mr. Fang for saving my son. Additionally, I would like to hire you as our family's private bodyguard, if you are willing. Of course, whatever price you ask, we can afford." Fang waved his hand, saying, "This operation was done together with Saitama, and I'm not interested in being a bodyguard." Seeing Fang refuse his request, Nalinji clearly was not giving up. So he directly took out a check for 100 million and said, "Mr. Fang as long as you agree, this check will be yours." But Fang still shook his head in refusal. The Child Emperor, who was still searching for the exact location of the Monster Association, looked at the crowd and asked, Since the hostages have been rescued, should we continue with this operation?" Hearing the Child Emperor's words, Saitama, the person in charge of the operation, replied, "The purpose of this operation was to rescue the hostages kidnapped by the monsters. Now that the hostages have been rescued, the operation can be cancelled." "No, this operation should not be cancelled. The operation continues." Just as Saitama finished speaking, the door to the conference room opened, and several men in suits walked in, with the person who just spoke being the president of the Hero Association. Seeing the president arrive, Saitama stepped forward and asked, "President, the mission of this operation has already ended. Why should it continue?" The president of the Hero Association said, "Although all the hostages have been rescued, the Monster Association has provoked us so much. How could we just let it go? We must teach these arrogant guys a lesson. Moreover, this incident has been blown out of proportion by the Monster Association. Now all the citizens know about the challenge they launched against the Hero Association. If we let it go like this, the Hero Association's status in society could suffer a blow." After speaking, the president looked at the Child Emperor and asked, "Child Emperor, how long until we can locate the exact position of the Monster Association?" The Child Emperor replied, "It might take a while, but we can ask Fang since he just rescued the hostages from the Monster Association." Then, everyone's gaze fell on Fang Fang smiled helplessly and said, "Sorry, I may not be able to provide the exact location of the Monster Association." "Why? Didn't you just go there?" the Child Emperor asked, puzzled. Fang explained, "When I went there, I used instant transmission, not barged in, so I don't know the exact location of the Monster Association. However, I can contact my insider who is developing within the Monster Association. She should know." "What? Mr. Fang you just said you have someone planted in the Monster Association." Saitama exclaimed in shock. Fang nodded and said, "That's right. During the previous monster riot, I helped Fubuki defeat a monster, and that monster volunteered to become my informant to save its life. The hostages this time were also informed to me by her." The president said, "In that case, Mr. Fang please contact your informant and have her inform us of the exact location of the Monster Association." Fang did not say much and sent a few messages to Crossbow S. Meanwhile, the Monster Association was in an uproar, because the incident of the hostage being rescued has been discovered by the strange person who went to change shifts. After Yin learned about this matter, he was almost so angry that he became cross-eyed. He never expected that despite his meticulously arranged plan, those guys were still able to rescue the hostages without them noticing. Damn it, these humans are really too cunning. Yin angrily slapped the chair and said, the black sperm, who had long been displeased with Yin, mocked him. "Humph, someone arranged the plan so thoroughly, yet still got taken advantage of by others. I told you long ago, just directly eliminate those humans. Why bother with all this wasted effort?" Listening to the mockery of the black sperm, Yin did not argue back, but instead said, "Forget it. The hostages being rescued is just that. Although it will affect some plans, it is not a big deal. He looked at the black sperm and the other strange people present and continued, "Our main target is those S-level heroes. As long as they are eliminated, human society will fall into panic and our goal will be achieved. Then we can easily occupy the surface." In a room, New S also received a message from Fang asking for the location of the Strange Person Association. Seeing this, New S sent the location over. Not long after replying, a wolf-type strange person walked into her room. "New S, did XuanGets' advisor wants you to attend a meeting." "Meeting? Didn't Tiwi just finish a meeting? Why is there another one? Don't you know? The people from the Hero Association somehow rescued all the hostages. There is no way. Lord XuanGets can only readjust the plan. So that is how it is. Okay, I'll go over now." Saying this, New S took her whip and headed to the meeting place. At the headquarters of the Hero Association, Fang handed his phone to Child Emperor after receiving the message from New S, asking him to locate the place. So they were hiding here. No wonder it was so hard to find their location. While saying this, Child Emperor was operating on the computer, and after getting the location, he quickly pinpointed it. Soon, Child Emperor had located the Strange Person Association's position. All right, the location of the Strange Person Association has been pinpointed. Child Emperor projected the determined location onto the big screen. Upon seeing this, the president turned to Saitama and asked, "Have the other heroes participating in the operation arrived?" Saitama replied, "Zombie Man has already gone to City Z alone, and the other S-level heroes are also on their way here, probably arriving soon." After hearing Saitama's response, the president nodded, then turned his gaze to Fang and said, "Strongest warrior, you should also join this operation. I believe with your participation, this operation will be much easier." In response, Fang declined. "I want to participate in this operation. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll leave first." Before the president could say anything, Fang pulled Saitama and disappeared from everyone's sight. "It's better that Fang doesn't go. Then I can beat those strange people well," Tornado said proudly. After leaving the Hero Association headquarters, Fang and Saitama did not head directly back to their apartment in City Z. Instead, they made a stop in City A. At this moment, the streets of City A were unusually lively. Some people, wrapped up tightly, were holding up several banners. The banners read, "Please the strange people. Humanity surrenders completely. Coordinate with the strange people," and other similar phrases, while they were vigorously promoting their theories. Look at the Hero Association's miserable state. Humanity has no chance against the strange people at all. We should surrender completely. Supporting surrendering to the strange people, resistance will only lead to cruel trampling. And in the end, we will probably just end up dead. We worship the Strange People Party and have come up with a solution, regularly offering live sacrifices to the strange people to slow down their hunting speed, escaping the fate of being exterminated by them. That is the best strategy. Citizens, those who want to become partners with the strange people, please join us in the parade. Maybe you can survive. Listening to the loud propaganda of the Strange People Party, an ordinary office worker could no longer hold back and retorted, "Shut up. You fools, if you want me to become a companion of the strange people, I might as well die." Upon hearing the man's words, a member of the Strange People Party said, "Is that so? Then I'll grant your wish to become the first live sacrifice. Go, grab him." Then several members of the Strange People Party rushed towards the man. However, just as they were about to catch the man, Fang teleported in front of him and knocked those rushing people away with a slap. As a human, you may not be afraid, but surrendering to the enemy without any bottom line and offering up live sacrifices is truly disgusting. People like you are simply unworthy of being human. Afterwards, more and more citizens gathered around, and those members of the Strange People Party hurriedly took their things and left. After that, Fang and Saitama went to a restaurant to eat. Due to Fang absurdly large appetite, the waiter confirmed the order several times. After ordering, Saitama looked at Fang and asked, "Fang, aren't we bringing something back for Bongo and Bango?" Fang replied, "After we finish eating, we'll go to the supermarket to buy some ingredients, and then go back to make hot pot." Soon, the restaurant's waiter brought all the dishes the two ordered to the table. Then the two began to eat like a whirlwind. Because of their wild eating habits, all the other diners around turned to look at them. While they were eating, a young man with white hair walked in, and this person was the hungry wolf who was previously rescued by the Phoenix Fireman. However, he was very hungry now, so he came to this restaurant to eat. After sitting down, Hungry Wolf picked up the menu and called the waiter, saying, "I want one of everything on the meat section of the menu, and also a serving of all kinds of salads, and finally give me a super large amount of water, make sure it's iced." Hearing the quantity, Hungry Wolf ordered, The waiter glanced at Fang Xian and Saitama, thinking, aren't they a group? Not long after, all the food was served at the table. Hungry Wolf picked up a knife and fork and started eating a juicy steak. He ate so quickly that he choked in the middle. So he quickly drank a large gulp of water. Meanwhile, Fang Xian and Saitama had already finished their meal. Just as Fang Xian was about to get up to pay, he reached into his pocket and realized he didn't have his wallet. At that moment, he remembered that his wallet seemed to be left on the coffee table at home. Then, Fang Xian looked at Saitama and asked, Saitama, did you bring the wallet? Saitama checked his pocket and shook his head. I didn't bring it either. For a moment, the atmosphere suddenly became awkward, because if neither of them had brought their wallets, didn't that mean they were going to have a free meal today? Fortunately, Fang Xian quickly remembered that he could teleport instantly, so he could teleport home to get his wallet and come back to pay. Fang Xian, Saitama, weren't you two going to the Monster Association to rescue the hostages? How come you're here? Just as he was about to use his ability, Fubuki suddenly appeared in their line of sight. Saitama asked in confusion, Huh? Fubuki, what are you doing here? Fubuki sat down next to Fang Xian and said, I usually come to this restaurant to eat. As soon as I walked in, I saw you too, so I came over. By the way, have you rescued the hostages? Fang Xian replied, Don't worry, Saitama, and I've already rescued all those kidnapped kids. They should be back in their parents' arms now. Suddenly, a shout rang out in the restaurant. Security! Security! Come and catch this guy who's eating for free. Hearing this, Saitama and Fang Xian exchanged glances, thinking, strange. We haven't even run yet. But soon, they realized that there were indeed others eating for free, and that person was Hungry Wolf. Damn it. Eating for free is too despicable. I'm going to chase that guy. Saying this, Saitama got up and seriously chased after him. Seeing that Saitama had taken off first, Fang Xian couldn't help but think that this guy was too untrustworthy. He quickly teleported home, grabbed his wallet, returned to the restaurant to pay, and then chased after Saitama. Fubuki, watching what had just happened, couldn't help but wonder. Strange, Saitama chasing after someone eating for free isn't wrong, but why does he look so flustered? Just as she was about to ask her teacher Fang Xian, she found that Fang Xian had already disappeared without a trace. After shaking off the security guards behind him for several blocks, Hungry Wolf stopped and strolled along the concrete road, thinking about the task that Big-Eyed had given him before he left. Although Big-Eyed allowed Hungry Wolf to stay in the Monster Association to recuperate, he also set a condition, to kill a hero and bring back the hero's head. Bringing back a hero's head? I can completely ignore this request. Killing a hero would earn me recognition from other monsters. What kind of nonsense is that? If I did that, I'd be a hero killer. I'm a hero hunter. The kind of existence that can scare the opponent into wetting their pants just by hearing my name. As he walked, Hungry Wolf came to a street and saw a familiar little boy being bullied by his peers. The little boy was holding a hero handbook, but his face was red from being pinched by his companions. The other two peers were throwing stones at him. Hey, snotnoset brat. How come you're not hurt at all? Are you a monster too? Ha ha ha, ugly monster. The bullied snot-nosed boy cried out, it hurts. Seeing the snot-nosed boy being bullied like this, Hungry Wolf stepped forward and shouted sternly, Stop it. The kids bullying the snot-nosed boy were scared and immediately ran away looking for their moms upon seeing Hungry Wolf. Hungry Wolf approached the snot-nosed boy and said, Hey kid, you okay? By the way, you're crying really ugly. No wonder those kids bullied you. The snot-nosed boy looked up upon hearing the familiar voice. Oh, it's you, uncle. Hearing the snot-nosed boy call him uncle again, Hungry Wolf angrily corrected him. How many times do I have to tell you? I'm not your uncle. I'm only 18, okay? After saying that, Hungry Wolf turned and said, All right, hurry home. The sun is about to set, and monsters might appear again. The snot-nosed boy didn't go home, but followed Hungry Wolf. Uncle, I'm sorry for running away last time. I saw it clearly. Those heroes wanted to eliminate you, but I think they might have gotten it wrong. You're definitely not a bad person. After all, you protected me from bullets back then. Just now. You saved me when I was being bullied. A kind-hearted person like you cannot be a monster. You must be a righteous ally. Before the snot-nosed boy could finish, Hungry Wolf turned around and covered his mouth. Shut up. What righteous ally? You're giving me goosebumps. Hey, you over there? The one eating for free. Saitama had chased after Hungry Wolf and shouted loudly. How dare you eat for free in broad daylight? You really know how to pick your moments, you bastard. This time I'll let you off easy, but remember not to eat for free again next time. After saying that, Saitama turned around and prepared to leave. When Hungry Wolf heard someone chasing him, he thought it was a hero coming after him, but he didn't expect the other party to just give him a verbal warning and then leave, which made him feel uncomfortable. Hey, bald head. Are you leaving just like that? Aren't you here to eliminate me? Why not take action? Are you afraid of me? Tell me your hero name. Bald keep Tihol. As someone who had also eaten for free, Saitama replied in a small voice, feeling guilty. However, Saitama's voice was too quiet for Hungry Wolf to hear. Uncle, he is bald-caped hero, a newly promoted A-class hero, the snot-nosed boy explained to Hungry Wolf. Hungry Wolf said, Kid, hurry home. This is adult business now. The snot-nosed boy grabbed Hungry Wolf's clothes and said, Big tree. That person seems to not want to pursue the matter of you eating for free anymore. So just let it go. Let it go. What a joke. I'm a hero hunter. It's one thing to be looked down upon by the Monster Association, but now even a mere A-class hero dares to underestimate me? If this gets out, won't my reputation become a joke? Hungry Wolf thought to himself, clenching his fists as he walked toward Saitama. Hungry Wolf grabbed Saitama and raised his fist, saying, Hey kid, wait a minute. How dare you underestimate me? I'm going to. Before Hungry Wolf could finish his sentence, Saitama casually swung a punch backward, and Hungry Wolf spun 720 degrees in midair before flying out in a stylish manner. By the time Hungry Wolf regained consciousness, it was already an hour later. Seeing that Hungry Wolf was up, the snot-nosed boy asked, Uncle, are you all right? Just now. Bald-caped hero said something, accidentally made a move, and then ran away quickly. Hungry Wolf, still in disbelief, said, What do you mean I lost? Impossible. Why do I have no memory of it at all? Don't you remember? Is it because you got hit on the head? The snot-nosed boy explained. Holding his head, Hungry Wolf thought, Damn it, what kind of hero is that? Even Bang couldn't knock me out with one hit, but that guy actually. Hungry Wolf, what the hell are you doing? They have been watching the whole time. I found that you are very different from us. That's right, different. I can't feel a hint of weirdness from you at all. The one speaking are the top-tier weird person, Cutting King, and the top-tier weird person, Insect God, both of whom were assigned by Big Bright to monitor Hungry Wolf. Hey kid, what are you daydreaming about? Hurry up and go home. It seems like I need to have a good talk with them. Hungry Wolf quickly turned to the slug and said. However, the slug was so scared looking at Cutting King that he couldn't say a word, and the hero handbook in his hand fell to the ground. He, is he? Hungry Wolf looked at the trembling slug and couldn't help but ask, What's wrong with him? The handbook contains rumors about this guy, but why is he here? The urban legend monster, Cutting King, is said to have a particular fondness for targeting children. It is rumored that he has already abducted several kids. After the slug finished speaking, his legs went weak, and he sat down on the ground. Seeing this, Hungry Wolf said, Stop crying, stand up like a man. Then Hungry Wolf turned to Cutting King and Insect God, saying, Hey, you two, stop right there. Don't come any closer. I'm standing right here, so just listen. Upon hearing Hungry Wolf's words, Cutting King joked, I didn't expect a hero hunter to be friends with such a little kid. But I'm really sorry for this little kid because I didn't mean to scare him to tears at this moment. I actually wanted to catch him and slowly make him scream with the knife in my hand, then tear him apart. Boy, you can't escape now. Hungry Wolf stood in front of the slug and said, Kid, back off. After saying that, Hungry Wolf tore off all the bandages wrapped around him. Cutting King looked at Hungry Wolf and said, Big Bright, I sent us to monitor your movements to see if you are qualified to be one of us. But it seems that you, hero hunter, are just a perverted human indulging in the state of being a weird person, not a qualified weird person at all. TCH. Acting like you were so impressive. I am very disappointed with your kind of soft approach. After tearing off the bandages on his hands, Hungry Wolf pointed at Cutting King and Insect God and said, Oh, you don't like our soft approach? In that case, why don't you just kill the little kid next to you? Cutting King said with a fierce glare. Hungry Wolf continued to ask, What is the point of doing that? Insect God replied, As a weird person, the first point is to give up being human. Hungry Wolf, I just saw you save that little kid. As a weird person, that is not acceptable. You must kill him. If you want to become one of us, to gain our trust, you must put in the effort. Otherwise, you will never be a qualified weird person. Cutting King raised the double knives in his hands and said, Stop wasting time talking to this guy. We don't need this half-hearted person. To think he lost to a weak hero just now, I really don't understand why Big Bright I values you so much. Without looking back, Hungry Wolf said, Kid, hurry home. The slug crying said, Uncle, my legs are shaking. I can't move. Hearing the slug's helplessness, he scolded, Fool, don't think that just because you can't stand up, someone will come to help you. In this situation, no one will come to save you. Throw away that ridiculous hero handbook in your hand. You need to protect yourself now. Only in such times can you become strong and not be bullied by those guys. So stand up now. Under Hungry Wolf's stern teaching, the slug hurriedly stood up. But just then, Cutting King suddenly launched an attack on the slug. Hungry Wolf quickly turned around and pressed down Cutting King's knife with his hand. seeing that Hungry Wolf actually blocked his attempt to kill the slug. Cutting King was momentarily surprised, and Hungry Wolf took advantage of this moment of distraction to kick him away. Then, Hungry Wolf shouted, "Now's your chance, run." The slug also ran as fast as he could towards the back. Cutting King spun several times in the air and used his double knives to stop. What a hopeless guy. It seems you really want to be our enemy. Insect God's muscles bulged as he said, "Calling yourself a hero hunter, but never having killed anyone. Just as I expected, you're a softy. Let's teach you a lesson." Hungry Wolf executed a flowing series of movements and then posed in the stance of the flowing rockbreaker fist, saying, "I hate the tone and attitude you guys use when you speak." Then the battle was about to begin. Inside the Weird Person Association, a weird person arrived at the place where Big Bright I was resting. "Sorry to disturb you, but I have a question that has been bothering me. So I wanted to ask you." Big Bright Eye, with his eyes closed, said, "I originally didn't want to be disturbed during my meditation, but go ahead and ask. Why did you send Cutting King and Insect God to deal with Hungry Wolf? If it was just monitoring, there shouldn't be a need for fighting, right? Why? Perhaps it's because their personalities are very suitable. If they hit it off, they might get Hungry Wolf to kill the hero himself. They can't possibly act according to orders, right? I think they would impulsively kill Hungry Wolf, especially Cutting King. She is a maniac that even we weird people are somewhat afraid of. Precisely because of that, I sent Cutting King and Insect God to interact with Hungry Wolf, to give him some stimulation and help him grow quickly. I'm looking forward to seeing Hungry Wolf's changes the next time I see him." Big Bright Eye, what is your purpose in doing this? What? Are you so curious about the purpose that you want to do something? I don't want to do anything. I'm just curious. By the way, what do you think Lord Greatsnake came from as a weird person? I don't know. Could it be some kind of ancient creature? Haha. No. Lord Greatsnake was originally a human like Hungry Wolf. What? What did you say? You didn't miss here. Lord Greatsnake went through countless failures and sacrifices to finally take shape as the ultimate being, and he is the true king of weird people. Wait a minute, how do you know this? How do I know? Because Lord Greatsnake was created by me. What? You created him? Yes. If everything goes smoothly, Hungry Wolf might become the second Lord Greatsnake. But this kind of cultivation method is known only to me. Although I ordered Insect God that if Cutting King goes too far to stop him, if Cutting King really kills Hungry Wolf, it would prove that Hungry Wolf might not have that kind of qualification. In that case, I can only wait for better materials to appear in City Z at Saitama's home. At this moment, Genos was watching King intently as he played the game. King said, "That's it, we've cleared the game. How about that? Are you satisfied?" Genos, a bit surprised, replied, "Is it really over already? I don't understand how you clear the game so quickly." King waved his hand, saying, "Practice makes perfect. Speaking of which, it's quite late. Why haven't Fang Yuan and Saitama returned yet?" Fang Yuan and Saitama went to deal with those kids. They're probably still in the rescue operation. Fang lay on the ground and said. King expressed his concern. Although Fang Yuan and Saitama are strong, they're going to the headquarters of the Monster Association. What if they fall into a trap? After hearing King's words, the others exchanged glances without showing any signs of worry. Suddenly, the door creaked open. Genos quickly got up. Are the two teachers back? But as he reached the door, he found that it wasn't Fang Yuan and Saitama returning, but Fubuki, who was carrying a bag of takeout. Fubuki asked, Genos, have Fang Yuan and Saitama returned? No, have you seen them? Fubuki sat on the sofa and recounted her encounter with Fang Yuan and Saitama in the restaurant. I really don't know what's going on with them. They didn't even say a word before leaving. Perhaps the two teachers went to chase after that monster who ran away after eating for free. So they didn't have time to greet you. Just then, the door opened again. This time, Fang Yuan and Saitama walked in, each carrying a large bag. Today was a fruitful day, Saitama said happily. In Z City, at Saitama's house, Fang Yuan was in the kitchen washing vegetables, preparing for the hot pot dinner. Beep, beep, beep. While Genos was tidying up the dining table in the living room, his internal scanning system suddenly detected a powerful energy approaching. Everyone, there's a high-energy response coming our way, right beneath this building. Genos began to analyze the situation. Bang and Bongpu were currently injured and unable to fight. The two teachers had just rescued the hostages, so they must be very tired. Fubuki, being a woman, also couldn't fight, and he himself was still recovering from his injuries. So looking around, only King seemed suitable for this battle. Genos then pushed King toward the door. Currently, you're the only one suitable for battle, King. The enemy is getting closer. Go out and confront them. King, sweating, asked, Wait, don't push me. What's going on? Why'd I have to go outside? Genos said, Don't worry. There's only one enemy outside. We can't fight here. With that, Genos opened the door with one hand and forcefully pushed King outside, then closed the door. After Saitama came out of the restroom, he asked, "What's going on, Genos?" Genos turned around and replied, "It seems a monster has come downstairs, so I sent King out to confront it." The next moment, King opened the door and walked back in, accompanied by a heavily armed figure that looked like a robot. Genos immediately shouted, "King, why did you bring him in?" King, sweating, said, "He's a guest." Seeing this, Genos didn't care about anything else and immediately tightened his mechanical fist, ready for battle. However, the figure that looked like a robot suddenly waved his hand and said, "Wait, don't be so hasty. By the way, Genos, I just fixed you not long ago, and now you've already been damaged so badly?" Hearing the familiar voice, Genos guessed most of the situation, but still asked in confusion, "You are?" "It's me, Genos. I just left you a few days ago. How could you not recognize my voice?" The robot's helmet slowly dissipated, revealing Dr. Kusuno with his pot lid hairstyle. Upon seeing the doctor, Genos immediately deactivated his battle mode and stepped forward. "Doctor, how did you end up here? And what's with the full armor?" King, seeing that Genos knew this person, also breathed a sigh of relief. Listening to Genos' questions, Dr. Kusuno replied, "I was a bit worried, so I came to check on your situation. I had just finished fixing you when I received a distress signal. I thought I couldn't use a drone to pick you up this time, so I came personally to see." Genos felt a bit apologetic. "I'm sorry, doctor. I made you worry. I said before leaving that I wouldn't lose again, but I didn't expect it to happen so soon." Dr. Kusuno chuckled. "It's all right. It's not a big deal. However, I'm a bit surprised that your basic performance and firepower have significantly improved compared to before. What kind of enemy damaged you like this? But don't focus too much on winning. After all, just staying alive is enough. By the way, what kind of enemy caused you such damage?" Genos pointed to Fang Yuan, who was cooking in the kitchen, and said, "Just like before, he took me out with one move." "Oh, so he's the Fang Yuan teacher you've been talking about. I didn't expect him to be so young. It's truly surprising. By the way, you mentioned another teacher named Saitama. Where is he? Can I meet him?" Genos pointed to Saitama and said, "This is teacher Saitama." Dr. Kusuno said, "I've always wanted to meet the two teachers who taught Genos. Today, I finally get to see them." Saitama said, "Sorry, could you please not wear shoes indoors?" Dr. Kusuno quickly replied, "Sorry about that." After changing into appropriate footwear, Dr. Kusuno began his self-introduction. "I am Kusuno, originally just an inconsequential mechanical engineer, but for some reason, I now support Genos' righteous activities from behind the scenes." Saitama said, "I'm Saitama. Nice to meet you." Dr. Kusuno couldn't help but reminisce about the times he fought alongside Genos, back in the day when Genos and I first met. Hearing Dr. Kusuno's lengthy reminiscence, Saitama impatiently said, "Genos, it's great that someone came to pick you up. My house is really too small, so let's just disband here. Goodbye." Genos quickly whispered, "Doctor, please stick to the point. It would be best if you could summarize in 20 words or less." "Oh, I see. In short, I'm here to thank you both for taking care of Genos for so long. For that, I specially brought gifts for you too. I hope you like them." Genos curiously asked, "Gifts? Could it be parts for enhancing teachers?" Saitama said, "But I have a normal human body." Dr. Kusuno took out a beautifully crafted box and handed it to Saitama. "This is extremely premium quality beef, the VIP supreme among beef. Genos told me that you often pay attention to the beef prices at the supermarket, so I specifically bought this for you." Upon seeing the beef, Saitama also picked it up and his tone became respectful. Dr. Kusuno, it seems we are all very concerned about Genos, and I believe there will be more topics to discuss, so please come in. I also warmly welcome you to come to my house anytime." "Genos, why are you still standing there? Quickly pour a glass of water for the doctor." The speed of this change in attitude left Fubuki, Bang, and Pomp looking at each other in surprise. After speaking, Saitama walked into the kitchen with the beef. "Fang Xian, let's put this beef into the hot pot as well." Fang Xian, who was cutting vegetables, saw Saitama bringing in a box of beef, so he took it and opened the box. "Wow, Saitama, where did you get such good beef? I didn't buy any beef today, and this beef is perfect for hot pot." "Wait, can you really afford to buy such good beef?" Fang Xian looked at Saitama in surprise. Saitama replied, "Don't I often buy beef? Come on, every time you buy beef. It's all discounted from the supermarket." "All right, I'll handle this beef. You can go out first." After saying that, Fang Xian pushed Saitama out of the kitchen and began to process the beef. At the headquarters of the Monster Association, in the resting place of Big Eye, the Cutter King and the Bug God walked in with the slug. The Cutter King reported to Big Eye, "We have talked to the wolf, and the final review result is that he is unqualified. So I took care of him on the spot. I originally wanted to have a good talk with him, But that guy actually attacked us, right, little bug god? Big Eye sat in a huge chair and exposed the Cutter King's lie. Is that all you can say? Boring lies? Tell me the actual situation. The bug god said, this wolf claims to be a monster, but one of his legs is still on the human side. He is just a guy with an unclear attitude. In my opinion, bringing such a guy into our monster association would be a variable. He might turn against us any day. What are you planning to do? We dealt with this guy based on our judgment. You want to have any complaints, right? No. Since this guy couldn't even defeat the two of you, it seems he is not the person I want. Thank you for your hard work. After Big Eye finished speaking, he carefully observed the Cutter King and the Bug God and found that both of them had suffered serious injuries to varying degrees. The unimaginable power and vitality that guy possesses surprised me. After fighting him, I understood why you had to send us both together. If either of us had faced him alone, we might not have come back. At this point, the Cutter King suddenly thought of something and continued. Wait, does that mean you already anticipated that we would have a fight? What? It turns out, Big Eye, you're a bad kid too. Big Eye did not deny the Cutter King's words, but directly asked, is he really dead? The Cutter King replied, what? It seems you feel quite regretful. Do you want to pull these guys into our team? We haven't confirmed this guy's death, but I think he should be dead. After all, little Bug God intervened too late. By the time he acted, my dual blades had already plunged into the wolf's chest. The Bug God said, hey, you clearly wanted to kill him from start. After hearing this, Big Eye turned his gaze to the slug. So what about this kid? The Cutter King said, our actions were seen by this kid, so we brought him back. I plan to have some fun with him later. Big Eye said, there is no time to play. Those heroes will probably come to attack us soon. You must immediately prepare to fight those heroes. And as for this kid, lock him up first. Subsequently, the Cutter King locked the slug in the place where the little sausage was previously held. After the Cutter King and the Bug God left, the wolf, lying in a pool of blood, slowly stood up. Why am I sleeping here? It hurts so much. How did I end up like this? The wolf looked at his injuries and couldn't help but recall his battle with the Cutter King and the Bug God. Damn, I didn't expect to be defeated by those two guys. By the way, what happened to that kid? Did he run away? Forget it. I want to think about him for now. I need to stop the bleeding first. After handling his injuries, the wolf clenched his fists and said, all right, next. I should go find those two guys and take my revenge. At the headquarters of the Hero Association in City A, at this moment, among the S-Class heroes, except for Fang Xian, Silver Fang, the Devil's Modifications, King, Explosion Metal Knight, Drive Knight, Police Dogman, Vestige, and Metal Baseball Bat, all other S-Class heroes had arrived, including A-Class hero Sweet Mask. As the overall commander of this operation, XuanGets walked in. Since these heroes had just arrived, they were unaware that Fang Xian had already rescued the hostages. They still believed that this operation was to rescue those hostages. Are we finally going to start? It's been a long wait. I've been here for quite some time. By the way, you guys should improve your efficiency. Sweet Mask said. Due to the lack of effective combat power for this operation, the executives decided to include him in the action after discussion. XuanGets held a report in his hand and said, this time, our final goal for the operation may need to change slightly. Hearing this, all the S-Class heroes who had just arrived were taken aback. Adam Samurai asked, what does it mean that the final goal of the operation is changing? Are we not saving those hostages? Child Emperor spoke. It's not that we won't save them, but it's unnecessary now because those hostages have already been rescued by the strongest warrior. Since the hostages have been rescued, why did you still gather us here? The sexy prisoner asked in confusion. XuanGets replied, because the monsters have made it widely known that they are targeting our Hero Association. If we don't take action against them, the influence of the Hero Association in society will greatly diminish, and people will think we are afraid of those monsters. So after discussion, we ultimately decided not to cancel the action plan. We will change the focus from rescuing hostages to exterminating monsters. The crowd was very supportive of this temporary change in plan since they had seen many parties promoting surrender on their way here. Adam Samurai looked around and asked, weren't all S-Class heroes summoned? Why are only a few of us here? Saijin Jair explained, the strongest warrior, Fang Xian, returned after rescuing the hostages. We couldn't contact the demolitions expert, and the Devil Modifiers and Silver Fangs are still recovering from their injuries sustained in the previous battle with Elder Centipede, so they can't participate in this operation. Meanwhile, Vest Master and Metal Baseball Bat are still in the hospital, and the Driving Knight is missing after going alone to investigate the Monster Association. Metal Knight and Police Dog Hero have also flatly refused to take part in this mission. However, there's no need to worry. Mr. Fang Xian lives in Z City, which is also our destination. So if we encounter any difficulties, he will definitely step in. All right, everyone, without further ado, let's set off now. With that, everyone began to head towards Z City in a grand procession. Z City, Fang Xian's home. All the guests were sitting in chairs, staring solemnly at the boiling hot pot on the dining table. "It's ready, we can eat now." As soon as this was said, everyone picked up their chopsticks and instantly lunged towards the meat in the pot. Just as everyone was frantically grabbing for meat, King, who was sitting between Bang and Saitama, suddenly received a strong impact to his chin, causing him to black out and fall backward. The vegetables and meat in the pot were sent flying into the air due to everyone's force. Who was being so forceful? Saitama looked at the flying meat and vegetables, glancing at the others, who shook their heads to indicate they weren't using force. In the next moment, everyone began to show their skills, quickly using their chopsticks to grab the flying food. Genos activated his warning system, swiftly grabbing a piece of meat that had flown in front of Fubuki and said, "Fubuki, I'm sorry, but I can't let you have it today." Fubuki was not upset at all. The next moment, she waved her hand, using her psychic powers to place the food she wanted into her bowl, then said to Genos, "No need to be polite. Senior brother, this is enough for me." Seeing how easily Fubuki used her powers to grab food, Genos immediately looked at Fang Xian and Saitama and asked, "Sensei, may I learn to use psychic powers?" Bang, on the side, was quickly grabbing food with his flowing rock-shattering fist. "Can't you let an old man like me have a turn? Hot pot is meant to be shared for enjoyment." When Bang grabbed Bongpu's tofu, Bongpu exclaimed, "Hey, don't take all my tofu." As for Fang Xian, he was unusually calm. As a scion, he usually devoured food quickly and efficiently. However, today he seemed quite composed, smiling as he watched everyone scramble for the food. This was because, while cooking, he had already set aside a small portion for himself in the fridge, planning to enjoy it slowly after these people had filled themselves up. Watching the heated battle for food at the dining table, Saitama finally couldn't help but raise his hand to pause. "Wait a minute. I feel like something's not right. Why do you all act like it's natural to eat hot pot at someone else's house and completely finish off all the food? What am I supposed to eat?" Fang Xian interjected, "I don't know what you should eat now, but if you keep talking, I can assure you that you'll only be eating air in a moment." Hearing Fang Xian's words, Saitama realized that while he was talking, the food in the pot had diminished significantly. So he stopped talking and hurriedly picked up his chopsticks to join the fray. While eating meat, Saitama said to Dr. Xo, "Hey, next time you come to my house, can you bring some of this beef? Hey, don't be so shameless towards the doctor." Just as Genos was about to retort, he suddenly realized the speaker was Saitama. Saitama said, "Genos, take a break." "I'm sorry, Sensei, I was wrong." Genos quickly apologized. Saitama continued, "By the way, after this hot pot meal, you all need to disband immediately. It's too noisy with so many people." After saying that, Saitama suddenly noticed King lying on the floor. Why is King lying down while eating? Saitama walked over and fanned King's face a few times, saying, "Hey, don't sleep here." Since King remained unconscious, Saitama thought he was dead. After everyone finished the hot pot, they went home. The next morning, after Saitama got up, he saw King still lying unconscious on his living room floor and said, "Hey, how long are you going to sleep? It's already morning." After Saitama's continuous calls, King finally woke up in a daze, rubbing his eyes and asking, "How'd I end up here? I remember we were eating hot pot just now." Saitama replied, "That was last night. You suddenly fainted while grabbing meat, and no matter how much I called, you wouldn't wake up. I thought you were dead." After hearing this, King looked around and asked, "Where is everyone?" Saitama replied, "They all left after finishing the hot pot. Genos went to repair something." "I see. Sorry for causing you trouble by staying overnight," King said. "It's fine. If you're heading back, could you help me take out the trash? The trash station is far from here, and today it's just ordinary plastic bottles." "Thanks. Got it, leave it to me." After stretching, King quickly put on his shoes, hat, and grabbed the trash bag before heading out the door. Phew, that was a nice sleep. As King walked down the quiet, deserted streets of Z City, he couldn't help but sigh. Without the noise of people and cars, it's such a peaceful morning. However, the frequency of monsters appearing in this ruined city was quite high. Yet he wondered why he hadn't seen a single monster on his way. Could it be that with Saitama and Fang Xian living here, those monsters are keeping their distance? After all, as the saying goes, if you keep a cat in a house with mice, the mice will disappear. But there are also special cases where the mice might not have disappeared, but are hiding in the attic. It seems that the headquarters of the Monster Association is located in this city. Thinking about this suddenly made him feel uneasy. He should leave here quickly. After contemplating, King hurriedly made his way to the trash disposal area. After disposing of the trash, he took the subway back home. As he reached the bottom of the building, he noticed two well-dressed individuals anxiously waiting at the entrance. "Mr. King, Thank goodness, you finally returned. The two men were very happy to see King back. Are you from the association? King asked the two in front of him. Yes. We've been waiting for you here because we couldn't get in touch with you. By the way, where did you go last night? King said, sorry. The communicator was damaged during the battle with the monsters. What's that stain on you? It's from eating hot pot. No, it's the monsters' bodily fluids and meat pieces from a fight. Upon hearing King's explanation, both of them admired, as expected of Mr. King. The battle last night must have been intense. All right, what do you two want from me? King asked directly. Mr. King, although we know you fought hard all night, we need you to come with us to Z City for a battle. Listening to their words, King thought, huh? We're going to Z City again? In Z City, inside the headquarters of the Monster Association, Hungry Wolf returned along the same path he had taken earlier. But the moment he stepped in, he was spotted by the small eyes split off from big bright eyes. Immediately, the monsters were dispatched to eliminate him. Meanwhile, at the place where Little Sausage Mouth had been held, Cutter King arrived, eager for slaughter. He could no longer contain his desire to deal with the Snot Slug he had previously captured. Snot Slug, it's time to get up. I'm here to pick you up, Cutter King said in a gentle tone. The Snot Slug immediately replied, are you going to release me? Cutter King raised his hands, rubbed them together, and replied, release you? How could that be? I just want to take you to my room to play a game. Help! I won't go. Hero, come save me. Although the Snot Slug resisted desperately, Cutter King easily lifted him out with the back of his knife. I might need to tell you something first. There was a kid here who was supposed to be rescued by the Hero Association, but unfortunately he was just rescued not long ago. So now no one knows you were captured here, and therefore no one will come to save you. After saying this, Cutter King took the Snot Slug back to her room. Soon, screams of agony echoed from Cutter King's room. Help! Don't come near me. Someone. Hearing the Snot Slug screams, Cutter King excitedly slashed a wound across the Snot Slug's face with his knife. What a lovely reaction. The Snot Slug cried out, why are you doing this? Cutter King replied with a sinister smile. Why? Because I'm a monster. I'm not interested in large-scale battles. I'm only interested in cutting. Only then can I feel pleasure. All right, let's start with your tongue. Don't worry, it might hurt a bit. As Cutter King's knife was about to be placed in the Snot Slug's mouth, the Snot Slug shouted loudly, help. At that moment, the wall suddenly burst open and Hungry Wolf charged in. It's you. I didn't expect you to still be alive. Cutter King was a bit surprised, then immediately swung his knife backward. But Hungry Wolf quickly caught Cutter King's knife with one hand, while the other hand swiftly struck, twisting off Cutter King's head in one move. Seeing that it was Hungry Wolf who came to save him, the Snot Slug was overjoyed and cried, Uncle. Hungry Wolf did not turn back, but said, enough chit-chat, kid. Let us go. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Due to the previous movements being too vigorous, Hungry Wolf's earlier wound was ripped open again, and blood flowed down once more. To stop the bleeding, Hungry Wolf had to tear off all the bandages from Cutter King and wrap them around himself. Were these things under the bandages? So disgusting. Kid, remember, if you're caught again, you might really die. After saying this, Hungry Wolf kicked the iron door open and walked out. The Snot Slug asked in confusion, Uncle, how did you find me? Hungry Wolf replied, because I'm a monster. But in reality, it was because Hungry Wolf had heard the Snot Slug's cries for help during his entry, which prompted him to rush over. Just as the two were about to exit, two monsters happened to pass by. However, the two did not recognize Hungry Wolf and thought he was human, so they charged at him intending to eliminate him. But in the next second, Hungry Wolf killed the two. Then, he picked up one of the monster's hands and started eating it. The Snot Slug looked at this bloody scene in shock. Uncle, what? What are you eating? Aren't you afraid of getting a stomachache? After quickly finishing the hand, Hungry Wolf replied, it doesn't matter. Anything that can be turned into flesh and blood is fine. All right, I've achieved my revenge. There's no point in staying here any longer. Let us go outside, and remember to stick close to me. After saying this, Hungry Wolf strode away, and the Snot Slug quickly followed. Just as they had not taken a few steps, Hungry Wolf's body suddenly sensed a dangerous signal. So he turned his head and was surprised to stop in his tracks. A massive black dog with 6 eyes and a huge body appeared behind them, and it was drooling continuously. Uncle, why did you stop? The Snot Slug looked at Hungry Wolf, who had suddenly halted in confusion. Hungry Wolf said, Kid, listen to me. Don't look back. Just slowly walk step by step to my side. At this point, the Snot Slug also heard the tick-tock sound coming from behind and, feeling scared, began to follow Hungry Wolf's instructions. Once the Snot Slug reached his side, Hungry Wolf continued, walk slowly, be quiet, don't startle it, and whatever you do, don't run. Then, the two slowly walked forward for more than 10 meters, and the black dog did not follow them. Good. It seems it didn't chase after us. As long as we don't show hostility, we should be fine. With this distance, they should be safe. But just when Hungry Wolf felt relieved, a rat monster suddenly jumped out and punched. Bang! The wall was instantly smashed open. Following that, a monster with a pointed head charged at Hungry Wolf. Hungry Wolf quickly pressed the snot slug to the ground, then grabbed the monster to prepare to kill it in one move. But another showerhead monster appeared and sprayed a large amount of hot water at him, forcing him to retreat. So it's you, the invader. Did you finally decide to stand with the humans? The one speaking was the rat monster, and he just happened to know Hungry Wolf. I really don't know why that big bright eyes fellow values you so much. Forget him. It's just a warm-up before fighting the heroes. With that, the three monsters simultaneously attacked Hungry Wolf. However, the strength of these three monsters was clearly insufficient against Hungry Wolf. Within just a few exchanges, Hungry Wolf first kicked the pointed-headed monster to the ground, then punched the showerhead monster down, and finally tore off the rat monster's right hand. The slug looked at Hungry Wolf's performance and couldn't help but say, "So strong." Uncle has become stronger and stronger. Although the three strange people were driven back by Hungry Wolf, they all possessed extremely strong recovery abilities, so they quickly recovered. No wonder you dare to call yourself a hero hunter. It seems you do have some strength. However, we are not so easy to deal with, because we are all demon-level monsters. Hearing the self-introduction of the showerhead monster, Hungry Wolf couldn't help but laugh. If guys like you are considered demon-level, then I must be dragon-level. Hearing Hungry Wolf claim to be a dragon-level monster, the mouse monster was the first to refute. Hey, white hair, you are a bit too narcissistic. Dragon-level monsters are considered cadre-level existence in the association. You don't even qualify to be mentioned in the same breath as them. Immediately after, the mouse monster suddenly held a sharp pillar in his hand, which turned out to be transformed from the cone-headed monster. Thanks for stalling for time, white hair. This is my ultimate move, so get ready to take it. After the mouse monster finished speaking, the cone-headed monster also said, "Watch me pierce him." Three demons united. Explosive piercing. The mouse monster forcefully threw the cone-headed monster. Hungry Wolf saw the move used by the three monsters and instantly thought of the poison sting technique from the heroes who had been surrounding him not long ago. He then slightly turned his body and dodged the incoming cone-headed monster. Splat! Although Hungry Wolf dodged, a faint sound of something being pierced could still be heard in the dark corridor. However, Hungry Wolf ignored it and mockingly said, "Tisich, that move is nothing impressive." Roar! Roar! A heart-wrenching roar suddenly echoed through the dark corridor, followed by the ground beginning to shake, as if something extraordinary was approaching. The demon-level monsters felt the commotion and were momentarily puzzled, not understanding what was happening. Hungry Wolf suddenly recalled that there seemed to be an extraordinary monster behind him. I didn't mean to help. The next moment, a tragic scream came from the darkness, and then the cone-headed monster that had just been thrown by the mouse monster rolled back in a broken state. At this moment, the gigantic black giant dog approached. The mouse monster, upon seeing it, revealed a fearful expression and said, "Boki." The showerhead monster said, "Oh no, we've angered a cadre." Hungry Wolf asked in confusion, "This guy's a cadre? Isn't it just a dog?" The mouse monster explained, "Here, it doesn't matter what kind of creature you are, as long as you have strength. You will earn respect from others. Don't be fooled by Boki being a dog. His rank among the cadre in the Monster Association is third. Dragon-level monster, the overgrown Boki." Listening to the mouse monster's explanation, Hungry Wolf finally understood the origins of this monster before him. Boki glanced at the few people in front of him and then opened his mouth to unleash a powerful scorching projectile. What is this? Boki's attack made everyone who was still fighting feel immense fear, as they could clearly sense the power of this move, capable of destroying all of them. The showerhead monster hurriedly turned his faucet to the maximum, spraying a large amount of water at the incoming scorching projectile, but the power of the projectile was too strong. His water had no effect and was quickly consumed, turning to ash. The mouse monster planned to withstand the blow with his super recovery ability, but it was clear he was overly confident in his recovery. After barely a second, he turned to ash just like the showerhead monster. As for Hungry Wolf, he grabbed the slug and swiftly ran backward. Boom! The next moment, the scorching projectile erupted violently, and the shockwave caused the ground of City Z to tremble. Saitama, who was at home reading manga, noticed the tremor and thought it was an earthquake, so he prepared to turn on the TV to check, but for some reason, there was no signal. He then continued lying down to read manga. Meanwhile, Fang, who lived next door, also felt the tremor. While replaying Genshin Impact, the tremor caused his internet to disconnect. Looking at the imminent completion of his game, but having to restart due to the disconnection, Fang Xian walked to the window and cursed damn. Then Fang Xian immediately began to sense what was happening around him. After firing the scorching projectile, Boki did not leave, as he sensed that there were still survivors among those people. Sure enough, a huge rock flew up, and below it were Hungry Wolf and the slug. Just as the shock wave from the explosion was about to reach the two, Hungry Wolf immediately used his water-flow rock-crushing fist to dig out a large chunk of the surrounding wall and block it in front of him, thus avoiding Boki's attack. This is the strength of a cadre from the Monster Association. Truly impressive. After saying this, Hungry Wolf placed the slug on the ground and looked seriously at the massive Boki. This is a dragon-level disaster monster. Uncle, why did you stop? The slug asked in confusion. Hungry Wolf replied without looking back. Kid, stop dawdling here. We need to split up and run. The slug, clearly lacking confidence, said I can't do it alone. Before he could finish, Hungry Wolf continued. What does that have to do with me? If you stay here as a liability, I'll be in danger too. Besides, you've been very lucky to survive. Now you have to rely on yourself. Hearing Hungry Wolf's words, the slug mustered his courage and ran back alone. When Boki saw the slug trying to run, he immediately turned to prepare to unleash a scorching projectile. But Hungry Wolf timely shouted, Hey, where are you looking? Your opponent is me. Boki turned back to see Hungry Wolf taking a stance to attack him. I'm gonna hit. Hungry Wolf launched a flurry of attacks, but saw the damage was only 0-1. Seeing that no matter how he attacked, it was like scratching the surface, Hungry Wolf felt very frustrated. How could there be such thick-skinned guys in this world? Meanwhile, Boki had already opened his mouth wide again and was gathering a scorching projectile. Hey, that's too close. The next moment, Boki shot the scorching projectile at Hungry Wolf. Bearing the immense damage, Hungry Wolf thought, it's over. There's no saving this time. I'm doomed. I said I wanted to fight against monster-level heroes, but I never said I wanted to fight against a monster. I really want to drink cola. Damn it. The reason I'm going to fail must be that brat. Damn. Am I really going to die here? Is this how it ends for me? Boom. The entire underground shook violently once again. Help! Help! Is there anyone who can come and save me? In the dark tunnel, the slug was running quickly ahead, while behind it, a wolf-like monster was relentlessly pursuing it. After separating from the old man, the slug had not run far before getting lost. Watching the monster getting closer, tears and mucus flowed uncontrollably from the slug's eyes. If I had known, I shouldn't have separated from the old man. Ouch! Looking back at the monster, the slug suddenly tripped over a stone underfoot and fell awkwardly to the ground. At that moment, the monster also landed on top of the slug. Ha ha! It's been a long time since I've had such fresh little prey. Seeing the monster's gaping mouth, the slug yelled with all its might. Help! No matter how loud you scream, no one will come to save you. After saying this, the monster prepared to bite down on the slug's neck. But just then, a yellow beam shot over, precisely hitting the monster on top of the slug. And with an explosion, the monster fell dead on the spot. The slug immediately turned around and saw a man radiating white energy. Strange. I just rescued all the hostages from those monsters. How come there's still one here? Could it be an oversight? The newcomer was Fang Xian, and he was here to find the one who caused the earthquake, which forced him to restart his game level. He vowed to make that guy open his eyes. It must be said that the slug was quite lucky. The first to come to its rescue was the wolf, and the second was Fang Xian. Could it be that when the slug cried for help, it could speak the law into existence? After seeing the person who just saved him was ranked S-Class Hero number 0, the slug also said, You are the strongest warrior of the S-Class heroes? Fang Xian nodded and said, Yes, it's me. How did you end up here, little friend? The slug recounted how it ended up in this place. So that's how it is. All right, I'll take you out first. By the way, do you know what caused the 2 earthquakes just now? Fang Xian continued to ask. The slug quickly nodded and said, Yes, while fleeing with the old man, we were chased by a huge black dog. And those 2 tremors might have been caused by the black dog's attack on us. By the way, strongest warrior, can you go save the old man? He stayed behind to hold off that big black dog, so I could escape. Fang Xian smiled and said, Don't worry, I'll take you back and then go save that old man. With that, Fang Xian used teleportation to send the slug to Saitama's home. At that moment, Saitama was leisurely sitting at home with his legs crossed, casually reading a comic. Whoosh! The next second, Fang Xian appeared at Saitama's house with the slug. Saitama, I'm leaving this kid to you for now. I have other things to attend to. With that, Fang Xian used teleportation again and left. Saitama put down his comic and looked at Fang Xian and the suddenly appeared little boy with a confused expression, and he seemed to have seen this little boy before, but couldn't remember where. The little boy recognized Saitama. You You are the hero who defeated the old man with one punch before. Meanwhile, the hungry wolf, who had taken a solid hit from Pochi, was not dead. At that moment, all of his clothes were shredded. Bulky, seeing that his attack hadn't taken out this guy, immediately fired several scorching projectiles. The hungry wolf, not daring to be careless, quickly used his agile movements to keep jumping around, and as they dodged and chased each other, the surrounding environment quickly turned into ruins. The hungry wolf fell into a pit. You arrogant, stinky dog. Let me teach you what a dog should do. Saying this, the hungry wolf let go of his hand and threw a punch from above, hitting Pochi's head. Bang! Although the hungry wolf's attack hit the target, it did not inflict any effective damage on Pochi. Pochi easily picked up the hungry wolf and threw him away. What? My most proud attack had no effect on this guy at all. The hungry wolf was also somewhat surprised to be thrown away. But soon, Pochi's attack came crashing down again. The hungry wolf wanted to dodge, but unfortunately, he was a step too slow. Pochi bit his foot and slammed him hard to the ground. Pochi fired another scorching projectile, sending the hungry wolf deeper into the pit. However, this time, Pochi did not pursue the hungry wolf, but left directly. The hungry wolf, pinned under the rubble, was in a very sorry state and could no longer move. At this moment, the big eye arrived. Oh, I thought something had fallen from above. I didn't expect the intruder to be you. I'm so glad you're not dead. I'm really moved. Just as I expected, you didn't disappoint me, and I'm very happy. Suddenly, a powerful telekinetic force erupted, and all the stones pressing down on the hungry wolf floated into the air, controlling object from a distance. Is that telekinesis? The hungry wolf stood up and looked at Big Eye, asking, Big Eye, what do you mean by sending your hand to attack me? Big Eye, it's all your fault that things became complicated. Saying this, Big Eye used telekinesis again to control the hungry wolf. Let's talk. Meanwhile, after leaving Big Eye's side, Pochi headed toward where he lived. Whoosh! Just then, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Hey, you're the big black dog that the kid mentioned, right? I want to ask you, was the earthquake just now caused by you? The newcomer was Fang, pointing at Pochi and questioning him. Woof woof woof. But unfortunately, although Pochi was a dragon-level monster, his essence was still that of a dog, so he could not speak human language at all. What am I doing? It's just a dog. How could it possibly speak human words? Fang slapped his forehead and said. Pochi, seeing that the person in front of him was a stranger, immediately fired a scorching projectile. Faced with the powerful scorching projectile, Fang simply threw a gas ball to neutralize it. Oh, I haven't even made a move, and you're already attacking me. It looks like I need to teach you a lesson. With that, Fang raised his fist, the size of a sandbag, and struck at Pochi. The next second, screams from a dog echoed through the dark tunnel. Awoo, awoo, awoo. Hungry wolf, right now you're just a half monster. But you can withstand Pochi's scorching bullets in this state, which indicates that your physical strength contains limitless energy. However, this is still far from enough. I can train you to become the strongest monster. De Yin floated in midair, speaking to the hungry wolf in front of him. After hearing De Yin's words, the hungry wolf scoffed. You want to train me? What? Are you planning to teach me how to use psychic powers? De Yin spread his hands and said, No, what I'm teaching you is neither superpowers nor martial arts, but the secret of becoming a monster. This secret can accelerate your transformation into a monster. In short, it involves overcoming countless deaths with a human body and applying pressure to the unconventional body and spirit. Although this sounds very simple, it's actually very difficult to execute because the subjects can easily die during the process. Some may endure this pressure and become monsters, but ultimately stop growing, turning into extremely mediocre monsters. The most important aspect of my experiment is to ensure that the subject experiences a hell suitable for their level. Listening to De Yin's words, the hungry wolf said, It sounds like you've experimented many times? De Yin replied, Not many times, but countless times. I have experimented on both humans and monsters countless times. Although I have now developed monster cells that can easily turn humans into monsters. They can only modify the original talents of the individual and cannot achieve the step-by-step growth I desire. I really want to know the method to break through the limits of growth, so I made monsters consume other monsters, allowing their blood and cells to mate, subjecting them to varying degrees of pain and pressure. I have basically tried every conceivable method. In these experiments, I discovered that only by overcoming death can one elevate their strength. If one can repeatedly conquer death, explosive growth can occur. Unfortunately, these monsters either die midway or remain at the dragon level, failing to achieve the growth I want. After continuous failures, the first successful subject finally appeared. He is the Monster King. His His Majesty the Great Snake. Although His Majesty the Great Snake is very powerful now, Hungry Wolf, you possess the potential to surpass the Great Snake. After your battle with Cutting King, you have crossed another barrier, and your strength has increased once again. You are already very strong, but if you follow my plan, your strength will become even greater, perhaps even surpassing His Majesty the Great Snake. What do you say? Let's join forces to become the strongest monsters in the world and completely erase heroes from this world. The Hungry Wolf laughed and said, I refuse. Don't meddle in my affairs, and don't bother me anymore. Refuse? Sorry, from the moment I set my sights on you, you no longer have the power to refuse. Yin said seriously. The Hungry Wolf replied, Stop talking nonsense. I hate guys like you who watch from the sidelines. Let me tell you, I will definitely beat you up. Yin confidently said, You're just putting on a brave front. Your body can't even move right now. After saying that, Yin increased the output of his psychic power toward the Hungry Wolf. But to his surprise, even under his psychic control, the Hungry Wolf could still move. The Hungry Wolf forcefully spread his arms and slowly moved his body forward. I'm gradually getting used to this. The Hungry Wolf raised his right hand and said, How is this possible? Under my psychic control, how can you still move? Yin looked at the Hungry Wolf in astonishment. The Hungry Wolf recalled the scene of fighting with the metal bat in his mind. Thinking, is this what they call tenacity? Yin looked at this nearly perfect subject before him, thinking, super strong learning ability, super strong physique, and extraordinary adaptability. This is simply a natural subject. It seems that putting a collar on him won't be that simple. After thinking for a moment, Yin immediately made his move, using his psychic power to control all the stones underground, then smashing them all toward the Hungry Wolf. If that's the case, then let's use pain to train you. In the next moment, countless stones wrapped around the Hungry Wolf tightly. However, the Hungry Wolf shook violently, sending all the stones flying, then used his fists to smash each stone. Hey, it seems your superpower isn't that impressive. Is this the chief strategist of the Monster Association? Yin? What a letdown, the Hungry Wolf confidently said, then leaped onto a rock and stated, A genius monster like me doesn't need your kind to train me. All right, enough chit-chat. If I take you down, the rest of the Monster Association will probably crumble. Chief strategist of the Monster Association, Yin, I'm going to hunt you now. Seeing the Hungry Wolf about to make a move against him, and knowing he would have to face heroes soon, Yin didn't want to waste too much energy and shouted, Your Majesty the Great Snake, you can make your move. What? The Hungry Wolf, about to strike, paused at these words. The next moment, a gigantic hand grabbed the Hungry Wolf, and then a massive head appeared in front of him. It was the head of the Great Snake, whose body was too large to be fully revealed. Good luck. After saying this, Yin snapped his fingers, and suddenly the floor beneath him split open, revealing the full form of the Great Snake. The Great Snake's hand pressed down forcefully, trying to crush the Hungry Wolf to death. Fortunately, Yin spoke up in time, Your Majesty the Great Snake. That guy still has some value. Don't kill him. Hearing Yin's words, the Great Snake loosened its grip and dropped the Hungry Wolf onto the ground. Yin looked at the Hungry Wolf, who had been thrown to the ground, and said, Oh, you can still stand up? I didn't expect this guy's determination to be so strong. But what is this determination? The Hungry Wolf, trembling, raised his hands, clenched his fists, and forcefully slammed backward to stand up. Huff, 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 I'm not going to die that easily. After saying this, the Hungry Wolf looked up at the Monster King, the Great Snake, who was dozens of times larger than him. The Great Snake looked at the Hungry Wolf, and the tentacles on its head began to move. In City Z, Saitama's home, the mucus worm looked at Saitama, who was lying on the ground reading comics. With a pleading expression, Please, Bald Cape Hero, I beg you to help save the uncle. Facing the incessant chatter of the mucus worm, Saitama was very annoyed. Ever since Fang left this little brat at his house, the brat had been non-stop talking, even more annoying than Genos. If it weren't for the fact that he was just a kid, Saitama would have given him a couple of hits by now. Saitama said, Didn't Fang already go there? Just leave it to him. The mucus worm replied, But that seems to be the enemy's stronghold. Even the strongest warrior is just one person. He probably can't fight so many monsters. Fang, who was furiously punching the monster, said, I'm not afraid of 1,000 monsters. Don't worry, Fang is very powerful. Saitama, with a blank expression, comforted the snail. Seeing this, the snail lowered its head and said to itself, But the uncle who is a hero hunter got seriously injured in the battle with those monsters. Hero hunter? Saitama, who was engrossed in reading a manga, instantly became interested when he heard the term. He stood up, looked seriously at the snail, and asked, "Did you just say the uncle you want me to rescue is a hero hunter?" The snail nodded. "Great, I finally found this guy." A rare smile appeared on Saitama's face because he had always thought that the hero hunter looked down on him for not hunting him. And he wanted to give that guy a small lesson, but he had received no news until now. Now that he finally had news of the hero hunter, he had to go. Saitama quickly washed up and changed into his earth-colored hero uniform. "Kid, take me to the place you mentioned." A city, Hero Association headquarters, in a conference room, Bang and Bomb were seated. After leaving Saitama's house, the two did not return directly to the dojo, but came here to inquire about Geru. The one responsible for receiving them was the big-nosed Nishi. "Silver Fang, you're here. Long time no see, Nishi. I accidentally lost my communicator during the battle. Can you give me a new one?" "No problem, I'll get it ready." After saying this, Nishi recalled the content decided in the previous meeting. Previously, when Bang was fighting Geru, since he couldn't eliminate Geru, it led the high-ranking officials of the Hero Association to suspect that Bang was being lenient out of concern for their master-disciple relationship, which planted a seed of doubt in their minds about Bang. Moreover, regarding the attack on the Monster Association, they couldn't let Bang know any details. When Bang felt they had chatted enough, he directly stated the purpose of his visit. "I'm here for another thing, which is about Geru's intel. Is there any latest progress?" Hearing Bang's question, Nishi replied, "No. We don't have any new intel on Geru." "I see. Silver Fang, at that time, you had close contact with Geru, right? But why did you just watch him escape? Was it really because of the monster's intervention and not because you were being lenient?" Hearing Nishi's words, Bang said, "Are you implying that I deliberately let him go?" Nishi replied, "Sorry, a lot has happened recently, and my thoughts are a bit chaotic. A new communicator will be sent to you soon. I have important tasks to attend to, so I'll take my leave." After saying this, Nishi left the conference room. Bang, with a gloomy face, muttered, "I didn't hold back." At that moment, the conference room door opened again, and King rushed in anxiously. "Phew, no one is chasing me. Hiding in this room should keep me safe for now, but how do I get out? King, what are you doing?" Hearing a voice from behind, King was startled and turned to see Bang. "Mr. Bang, what are you doing here?" Bang replied, "Just handling some business. What about you?" King honestly answered, "I just got home when someone said there was an emergency gathering for those below S class, and then they brought me here." Seeing that King seemed to know something, Bang asked, "Oh, what is it about?" Those officials seemed to say that this matter cannot be disclosed to Mr. Bang." Hearing this, Bang directly pulled King closer and said, "Hey, we've been getting hot pot together at Saitama's house. We can be considered friends. Just tell me." King shook his head. "I really can't." Seeing that King still wouldn't say, Bang brought up Fang Xian and Saitama. "Since we are all friends of Fang Xian and Saitama, it wouldn't hurt to tell me, right? You don't trust me, but you don't trust him either? That does sound a bit reasonable." With that, King was led to tell Bang about the matter at hand. It turned out the association had gathered people to head to the Monster Association. He didn't expect things to have become so serious. "I thought that once the hostages were rescued by Mr. Fang Xian, things would ease up a bit." What surprised him even more was that the association had excluded him from the operation. "By the way, Fang Xian and Saitama will be participating in this operation, right?" King replied, "No. Mr. Fang Xian directly refused to participate in this operation, and Saitama was not invited because his rank is too low. However, they both live in Z City, so if they hear any commotion, they should come to provide support." Bang looked at King seriously and said, "Please, let me go too. I must complete my mission." "All right, no problem. Let us gather at Saitama's house." Hearing that Bang wanted to join, King felt a sense of security. After all, he was just an ordinary person. Z City on the street. "Huh? Are you sure this is the entrance to the monster base?" Saitama looked at the sewer cover in front of him, puzzled. The snail nodded. "That's right, this is it. I saw that guy, the Cutting King, enter the Monster Association from here." Seeing how certain the snail was, Saitama no longer doubted and directly opened the cover and entered the sewer. Kasuno's Secret Research Institute. After finishing dinner at Fang Xian's house, Dr. Kasuno brought Genos back to his research institute. On the way, Genos handed the chip that Fang Xian gave him to Dr. Kasuno. "Doctor, this is a chip my teacher gave me before. He said it might be very helpful to me. Can you take a look?" "Oh, your teacher gave this to you? I didn't expect your teacher to know quite a bit." Saying this, Kasuno took the chip and examined it. After looking at it from all angles for a long time, he finally shook his head. Genos asked, "What's wrong, doctor? Is there something wrong with this chip?" No. I didn't bring the testing equipment when I went out, so I couldn't see if there was anything special about this chip. However, since it was given by your teacher, it must have something extraordinary. I'll take a closer look when we get back to the research institute." After hearing this, Genos also said, I see. Doctor, could you please let me know next time? Soon, the two returned to the research institute. Originally, Dr. Kusuno planned to repair Genos first and then study the chip, but Genos felt it was better to study the chip first. Doctor, if this chip has any special features or can help me enhance my power, then it can be replaced with my current chip while I'm being repaired, which would save a lot of trouble. Listening to Genos, Kusuno nodded, finding some truth in it, and then entered the laboratory to study the chip while Genos waited outside. 3 hours later. Strange, why hasn't the doctor come out yet? Did something happen? Seeing that Kusuno still hadn't emerged, Genos immediately got up and walked into the laboratory. Doctor, doctor, Genos called out anxiously after entering the lab. Hearing Genos' voice, Kusuno, who was focused on the data at the workstation, snapped back to reality. Genos, why did you come in? Your injuries aren't fully healed yet. Don't move around. Genos scratched his head and said, Sorry, doctor. I saw you hadn't come out of the lab for 3 hours and thought something might have happened. So I hurried in. What? It's already been 3 hours? Kusuno quickly looked at the time on the computer. I became so engrossed in studying this chip that I lost track of time. Genos stepped forward and asked, Doctor, is there something wrong with this chip for my teacher? Why have you been studying it for so long? Kusuno said, Genos, let me ask you something. Is your teacher, Fang, an outstanding scientist? Genos replied, Not really. Besides practicing, cooking, and playing games, Teacher Fang has never engaged in anything related to technology. Why do you ask, Doctor? Kusuno transmitted the information about the chip from the computer to the large screen and said, It's because the technology of this chip is incredibly advanced. It even surpasses the technological scope I understand. Look here, the structure of this chip is completely different from what we usually see. Its integration level, computational speed, and even energy efficiency are far beyond our current technology. I dare say that if you were to equip this chip, your strength might not just improve by a few levels. You could potentially break through your current limits. My existing limits? Really, Doctor? Kusuno first nodded, but then shook his head, leaving Genos a bit confused. Doctor, what do you mean by nodding and shaking your head? Is it that I can't load this chip, or is there some other issue? Kusuno explained, No, my shaking my head means that, faced with such a chip, I actually have no suitable weapon to pair with it. If this chip were to be loaded onto you, the systems and technology you have now would be insignificant. Even if you entered G4 mode during battle and ran all systems simultaneously, using all weapons without worrying about energy supply issues, it would still be inadequate because the energy efficiency of this chip is just too high. However, if you simply connect it to your current system, it would be like putting the engine of a spaceship onto an old bicycle. It wouldn't be able to unleash its true performance. We need a completely new system and equipment that matches this chip to truly harness its power. Unfortunately, I currently have no way to research such technology. After listening to the doctor's explanation about the chip, Genos looked at the chip with the same gaze one would give to a beloved spouse, unable to take his eyes off it. Doctor, do you have any good suggestions to help me maximize the chip's effectiveness right now? After thinking for a moment, Kusuno replied, Although I can't develop technology that fully matches the chip for you right now, that doesn't mean we're helpless. We can take a two-step approach. First, I'll optimize and upgrade your existing system to better adapt to this chip. Then, we can gradually develop more advanced technology to fully utilize the chip's capabilities. All right, Doctor. Let's get started now. Genos lay down on the machine bed. Seeing Genos so full of energy, Kusuno also became motivated and began operating the various robotic arms in the laboratory to start the repair work on Genos. Before long, Genos was repaired to look like he had just come out of the factory, and his current system was fully upgraded and optimized. After repairing and optimizing Genos, Kusuno then operated the smallest robotic arm to begin disassembling the area where the chip was to be installed. The place where Genos would load the chip was a very sturdy location beneath the energy core at the heart position. Since it was located at the energy core, the design and processing of this area were very precise, making it quite troublesome to disassemble. After some effort, Kusuno finally managed to open it up, and then he used the robotic arm to take out the current chip from Genos. It was evident that this chip had started smoking and had burn marks due to long-term overload use. After placing the chip aside, Kusuno installed the chip given by Fang into Genos' body. For some reason, the size and model of this chip perfectly matched the area where Genos was currently installing it, saving a lot of unnecessary trouble. Once the installation was complete, Kusuno began reassembling everything. After the assembly was finished, Genos opened his eyes and stood up from the machine bed. Then, he entered G4 mode, fully activating all existing systems and entering overload status. What used to take a long time could now be done very quickly. and he felt quite happy that he had entered this state with little effort. At this moment, Genos felt that if he faced the Centipede Elder, he could battle him for 3 days and nights without getting injured. After installing the brand new chip, Genos left Dr. Kusino's secret laboratory and headed back to Z City. In Z City, in a no-man's land, Shueisha learned that her sister was going to carry out a very important operation, and the location was in Z City. Therefore, she wanted to take her Shueisha team along. However, just as the thought crossed her mind, she suddenly remembered that her team members seemed to still be recovering from the last battle and were all in the hospital. But she wanted to participate in this operation, so she planned to find her teacher to go together. Hey, Shueisha, are you going to find teacher Fang? Just as Genos returned from Dr. Kusino's secret laboratory, he happened to bump into Shueisha, who was on her way to Fang's house, and greeted her. It's senior brother Genos. Are your injuries all healed? Yes. Under the doctor's repair, I have completely recovered. By the way, are you looking for teacher Fang for something? Shueisha said, the Hero Association is making a big move. So I want to find a teacher to go together. A big move? From the association? Strange. Why didn't I receive any information? Genos pondered in confusion. Genos, let's go find teacher Fang first. All right. The two then arrived at Fang's door and knocked. Knock, knock, knock. Click. Since Fang was not home, the one who opened the door was the maid robot, Poo Poo. Oh, it's Genos and Fubuki. Are you here to see Master? Fubuki asked, is that right? Is the teacher home? Poo Poo shook her head and said, sorry, Master is not home right now. There were several earthquakes in City Z, and after cursing out the window for a few minutes, he left. Hearing that Fang was not home, Fubuki felt a bit disappointed and asked Poo Poo, do you know where teacher Fang went? Poo Poo shook her head again. Master didn't say where he was going. Genos said, Fubuki, since teacher Fang is not home, let's go find teacher Saitama. Teaming up with teacher Saitama will have the same effect. Fubuki nodded, right? How could I forget about Saitama? With that, the two bid farewell to Poo Poo and headed towards Saitama's house. Since Genos had the key to Saitama's house, they didn't need to knock and just opened the door and walked in. Teacher Saitama, I'm back from repairs. Saitama, I'm here too. I need to tell you something today. After entering, Genos and Fubuki found the house empty. Huh? Where's Saitama? Did he go out? Fubuki looked around the empty room. Genos glanced at the water cup on the table and said, the water in the cup hasn't been finished, so he must have rushed out for something urgent. But I remember the supermarket's discount day is the day after tomorrow. Moreover, teacher's hero suit is also not here. Could it be that some powerful enemy has appeared? And just now, Poo Poo said that there were 2 earthquakes in City Z, which indicates that this enemy is definitely not ordinary. Fubuki asked, Genos, do you have any idea? Just as Genos was about to express his thoughts, there was a knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Saitama, we're here to bother you again. The visitors were Bang and Bomb, who had just returned from the Hero Association. When Genos saw them, he said, Mr. Bang, the teacher isn't home. Huh? Not home? Then let's go find Fang. Teacher Fang isn't home either. Huh? Why are both of them not home? What a pity. I was planning to invite Fang and Saitama to join us against the King Monster Association's lair. Hearing this, Genos was surprised. What? Has the exact location of the Monster Association been confirmed? Bomb replied, that's right, and it's not far from here. Bang looked at Genos and asked, Genos, you should be coming too, right? Genos nodded, of course. Phew, finally escaped from the association. I'm exhausted. King came panting to Saitama's doorstep. Bang turned to greet him. Hey King, you made it. King quickly put away his exhausted look and calmly asked, is everyone here? Bang said, Fang and Saitama are not here, just the 4 of us. How can this be? How could both of them not be here? When I left this morning, Saitama was still home. King, with sweat on his forehead, said. Fubuki said, we can't help it. After all, where they go is their freedom. King said, but the time to attack is pressing. What do you plan to do, King? Wait for the 2 teachers to come back. Or should we just charge in with just us? Genos and Bang immediately put the pressure on King. King nervously said, of course we should wait for Saitama or Fang. Fubuki then agreed, as expected of King, without me giving orders. You've already prepared everything in the background. We really should wait for either teacher Fang or Saitama. After all, if the upcoming battle turns into a team fight, then teacher Fang and Saitama are indispensable forces. Since we're going, we should all go together. I propose that we form a new Fubuki group here. Although Fubuki was very enthusiastic, the others ignored her and continued discussing among themselves. Seeing this, Fubuki angrily said, hey, can you not ignore me? Genos said to Bang, this is what I think. If King arrives a bit late, it will increase the burden on the other S-class heroes. So you guys should set off first while I stay here to wait for the two teachers. Don't worry, after I meet up with the teachers, I will join you guys as soon as possible. Hearing Genos' suggestion, Bang nodded, feeling it was reasonable. But King was about to go crazy. What? This operation won't wait for Fang or Saitama. Is that feasible? Although King desperately wanted to switch places with Genos at this moment, he considered that if he spoke out in front of so many people, it might expose his true strength. So he could only grit his teeth and set off with Bang, Bomb, and Fubuki. Fubuki walked in front, waving her hand. New Fubuki group. Let's go. Bang called from behind. Okay, let us go. Bomb twisted his wrist and said, all right, let's resolve this before dark. As for King, he was feeling a bit urgent. At the border of City Z, this area is surrounded by sturdy iron fences. Creak. The iron gate opened, and a large group of people entered from the outside. These people were the many heroes participating in the operation. Leading the way was the Child Emperor. We've arrived. Looking at the ruined city in front of him, the Child Emperor said, this is the abandoned city that humans have forsaken. Today, let us reclaim it completely. With that, the group entered City Z, walking down the desolate streets. As the team strategist, the Child Emperor asked, has Mr. King not arrived yet? The association sent word that Mr. King's helicopter has now arrived, but it seems Mr. King has temporarily changed his plan and has gone ahead to his designated position, allowing us to attack according to our planned schedule. Hearing this, the Child Emperor felt quite helpless. This guy King acts on his own initiative, as if it's just a normal meal. But why doesn't he contact me directly? It seems he still sees me as a child. B-Class Hero Main Commander Mizuki flicked her long hair and said, what a pity, I thought I could see King Senpai in action. Class A Hero Green Road said, forget it, Child Emperor. King has his own style of doing things. Class B Hero Sharp Star said, let's not worry about that guy King for now. Let's start the attack. Zombie Man reminded, forget about King for now, look ahead. Hearing Zombie Man's words, everyone immediately looked up and saw that the originally empty street was suddenly filled with a large number of monsters emerging from all directions. They crawled out from various hidden corners. After lighting a cigarette, Zombie Man said, it seems someone is very welcoming of our arrival, even specially sending someone to greet us. The monsters continued to surge out, becoming more and more numerous. Alloy Blacklight looked at the advancing monsters and said, oh, the number of monsters is continuously increasing. Class A Hero Sword Hall also immediately reminded his master Atomic Samurai. Master, a large number of monsters have appeared behind us. Atomic Samurai said, not just behind us. Suddenly, a large number of monsters appeared all around the heroes. At that moment, a piece of black cloth suddenly fell from the sky. Immediately, the cloth transformed into a puddle of black liquid, from which two hands emerged, making a gesture. The next moment, all the buildings around and the electric trams in the sky began to creak, and then more monsters rushed out from the buildings and trams. Class B Hero Commander Mizuki hurriedly said to Seiken Jair behind him, leader, please retreat first. Seiken Jair said, damn it, big bright eyes, saying he won't pull any tricks. But it turns out to be a trap? Tornado said, it's fine if they all come out, it saves us the trouble of looking for them. Anyway, Fang Xian has rescued all the hostages, so now we just need to eliminate these disgusting guys. Just as Tornado finished speaking, the black liquid that had transformed from the black cloth suddenly turned into a monster wearing a black cloak. This person was the Evil Eye from the Monster Association. But because he rarely acted due to his mysterious nature, his rank was not clear. Oh my, what a big mouth. Daring to say he will eliminate us in our own territory. The Evil Eye looked at Tornado and laughed. I heard that this time the Hero Association's total combat power would come. But is this all there is? A little girl. Ha ha. Hearing the mocking tone of the Evil Eye, Tornado's anger rose rapidly. The other monsters around, upon hearing the Evil Eye's words, also began to laugh recklessly. Ha ha, the Evil Eye is right. With just this few people, it's probably not enough for me to fight alone. I think the taste of heroes might be better. Child Emperor carefully observed the surrounding monsters with his high-tech eyes. The thermal reactions surrounding us exceed 80. 110. 150. Still increasing. Tornado crossed her arms and said, Child Emperor, throw away that toy of yours. In this situation, calculating such things is completely meaningless. The sexy prisoner said to the people behind, boys without confidence, hide behind me. The Evil Eye laughed. This little guy is right. Calculations are meaningless to you. Saying this, he stretched out his arm, and to everyone's shock, his arm was covered in eyes. Then he raised his hand, and the surrounding buildings began to emit a buzzing sound. Soon, under the gaze of the heroes, a large number of buildings were manipulated by a powerful psychic force and began to fly into the air. Seeing this phenomenon, XuanGets said, "Is this guy also a superpower user?" In the midst of everyone's astonishment, Tornado, however, showed no disdain. Immediately, the evil eye pointed downwards and said, "Do you see these eyes on my arm? These eyes belong to the monsters killed by you, despicable heroes. I was originally just a weak superpower user, but after Lord Big Bright Eyes merged these eyes into my body, the residual thoughts coalesced and successfully enhanced my power. Now I will take revenge for them. Take this." With that, the evil eye manipulated the buildings in the sky and hurled them at the heroes. Some weaker heroes, upon seeing this scene, were frightened and hurriedly fled in all directions. Fortunately, at this moment, Tornado made her move. She extended a finger and raised it, instantly forming a huge transparent shield around her. Seeing the buildings blocked, the fleeing heroes cheered immediately. "Look, it's Miss Tornado's shield. We're saved." As expected of Miss Tornado, her strength is indeed impressive. "Thank you so much, Miss Tornado." Just as everyone praised Tornado, she suddenly dispelled her superpower, and the remaining debris from the buildings fell from the sky, instantly causing everyone to scream again. The sexy prisoner quickly rushed to the weaker heroes and used Angel Slap to shatter all the falling stones. Alloy Blacklight also used his super hard body to smash the large stones. As the leader, XuanGets held his head and said, "Hey Tornado, can you defend until the end?" "Tornado?" Tornado did not turn her head back and said coldly, "Why must I protect you?" Hearing Tornado's icy response, XuanGets, as the leader of this operation, felt a bit flustered, because among the members of this operation, Tornado had the highest combat power. If she threw a tantrum, it would likely lead to unexpected losses in this operation. So XuanGets could only calmly ask, "What's wrong, Tornado? Why say such things at such a critical moment?" Tornado crossed her arms and then said, "If you can't do anything yourself and only rely on others for protection, then this operation will have no value at all. It would be better to go back now to avoid distracting others at a critical moment." I share the same opinion. The one speaking was Masked Sweetheart. Alloy Blacklight was surprised by Masked Sweetheart's words and said, "Oh, I didn't expect you to say something like that. How rare." Masked Sweetheart threw the large debris she caught on the ground and said, "Their task is to support, not to be a hindrance." Since they knew the danger of this operation, they should have been prepared for the situation just now, but they were actually scared and fled everywhere, some even frozen in place. "If you are heroes, then let me see your strength." The evil eye, seeing that his previous attack was blocked by this little one in front of him, prepared to launch another attack. Tornado, seeing this, calmly said, "Give it up. The power enhanced by collecting the energy of small minions is probably your limit." Listening to Tornado's words, the evil eye fell into silence. But soon he looked at Tornado and thought of something, then said, "I heard you have a sister who is also a superpower user." Upon hearing the mention of her sister, Tornado's expression immediately became serious, and her whole body radiated a green glow. The evil eye raised one of its arms and cruelly said, "If I gouge out both of your eyes and attach them to my arm, my power might become even stronger." Tornado's face darkened. "What a load of rubbish. All right, let me show you what happens when you lay a hand on us sisters." The evil eye attacked first, using telekinesis to gather a large amount of debris from buildings into a massive force, suddenly charging a Tornado. The force was like a storm, carrying the might to destroy everything. However, Tornado showed no fear. She let out a cold laugh and raised her hand slightly, releasing an even more powerful telekinetic force that formed an indestructible barrier. The debris crashed against the barrier and was instantly shattered, scattering everywhere. Yet Tornado's barrier remained completely unshaken, as if no attack could affect it in the slightest. Suddenly, a storm whipped up around Tornado, sweeping across the entire battlefield, kicking up dust and darkening the skies. Tornado's move opened the eyes of the other heroes present. Truly impressive. No wonder she's called the Storm Dragon. But just as everyone marveled at Tornado's strength, the surrounding monsters thought the lower-level heroes were too scared to move, so they immediately launched an attack. A bunch of cowards. It seems they have no real skills at all. Brothers, follow me and take them out. Charge! The A-class hero, Twin Tails, immediately threw a glass ball from her hand, smashing it into a tiger-level monster and killing it instantly. She then looked at Sweet Mask and said, "Stop looking down on us. Even if our levels are lower, protecting ourselves is not a problem." After speaking, Twin Tails threw all the glass balls into the air, then, like performing a juggling act, tossed them one after another, shouting, "Watch this death cycle." Under Twin Tails' assault, the approaching monsters were instantly pushed back. At that moment, on a distant building, A one-eyed monster aimed a special sniper rifle at Twin Tails and said, "Just a street performing clown. Go perform in hell." Just as he was about to pull the trigger, a bullet suddenly shot toward him, piercing through his scope and then through his head. The shooter was another A-class hero, one-shot kill. Twin Tails looked at one-shot kill in confusion and asked, "Hey, where were you shooting just now?" One-shot kill replied, "Nothing. Just took out a little lackey trying to ambush us." The monsters realized their sniper had been taken out and all charged at one-shot kill. TCH, just a sniper. Thinking he can show off. Watch how I teach you a lesson. Bang, bang, bang. To everyone's surprise, the series of gunshots rang out, and the monsters that charged him were all shot in the head. One-shot kill remarked, "A bunch of things that aren't even human, yet they want to teach me a lesson? Ridiculous. And you think I, as a sniper, am not good at close combat? You couldn't be more wrong. Losing is where you went wrong." After saying that, one-shot kill embraced his sniper rifle and began charging in with it. During his run, he accurately took down several monsters. However, even skilled people make mistakes. After shooting a few times, one-shot kill's sniper rifle jammed. Realizing this, he hurriedly ran behind the sexy prisoner. Seeing the once dominant one-shot kill suddenly hiding behind her, the sexy prisoner asked, "What's wrong with you?" One-shot kill, a bit flustered, replied, "It jammed." Sigh, losing is always due to this. It jams at the critical moment. At that moment, a monster suddenly burst out of the ground and charged straight at one-shot kill. Seeing this, the sexy prisoner prepared to attack. But just as the monster was halfway through its charge, a mass of vines wrapped around it. What? What is this? Vines? The vines pulled the monster back into the ground, followed by screams. Uh. When the vines re-emerged, the monster was left in pieces. The one who made the move was A-class hero Green, who then retracted the vines. Behind him, A-class hero Crescent Brow asked in surprise, "You can control plants?" Green replied, "Kind of. These plants have been cultivated within my body since I was young, and now we share a nervous system. Although this drains my nutrients and weakens my body, I need to take down these enemies first." After explaining his situation, Green used the vines again to capture two monsters. Crescent Brow immediately picked up her weapon and took out the two monsters. My rival, Sweet Mask, please watch my performance here. As a narcissistic A-class hero, narcissistic, with a flower in his mouth, said with the same narcissism as his name, a monster swung its fist at him. Narcissistic elegantly discarded the flower and countered with a heavy punch. Bang, 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 bang. At the moment the flower hit the ground, he successfully took down the monster and quickly picked the flower back up with his mouth. "This is my wonderful soft performance." Narcissistic posed dramatically. Sweet Mask, watching Narcissistic's battle, remarked, "This guy actually has some skills. Perhaps he really has the potential to be a star." A-class hero Shadow Ring quickly threw shurikens, defeating several monsters. But just then, a monster wielding an axe approached Shadow Ring from behind and swung down hard. The axe landed solidly on Shadow Ring's head. And just when a monster thought it had taken out a hero, Shadow Ring suddenly turned into a piece of wood. It turned out Shadow Ring had used a substitution technique from ninjutsu. In the next moment, a flash of cold light passed, and the monster was split in two. "Nice move. Where did you learn your ninjutsu?" Flashing Flash suddenly appeared behind Shadow Ring, curious after seeing the technique. Shadow Ring turned away and quietly said, "Different from you." Flashing Flash looked at Shadow Ring's departing figure and said, "I thought so. After all, I didn't grow up around women." Seeing how easily everyone was dealing with the monsters, the team leader, Saitama, remarked, "It seems they're tougher than we expected." Just as the meteor hammer was about to strike Mizuki, the Sharp Star quickly pulled the hammer back and yanked Mizuki behind him. Bang, bang, bang. A few gunshots followed, and several bullets hit the wrestling rhino, but it was still ineffective. A deadly shot from the top of the building observed the wrestling rhino's toughness and said, "Damn, this guy's skin is too thick. Ever since I became a monster, I have been training day after day to become the strongest on Earth, to prove that I am the strongest. Only this desire can fill me with passion." As the wrestling rhino spoke, he charged towards the crowd. Seeing this, the A-rank hero, Kian, jumped into the air. Although he was down to one arm, his strength had not diminished. He drew his sword from his waist and struck it fiercely against the wrestling rhino's incredibly sharp horn. He then used all his strength to block it. The other heroes, seeing this, quickly rushed forward to attack. Everyone, take advantage of Kian holding him back. Let's go. In an instant, various attacks landed on the wrestling rhino. However, the wrestling rhino's defense was simply too outrageous. After a long time of fighting, they managed to deal no damage at all and were instead knocked back far away. Damn, This guy's skin is just too thick. The wrestling rhino said. After enduring my opponent's attacks, subduing them is the ultimate pleasure. What? Is this all you heroes are capable of? Hurry up and let your strongest hero come out to fight me. Hearing the wrestling rhino's words, Kian wanted to attack him again, but he heard his master's voice behind him. That's enough, Kiai. Let me handle this guy. Kian saw that his master was personally stepping in to deal with such a monster and said, Master, just give me a little more time, I will. Before Kian could finish his sentence, the atomic samurai interrupted. No, we can't wait any longer. We can't let everyone accompany you in stubbornness. I know you're obsessed with cutting off this guy's horn. Oh, do you have additional manpower? If so, let me wipe them all out. Just as the atomic samurai was about to continue, the monster swayed and then all fell to the ground. Immediately, the flash appeared behind those monsters. The game should be over now. Everyone should move. The shadow ring next to him, seeing the speed of the flash, was astonished. So fast I couldn't see his speed at all. Is this the speed of the flash? Next, the S-rank heroes collectively launched their attacks. The alloy blacklight used his muscular body to smash the monsters, while the sexy prisoner quickly eliminated the monsters with his fists. In no time, all the monsters present were wiped out. At this moment, Tornado also descended from the air, and the evil eye was twisted into a similar trash bag by Tornado's telekinesis and thrown to the ground. The sexy prisoner looked at the evil eye and said, What strong telekinesis. It can maintain its form even facing Tornado. Really? I didn't feel anything at all, Tornado said, pointing with her hand, and in the next second, the evil eye was directly eliminated. Meanwhile, not far above everyone, the small eyeball split from Big Bright. I was observing them. Found it. The child emperor flew into the air with his high-tech backpack and split the small eyeball in half with a single strike. All right, everyone. All the monsters that ran out have been eliminated. Now, according to the plan, those on the ground stay put, and the rest start the attack. The assault teams that reached their designated positions began their attacks. After the child emperor issued the order, the heroes also began to act. Everyone, be careful during this operation. We are here to eliminate the Monster Association, and you have no support. If anything happens, you must rely on yourselves. Excuse me, can someone help me? The one speaking was B-rank hero leader Mizuki, who was struggling to push someone. The pig god is stuck. Next, due to the pig god's massive size, he burst through the entrance, and the whole person fell down successfully. The other S-rank heroes also brought their teams to enter the entrance. Meanwhile, the Monster Association underground was already fully prepared. As a strategist, Big Bright, I observed the battle of the heroes he had just seen and said, Although I still want to see King's strength, it seems that guy is not in the crowd, but I have a rough understanding of the other heroes. TCH, we were just in a killing mood, and now you want to call us out. By the way, what do you want us to do after calling us out? What have you learned? Said the various cadre members of the Monster Association. After all the cadres gathered, some weaker monsters rushed in from outside. Big Bright, I said, the ones who boasted about wanting to earn military merits and then rushed out. Why are you back? And where are the heads of the heroes? Hearing Big Bright Eye's words, the monsters were very scared. Well, those guys are too strong for us. We are no match for them. We have already lost half of our guys, but the heroes have suffered no losses. We thought we could win with a numerical advantage, but it turned out we were gravely mistaken. We don't want to take too many risks. Listening to these monsters, Big Bright Eye said, Are you afraid of dying? If that's the case, then you have no value of existence left. You can go die. After saying this, Big Bright Eye unleashed his powerful telekinesis, crushing all the returning monsters into a cube. Those who can't even lose become food for Lord Snake. He then threw the cube to the snake behind him. He then looked at the remaining monsters who had not yet gone out and said, Do you guys want to leave everything to the cadres and those demon-class monsters? If you don't want to become food for Lord Snake, then put your identities on the line and find out the enemy situation. And I have clearly told you who should face that S-rank hero. Under Big Bright Eye's threat of force, the remaining monsters didn't dare to say more and hurriedly nodded and went out to confront the heroes. In the dark passage, Pochi's head was covered in lumps as he fell to the ground, unconscious. Fang Xian twisted his wrist and said, This dog can really take a beating. After being hit by me for so long, he hasn't begged for mercy at all. What a man. The already unconscious Pochi. You still know I'm a dog? Just as Fang Xian was about to leave, he sensed many monster presences above him on the surface. However, these monsters were not very strong, and besides that, he also sensed the presence of heroes. Yo, their speed is quite fast. They're already starting to launch an attack. Meanwhile, a noisy sound came from in front of Fang Xian. MD, does this Big Bright Eye think of us as what? I'm not his subordinate. That's right. We temporarily joined the Monster Association to eliminate heroes. Sooner or later, I will wipe out that big bright eye. Enough about that. Let's go defeat a few heroes to vent the frustration from earlier. These monsters are part of a small team going to confront heroes after being threatened by the Big Bright Eye's force. Along the way, they are cursing and clearly dissatisfied with the Big Bright Eye. Why is there a human sent here? It seems to be ahead. A monster with a very keen sense of smell pointed ahead. Really? Great. Before confronting those heroes, let's eat a human to get in the mood. As he spoke, the lizard-like monster charged ahead. Bang, bang, bang. Ah! Just as the lizard monster rushed out, a tragic scream was heard. The other monsters were startled by this sudden change, turning to see the lizard monster embedded in the wall, lifeless. What's going on? A tall monster roared, his steps becoming cautious, afraid he would meet the same fate. But similarly, this tall monster also screamed and slammed heavily against the wall, landing right on top of the previous monster. From the darkness, Fang slowly walked out. He dusted off his hands and looked expressionlessly at the shocked monsters. Just now, he merely waved his hands lightly, yet those two monsters flew out directly. Fang greeted the monsters very kindly. Hello, everyone. When the monsters saw that an ordinary human was coming out of the darkness, they all burst into arrogant laughter. What? Turns out it's just an ordinary human. I thought he was some powerful hero. These two guys are truly useless. Being defeated by someone like this, they deserve to die. Brothers, let's all go together and split them up. As he finished speaking, the group of monsters charged towards Fang. They looked fierce, thinking this human would be easy to deal with. Huh? Do I look that weak? Fang looked at the muscles he had developed and wondered. Then he raised his right hand and condensed a super small energy ball. Is this guy scared silly? He thinks such a tiny ball can fight us. I bet his brain is broken. Whether it's broken or not, we'll find out when I crack his head open. As the group of monsters got closer, Fang smiled slightly, and then the super small energy ball instantly transformed into a ki blast and shot straight out. Whoa! The ki blast was incredibly fast, instantly penetrating the first few monsters, who didn't even have time to react, turning into a wisp of green smoke. The monsters behind were terrified by this sudden powerful energy wave, scattering in all directions, but the speed of the ki blast far exceeded theirs. In an instant, screams echoed through the passage as monster after monster fell. The ki blast continued until it reached the end of the passage before gradually dissipating. At this moment, only Fang remained standing in the passage, surrounded by fallen monsters, in a scene of devastation. Sai, why bother? Can't we just talk it out? Why resort to violence? Fang shook his head and continued walking forward. Speaking of Saitama, after entering the sewer, he had been relying on his instincts to move forward. However, Saitama's instincts were notoriously poor, and he confidently got lost. Huh, I think I just came in from here. Finding the entrance this way is so troublesome. Wait, how about? Saitama suddenly remembered a super good method. Then he looked down at the ground, jumped up forcefully, and shot up to the surface, then fell back down. Saitama's movement caught the attention of Seikengao, but due to the distance, he couldn't see clearly what it was. Bang! After a loud noise, Saitama successfully arrived in a tunnel. That seemed a bit too loud, but whatever. It looks like there's someone ahead. Let us go check it out. Saitama dusted off his clothes and walked ahead nonchalantly. The other heroes also began their attacks after entering the Monster Association. Tornado swiftly moved through the tunnel, using her telekinesis to eliminate any monsters she encountered without hesitation. Atomic Samurai led his team forward, but he didn't encounter any monsters along the way. Pig God munched on snacks while observing his surroundings, with several monsters hiding behind him, waiting for the right moment to strike. Meanwhile, in a secret control room of the Monster Association, the Big Bright, I was observing the actions of the heroes through small eyeballs scattered everywhere, of course, excluding Fang and Saitama. This is because both of them were taking unconventional paths, one teleporting and the other breaking through the ground. So the Big Bright, I couldn't detect them at all. Good. Continue entering like this. The more battles you have, the more data I can collect. The next part is where the Real show begins. Let you heroes see the true strength of the Monster Association. As the Big Bright Eye's voice fell, movement began deep within the Monster Association. Powerful monsters started to mobilize, each possessing immense physical strength or bizarre superpowers, making them extremely difficult opponents. Flashing Flash was currently walking down a passage, but soon, monsters blocked his way. Hey, you must be the S-Class hero, Flashing Flash with super speed. A monster with sharp fangs, a three-headed monster, and a seven-eyed monster appeared before him. Finally, here you are. I've been waiting for a long time. prepare to die. Facing the death threat from Flashing Flash, the three monsters showed no concern and instead replied confidently, "You will die. We've been waiting for you here for a long time. Your entry through this path has long been exposed, and in such a narrow passage, your so-called super speed has no place to use, haha." Before the three monsters could finish laughing, three flashes instantly pierced through their skulls. The next moment, blood gushed out, and the three monsters fell to the ground. Flashing Flash landed on the ground without looking back, saying, "I have never boasted about my speed. That's something only side characters like you would do." To avoid losing content during the download, please come and experience the ad-free reading app Adu for free novels. It's just that people often say I can determine victory quickly. Moreover, who told you that I have no other means of attack besides speed? Clap, clap, clap. As Flashing Fleece's words fell, applause echoed in the dark corridor. A man with a knife and a seemingly delicate man appeared in the corridor, followed by the knife-wielding man performing a spin in the air, and flames erupted from the knife as he swung it, igniting all the lights in the corridor. What a beautiful killing speed, Flashing. Before the delicate man could finish speaking, Flashing Fleece instantly turned into a flash and charged at him. However, the delicate man reacted swiftly, sticking to the ceiling like a spider. "Not bad. This is worthy of being killed by us." The other man with the knife also said, "Is this your fastest speed, Flashing Fleece?" Flashing Fleece recognized the two in front of him. The knife-wielding man was the mastermind behind the Incident 44, and the delicate man was the mastermind of Incident 37. Both S-rank wanted criminals published by the Hero Association. Seeing this, Flashing Fleece wasted no time and instantly drew his sword to stab at the man with the knife. Ding, ding, ding. The sword light and knife light intertwined in the corridor, and the sound of metal clashing echoed. Flashing Fleece engaged in a fierce battle with the knife-wielding man, while the delicate man observed from the side, seemingly waiting for an opportunity. Flashing Fleece asked, "Was your initial target me?" The knife-wielding man chuckled. "Humph, we finally meet. You've kept me waiting impatiently." Wind blade kick. Flashing Fleece kicked forcefully at the knife-wielding man, but he dodged by bending down. After avoiding the attack, the knife-wielding man immediately counterattacked. Flame blade kick. Flashing Fleece jumped up to evade the attack, but he found that the delicate man had already been waiting for him on the ceiling and had covered the area in front of him with steel wires. Not good. Steel wires. When Flashing Fleece collided with the steel wires, he was startled, but it was too late. The delicate man yanked hard, and the steel wires instantly slashed towards Flashing Fleece like a net. Seeing this, Flashing Fleece immediately used his sword to cut all the incoming steel wires, then landed on the ground. What a pity, he almost got cut into pieces. However, we didn't expect that you would dare to attack the Monster Association's headquarters alone. You really have some guts. Thanks to that, it makes it easier for us to take action. While the two were talking, Flashing Fleece quickly scanned his surroundings and found that the walls were covered in steel wires. Therefore, he raised his sword and said, "Enough with the nonsense. Let us continue." The delicate man, seeing Flashing Fleece about to attack again, sneered, "Let me see how you get sliced into pieces by your own speed." In the next moment, Flashing Fleece rushed forward swiftly, using his sword to slice the surrounding walls into pieces, then attacked the two men in front of him. Both men were surprised by Flashing Fleece's actions. "I didn't expect that as humans, you would go so far as to ally with monsters to eliminate us." "Oomph. You don't need to worry about that, but this place is too narrow. Let us change locations to continue." As he spoke, the floor beneath the three suddenly split open, and they all fell down together. With their agile movements, they quickly landed on the rocks below. "This place is nice. Isn't it? We took this territory from the monsters by force. Here, you can fully demonstrate your true abilities. However, you will soon be defeated here by Gale Devon and me, Inferno Vrem." After introducing themselves, the two simultaneously launched an attack towards Flashing Fleece. Since both had demon-level strength, they were able to match Flashing Fleece for a time. Of course, Flashing Fleece was not using his full strength, as he still wanted to gather some information from the two. "Who are you working for?" "After taking care of the Monster Association, I want to personally say hello." "Our employer?" "Well, you're going to die here today anyway, so it doesn't hurt to tell you. Our employer is the king of human traffickers, Black Robe Fish. But what does it matter if you know? Do you have the ability to fight against the Legion organization?" Upon hearing this, Flashing Fleece denied, "It can't be him." Gale Devon asked in confusion, "Why?" Flashing Fleece confidently replied, "Because I already took care of him. He was too annoying, always sending people to kill me." Hearing Flashing Fleece's words, Gale Devon was somewhat surprised and continued, "That drug lord, Hellawood? I killed him too. Heart Collector Bligula? He's long dead. Invincible Mountain Bandit Captain. Gamma Alisher? There seems to be such a person. High-ranking members of the Assassination Alliance? They've been at the bottom of the sea for a long time. Next, every time Gale Devon mentioned an employer, Flashing Fleece claimed to have already taken care of them, leaving both Gale Devon and Inferno Vrem stunned. All right, the boring small talk should come to an end. Who exactly is behind you? Flashing Fleece asked. Gale Devon replied. What you just mentioned are names we want to deal with after taking care of you. Even if they are part of the underworld, they should be completely destroyed. But now it seems you saved us quite a bit of trouble. Thank you for that. Now please go die. After Gale Devon finished speaking, he and Inferno Vrem simultaneously attacked Flashing Fleece. The three engaged in a fierce clash once again. Facing the two's fierce attacks, Flashing Fleece responded with great ease. Not bad, but if you're going to fight me, don't hold back. It's better to release it quickly, that so-called monster transformation. Upon hearing Fleece's words, the two were taken aback and then said darkly, Oh, I didn't expect you to already know about this. Fleece said, The discomfort I felt when fighting that guy before, combined with your desire to change the battlefield, makes me certain that your monster transformation level is still quite shallow, so you're not used to your own strength, right? That is why you lured me to this more spacious area. While Fleece was expressing his insights, Gale Devon began to transform into a monster. Oh dear, are you saying that you deliberately came here to see what we look like when we transform into monsters? The transformed Fiery Flame said beside him. One annoying guy. He actually underestimates us so much. The Shining Flace replied confidently. No, this is not underestimating, but you are simply not my opponents. Next, I will let you two ignorant lowlifes know that even if you become monsters, you still cannot surpass me. The transformed Gale Devon and Fiery Flame laughed. You can't take back what you just said. Also, don't blink, or I fear you won't be able to see our speed at all. With that, the two instantly disappeared. In the next second, Fiery Flame drew his sword and slashed at the Shining Flace. Ding! The Shining Flace hurriedly raised his sword to block. But another Gale Devon attacked from the other side. Facing the pincer attack, the Shining Flace was not afraid. He twisted his body at an almost impossible angle, cleverly dodging Gale Devon's attack, while simultaneously swinging his sword, which intersected with Fiery Flame's blade, producing a crisp metallic clash. However, after completing their transformation, the two had already reached dragon-level strength. After another collision, the three retreated. Is my swordsmanship in monster form just luck? No, it doesn't seem like it. The Shining Flace launched another attack. Heavy Flash Slash. A yellow flash shot towards Fiery Flame, who raised his sword to block, only to find that his sword broke under the impact. I see. Your goal was to destroy my weapon. Fiery Flame instantly understood as he looked at the broken sword in his hand. The Shining Flace said, What a slow-reacting guy. Only realizing it now. Too late. Gale Devon, watching the two fight, thought to himself, as expected of someone called a genius like us, he actually surpasses us in technical precision. During the previous confrontation, he hadn't felt any disadvantage in speed or strength. However, against such a strong opponent, aside from us, the other monsters would probably have no way to deal with him. After pushing Fiery Flame back once more, the Shining Flace said, Gale Devon, Fiery Flame, do you still think your strength is above mine at this point? I can say I'm very familiar with your techniques because my training experience surpasses anyone else's. The more outstanding a person is, the more they will stick to fundamental movements. No matter how fast or powerful they are, as long as you know their movements, you can easily deal with them. Hearing Flace's words, Gale Devon and Fiery Flame did not panic. Instead, they revealed sly smiles. I see, I've got it. That's enough. Yes, enough, Gale Devon said. We have abandoned our human identities, given up the techniques and tools needed between ninjas. Now we will kill you as monsters. With overwhelming speed, we will eliminate you. Farewell, Shining Flace. In the next moment, the two jumped high into the air and then unleashed their strongest and fastest attacks towards the Shining Flace. Gale Devon succeeded with a knee strike that hit the Shining Flace, causing him to stagger back several meters. Since Fiery Flame's sword was broken, he could only rush forward to attack with his fists. Facing the two's assault, the Shining Flace did not appear flustered. He calmly analyzed the situation. Gale Devon and Fiery Flame, abandoning their human identities and attacking with monster strength and speed indeed brought him considerable pressure. But he, the Shining Flace, would not be easily defeated. At the moment when the two were about to launch another attack, Flace's figure flickered, dodging the two's assault with incredible speed, while his sword instantly swung out, drawing an elegant arc flash slash. A yellow flash streaked across the sky, and before Gale Devon and Fiery Flame could react, they were bisected. Returning to his normal form, Gale Devon said, "What a nuisance. If you had such a powerful technique, you should have used it earlier." The Shining Flace sheathed his sword and replied, "I was just looking for the opportunity to take you both out at once. Based on my judgment, if I let either of you escape, it would be very troublesome for me later. Besides, aside from me, the other S-Class heroes would likely struggle to keep up with your speed, so the best approach was to eliminate you both together." What an annoying guy. Shining Flace, what are we really lacking? Listening to the two's last words, the Shining Flace did not look back and said, "It must be insufficient training." After saying that, he turned and left the place, and shortly after he departed, the area collapsed with a roar. The bodies of Gale Devon and Fiery Flame were buried in the rubble. What location is this? Well, I should confirm my position. After checking the map given to him by Child Emperor, the Shining Flace found that it was actually missing. So he had no choice but to rely on his instincts to navigate. That ultra-high-speed movement from earlier must have been Mr. Flace, right? But why did he suddenly stop? Did the signal device malfunction? However, after the assault, no one else experienced this situation. What could be going on? Through the map and signals projected from his high-tech watch, Child Emperor noticed the signal from the Shining Flace suddenly vanished, which filled him with confusion and worry. But as a genius, he knew that the signal tracker he developed was stable and precise, and would not typically have a signal loss for no reason. Could it be that Mr. Flace encountered some mishap? Child Emperor speculated in his heart, but he quickly dismissed that thought. After all, the Shining Flace was an S-Class hero with great strength, so he shouldn't easily encounter danger. It might just be that the signal device temporarily malfunctioned, or Mr. Flace entered a signal-blocking area. Child Emperor tried to find a reasonable explanation for the signal disappearance. Since Fang had already rescued the hostages earlier, Child Emperor did not need to save them first as in the original story, but instead needed to fully understand the paths of the Monster Association, so that other heroes could fully exert their strength. Additionally, he had another task, to try and find the Drive Knight, who had come here alone to gather intelligence. According to Saijin Gal, the Drive Knight had collected a lot of information about the Monster Association before losing signal, but just as he was about to report, a violent attack struck him, and then he lost signal. However, before the Drive Knight went missing, he transmitted a voice, Monster King. So as long as they found the Drive Knight, they could learn many things about the Monster Association early on, just as Child Emperor was carefully observing his surroundings. A monster holding a kitchen knife suddenly appeared behind him. But this monster did not know that a small mechanical octopus was following closely behind him, already aiming at him. Just as the monster raised the kitchen knife to attack, a small mechanical octopus suddenly shot out a large amount of ammunition, instantly riddling the pig-like monster with bullet holes. After all, I am an S-Class hero. To think someone would try to sneak attack me with a kitchen knife is really underestimating me. The Child Emperor muttered this to himself before continuing to move forward. The pig-like monster fell to the ground, twitching a few times before becoming still, clearly having lost its life. To find the Drive Knight, the Child Emperor opened the radar in his backpack. Suddenly, a faint signal fluctuation caught his attention. He immediately stopped and carefully analyzed the signal. This is the signal of the Drive Knight? The Child Emperor's eyes lit up, and he quickly adjusted the tracker on his watch, moving rapidly in the direction of the signal's source. After advancing for a short while, the Child Emperor arrived at a laboratory. The signal grew stronger here, indicating that the Drive Knight was inside. After saying this, the Child Emperor walked in and saw the Drive Knight disassembled on a machine. It's astonishing. The durability testing of the Drive Knight has been repeatedly tested and can be considered extraordinary, although it was defeated by the Monster King. What kind of attack could damage it to this extent? First, let's check if there's a complete map of the Monster Association. The Child Emperor took out a data cable from his backpack and plugged it into the already cracked head of the Drive Knight. He then began to check all the data in the Drive Knight's brain via his laptop. This includes recordings of conversations from the Monster Association and the locations of hostages. He found detailed information and images of the maps of each floor. Before long, the Child Emperor had transmitted all the information to his computer. Although the configuration of these components was not perfect, it seemed that someone wanted to reassemble it, based on the undamaged positions of each part and the neat disassembly. There must be someone skilled in mechanics here. Damn it, the Drive Knight was developed to defeat monsters. If these monsters misuse it, that would be a problem. Seriously, I'd already found the information, yet they still refuse to cooperate. I really can't stand this guy. The Child Emperor scratched his head in frustration, then retracted his laptop and data cable and left the laboratory. However, on the way, the Child Emperor felt a bit puzzled. Strange. Why isn't there anyone guarding the laboratory where the drive knight is located? Logically, such a confidential matter should have two powerful monsters guarding it. But these monsters' thinking is really strange. I can't understand it all. After walking a bit further, suddenly the Child Emperor's early warning system detected a large number of monsters approaching him. Finally coming? I thought the Monster Association had forgotten about me. Saying this, the Child Emperor clicked a button on his backpack, and the next moment, dozens of mechanical arms extended out, each holding various weapons. The Child Emperor stared ahead as the monsters rushing toward him came in all shapes and sizes. Some were terrifying, while others resembled distorted humanoids. When those monsters saw that their opponent was just a child, they all started laughing. Haha, I thought the hero we had to stop was some powerful character. Turns out it's just a snot-nosed kid eating a lollipop. Hey kid, have you weaned yet? You dare to come to a place like this. You got some guts. He is also an S-class hero. I could take down 10 of him. So tender and delicate. He should taste good. After we finish him off, let us eat him. Facing these monsters' taunts, the Child Emperor's face darkened instantly, and he bit down hard on his lollipop. Normally, the Child Emperor hated being called a little kid the most. But today someone dared to say he hadn't weaned. His anger had reached its peak. After mocking the Child Emperor, the monsters rushed towards him all at once. The Child Emperor first threw out 3 objects resembling Pokeballs and shouted, "Come out. Loyal Dog Frenzy. 23, 24, 25. 3 mechanical dogs resembling corgis appeared before the Child Emperor. Then the Child Emperor continued, "Combine." The next moment, 2 of the dogs lay on the ground while the other lay on top of them, beginning to merge. Soon, the 3 dogs combined into a 3-headed mechanical dog. Mad Dog, Frenzied Cerberus, go. Teach these monsters a lesson. After giving the command, the Child Emperor charged into the crowd of monsters alongside the mechanical dog. Under the attacks of the mechanical dog and the Child Emperor, the group of monsters was quickly taken down. While defeating the monsters, the Child Emperor said, "This is the consequence of underestimating me." At this moment, the sounds of battle filled the various passages of the Monster Association. To investigate the Hero Association's offensive deployment, the monsters began to fight with the heroes. After several minutes, a monster entered the room where Big Eye was located. Lord Big Eye, the situation outside has been clarified. The sexy prisoner entered through entrance A, the super alloy blacklight entered through entrance B, and the tornado entered through entrance C. All these S-class heroes are acting alone, while other A-class and B-class heroes are acting in groups. What? These S-class heroes are really underestimating us. How dare they disperse their forces on our territory? Hee, this is good. We can easily defeat them. Let this place become their burial ground. Kill them all. Upon hearing the distribution of heroes, the cadre members were immediately enraged, shouting to eliminate all intruders. Is that all of them? Have you found any traces of King, Fang Xian, or that bald guy? Sitting in a high chair, Big Eye asked with his eyes closed. We haven't found any traces of King or Fang Xian, but regarding the bald guy, I reported earlier that super alloy blacklight went in through entrance B. No, the bald guy I'm talking about is not super alloy blacklight, but a guy who often wears a dirt-colored superhero uniform. We haven't found that person among these people. All right, I understand. After saying this, Big Eye opened his eyes and loudly declared, "Everyone, since the enemy has given us such an opportunity, we need not be polite. Based on the characteristics of their heroes, I will arrange everyone as opponents. Big Stomach, you go deal with the Pig God. Your abilities are similar, and I hope you won't disappoint us. Free Hugger, you go deal with the Sexy Prisoner. Try your best to lure him into attacking you. As for Crossbow S, since there are currently no traces of Fang Xian, you go take care of Sweetheart Mask." At this moment, Big Eye was still unaware that Crossbow S was a traitor. Crossbow S noted down Big Eye's arrangements and planned to send all the information to Fang Xian when he went out. After DragonBall arranged the ghost-level monsters, he turned to the cadres who had been summoned here and said, "All right, this time the cadres should also put in some effort. Black Sperm, you can split into multiple cells, which is just the nemesis of swordsmanship. So you go deal with the Atomic Samurai. The Wandering Emperor and Zombie Man have very troublesome abilities. His regeneration is very strong, so I hope to use your power to completely burn him to ashes." After a series of arrangements, he suddenly noticed that Pochi was missing among the cadres and asked, "Where's Pochi?" The previous monster said, "I don't know." After he defeated the Hungry Wolf, he disappeared. DragonBall said, "Forget it, don't worry about him. He must have gone to fight already. I wonder which unlucky guy will run into Pochi. It seems that many heroes will die under Pochi's attacks for a long time." He then told the heroes he had just arranged, "You all set off now, and I wish you a victorious return." After watching Black Sperm and the others leave, Dajianjian looked up at the great serpent behind him and said, I really hope your majesty doesn't have to intervene. However, this is basically impossible because that man will definitely come. Great serpent, Fang Xian, Dajianjian said solemnly, yes, it's him. He will be our greatest enemy. Great serpent, don't worry. I will kill him. Sigh. Dajianjian shook his head. The great serpent looked at Dajianjian expressionlessly. What are you sighing about? Boom. In the pitch-black passage, the sound of an explosion rang out, and the originally flat passage had become pockmarked, with smoke rising everywhere and several figures flickering in and out of view. Damn it, is this dog a mangy dog? Why is it always chasing us? Fubuki frowned, using her telekinetic power to instantly disperse the surrounding dust. Everyone, don't be dazed. Take advantage of its attack pause. I'll lure it from the front. Fubuki, you assist me. Bongu and Bongpu, you two wait for an opportunity to attack from the side. Looking at its appearance, it seems to have gone through a fierce battle earlier and still has injuries on it, which is our advantage. The one commanding everyone was Genos, and the reason he appeared here was that he couldn't wait at home for Fang Xian and the other two. Additionally, he was eager to know his current strength after changing the chip, so he came here. Unfortunately, just after Fubuki and the others entered, King suddenly got separated from them. After walking a short distance, they encountered Pochi, who had been knocked out by Fang Xian. The group initially planned to quietly pass by, but unexpectedly Pochi suddenly woke up and attacked them. Fubuki felt a bit nervous looking at the gigantic Pochi in front of her. If such a monster were to roam in the city, it would definitely be a nightmarish existence, at least at the level of a dragon. Bro, let's go. Bongu called out to his brother. Okay. Then, the two shot out from the left and right, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to Pochi. Genos instantly entered G4 mode, and then concentrated a powerful energy in his hands. Super high-power spiral incineration cannon. Genos extended his palm, and the hole in his palm exploded with dazzling light, shooting out a scorching beam. Roar! Seeing this, Pochi also opened his mouth wide and instantly shot out a scorching bomb to collide with Genos. Since Genos had replaced his chip with a new one, he did not experience the overload situation he had before, even when launching such a strong attack. However, although he had a powerful new chip, without a new powerful weapon, the weapon's power had not increased. After a moment of collision, he was quickly suppressed by Pochi's scorching bomb, which flew swiftly toward Genos. Not good. Genos felt something was wrong and wanted to dodge, but realized it was too late. Hellstorm. Fubuki crossed her hands over her chest, and the next moment, a super strong whirlwind erupted, rushing towards Pochi's scorching bomb. Boom! The two forces collided, producing a sound explosion, and the fierce wind rolled back, cutting like a knife across everyone's faces. Huff, 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 such strong energy. Fubuki retreated a few steps to barely stabilize her body. She looked at Genos and said, Senior brother, you owe me a favor. Senior brother, although I defended this time, it was very difficult. If it comes again next time, I probably won't be able to defend. Genos glanced at Fubuki. Just now, he had nearly used all his strength to counter most of Pochi's scorching bomb's power. But even so, Fubuki still found it very difficult, which shows that if it were during her peak, she would probably be unable to withstand it all. While the two were having a brief conversation, Bongu and Bongpu also seized the opportunity to strike simultaneously. Flowing water, shattered rock fist. Flowing water, iron cutting fist. Combined secret technique, dragon killing fist. With their loud shouts, the nearby air began to tremble, and the sharp sound of wind broke through the passage as the fierce fist winds lifted layers of stones. Their fists emitted a faint glow as they smashed down towards Pochi. Boom! The power of this strike from the two was clearly much stronger than the previous exploding air split fist. Wow, so powerful. Fubuki stared in shock at the scene before her, not expecting that martial arts cultivated to the peak would have such power. Their attack this time was even stronger than when they dealt with the Centipede Elder. Genos was also a bit shocked as he spoke. Then Bongu and Bongpu's figures returned to the ground. Fubuki excitedly asked, "Do we take it down?" As the dust around them gradually dispersed, revealing the center of the attack. The next moment their eyes all widened collectively because Pochi was still standing there, seemingly not suffering much damage. This meant that the seemingly super powerful moves from Bongu and Bongpu had not had much effect on Pochi at all. I've been unlucky lately. Why am I encountering such freakish beings? Bongu and Bongpu looked at the scene before them. Their faces fell as they had worked hard to team up, only to find that the opponent was so unyielding. The last time with the Centipede Elder was understandable, as he had escaped in an explosion, and their attacks had some effect. If it weren't for the Centipede Elder suddenly shedding its skin and becoming stronger, the final result would have been uncertain. But this time, after Pochi endured their attack, it seemed completely unharmed, which really bruised their egos. Roar. Faced with the attacks from a group, Pochi was also enraged, roaring as it once again gathered a scorching bomb in its mouth, and this time the scorching bomb was even more powerful. Everyone be careful. Genos also sensed the terrifying energy contained in Pochi's attack through calculations. Dead dog, why are you following us? Do you want to take a beating? Sit down. Still focusing on the condensed heat bullet, Boki, upon hearing this familiar voice, recalled the terrifying human who had recently beaten him up. Woof woof. Then, to the astonishment of Fubuki and the others, Boki, who had just been imposing, instantly sat on the ground and stuck out his tongue at them, behaving just like an ordinary pet dog. Teacher, Fang Xian. Upon hearing this familiar voice, Fubuki and the others looked up. They saw Fang Xian descending from the sky. Teacher Fang Xian, what are you doing here? Genos glanced at Fang Xian and then at the obediently sitting Boki, suddenly understanding. I see. It must be that Teacher Fang Xian anticipated we would come here, so you arrived early to defeat this monster. Seeing Genos' expression of certainty, Fang Xian was completely confused. He had sensed Fubuki's presence here and that a fierce battle seemed to be taking place, so he rushed over, thinking there might be some danger. However, Bang and Pomp looked at Fang Xian in shock. The Boki that had just been unscathed against their full power attacks was now subdued by Fang Xian with just a word. It was clear that the injuries on this huge monster were caused by Fang Xian. By the way, why are you all here? Fang Xian asked, puzzled. Fubuki explained why they had come here. After hearing this, Fang Xian said, I see, but why didn't you follow the main force? Tornado and the others have already arrived here, Bang replied. That's because the association felt that during my last encounter with the wolf, I deliberately held back due to our master-disciple relationship, so this time they didn't include me in the operation. Huh? Didn't you say that a giant bug suddenly appeared to block you, and then a big bird showed up and rescued the wolf? Didn't you tell them about this? Fang Xian said, puzzled. Bang shook his head and said, I was in charge of the wolf incident, since the operation failed and we didn't capture the wolf. I must take full responsibility. Genos then asked, by the way, Teacher Fang Xian, do you know where Saitama is? Saitama? The last time I sent a kid to his house, this guy was lying on the floor reading comics. So why isn't he here? When Fubuki and I entered Saitama's house, we didn't find either Saitama or that kid. Wait a minute, let me sense it. Saying this, Fang Xian placed his finger on his forehead and began to search for Saitama's presence. Don't worry, Saitama is also here, and it seems King is nearby too, but they're quite far from us. Let's not worry about him. With this guy's strength, no one can harm him. Upon hearing that Saitama was also here and had somehow met up with King, the others nodded in agreement. Speaking of which, after King got separated from the others, he started wandering around. During this time, he encountered a few monsters. But by relying on his King engine, which was actually just the sound of his heartbeat due to excessive nervousness, he scared those cowardly monsters away. After walking for a while, he bumped into Saitama, who was looking for the wolf. The two then walked together, and of course, this time King would not get separated again, as this leg was a solid one. If he got lost again, it would be a problem for him to get out of here. Saitama looked at King closely following him and said, Hey King, since you're so scared, why did you come here? King apologetically replied, Sorry, Saitama, I still can't reveal my true strength to everyone. Saitama didn't mind, and they continued walking. Bang, 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 including this one. How many monsters have there been? This child emperor said that to disperse the enemy's numbers, he would arrange such a surprise deployment. But with so many fast monsters, it doesn't seem to matter much. Zombie Man, after taking down a monster with his gun, picked up an axe that had fallen on the ground and broke open the iron door in front of him. Bang! Upon hearing the noise behind the iron door, the monsters quickly ran over. Just as Zombie Man stepped out, he saw a monster had already arrived, so he threw a bucket of gasoline. Hey, this is a welcome gift for you. After saying this, he drew his gun, quickly chamber round, and shot the gasoline barrel. Boom! The explosion sounded, and the approaching monster was instantly engulfed by flames. Suddenly, a tentacled monster burst through the wall and pierced through Zombie Man. Are you the S-Class hero, Zombie Man? D. Although his body was pierced by the tentacles, Zombie Man's actions were not hindered. He raised his gun and took down the monster. After pulling out all the tentacles that had pierced his body, Zombie Man also complained. Hey, aren't there too many monsters I'm responsible for? My specialty is reconnaissance and espionage, as well as investigating contaminated areas. I'm not good at fighting. Seriously, the Child Emperor should have paired me with a combat expert hero. Just as Zombie Man was complaining, several monsters emerged behind him and charged at him wildly. He is bleeding. He must be seriously injured. Let's all attack and give this guy a quick end. Looking at the monsters charging at him, Zombie Man raised his gun and axe again. Come on. In the next moment, all those monsters were eliminated. Cough, cough. Why are there so many monsters? I'm so tired I feel like my bones are going to break. Before long, Zombie Man arrived at a secret room filled with many monsters. Damn, how are there so many again? It seems after this operation ends, I need to take a super long vacation. Leading them was a goat-like monster who looked at Zombie Man and said, with an extraordinary vitality that humans cannot possess, you really do resemble a zombie. We think you are quite good. Perhaps we can kill that guy. Don't worry, we won't make a move. Your opponent is watching you behind that door. P.S. Hearing that these monsters did not intend to attack him, Zombie Man was slightly taken aback and then said, That's fine, it saves me a lot of trouble. Zombie Man put away his gun and approached the large door behind the monsters. No matter what kind of weird creatures, it wouldn't be anything good anyway. After saying this, he pushed open the door and walked in. Inside the large room, there was only a bat-like creature hanging from the ceiling. Oh, you finally came? I've been waiting impatiently to drain the blood of a hero. The bat-like monster fell from the ceiling, spreading its huge black wings and revealing a sinister smile. At this moment, the strange people outside all rushed in and closed the door behind them. The Zombie Man watched this scene, thinking that these guys were going to team up against him, but to his surprise, these weirdos were just there to watch a show and had no intention of intervening. Come on, fight it out. Go for it, little hero. Don't end it too soon. Let us enjoy the show. Don't worry, we'll take care of your corpse. Take down that bat. Although the voices around were somewhat noisy, the Zombie Man could still tell that these strange people seemed to be cheering him on. He looked at the bat-like creature in front of him with some confusion. Hey, it seems like they all want you dead. Did you have a fight with them? The vampire, a ghost-level monster, smiled in response. That's because these guys are very jealous of me. These incompetent fools always think they can bridge the gap between us with little tricks, but they fail every time. A creature resembling a pufferfish said, On one side, we have an S-class hero with extremely high combat power from the Hero Association, and on the other side, a vampire who treats monsters as food in the Monster Association. No matter who wins or loses, it's good for us. That's right, the fight between those with strength, regardless of who survives, won't be a healthy person. Then we will strike together and tear the remaining one to pieces. So you two, hurry up and start fighting. Start quickly, I can't wait. The vampire said to the Zombie Man, Don't mind these noisy incompetents. I'll take them out one by one later. By the way, is your rank S? What kind of hero are you? I don't know much about worldly matters, so tell me your name. Hero. The Zombie Man said, Sorry, I forgot to introduce myself. I am. Before the Zombie Man could finish his sentence, the vampire quickly appeared behind him, opened his mouth to reveal sharp fangs, and then bit down hard on the Zombie Man's neck, instantly drawing blood. But after the vampire took a sip, he quickly retreated and began to spit out the blood he had just sucked. Seeing that the battle had started, the surrounding monsters couldn't help but start commentating. The vampire suddenly launched an attack. It seems the vampire has seized the initiative. What a disappointment. I didn't expect this battle to end so quickly. But why does the vampire look so pale? Ugh, what kind of blood is this? This is the first time I've tasted such awful blood. It's impossible to swallow. Just as the vampire was complaining, the Zombie Man also fell to the ground and became motionless. Is it really over so soon? Little hero? Hey, get up quickly, expend a bit more of this guy's stamina. The surrounding monsters urged the fallen Zombie Man suddenly. The Zombie Man raised his feet and stood up in a carp leap, blood still dripping from his neck, but soon healed. Seeing this, the vampire said, You stood up with your last bit of strength, huh? Unfortunately, unyielding justice will not be rewarded. Given that you're about to die, I'll tell you one thing. I, the vampire, am the only true monster in the Monster Association. I have inherited the blood of my ancestors with extraordinary abilities. And after just a brief exchange, you must have noticed the difference between me and other monsters, right? After getting up, the Zombie Man immediately drew out 2 guns, quickly reloaded them, and aimed at the vampire, saying, Die. Bang, bang. 2 bullets shot quickly towards the vampire, facing the bullets coming at him. The vampire flicked them back with his hand. Here you go. The next moment, the 2 bullets instantly pierced through the Zombie Man's eyes, and he fell to the ground. The vampire, seeing that he had knocked down the Zombie Man once again, cheered. This is what is called an overwhelming victory. Now you can applaud and cheer for my victory." The vampire spoke passionately, but the surrounding monsters had no reaction. Then, the fallen zombie man stood up once more, with a bullet hole still visible in his head. The vampire was surprised. "Huh, you can still stand up like this? That's a bit strange. I clearly sent the bullet back and penetrated your brain, and even the carotid artery I bit through earlier has healed completely? Wait a minute. I think I heard that there is an immortal hero in the Hero Association. Oh, I understand now. This guy is a monster imitation." While the vampire was speaking, the hole in the zombie man's head from the bullet had already healed. "Shut up." The zombie man shouted angrily and pulled out 2 swords from behind him. The vampire laughed. "Although you are a monster imitation, your regeneration ability is indeed something to be proud of." After saying that, he extended his sharp claws and lunged at the zombie man, clang. The attack landed directly on the 2 swords. The zombie man swung his dual swords horizontally. However, the vampire was very agile, instantly appearing on the edge of the zombie man's sword, then kicked out fiercely. In an instant, the zombie man's neck was snapped, yet he still managed to pull out his gun and fired bullets at the vampire. The vampire, feeling pleased, did not dodge the bullets. A bloated monster saw the vampire hit by the zombie man and laughed. "Haha, he hit. This is the zombie man's first hit. It seems he's starting to fight back." Hearing this, the vampire became unhappy, grabbed the bloated monster's head, and brutally tore it in half, blood splattering everywhere. The vampire then raised his head, enjoying the shower of blood, and soon the wound hit by the zombie man's bullets healed back to normal. The vampire laughed proudly. "Don't think you're the only one with recovery abilities." The zombie man had also recovered and retorted, "TCH, what is there to be proud of for an inferior race that can't do anything without relying on props? Don't be so arrogant." Angered by the zombie man, the vampire launched another attack. He transformed into countless bats and began to suck blood from the zombie man and the nearby monsters. In no time, several monsters around were drained into shriveled corpses. The remaining monsters shouted, "Get away from the vampire. This guy has started indiscriminate sucking." After finishing the blood, the vampire thought to himself, "There's so many blood bags here. This is very beneficial for me. What about over there? It seems to look less like a zombie now." A bat landed on the zombie man and was about to suck blood, but it was absorbed into the rapidly healing skin. The zombie man's gaze became unusually serious as he raised his dual swords towards the vampire and said, "Hey, vampire, get ready for mutual harm." The two then began a back-and-forth battle, and after 30 minutes, the vampire was left with only half a face. The vampire, filled with existential doubt, said, "No, it's impossible. I've killed you many times already. You should have died a long time ago." The zombie man, covered in blood, replied, "Yeah, you've almost won hundreds of times. It's finally my turn to win a match." After saying this, the zombie man walked towards the door, while the vampire completely ceased to breathe. The vampire was actually dead. The match was won by the zombie. The zombie man, carrying his weapons, approached the door and said, "It's been a long time since I fought such a powerful monster. I'm exhausted." The other monsters, seeing the zombie man wanting to leave, exclaimed, "Hey, where do you think you're going? Sorry, but you don't have time to rest because you have to fight all of us next." Upon hearing this, the zombie man turned his head and said, "There are probably about 30 of you. I can't just let you escape like this. In that case, I guess I'll work overtime." After saying that, he picked up his axe and sword and walked towards the group of monsters. Those monsters, seeing how exhausted the zombie man was yet still so confident, rushed towards him. A few minutes later, the door to the secret room opened, and the zombie man stumbled out, covered in blood, with not a single part of him intact. As he stepped out, his left arm broke. "Damn, with such heavy injuries. It will take several minutes to heal," he muttered. "Sigh, I'll have a smoke first." Then the zombie man squatted down, lit a cigarette, and started smoking. During this time, 2 monsters approached him, and the somewhat recovered zombie man had to extinguish his cigarette and eliminate the 2 monsters before putting on his gear and moving forward. Meanwhile, the pig god, snacking, encountered the monster known as the Big Gullet, sent by the Big Eye to deal with him. The Big Gullet looked at the pig god and said, "You kept me waiting, pig god. Now I can finally have a good meal. You self-righteous heroes are just food to me." The pig god calmly watched the Big Gullet while eating his snacks. The Big Gullet continued, "I'm a monster that devours everything, the Big Gullet. I'm going to swallow you, you fatso." After saying this, the Big Gullet opened its massive mouth to swallow the pig god. However, what it didn't expect was that the pig god's mouth was even bigger, and he bit down on it in one go. Then he began to swallow. The other monsters that arrived later were terrified and fled upon witnessing this scene. "Help! There's a guy here scarier than the monsters." Meanwhile, in the secret room where the Big Eye was, sensing the commotion from the battle, The big eye said, "That's quite a noise. Are you worried? That could be the sound of our monster executives being taken down." A lowly voice interrupted, and Tornado flew in, looking at the big eye in the seat, and asked, "Are you the boss here?" "Oh, I'm so glad you came to find me. Welcome to my base, the genius with supernatural abilities, the battle genius Tornado." The big eye chuckled. "You're the only one who makes me feel it's necessary to come out myself." Saying this, the big eye stood up from his chair. "My name is Big Eye. I am an advisor of the Monster Association. I will become the creator of a new world centered around monsters." The big eye introduced himself simply to Tornado. Tornado replied nonchalantly, "So what? You're the boss here, right?" Ignoring Tornado, the big eye coldly sneered, "Die." The next moment, the big eye used telekinesis to control countless stones, rapidly forming a sphere towards Tornado. The big eye continuously increased his telekinetic force, trying to trap Tornado in the stone sphere. But the next second, an extremely strong force erupted, instantly breaking through the stone sphere. Tornado floated in the air, looking down at the big eye with a disdainful gaze. "Is that all you've got?" With a flick of her finger, the shattered stones around her turned into flashes of light and shot towards the big eye, shattering his protective shield. As expected of the second-ranked S-Class battle. Indeed impressive. "This isn't good for me. All right, since that's the case, I won't hide anymore. Let's fight in my true combat form." As she said this, countless eyes suddenly grew all over the big eye's body. Tornado, you're the first person to force me to use high-level supernatural abilities. Enjoy this. Gravity Super Shockwave. Under this 300-fold gravity, get crushed into pieces. Feeling the sudden pressure on her body, Tornado casually rubbed her right shoulder. As expected of a high-level supernatural user. "Hey, could you help me press my right shoulder? I've been playing games too much lately. It's a bit stiff." Seeing Tornado so relaxed, the big eye was instantly enraged. He exerted all the eyes on his body, increasing his supernatural power against Tornado. Tornado's expression grew serious, and she unleashed her powerful telekinesis, instantly tearing the big eye to shreds. The big eye's bloated body immediately spilled countless amounts of blood. This woman, I realize now that she is a supernatural being far beyond my capabilities. Her sister is no comparison to her. The consequences of this misunderstanding are too great. Covered in blood after being torn apart by Tornado, the big eye said, "I already know you're strong. I'm beyond saving now, but before I die, I still want to say that there's no need to kill people in such a cruel manner, right? Isn't your personality a bit too cold-blooded?" Tornado scoffed, raised her hand, and continued to exert her telekinesis, saying, "You think I'm a child who can't see that you're just a pile of meat that doesn't feel pain? Watch how I pull out your true form." As she spoke, Tornado's hand continued to tighten. The big eye, feeling the pressure, thought, "I still underestimated this woman. I challenged her too early. Now, there's only one way left." Then the big eye shouted, "Lord Orochi, come save me. Kill this woman." Hearing the big eye's plea for help, Tornado paused her supernatural abilities and said, "Orochi? Oh, I remember someone mentioning that there's such a guy." The big eye replied, "I'm in command here, but the real boss is Lord Orochi. His strength is unfathomable. He's a true monster. Even I don't know how strong he is. Tornado, you're finished." After a long while, there was no movement around. Tornado placed her hands on her hips and said, "Tsh, no movement at all?" The big eye, filled with confusion, said, "What's going on? Why hasn't Lord Orochi come? It's so strange. I clearly brainwashed him. He should absolutely follow my orders, but why hasn't he appeared?" Tornado coldly laughed. "Could it be that the Orochi you mentioned is too busy to save you? By the way, he might be fighting with other heroes, after all. The other S-Class heroes are not as good as me, but they're still quite strong for guys like you." After saying that, Tornado intended to continue using her superpowers against Big Eye. Seeing this, Big Eye hurriedly said, Wait a minute. Why don't we sit down and have a calm conversation?" At the same time, Big Eye was also shouting in his heart, "Is there a stronger enemy that needs to be prioritized over my crisis? Orochi, where the hell have you died? The opponent I'm facing is Tornado. Come quickly. This girl doesn't look like a good person at all." Speaking of which, after hearing Big Eye's call for help, Orochi immediately rushed up from the depths of the Monster Association, but he encountered Fang and others along the way. Upon sensing the powerful aura emanating from Fang, he temporarily changed his path. Fubuki looked at the huge monster in front of her and said in shock, What kind of monster is this?" Genos quickly used his scanning eye to scan Orochi. This monster's data is not low at all, far surpassing mine. At this moment, Bang and Bomb had already taken their stances, ready to use their combined techniques. Fang Xian, on the other hand, looked calmly at the long worm in front of him. Orochi opened his mouth wide and said, "Although I don't know why you suddenly appeared here, I have missed you for a long time. Why hasn't that bald guy come?" Hearing the monster's words, Fang Xian pointed to himself and said, "Huh? You know me and Saitama? Have we met? Why don't I have any impression?" Orochi smiled. I have been paying attention to you for a long time. Little Black, take Fubuki and the others away from here first." Upon hearing Fang Xian's words, Pochi hurriedly carried Fubuki and the others on his back and quickly ran away. Orochi, seeing this, curiously asked, "Hey, what did you do to Pochi? Why does he listen to you so well?" Fang Xian replied, "It's nothing, it's just that this guy caused an earthquake which cut off my internet. So I beat him up, and then he became like this. This traitor, once I take care of you, I'll deal with him." After saying that, Orochi immediately used the antennae on his head to launch rapid and precise piercing attacks at Fang Xian. Of course, such childish attacks were nothing to Fang Xian. He quickly dodged and avoided all the attacks. Seeing that his attacks had no effect on Fang Xian, Orochi opened his mouth wide and unleashed a super high-temperature breath. Fang Xian immediately gathered a wave of energy in his hand to counter the super high-temperature breath. "Hey, if you keep being indiscriminate, I might just have to make a move." Through Big Eye's investigation, it was discovered that the ones who took down the hero and centipede elder were this guy. Most of the monsters that have been causing a stir in this ruined city were also taken down by this man. Haha, I haven't been this excited in a long time. It seems this is a peak battle. Orochi stared at Fang Xian for a while before transforming from monster into his final form. "I am very interested in you. A mere human can surpass a biological limit without relying on any technology or mutation methods. I look forward to seeing how far you can fight against me. I wonder if you can awaken my already blurry self and emotions. As the ultimate life form, I will become humanity's strongest nemesis, the Monster King." Seeing that this guy in front of him still wanted to keep talking, Fang Xian quickly raised his hand to interrupt. Stop. I have no interest in you at all. I'm tired of this self-introduction. What king, what overlord, what weapon, what ultimate evolution, what sealed guy. So far, I've fought many guys like you, and, without exception, none of them were my match, and every time I fought with them, I didn't even use 1/10,000th of my strength before they were done for. As for what you call an ultimate life form, is there any difference? I guess I will solve you soon too." Fang Xian said calmly. Orochi was left stunned in place. "If you want to fight, then let us fight. But I'll say it up front. I want to show mercy, so you better think carefully about the consequences." After Fang Xian finished speaking, Orochi said nothing and directly launched an attack. He swung a punch at Fang Xian. Then his arm transformed into several giant pythons, attacking Fang Xian. Fang Xian, seeing this, didn't care at all. He gathered energy to eliminate all the snake heads. Orochi, feeling pain, quickly withdrew his right hand and then transformed his other hand into several giant pythons. However, this time he did not directly launch an attack. Several giant pythons opened their mouths and sprayed out super high-temperature breath towards Fang Xian. Wherever that energy shot, everything would be melted away. The energy soared into the sky, continuously penetrating the thick soil layers underground, quickly breaking through the surface and shooting into the sky. Due to the excessive dispersion of energy, many heroes were affected. Atomic Samurai hurriedly swung his sword, slicing the incoming super high energy into countless particles. Bang and Bomb stood on Pochi's back, continuously using their respective ultimate techniques to blow away the energy chasing from behind. Tornado also felt this energy and quickly used her superpowers to form a protective shield to protect herself and Big Eye next to her. As for why she wanted to protect Big Eye, it was because she wanted to see the Orochi that this guy mentioned. The landmark of City Z, the originally flat ground, suddenly bulged up in a large part at the city center. The surrounding city also experienced incidents due to this energy. An underground high-speed train was halfway through when it suddenly found a massive fault ahead, and the driver hurriedly stopped the train. The conductor looked at the situation ahead, shocked, and said, What is going on? What is that thing?" Suddenly, a figure quickly lunged down from above, startling the conductor. "So annoying. I almost burned my clothes." Fang Xian, wrapped in a layer of protective shield made of white energy, said. Soon, he returned to Orochi's front, then conjured an energy sword in his hand. He swung forward, instantly slicing off all the snake heads on Orochi's left hand. "Next are your two arms." After saying that, Fang Xian swung his hand once more, and Orochi's two arms were also chopped off. Feeling the pain, Orochi immediately gathered powerful energy at his chest. The next moment, his chest opened up like Boros did when he opened his third eye, revealing a huge mouth, then unleashed a super powerful energy wave. Gaia Cannon. Watching the energy wave coming towards him, Fang also dissipated the energy sword and smiled. Interesting, let me see how powerful this move of yours is. After saying that, he positioned his hands in a flower bud shape, and as he shouted the words Turtle School Energy Wave, he pushed his hands forward, unleashing a super strong blue energy wave from his hands. The blue energy collided with Orochi's Gaia Cannon, and within 2 seconds, it crushed it, rushing straight toward Orochi's body. Boom! A loud explosion echoed as the shockwave rushed through the surrounding passageways. The group that had just withstood the giant snake's attack now had to brace themselves against the powerful air wave generated by Fang Xian's technique. As the smoke from the explosion cleared, the giant snake was left with only half a head, its remaining body completely shattered by Fang Xian. The giant snake, with just half a head, looked at Fang Xian in confusion and asked, "What was that attack just now?" Fang Xian replied, "It's nothing, just a simple Kamehameha." Hearing Fang Xian's response, the giant snake's remaining half-head began to fall into the dark abyss below. In that moment, it finally understood what fear was. Meanwhile, the heavily injured Jiongyan, who was being relentlessly tormented by Tornado, managed to locate the giant snake through the small eyes scattered across the monster association. But he found only the giant snake with half a head. What? What is going on? How could the invincible giant snake be dead? What the hell happened? It shouldn't have gone far if I can find that person and analyze their abilities to target them. That person is him. After flying a short distance, the small eye spotted Fang Xian, who had not gone far and was stunned. Wasn't it said that this guy wasn't found this time? Why is he here now? It seems that His Majesty the giant snake was killed by him. Fang Xian also noticed the floating eye of De Jiongyan and then blasted it into pieces with a powerful attack. Damn, why is the strongest warrior suddenly here? De Jiongyan lay on the ground, muttering. Hearing De Jiongyan's words, Tornado said, Fang Xian clearly said he wouldn't come, but he still showed up in the end. Is he worried about me? Fang Xian replied, You're overthinking it. De Jiongyan, with a face full of existential doubt, said, How is this possible? The Monster King, the giant snake that I worked so hard to create, how could it be defeated so easily by that guy? Just as De Jiongyan was pondering, Tornado used her powers to control him in midair and laughed, You still have the energy to worry about others. Seeing Tornado once again enveloped in a green glow and using her powers to drag him back into the air, he quickly begged for mercy. I give up. I give up. Please spare me. I was wrong. Tornado ignored De Jiongyan and pointed with one hand, saying, If you want to apologize, it should be the person who did it. Come out. With that, a powerful psychic force began to crush De Jiongyan's body. Realizing that Tornado was not going to let him go, De Jiongyan decided to fight to the death, exerting all his remaining psychic energy to control the eyes scattered on the ground. If that's the case, then even if I die, I'm taking you down with me. One by one, the eyes shot lasers at Tornado. Boom! The attack was incredibly close. Seeing that the attack successfully hit Tornado, De Jiongyan laughed maniacally. Haha, this time it's a direct hit. You absolutely cannot. Before he could finish, Tornado's figure appeared and scathed after that wave of attacks. Who told you to use your powers so politely? Watch closely. This is how you use psychic powers. In the next moment, Tornado increased her strength, and a figure was squeezed out of De Jiongyan's body by her psychic force. What were those two attacks just now? The Atomic Samurai, who had been blocking the giant snake's ultra-high temperature breath and the airflow from Fang Xian's energy wave with his sword, looked astonished. Who are you? After recovering from his shock, the Atomic Samurai suddenly sensed a powerful force approaching him from behind. You're the Atomic Samurai, right? A figure dressed in all black, with a white face, a lewd appearance, and an antenna on its head, sneered at the Atomic Samurai. This was one of the cadres of the Monster Association, a disaster-level dragon-class monster known as Black Sperm. The Atomic Samurai didn't waste any words and drew his katana, slashing a wave of energy towards Black Sperm. Black Sperm deftly dodged it. The Atomic Samurai smiled and said, Oh, pretty agile, huh? Swinging a sword at me. Is that a provocation? The hardcore and humane hero, the Atomic Samurai, is here. Here? What a joke. Whatever, you may not look like much, but you're still an S-class hero. After being bored for so long, it's time for me to have some fun. Black Sperm looked at the Atomic Samurai with disdain. The Atomic Samurai said, Oh really? You'll find out how powerful I am soon. Suddenly, Black Sperm's small body sprouted a massive black fist. However, This scene posed no threat in the eyes of the atomic samurai. Noticing Black Sperm's expression, he said, "Are you underestimating me?" The atomic samurai, chewing on a blade of grass, replied, "Yeah, to be honest, I think taking you down is a piece of cake." With that, a sharp beam of light flashed, and Black Sperm's massive fist was instantly severed and fell to the ground. I've seen this kind of scene many times before. I've killed dozens of guys like you who can transform and grow large. I already know what to do. The atomic samurai said without turning back, suddenly sensing a massive killing intent surrounding him from behind. He saw that the half-arm he had just severed had transformed into a gigantic, muscle-bound black sperm. The atomic samurai said, "So you're the type that can split? Interesting, but just a minor hassle." "Minor hassle? Are you an idiot?" Black Sperm angrily retorted, somewhat stunned by the atomic samurai's words. Suddenly, another face sprouted from his back, saying, "Do you still think you can win?" Black Sperm replied, "Of course. I'm a super monster formed by countless versions of myself. No matter how this guy slices, cuts, or beats me, I won't die. On the contrary, my numbers will only increase, not decrease." Crack! Before Black Sperm could finish his sentence, the atomic samurai slash was unleashed once more. "The fool is you. As long as I use countless slashes to destroy countless versions of you, won't I win?" The atomic samurai smiled confidently. Black Sperm, of course, was unconvinced and said, "Is that so? Then come try it. I guarantee you'll end up crying. Come on." The atomic samurai quickly swung his sword and unleashed countless slashes towards Black Sperm. In an instant, he sliced Black Sperm into countless small segments. But the next moment, these countless segments of Black Sperm instantly transformed back into numerous identical versions. Seeing this, the atomic samurai refused to believe in bad luck. He didn't believe there was anyone he couldn't defeat, so he continued to swing his sword. However, no matter how he struck, the number of Black Sperms only increased, showing no signs of diminishing. Realizing this, the atomic samurai decided to stop holding back and unleashed his ultimate move, Atomic Slash. After a quick and decisive attack, the Black Sperm was sliced into many smaller pieces. However, even so, the Black Sperm quickly returned to its original form, and its numbers became even more terrifying. The main body of the Black Sperm coldly looked at the atomic samurai and said, "You're finished, Atomic Samurai. Next, I'll let you know the consequences of underestimating me." As it spoke, countless Black Sperm began to launch attacks towards the atomic samurai. Bang! A Black Sperm was the first to hit the atomic samurai, causing him to stumble back several meters. Feeling this force, the atomic samurai was somewhat surprised and said, "This weird creature, even after splitting into so many pieces, has such strong power. I misjudged its strength. This is bad. At this rate, Boom! Dozens of Black Sperm launched another attack, instantly leaving the atomic samurai bloodied and flung backward. "I told you, you're not my opponent at all. Just give up. My attributes just happen to counter your slashes. So no matter how skilled your swordsmanship is, you are absolutely no match for me. Haha, that big eye guy still has some brains." Countless Black Sperm said to the atomic samurai. The atomic samurai spat out a mouthful of blood, then struck the ground hard with his sword, launching himself into the air and quickly swinging his blade. Since slashing won't work, then I'll bury you." The ceiling was sliced into countless pieces by the atomic samurai, crashing down towards the Black Sperm. Boom, boom, boom. Hearing the distant sounds of battle, Zombie Man thought to himself, "It seems the assault of the other heroes is not going smoothly either. I wonder how they are doing?" Listening to the faint sounds of battle, Zombie Man was also worried about the safety of the other heroes. "Oh, you care so much about the lives of the other heroes. I advise you not to think too much about it. You should consider how to survive first." A cold and arrogant voice rang in his ear, sending chills down his spine. Zombie Man suddenly turned around, looking at the human right in front of him, his pupils contracting. "When did you?" The newcomer was a scruffy uncle dressed like a beggar. He was one of the cadres of the Monster Association, the Wandering Emperor, who possessed dragon-level disaster power. He pointed at Zombie Man and said in a low voice, "Goodbye." Then his fingertips suddenly erupted with dazzling light, and a glowing projectile, like a golf ball, shot out and struck Zombie Man's face in an instant. Boom! The light projectile exploded, illuminating the entire dark corridor in an instant, with intense light and scorching energy sweeping outwards, stripping layers off the ground. Humans are truly fragile. Even an S-class human hero, in the face of divine power, cannot resist. If I remember correctly, there are a total of 18 heroes in the Hero Association. With this number, I alone am enough to eliminate them. The wandering emperor tossed 2 energy projectiles in his palm, speaking with a tone full of confidence. "You wait a moment." Zombie Man suddenly raised his hand from a stiff position and said, "Sorry, I might need to take up some of your time. Please go ahead and kill me." "Oh, not dead yet? Interesting." The wandering emperor glanced at Zombie Man, who was about to stand up, and then his fingers formed a gun shape again, creating another glowing orb that erupted like a bullet. Whoosh boom! Zombie Man was blown away once more. It was unclear whether the wandering emperor was jealous of Zombie Man's appearance or for some other reason, but this time it exploded again on Zombie Man's face. "What the hell is this glowing orb?" Zombie Man stood up from the ground, his face charred. "What a troublesome guy. It seems I want to know how many times I'll die today." Looking at Zombie Man, who stood up again after taking another hit, the wandering emperor also marveled. "As expected of an S-class hero, after taking 2 of my attacks and being severely injured, you still act like nothing happened. Is this the origin of your title? Zombieman, an undying body. This ability is indeed terrifying, but it's still not enough in front of me." The wandering emperor once again held up a glowing orb and said, "You must be curious about my abilities. In fact, I only received this divine power not long ago. Just last month. A month ago, I was just a homeless person with nothing, but now I'm a cadre of the Monster Association." The wandering emperor. Zombie Man interrupted. "A salted fish turning over? Don't interrupt." The wandering emperor scolded Zombie Man before continuing to introduce himself. "Not long ago, I lost my job, lost my house, and my wife ran off with someone else. I became a homeless person and started living on the streets. Until a month ago, I was lying on a park bench staring at the sky, suddenly realizing how vast and deep the horizon is. Humans are merely a drop in the ocean. At that moment, I had an epiphany. Humans, who are clearly enjoying the blessings of Mother Earth, are engaged in the dirty act of destroying her. Humans are so foolish. They all deserve to die." It was at that time that the Divine appeared. Zombie Man asked, "Divine, are you sure you didn't hallucinate?" "Oof. What do you ignorant humans understand? Look at the power I have now. This is all the strength granted to me by the Divine to exterminate humanity. As the Chosen One, I should respond to the Divine's will and completely eliminate humanity to save Mother Earth from crisis." The wandering emperor exclaimed fervently. Zombie Man still had some doubts. "Is there really a god? How can you be sure it's a god? Did you see their ID? Is it male or female?" As this strange creature spoke, its power would be affected by its ugliness, thus gaining immense strength. "Such a creature I cannot defeat, because when I see this extremely ugly guy, my body trembles and I cannot move." While the pig god was eating a monster, a creature even larger than him suddenly appeared behind him, opening its big mouth and swallowing him whole. This creature was none other than the cadre of the Monster Association. A dragon-level disaster monster, Gum. Just when he thought that the gastric acid in his stomach had dissolved the monster he just swallowed, the pig god began to thrash around in his belly. Feeling the pain in his stomach, Gum opened his mouth wide and vomited out the pig god. The pig god, who was thrown out, had stars in his eyes and then rushed forward, grabbing Gum and biting down on his open mouth. However, since Gum's mouth was larger than his, he couldn't swallow him at all. If anyone were to see this scene, they would think the two were kissing. This road is so complicated. "King, do you know which way we should go next?" Saitama looked at the dozen or so openings in front of him, troubled, and asked King beside him. King said, "No. I don't know. How about we just go by instinct?" "I see. Then let's go to the middle." Saying this, Saitama walked straight into the passage in the center. Those monstrous companions might be hiding here, and as a resident of this place, I need to remind them to pay attention to noise and violent disturbances. Suddenly, several monsters lunged at Saitama and King from the side. King, of course, was frightened and hurriedly hid behind Saitama. Saitama, however, didn't even turn his head. He simply raised his fist casually and then waved it lightly, causing the few monsters to be smashed into pieces. These monsters are really annoying. After that, the two continued walking forward. Behind a wall, the Shining Flash heard footsteps approaching and thought they were monsters preparing to take action. Judging by the footsteps, there were 2 people, one weighing about 70 kilograms and the other about 85 kilograms. They should be humanoid monsters. I must take the opportunity to eliminate them instantly while they're unguarded. It's best to take them down in 1 to 2 seconds. As Saitama and King's footsteps grew closer, the Shining Flash slowly drew his sword from his waist and then rushed out quickly. "Your head is mine." "Huh, something is coming." The Shining Flash swung his sword rapidly, but Saitama simply leaned to the side to dodge, and King was pulled along by Saitama to avoid the attack. They actually dodged it? "Huh, isn't that King?" So it's not a monster. Saitama looked angrily at the suddenly appearing shining flash and asked, "Hey, who are you?" Seeing the bald head in front of him, asking who he was, the shining flash remembered where he had seen Saitama before. "I remember this guy. I saw him sitting next to the Devil's Reform Man during the discussion on how to deal with Boros at the association headquarters. Why is he here? I thought he wasn't on the list for this expedition. By the way, how did he dodge my attack just now? Is there really someone among the heroes who can match me in speed? Impossible, or was it just luck? Should I try again? Or maybe not. It seems dishonorable to attack someone obviously weaker than me, and King is watching too. If this gets out then." Saitama, on the other hand, was really annoyed to see the shining flash suddenly appear and attack him. "What do you want by popping up like that? Trying to ambush me? Are you with those monsters? Hey, who the hell are you? Answer me. Why aren't you talking? Are you mute?" Saitama was at the brink of exploding. "If you don't start talking, I'm going to hit you." Facing Saitama's questions, the shining flash ignored him. "But if this man can really dodge my sword strikes, that means he has seen through my moves. No, I can't allow that to happen. And this inexplicable sense of pressure tells me this man is definitely not simple." Flash slash. In the end, the shining flash chose to strike. He swung his sword like a stream of light toward Saitama. But Saitama merely extended 2 fingers and easily caught the shining flash's sword. This scene shocked the shining flash, as if he hadn't seen a human in 800 years. "You attacked me first, so that means you're a monster, right?" Saitama had clenched his fist, looking serious, with a murderous aura erupting from his body. Seeing the tangible killing intent behind Saitama, the shining flash, sweating profusely, said, Wait a minute. Do I look like a monster to you?" Saitama replied, "Monster, your hair is in the way." The shining flash said, "Don't just give people nicknames. I am a hero, S-class hero Shining Flash. You must have heard of my name." Saitama said, "No. First tell me why you attacked me just now. If you don't have a reasonable explanation, I'm going to strike." The shining flash awkwardly said, "I slipped." Seeing Saitama still looking at him suspiciously, the shining flash pointed at King and said, "If you still don't believe me, you can ask King." When King was mentioned, he pretended to be calm and said, "That's right, Saitama. He is indeed an S-class hero." Saitama asked, "By the way, why is an S-class hero like you here? What? You came here without knowing the situation? This is the Monster Association, and the enemies are quite vicious. You should hurry back." Saitama was a bit surprised and said, "Huh, you mean this is the hot topic lately? But this is right beneath my house. Moreover, I can't just go back like this. A kid entrusted me to go out with just one man." The shining flash said, "I advise you to prioritize your life and not concern yourself with those boring matters. Your home is probably already a ruined city occupied by monsters, and it's no longer suitable for humans, unless... By the way, where's your home?" "The mobile apartment in the no man's land. The location is..." Saitama told the shining flash where he currently lived. "You mean there? Are you sure?" Hearing Saitama's words, the shining flash was somewhat surprised, because the place Saitama mentioned was exactly where he knew the strongest warrior lived. "No wonder you live here. It turns out that guy lives next door to you. I apologize for what happened earlier. I shouldn't have tested you, but it's a bad habit I can't shake. However, if you came here without knowing anything, I advise you to head back as soon as possible. Your skills are decent, but your current combat level is insufficient for this battle." Before the shining flash could finish speaking, King interrupted, "No, shining flash, Mr. Saitama is very suitable for this battle." "Why?" The shining flash didn't understand King's words. He couldn't comprehend why King thought an A-class underachiever could participate in this battle. The reason is that King can only cling to Saitama's strong leg right now. If that leg leaves, what will he do? Bang, bang, boom. From within a certain prison of the Monster Association, a series of wall-smashing sounds echoed. After the third hit, a hole was smashed open, and then a man with a face full of stubble and a muscular body jumped in from outside. This man was the sensual prisoner. Where did that little kitten go? It seems I have infiltrated quite a deep place. Huh, what is that? The sexy prisoner, who was searching for monsters, suddenly noticed someone nearby, completely bound by sturdy iron chains and covered in wounds. "Oh, there's actually a person locked up here. Don't worry, I'll save you right now." Saying this, the sexy prisoner quickly approached the person, who was slowly opening their eyes. "Oh, you're awake? I am the S-rank hero, the sexy prisoner, and I successfully broke out of prison to see you." "Wait a minute. I feel like I've seen this face somewhere before. Isn't this the face on a wanted poster? Are you the recent hungry wolf who specializes in hunting heroes?" The sexy prisoner said to the hungry wolf in front of them. Suddenly, the hungry wolf exerted a tremendous force, breaking all the chains that bound him, and countless shadows of fists instantly struck the sexy prisoner. In an instant, the sexy prisoner was knocked down to the ground. I can't stand up. How is this possible? I clearly used my fur armor to defend at the moment of his attack, but why am I still so seriously injured? The next moment, the hungry wolf suddenly screamed, then turned his gaze to the sexy prisoner. On the ground, due to his own strength, the B-rank hero and several A-rank heroes were collaborating with the frontline commander, XuanGets, to deal with the monsters on the ground. Everyone, remember, don't let any monsters that come up from the underground escape. They must all be eliminated. XuanGets said, "Damn it, you despicable humans. You even set an ambush outside, but they're just a group of low-level heroes, don't be too." Before this monster could finish speaking, the crescent moon, with thick eyebrows, quickly took it down with one move. "Shut up, you monsters, you're not in a position to comment on us," the B-rank hero commander, Mizuki, remarked after taking down a monster. I didn't even use much strength, and it's already dead. That's too weak. At this moment, the C-rank hero with mechanical superpowers, working with the A-rank hero Green, discovered the entrance where the monsters were coming from and said, "I found the entrance of these monsters. Please take care of it, Mr. Green. Leave it to me." After saying this, Green controlled the plants to completely seal the entrance, and a mechanical superpower quickly moved forward to weld the entrance shut with his machinery. Phew now. Aside from the entrances we are guarding, the rest are all blocked. The Sharp Star looked at the monster he had crushed with his meteor hammer and said, "Tsh, these monsters are really weak. They probably all escaped from the battlefield." Suddenly, a cat-like monster walked in with a catwalk. He was a member of the Monster Association who had escaped after fighting with the sexy prisoner, possessing dragon-level disaster powers, Meow Meow. However, since Meow Meow didn't look as fierce as the other members, everyone thought he was a very weak monster. But Green was very puzzled. "Strange. The entrance has clearly been blocked by me. Where did this guy come from?" The Sharp Star looked down on Meow Meow and directly said, "One shot. Take this guy down." The already set-up sniper, One Shot, replied, "Got it." Bang. Then, One Shot pulled the trigger and shot a bullet at Meow Meow. Seeing this, Meow Meow simply raised a finger and used his slender nail to deflect the bullet back at One Shot, hitting one of his eyes directly. Seeing this, everyone hurriedly shouted, "One Shot." Looking at the easily hit One Shot, Meow Meow revealed a sinister smile and said, "You heroes are really weak, since that's the case. Let me have some fun to relieve my stress." Saying this, Meow Meow opened his hands with sharp claws and elegantly walked in front of everyone. Seeing this monster swaggering towards them, everyone quickly got ready for battle. "I am a cadre of the Monster Association, Meow Meow, although I'm no longer working." The next moment, all the heroes around were struck down to the ground with terrifying scars appearing on their bodies. God. Does that mean this guy is dragon level? The defeated mechanical superpower said in horror. Looking at the heroes he had easily defeated, Meow Meow felt a bit smug and thought, "Is this all they have?" It seems that what Big Bright Eye said is true. The true combat power of the Hero Association is very weak, of course, except for those two extreme perverts underground, but they should just be exceptions. Forget them. I'm going to act freely as a pure monster now. What I love most is breaking toys. Meow Meow revealed a very sinister smile. "Are you ready? I'm going to start playing with you all." Meow Meow licked his claws and smiled at everyone. XuanGets looked at everyone and said, "What are you all frozen for? Your job is to eliminate this guy." Although he said this openly, in reality, after finishing, he whispered in a very small voice, "Quickly, run towards the headquarters." Since this guy in front of them was a cadre of the Monster Association, XuanGets knew very well that even if they all joined forces, they wouldn't be his opponent. So running away was the best choice. But the heroes were unwilling to just escape like this. "Even if the opponent is a cadre, we will never back down. Commander, you go back to headquarters first. We'll handle things here." Looking at the heroes standing in front of him, Meow Meow grinned, revealing his sharp teeth. Not bad, really not bad. My game theme is set. I'm going to tear you guys apart." The B-rank hero commander, Mizuki, took a medal from around his neck and said, "Project Discus Throw." Then, the medal flew towards Meow Meow like a discus. Green also used his powers to restrain Meow Meow. After seeing Green control the monster in front of him, the heroes collectively began to attack. But as a cadre of the Monster Association, Meow Meow's strength was naturally not comparable to those monsters they faced before. In just one encounter, everyone was knocked down to the ground. "You heroes are really weak. I haven't even made much of an effort, and you're already done? All right, since you're all done, I'll start my game." I didn't expect some of you to actually stand up. Did I go too easy on you? Just after mocking everyone, Meow Meow felt his tail being tugged. Turning around, he found it was Mizuki, the B-rank hero commander, who had thrown the medal at him earlier. Seriously, you've already been heavily injured. Wouldn't it be better to just lie there and wait to die? Mizuki said forcefully with both hands, who would lie down and wait to die. Although my strength is far inferior to that of Senior Blacklight, I will still do my utmost to block you here. Oh dear, I really can't stand it. Let me show you the gap between you and me. As she spoke, Meow Meow's tail broke free from Mizuki's grasp, and with a sweeping motion, sent her flying away. Just as Mizuki was about to hit the ground, she was suddenly enveloped by a strange light and gently landed on the ground. Standing in front of Mizuki was C-rank hero Mechanical Psychic, radiating powerful psychic energy. Is this a psychic? Interesting. Meow Meow looked at the Mechanical Psychic with great interest. Mizuki got up and said, Mechanical Psychic Senior. Before she could finish, the Mechanical Psychic interrupted. No need for thanks. Just get away from me quickly. I'm about to attack. Hearing this, Mizuki hurriedly stood up and quickly backed away. After Mizuki left, the Mechanical Psychic looked at Meow Meow in front of him and thought, although I saw the power of S-rank hero tornadoes attack up close before, and my mind was flooded with thoughts of surpassing myself, it seems I currently have no way to control this power. But now I can't care about that. Even if it costs me my life, I must unleash it. He then aimed both hands at the buildings on either side and shouted, watch out. The strong psychic energy he had gathered manipulated all the surrounding buildings. He then clenched his hands, and those buildings instantly transformed into sharp spikes, launching them all at Meow Meow. Bang, bang, bang. Looking at the buried Meow Meow, the Mechanical Psychic was exhausted and fainted. But at that moment, the Mechanical Psychic, who had just been buried, emerged from the rubble. Meow Meow was completely unharmed, not even a speck of dust on him. Good attack, but unfortunately, it's still far from enough for me. After all, I'm a dragon-level monster, not on the same level as other monsters. Meow Meow said dismissively as he stretched his limbs. After saying that, he walked towards the collapsed Mechanical Psychic with his sharp claws. Suddenly, a spike shield flew towards Meow Meow. Sensing the incoming attack, Meow Meow quickly jumped aside. The spike shield sliced through the building behind him in half. Immediately, a black box fell to the ground. Meow Meow turned to look and asked who. A one-eyed cyborg appeared before everyone, and he was none other than S-rank hero Drive Knight. It's S-rank hero Drive Knight. Great. We're saved. Saijin Gal thought, looking at Drive Knight. Is Drive Knight safe? That's wonderful. Having an S-rank hero join the battle in this situation is fantastic. Amidst everyone's excitement, Drive Knight also said, tactical transformation, luxury car. Then, Drive Knight charged towards Meow Meow. Seeing Drive Knight, who had been defeated by the Great Serpent earlier, now restored, Meow Meow couldn't help but say, S-rank heroes are all freaks. In the next moment, Drive Knight transformed into a massive motorcycle, moving towards Meow Meow at high speed. Meow Meow jumped up and said, it's worth playing with you. After saying that, Meow Meow landed at a distance. Drive Knight accelerated again and began to drift. A large cloud of smoke instantly rose around them. What is this? Smoke? No. Wait, this is poison gas. Meow Meow quickly covered his mouth and nose. Suddenly, Drive Knight burst out from the smoke formed by the poison gas. Seeing this, Meow Meow's body unexpectedly turned into a liquid-like state and quickly dodged the attack. I can't predict what will happen next. If I'm burned by that toy, it won't be good. Maybe I should retreat for now. Just as he was contemplating whether to retreat, he suddenly felt a sharp pain on his face and returned to his original form, jumping into the air and shouting, it's so hot. Feeling the pain on his face, Meow Meow wondered, is this acid? Drive Knight replied, that's my special dissolving liquid. The thinner your body, the easier it is to dissolve, just like falling into water with glutinous rice paper. Damn it. After a furious shout, Meow Meow quickly charged towards Drive Knight and aimed his sharp claws at Drive Knight's eyes. Do you think I only know how to dodge? Bang. As soon as he finished speaking, Drive Knight immediately transformed again into a mechanical centaur, using powerful hind legs to kick Meow Meow away. Is the anesthetic gas ineffective against you? What a pity. In that case, I will give up capturing you and eliminate you here. Tactical transformation, flying car. Drive Knight transformed into a massive aircraft and flew into the air, then changed again. Tactical transformation, horn. Drive Knight's body was covered with a layer of huge armor, and he clenched his fists, smashing down towards Meow Meow. Bang! Drive Knight directly smashed the ground. But strangely, Meow Meow was nowhere to be found below. Where'd he go? Did he escape? No. Why is there a biological response inside the armor? Could it be cat punishment? Before Drive Knight could finish speaking, Meow Meow's voice came from within him. Then, his body suffered a severe attack. At this moment, Drive Knight realized what the other party was trying to do. Do you want to destroy me from the inside? There's no other way. I must. To prevent being destroyed from the inside by Meow Meow, Drive Knight could only revert to his normal form. Back to normal? What a pity you missed the best opportunity. Because the same method won't work on me. I've already figured out how to kill you. Meow Meow said, crossing his hands. Drive Knight also opened his hands and said, I just decided how to take you down. Tactical transformation gold. Seeing Drive Knight about to transform again, Meow Meow hurriedly struck first, swinging his sharp claws to unleash a powerful claw wind, directly slicing a nearby building in half. Ding! But amidst this, a metallic sound of impact was heard. Drive Knight was covered with a layer of multi-functional armor, with powerful flames jetting from his chest, shoulders, and back. Seeing that his attack was blocked, Meow Meow leaped up and mocked. Next, I'll slip in through the gaps in your eyes and mouth, scratching your flesh. I wonder what kind of mournful cries you'll make. After saying that, Meow Meow's body once again turned liquid-like and swiftly headed towards Drive Knight. Then, he opened his claws and used all his strength to shout, Cat punishment. In the next moment, two giant and sharp cat claws crossed and struck Drive Knight's body. But under the indestructible armor of the Drive Knight, Meow Meow's attacks felt like mere tickles, causing no damage at all. Soon after, the Drive Knight quickly activated its scanning mode and soon located Meow Meow's vital signs. It then raised its fist, as big as a sandbag, and punched towards Meow Meow. Bang! The punch shook the ground around it. On the side, Saitama, who was dragging an injured person, felt the tremor and thought to himself, we should temporarily retreat to a safe place. This kind of battle is something we can't handle at all. If we stay here any longer, we might lose some lives. On the battlefield, the Drive Knight's punch sent a large number of stones flying into the air. Meow Meow hid in the gap between one of the stones, and after finding the right moment, he quickly burrowed into the gap in the Drive Knight's neck. You really don't learn, do you? Seeing this, the Drive Knight raised its two robotic arms and swatted at Meow Meow. But Meow Meow's agility was exceptional, and he quickly slipped to the other side. Ha ha ha! You're too slow. That enhancement and transformation of yours, which looks like it consumes a lot of fuel, is completely useless now. Next, I'm going to use my cat punishment to crush you from the inside. The Drive Knight noticed Meow Meow had burrowed into its body and began to activate all its energy. You fell for it. My basic performance boost is just an additional effect. The real tactical transformation is heat. The temperature inside the Drive Knight started to rise rapidly. The next second, Meow Meow quickly burrowed out of the Drive Knight's body, screaming, It's so hot. I'm burning up. Water, I need water. Meow Meow was scorched all over. But before he could run far, the Drive Knight transformed again into silver and pierced through Meow Meow's body with its sword. No matter how strong you are, you absolutely cannot escape a piercing attack. Saying this, the Drive Knight launched its final attack on Meow Meow. Boom! With an explosion, Meow Meow was completely taken out. The Drive Knight then brought Meow Meow's corpse to Saitama, who had not moved far away. The dragon-level monster Meow Meow has been defeated. This is his body. Saitama was dumbfounded and said, Did we win? Drive Knight. Bang! The sexy prisoner smashed through the wall and flew out. I can't believe that after being fully enhanced, I would be completely dominated. I can't get up. I need time to recover. But the opponent will never give me that time. Am I really going to end here? I'm sorry, my boyfriends. I can't say goodbye to you. Just when the sexy prisoner thought he was going to die here, a man even more muscular than him approached. This muscular figure, full of male hormones, was Alloy Blacklight. Alloy Blacklight looked at the fallen sexy prisoner and said, Most of your muscles have been damaged and cannot recover in a short time. Tell me who did this? The sexy prisoner replied, It was Hungry Wolf. Although I've become stronger, I still lost to him and was completely dominated. At that moment, Hungry Wolf also walked in through the passage created by the sexy prisoner. Is that the hero hunter? All right, let me see just how powerful this guy really is. Saying this, Alloy Blacklight tensed his muscles in preparation. The sexy prisoner warned, Little Black, this guy has unimaginable strength. Don't treat him like a teenager. It has become extremely difficult for an S-class hero to defeat him alone. Even someone with an incredibly strong physique like you, Little Black, would find it dangerous to engage him. Although these words from me, the weakest S-class hero, might not be very convincing, I just want to tell you that I was no match for him when I fought him. Alloy Blacklight said, I understand. Don't worry. I will take care of Hungry Wolf for you. No need to worry. I'm completely unscathed. Seeing Alloy Blacklight's confident demeanor, the sexy prisoner was instantly captivated. Little Black. Looking at the sexy prisoner with those loving eyes, Alloy Blacklight hurriedly said, "No, don't do that. Don't fall in love with me, or I'll suffer from muscle atrophy." After saying this, Alloy Blacklight regained his confident expression and said, "All right, let me show him the power of Alloy Blacklight." In a complex passage, Child Emperor was wandering around. Strange. Why hasn't there been any news from Atomic Samurai in Flashy Flash's communicator? Could they have encountered some powerful enemy? Suddenly, he noticed a few people lying in the distance and hurried over. Iato Temple, Xiao Wu Tai Dao, Samurai Drill. What is going on? The top 3 A-class heroes have been taken out at the same time? Fortunately, they still have a pulse. They're just heavily injured. But what is this? Child Emperor. At this moment, Iato Temple woke up, and Child Emperor quickly approached and asked, "What happened here?" Iato Temple replied, "Are you the only one who came here? Hurry, this place is very dangerous." The next moment, a water column attacked the two of them. Child Emperor quickly activated the backpack on his back to avoid falling to the ground. "It's here, run, Child Emperor. This guy is an executive." Child Emperor looked at the monster on the ground and said, Is this guy a living being?" In the secret chamber of Big Eye, under the powerful pressure of Tornado, Big Eye's bloated body had long been crushed into a shriveled corpse. It turns out to be just a body. Pretending to be driven to a dead end just to mock me? The eyeballs scattered on the ground looked at the floating Tornado. And Big Eye was also shocked. "I see. No wonder she is S-Class second. Other S-Class heroes can at least counter her using compatibility, but she leaves people with no solutions. If Black Sperm and Wandering Emperor were to fight her, even if they teamed up, they probably wouldn't be her match." Deep underground, a woman was drinking red wine while looking at the transparent cabinets filled with monsters around her. She was Big Eye's true form. The former vice president of the Super Ability Association, the creator of the Serpent, and a dragon-level monster, Sykes. Although the Monster King Serpent was defeated by the strongest warrior, a mysterious new king that will make all humanity tremble will soon be born. Everything is under control, and soon I will see the beautiful scenery of humanity's extinction. By then, these S-Class heroes will be erased one by one, but before that, let us start with you, Tornado. Saying this, Sykes' face darkened. Meanwhile, Tornado sensed an extremely weak telekinetic force thanks to a woman's sixth sense, so she began to scan with her mental power. "Found you, so you're there." In an instant, Tornado located Sykes' position. Through the eyes scattered on the ground from the doppelganger, Sykes clearly heard Tornado's words just now. At this moment, she was sweating profusely and her face was full of disbelief. How is this possible? This is underground, 1,500 meters from the surface. This distance requires several transfer points to send my psychic energy out. She couldn't possibly have discovered my... Although Sykes was unwilling to believe that her identity had been exposed so easily, she still felt an invisible pair of eyes watching her. And the one looking at her was Tornado above. Could it be that she sensed my true self through the faint energy from the doppelganger? At the same time, Tornado above crossed her arms and began to concentrate her powerful psychic energy. A strong wind suddenly rose, lifting Tornado's black split dress, revealing her white legs. "Don't hide sneakily. Come out." The stone under Tornado's feet quickly fell downwards. When Sykes realized she had been discovered, she immediately got up and prepared to flee, but the next moment, an overwhelming psychic force bound her. Sykes lay on the sofa, unable to move. This is bad. She has made her move. A cadre, anyone could do it, as long as they can distract Tornado. Bound by Tornado, Sykes panicked and quickly began contacting the cadres of the Monster Association, hoping someone could come to stop Tornado. But unfortunately, all the cadres of the Monster Association were currently fighting S-Class heroes, so no one could come here. At this moment, Sykes suddenly remembered Pochi, who had not appeared since the battle began. Right, there's Pochi. I let Pochi act freely. It should be able to come over right away. Maximum output of telepathy. Overgrown Pochi, move immediately and bite Tornado. Saying this, Sykes immediately used telepathy on Pochi. However, Pochi was currently carrying Fang Xian and others, firing scorching projectiles at the surrounding monsters, completely oblivious to Sykes. After waiting for a long time, Sykes still didn't see Pochi come to support, and, at the same time, she noticed a bald man was going deeper underground. With no other choice, she could only use her superpower to retrieve a strange bottle from the table beside her. "It seems Tornado can only be dealt with by me. Then let's do this. Do you know how many days I prepared for this moment?" Saying this, she opened the bottle and gulped down the liquid inside. The next moment, an overwhelming psychic energy erupted from Sykes. Let me show you just how terrifying my powers as Lady Sykes are, incomparable to that doppelganger. Meanwhile, on the other side, the battle between Alloy Blacklight and the unconscious Hungry Wolf was also about to erupt. Both of them roared loudly at the same time and then charged towards each other. Hungry Wolf launched the attack first. His flowing rock punch struck Alloy Blacklight's solid muscles. Bang, bang, bang. Every punch Hungry Wolf landed on Alloy Blacklight made a sound like hitting metal. Under Hungry Wolf's fierce assault, Alloy Blacklight remained unscathed. Then his muscles bulged as he knocked Hungry Wolf away and stepped forward, delivering a punch that sent Hungry Wolf flying. The flying Hungry Wolf crashed into several walls before finally stopping. Alloy Blacklight continued to walk toward Hungry Wolf. Useless, no matter how fast your speed and attacks are. They're powerless in front of a body tempered through countless trials. Hearing Alloy Blacklight's victorious remarks, Hungry Wolf, bleeding from his nose, stood up once again and began to move quickly around Alloy Blacklight. During his movement, he launched quick attacks, but no matter how he attacked, it was just as ineffective as before. Alloy Blacklight once again swung a punch and sent Hungry Wolf flying. All right, this monster game ends here. After receiving this punch, Hungry Wolf regained consciousness and quickly stabilized himself with his feet. He then looked at the black man in front of him, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and asked, "Who are you?" "Alloy Blacklight." After speaking, he scanned the surrounding environment. "Where's this place? Wasn't I just fighting the Great Serpent? Where did that guy go? Also, did that little brat manage to escape?" Thinking of the slug, a hint of worry appeared in Hungry Wolf's eyes. Alloy Blacklight, seeing the change in Hungry Wolf's expression, asked, "What's wrong?" Hungry Wolf laughed. "It's nothing. Looks like I fought you while I was asleep." "Asleep? Humph. Don't make excuses for yourself. Weren't you just in combat? If you can't win, you can't win. Why waste so many words?" Saying this, Alloy Blacklight continued to walk toward Hungry Wolf. Hungry Wolf assumed the stance for the flowing rock punch and said, "My sleeping posture is a bit poor if I gave you the illusion that you could defeat me. I apologize because you absolutely cannot defeat me." With a serious expression, Hungry Wolf looked at Alloy Blacklight. This time, Alloy Blacklight took the initiative to attack, quickly stepping forward and raising his massive fist to smash down at Hungry Wolf. Hungry Wolf nimbly leaned back and then kicked Alloy Blacklight down to the ground. Hey, it can't end like this, right?" Just as Hungry Wolf finished speaking, Alloy Blacklight quickly stood up from the ground. "As long as I defeat you, I can prove that my attacks are effective against everyone. Your muscle coordination has improved a lot, so the real battle is only just beginning. Your muscle quality is excellent. It's a shame to waste it in the Monster Association. The Hero Association's gym is equipped with high-end fitness equipment. If you can reform yourself and retrain your muscles mentally, you might become an outstanding new hero." Interrupting Alloy Blacklight's persuasion, Hungry Wolf replied irritably, "Shut up. I'll tell you. Both the Hero Association and the Monster Association will be eliminated by me tonight, so you can rest assured and go on your way. Stubborn and unyielding. It seems I have to take you down here." Alloy Blacklight directly made his muscles swell and charged toward Hungry Wolf. Seeing the mountain-like Alloy Blacklight rushing toward him, Hungry Wolf quickly assessed whether he could withstand this move. "No, if I take it directly, I'll be taken out. Can I deflect it?" Hungry Wolf hurriedly used the deflection technique of the flowing rock punch against Alloy Blacklight. But unfortunately, the deflection failed. Alloy Blacklight's attack crashed solidly into Hungry Wolf. Hungry Wolf felt as if all the bones in his body had cracked, and in the second before flying away, he thought, "This is just an ordinary impact. Why is there such power?" Even the old man's flowing rock fist couldn't dissipate the force. In the next second, the Hungry Wolf's body was rapidly flying backwards. Buried in the ruins, Alloy Blacklight came to the Hungry Wolf, who was buried underground, and said, "I once went to Silver Fang's dojo specifically to experience the ultimate technique. And I challenged Mr. Bongu. But Mr. Bongu refused my challenge, so I had to forcefully attack him to make him fight back, and, as a result, I was beaten badly. Although I wasn't injured, all my attacks were neutralized by him. Because I have experienced it firsthand, I'm very clear about the flowing rock fist. Compared to Mr. Bongu, Hungry Wolf, you are still very immature. The reason you could keep winning before was merely due to your good luck. If your opponents were Atomic Samurai or Tornado, you would have been dead long ago. I don't know why you are hunting heroes in this game, but I want you to know your own limits." After Alloy Blacklight finished speaking, Hungry Wolf jumped out of the ruins and kicked the surrounding debris towards Alloy Blacklight. Hungry Wolf sneered, "It stinks. That hypocritical smell on you makes me want to vomit. You just mentioned a game? Aren't you heroes playing a hero game? You heroes are just worthless, receiving support from the public like dog waste, and I can't change that. That's why I want to fight, even if it costs me my life. I will crush your so-called justice. Looking at the standing hungry wolf, Alloy Blacklight felt a bit surprised. After sustaining such heavy injuries, he can still stand. With you still can't organize this monster game. Saying this, Hungry Wolf charged at Alloy Blacklight. Hungry Wolf used the flowing rock fist against Alloy Blacklight once again, and his speed was increasing. Alloy Blacklight, crossing his arms to block, also keenly sensed the change in Hungry Wolf's attack speed. Is it my illusion? His movements seem to be getting faster. No problem. My muscle shield can defend against any attack. As long as the Hungry Wolf has a moment to stop attacking, I can finish him off in one go. Alloy Blacklight was very confident, thinking that Hungry Wolf could never break his defense. However, as Hungry Wolf's attacks became faster and showed no signs of stopping, suddenly the thought of his impending defeat emerged in his mind. No, impossible. I cannot lose in hand-to-hand combat. My training methods for muscles are different from those of Vestige and Sexy Prisoner. Seeing that he still hadn't broken Alloy Blacklight's defense, Hungry Wolf immediately changed his tactics. His left hand executed the flowing rock fist while his right hand unleashed Bongpu's whirlwind slash iron fist. The reason Hungry Wolf could use Bongpu's technique was that he had seen it used last time, so he learned it. Alright, this should be able to defeat him. The techniques that the two old men used to defeat me last time will definitely break this unusual muscle fortress. Hungry Wolf unleashed the joint-toothed dragon-killing fist that required both Bongu and Bongpu to perform, instantly turning the tide. Facing Hungry Wolf's powerful attacks, Alloy Blacklight realized he could no longer just defend. If this continued, he would undoubtedly lose. So he clenched his fist and struck at Hungry Wolf. Don't get too complacent. I'm going all out too. Watch this, Alloy Rocket Cannon. Looking at Alloy Blacklight's heavy punch coming towards him, Hungry Wolf didn't back down and countered with a punch. Bang! A loud sound of fists colliding rang out, and Hungry Wolf took the punch head-on. At the same time, Hungry Wolf's body underwent some change, as if some limiter had been turned off, and his whole body showed the magnificent arc of the joint-toothed dragon-killing fist. Alloy Blacklight was a bit shocked as he looked at Hungry Wolf and thought, what's wrong with his body? This seems to be a monster. Sykes, under Tornado's powerful telekinetic restraint, was also trying his best to break free, but Tornado's telekinesis was too strong for him to escape. Tornado pointed her small hand and prepared to forcibly pull Sykes up from the ground. This little bean, does he think he can pull me up from such a distance? No way. You come down here. After saying that, Sykes immediately used his superpower to pull Tornado down from the sky. Soon, Tornado was in front of Sykes. Sykes looked angrily at Tornado and said, Tornado, you're definitely going to lose today. This will be your grave. Tornado casually flipped her hair and said, all right, you could try. Deep underground of the Monster Association, the eyes of the decapitated giant serpent that was previously defeated by Fang emitted a glow, and then its broken body began to devour the surrounding monsters. After devouring an unknown number of monsters, the giant serpent regained its consciousness. Were these two powerful forces? The newly awakened giant serpent sensed the energy emitted from the battle between Tornado and Sykes above. It then continued to devour the corpses of the remaining monsters around. Give me your blood. In the battle between Tornado and Sykes, Sykes' eyes emitted light, and he shot a powerful energy beam at Tornado. In response, Tornado emitted a green glow from her whole body, then raised her right hand to form a protective shield, easily blocking the incoming energy wave. Then Tornado switched to her left hand for defense, and with her right hand clenched into a fist, she said, it's over. It seems the loser in this battle is you. After saying that, Tornado swung her fist and knocked Sykes to the ground. Then she waved her hand to use her superpower to lift Sykes into the air, took out the communicator given by Child Emperor from her pocket, and placed it next to Sykes' mouth, saying, now tell me the information here. Sykes, bound by Tornado, could only comply. Many of the monsters in the base were recently recruited, such as the Wandering Emperor. After Sykes revealed the information, Tornado moved the communicator and said, hey, can you hear me? This is the information I found. What about the heroes that haven't been contacted? Are they working seriously? The first to respond was Sweet Mask. Hey, Tornado, is your side done? I'm facing a strong enemy here, and I might not be able to handle it at all. Sweet Mask, this is your own problem, clearly lacking in ability. Yet you still insisted on participating in this battle. If you can't defeat your opponent by yourself, you should have stayed on the ground from the beginning. Now, Dividing forces to save you only leads to more monsters escaping. Whose fault is that? Tornado said proudly. Facing Tornado's retort, Sweet Mask was speechless. And then he stopped chatting with Tornado and continued. Are there other heroes who can swap opponents with me? Is there really infighting happening during the battle? Are these guys really heroes? This woman really thinks she has one. If I can take advantage of her Thunder psychology, I still have a chance to achieve victory. Just as Sakes was contemplating how to escape next, a multitude of lights suddenly flashed in the area where they were located. In the next moment, countless lasers shot towards Tornado. Boom! 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 In an instant, the entire space was filled with dazzling lasers, and the huge explosion echoed throughout the underground base. Tornado reacted quickly, immediately using her superpower to construct a solid protective shield, blocking all those lasers. However, this sudden attack forced her to release her hold on Sakes. What was firing the lasers was a large number of snakeheads. Seeing this, Sakes was very pleased and shouted, "Ha! It turns out you're not dead yet. Good little snake. Come on, merge with me. As long as the immense energy contained in your body combines with my superpower, I will definitely be able to defeat that woman." The snake continued to fire lasers while Tornado pointed her index finger at the direction of the launch and eliminated all the snakeheads. After dealing with these matters, she turned her gaze towards Sakes and shouted, "You can't escape." Just as she was about to pursue, a sticky substance rushed towards her, and Tornado had to deal with these disgusting things first. Meanwhile, Sakes had already made contact with the snake's body. "Come on, snake, give me your flesh." "What's going on? Snake, when did you gain such power? Have you been hiding this from me? This is bad. My mind is being eroded." Originally wanting to merge with the snake, Sakes was instead being consumed by it. "So far, in order to accelerate my growth, you have continuously provided me with living sacrifices. Thank you so much, Sakes. Now it's your turn." The snake revealed a ferocious face and said to Sakes. Just as Sakes was about to be completely devoured by the snake, she suddenly erupted with powerful telekinetic energy, breaking free from the snake's mental erosion. "Listen to me. You are merely a vessel created to enhance my power. I am a master." In the next moment, Sakes successfully took over the snake's consciousness and occupied its body, successfully merging the two. Tornado, who had just dealt with the disgusting substance in the air, sensed a powerful aura and hurriedly looked back. She saw the snake and Sakes successfully merged, looking like a deity. Looking at the merged snake, which was many times larger than herself, Tornado still said proudly, "You intentionally expose your main body to make it easier for me to deal with you. How considerate." At that moment, the head of the snake transformed into Sakes' body and said, "Huff, huff, finally suppress this guy. The snake's body is completely mine now. With this, I can defeat Tornado." Suddenly, the snake's consciousness surged forth, saying, "And find that strongest warrior who smashed me to pieces. Kill him and use him as a living sacrifice for my revival." Tornado crossed her arms, and a large amount of telekinetic energy began to gather, then aimed at the snake to form a binding energy sphere. In the next moment, a powerful telekinetic impact struck the snake. Bang! With a dull sound, the struck snake remained unharmed. Tornado was surprised to see this guy's body is so tough. Sakes grinned and then used the spikes on her hands to stab at Tornado. Seeing this, Tornado hurriedly used her gravity superpower to resist. How stupid. At this time, you're still using gravity manipulation. Do you think it works on me? In the next moment, Tornado suddenly felt the shield surrounding her body disappear, and then Sakes' immense mental power lifted her into the air. Then the shield reappeared. But just as it did, Tornado sensed something was wrong, and soon she was injured. Sakes looked down at Tornado in her palm with a mocking expression. "The protective shield has been switched inside out by me. You're being eroded and can't directly remove the shield." Tornado was shocked, but then a wave of intense pain hit her again. Sakes continued to laugh. If you don't hurry up and remove the shield, your powerful output combined with the energy I injected will increase the internal pressure, and soon you'll be crushed into a meat pie. But don't worry. I won't waste your flesh. I will eat you clean." After Sakes finished speaking, Tornado was once again harmed. Bang, bang, bang. Hungry Wolf's punches struck like bullets against the super alloy black light. This guy has not only increased speed, but also strength. But I won't be defeated so easily. The super alloy black light swung another punch towards Hungry Wolf. However, Hungry Wolf just sidestepped and then struck a punch to the chest of the super alloy black light. Ugh! The super alloy black light groaned in pain. It was clear that this hit was much stronger than the last, and he flew away like a meteor, crashing heavily to the ground and creating a large pit. The accuracy of the moves had also become more precise. Does this guy see me as a practice target? The super alloy blacklight, holding his chest, struggled to get up from the ground. Hungry Wolf looked down at the super alloy blacklight and said, "Yo, super alloy blacklight, what's wrong? Aren't you a hero? Aren't you supposed to end the monster game? I'm still alive here." Saying this, Hungry Wolf jumped down and continued the attack. As Hungry Wolf's attack speed increased, the super alloy blacklight soon found himself at a disadvantage. He could no longer keep up with Hungry Wolf. The flowing water, shattering rock fist struck his body like raindrops. This man is really strong, extremely strong. He must be the opponent I've been searching for to bring out my full power. But if that's the case, then why do I have another feeling? This feeling is a pleasant sense of victory. I don't want to participate in a battle where I can't control the outcome. At this moment, the thought of not being able to retreat completely appeared in the super alloy blacklight's mind. Facing Hungry Wolf, the super alloy blacklight also revealed a long-buried fear. And it was very intense. Fearful. After the super alloy blacklight shouted in anger, he swung a punch forward but was skillfully dodged by Hungry Wolf. Hungry Wolf flipped in the air and kicked the super alloy blacklight down to the ground. "I'll take your ears." Watching Hungry Wolf try to rip off his ears, the super alloy blacklight showed a very fearful expression. But just as Hungry Wolf was about to take action, a scene suddenly flashed in his mind of the snotty kid being bullied by those little brats who grabbed his ears, and then he recalled his childhood experiences. So he released the super alloy blacklight and leaped back. Seeing Hungry Wolf not attacking himself, super alloy blacklight also showed a confused expression. TCH, with such a pitiful look, it makes me feel like I'm bullying him. What I pursue is not simply evil like killing, but suddenly, veins bulged on Hungry Wolf's head, and he collapsed to the ground. When super alloy blacklight saw something was off with Hungry Wolf and was about to check on him, a transparent protective shield appeared around him, enclosing him. Isn't this Tornado's protective shield? What's happening? Is she about to unleash a big move? Just as he finished saying this, the ground above suddenly began to collapse. "Hey, Hungry Wolf, hurry up and escape. If you stay here, you'll be crushed." Super alloy blacklight shouted loudly while banging on the protective shield. Soon, Hungry Wolf was buried under the falling stones. And it wasn't just super alloy blacklight who was protected by Tornado's shield. "Everyone come close to me. As long as you stand by my side, you should be safe," Fubuki said to Bang, Bon, Genos, and the shrunk-down Pochi. The child emperor, who was being completely dominated by the dragon-level monster Evil Natural Water, was also protected by the shield and quickly ascended. What is this protective shield? Tornado, the zombie man, who had been blasted into who knows how many pieces by the Wandering Emperor, was also being protected by the shield as he flew upward. There was also Atomic Samurai, who was inside the shield, watching the black sperm that had just thoroughly beaten him. What's causing such a commotion with Tornado? I need to check it out. Fang Xian noticed the immense power that Tornado was unleashing and immediately activated his teleportation, disappearing from his spot. The reason for this was that Tornado planned to no longer hold back her power. She was going to use all her strength against Psychos. Feeling Tornado's power, Psychos sneered. "So you were still holding back?" As Tornado raised her hands, the ground of City Z instantly split apart. A giant pillar shot up into the sky, startling the officials at the Hero Association headquarters in City A. The next moment, Tornado's figure flew out from the pillar and then turned back to look seriously at the suppressed Psychos. In the next second, several lasers shot out from around the pillar. And finally, a massive beam of light erupted, revealing the enormous, spirit-formed Psychos in midair. After enduring Tornado's powerful attack, Psychos emerged unscathed. Psychos looked at Tornado with a mocking expression. "You actually shattered the crust and raised the entire foundation. Is this your way of showing off your strength, because I just overwhelmed you with my skill? Oh my, how impressive. But what will you do next?" Tornado thought to herself. This guy's size has increased again. She then looked at the root of Psychos. So it's really relying on the roots to absorb energy? You came out so carelessly, saving me a lot of trouble. After saying that, Tornado focused her psychic power on Psychos' roots. "If I could just twist this part, it should weaken your abilities easily." Psychos sneered. "I guess you would do this. It seems you still don't understand the situation. I've long since completely surpassed you in terms of superpowers." Psychos pointed both hands at Tornado and unleashed a powerful wave of energy. The tremendous force caused a free split in the earth. Boom! A violent explosion echoed, engulfing Tornado's figure. The mountains and seas in the path of this attack were all split apart. Once the explosion subsided, Psychos confidently said, "Did you see that? Little bean, this is my power, Such overwhelming strength. Seems not so impressive after all. Before Psychos could finish, the surrounding smoke cleared, revealing Fang raising a hand to shield Tornado. Tornado's body had no new injuries apart from her previous wounds, indicating that Fang had blocked the entire energy wave explosion by himself. Upon seeing Fang Psychos' expression turned serious. The strongest warrior, looking at Fang who suddenly appeared in front of him, Psychos was first surprised, then burst into laughter. Haha, what a stroke of luck. I didn't expect you to deliver yourself right to me. Then I'll take this opportunity to eliminate both of you right here. After Psychos finished speaking, the consciousness of the giant serpent that Fang had previously defeated emerged once again. Get him. I want him dead. However, facing Psychos after merging with the giant serpent, Fang didn't care and began chatting with Tornado. Tornado looked at Fang and said, "You always show up at times like this. Couldn't you come sooner?" Fang shrugged and replied, "I thought you could handle it, so I didn't pay much attention." Looking at the injuries on Tornado, Fang took out a senza bean from his pocket and handed it to her. "Didn't I give you a senza bean before? Why didn't you take it out to eat?" Hearing this, Tornado's face showed a hint of embarrassment, as she had previously thought that with her strength, she wouldn't need something like a senza bean, so she had given all her beans to her sister Fubuki. Unexpectedly today, Tornado took the senza bean and said, "I forgot to bring it, and besides, don't underestimate me. I can still withstand this level of injury without needing a senza bean." Although she said that, her body was quite honest. After finishing her sentence, she immediately ate the senzu bean Fang gave her. In the blink of an eye, Tornado's previous injuries completely healed. Fang shook his head and smiled, then pulled out a bag of senza beans from the system space and handed it to Tornado, saying, "Forget about forgetting. I have plenty of these, so here is another bag for you." "Hey, you too. Aren't you a bit too arrogant? I'm still here." Psychos was furious seeing the couple in front of him chatting away, completely ignoring her presence. Hearing Psychos' words, Fang and Tornado turned their heads. Fang said, "Almost forgot, there's still someone here. Little lowly, what is this thing? A human head with a snake body. And there's the aura of a long worm I eliminated before on her." Tornado replied, "She is the head of the Monster Association. Originally, she wasn't my opponent at all, but after merging with some slimy, disgusting entity, she became like this. Her strength increased just a little bit compared to mine." Although Tornado acknowledged that Psychos was slightly stronger than her Tsundra personality wouldn't allow her to fully concede. She turned her head away and pretended not to care, adding, "But it's only a bit stronger. If it weren't for my previous exhaustion, she wouldn't have gained the upper hand at all." Psych sneered, "Haha, the gap between us is not something that can be crossed with just a little effort. The strength I possess now is something you cannot match at all. You have no chance of winning. After all, I have been chosen by a great existence and granted the power to surpass you. When I was fighting for the body with the great serpent, in that moment of life and death, I saw brain cells or perhaps a cosmic structure, something that resembled the surface of Jupiter. Something godlike peeked into me at that moment. While I was filled with fear, a mysterious power surged into my body, and in an instant, I understood my destiny." Tornado asked in confusion, "Destiny?" Sykes continued, "That's right, using this power to absorb all living beings as food for my roots. And after merging with the spirit, I will become a massive thought entity. Don't you think I will become a planet-level complete life form? Perhaps even the planet itself." "Ha! What nonsense are you talking about? You mean to say you want to become the Earth? Using powerful strength to devour everything, leaving only yourself alone to survive in the universe? Only a fool would do such a thing," Tornado scoffed. Sykes laughed and said, "The fool is you. This is a great process that has long been predetermined by fate, the endpoint of intelligent life. And I have been chosen to be the last runner. Let me ask you a question. We are both superpowered beings, but why was I the one chosen in the end, not you? Can you guess why? The same goes for Fubuki. You have never seriously considered the future possibilities that superpowers bring, day in and day out. You only know how to participate in boring hero activities, treating my words as mere noise. And the ultimate result of doing so is that you will be defeated. Consider it divine punishment, accept it willingly." Tornado put her hands on her hips and said, "That's utterly ridiculous. I think you know that only those with ulterior motives would approach us superpowered beings. You weren't psychologically prepared, so even when there were unreasonable things, you were still tempted by words, becoming someone else's pawn. Never think that someone will come to rescue you in a crisis. Perhaps because you were someone who would ask a pet for help when in dire straits. That's why you were targeted." After Tornado's lecture, Sykes was furious. "You dare to call me a half-hearted person? After witnessing my power, You still dare to speak so arrogantly. Fine. Then let me show you the power of someone chosen by the gods, someone who is about to become the consciousness of the earth. With that, Sykes aimed at Tornado and launched an energy wave. But this time, before her energy wave could be released, Fang Xian pinched her mouth shut with his hand. Boom! Sykes' enormous mouth exploded. Fang Xian said, "You really talk a lot of nonsense. What destiny? What being chosen by the gods to become the will of the earth? Where did you get these ideas from? Some comic?" Sykes widened her eyes, looking at Fang Xian in terror. She thought that after merging with the great serpent's body, she had become invincible, but she hadn't seen Fang Xian's movement at all, not even noticing it. Fang Xian continued, "Moreover, the so-called power you have is, in my opinion, just child's play. Are you not convinced?" Sykes naturally replied defiantly, "Of course." As she spoke, several snake heads suddenly emerged from below her roots, firing several beams of laser at Fang Xian. "If you have the ability, catch these attacks. At such a close range, I don't believe you can dodge." Tornado, seeing this, worriedly shouted, "Be careful, Fang Xian." Boom, boom, boom. Under the laser barrage from Sykes, the already ruined Z City became even more devastated. The people on the ground fled quickly, fearing that the lasers behind them would hit them. Naturally, there were unfortunate people who were turned to ashes by the laser. In the air, Sykes laughed loudly. "Haha, S-Class 0 has already been taken down by me. So next it's your turn. Fang Xian, that guy should be fine, right?" Tornado looked at the cloud of smoke with a worried expression. Then her whole body glowed green, and she spread her hands to activate her psychic power. Suddenly, the surrounding ocean surged, and large rocks were manipulated into the air. The once smooth sea now had a gaping chasm that swallowed countless seawater. Tornado pointed her hands, controlling the rocks to smash towards Sykes. Seeing the flying rocks coming towards her, Sykes quickly retaliated. She sliced through the incoming rocks, then mockingly looked at Tornado. "Is this all you've got?" "No, that question should be directed at you. Is this all you can do?" As the smoke in the air dissipated, Fang Xian's figure appeared unscathed. He wore something like a detector on his eyes, which displayed the number 1086. "TCH, is your battle power only this much? What a letdown. I thought you would be much stronger than that pineapple head. I didn't expect you to be even weaker than him. Yet you still have the nerve to boast here," Fang Xian said expressionlessly. "Fang Xian, you're okay." Tornado flew to Fang Xian's side, concerned. Upon seeing that Fang Xian was indeed fine, she breathed a sigh of relief. However, Sykes was somewhat surprised at this moment. "How is this possible? At such a close distance, you can't possibly be unscathed," Fang Xian said lightly. "That kind of attack just tickled me. It wasn't even enough. All right, let me show you what true power looks like." With that, Fang Xian suddenly erupted, white flames instantly enveloping his body, and his battle power rapidly increased. A tremendous sense of oppression surged towards Sykes. The emotional values related to Sykes kept ringing in his mind. Beep. Detected Sykes' shock. Emotional value 9,999. Beep. Detected Sykes' fear. Emotional value 99,999. Sykes' face instantly turned pale. She felt an unprecedented sense of oppression, a powerful force emanating from Fang Xian. Her heart was filled with fear and unease. This power had far exceeded her imagination. "In no way," Sykes stammered, her massive body involuntarily retreating in Fang Xian's overwhelming rage. At this moment, she had completely lost the confidence she had when dealing with Tornado. Fang Xian mocked. "It seems you don't understand what true power is. Since that's the case, let me show you what real power looks like." With that, Fang Xian's figure instantly vanished from spot. Sykes, seeing Fang Xian disappear before her eyes, quickly searched all around but couldn't find any trace. "Hey, your attention span is really poor. I've been standing behind you for quite a while, and you still haven't noticed." Hearing a sound behind her, Sykes quickly turned around. But as soon as she did, a dazzling energy ball struck her in the eye. She saw Fang Xian extend a hand and condense a gas sphere aimed at Sykes. Just as Sykes had turned around, it was launched and hit her at the base. Boom! The gas sphere exploded upon hitting Sykes' base. Sykes let out a scream. Just that one hit caused Sykes to lose a significant number of cells, merging with the body of the great serpent. "My defense and attack power should be top-notch in this world. How could I be affected by this hit? I am the chosen one of the gods. I cannot lose." Sykes screamed frantically. Bang! 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 Unfortunately, Sykes' shouting did not enhance her fighting power. Instead, she was beaten up by Fang Xian. On the ground, the heroes who had just been transported by Tornado's shield saw Fang Xian beating up Sykes. Amazing, as expected of the teacher. Every punch is so fast, precise, and fierce. Genos continued his commentary, as usual. Huh? Genos, what are you doing here? Are you all healed up? Saitama spoke up upon seeing Genos. Yes, teacher Saitama. With the help of the doctor, all the damage on my body has been repaired. Genos quickly walked over to Saitama upon seeing him. Teacher, why is there a monster next to you? Genos suddenly noticed a one-eyed monster beside Saitama. Saitama explained, this is a monster I met down below with this big sister. I brought him along because he can emit light. Big sister? Genos looked at the glowing flash. The glowing flash, called Big Sister by Saitama, felt quite displeased. He wanted to teach this big, bald guy a lesson with his shining sword. But he was completely no match for him. Suddenly, the space around them twisted, and the next moment, a black hole-like object appeared behind them. Then, a man wearing sunglasses, cloaked in a cape, and clad in armor appeared before everyone. Oh, great, looks like I made it in time. The man took off his sunglasses and said to the group, it seems you haven't accepted the deal yet. Huh? Who are you? Are you a hero? Saitama, the glowing flash, and Genos questioned simultaneously. The man did not explain anything but picked up a cube on the ground and asked, have you touched this thing? The glowing flash asked in confusion, what happens if you touch this thing? The man said, you touched it without knowing what it was? This cube is similar to a communicator. Touching it will distort space and allow you to contact that guy. Out of curiosity, I am collecting these things scattered all over the place. While Fang was beating Sykes in the air, he sensed a familiar energy, then let go of Sykes and shouted down, blast. It's you, right? Get your ass up here. Oh no, that guy found me. I'll take this thing, goodbye. Saying this, Blast was about to leave. You are Blast. The person in front of the glowing flash was the mysterious S-Class No. One Blast from a Hero Association, and he was shocked. Yes, that's right. You're the glowing flash ranked 13th in S-Class. Blast responded, is it really you? Still somewhat in disbelief? Let me give it a try. Hit me maximum speed. Glowing kick. The next moment, the glowing flash transformed into a yellow flash and kicked towards Blast. Just as he was about to attack Blast figure appeared behind him. Young man, calm down. Don't be so impulsive. Genos and the one-eyed monster watched the scene unfold, looking completely bewildered. Such speed, I can't even see their movements. Huh, did they just do something? Saitama commented, is attacking someone upon first meeting a bad habit of this guy? Then Saitama walked up to Blast and asked, hey, your entrance is quite special. Blast looked at Saitama and said, rather than my entrance, I am more curious as to why there is a monster here, and it doesn't look like a captive. Saitama explained, oh, you mean him? He is responsible for leading us, and also has a flashlight function. Look, he lights up when scared. After saying that, Saitama gave a very serious expression to the one-eyed monster. The frightened one-eyed monster lit up. All right, let's leave it at that. I need to get going, or that guy up there will come down, and I'm sure I'll get a beating again. Saying this, Blast used his spatial teleportation ability and disappeared from Spot. On the other side, the remaining S-Class heroes transported to the ground by Tornado watched the battle in the sky, all of them astonished. Is that Fangxian strength? So powerful. We are completely not on the same level. Is he going to continue the pursuit of the monsters? It seems this farce is finally coming to an end. Just as they were lamenting, several gas-like objects suddenly attacked the group. Zombie Man quickly pushed Child Emperor away and endured the fierce attack. Boom! A violente explosion sounded, and Zombie Man was blown to pieces. We meet again, little zombie. The attacker was the Wandering Emperor, who had previously battled Zombie Man. Is that guy up there, the Great Serpent? To be beaten like this by a human, how embarrassing. Indeed, someone like this guy is not worthy of being our leader. The heavens only favor the chosen ones, like me. The Wandering Emperor laughed proudly. As a villain, don't be too complacent. Masked Sweetheart raised his fist and charged at the Wandering Emperor. Just as he was about to attack, a large number of black hands suddenly burst from the ground and grabbed Masked Sweetheart. I heard that when humans scold others, they always say things they don't want to hear, and it seems that is true. Isn't it? Complacent, frivolous hero? The newcomer was Black Sperm, who had previously ruthlessly defeated Atomic Samurai. Without giving Masked Sweetheart a chance to react, another ugly figure emerged from the ground, and this was the ugly president. Don't come over here. Masked Sweetheart screamed in fright at the ugly president's appearance. The ugly president looked disdainfully at the Masked Sweetheart and said, what a waste. A guy like you is just a cowardly clown in a bar. Yelling and screaming is too noisy. Slap in the face, destruction punch. Saying this, the ugly president raised his fist and punched the Masked Sweetheart, who was caught by the Black Sperm. With this punch, the masked sweetheart's handsome image was instantly shattered. After the punch, the ugly president laughed. Ha, what an ugly face. The wandering emperor thought to himself, looks a bit painful. This is the retribution for being obsessed with outer beauty. Then, the ugly president grabbed the masked sweetheart again, saying, with legs this long, do you think you're a scarecrow? If that's the case, then let me make you even longer. The ugly president grabbed one of the masked sweetheart's legs and pulled hard on both sides, tearing the masked sweetheart in half and tossing the remains aside, roaring with laughter. Ha ha! I'm in such a good mood now. I love trampling on those high and mighty handsome guys. From now on, I'm going on a killing spree. The ugly president turned to the black sperm and the wandering emperor, saying, hey, let's have a ranking competition based on the number of S-class heroes we kill. The black sperm replied, oh, sounds good. This competition suits me. The wandering emperor said, sure. Let's add some color to this boring competition. After saying that, the three of them looked at the child emperor and the zombie Superman like they were prey. The child emperor was retreating while dragging the severely injured zombie Superman and calling for backup. Hey, this is the child emperor. I've encountered a powerful enemy here. Requesting backup. Before the child emperor could finish, the ugly president stomped on the zombie Superman and looked at the child emperor, saying, you're the child emperor, right? Talented, with a bright future, held in everyone's hands, truly enviable. But I'm the kind of despicable and powerful existence. From now on, I will be the new Monster King. Let me show you my powerful strength. Just as the ugly president was about to throw a punch, the voice of the wandering emperor came through. Step aside. This little brat is my prey. The wandering emperor gathered a huge energy ball and threw it at the child emperor. In the air, the anger of Sykes, who had just been beaten by Fang Xian, reached its peak. Ignoring whether she was a match for Fang Xian, she used her superpowers to manipulate the stones on the ground, forming a giant sharp stone pillar, and then threw it at Fang Xian. Immediately after, she shot out a strong laser that attached to the stone pillar. Fang Xian looked at the stone pillar flying towards him, extended a finger, and shouted, drill beam. A hot, slender red energy ray shot out from Fang Xian's finger, piercing through the flying stone pillar and also penetrating Sykes' chest. After doing all this, Fang Xian sensed that the other heroes below seemed to be in trouble, so he called out to Tornado beside him. Little girl, let's go help the others first. Then we'll come back to deal with this guy. Without waiting for Tornado's consent, Fang Xian directly picked her up and used instant teleportation. Phew. Finally recovered. What kind of existence is that guy? My recovery ability can't keep up with him at all. After being heavily injured by Fang Xian's drill beam, Sykes managed to recover after absorbing a large number of monster corpses. At this moment, her heart was filled with fear towards the power Fang Xian had displayed, and she began to doubt whether the power she currently possessed could truly dominate the world. No, how could I have such thoughts? I'm a chosen one selected by the gods. I cannot lose. Absolutely impossible. But the power he possesses is unknown times stronger than mine. Even if Sykes was unwilling to believe it, the current facts were right there, on the ground, facing the giant energy ball thrown by the wandering emperor. The child emperor fearfully raised his hand, closed his eyes, and thought, it's over. It seems I'm going to meet my end here. If I had known, I would have just done my homework in the tutoring class. Boom! The deafening sound of an explosion rang out, and the huge air flow swept through the entire area like a hurricane, shaking the ground 3 times. Even the atomic warrior and pig god, who were farther away from the child emperor, felt the intense tremor. Hey, child emperor, answer me. Was that attack just now launched by the enemy? The atomic warrior urgently contacted through the communicator. The explosion was so loud that my ears are almost deafened. After taking such a powerful attack, I'm definitely finished. It turns out that when a person dies, they don't feel pain. But why can I still feel my body? The child emperor slowly opened his eyes, realizing that he was not blown to bits as he had imagined, but instead was perfectly fine. At this moment, a Sundra little girl's voice rang out. Are you okay, little brat? Hearing the voice, the child emperor looked forward and saw the smoke clear, revealing Tornado and Fang Xian. Weren't you fighting that monster in the sky? How did you end up here? The child emperor's face showed a smile of relief, but then he thought, wait, what about Zombie Man? Is he okay? Tornado pointed to the side where Zombie Man was lying, his body almost severed, and said, don't worry, this guy has very strong vitality, he's still alive. Seeing that Zombie Man was okay, the child emperor let out a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, the wandering emperor, who had launched the attack, was curious as he said, so you're the S-class ranked 0 hero? You can actually block my attack. It seems you have some skills. But unfortunately, You are definitely not my opponent blessed by the gods. The wandering emperor spoke with great pride. The ugly president got up from the ground and walked up to the wandering emperor, saying, "Hey, beggar, why did you steal my prey just now?" The wandering emperor replied, "What do you mean your prey? Isn't it whoever grabs it first? And who are you calling a beggar, you ugly fatso? Damn, what did you say? Isn't it true?" At that moment, a slight gap formed between the wandering emperor and the ugly president. The black sperm came between the two and said, "Hey, let's not argue over such trivial matters. The strongest warrior ranked 0 and the second-ranked warrior Tornado are standing in front of us. If any of us can defeat them, then who is the true Monster King?" Hearing the words of the black sperm, both the wandering emperor and the ugly president fell into deep thought. The ugly president widened his small eyes, while the wandering emperor stroked his disheveled beard, both weighing the proposal of the black sperm. Defeating the S-class ranked 0 hero is indeed an enticing challenge. The wandering emperor's eyes flashed with a hint of cunning. He had absolute confidence in his own power, especially after receiving the blessing of the gods. The ugly president snorted, his corpulent body shaking as if to showcase his strength. Defeating the strongest warrior would indeed prove who the real Monster King was. At this moment, Fang looked at the three of them as if they were fools. Tornado appeared relaxed. Although she was not a match for the Sykes who had merged with the Great Serpent's body, she was absolutely confident in eliminating the three before her. "Since you all want to give it a try, then let's all go together," Fang said lightly, his voice not loud but clearly reaching the ears of everyone present. The wandering emperor, the ugly president, and black sperm exchanged glances. Since the other party was the rank 0 existence among S-class heroes, none of them dared to strike first. Ultimately, it was the wandering emperor who launched the first attack. He clasped his hands together and then suddenly spread them apart, a massive energy ball coalescing again, roaring towards Fang and Tornado. The ugly president was not to be outdone. His hefty body suddenly became agile, charging at the two like a mountain of flesh. Meanwhile, black sperm transformed into thousands of tiny sperm, attacking from all directions. Facing the onslaught from the wandering emperor, the ugly president, and black sperm, Fang remained as calm as water. He moved slightly, evading the massive energy ball shot by the wandering emperor with an almost incredible speed. The energy ball grazed his body and flew past, creating a large crater in the ground. Seeing this, the ugly president roared angrily, accelerating towards Fang trying to crush him with his massive body. However, Fang seemed to have anticipated this. He leaped lightly and landed steadily on the ugly president's shoulder. A gentle pat caused the ugly president to lose his balance and crash heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. At this moment, the tiny sperm, transformed by black sperm, surged like a tide. Fang waved his hand, and a powerful gust of wind surged forward, blowing those tiny sperm away, preventing them from getting close to his body. The wandering emperor's face revealed a look of terror upon seeing this. He gathered his strength again, preparing to launch a more powerful attack. However, Fang had already acted before him. He flickered and instantly appeared in front of the wandering emperor, followed by a gas ball shot from his palm amidst the wandering emperor's astonished gaze. With a bang, the wandering emperor was sent flying and crashed to the ground. This scene stunned both the ugly president and black sperm. They had not expected Fang power to be so terrifying. Facing their combined attack, he could effortlessly defeat them. After Sykes regained her composure, she did not linger in the air but intended to strike at the others. She did not believe that other heroes would be as monstrous as Fang Just then, Genos, Saitama, Flashy Flash, and the Big Eye entered her line of sight after meeting with the Exploder. "Isn't that the Big Eye? Why is he walking with heroes?" The energy waves emitted by Sykes seemed to hit the air, all falling short. Looking down at the increasing number of Saitama's figures, all approaching her, Sykes exclaimed in panic. What is this ability?" Not far away, Flashy Flash and the Big Eye watched this scene, their eyes filled with shock. They knew Saitama was strong, but did not expect him to be this powerful. Though Sykes felt a bit terrified, she continued to launch attacks. But no matter how hard she tried, her efforts were in vain, because she simply could not hit Saitama. Saitama jumped high and then swung his fist towards Sykes. A normal punch. A super intense, killing intent erupted from Saitama. Sykes, relying on her strong sixth sense as a woman, clearly sensed the power of Saitama's punch. She understood that she could not take this punch head-on, so she hurriedly dodged to the side. However, Saitama's movements were too fast. She only managed to avoid the vital points, but his fist still struck her body heavily. Sykes screamed in agony as her massive body was punched through, creating a large hole. Saitama did not continue the attack, but instead withdrew. Based on his past experience of defeating monsters, he believed that as long as he landed a punch on a monster, that monster would basically be done for, so there was no need for a second punch. But what Saitama did not know was that Sykes, fused with the Great Serpent's body, possessed super recovery abilities. Although this punch caused her severe damage and her injuries could not fully heal in a short time, it was not fatal. Sykes swayed in the air, struggling to maintain her balance. She looked down at her body that had been pierced by Saitama, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in her eyes. No, it's impossible. How can I lose to such an ordinary guy? It must be an illusion. This is definitely an illusion. Sykes' heart was filled with unwillingness. She originally thought that gaining such powerful strength would allow her to conquer the world, but first she encountered Fang, who toyed with her like a child. And now she faced this bald man, whose strength was comparable to Fang, and with just one punch inflicted such injuries on her. I will not lose like this. Sykes roared, her body starting to undergo another transformation. This time, not only were her wounds healing, but her entire form was changing, becoming more hideous and larger. The evil aura emanating from her seemed to solidify the surrounding air. Still not dead? Saitama, having just withdrawn, noticed that Sykes was still alive, so his expression became serious. All right, it seems I need to end this battle quickly. Watch my serious punch.